Family, the moment Douluo saw my request, his face turned green. I, a 6-year-old kid, insisted on a nearly 1,000-year-old soul beast as my first soul ring. In fact, in my previous life, I was ordinary, but I was reborn as a baby picked up by Bibi Dong and brought back to the spirit hall. My awakened spirit was the long rainbow sword, and I even created my own soul skills with innate full soul power. Absorbing the soul ring was incredibly thrilling, and later, I had many fun adventures with my senior sister. Let me tell you, Douluo's face was so pale at that moment, it was almost like he was going to kneel down right there. I, a 6-year-old kid, pointed at a nearly 1,000-year-old soul beast and told him, "Elder, no more nonsense, it's this one." His face was as white as his flower, and he kept trying to persuade me. "Little ancestor, this is not okay. The limit for the first soul ring is only over 400 years, and you're going straight for 900? Are you really not afraid of dying right here?" I laughed at that time, afraid. I was the one who was scared. "Hey, stop right there. Just hearing this, you must think I'm some chosen one, born this awesome." In reality, the story starts from the day my stunningly beautiful master picked me up from the snow. Let me tell you, in my previous life, I was just an ordinary person who picked up a broken sword while traveling. When I closed my eyes and opened them again, I found myself transported to Douluo continent, shrunk down to a naked baby throne in the snow outside Spirit City. Family, who understands? It was several degrees below zero, and I was wrapped in a piece of rag. I thought my reincarnation experience card was about to expire in a second. What happened next? A golden figure descended from the sky. I was dumbfounded. Her beauty, her figure, her aura. She was like a fairy stepping out of a painting. She reached out and picked me up. Let me tell you, that embrace was as warm as a little sun. I, an old bachelor of over 20 years in my previous life, had never seen such a scene, and my face instantly turned red. She thought I was a shy baby and laughed, pinching my face and saying, "Come back to Spirit City with me." She was Bibi Dong, my future master. Just like that, I, Jiang Ling, became her first disciple at the Spirit Hall. For years passed in a flash. I was 4 years old and no longer that baby who only blushed. I practiced swordplay every day in the yard because I had to cheat the complete set of martial arts from Rainbow Cat and Blue Rabbit. The 7 heroes Lingbo Weibo, long rainbow sword technique, I wielded it with great vigor. One move, Red Dragon emerges from the cage, smashed the stone mountain in the yard to pieces. One day while I was practicing, my cheap senior sister, Hulaina, came rushing over. She was 2 years older than me, 6 years old, already a little beauty, hands on her hips, puffing up to question me. "Little Jiang Ling, today is my martial soul awakening. Why didn't you come?" I chuckled. I must have forgotten while being caught up in training. I quickly changed the subject. "Senior sister, don't be angry. Let me see what martial soul you awakened." She then proudly declared, "Demon Fox, innate soul power level 9. Saying that, she directly manifested her martial soul, and a fluffy golden tail appeared behind her with a duong. Let me tell you, my eyes went wide, and my hand uncontrollably reached out to touch it. The feel was incredible. Hulaina squeaked and blushed like a monkey's, but hurriedly retracted her martial soul, claiming her soul power wasn't enough, and turned to run. Later, I found out it was because she was bullied as a child, and I helped her out by beating up an elder's grandson, getting punished, and lying in bed for several days. From then on, everyone in the Spirit Hall knew that Hulaina had a reckless and fearless little brother. Time passed, and soon something big happened. My master's archenemy, the Pope named Qian Xuanji, was out hunting and was beaten half to death by Tang Hao, and not long after, he kicked the bucket. My master Bibi Dong, with the support of Qian Douluo, officially ascended to the position and became the new Pope. That year, I was 5 years old, while Tang San was only 1, still playing in Holy Soul Village. Another year passed, and I was 6 years old. Finally, it was my turn for martial soul awakening. My senior sister, Hulaina, rushed over early in the morning and crashed right into my arms. Family, who understands? She had developed so well in these 2 years. My height, just over 1 meter, made my face perfectly buried in her soft cough. Anyway, I felt like my waist was about to break from the impact, while her face turned bright red, and she angrily demanded compensation. At the Pope's palace, my master Bibi Dong was already sitting there. After a year, her imposing aura was even stronger, but her gaze towards me was still so gentle. There were also 2 familiar faces standing beside her, Douluo and Douluo. The 2 guardians had returned to their positions. Without further ado, the awakening array descended, and with a flash of golden light, I felt the flying rainbow energy in my body being drawn out and surging into my right hand. As the light faded, I firmly held a sword entirely crimson with a snow-white blade. Wasn't this the long rainbow sword itself? Let me tell you, as soon as the sword was in my hand, the primal power inside me couldn't be contained. My soul power erupted instantly, and the temperature in the entire Pope's palace rose accordingly. Without thinking, I struck the floor with a rainbow mist sprinkles. Hundreds of sword energies shot out and turned that golden and magnificent floor into a sieve. Douluo and Ghost Douluo's eyes almost popped out, exclaiming, "You just awakened and already created your own soul skill." I scratched my head, feeling a bit embarrassed. "Sorry, teacher, I couldn't help it. My master wasn't bothered and let me test my soul power." I took the crystal ball, poured in my soul power, and with a crack, the thing couldn't hold up and exploded. It was covered in cracks. First-rate innate soul power. Ju and Gue were already stunned, looking at me as if I were a monster. Though my master was surprised, she maintained her composure. She patted my head and said, "Not bad. In a few days, I will take you to hunt for soul rings." As soon as I heard this, I seized the opportunity and pitifully said, Teacher, could you give me some money? I promised my senior sister to go shopping with her, but I don't have any money." Later, I accompanied Hulaina shopping for an entire day, my legs almost breaking. This girl could really spend in one store. She spotted a pair of jade pendants. The owner boasted that they were worn by immortal lovers and could ensure they never separated. Her eyes lit up, and she asked how much. The owner said 300,000 gold soul coins. Good heavens, she didn't even blink and just swiped her card. The focus was entirely on the cash ability. She handed me one of the pendants and fiercely said, "Here, don't lose it or it'll kill you." When I saw it was a storage jade pendant, I was delighted, knowing it would come in handy in a few days when we went to the Stardew Great Forest, and I kept thanking her. 5 days later, Stardew Great Forest. That's when the opening scene happened. I insisted on a 900-year-old flame bird as my first soul ring. Ju Douluo couldn't argue with me and had to help me catch it. When I absorbed the soul ring, the feeling was indescribable. It felt like being thrown into a microwave and roasted from the inside out. So painful I almost thought I was going to die. But the only thought in my mind was, sword cultivator, fearless. I gritted my teeth and suppressed that violent energy. Success. Ju Douluo was even more excited than I was. Back at the Pope's palace, I showcased my first soul skill to my master. As the soul ring glowed, yellow tinged with purple, it almost scared my master into cleaning house, thinking Ju Douluo was going to harm me. I quickly explained that it was my own doing. My master pulled me to her side, and we sat together on that huge Pope's throne, asking me what my soul skill was. Let me tell you, as a pure little virgin soul of over 20 years old, sitting so close to such a stunning beauty made my face almost burn. I struggled to suppress my wild thoughts, and answered, "It's called Shock 100 miles. It amplifies speed and has a self-healing effect." Saying this, I even slashed my arm with the sword, and flames erupted, visibly healing the wound. My master looked at me with a satisfied expression in her eyes. She stood up, and her silhouette, that curve. Who would understand? I was utterly mesmerized at that moment, thinking wildly, this figure is too outrageous, right? Am I going to become one of those beasts with thoughts about my master? I quickly slapped myself and scolded myself for being so shameless. In the evening, I went to Hulaina's place for dinner. My master had to leave halfway for something, leaving just the two of us. This girl was acting strangely when I offered her some meat. She refused, saying it would make her gain weight. I simply took her bowl, finished everything in a few bites, and handed the empty bowl back to her. She was instantly frozen, her face reddening to the point where you could fry an egg on it. The next morning, I rushed to wake her up for school. After knocking on her door for a long time with no response, I had to use the spare key she gave me to open the courtyard gate. When I reached her door, I continued knocking. The door creaked open, and Hulaina stood there, still half asleep, wearing a thin, almost transparent nightgown. I was instantly dumbfounded. A rush of heat surged from my nose. On the way to the academy, the atmosphere was so awkward it could be cut with a knife. I followed behind her, wanting to apologize, but too scared to do so. Finally, I steeled my heart and ran up to her. "Senior sister, I'm really sorry about just now. How about when we grow up, I marry you?" Her already flushed face turned even redder, and she stomped her foot, scolding, "Dream on," before quickly running ahead. Watching her run away, my head was buzzing. Wait, what was that reaction? Did she agree or not? Let me tell you, at that moment, I was completely confused. What does her running away mean? I hurried to catch up, shouting, "Senior sister, wait for me. The Wuhuan Temple Academy is so big, and I'm just a newcomer. If I lose you, where am I going to find such a beautiful senior sister to replace you?" After finally following her into the classroom, I have to say, the Wuhuan Temple Academy is something else. In the junior class, everyone seated was a genius, starting with innate soul power of at least level 6, and the graduation requirements were ridiculously strict. But none of that mattered. The important thing was, just as I sat down next to Hulaina, trouble came. A red-haired, muscular guy, looking quite brutish, stared directly at me. He rushed over, opened his mouth, and was full of greasy remarks. I immediately got goosebumps, and he completely ignored me. Hulaina frowned and retorted right back. Classmate, we're not that familiar. Please call me by my full name. Thank you. She was so cold. As a result, this red-haired guy wasn't done yet, and another handsome guy came over, with silver-gray hair, looking quite stylish. Turns out, this handsome guy is Hulaina's older brother, Xiaoyu. As soon as Hulaina saw her brother, she immediately pulled me up, looking so proud, as if introducing her own collectible. Brother, this is my junior disciple, Jiang Ling, level 16. Then she introduced me again. Xiaolingzi, this is my brother, Xiaoyu, level 19. I was about to greet my future brother-in-law when Hulaina's brother laughed and said, So you're Jiang Ling, huh? My sister talks about you every day. Hulaina immediately got flustered, her face turning as red as an apple. What are you talking about, brother? Who talks about him every day? Oh, that little expression of hers. It's just too much. I quickly exchanged a few compliments with Xiaoyu about our businesses, and he was quite on board, saying my talent is amazing and we should spar when we have time. Of course, I readily agreed. However, that red-haired muscle guy named Yin jumped out again, blocking my way like a roadblock, and immediately said, Hello, my name is Yin, and I will not give up on Nana. I couldn't help but laugh at the time. Who understands this among my family? What era is this, still playing this kind of tragic second male lead? Hulaina was about to get angry, but I grabbed her. Let me tell you, to deal with people like this, you have to cut through the chaos decisively. I took a step forward, looked at Yin, and said word by word, Hello, you might be disappointed. I've already confessed, and the Nana you mentioned has agreed. If you keep pestering her, don't blame me for being rude. Hulaina was stunned on the spot, her mouth open wide enough to fit an egg. Xie was also shocked, looking at me, and then at his sister, probably wondering when these two had secretly gotten things done. Of course, Yin didn't believe it, and turned to ask Hulaina, Nana, is this true? I told you, the opportunity has come. I directly held Hulaina's hand, looking at her face that was almost blood red, and said to Yin with a sharp remark, In this world, there aren't many truths. A girl's blush speaks louder than a long dialogue. Don't you understand? It's a heart-wrenching blow, brothers. Yin looked as if his soul had been snatched away, returning to his seat in a daze. Even Xie was pondering my words, probably thinking, Isn't this kid obsessed with swords? How'd he come up with such eloquence? Once they both left, I quickly released my hand and whispered to Hulaina, Senior sister, I noticed you seemed annoyed with him, so I was just helping you out, nothing more. As soon as I said this, it backfired. The blush on Hulaina's face instantly faded. She glanced at me, her tone as flat as ice water. I understand. Class is about to start. Stop talking. I felt a jolt in my heart, realizing I had really messed up this time. She had been giving me the cold shoulder all day. After school, her brother called us for dinner, but she just said she wasn't in the mood and left. I didn't dare linger and quickly chased after her. The way home was filled with silence, and I followed closely behind her, racking my brain on how to cheer her up. I said, Senior, how about we go out to eat? She replied, Not in the mood. I said, Then I can cook for you? You can try my cooking. She replied, Not hungry. In the end, I mustered the courage to squeeze into her yard and busied myself in the kitchen for a while, and finally, I served up a bowl of clear soup noodles. She ate it slowly, taking small bites, and I finally gathered the courage to speak. Senior, today, I said you're my girlfriend. Actually, it's because I don't like that Yin guy hanging around you. Watching him circle around you makes me really uncomfortable. She looked up and asked lightly, Why do you feel uncomfortable? I took a deep breath and laid it all out. It's because I like you. I like you. Of course, I don't feel good about him circling around you. As soon as I said this, my face instantly flushed, red like a cooked shrimp. Hulaina looked at me, first stunned, then suddenly burst into laughter. With her laugh, the awkwardness disappeared. She held her bowl and looked at me with sparkling eyes. Xiaolingzi, how can you be so cute? Saying this, she put down her bowl, cupped my face with both hands, and kissed my forehead with her lips still stained with soup. I was stunned on the spot. After kissing me, she stood up and ran back to her room like a little rabbit, leaving me with a parting line. I'm tired today. I'm going to sleep first. Wash the dishes and close the door when you leave. I touched my forehead and laughed foolishly for a long time. After that, our relationship progressed by leaps and bounds. We would hold hands for no reason, which made Yin extremely angry. Finally, one day, he couldn't take it anymore and blocked us right after class, shouting in front of the whole class, Jiang Ling, I challenge you. The loser has to leave Nana. Well, all the gossip spirits in the class were ignited, and they instantly formed a circle around us. I squeezed Hulaina's hand to reassure her. I looked at Yin as if he were a fool. Are you out of your mind? She's already my girlfriend. Why would I bet with you? Just say if you dare. If you can't even beat me, you don't deserve her at all. I was furious at that moment and sneered. You keep calling her Nana. Or are those words coming from you? I can fight you, but the bet isn't her. I like her, so I respect her. She's not an object. Change the terms. Yin was also determined. No need. Just fight me. If you can beat me, I'll avoid you whenever I see you in the future. All right, let's do this. I agreed immediately, too lazy to change locations. Hurry up. I'm in a rush. I still need to have lunch with my senior sister. Arrogant. Yin instantly became furious and summoned his martial spirit. That guy unleashed his first soul skill right away, and the soul power fluctuation clearly indicated he was at least level 20. Hulaina cheered for me in my ear. Come on, Xiaoling. If you win, there will be rewards waiting for you when you get back. As soon as I heard it, I felt energized, looking at Yin charging towards me. I couldn't even be bothered to activate my martial soul. I directly used my inner strength and unleashed a move, Sunshine over the 9 provinces, slapping forward. With a loud bang, our fists collided and a shockwave flipped the desks and chairs in the classroom. Yin flew back like a kite with a broken string, while I remained completely still. One move, and it was over. The whole place fell silent. Hulaina was shocked and ran over to ask me, Xiaolingzi, you've been hiding things from me again. What level are you now? I had just broken through a couple of days ago, level 18. Yin was quite a man, getting up and admitting defeat before leaving. His brother, Xiaoyu, went over to comfort him. As a result, this incident caused quite a stir in the academy. Let me tell you, the rumors spread, each one more outrageous than the last. Something about the Pope's 2 disciples dueling for love, or that I broke Yan's arm out of a fit of love. By the time it got to the end, I was almost portrayed as a bully of the martial soul hall. Hulaina was so angry she rolled on the bed, saying that my actions had ruined her reputation. Life went on like this, filled with fights and fun, and in the blink of an eye, 8 years had passed. 8 years later, I had grown into a handsome young man, and my soul power had reached level 40. Hulaina had also become a captivating soul master. One day, we stood on top of a mountain. I hugged her from behind, resting my chin on her shoulder, and said, Senior sister, once I obtain my 4th spirit ring, I want to go out and train on the continent. Will you come with me? Without a second thought, she agreed. I was especially proud at that moment, and said to her, Senior sister, I've just learned a new move. Let me show you. Saying this, I summoned the Changhong sword, and the sword body instantly grew larger. I pulled her up and performed a sword technique. Sword control technique, rise. Let me tell you, flying with my beloved girl on a sword, that feeling is absolutely incredible. We circled over the spirit city, the wind blowing through her hair, looking as beautiful as a painting. At that moment, I thought to myself, with such immense wealth, I wouldn't trade for a divine position. Of course, I can't maintain it for long. My soul power isn't enough, and after a while, I had to come down. During dinner that night, the 2 of us laid it all out with our teacher, who is also the Pope Bibi Dong, saying we wanted to go out and train. The result was a direct refusal. No way. You 2 together, is it training or a honeymoon? Don't even think about it. In the end, the compromise was that I would go out alone for 3 years of training. The teacher also made us sign a military order. After 3 years, Hulaina must break through to Soul King, and I must break through to level 55. If we both achieve that, she would host our wedding. We immediately accepted those conditions. The next day, the teacher called me over alone and took out something. Goodness, it was a head spirit bone shining with blue light. The skull of wisdom of spiritual condensation. 60,000 years old. I was shocked at that moment. Isn't this the championship reward for the upcoming competition? They're giving it to me directly now? I instinctively said, Teacher, let this go to senior sister. She needs it more. But the teacher replied that there was something else prepared for Hulaina, and this one was for me. She told me not to talk nonsense and to absorb it quickly. Then the most outrageous part came. She took me to her back chamber and pointed to a bed, saying, Get up there and absorb it. Who understands what it's like to absorb a soul bone on the future mother-in-law's bed? I froze at that moment, my nose filled with her uniquely pleasant fragrance, my head buzzing. I quickly sat cross-legged, afraid to think for even a second longer. This absorption lasted for 3 days. When I woke up, that soul bone had been transformed by my inner strength, turning into a crimson color that suited me better. As soon as I opened my eyes, I saw the teacher sitting on my left and Hulaina sleeping against the bedpost on my right. I woke up, and the teacher also noticed. She glanced at the still sleeping Hulaina and said to me softly, Let's go outside to talk. I carefully picked up Hulaina and gently placed her on the bed. covering her with a blanket before following the teacher outside. Once outside, the teacher had changed out of her papal robe and was wearing a long white palace dress. Her demeanor was gentle and serene, completely unlike the decisive empress. She sat down, looked at me, and asked, "How much has the soul bone improved you? And what are your soul skills?" I directly reported to the teacher, saying, "Teacher, this soul bone is amazing. My spiritual power skyrocketed, increasing by at least 100 times. It also gave me a pupil technique, and I named it with a super cheesy name, Eye of Illusion Breaking. It can see through all illusions and shoot out red light, combining both physical and magical damage, focusing on mixed damage." After hearing this, the teacher said nothing and just 2 words, "Hit me." I was completely dumbfounded at that moment. Who among my family understands? How could I dare to act? As a result, she repeated it again, and I nervously activated my skill. 2 beams of red light shot out in an instant. And guess what happened? The teacher simply raised her hand, lightly flicked her finger, and my ultimate move shattered into light particles. Wow, is this the power of a title Douluo? Terrifying indeed. She nodded and said the power was decent, enough to withstand the soul shock of a 10,000-year soul beast. I felt a bit embarrassed and said, "Teacher, how did you know I was aiming for 10,000 years? She snorted and said, "Do you think I can't see through your little thoughts? You dare to go for 900 years on your first spirit ring. It would be strange not to aim for 10,000 on the 4th. However, her tone softened immediately, saying that my mental strength was sufficient and absorbing a 10,000-year spirit ring would be mostly safe, so I shouldn't worry. Before leaving, she told me to go back and rest, and that tomorrow Elder Yueguan would take me to hunt for spirit rings. I could tell there was a hint of reluctance in her voice. I don't know where I got the courage, but I directly went up and hugged her. Let me tell you, at that moment, her whole body stiffened, but soon she relaxed and even patted my back, reminding me to be careful when I go out. At that moment, she was not just the Pope, she was my teacher. I said to the teacher, "Don't worry, I'll see you in 3 years," and then quickly slipped away. When I returned to my place, I saw my senior sister, Hulaina, sleeping by my bed, probably waiting for me for a long time. I carried her to the bed and looked at her sleeping face, thinking that she would be hungry when she woke up. So I ran to the kitchen to prepare a big meal for her. She didn't wake up until 8 in the evening. As soon as she saw me, her eyes lit up and she rushed over to ask how I was. I decided to play a little and pretended to be heartbroken, but without saying a word. She stepped on my foot. I yelled in pain, begging for mercy, and then she burst out laughing. During dinner, the atmosphere was nice until I mentioned that I would be leaving tomorrow, which suddenly made things awkward. An idea flashed through my mind. Something from the most popular collection of cheesy pickup lines of 2025, saying that in awkward moments, one should kiss her instead of talking. So, I really went for it. At first, she was startled, dropping her bowl, looking like a frightened little rabbit. But then, things started to get a bit passionate. I thought I should strike while the iron was hot, but just as I was about to take the next step, I was kicked out of the room. Honestly, at that moment, I just wanted to say to my hand, "Why can't you control yourself?" The next day, as I was about to leave, the teacher didn't come to see me off, and I knew she must be watching from somewhere. But my senior sister didn't come either. And my heart sank as I thought, is she really angry? I told Elder Yueguan to wait a little longer, but after waiting for a long time, there was still no sign of anyone. Just as I sighed and was about to leave, I heard my senior sister's voice coming from behind. "Jiang Ling, wait a moment." As soon as I turned around, I saw her running towards me. I tell you, at that moment, 4 words flashed through my mind. Mutual pursuit. I rushed over and embraced her tightly. She was saying she was angry, but her face was flushed. I held her and made a bold promise, saying, "Wait for me for 3 years, and I'll come back to marry you." Then I kissed her forehead and called her my lady at your service. Before following Elder Yueguan away, we headed straight for the Stardow Forest, aiming for a crimson arm lion. My first 3 spirit rings were all amplifiers, and for the 4th, I needed to get a wide-range attack skill. As a result, after searching for over 10 days and almost turning the forest upside down, Elder Yueguan suddenly returned, and with a loud bang, a huge lion landed right on my face, covering me in dirt. I darkened my face and asked him, "Elder, did you just make a precise airdrop? Did you aim for me specifically?" He seemed a bit embarrassed and said he was too excited. This lion was 11,000 years old, just right for me. The absorption process, as the teacher said, was thrilling but safe. After I finished, I told Elder Yueguan, "Come on, try my new move." At first, he was quite dismissive, but when I unleashed my savage heavenly fire, I directly trapped him in a small black room. And meteor fire was raining down from the sky. A title Douluo like him was forced to use his 6th soul skill just to withstand it. When I retracted my attack, he still stubbornly claimed that my soul power wasn't enduring enough. I directly made him speechless, saying, "Elder, this move has no time limit. As long as I have enough mana, I can keep it going forever." The look on his face was as if he wanted to say I was a pay-to-win player. Even more exciting was that after absorbing, I leveled up twice, reaching level 42. Elder Yuegwan took me back to the nearby spirit hall to rest. But I felt something was off. There was something extra on my shoulder. Wow, did they mark me? Trying to monitor me remotely? Sorry, teacher. But a flower in a greenhouse can't bloom into a king flower. I quickly wiped off that mark, left a letter, and took off on my sword. I ran for 5 days and nights in a row, almost turning into a wild man, and finally saw a big city. When I asked, I found out that I had directly run from Spirit City to the capital of the Douluo Empire. At the city gate, I bumped into a clever little guy named Inbukue, nicknamed Liuzi. This guy immediately started introducing me to which brothel girls were the prettiest, leaving me speechless. However, he really is a local expert, so I directly threw 10 gold soul coins at him and asked him to lead the way. First, let's have a big meal. While eating, I asked him to tell me some gossip about the place. That's when I learned that the Douluo royal family was quite the player, holding some kind of royal throne battle royale. Dai Mubai's brother lost and was directly eliminated, and Dai Mubai himself also ran away. The worst off were the Zhu family sisters, who had a marriage contract with them. They became victims of family struggles, and the older sister had to eliminate the younger one. Who could say otherwise? That night, while I was training, I heard some commotion outside. My newly acquired broken illusion, I felt like it had X-ray vision. I directly saw 2 beautiful women fighting in a bamboo forest. Wow, isn't that the Zhu family sisters I heard about during the day? The older sister Zhu Zhuyun was chasing the younger sister Zhu Zhuqing and fighting fiercely. Each move was lethal. I quietly approached and hid in the shadows to watch. Zhu Zhuqing was clearly no match for her opponent, battered and bruised. Her soul power nearly depleted. Her sister was still there throwing insults, saying things like Dai Mubai had already run away, and what was she struggling for? Zhu Zhuqing was also quite stubborn, claiming she was fighting to take control of her own fate. In the end, Zhu Zhuyun directly activated her second soul skill, Phantom Claw, and it looked like she intended to finish it in one go. Zhu Zhuqing looked at the countless claw shadows filling the sky and actually slowly closed her eyes, likely in complete despair. I'll tell you, at that moment, I thought that girl was definitely done for, and I was already preparing to contribute to her funeral. But guess what? Just a split second before that claw was about to hit her face, suddenly there was a loud bang. A fire dragon over 3 meters long appeared out of nowhere, wrapped in a terrifying high temperature, and directly blasted Zhu Zhuyun away. Goodness! Zhu Zhuyun was completely stunned, rolling on the ground for several laps, frantically trying to extinguish the fire on her body, with a vigilant expression shouting, "Who? Come out, you coward!" And what happened? The bamboo forest was so quiet that you could hear a needle drop. Zhu Zhuqing had already closed her eyes, waiting to die. But then she felt a wave of heat rushing towards her, and when she opened her eyes again, her sister had already been blown away. And standing in front of her was a guy in white. This guy turned around, and the sword in his hand disappeared with a swish, looking incredibly cool, then calmly said, "I just can't bear to watch anymore. Don't just stand there. If you don't run, you'll be waiting to be served. Let us go." After saying that, he picked up the still dazed Zhu Zhuqing in a princess carry, and with the tip of his toes, they vanished without a trace. I tell you, this guy was quite professional. While escaping, he casually activated a concealment technique, directly masking both their auras. At that moment, in a certain manner, a big shot lying on a chair suddenly opened his eyes wide. Damn, a master. Just as he was about to investigate, that aura disappeared again. This big shot was ruthless and didn't say much. The next second, the reclining chair was empty, and he chased after them. The guy who saved them was named Jiang Ling, an old hand in the game. Instead of heading straight back to the hotel, he took Zhu Zhuqing around the city for a while, focusing on counter-surveillance. Eventually, Zhu Zhuqing in his arms slowly woke up and weakly asked, "Who are you?" Jiang Ling flirtatiously replied, "Just a kind-hearted, handsome guy passing by." As soon as Zhu Zhuqing tried to say you, her eyes rolled back, and she passed out. Goodness, she couldn't catch her breath, and just fainted from the pain. Jiang Ling saw this and thought, well, I can't mess around anymore. I need to get back to the hotel to save her. Back in a room, Jiang Ling pulled out a pile of healing medicine from his storage jade pendant. Here, I have to praise his senior sister, Hulaina, who was like Doryman, with clothes, money, various pills, and rations stuffed full, fearing he would starve outside. But then the problem arose. Looking at the unconscious Zhu Zhuqing on the bed, Jiang Ling was dumbfounded. Her thighs, abdomen, and back were covered in dozens of wounds, and that tight outfit was almost fused with her flesh. How to treat this? If I don't take off her clothes, she'll bleed out and die. If I do, who understands? This isn't the time to take advantage of someone. Watching Zhu Zhuqing's pained expression, Jiang Ling made up his mind. Saving her was the priority. Integrity be damned. With a rip, he tore off what needed to be torn, and in no time, she was left in only her underclothes. I tell you that scene. Jiang Ling almost had his heart shattered on the spot, not daring to open his eyes, muttering to himself not to look, at Ba, looking like Tang Sung entering the spider silk cave. He covered her with a blanket, hurriedly applied medicine for over half an hour, and inevitably had all kinds of bodily contact. This guy probably recited the Heart Sutra 100 times in his heart. Finally, he fed her some medicine to restore her soul power and treat her internal injuries, and this torturous yet intimate treatment was finally over. On the other side, Zhu Zhuyan, who had been blasted away, didn't go home but went to find her fiancé Davis, clutching her arm, to complain. Davis, with his golden hair, looked quite imposing, and after hearing her, he asked, "Is someone protecting Zhu Zhuqing? Could it be that useless third brother has returned?" "Not him." Zhu Zhuyan gritted her teeth and said, "That person was ridiculously strong, took me out with one move, and was a fire user." Davis didn't care. "Hey, the third brother has run away, leaving Zhu Zhuqing unable to stir up any waves. If someone wants to protect her, let her live. Are you hurt? Come, let me take a look." Saying this, he pulled Zhu Zhuyan into his arms. But Zhu Zhuyan, being purely competitive, insisted on killing her sister. "No way. If she doesn't die, I can't sleep." That night, several people had a hard time sleeping. Jiang Ling sat on a stool all night, and as soon as he closed his eyes, it was a blinding white light. He couldn't sleep at all. The big shot in the manor searched around, but couldn't find anyone, feeling uneasy. The couple in the palace were probably also contemplating how to kill Zhu Zhuqing. In contrast, Zhu Zhuqing slept exceptionally well that night. It was probably the most peaceful sleep she had since she could remember, which was quite ironic. The next day, sunlight streamed into the room, and Zhu Zhuqing woke up. As soon as she opened her eyes, she was dazed. Just as she wanted to sit up, a sharp pain shot through her wound, hissing. Looking down, goodness, she was left with only her underclothes, clearly having been tampered with. She turned her head and saw Jiang Ling asleep on the table, and tears immediately streamed down her face. Jiang Ling was also awakened, and seeing her crying, he quickly came over to explain. Hey, you're awake? Don't misunderstand. Yesterday your injuries were too severe. I couldn't apply medicine without taking off your clothes. I was saving your life. I didn't do anything." To his surprise, this girl was quite understanding. She wiped her tears and said, although her tone was still icy, she added, "I know, I'm not that narrow-minded. Thank you for saving me." Jiang Ling breathed a sigh of relief, thinking, thankfully she isn't the type who would demand responsibility just because he saw her naked, or he would have to run away on the spot. He pretentiously replied, "It's only right to help when seeing injustice." Just after he finished showing off, Zhu Zhuqing's stomach growled. The scene was so awkward it could be cut out into a 3-bedroom apartment. Zhu Zhuqing's face turned bright red to the roots of her neck. Jiang Ling quickly tried to smooth things over. "Oh, I'm hungry too. I'll go get you some food." After saying that, he slipped away. Just as Jiang Ling left, Zhu Zhuqing forced herself to get up and put on her tattered battle outfit from yesterday. In her opinion, no matter how tore it was better than being naked. As soon as Jiang Ling entered with the food, he was instantly petrified. I tell you, that outfit was torn just right. Wearing it was even more stimulating than not wearing it. Almost like a walking AI-generated painting, radiating a cybernetic vibe. Seeing the look in his eyes, Zhu Zhuqing also realized and quickly covered herself, saying, "You, turn around first." Only then did Jiang Ling come to his senses and quickly turn around. "My bad. I forgot about the clothes. You can wear mine first." Saying this, he pulled out a set of his own clothes from his jade pendant and held it behind him. Once Zhu Zhuqing changed, Jiang Ling said, "You eat first. This is good for your wounds. I'll go out and buy you some clothes." The process of buying clothes was a disaster. Upon arriving at the clothing store, the salesgirl cheerfully asked, "Young man, are you buying clothes for your girlfriend?" Jiang Ling, "Oh no, it's for my sister." Salesgirl, "What size does your sister wear?" Jiang Ling was stumped, gesturing for a long time, and suddenly staring at the salesgirl's chest, he realized, "Oh right, hers is probably 3 times yours." Damn, the female shop assistant's face turned dark on the spot. If it weren't for her sales performance, she probably would have slapped him. Jiang Ling still didn't realize the seriousness of the situation and continued to add fuel to the fire. You two are about the same height. But is perkier than yours, and her legs are longer about this long. The shop assistant suppressed her urge to hit him and forced a smile. Right. Young master, what color does your sister like? Light colors, I guess. After buying the clothes, Jiang Ling added, also, give me a few sets of women's underwear, in the sizes I mentioned, and a few in one size smaller and larger. In the end, Jiang Ling left the shop, coolly walking away under the shop assistant's resentful gaze that could kill. As soon as he left, the shop exploded. Xiao Yuan, this order of yours is incredible. Don't mention it. This person's words are too harsh. I almost got depressed. Jiang Ling had no idea about this. He passed by a treasure pavilion and wandered in, wanted to see if they had any disguise masks. He didn't find a mask, but he came across a broken wooden sign that surprisingly had a mental energy fluctuation. As soon as he picked it up, a flamboyantly handsome guy appeared beside him, waving a fan, saying, "Brother, can you give me this wooden sign?" Jiang Ling directly refused. "Sorry, I plan to buy it as a gift for my elder." The two engaged in some commercial flattery, testing each other. The guy claimed to be Lan Xingqian, and when he saw Jiang Ling wouldn't budge, he politely left. As soon as he stepped out, he made a throat-cutting gesture to his follower, who asked if they should take action. Lan Xingqian said, "No need. Just send someone to watch him and see if he knows the secret of this wooden sign." Meanwhile, Jiang Ling's boss found the disguise mask. He put it on, and wow, he instantly transformed from a handsome guy into an unremarkable passerby. Even his hair color turned black, high-tech. Seeing he knew his stuff, the boss gave him the broken wooden sign as a gift and charged him a total of 100 gold soul coins. Jiang Ling paid and hurried back to the hotel, worried about Zhu Zhuqing. When he pushed the door open, he saw Zhu Zhuqing was actually cultivating. This girl is really diligent. Jiang Ling handed her the clothes he bought. "I got the clothes. I suggest you wear a skirt. It's better for your wounds." Zhu Zhuqing was stunned for a moment. Jiang Ling thought she was shy and turned to leave. But Zhu Zhuqing hurriedly said, "Hey, that's not what I meant. Just stay there. I'll draw the curtain." Jiang Ling had to sit down with his back to the bed, but the sound of her changing clothes made his heart race, so he quickly covered his ears. Behind the curtain, Zhu Zhuqing tried on the underwear Jiang Ling bought, but they were all too small, and in the end, she could only squeeze into the largest size. She then picked up a light green long skirt. Since she was 6 years old, she hadn't worn a skirt. Today, she inexplicably wanted to wear one again. When she stepped out from behind the curtain and softly called out "Young Master," Jiang Ling turned around and was stunned. In a green dress, she was graceful and charming. Although her expression was still cold, paired with her stunning face and figure, it was simply breathtaking. Zhu Zhuqing's face flushed, and she quietly said, "I'm Zhu Zhuqing. I still don't know your name. I'm Jiang Ling. My pseudonym in the martial world is Jiang Luer. From now on, I'll call you Zhuqing." The atmosphere became awkward again. Jiang Ling struggled to find something to say. "Today, the weather is nice." Zhu Zhuqing looked at him with a confused expression. Jiang Ling was at a loss and had to get straight to the point. "Zhuqing, I know a bit about your family situation. Take my advice and leave here. Change your way of life. If you're willing to go, I can guarantee no one will dare to touch you." Zhu Zhuqing fell silent and then said softly, "It's not as simple as you think. For people like us who have failed in competition, even if we don't die, we will be stripped of our soul power and live in confinement for a lifetime. Where can I escape to?" Jiang Ling was puzzled. "Aren't you afraid of daily assassinations in your family? Why fear being hunted? I have my reasons to keep fighting." Zhu Zhuqing lifted her head, her gaze fierce and determined. Then she revealed all the troubles in her family, such as royal marriages and sisters harming each other. The worst was her second sister, wanting to use familial affection to change their rotten family, ended up being killed by her own father. Who understands family? This plot would be criticized as crazy even in 2025. She cried. "So I understand that to change all this, I must gain power and strength. For my second sister, I must win, even if it costs me my life." After hearing this, Jiang Ling fell silent, knowing he couldn't persuade her. He could only say, "All right, but remember, if you ever want to leave, I can guarantee that no one from the Xinghua Empire will be able to touch you, and you will have top-notch cultivation resources." As soon as he said this, Zhu Zhuqing understood that Jiang Ling's identity was not simple. However, she still shook her head, deciding to stay. Before leaving, Zhu Zhuqing took off a silver bracelet on her wrist and shoved it into Jiang Ling's hand. "We are friends. This is a gift for you." Jiang Ling wanted her to take the clothes as well, but Zhu Zhuqing took the clothes, said "take care," and left without looking back. Jiang Ling watched her figure disappear, returned to his room, and lifted the curtain, only to find that Zhu Zhuqing's intimate clothing was still on the bed. This guy was a loss for words. picked it up to take a look, and muttered, "So big, then what I bought must be small." He then quietly folded the clothes and put them into his jade pendant space. Zhu Zhuqing walked halfway when her footsteps suddenly stopped my clothes. Her face turned beet red. She wanted to go back and get them, but couldn't bring herself to say it. In the end, she could only comfort herself that she wouldn't see him again anyway. Jiang Ling couldn't sleep in the hotel, tossing and turning, increasingly worried about that stubborn girl. Suddenly, he had a flash of inspiration and took out the disguise mask from his jade pendant, grinning. 3 days later, at the Zhu family, Zhu Zhuqing stood on the attic in a long skirt, lost in thought. Her third sister, Zhu Zhuqing, came over and asked, "Are you thinking about him?" Zhu Zhuqing stubbornly replied, "No, I'm thinking about other things." The two sisters were chatting when a servant came to report. "There's a young man named Jiang Ling at the door, claiming to be your friend, 4th Mississippi." Upon hearing this, Zhu Zhuqing was frightened. How could this guy be so bold? Coming here was like seeking death? She immediately said, "I don't know him. Get him out." But after saying that, she worried he might get into trouble, so she decided to go see him herself, needing to explain the dangers here in person. Her third sister, seeing her nervousness, curiously followed her. When they reached the front door, Zhu Zhuqing saw the last thing she wanted to see. That young man wearing a mask and looking ordinary. She recognized him at a glance. It was Jiang Ling. But at that moment, Jiang Ling was chatting and laughing with her eldest sister, Zhu Zhuyun, who would love to see her dead, looking lively and warm. Zhu Zhuqing felt betrayed again, a surge of anger rushing to her head. After Zhu Zhuyun left with a smile, Zhu Zhuqing walked over with a dark expression. Jiang Ling was happy to see her. "Why did you take so long to come out? I've been waiting for half the day." Zhu Zhuqing coldly laughed. "Afraid that coming out early would ruin your good time? Huh? What is wrong with you? What good time could I have?" Jiang Ling was confused. "Jiang Ling." Zhu Zhuqing didn't even call him big brother anymore. "Since you've chosen to side with my eldest sister, it's better if we have less contact in the future. However, I still advise you. Her and Davis becoming the crown prince is a done deal. Be careful of being discarded after you've outlived your usefulness." Jiang Ling was directly dumbfounded. What does that even mean? He slapped his forehead and suddenly understood. "You've been here for a while, haven't you? Did you just see me talking to Zhu Zhuyan?" He looked at Zhu Zhuqing, his expression turning playful. Zhu Zhuqing felt uncomfortable under his gaze and turned her face away, coldly huffing. "Did I say something wrong? Seeing you chat so happily with her. You must have gained a lot." "Ha ha ha." Jiang Ling laughed out loud. "Zhuqing, I really didn't expect you to have such a lovely side. You really made me feel wrong this time. As soon as I arrived here, your sister came over on her own, probably to test my identity. I was just acting with her. Let me tell you, your sister has too much power, right? I just arrived in the city wanting to find you, and the first one to know I was coming was actually her." When Zhu Zhuqing heard me say this, she pouted. "Then why were you two chatting so happily?" "Oh, as soon as I heard that, I knew this little jealous one believed it. And the big stone in her heart was probably set free. I quickly seized the moment, touched the jade pendant at my waist, and put on a mysterious expression. Ah, this is your elder sister's strength. It's one thing to have high soul power, but her way of handling people is just so smooth. She hides her emotions completely. If she were as naive as you, wearing everything on her face, it would actually be easier to deal with." Zhu Zhuqing gave me a big eye roll. Wow, am I praising her for being naive, or subtly calling her foolish? This grudge is definitely established. I can see her little eyes already jotting down a note about me. "All right, let's go for a walk. I'll see you off," she said, pulling my hand to head outside. "You need to leave Xinglua City quickly. Zhu Zhuyun is someone you can't win over. The next step will definitely be assassination. You can't stay here." I was pulled by her, feeling warm inside, and I held her hand in return, saying, "I've made up my mind, I'm not leaving. The Wuhuan Hall of Jiang Ling cannot interfere in the affairs of the empire." "What does it have to do with me, Jiang Ling?" The faces have changed. Who knows who anymore? She suddenly stopped in her tracks, lowered her head, and spoke in a voice as small as a mosquito's buzz. You really don't need to take such a big risk for me." At that moment, I impulsively said, "I came out to gain experience. How can it be called experience without danger? Family, who understands this?" This statement from a steel straight man is simply a model of being single by strength. Everyone must not learn from it. Unexpectedly, Zhu Zhuqing was stunned for a long time and actually said softly, "Thank you." That voice was so gentle it could squeeze out water, completely devoid of the usual coldness, making my CPU almost overheat. I quickly changed the topic to cover up the awkwardness. "All right, Zhuqing, how did you recognize me?" "Your jade pendant. She pointed to my waist. You've changed everything else, but you haven't changed this jade pendant. Plus, you always have a habit of subconsciously touching it. I picked up the jade pendant, and my gaze softened instantly. This, indeed, was an oversight. This was given to me by the person who was most important to me, and she also said that if I dared to lose it, she'd beat me to death. Senior sister, I miss you a bit. It took me a tremendous effort, even boasting that I could take down the Soul King, to finally put this little girl at ease. After that, we strolled through the streets of Xinglua City. Let me tell you, Zhu Zhuqing, this girl, seemed to suddenly lighten her burdens. She came alive, and the long-lost smile on her face was simply beautiful, bubbling over. We passed by a small stall, and I picked up a light green jade hairpin and directly asked the owner, "Boss, how much is this?" 5 gold soul coins. I said I wanted it. I paid the money and walked towards Zhu Zhuqing, who was leaning in front of the sugar figurine stall. She was staring at the sugar figurines with a hint of sadness in her eyes. "My second sister brought me here to buy them before," she said softly. My heart softened, and I said to my boss, "Boss, can I have 2 sugar figurines?" Then I handed her the jade hairpin in my hand. "Here, this is for you. I see your hair is always down, and this color matches your dress perfectly." She took the hairpin, her face turning a bit red. "But I don't know how to style my hair. I'll help you, just turn around." She obediently turned her back to me, and I gathered her long, shiny black hair. Wow, without her hair covering it, from my angle, I could even see the smooth back of her outfit. I quickly shifted my gaze, silently reminding myself not to look at anything inappropriate, and focused on styling her hair. Just as I was about to say it was done, an unexpected incident occurred. A woman on horseback lost control and was careening wildly down the street, causing chaos in an instant. Zhu Zhuqing, already shy because I was so close that my breath was hitting her neck, was completely oblivious to her surroundings. As the crowd jostled, she lost her footing and fell straight into my arms. Then, I felt like I had grabbed something, particularly soft. My mind went blank with a buzzing sound. Zhu Zhuqing was also startled, taking a moment to react, and jumped out of my arms like lightning. Her face was so red it seemed like it could bleed, and she lowered her head, not daring to look at me at all. We were a step apart, and the air was filled with an atmosphere that could be described as social death. To break the awkwardness, I quickly said, I'll go see what happened." After saying that, I immediately used my light steps to swiftly weave through the crowd and rush to the side of the startled horse. With a surge of my soul power, I forced the horse to stop. I skillfully caught the girl who had fallen from the horse and gently set her down on the ground. Then, without looking back, I slipped away. No way. If I stayed any longer, that awkward atmosphere could have incinerated me on the spot. I just returned to Zhu Zhuqing's side when suddenly, a chilling killing intent instantly locked onto us. My heart skipped a beat. "It's here." I grabbed Zhu Zhuqing's hand and said, "Come with me." "What's wrong? Is something happening?" I pulled her along quickly, fully activating my mental energy. Sure enough, that killing intent was following closely, neither too far nor too near. My mind raced, and I came up with an idea. I pretended to pat myself down, looking frustrated. "Oh no, it seems I lost a sachet. It probably fell out when I was saving that person earlier. Zhuqing, could you help me go back and look for it? I'll wait for you here. If I go over and that girl is still there, it would be a whole mess." Okay. Zhu Zhuqing didn't suspect anything and turned back to retrace her steps. Watching her figure disappear around the corner, my smile instantly vanished, and my eyes turned cold as ice. I turned and flew toward the forest outside the city. Knowing that I discovered you, you still dare to follow. You must be quite confident in your own strength. In the forest outside the city, I stopped and shouted to the empty space behind me. "You've been following me for so long. You can come out now. The place you chose is nice, with beautiful mountains and clear waters. Perfect for your resting place." A tall man jumped down from a tree. "Zhu Zhuyun sent you, didn't she?" I sneered. She really was impatient, unable to wait even a day. Cut the crap. The big man revealed his martial soul, a heavy iron broadsword, and he had 6 soul rings. Yellow, yellow, purple, purple, black, black. Goodness, a level 68 soul emperor, Yang Jin. I am completely calm with the Changhong sword in hand, and crimson flames igniting along the blade. The 4 soul rings, yellow, purple, purple, and black, also light up. Yang Jin's eyes are nearly popping out. "How is that possible? Your second ring is 1,000 years, and the 4th ring is 10,000. In this world, nothing is impossible," I said lightly. "So what if your soul rings are impressive? You're just a soul master. I love to crush geniuses." He roared as he unleashed his ultimate move, the 5th soul skill. Blade Chi Meteor Slash. A rain of blade light came crashing down on me. The blade light was so dense that even the Lingbo Weibo couldn't evade it. Seven Suns' divine ability, Golden Bell Shield. I shouted loudly, and a gigantic red bell enveloped me. A cacophony of clanging sounds echoed as the blade light passed, leaving a cloud of dust in the air. I didn't wait for the dust to settle and directly applied 3 buffs to myself, enhancing my strength, speed, and defense. Then I transformed into a fire dragon and charged straight at Jiang Ling. The dragon flies in the sky with a loud bang. I actually knocked him away with a single sword strike, but I was also shaken and my palms split open. Damn it, this old guy is really strong. I immediately judged that I couldn't compete with him head-on. Relying on the graceful footwork of Lingbo Weibo, I darted through his storm-like attacks. His swordsmanship seemed full of flaws in my eyes. After dozens of exchanges, he had already accumulated several sword wounds on his body. He became increasingly alarmed as the fight went on. Suddenly, he executed a crushing thunder slash to push me back, then sneered, "Kid, your footwork is good. But can you dodge my blade? Can you dodge my blade's energy?" I was taken aback and looked down to see blood seeping from my chest and arms. I didn't even know when it happened. It turned out that the fierce wind generated by a sword swing had already injured me. Ha ha ha. Your soul power and body are far inferior to mine, and that is the reason for your failure today. He laughed wildly, his soul power erupting, ready to use his 6th soul skill. Mountains and rivers shattered. A tremendous force of sword energy came crashing down like Mount Tai, instantly turning the surrounding trees into powder. I felt my bones creaking all over, but I leaned on my sword with one hand and refused to kneel. Want me to kneel? Maybe in my next life. A long rainbow pierces the sun. I also unleash my strongest single target attack. If his attack is a world-destroying slap, then my attack is a piercing arrow through the heart. Boom! My sword energy instantly broke through his blade force, and with a soft sound, it pierced straight through his chest. Jiang Ling looked down at the large hole in his chest, his face filled with disbelief, kneeling on the ground with his sword. How is this possible? I'm not feeling well either, and I spat out a mouthful of blood. Struggling to walk over, I coldly retorted, "Do you think everyone in the world is as mediocre as you?" He got so angry that he spat out another mouthful of old blood. "In the next life, don't be so arrogant." I swung my sword, completely finishing him off. After dealing with him, I quickly sat down cross-legged to regulate my breathing. This battle was truly perilous, but I managed to get it done. I looted his belongings, disposed of the corpse, and hurried towards the city. That girl, Zhu Qing, must be going crazy with worry. When I returned to the original spot, I saw Zhu Qing squatting alone in the corner, hugging her knees, her shoulders shaking. She must have returned and not found the sachet, realizing I had tricked her. I figured that this girl probably thought I was dead and was preparing to go dark. "Zhu Qing, what's wrong?" I walked over and patted her shoulder. When she looked up and saw me, her eyes trembled. Then she suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood and softly collapsed into my arms. I checked her pulse. Her breath was erratic, and her pupils were red. This is bad. She's gone into a trance. I quickly picked her up and rushed back to the tavern. I laid her on the bed, ready to use my internal energy to help her. But this acupoint, the Tanzhong acupoint, is right in the center of her chest. Oh my goodness, how am I supposed to do this? Looking at her in pain, I gritted my teeth. Saving her is the priority. Embarrassment doesn't matter. I slowly placed my hand on her, concentrating all my energy, carefully channeling my true qi into her body. This is more exhausting than fighting the Soul Emperor. An hour later, I was drenched in sweat, my face pale, but I finally pulled her back from the brink of death. I covered her with a blanket, and I was so tired that I fell asleep in the chair. In a daze, I felt someone draping a blanket over me. The next morning, I woke up and smiled when I saw the blanket on me. "Are you feeling all right?" I asked her. "All good now." She had already returned to her cool demeanor. Her acting was really good. "No, I need to check you again. You were too dangerous yesterday." "I'm worried." It's not necessary." She blushed instantly, probably thinking about where I had pressed yesterday. "No way." I insisted firmly. She had no choice but to sit back on the bed with a flushed face, tightly closing her eyes, looking like a brave martyr. I walked her back. This time I was smart, placing my hands on her back and using my energy to check. She visibly relaxed, but as soon as my energy left, her body softened, and she couldn't hold back a soft moan. My eyes twitching. "What are you doing, big sister? Making such strange sounds." She also realized it. Her face turned so red it could roast meat, wishing she could find a crack in the ground to hide in. After confirming that everything was fine, I finally asked her what happened yesterday. But then she turned around and questioned me. "Are you deliberately trying to send me away to fight someone?" Is it someone from Zhujian? This woman is unpredictable. She even grabbed my hand, leaning forward, in a posture that looked just like a domineering queen teasing her little boyfriend. I quickly asked her to come down first and told her about what happened to Yang Jin yesterday, and I took out his belongings. When she heard that Yang Jin was dead, her eyes instantly turned red. She said that her second sister's death and the death of her former confidant were all related to Yang Jin. As she spoke, she suddenly crashed into my arms, hugging me tightly and crying uncontrollably. Once she calmed down, we sat down to analyze the situation. She told me that her sister, Zhu Jian, was at level 35 and had a mysterious soul sane under her command, along with 5 or 6 soul kings and a large number of soul sect members. And what about us? Just the 2 of us? I asked with the last glimmer of hope. Is there really no hidden backup plan or anything? She silently shook her head. Goodness, I felt like we were already done for. I looked at her and patted my chest, saying, no problem. Your top priority right now is to quickly level up to 20 and obtain your second soul ring. I'll take care of that soul sage under your sister. Wait, she interrupted me. You're only level 44. She looked incredulous. 44. You killed the 68 level Yang Jin? I have some trump cards that allow me to fight above my level. Can you really kill a soul sage? She asked again. I shrugged my shoulders and said, I can't kill her. Do you think a soul sage is as easy as cabbage? Seeing her looking worried again, I had to explain, I can't kill her, but I will find someone who can deal with the soul sage. You can rest assured. Watching her clumsy expression of wanting to care but not knowing how to start, I smiled indulgently. At that moment, thousands of miles away in Spirit City, in the Pope's Palace, Bibi Dong was sitting on her throne and spoke. Nana will also go out for training tomorrow. Arrange for a powerful female soul Douluo to secretly protect her. She must not take action unless it's a life or death situation. Additionally, she added, is there any news from Shaoling? The people below quickly replied that I was most likely in Douluo City and that they had asked the people there to pay more attention. After hearing this, Bibi Dong waved her hand to dismiss them, stood up alone, and walked towards the back of the hall. Let me tell you, that silhouette was so desolate, and she was mumbling, goodness, in such a large spirit city, I'm the only one left. Who understands this queen's loneliness? It's simply overwhelming. The scene shifted back to my side. As soon as I separated from Zhu Juqing, I immediately put on a disguise mask, changing to an ordinary passerby face, and said to her, Zhu Qing, you go back first. I have something to take care of, and I'll find you later. This girl is smart. She didn't ask any more questions and just nodded before leaving. Once she was gone, I quickly slipped away and used my lightness skill to dash around the city like a headless fly. I tell you, for the past few days, I felt like there were eyes on my back, like a 24-hour surveillance, which was really uncomfortable. But whenever I used my spiritual power to scan, the person would immediately disappear, slippery as an eel. At first, I thought it was someone sent by Zhu Juqing's sister, but then I realized it didn't make sense, as I had just made a grudge with her sister, Zhu Zhuyun, yesterday, and the timing didn't match. With that ruled out, the target was locked in, Lan Xingqian, that kid who fought with me over items in the little treasure pavilion. This guy was just tailing me without making a move, leaving me with no way to handle it. But could I just sit back and do nothing? Impossible. This time I went to the spirit hall, not only to find someone to deal with the soul saint by Zhu Jiyun's side, but also to swat this hidden fly. Standing at the magnificent entrance of the spirit hall in Xinglua City, I couldn't help but laugh and cry. Back then, I worked so hard to shake off the people sent by my teacher to pursue freedom, and now here I was, short on manpower and had to show up in person. If Bibi Dong, who was far away in the spirit city, found out about this, her expression would probably be quite interesting. There was no way around it. Plans can't compare to fate, and if I lacked strength, I had to admit defeat. I strode right in. Through some special means, I directly met with the higher-ups here. Without saying a word, I took out the Pope's order that Bibi Dong had given me and slammed it on the table. Call your highest official, the Platinum Bishop, to see me. When those people saw the token, they were stunned, their legs going weak. This was the Pope's order. Seeing the order was like seeing the Pope in person. In no time, a Platinum Bishop named Marchin, an old man who looked a bit thin, hurried over respectfully. I'll get straight to the point. Bishop Ma, no need to be polite. I need you to help me with something. Find me a few soul masters above level 70. Preferably those who seem to have no connection to the spirit hall and have household registration in the Douluo Empire. The old man was directly stunned. Elder, what are you planning to do? I coolly replied with 2 words. Settle it down. Marchin was speechless at that moment. I then asked him, if I bring the Pope's order here, do you have to report to His Holiness? He hesitated for a moment, but still nodded. All right. I ripped off the disguise mask on my face, revealed my true self, and smiled at him. Then, please send my regards to my teacher. Goodness. That old man's eyes nearly popped out, and his mouth was open wide enough to fit an egg. He probably remembered the secret letter that Douluo sent before and was trying to figure out the code. I couldn't be bothered with him, put my mask back on, waved my hand, and left. Your Excellency, please arrange for someone to find me at the Starry Hotel as soon as possible. On the other side, Zhu Zhuqing returned home and took a comfortable bath. The little girl was soaking in the water, probably thinking that the recent events felt like a dream. If it weren't for meeting me, she might have lost her life by now. After she finished her bath and changed her clothes, her third sister, Zhu Zhuting, came over. This third sister was the only one in the family who was close to her. As soon as they met, she began to interrogate her. Zhuqing, you didn't come back last night? Who were you with? Zhu Zhuqing's face turned red, and she stammered that it was just an ordinary friend. Her third sister clearly didn't believe her and earnestly advised her. I know you're feeling wronged, but you're engaged to a prince. Even if he's a coward, he's still a member of the royal family. Don't be foolish and end up harming yourself. Zhu Zhuqing hurriedly explained, saying they really had nothing going on, and she had a fiancé too. She turned around, looking outside the balcony with a resolute tone. Third sister, I don't want to talk about any romantic feelings right now. I just want to get stronger and defeat Zhu Zhuyun. I've made up my mind. I want to participate in the Starry Ancient Realm a month from now. Upon hearing this, her third sister exploded. Are you crazy? That place only opens once every 2 years, and it's extremely dangerous. Davis and Zhu Zhuyun will go there, accompanied by a bunch of lackeys. They might show you some face outside, but once you're in the ancient realm, it's like seeking death. You're just a level 20 soul master. Won't you be delivering your head to them? Zhu Zhuqing was very stubborn. Third sister, don't worry. The entrance to the ancient realm has become increasingly restricted. This year, even soul kings probably can't get in. Besides, the teleportation inside is random. I might not even run into them. I'm willing to gamble my life for a chance to win. Just as the sisters were getting emotional, I happened to arrive. As soon as I walked in, I saw the scene. Her third sister, Zhu Zhuting, quickly wiped her tears, gave me a meaningful glance, and found an excuse to slip away. Before leaving, she even gave me a gesture like a lip-reading expert, telling me to go find her in the garden. The room was left with just me and Zhu Zhuqing, and the atmosphere instantly became awkward. I told her the high-end combat power is sorted out. Within 3 days, we won't have to fear your sister, that soul saint. Then we just sat there, staring at each other in silence, engaging in ineffective social interaction. I tell you, that whole afternoon, I drank 18 cups of tea and made 5 trips to the bathroom. It wasn't until it got dark that I found an excuse to slip away, promising to come back tomorrow to teach her the ultimate moves. I just came out of Zhu Zhuqing's courtyard and went to the garden as agreed. Zhu Zhuqing was already waiting there. Without any small talk, she directly asked me if I knew about the Xingluo ancient realm. I said I didn't know. She then educated me on the dangers of that place, saying it was a trial secret realm exclusive to the Xingluo royal family and her Zhu family, and even the spirit hall was unaware of it. Even Soul Douluo could face disaster inside. In the end, she looked at me with a very earnest expression. I'm telling you this not to have you accompany her to her death, but to persuade her to give up and take her away. Get her out of this damned place. I listened in silence for a long time and then replied with 2 words. I'm sorry. She was immediately anxious. Are you refusing? Are you just going to watch her go to her death? I sighed and said, of course not. I made up my mind to accompany her into that ancient realm. You know your sister better than I do, with her temperament. Even if I knocked her out and took her away, she would never be happy in her life. So, I might as well indulge her craziness. After listening, Zhu Zhuting was stunned and could only helplessly agree to help me arrange a spot to enter the ancient realm. When she left, I was furious. This little girl hid such a big matter from me. I almost rushed back to confront her, but then I thought, she must be asleep by now. I'll talk to her tomorrow. The next morning, just after I finished my training and was about to head out, someone knocked on the door. When I opened it, a muscular man like a tower stood at the door, with dark skin and an intimidating look. He smiled honestly and handed me a letter. You must be Jiang Ling, the young master, right? My name is Nujan, a level 78 soul saint of the assault system, with a martial, soul-violent ape king. I am here under the orders of Bishop Malchin to protect you. Wow, Bishop Malkin's efficiency is astonishing. I looked at the letter and realized that old man Zhu Douluo had already tipped him off and stole my identity. No wonder Malchin was so enthusiastic. I asked Nujan if he noticed anything unusual when he arrived. He said there were 2 groups watching the hotel. One was a soul saint, who he scared away, and the other, who was good at tracking, slipped away before he got there. Nu Zhan is very honest. Knowing they were monitoring me, he immediately knelt down and apologized, saying he didn't act in time. I quickly helped him up, thinking to myself, this guy could be useful. He took the initiative to volunteer, saying, "Young master, that soul saint hasn't gone far. I'll take care of him to redeem my mistake." I waved my hand. "Don't kill him yet. Just teach him a lesson. We still have to deal with each other in the future." After dealing with these matters, it was already afternoon. I finally made my way to the Zhu family, and by coincidence, I ran into Zhu Zhuyun in the courtyard. She was so angry that her face had turned green. One of the two subordinates she sent to kill me was missing, and the other was seriously injured. She stopped me and gritted her teeth, saying, "Jiang Ling, do you really want to go against me? Whatever Zhu Zhuqing gives you, I'll give you double." I couldn't help but laugh at that moment. I glanced around her and said deliberately, "I'm the door attendant for the fourth miss, and the payment she offers is something you can't afford." This made her really angry, and she turned to leave. After taking a couple of steps, she stopped and turned back to ask me, "The person who acted that night was you, right?" I couldn't be bothered with her and went straight to Zhu Zhuqing's yard. When I got there, the little girl was practicing. As soon as she saw me, she retracted her martial soul and said with a hint of complaint in her tone, "You didn't come in the morning, and I've already finished absorbing my second soul ring." I sat down and explained it to her. She was straightforward and said, "Brother Jiang, do you want to try the power of my second soul skill?" Hey, she wanted me to let her show off. All right. I stood up, put my left hand behind my back, and said, "Come on. I'll let you use one hand and no martial soul." The little girl's face darkened. Who does she think she's looking down on? As soon as her martial soul activated, her figure moved so fast that it left after images. I closed my eyes, relying solely on my instincts, and dodged her attack with a sideways movement. As a result, her claws grazed my abs, tearing my shirt with a swish. My heart sank. I had been careless and didn't evade. The act failed, so I had to pretend again. I gestured with my right hand to invite her. This only made her angrier. She kicked with a high knee. A high kick came toward me. I tilted my head to dodge and managed to grab her ankle. You can't deny it. This girl is really flexible. I complimented her waist, and she actually scolded me for being a lecher. After a few exchanges, she realized she couldn't force me to use both hands, and in a fit of anger, she went all out. First soul skill, ghostly piercing. But guess what? It was a feint. She called out the first soul skill, but used the newly learned second soul skill, ghostly hunter claws. Hundreds of claw shadows came pouring in. Now I couldn't afford to be careless. I brought my hands together and activated the golden bell shield. When Zhu Zhuqing saw that I wasn't dodging or evading, her face turned pale, and she actually tried to forcefully retract her attack. As a result, there was a puff sound, and her soul power backfired. Before her attack could reach me, she felt a sweet taste in her throat. By the time her attack was completely blocked by the golden bell shield, I had just retracted my soul power and was about to compliment her when I saw her face turn white, and she fell straight backward. I quickly rushed over and hugged her. This silly girl, in order to avoid hurting me, ended up knocking herself out. I carried her to the bed and infused her with some genuine energy. Fortunately, there wasn't much of a problem. It's just that her heart is a bit too kind. She slept until the afternoon before waking up. As soon as she opened her eyes, she saw me leaning by the bed. Our eyes met, and the atmosphere became a bit subtle. I quickly found an excuse to check her pulse. The little girl was very obedient at that moment and softly greeted me. Once I confirmed that she was fine, I went to cook some porridge for her. Watching her sip it slowly, I finally sat back down by the bed and looked at her seriously. "Zhuqing," I asked, "is there anything you want to tell me?" I want her to tell me about the starry ancient realm in her own words. She was taken aback for a moment, then quickly reacted, panicking. "Already know? Brother Jiang, I didn't mean to hide it from you." This girl, not afraid of death, just afraid I would misunderstand her. The starry ancient realm is a world of its own, and the situation is too complicated. Even soul fighters have died in there. Brother Jiang, with your talents, you really shouldn't take such life-threatening risks for me. As soon as I heard this, my heart skipped a beat, knowing that this girl truly regarded me as one of her own. But could I say I was doing it for her? That would make me seem like I had ulterior motives, right? I quickly made up for it, saying I'm the kind of person who loves to go wherever it's dangerous, just to gain experience, and if I can lend you a hand, I sent that a great deal. She didn't say anything more, and I knew then that this matter was settled. Before leaving, I couldn't help but ruffle her hair and said, "From now on, I'll be your teacher, teaching you agility." As soon as I stepped out of the Zhu family gate, I was taken aback to see Uncle Nu standing there like a gatekeeper all afternoon. Who understands this, right? A soul saint, capable of being a powerhouse of a middle-tier family, is here to guard the gate for me. With this kind of presence, I feared I might get beaten up on my way. I told him he didn't have to do this, but he insisted, saying it was his mission to protect the young master's safety and provide support at any time. All right then, you are the boss. On the other hand, just as I left, Zhu Zhuqing's third sister entered her room and came clean, admitting that she was the one who tipped me off. Now that she had lost all her soul power and was rendered useless, she couldn't help her sister and could only find another survival partner, which was me. Sigh. What kind of situation is this? In the following half-month, I practiced with Uncle Nu every day, and what was the result? Pure military training. Once he activated his fourth soul skill, a thing called Savage Shield, I couldn't even break through his defense. I was really frustrated and asked him, Uncle Nu, what should I do if I encounter an unmovable iron turtle like you in the future? Guess what he said? He said, then just work hard on your cultivation and improve your soul power. I believe with your talent, young master, you'll be invincible at the same rank. At that moment, I felt emo. Really, listening to his words felt like being told something profound. It seemed even AI could chat better than him. Before I knew it, it was time to enter the ancient realm. Zhu Zhuqing's eldest sister, Zhu Zhuyun, came with 7 or 8 people. And the way they looked at me was like they had poison in their eyes. You can't hide the intention to stab someone. I returned them a warm smile, maintaining a peaceful mindset. Her father, a titled Douluo at level 89, came out to say a few formal words. I secretly used my broken eye of illusion to glance at him and almost got caught on the spot. That feeling was like being caught playing with my phone in class by the homeroom teacher from the back door. Then, an old man from the palace came out and started rambling about a bunch of rules, like how the gate would only be open for a month. You'd be teleported randomly inside, and you'd have to find a teleportation array to get out, and the map might not even be accurate. Then the crown prince, Davis, that arrogant guy, made a gesture of cutting his throat at me right before entering, threatening to wait for me inside. I just laughed. Wait for you? Do you think you're worthy? I communicated with Zhu Zhuqing, saying we'd meet at Dongming Mountain, and then I stepped in. Guess what happened next? I landed and was immediately greeted by a door-killing scene. A saber-toothed tiger over 3 meters tall came charging at me, and I quickly turned it into a roasted tiger for the campfire party. Just as I was gnawing on a tiger leg, worrying about Zhu Zhuqing, I suddenly sensed a fight ahead. I flew over on my sword and saw 2 men and a woman being beaten up by Frost 3-headed flood dragon. One of the men had even wet his pants and was kneeling on the ground, bowing his head. I initially didn't want to get involved, but the girl recognized me at a glance and shouted, I know where Zhu Zhuqing is. Please save us. As soon as I heard this, I immediately rushed down. Using 2 moves, Flying Dragon in the Sky and Divine Dragon's 9 transformations, driving that dragon away. The girl, still shaken, told me that she had teleported with Zhu Zhuqing, only to be surrounded and beaten by the Crown Prince's men. Zhu Zhuqing was seriously injured and had run towards the southeast direction of the Liang Gorge. I was instantly furious and told the 3 of them to take care of themselves and quickly find their way home. Then, I flew on my sword at full speed towards the Liang Gorge, with only one thought in my mind. This foolish girl really had the worst luck. When I arrived, I heard a few punks chatting. One of them said, what a pity for that Zhu Zhuqing girl. She'd rather jump off a cliff than let us catch her. Tot figure. Another one was even more disgusting, saying something like better to die under the peony than to live as a ghost. I tell you, my blood boiled at that moment. Without a second thought, I unleashed a scorching sword energy and split the first loudmouth in half. The remaining 2 were dumbfounded. Did they want to fight me? 2 soul realm cultivators were nothing in front of me. In just a few moves, one was pierced through the forehead by my sword energy, and the other had his limbs crippled and collapsed on the ground. I dragged the last breath of that guy and made him take me to the place where Zhu Zhuqing jumped off the cliff. He actually dared to negotiate with me. Thinking he could save his life, I poked his kneecap with a finger, and he immediately became obedient. When we reached the edge of the cliff, I looked at the bottomless abyss and thought about how Zhu Zhuqing might be gone just like that. Anger and sadness mixed together, and I ended that bastard with a single strike. Considering he didn't mouth off, I spared his ashes and kicked his body down the cliff. Dead or alive, I wanted to see the person or their corpse. That thought was all that filled my mind as I protected myself with my soul power and jumped down after him. Let me tell you, it was like a giant oven down there. The temperature was absurdly high, and even the body I kicked down spontaneously ignited halfway. I don't know how long I fell, and just when my soul power was almost depleted, I finally reached the bottom. Then I saw Zhu Zhuqing. She was lying there, but who understands? She didn't have a single piece of clothing on, all burned away. I quickly took out some clothes from my space to cover her, but as soon as I pulled them out, poof, they turned to ashes too. I was stunned at that moment, and in the end, my soul power was completely drained, and even my own clothes were gone. Well, now, this is great. We meet in our true forms. At that moment, I couldn't care about feeling embarrassed. I reached out to touch her skin, and only then realized that the long rainbow true chi I had used to heal her earlier was protecting her heart veins. I quickly picked her up and looked for a way out. To be honest, that feeling, I hurriedly recited the cleansing heart mantra, not daring to think too much. After walking for what felt like an eternity, exhausted and thirsty, just when I thought I was about to collapse, I discovered a small lake. I quickly gave her some water, then jumped in myself. Let me tell you, that feeling was invigorating. The lake water was not only refreshing, but also restored soul power and healed injuries. It was like a miraculous blessing. I hurriedly brought her into the water to heal as well. However, I was just too tired and ended up falling asleep in the water. When I woke up again, it was to the sound of Zhu Zhuqing's screams. She had woken up, saw me, and then saw herself, curling up in shock, her face turning beet red. Ah, don't look. Turn around. I was so embarrassed that I could have dug out a 3-bedroom apartment with my toes at the bottom of the lake. I quickly turned my back to put on my clothes and handed hers over. After she got dressed, I explained what had happened. After listening, she lowered her head and quietly asked, "So, does that mean you saw me completely?" I braced myself and nodded. She asked again, "Did you see everything?" I froze for a moment, then realized what she meant and could only nod again. Then she trembled and asked me, "So do you hate me?" I was completely taken aback at that moment, thinking, what on earth? Dislike? I blurted out, "Why dislike? It's quite beautiful." After saying that, I wanted to slap myself in my mouth. She buried her head even lower and said it was said that such a physique was unlucky. Only then did I realize it was this kind of feudal superstition. I quickly explained to her that it was all nonsense, and then, in a moment of impulse, I confessed to her, saying, "After I help you defeat Zhu Zhiyun, will you come with me? I'll take care of the marriage contract." She didn't agree right away, only saying that I saved her life, and she owed me a lot. Sigh, never mind, let's take it slow. In order to continue recovering our soul power, and since we couldn't just sit in a lake together, I chopped down a big tree and threw it into the middle of the lake as a partition, each of us on one side. After recovering, we decided to go back and investigate the secret at the bottom of the cliff. The temperature kept rising as we walked back, so I had to hold her hand, using my soul power to help her withstand the heat. We eventually found the place where she had heard the roar, a deep well with a diameter of 2 meters, from which waves of heat and chilling roars emerged. I hesitated a bit, fearing for her safety. But this girl was even braver than I was. She directly said, "Since we're here, I'll face the challenges with you." Good. Upon hearing that, my blood boiled, and I hugged her waist, jumping straight down. The world below the well was a fiery red. It wasn't a well at all, but an endless space of flames, with violent currents of fire everywhere. We felt like we had fallen into a gigantic alchemy furnace, and the temperature was skyrocketing. Let me tell you, it felt like being thrown into the 8 trigrams furnace of the Supreme Old Lord, with the maximum fire on and forgetting to turn off the timer. My vital energy shield was sizzling from the heat, and I felt like every inch of my skin was crying out in agony. My throat was as dry as the Sahara Desert, and it was a struggle to say anything to Zhu Zhuqing. I could barely squeeze out a few words after holding it in for a long time, urging her to quickly take some water from my jade pendant. Goodness, that spring water was also a magical thing. In such a place, it was surprisingly cool and refreshing. Zhu Zhuqing didn't care about anything else and directly fed me water from the pouch. At that moment, I was holding up the shield with one hand and had to tightly hug her with the other, leaving me no way to free my hands. After I finished drinking, she finally took a few sips herself. We were falling mechanically, and I was almost numb as I watched my true energy and soul power nearing depletion. I started to panic. I had to save enough strength to fly back with my sword. Gritting my teeth, I said to her, "Zhuqing, hold on for another half an hour. If we haven't reached the bottom by then, we'll retreat." However, 15 minutes passed, and below us was still a sea of fire. Another 10 minutes went by, and I really couldn't hold on any longer. Just as I was about to say we should head back, Zhu Zhuqing suddenly shouted, "Brother Jiang, there's a change below." I suddenly looked down, and, to my shock, amidst the endless fire, a black that was appearing and growing larger. I instinctively yelled at her, "Zhuqing, close your eyes." Almost at the same time, I hurriedly activated my eye of falsehood. With a bang, we both fell directly from the sea of fire into a pure darkness. Thankfully, I reminded her quickly. Otherwise, with that sudden switch from light to dark, her eyes would have been ruined. Before long, we felt solid ground beneath our feet, and we finally landed. This place was not hot at all. Instead, a cool breeze was blowing, accompanied by a faint moonlight, making it incredibly comfortable. I shook the Zhu Zhuqing I was holding in my arms. You can open your eyes now. As soon as she opened her eyes, both of us were stunned. In front of us was an enormous stone door, absurdly large, with 3 ancient characters carved on it. Demon Suppression Well. My mind was racing, and I quickly went through all the ancient texts of the Spear Hall, but there was absolutely no record of this thing. I asked her to follow closely behind me and cautiously leaned in to take a look. This place was eerily empty, filled only with stones and water, and it was so quiet it was unsettling. When I reached the door, I discovered that it was covered in densely packed murals. The moment I saw them, my CPU nearly fried. How could this thing appear in Douluo continent? Zhu Zhuqing saw my shocked expression and asked if I recognized it. How could I not recognize it? I pointed at the mural depicting a creature with a human face and a serpent body, its whole body a deep red. And my voice trembled. This is the divine beast Zhu Long. With eyes closed, it's night. With eyes open, it's day. It neither eats nor drinks nor breathes. And it can summon wind and rain like a deity. My first thought was that if the true body of the candle dragon was suppressed in this well, then we had to run away quickly, not staying even a second longer. But as I continued to look down, my expression changed from panic to ecstasy. Ha ha ha, Zhuqing, we're in luck. In my excitement, I picked her up and spun around several times. Family, who understands? She was wearing my black robe, and when I hugged her, her icy expression that she had maintained for so many years completely broke down, turning as red as an apple. I quickly put her down and pointed to the mural to explain. It's not about suppressing the candle dragon at all. Instead, it shows that the candle dragon was injured and fled after a great battle, but the treasure it was holding in its mouth, the innate fire essence, fell here. Without the suppression of the candle dragon, the fire essence gained intelligence after countless years and began to wreak havoc, causing chaos in the world. Then, the rulers at that time sent 2 daughters, the 2 unbelievably beautiful goddesses depicted in the mural, known as the water goddess of Xiaoxiang, to subdue this thing. In the end, they sealed the fire essence in this demon suppression well and set up a great formation to cleanse its demonic energy. So, it's not some great demon in there. It's a treasure that has gained intelligence. I excitedly explained to her. She still had a cold expression, so I couldn't help but want to tease her, reaching out to put my hand on her shoulder. Hey, discovering such a miracle. Why aren't you excited at all? Come on, learn from me, haha. The veins on her forehead bulged. She probably didn't expect this more playful side of me. She tried to break free, but I held on tighter. She sighed and said, let us hurry inside. We shouldn't waste any more time. As soon as I thought about it, I let her go. As a result, I didn't know what went wrong, but my hand that had slid down from her shoulder ended up slapping downwards, making a crisp and loud sound. That's it. I've messed up big time. She froze completely, her face turning bright red, looking at me in disbelief, and squeezed out 2 words. You. I was stunned at that moment. My mind couldn't process it, and my hands moved on their own. I could only pretend nothing happened and coughed lightly. I'll let you off this time. Then I quickly turned my head to look for the mechanism to open the door, not daring to look at her at all. She must have already cursed me as the biggest scumbag of the century, definitely thinking, you Jiang Ling, you really want to have your cake and eat it too? Go ahead and dream your grand dream. I finally found a protruding stone and pressed it, and with a rumble, the magnificent stone door slowly opened. We stood side by side, waiting for the door to open, and then stepped inside. The originally dim hall was instantly illuminated. In the center of the hall was a circular platform, topped with a blue shield covering a ball of crimson flames. Above the shield, there hung a green bamboo with 9 segments. As soon as I saw the situation, I knew that the runes on the ground must be the purification array. I casually took out a piece of clothing from my jade pendant and tossed it in to test the waters. To my surprise, just as the clothing flew halfway up, a spear made of condensed water shot out from the ground and pierced it right through. With that speed, I can confidently say I wouldn't be able to dodge it. At that moment, the red fire covered by the shield rolled around and actually transformed into a completely crimson, super cute little flame cat, meowing at us. Could it be that it's the innate fire essence? Zhu Zhuqing was stunned. I'm also a bit speechless. This little cutie causing chaos in the world? What a joke. When the little cat saw us coming, it got so excited that it rolled around in the cage, and it kept pointing at the green bamboo above its head with its little paw, meowing nonstop. I tentatively asked, do you want me to help you take down that bamboo? Its little head nodded like it was pounding garlic. I exchanged a glance with Zhu Zhuqing, and we both understood. I shrugged and said, but this formation is too fierce. If I go in, I'll be turned into a porcupine. Upon hearing this, the little cat raised its front paw and patted its chest, as if to say, leave it to me. Then it dispersed its form and transformed back into a ball of flames, which suddenly surged dramatically. The formation of the entire hall began to destabilize, and the roar coming from the flames was the same terrifying growl we had heard outside before. I quickly threw another piece of clothing inside, and this time, there were no long spears. It was using its own power to resist the formation. I instantly understood and wanted to act with the Changhong sword in hand. But I hesitated again. What if the mural didn't reveal everything? If this thing was released and turned out to be a ruthless demon that indiscriminately kills? Wouldn't that put Zhu Zhuqing in danger as well? I was still torn about it, but Zhu Zhuqing was even more decisive than I was. Not wanting to become my burden, she immediately used her second soul skill, Nether 100 Claws, to strike at that bamboo. Zhuqing, she had already taken action, so I couldn't hesitate any longer. I activated all three of my soul skills at once, using my strongest attack, Long Rainbow, piercing the sun, and both attacks hit simultaneously. With a crack, the bamboo fell in response. The array patterns on the ground instantly dimmed, and the blue shield on the platform shattered with a bang. That ball of red light rushed towards me at lightning speed. I barely had time to react before it transformed into a cat form, diving into my arms and rubbing against me, softly mewing, mew mew. I let out a breath, and Zhu Zhuqing was so startled that she broke out in a cold sweat. I carefully held the little cat, noticing its pupils were a light red, clean, and pure, with no hint of ferocity. I couldn't muster even a bit of resistance. It reached out its tiny paw, trying to touch my forehead. Instinctively, I leaned back, causing its ears to droop and revealing a pitiful expression. How cute. Zhu Zhuqing beside me was completely melted by its cuteness, laughing out loud as she reached out to take it. The fire cat turned its head and reached out its paw to Zhu Zhuqing, who obediently pressed her forehead against it. The next second, a soft, tender child's voice echoed directly in her mind. Mother, does father not like me? Zhu Zhuqing was instantly petrified, her face turning so red it seemed like blood could drip from it, completely stunned by the word mother. I noticed something was off with her expression, so I asked her what was wrong. She stammered for a long time without being able to say anything. I decided to take matters into my own hands and grab the other paw of the kitten, placing it on my forehead. Dad, do you hate me? Wow, I'm totally shocked. A cat just called me Dad. Wait, why are you calling me Dad? I quickly asked in my mind. Because you and Mom saved me. The little cat's voice echoed in both of our minds. Zhu Zhuqing was holding the cat, and I was holding its paw. We were so close that when we heard this, we suddenly turned our heads, our eyes met, and our noses bumped into each other. Ouch! We both let go at the same time like we had been electrocuted, and the little kitten fell to the ground with a thud, starting to whimper. Wah wah. Mother doesn't want me anymore. Zhu Zhuqing was heartbroken and quickly picked it up, standing far away from me. To ease the awkwardness, I quickly changed the subject. Hey, why can we hear you speak now without touching foreheads? It made a couple of chirping sounds, which automatically translated to, because we've already established a language link. So, can you change form? I really can't handle being called Dad by a cat. The little kitten understood, jumped down from Zhu Zhuqing's arms, and slowly transformed into a little girl about 50 to 60 centimeters tall, dressed in red, with delicate features. In that instant, I finally understood what it meant to be a daughter slave. Daddy and Mommy, is this okay? The little girl asked happily, spinning around. That's too much. I stepped forward to hug her, declaring, from today on, I, Jiang Ling, am a dad. However, Zhu Zhuqing was closer and had already picked her up, asking for her name. The little girl scratched her head and said she didn't know, asking us to give her one. Zhu Zhuqing glanced at me, signaling me to come up with a name. I looked at the little girl snuggling in her arms, feeling a bit jealous, and casually said, since you're all fiery, let's call you Little Fire. Zhu Zhuqing shot me a glare, probably thinking that my perfect persona had taken another hit. The little girl began to cry. Daddy is mean. I don't want this name. Okay, I was just joking. I quickly surrendered, thought for a moment, and said, how about we call you Zhu Ling? From now on, we'll call you Linger, okay? Good. Thank you, Daddy and Mommy. Linger was overjoyed. I asked Zhu Zhuqing what she thought, and she was taken aback for a moment before she came to her senses and said that as long as the child likes it, it's fine. Little did I know that she had already misheard Zhu Ling as Zhu Ling, thinking I was really hinting at something. I was just about to say, let Daddy hug you. But then Linger directly replied with a blow. Mommy's arms are much more comfortable than Daddy's, soft and fragrant. Daddy's arms are too hard. I was stunned on the spot. Zhu Zhuqing's face turned red, and she said softly, "Linger, don't talk nonsense." I could only cough twice, using the excuse that it would tire my mother to hold her, which allowed me to finally trick Linger into my arms. Holding her, I didn't forget the main issue and asked her if there were any other treasures in this great hall. Linger tilted her little head and thought for a moment, then brought over the bamboo that we had knocked down earlier. Is this what Daddy was talking about? There's only this one bamboo here, and Linger doesn't like it because it has that annoying water energy inside. I picked up the bamboo and found 3 characters carved on it. Xiang Fei Zhu. I twisted the middle section, and with a snap, the bamboo surprisingly opened, revealing a droplet of water in the shape of a tear floating inside. What pure water power! Linger looked disdainful but pulled on Zhu Zhuqing's clothes, saying, "But this thing is great for Mother. If Mother uses it, she could be reborn and become very strong." As soon as I heard that, my eyes lit up. So amazing. "Zhuqing, you should use it right now." She started to be polite with me again, saying she hadn't contributed much and that this thing was too precious. I directly interrupted her. "Zhu Zhuqing, you are not allowed to be so polite with me from now on." She wanted to give the item to me, saying that I had good talent and could become stronger by using it. But then Linger jumped out first, anxious. "No, Daddy can't use it. Daddy's fire attribute is too strong. If he uses this, it will be incompatible with the fire, and he will definitely die." See, even Linger said I can't use it. So now you can accept it with peace of mind, right? I handed her the Xiangfei bamboo. Only then did Zhu Zhuqing hesitate and take it. She found a place to sit cross-legged, preparing to absorb it, and at that moment, Linger suddenly transformed back in her cat form, weakly saying, "Daddy, I'm so hungry and so tired." As soon as I heard her say she was hungry, I instinctively glanced at Zhu Zhuqing's chest. Zhu Zhuqing blushed. "What are you looking at me for?" "Linger is hungry." "Oh, I know that without having given birth, there is no milk. It doesn't seem matter how big they are." I asked Linger, "Do you want to take a nap first? When we go up, I'll find you some beast milk to drink." "What is beast milk?" Linger wanted the thing that was in her father's hand earlier. I was stunned. What was I just holding? The Changhong sword? I summoned the sword and waved it. "This one?" "Uh-huh." Linger jumped directly out of Zhu Zhuqing's arms and crashed into the Changhong sword. Then with a whoosh, she disappeared without a trace. "Linger, Zhu Zhuqing," and I exclaimed in unison. "Huh? What's wrong, Daddy and Mommy?" Linger's voice actually came from inside the sword. I calmed down when I realized that my Changhong sword had changed. The entire blade had turned crimson, with a flowing magma-like center, entwined with Linger-esque flames. Let me tell you, this power has directly upgraded from blue equipment to a fiery orange weapon. ISNT, this the spirit of the sword. Mother, Father. The environment inside the sword is great. I'll live here from now on. By the way, Father, I don't want beast milk. I want to eat flames. The higher the quality, the better. I'm going to sleep now. I'm so tired. Linger fell silent, and I comforted Zhu Zhuqing, saying she must have exhausted too much energy and that we would find high-quality flames to feed her once we got out. Only then did Zhu Zhuqing feel reassured and began to focus on absorbing that drop of divine liquid. While I protected her, I was calculating the gains from this experience. It seemed like I hadn't gained anything, but in reality, I made a huge profit. With Linger as my sword spirit, the power of my sword increased exponentially. After an unknown amount of time, Zhu Zhuqing's soul power skyrocketed from level 20 to 28, 29, and finally broke through to level 30. It was truly a dream of 10 levels. She finally woke up, and at the moment she opened her eyes, I seemed to see a vast ocean in her gaze. She noticed me staring at her and blushed. "What are you looking at? Is there something on my face?" I came to my senses and asked her how she felt. She said not only had the hidden injuries from previous battles healed completely, but her martial soul had also been reshaped and her strength had skyrocketed. Now, if she fought her sister again, she could easily crush her. That's great. Achieving the title of Douluo before the age of 30 is definitely not a problem. I was genuinely happy for her. Just as I finished speaking, she suddenly threw herself into my arms, burying her head on my shoulder and crying. She said that when she came in, she had made up her mind to die, and that Zhu Zhuyan had become her heart's demon, a chasm she couldn't cross even after 10 years. I gently held her, wiped away her tears, and said with a smile, "Smile, you will look so lovely. Your brother Jiang will love you deeply for being so courageous." She looked at me, suddenly broke into a smile, then closed her eyes, tiptoed, and kissed me. I was forcefully kissed. Family. Does anyone understand? At that moment, my mind went blank, and afterward, I could only think, damn, that was too much. I actually forgot to stick out my tongue. On the way back, the atmosphere became a bit awkward. I was struggling to fly up on my sword, and after she kissed me, She turned away and didn't say a word, leaving me with a beautiful view of the back of her head. Fortunately, Ling was in the sword with me. I'm fire attribute, and she absorbed the water power, so the flames in the well were no longer a threat to us, making it much faster to go up than to come down. When we finally reached the ground, I took one last look at the well and suggested to her that we should find someone to ask how many days we've been in here. Okay, she replied obediently, having absorbed the water power, making her demeanor much gentler. We followed the map towards the center of this small world and passed by the lake where we had previously confronted each other in the nude. To our astonishment, the once vast lake was now completely dry, with not a single drop of water left. I told him at the time that it must be because we broke the formation, took that Xiangfei bamboo, and drained all the essence of the water inside. Without the essence, the lake would just evaporate, right? Anyway, we had stayed in that place long enough, so we continued to move forward. Without that cursed weather, time finally passed normally. After another 2 days of walking, I tell you, we finally arrived at the so-called land of cloud rising. As soon as we got there, we ran into a heavyweight. A burly man with golden hair was blocking our way, leading a large group of people. I recognized him. It was Davis, the older brother of Zhu Zhuqing's fiancé and the Grand Prince of the Xingluo Empire. Standing next to him was none other than Zhu Zhuqing's sister, Zhu Jian. Oh, isn't this my dear little sister and her guardian? After hiding for 20 days, you finally decided to come out? Davis's mouth really was full of poison. When I looked behind him, I saw a group of people, and to my surprise, there were 3 old acquaintances among them, the 3 guys I'd saved from the frost 3-headed serpent before. When they saw me, their heads nearly buried in their laps. It was quite awkward. They must have been wondering why I was here, alive and well with Zhu Zhuqing, while the 3 soul masters who had been chasing them were nowhere to be found. It was clear that I had taken care of that situation. My buddy Jiang Ling doesn't indulge him at all. With his arms crossed and a lazy expression, he retorted, "Narrow road for enemies? Just you? Do you even qualify? At most, you're just a clown. As for avoiding you, that's even more of a joke." One of Davis's lackeys immediately jumped out and shouted, "How dare you? Do you know who this is?" Davis waved him off, blocking him, and stared at Jiang Ling with a dark expression. "Kid, do you know my status and your position? Calling me a clown. Do you know the price of speaking out of turn? Let me tell you, Jiang Ling is just a madman." He laughed directly. "Cost? I don't care. I only do what I like. Right now, I just want to hit you." As soon as he finished speaking, whoosh, the Changhong sword came out. A bright red sword energy slashed directly towards Davis's face. How dare he make a move against the Crown Prince? That little sycophant jumped out again, his martial soul manifested, conjuring some kind of mysterious armor shield to block in front, trying to show off. Jiang Ling ignored him, and with a flick of his wrist, he released a crescent-shaped sword energy that came first, smashing into the shield. That mysterious armor shield shattered like paper in an instant. The flames on the sword energy also caught onto that guy's arm. My hand! Your Highness, save me!" That guy screamed as he slapped the fire on his arm. But who understood? That fire was from Linger. Once it touched, it couldn't be extinguished. And the more he slapped, the fiercer it burned. Davis, that little brat, was also ruthless. He didn't even blink as he transformed his soul power into a blade and chopped off that guy's arm with a crack. The severed arm fell to the ground and instantly turned to ash. "Your methods are truly vicious." Davis was furious. Jiang Ling leaned his sword against the ground and laughed. "Don't worry, you chopped off his arm. What does it have to do with me? All right, then let me experience your skills." Davis was furious and immediately unleashed a powerful move. The White Tiger's fierce light wave. A golden light flashed and blinded my eyes. What happened? My buddy formed a golden bell shield right there. Ding. That light beam stopped 3 feet away from him like it was just scratching an itch. Seeing this, Davis created some kind of self-made soul skill, which had decent power, but the golden bell shield dimmed a bit. Jiang Ling directly mocked him. "Let you have 2 moves? Now it's my turn." With one move, the long rainbow wave strike, the sword light surged and directly stabbed toward Davis. Davis hurriedly activated the White Tiger's protective barrier, but it was completely useless. Just as my buddy's sword tip was about to touch Davis's Adam's apple, he suddenly stopped, probably thinking that killing the Crown Prince would be a bit troublesome. At that moment, his girlfriend, Zhu Zhuyan, rushed out to save him, using a move called the Underworld 100 Claws to force Jiang Ling back. Jiang Ling took a few steps back, looking at the two huddled together, and continued to output, "If you can't win, just call for help. Such behavior is very fitting for you." Davis's face turned purple with anger, but he also knew that the gap in strength between him and Jiang Ling was too great. "Zhu Zhuyan, your opponent is me. Zhu Zhuqing stepped forward, and her gaze instantly turned cold. New grudges and old ones must be settled today. Seeing the situation, Zhu Zhuyun decided to escalate things, provocatively raising her head at Zhu Zhuqing. All right, my dear sister, let's practice a bit. Jiang Ling knew that Zhu Zhuqing still didn't have her third soul ring, and she would be at a disadvantage in a fight, but he didn't stop her. He understood that Zhu Zhuqing had waited too long for this day. Zhu Zhuqing stepped forward, fully unleashing her soul power, and her momentum completely stunned Zhu Zhuyun. Level 30. How is this possible? Zhu Zhuyun's face changed dramatically. She couldn't understand how Zhu Zhuqing, who had just absorbed her second soul ring not long ago, seemed to have taken a rocket. Although she was panicking inside, she still put on a tough front and secretly signaled 2 support soul masters in her team. Who could be fooled by such small tricks? My buddy Jiang Ling directly plunged his sword into the ground, exuding an aura of confidence. He looked at the group and declared with a fierce tone, if they fight, anyone who dares to move, one by one, will die. This was mainly directed at Davis. One reckless soul master retorted, don't be too arrogant. There are so many of us. Jiang Ling swiftly pointed his sword at him. Then go ahead and make your move. That guy instantly backed down, not daring to utter a word. After all, the lessons from the past were still fresh. Davis quickly stepped in to mediate. We certainly won't intervene. This is a family matter of theirs, and I trust you won't interfere, right? Jiang Ling scoffed dismissively, completely ignoring him. The message was clear. The rules were set by me. I'll do as I please. Who do you think you are? Davis felt extremely frustrated, but managed to hold back, stopping his agitated subordinates. Goodness, this guy was all about maximizing emotional value, adaptable yet resolute. Over there, Zhu Zhiyun was infuriated seeing Jiang Ling single-handedly dominating the scene, and she began to launch personal attacks. Heh, you really found a good partner, acting all icy and saintly. But your skills in seducing men are quite impressive. Zhu Zhuqing, too lazy to engage in banter, directly used her light wave step to rush forward. Her movements were so graceful that Zhu Zhiyun couldn't even touch her, and after a few exchanges, Zhu Zhiyun had multiple claw marks on her arms. Driven to desperation, Zhu Zhiyun unleashed her ultimate move, the third soul technique, Nether Spring Fall. This was an illusionary attack, and Zhu Zhuqing's eyes went blank, her whole body frozen. Zhuqing, wake up. I was panicking inside. Zhu Zhiyun seized the opportunity to launch a frenzied counterattack, and Zhu Zhuqing instantly suffered numerous wounds. Then came another move, Nether Claw Strike, aimed directly at her vital points. Fortunately, Zhu Zhuqing's body had been modified, allowing her to instinctively evade the fatal blow, though her shoulder was still scratched. Seeing her first attack fail, Zhu Zhiyun unleashed her second soul technique, Nether Hunter Claws. My buddy Jiang Ling tightened his grip on his sword, ready to save her at any moment. But just at that critical moment, a purple golden bell shield suddenly appeared around Zhu Zhuqing. She actually broke free from the illusion by herself. She even created her own soul technique like Jiang Ling. That Nether Hunter Claws hit the golden bell shield. Although it shattered, Zhu Zhuqing only suffered minor injuries. In contrast, Zhu Zhiyun, having exhausted her soul power after consecutive big moves, could barely stand. How could you break free from my soul technique? Zhu Zhiyun was on the verge of collapse. She had lost. Zhu Zhuqing, struggling to maintain her weakened body, said, your illusion is tied to your soul power. Once you're nearly out of soul power, naturally, you can't trap me. What about you? Do you still have enough soul power to kill me? Zhu Zhiyun was terrified. She really feared for her life. That's enough. Zhu Zhuqing's right hand revealed sharp claws, reaching for Zhu Zhiyun's neck. Davis tried to intervene, but Jiang Ling swiftly placed his sword against Davis's neck, coldly saying, stop, or you'll die. Everyone thought Zhu Zhiyun was doomed, but Zhu Zhuqing's claws halted just an inch from her neck. I knew it. This is her. Cold on the outside, but warm on the inside, ultimately soft-hearted. Zhu Zhiyun was scared out of her wits, her back drenched in sweat. Zhu Zhuqing withdrew her hand, turned to Jiang Ling, and despite being covered in wounds, smiled brightly. I won. Just as she finished speaking, she stumbled and fainted. Jiang Ling dashed over and securely held her in his arms. He pointed at the 2 auxiliary soul masters and shouted, quick, heal her. The 2 guys grimaced. We're not healing type. Jiang Ling frowned. With so many of you, not a single healing soul master? Davis bitterly replied. There were 2, but they died at the hands of soul beasts. We came in with 30 people. Those still alive are probably all here. All right, then hand over everything you've obtained here. You hurt my friend. You should at least provide some compensation. Jiang Ling began to negotiate. This made the group explode in protest. Davis quickly calmed everyone down, pulling out a fiery red stone. My lord, we truly gain nothing. This ancient fire rock is a small token of my sincerity as an apology. His subordinates shouted not to, but Davis barked, shut up. Instantly, he won the crowd over. Then he pulled Jiang Ling aside to discuss terms. This kid was quite the talent, speaking in such a grandiose manner about how he and Zhu Qing were a perfect match, and how his useless brother was unworthy of her. Once he became emperor, he would help Jiang Ling annul the engagement. In plain terms, he wanted to win Jiang Ling over. Jiang Ling pierced through his facade. You want me to be your subordinate? Davis quickly denied it, saying he just wanted to make a friend. Jiang Ling took the fire rock, squeezing it until it cracked as a warning, then directly demanded 1,000,000 gold soul coins. Deal. Davis agreed without hesitation. My buddies were all stunned, cursing themselves inside, thinking they should have held back. They definitely should have. After that, Jiang Ling carried Zhu Qing and left. On Davis's side, with this move, he moved his subordinates to tears, each one swearing to follow him to the death. Jiang Ling found a rock wall, opened a stone chamber, and settled Zhu Qing inside. By the time Zhu Qing woke up, it was already dark. He told her about the situation with Davis, and after hearing it, Zhu Qing felt a bit down. She didn't understand why those people always had a scheme against each other. That night, we sat at the cave entrance watching the stars. Given the atmosphere, Zhu Qing felt a bit guilty, thinking that not killing Zhu Zhuyan made her useless. Jiang Ling comforted her, saying that this was kindness, and quoted a line, "The world kisses me with pain, and I repay it with song." Zhu Qing blushed from the compliment. As we talked, Jiang Ling actually laid down on the grass and fell asleep. And then, families. The iconic scene came. Zhu Qing looked at him sleeping and actually secretly took off his disguise mask. Jiang Ling's handsome face was revealed. She stared for a long time, then leaned down and kissed him. She kissed his forehead. After kissing, she naturally lay down beside him, resting her head on his arm, and fell asleep. The next morning, Jiang Ling woke up feeling his arm was sore and wondered how the mask had fallen off. Zhu Qing blushed and lied, saying she didn't know. Jiang Ling didn't think much of it and remembered the everlasting fire rock that Davis had given him, quickly taking it out for Linger. A soft and cute voice came from the Longhong sword, and a fire-red cat shadow darted out, looking extremely weak. She pressed the fire rock to her forehead, and it melted into her. Then she said she needed to grow up and would have to sleep for a while, and when she woke up next time, she would be able to speak properly, and after saying that, she went back into the sword. Jiang Ling joked and teased Zhu Qing. Let's go, child's mother, to prepare supplies for our daughter. Zhu Qing chased after him, embarrassed and hitting him. In the following days, we searched for treasures everywhere and reaped abundant rewards. We also encountered Davis and his group a few times. Now, when they saw us, they ran away like mice encountering a cat, keeping their distance. Until the last day, on a mountain peak, a blue-haired noble boy looked down at all of us and revealed a strange smile. He touched the ring on his hand and said farewell, before turning and stepping into a teleportation array, disappearing. Outside the Xingluo Imperial Palace, as soon as this kid came out, he shouted in panic, "Beast Tide!" The Crown Prince and the others encountered a beast tide. Almost at the same time, on our side, Jiang Ling was preparing to leave with Zhu Qing when his expression suddenly changed. The ground beneath them began to tremble slightly. He flew up and looked back. Good grief. The sight was a dark mass, all-soul beasts, their eyes blood-red, rushing towards us like crazy. Beast tide. It's a beast tide. Hurry and leave. Jiang Ling picked up Zhu Qing and stepped on his flying sword, rushing towards the teleportation array. By the time we hurriedly arrived at the teleportation array, Davis and the others were already there, each one as anxious as ants on a hot pan. Why aren't we leaving yet? Jiang Ling shouted. Davis's face turned pale. The teleportation array has been destroyed. Damn, my heart sank. Davis said that the Soul Beast riot and the teleportation array malfunctioning happening at the same time was definitely someone trying to kill us all here. A girl who understood formations named Dai, Jia, said it would take at least 10 minutes to repair the array. Jiang Ling looked up at the dust rolling towards them and said in a deep voice, "The beast tide will reach here in 5 minutes at most." Davis decisively ordered, "Everyone, prepare for battle." By time for Dai Jia. Just as he finished speaking, someone in the team broke down right there, crying out, "How is this possible? There are so many soul beasts. We will be torn apart. I won't go, I won't go." Good grief. This guy just collapsed right there, hugging Davis's leg and starting to cry, his face covered in snot and tears. Davis was also stunned, clearly a bit at a loss. After all, this order was no different from sending them to their deaths. Seeing his hesitation, I got furious and shouted, "Davis, what are you hesitating for? There's still a half chance if we charge. If we don't charge, we will definitely be wiped out. Choose." This shout snapped him awake. He narrowed his eyes, clenched his fists until they creaked, and shouted to everyone, "Brothers, there's no way back. Do as Jiang says." But that leg-hugging guy Wu-Ti let go, crying even harder. "Your Highness, I don't want to die." I tell you, Davis is quite a ruthless person. His gaze instantly turned cold as he lowly growled, "Those who shake the morale of the army shall be executed." As soon as he finished speaking, with a loud slap, that guy immediately met his end. Family, who understands? Zhu Zhuqing turned pale at that moment, and I quickly grabbed her hand to signal her not to be afraid. To be honest, while Davis's actions were harsh, they were absolutely the right choice in that situation. Keeping such a ticking time bomb would lead the whole team to disaster. The heir of the Starry Empire, aside from being a bit crazy, has some substance. After establishing his authority by killing someone, Davis immediately began to deploy. Dai Jia, do your best to repair the teleportation array. Dai Ming, Dai Yu, you two assist. The rest of you, hold the defense line. Then he turned to look at me, and his gaze was almost begging, his tone incredibly sincere. "Brother Jiang, I know your strength is extraordinary. Please don't hold back. Save the lives of my brothers." His fiancée, Zhu Zhuyun, was dumbfounded beside him, probably seeing her man so humble for the first time. What can I say? It's already come to this. I can only nod and say, "I'll do my best." In less than 5 minutes, the beast tide rushed towards us like it had hit the accelerator, and it was less than 100 meters away from us. The scene was overwhelming. It was simply astonishing. I didn't have time to hide it at that moment, so I directly plunged my sword into the ground, and the fourth soul ring suddenly lit up. A golden shield instantly surrounded all of us. Davis and the others were wide-eyed, their mouths agape, as if they could fit an egg in. This is a 10,000-year soul ring? However, he reacted quickly, stunned for a second before shouting, "What are you staring at? Focus and prepare for battle. Dai Ming, Dai Yu, go buff Brother Jiang." Yes, fourth soul skill, soul power amplification. The two support guys activated their ultimate skills simultaneously. But my shield couldn't hold up. There were too many soul beasts charging at us as if they were free, and I felt my hands shaking. With a crack, 15 seconds, and it shattered. The beast horde pushed forward significantly. I quickly gritted my teeth and cast another one, keeping them at 50 meters away, but in less than half a minute, it shattered again. Goodness, now I was really face to face. I drew my sword and shouted, "Everyone be careful. There are no million-year-olds here, just a bunch of mindless lunatics." Although they were just small fry, I tell you, with this number, even a tidal Douluo would have to suffer in the northwest. We are really not enough to fill the gaps. "Zhu Qing, stay close to me," I shouted, swinging the Changhong sword forward, unleashing various sword techniques. The red sword light, flying out like it was free, instantly clearing a large area. The others reacted as well, and in an instant, various soul skills like the White Tiger's Fierce Light Wave and the Netherworld's 100 Claws illuminated the scene, making it look like a grand audio-visual spectacle, creating a tremendous commotion. I felt like I was invincible, jumping directly into the air and unleashing a series of long rainbow sword techniques, smashing down one after another, swish, 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 like chopping vegetables, sending wave after wave of soul beasts flying. But there were just too many of them. I was playing both the tank and DPS, and I had to find time to heal my teammates. I felt like my blue bar was about to run out. My chest felt like a bellows. After just a minute of fighting, 2 people on our side were already seriously injured and down. At that moment, I had only one thought in my mind. If only I could use a group attack skill. There was no other choice. I had to go all out. I swept my left hand across the sword blade, and the flames on the sword flared up once again. With a long rainbow piercing the sun, I transformed into a small sun and crashed into the beast horde, creating a massive explosion that tore through them. Davis was stunned, fighting while anxiously asking me, "Brother Jiang, how many more times can you use this ultimate move? If we can do it a few more times, we can definitely hold on." He was already numb. The number of enemies I had killed was more than all of them combined. A guy next to me was screaming for help, his arm mangled and bloody, with bone visible. I did my best. I suppressed the surging soul power and swung my sword again, the 9 crescent-shaped blades instantly helping that guy break free. Only 2 minutes left. I tell you, the only ones left standing on the field are me, Zhu Zhuqing, Davis, and 3 tough defensive soul masters. Zhu Zhuqing is not seriously injured because I'm protecting her, but her soul power is running low. Those two support types have already run out of blue soul power, and the others are either severely injured or have already died in battle. Dai Jia, who is repairing the teleportation array, is sweating profusely, and the screams of her teammates and the heavy smell of blood are driving her to the brink of collapse. She can only roar, "Hurry up and restore my power." The light of the sword in my hand has dimmed, and the flames on the blade flicker like a candle struggling against the wind, about to be extinguished at any moment. Zhu Zhuqing looks at me, her nails almost digging in her flesh, and I know she is hurting inside, feeling like a burden. I gritted my teeth and charged up for a powerful strike, just as I unleashed my ultimate move and was still in a daze. A massive snake tail suddenly whipped over from the side, and with a bang, I was sent flying into the herd like a cannonball. "Brother Jiang! Jiang, brother!" Zhu Zhuqing went wild at that moment, screaming and trying to rush in, but her sister Zhu Zhuyun held her back tightly. "Are you trying to get yourself killed?" But she didn't care about that, breaking free and rushing in. As I fell, the defense line instantly collapsed, and the soul beast compressed the encirclement to less than 10 meters. Davis, covered in blood, strained to shout, "Hold on a little longer. Just one more minute." I was thrown into a pile of beasts, and it truly felt like I had walked through the gates of hell. I forcibly used a skill to avoid being torn apart on the spot. I was half kneeling on the ground, leaning on my sword, watching a circle of soul beasts eyeing me hungrily. They surprisingly didn't pounce on me immediately, probably because they were scared of me after I had killed some of them. But I knew that as long as one of them dared to move, I would be torn to shreds in an instant. At that moment, my mind was blank, with only one thought: survive. I slowly stood up, my left hand brushing over the sword's body, and the extinguished flames reignited. Then, I raised the sword and forcefully carved a bloody path through the beast horde. When I saw Zhu Zhuqing's figure again, her eyes instantly turned red, and with a choked voice, she ran towards me. "Brother Jiang," I thought. I embraced her tightly, gently stroking her hair as I comforted her. "It's okay. Follow my lead, we're going home." Strangely enough, the soul beasts around us watched our little drama unfold, not daring to approach. Davis, seeing the red light coming from the beast herd, laughed excitedly and then collapsed with a thud. 20 seconds left, Dai Jia shouted in tears. The soul beasts seemed to be in a frenzy again. Seeing the situation, I directly pulled Zhu Zhuqing close, kneeling on one knee to protect her with my body, turning my back to those beasts, and then poured the last of the blue energy into creating a close shield. 15 seconds. 10 seconds, the shield cracked. 5 seconds. The crack spread. Zhu Zhuqing closed her eyes and held onto me tightly. Bang! The moment the shield shattered, the light of the teleportation array lit up, and we disappeared from our spot. The next second, we appeared in the imperial palace of the Star Luo Empire. Quick, call for a healing soul master. 5 days passed in a flash. My injuries had healed long ago, and I even benefited from a misfortune, with my soul power rising to level 47. That day, Davis came to visit, and his attitude was remarkably humble, completely shedding his previous arrogance. He started by thanking me for saving his life, then pulled out a card and slapped it down, revealing 2 million gold soul coins, saying 1 million was the agreed amount, and 1 million was for saving his life. I won't be polite either and will take it directly. He also assured me that he would keep the matter of the 10,000-year soul ring a secret and mentioned that he had already warned Zhu Zhuyun not to trouble Zhu Zhuqing again. I nodded, indicating that I would also keep my promise and not get involved in his family's troubles. Then, the main event came. He actually wanted to recruit me, saying that once he became emperor, I would be second only to him and above everyone else. I thought to myself, dude, you really painted a round cake here. I had previously beaten up your underlings, confronted your fiancée, and even held a sword to your neck. Yet you can still overlook past grievances and try to win me over. That's quite magnanimous of you. But I still directly refused, saying I wasn't interested in your power games. He didn't push it and chatted a bit more about his runaway, third brother, Dai Mubai, before finally telling me that the guy named Yang who had set us up that day was a fraud. His real self had died a long time ago, and the clues had been cut off. Watching his departing figure, a thought flashed through my mind. Should I just get rid of him to prevent any trouble later when the Spirit Hall unifies the continent? But I thought better of it. I couldn't go back on my word. Just as I was planning to find Zhu Zhuqing, Uncle Nu came running to say that the person had already arrived and was in the garden. I took a look in the past. Wow, today's little cat is different. Dressed in a white dress, with light makeup, she carries a hint of allure amidst her coolness, simply the pinnacle of pure desire. I thought about playing a joke on her, quietly sneaking up from behind to cover her eyes, but in an instant, I was sent flying out. Does anyone understand? This muscle memory is too strong. I was afraid of hurting her, so I rolled with the momentum and landed safely. When Zhu Zhuqing saw it was me, her face instantly turned red. Brother Jiang. I didn't mean to. It's okay. Just testing your alertness. Not bad. Then we started to awkwardly chat. I complimented her on looking nice today, and she just said, I asked if her clothes were new, and she said her third sister bought them. I praised her makeup, and she said it was done by her third sister too. Let me tell you, I was so embarrassed I could have used my toes to dig out a 3-bedroom apartment. Uncle Angry, who was secretly watching from the roof, couldn't stand it anymore. This guy knows how to assist, secretly using his soul power to blow Zhu Zhuqing into my arms. I pulled her into an embrace, my gaze catching the angry uncle still hiding on the ceiling, feeling speechless. But now that the situation had escalated, I couldn't back down. I said it was windy outside and suggested we go back to the room to talk. Then I picked her up in a princess carry. Once we were back in the room, I laid it all out. Zhuqing, I'm planning to leave here, and I want you to come with me. She was silent for a long time, and finally forced a smile and shook her head, saying she wanted to stay and cultivate with her family. I asked her why. She lowered her head and asked me softly, have you thought about how to introduce me to your fiancé, E? I was caught off guard. With Hulaina's temper, it's no surprise she would mind. The room was deathly silent. In the end, she removed her hand from my lap, stood up, and said, Brother Jiang, I'm going back now. The moment the door closed, I felt my heart sink. That night, for the first time in my life, I got drunk, hugging a wine jar and sword dancing in the courtyard. I eventually passed out, and Uncle Nu carried me back, mumbling, Don't worry, young master. She's not the only one who's pretty. Sleep well, and I'll find you 10 or 8 more tomorrow. I thought he was joking. The next day, I woke up with a hangover, opened my eyes, and to my surprise, everything was snow white. I turned my head and saw a beautiful face right in front of me. Then I felt it. My arms and legs were all soft. I discovered that there were 7 or 8 disheveled beauties lying on my bed. I was furious at that moment. A carb jumped off the bed and rushed out shouting, Angry battle, get out here. This guy came over with a smile and said, Young master, you came out so quickly. The ones I found for you are all top quality, and they're all selected according to Miss Zhuqing's standards, just the same. I'm so angry that I can hardly speak. What the hell? My relationship with Zhuqing is love. Do you understand love? Young master, I'm already married. Me? In the end, I urged him to quickly send everyone away and pay them well. This operation was simply the ultimate abstraction. I was truly impressed. Another 5 days passed like this, and I spent my days drinking and practicing swordplay in the yard, living in utter despair. As for this matter, it eventually reached the ears of Pope Bibi Dong through the channels of the Spirit Hall. I tell you, when Bibi Dong saw the report that said the young master had broken up and was looking for 8 maids to relieve his sorrow, she blew up right on the spot. She had no idea about the background and thought I was out training while messing around with her precious disciple, Hulaina, and even with 8 at once. She slammed the table, her beautiful brows furrowed. Yue Guan, Your Holiness the Pope. The figure of the Chrysanthemum walked out from the side. You go to Xingluo and verify this matter for me. After Yue Guan took the letter and read it, he was completely stunned, probably thinking, Jiang Ling, your wife is your senior sister, and the Pope loves her the most. How dare you play around like this outside? This is going to be a big deal. I was reading the letter, my head buzzing, thinking this kid was acting like Tang Sung in the Spirit City. But as soon as he stepped out, he turned into Sun Wukong. I mean, he could have just played around, but he took it to the next level and got it directly into the Pope's ears. Now look at me, a titled Douluo, the dignified Jiao Douluo, and now I become your full-time nanny. Not only do I have to help you with spirit rings, but I also have to deal with your emotional disputes. I'm really fed up with this. But complaints aside, I still have to do my task. On the other hand, I also felt I couldn't keep hiding like this anymore. Avoidance would only solve my own problems. So I made up my mind to find Zhu Zhuqing that very night. No matter what, I had to leave tomorrow. To keep it from being too formal, I chose to go after dark and planned to sneak directly into her room. Who understands the family matters? Just as I reached the door and hadn't even lifted my hand, I heard someone talking inside. It was her third sister, Zhu Zhuqing. I paused in midair, thinking to listen a bit more. Then I heard her sister ask, Zhuqing, are you still thinking about Jiang Luo? Zhu Zhuqing responded with remarkable calmness. Yes, of course I am. But thinking aside, I know what I should do now. Her sister seemed stunned and said directly, if you think about him, go find him. What's the use of practicing here every day? Who are you being so sensible for? Zhu Zhuqing fell silent for a moment, her voice lowered. He has a fiancé. I don't want to make things difficult for him. Besides, he might have already left. Liking someone doesn't necessarily mean being together. I just want to become stronger so that I can stand by his side and help him in the future, instead of always being protected by him. Upon hearing this, her sister was filled with frustration. Silly sister, sensible girls won't be cared for. You're so beautiful. Show some skills and go fight for him. You definitely have a chance. I was outside listening in shock. Wow, this girl really knows how to go for it. But then Zhu Zhuqing was left speechless. Sister, what are you talking about? How can you teach your sister to steal someone else's man? Besides, he wouldn't even like you. When her sister realized she couldn't persuade her, she started to get serious. You can cling to memories your whole life, but he'll forget you the moment he turns around. I received news that a few beautiful women went into his yard a few days ago, and they didn't come out until the sun was high the next day. What do you think they were doing in there? That day just happened to be after you went to see him. Why are you still thinking about this flirt? I was outside listening, and my blood pressure rose. I was so angry at that old six. He really got me. This rumor is spreading, more real than the truth. Zhu Zhuqing was indeed anxious and immediately refuted. Impossible. Although he is a bit lustful, he would never do such a thing. Her sister sneered. Don't believe it? There are witnesses and evidence. Forget about him, sister. For him, this might just be a dream. Once he wakes up, it will be over. Then came the words that silenced me. Zhu Zhuqing tightened her grip on the bamboo in her hand, her tone incredibly firm. It might be a dream for him, but for me, it's my whole life. No matter what kind of person he is, Zhu Zhuqing, just like Jiang Ling, after saying that, she directly started to send people away. Third sister, don't persuade me anymore. I want to rest, you can go back. I saw her sister about to go out, and with a quick move, I jumped up to the roof. After her sister sighed and left, I jumped back down. Inside the house, Zhu Zhuqing was leaning against the door, probably with red eyes. And I heard her self-mockingly say that she had cried more in this period than in the past 10 years combined. Just as she was walking towards the bed, I creaked the door open again. Without even turning her head, she helplessly said, Third sister, I told you I've made my choice, so please stop trying to persuade me. I stood behind her, mimicking her tone from earlier, and told her word by word. I have also set my sights on you. You're not a dream to me, but a lifetime. She froze, suddenly turning around, her eyes wide open in disbelief. This time, I didn't wait for her to react. I took a swift step forward, rushed in front of her, and tore off the disguise on her face. She had just opened her mouth to say you, but the rest of her words were directly silenced by me. I tell you, at this moment, explaining 1,000 sentences is not as good as taking direct action. I heard her words, so why should I let such a good girl lose? This time, I didn't forget to stick out my tongue. After a long while, she pushed me away, her face as red as an apple, panting heavily. Without saying a word, I picked her up in a princess carry and headed towards the bed. She panicked immediately, grabbing her clothes and shouting, No. I laughed and gently tapped her head with mine. What are you thinking? Sit on the bed and take a break. Do you really think I'm a beast? As a result, she immediately countered, gritting her teeth and saying, Third sister said that a few women went to your yard a few days ago. The word few was practically squeezed out from between her teeth. My eye twitched, indicating that this matter couldn't be resolved, right? I smirked and said, All right, then I'll act like a beast today. She was taken aback and exclaimed, No way. You'll get pregnant. I gently placed her on the bed and teased her by scratching her nose. Just kidding. I have to wait until you're 16. Also, those girls were just that guy's idea. I didn't even touch them. Don't bring it up again, or I'll really eat you. Saying this, I gently bit her earlobe. She gasped and went completely soft, falling directly onto the bed, and I followed suit, pressing down on her. I just said proudly, So this is your weakness, when a sudden sharp pain shot through my waist. Wow, this girl is really ruthless. We playfully bickered for half the day before finally lying down together. I said to her, Zhuqing, let's go together tomorrow and travel across the continent. She hesitated a bit, but I interrupted her directly. No ifs. Because you are Zhu Zhuqing, so you must come with me. The next day, before dawn, we staged a runaway for love. Each of us left a letter behind, and I could already imagine the wonderful expression on her third sister's face when she saw the letter. Just the night before, we had been forgetting about each other in the rivers and lakes, and the next day, she ran away with a wild man. Good heavens! Our escape completely confused several people's plans in Xinglua City. Whether it was her father, who wanted to study the secret of her sudden increase in cultivation, or that blue-haired kid who had schemed against me in the ancient realm, they all ended up empty-handed. I was afraid that the angry warriors would chase after us. So I flew far away, with Zhu Zhuqing on my sword. In the sky, I held her waist while she leaned against me, looking at the scenery below, as if we were dreaming. I asked her where she was going, and she said she had never left Xingluo and could go anywhere. I couldn't help but laugh at the time. All right, I'll take you around the mainland, and we'll eat and play together until we're old. Just like that, we entered the mode of public-funded travel. On the third day after we left, Zhu Tuiyuan quietly infiltrated Xingluo and found out the truth of the matter, rushing back to Wuhuan City the next day. In the Pope's palace, my teacher Bibi Dong listened to Yueguan's report. Initially, when she heard that the 8 maidens were a misunderstanding, her expression softened. However, Yueguan suddenly changed the subject, but the young master has fallen in love with the 4th miss of the Nethercat family, Zhu Zhuqing, and has eloped with her. Damn it! That scepter slammed down on the ground. Let me tell you, the entire hall shook. Yueguan must have been thinking at that moment. It's over, we're doomed. In the distant thousands of miles away, I was holding a candied hawthorn when suddenly I sneezed. Strange, who is thinking of me? Zhu Zhuqing was picking out jewelry and hurried over to ask me what was wrong. We were so close that even the old man selling snacks nearby couldn't stand it anymore and remarked to the person next to him, "Looking at this young couple reminds me of my youth." The guy next to him immediately retorted, "Give me a break. Look at your looks. They are a talented man and a beautiful woman. You two are like a wolf and a leopard." Zhu Zhuqing's face turned completely red upon hearing this, and she pulled me away. She was already stunning, with a great figure, and since I had taken off my mask when we walked together, the rate of people turning their heads was 300%. A bunch of old men and women looked at us with the same kindness as if they were seeing their own grandchildren, making her shy every day. She puffed up her cheeks and insisted I wear the mask, but I refused, saying it was too ugly. She suggested wearing it herself, but I said no, as I want to see her beautiful face. Finally, she got so mad that she snatched the candy hawthorn from my hand and took a big bite. A year passed in the blink of an eye. During that year, we tasted all the delicious food in the world, saw all kinds of scenery, and encountered evil soul masters for the first time. Together, we took down several strongholds of evil soul masters and saved many people. And the legend of the unparalleled couple began to spread in the martial world. As 3 years of training approached the halfway mark, I thought it was time to head to the Sunset Forest and arrange for those celestial herbs. However, something went wrong on the way to the Tiando Empire. It was raining at the time, and we passed by a small village, planning to stay for the night. A little girl named Yaya opened the door. She was very cute and let us in without worry when she saw we were soul masters. She said her brother was also a soul master, and when she awakened her martial soul in the future, she would also become a soul master and buy many things for her brother and grandpa Zhongwan, who helped him awaken his martial soul. That night, we slept in Yaya's room, and the little girl slept very soundly. Early the next morning, we didn't wake her and quietly left some candies and snacks before departing. Just as we had left the village for a short distance, I turned around and, oh my, there were flames shooting up from the village. That was Yaya's village. Zhu Zhuqing's voice trembled. Without saying a word, I drew the Chonghong sword and flew back with her. In the village, 3 evil soul masters were refining blood energy, and one of the thin ones was licking his tongue, saying that refining ordinary people's blood was too slow and that it was better to directly target those little soul masters from the academies. I fell from the sky with Zhu Zhuqing, our faces dark enough to drip water. Unmatched heroes? The leader in the black robe sneered. Do you really think that killing a few insignificant people makes you invincible? Today, I will use your blood to test the power of this blood pearl. Saying this, he activated the blood pearl, and a mist of blood instantly enveloped the area. The stench of blood almost made Zhu Zhuqing vomit. I quickly countered with a move called Buddha's Light Illuminates All, and the sword light instantly dispersed the blood mist. However, that blood pearl was quite sinister, and the blood mist quickly reformed. The subordinate with the severed arm tried to escape, but he was directly blown up by the leader, his internal blood exploding into a cloud of mist. I felt the blood in my body start to stir, and I quickly suppressed it with my soul power. Zhuqing, go check if there are any survivors in the village. Leave this trash to me. I let her go first, and she understood, nodding as she rushed into the village. The man in the black robe, seeing that we were fine, went completely mad. Impossible. In my domain of blood, why Haven TU exploded and died? I sneered, Domain. You think you deserve it. When the blood mist dissipates, it will be the time when sunlight shines upon your corpse. I directly revealed my 5th soul skill, Corona of Light. 5 soul rings rose up. Yellow, purple, black, and red. The man in the black robe was stunned, probably wondering what kind of cyber soul rings these were. The configuration was too abstract. Go down to hell and ask King Yama. I raised a long rainbow, sword high, and the sky instantly turned into a sea of fire. A massive flame giant sword descended from the heavens, pointing directly at the man in the black robe. He was pushed to his limits and pulled out a vial of potion to drink. That aura was too familiar to me. It was the frenzied spring water I had obtained back in the star Douluo ancient realm. It turned out that an evil soul master had mixed in during that time. After taking the drug, his power surged, and he unleashed his sixth soul skill to clash with my giant sword. However, as soon as they made contact, his fangs were instantly crushed, and he, along with his screams, was engulfed by the flames. I picked up the blood bead from the ground, and countless resentments, fears, and hatreds instantly assaulted my mind. I was filled with rage and almost lost control. This bead is forged from the lives of countless innocent people. I hurried into the village to find Zhu Zhuqing. By the time I reached the courtyard of Yi's house, my steps felt heavy. Zhu Zhuqing was squatting on the ground, holding the little Yi in her arms, and the little girl was already lifeless. I walked over and gently hugged her, unable to say a word. In the whole village, there was not a single survivor. Zhu Zhuqing cried as she said. When I arrived, Yaya still had one last breath. She begged me to give this bracelet to her brother. She raised a rough wooden bracelet. I took it over, held it tightly in my hands, and said word by word, "We will fulfill her wishes. First, let's bury Yaya." We just buried Yaya, and the people from the Wuhuan Hall arrived late. I was furious at that moment and rushed forward, directly grabbing the throat of a soul master, my eyes turning red. "Where's your leader? Are you here to exterminate the evil soul masters or to collect the corpses of the villagers?" An old man with white hair stepped forward. He was the branch hall master, named Fan Liang. I directly revealed the papal decree and questioned him why he was so slow. As a result, Fan Liang looked frustrated and said it wasn't their fault for being slow, but rather that the officials and soldiers of the Heavenly Empire were deliberately making things difficult and not allowing them to pass, causing a delay in the opportunity for battle. This kind of thing has happened more than once. After listening, I was so furious that I felt like my lungs were going to explode. Has the Heaven Do Empire sunk to this level? Even the Platinum Bishop Salus's report was useless. Damn it. I unleashed my soul power, directly shocking the people around me back several steps. Zhu Zhuqing quickly grabbed me, and I calmed down a bit. I stared at Fan Liang and ordered him, "Help me find out where Yaya's brother is. Also, if there are any evil soul masters causing trouble in the future, strike immediately. Anyone who dares to stop us will be killed without mercy." Fan Liang hesitated a bit. "Elder, attacking the Imperial army will provoke war." My gaze turned cold. Did you not understand what I said? Anyone who dares to obstruct the extermination of the evil soul master will be killed without mercy. Yes, Elder. After handling this matter, I took Zhu Zhuqing's hand and directly flew on my sword, heading toward the target, Heaven Do City. I want to see what kind of dragon's den or tiger's lair this Heaven Do Empire really is. On the way, I had someone deliver the bottle of frenzy spring water along with the letter to my teacher. I don't trust Salus. This matter must be known to my teacher. The scene shifted to the streets of another city, where three big, foolish men were walking with sighs. "It's all your fault. Insisting on getting infatuated with that little demon girl. Exactly, it's made it so that the three of us, soul kings, now have to go fix her broken flute. Stop complaining. If we can't fix the flute and get the antidote, we're all doomed." Meanwhile, Zhu Zhuqing and I had just entered the city. I said to her, "Zhuqing, let's rest for the night to regain our strength and continue our journey tomorrow. Now let's go have a big meal." I grabbed her hand and ran forward. "Slow down. I was telling you I was having a great time with Zhuqing. The atmosphere was just perfect, holding hands, so sweet. But then, in the next second, I suddenly hit the brakes. Why? Because I saw three burly men swaggering over, and wow, their build was like a wall. But that's not the point. The point is that one of them was actually holding a knife. My heart just sank at that moment. I directly released Zhuqing's hand and went over to block them. Wait a minute. Those three guys look quite confused. "Hey kid, are you calling us?" I couldn't be bothered to waste words, staring at them with a gaze as cold as ice shards. "I asked you, where did the flute in your hand come from?" The guy leading them, named Gigi, arrogantly crossed his neck and said, "Who do you think you are to meddle in my business? My family knows." I was furious at that moment, took a step forward, and confronted them directly. I asked again, "The flute, where did it come from? Are you crazy?" The flute in my hand was obviously stolen. As soon as I said that, I clenched my fist tightly. "Just based on you guys? Just based on us?" As soon as the words fell, the three of them activated their spirit rings all at once. White, yellow, purple, purple, purple. Wow, 3 5-ring spirit kings. The people on the streets saw this situation and instantly scattered like birds and beasts. My pupils shrank to the size of pinholes, and my voice carried not a trace of emotion. What about the master of that Xiao? That Gigi even laughed, a face full of mockery. Of course killed. Bang! I tell you, before he even finished speaking, I'd already sent him flying with a punch. My mind went blank in an instant, all rationality disappeared. And I had only one thought, to take down these bastards. I will take you down. When Zhu Qing saw this situation, his martial spirit directly manifested, and without saying a word, he rushed towards another one. As for me, I couldn't even be bothered to activate my martial spirit. I just went in with a flurry of punches, beating those two until they were howling. I kicked Gigi, who had just gotten back to the ground, stepping on his face with my right foot, while my left hand grabbed another one named Mao Mao by the neck. Lifting him up with one hand, the guy instantly rolled his eyes back. Just as I was about to send that guy off, a voice suddenly came from behind me. I tell you, I will never forget that voice for the rest of my life. Xiaolingzi. In that voice, there was a hint of blame, but more than that, an undeniable affection. I let go of my hand, and that little fur ball collapsed onto the ground. I couldn't be bothered to look at him, slowly turning around. Senior sister. The moment I shouted, I was already in front of her. It was Ulaina. I tightly hugged her, wishing I could merge her into my bones. Xiaolingzi. Let go quickly, I can't breathe. My senior sister's face turned red. Wow. Here I was hugging my senior sister affectionately, and when I turned around, I saw Zhu Qing standing there, head down, her little hands clutching her arms. At that moment, my heart skipped a beat. That's it. A battlefield of emotions. The latest limited edition Battlefield of Emotions in 2025 has arrived. I quickly let go of my senior sister, but my hand was still around her waist. Just as I was about to lean down and kiss her, she dodged away. There were people nearby. She complained. It was then that I fully woke up and hurriedly looked at Zhu Qing. Sai, what's meant to come will come. By the way, senior sister, how come your Xiao is in their hands? I quickly changed the subject. As a result, my senior sister chuckled and said, Them? They tried to make a move on me before, but I took care of them. Now, they're under my command. The Xiao is broken. I'll let them take it for repairs. As she spoke, she turned to scold those three. You guys can't even handle fixing something without getting into a fight? Gigi, who I had beaten into a pig's head, looked incredibly wronged. It's unfair, Miss Hu. This young master suddenly came up to interrogate us, and we were afraid he was your enemy, so we lied and said we killed you. The other guy, who I almost choked to death, quickly chimed in. Yeah, who knew the flood would hit the Dragon King temple. When the young master heard you were in trouble, he was so anxious. If you had been a second later, I would have been done for. We truly envy the young master's love for you. As they spoke, these two big guys actually hugged each other and cried loudly. My immediate thought was, they're truly dramatic. My senior sister was amused, stood on her tiptoes, and gave me a peck on the cheek as a reward. Damn, at this moment, the two clowns next to me forgot to cry, their eyes almost popping out. As a result, there was an honest person in their team, the one called Bang Bang, who frowned and was about to say, but I clearly saw the young master holding this lady. Before he could finish his sentence, he was pinned to the ground by his two brothers, who covered his mouth tightly. It's fine, Missy, you all continue. My third brother is acting up again, huh? Gigi was awkwardly laughing over there. The senior sister couldn't be bothered with them, waved her hand, and Xiao flew back into her hand, then dismissed them. What did you do to them that they are so scared of you? I asked curiously. The senior sister smiled mischievously. Do you want to try? I immediately shook my head wildly, joking. I've seen her charm technique. I can't afford to provoke her. And who is this young lady? The senior sister finally turned her attention to Zhu Qing. I was frozen at that moment. How should I introduce this? To be honest, it would hurt my senior sister, and to lie would be unfair to Zhu Qing. I stammered for a long time. Senior sister, this is Zhu Qing. I saved her in Xinghua. Before I could finish my sentence, Zhu Qing stepped forward and gracefully bowed. Hello, sister Hu. You must be Brother Jiang's fiancé. Brother Jiang saved my life, and I came to Tiando to search for my family. Just happened to be on the way to travel together. I was stunned at that moment, looking at Zhu Qing, but she didn't even glance at me. I'm very happy to meet you too, Zhu Qing, my senior sister said with a smile. The awkward situation finally passed, and I quickly said I was hungry and needed to find a place to stay. My senior sister naturally linked her arm with mine, while Zhu Qing silently followed behind us. In the evening, we had dinner and opened 2 rooms, one for Zhu Qing. At my senior sister's strong insistence, I shared a room with her. I was puzzled at the time, wondering when my senior sister became so bold. When I entered the room, she was swaying in front of me in a pink tank top and super short hot pants. I have to say, her figure was amazing. But strangely, I didn't have any impure thoughts. Maybe it was because Zhu Qing was living next door, and I felt guilty. What are you thinking? My senior sister climbed into bed and directly hugged me. The moment our skin touched, my body immediately became obedient. I turned over and pinned her down, saying, I'm thinking about when I can take you home as my wife. As a result, my senior sister blushed like a little lobster and pushed me away, saying, It's still a year away. Not now. We can only sleep while hugging. I had no choice but to pull her down and hold her, but I couldn't get past that issue in my heart. So I had a sudden idea and started to make a move. Sister, I have a question to ask you. I have a friend who is about to get married and loves his fiancée very much. But later, he started to like another girl as well, and he doesn't want to lose either of them. What do you think my friend should do? Family, give me a round of applause if you understand. Isn't this just me self-destructing? Without thinking, my sister said, Your friend is such a jerk. He should cut ties with him immediately. Me? Okay, I will never contact you again, I said with a stiff upper lip. After a while, I couldn't help but ask again. So, senior sister, if you were that fiancé, what would you do? I would castrate him, senior sister said with her eyes closed. If he has a reason. Shut up. Go to sleep. Senior sister directly covered her head with the quilt. In the dark, I felt a tear drop onto the sheets. The next day, I woke up and senior sister was already gone. I hurried downstairs to ask the waiter, and the waiter said she went out to buy something. I asked about Zhu Qing, and the waiter said she hadn't seen her come down. I felt a sudden jolt in my heart and quickly went upstairs to knock on Zhu Qing's door, but no one answered. I pushed the door, and it was unlocked. As soon as I entered, I saw the letter on the table. I opened the letter and was completely stunned. The tone in the letter was so decisive, saying things like a dragon should hide in the clouds, and you should hide in my heart. It mentioned that she had occupied me for 2 years, and that it was time to return me to my senior sister. It also said that we both need time to have the courage to face Sister Hu. The last sentence was, Brother Jiang, I like you, so I hope you are surrounded by crowds, and the path you walk should be filled with blooming flowers and the sound of bustling voices. I sat on the bench in despair. It's over. She still left because of my concealment yesterday. It wasn't until noon that my senior sister came back, bringing me a huge pile of new clothes. Watching her busy figure, I felt extremely guilty and walked over to hug her tightly from behind. I'm sorry. My senior sister stiffened and didn't say anything. In fact, she had already realized it. My statement about having a friend had completely shattered her last bit of hope. Later, she told me that the person who fell in love first is indeed the loser. I turned her body around, and without a word, I kissed her directly. She was completely stunned and started to struggle violently, but I held on tightly. After a few seconds, she reacted and bit down hard. That scream echoed throughout the entire restaurant. In the following days, we flew with our swords on the way, and I was talking with a swollen tongue. Wet season, praising the young one all day. We finally arrived at Heaven Do City. When my senior sister saw me like this, she couldn't help but laugh. When she laughed, I got angry out of embarrassment, so in the sky, holding her, I directly slapped her on the butt. Smack! You're still laughing. You. Oomph. If it weren't in the sky, would you dare to be so reckless? Smack! There's no way in the sky. I can do whatever I want. I slapped her again. You. I'm gonna bite. My senior sister couldn't take it anymore and bit my arm. Hey, stop. Senior sister, let go. We're gonna fall. Just like that. We played around and finally arrived at Heaven Do City. This place is different from Douluo, filled with an air of extravagance. I thought about finding a hotel to stay in first and then go to the Spirit Hall tomorrow. As a result, good heavens. Is Heaven Do City a street of couples hotels? After walking for a long time, all I saw were themed hotels like lavender and violet. My legs were so sore. I told my senior sister, let's just enter the next hotel. Even if it's a couple's hotel, we can just book 2 rooms. My senior sister was also too tired to walk and reluctantly agreed. After a while, we came across a hotel called the Bellflower Hotel, with the flower language meaning eternal and regretless love. Great, another one. Senior sister, after you. I smiled and gestured for her to go ahead. Fine, let's go in. As soon as we entered, we brushed past a couple with beaming faces, and the guy winked at me, saying, Brother, you're lucky in love, enjoy it. My senior sister immediately exploded with anger and turned around to kick him, but I held her back tightly. Book 2 rooms, she said angrily to the front desk. The waiter looked up at her, stunned, and after a moment of realization, asked with a puzzled expression, Are you sure it's 2 rooms, not 1? I held back my laughter while watching my senior sister. Her face turned red. What are you talking about? It's just 2 rooms. All right, let's register your names. Jiang Ling. Hulaina. All right, you two, please go to the 3rd floor. I naturally took my senior sister's hand and walked upstairs. Just after taking a couple of steps, I heard someone behind me say, "Please open a room. Name, Yu Xiaojiang." I suddenly stopped in my tracks, the smile on my face disappearing completely in an instant. Turning around, I saw a middle-aged man in his 40s or 50s, dressed in a blue robe, with a despondent expression. "What's wrong?" my senior sister asked. "It's nothing. Let us go," I replied, turning my head and putting the smile back on my face. But inside, my killing intent was already boiling. I tell you, the people I despise the most in my life are those like Yu Xiaojiang, a coward who refuses to acknowledge his own mediocrity, a dog that plagiarizes others' theories. The most critical point is that this guy will threaten my teacher in the Spirit Soul City in the future. For this reason alone, he must die. That night, I came out of my senior sister's room, and instead of going back to my own room, I directly followed the spiritual mark left on that brat during the day to find him. Bang, bang, bang. I knocked on the door of the second floor. As soon as it opened, a scruffy middle-aged man poked his head out and asked, "Who is it? Is Master Yu Xiaojiang here?" I asked with a smile to confirm, making sure not to kill the wrong person. Seeing my handsome and sunny appearance, he thought I was a fan and kindly said, "Yes, that's me." That's good. My tone instantly turned cold as I swiftly grabbed his neck with my right hand, pulling him into the room, while my left hand swung to slam the door shut with a bang. A roar. He struggled violently, his face turning red, but it was useless. If I applied just a bit more force, he would be dead on the spot. But then I suddenly hesitated. Letting him die like this would be too easy for him. I wanted to crush him and his precious disciple in the very place he was most proud of. That would be true suffering. I flicked my hand and threw him to the ground. "I'll let you go today, but give me the Pope's token." He was so scared that his soul almost flew away and quickly took the token out of his pocket and handed it to me. I put away the token, and the Changhong sword instantly disappeared, coldly warning him, "I advise you, never set foot in Soul City again. Otherwise, I will take your head." As I walked to the door, I remembered something and turned back to smile at him. "I heard you have a famous saying, there are no useless martial souls. Only useless soul masters. This saying suits you very well. Killing people and striking at their hearts, huh?" I had just left when I heard a poof sound behind me. The guy was so angry that he spat blood and fainted. I felt refreshed and went back to my room for a good sleep. The next day, I slept until the afternoon, and when I woke up, I saw my senior sister sitting by my bed, surprisingly having waited for me to the point of falling asleep herself. I quickly got up, finished washing up in 3 minutes, and just wore a pair of underwear while swaying around in front of her. The senior sister's face turned as red as anything, wanting to leave but also reluctant to go. By the time we were ready to head out, my hair was still wet, and the blush on her face hadn't faded. Just as we reached the stairway, I heard the waiter from yesterday mumbling, "The young people these days, really renting a room so sneakily. Taking 2 rooms to throw people off the scent. What a waste. But it's really crazy, a whole night and half a day, not even coming down for a meal. When young, not knowing the body is good, mistakenly treating sexual encounters as treasures." Sigh. I tell you, just one word from that waiter made my senior sister, Hulaina's face flush red instantly. Even her neck turned pink, and she buried her head and rushed downstairs. Family. Who understands? With that demeanor, I had no doubt that if she stayed even a second longer, she would physically eliminate that waiter on the spot. I quickly followed her. We couldn't stay in that place for even a second longer. When we reached the entrance of the spirit hall, the awkward atmosphere between us hadn't dissipated. I could only grit my teeth and say, "I'll go report it." Sigh, look at my senior sister's thin skin. She's clearly going to marry me. Not to mention, our aura was on point. The guards at the entrance dared not neglect us and led us straight to the main hall with a clear path. The captain of the guard was actually a soul sage, and I was stunned. Is the strength of the branch in Heaven Dose City this impressive? Hulaina shot me a glare, as if to say, "Are you stupid? Don't you know how wealthy our family is?" I was caught off guard. How would I know? I usually read about strange events and ancient secrets, and I have no clue about the organizational structure of our spirit hall. Anyway, my teacher would take care of it if anything went wrong. Just as we were talking, an old man slowly came out. "He is the boss here, Salas." His eyes were murky like a stagnant pond, but they lit up a little when he saw Hulaina. They exchanged a few pleasantries, mentioning they met 10 years ago. I thought to myself, come on, my senior sister remembers you purely because I happened to be punished by the teacher that day, and you were just a background character. Without wasting time on formalities, I got straight to the point. "Bishop Salas, you know that the nobles of the Heaven Do Empire are deliberately making things difficult for us, preventing us from eradicating the evil soul masters, right?" The old man was silent for a long time before finally squeezing out one word. No. I just came up with a burst of energy. Do you know why you didn't report it? Why no action was taken? Just as he was about to explain, a voice came from the back hall, so clear and noble. It was I who instructed him to do this. I tell you at that moment. The air in the entire hall seemed to freeze. A woman stepped out in her 20s, dressed in a golden palace gown, incredibly beautiful, simply breathtaking. If my senior sister is the kind of enchanting which that captivates souls, then the one before me is an ethereal fairy untouched by the mortal world. I was completely mesmerized, and then a sharp pain shot through the soft flesh of my waist. Hiss! I quickly pulled my gaze away. Wow. The Empress is right next to me. I need to maximize my survival instinct. I steadied my mind and asked her why. She sat in the main seat, looking calm and indifferent. There is no reason. The Spirit Hall has done its best. It is the Heaven Do Empire that brought this upon itself. We have no regrets. I was furious at that moment, clearly able to prevent the tragedy, yet standing by and doing nothing. What's the difference from being a murderer? Are you saying that I'm the murderer? Her gaze instantly turned cold. Yes. I braced myself and retorted. She let out a cold laugh. Why should I? I came here when I was 9, 13 years. Every day, facing others with a group of old foxes scheming against each other. Why should I ruin my 13 years of hard work for a bunch of unrelated people who understand my family? I was immediately rendered speechless. Yes. Why should I morally bind others? My over a decade at the Spirit Hall, with teachers protecting me, was like being a flower in a greenhouse. And what about them? They infiltrated the enemy's headquarters at 9. Living what kind of life? I really lost my head and made a big mistake. I lowered my head and sincerely apologized. I'm sorry, I lost my composure. Then I pulled Helena and turned to leave. Sister, let's go on our own. Killing one is breaking even. Killing two is making a profit. I turned back and added to that fairy. Oh no, Qianrenshua, be careful of those who seem the least threatening. After saying that, I dragged my senior sister away. Qianrenshua left my senior sister behind, saying she wanted to talk privately for a moment. When my senior sister came out, wow, the situation was actually resolved. She said Qianrenshua agreed to help deal with those nobles from Tiando. I was shocked. How come my senior sister's social circle was like it was on cheat mode? Truly, who doesn't know her? She has connections wherever she goes. On the way back, she insisted that I carry her. We were playfully teasing each other, and in the end, I compromised. Under the sunset, I carried her slowly, and that feeling was so satisfying. However, when she moved around, I slipped. Cough, cough, that feeling, that elasticity. Those who understand, understand. No need to think too much. Anyway, the atmosphere instantly became both sweet and awkward. Later, I found out that Qianrenshua also received orders from my teacher to solve the issue of the evil soul masters. Goodness, she tore the letter up on the spot, trembling with anger. Let me tell you, anyone in her position would explode. A mother asking her own daughter to take risks for outsiders. What kind of situation is that? The next day, I had originally planned to go shopping with my senior sister, but I suddenly changed my mind. I had previously killed an evil soul master and obtained a blood bead, which was filled with resentment and could only be purified by an angel martial soul. Unfortunately, I had to find Qianrenshua again. Early in the morning, I ran to my senior sister's room, and she had just finished showering, wearing a bathrobe. That neckline, that curve, oh my, I quickly diverted my gaze. I was afraid my heart would shatter right there. She even teased me on purpose, giving me a kiss on the cheek. Who could withstand that? I changed my outfit, put on a disguise, and made my way to the palace. Entering the palace was really expensive. Just bribing the guards cost me 40 gold soul coins. When I saw Qianrenshua, she was disguised as Prince Shueqinghe, practicing calligraphy. I explained my purpose, and although she looked impatient, she agreed upon seeing the menacing blood bead. The purification process was extremely dangerous. Her soul power was depleting rapidly, and it seemed she was about to collapse. In a moment of desperation, I remembered that her martial spirit had a fire attribute, so I transferred my soul power to her. As my hand pressed against her back, she suddenly let out a soft, alluring sound. My mind went blank. Sister, can we be more mindful of the occasion? This is a pure, revolutionary friendship. Fortunately, in the end, everything turned out fine. The blood bead was purified, and she was exhausted. When she recovered, I looked at her and, without knowing why, blurted out, "Thank you, sister." She was taken aback. I quickly explained, "My teacher is your mother, so it's only natural for me to call you sister." She turned her head away, saying casually, but her tone was clearly softened. She returned to her usual self as Shueqinghe and saw me out of the palace. On the way, I reminded her to be careful of that playboy fourth prince Shuebian. Just when we were about to part ways, and bowed to us. At the moment he lowered his head, a dagger suddenly slipped out of his sleeve, heading straight for Qian Rinxue's heart. Let me tell you, the speed was outrageous. Qian Rinxue was already weak, and there was no way to dodge. In the blink of an eye, before my brain could react, my body moved first. I directly caught the blade with my bare hands. That broken dagger, I don't even know what material it was made of, sliced through my soul power like cutting tofu. And with a squelch, it stabbed into the palm of my hand. Blood spurted out on the spot, but I held onto the blade tightly, stopping it less than 2 centimeters from her chest. The assassin was stunned, probably not expecting me to be this tough. Tough I may be, but that guy really ran fast. I tell you, that guy was as slippery as an eel, disappearing in the blink of an eye. I originally wanted to chase him, but Qian Rinxue looked as fragile as paper at that moment. I was afraid that guy might have accomplices, and if they played a trick to lure me away, it would be disastrous. So I didn't move. But she, on the other hand, suddenly grabbed my hand and exclaimed, "Your hand, you've lost so much blood." Goodness. That dagger was like a sharpened soul guide, and it almost pierced through half of my palm. Without saying a word, she dragged me toward the palace, insisting on finding a healing soul master for me. I said, "Sister, really no need. Look at my soul skill. It has a slow healing effect." Before I could finish, she frowned, and with a single command, my legs turned to jelly, and I could only obediently follow her. When we arrived at her prince's mansion, an old healing soul master treated my wound, and finally it healed. Just as the old man left, Qian Rinxue floated over, her expression incredibly complex. She asked me, "You could have killed him before he stabbed me. Why did you choose to take it with your hand?" Let me tell you, I wasn't thinking that much at the time. In a split second, my body acted faster than my brain. It was instinctive muscle memory kicked in, and I had only one thought in my mind: I can't let her get hurt. When I said that, she was stunned, unable to speak for a while, and finally whispered a thank you. I waved my hand and said, "Oh, it's nothing. You're my sister. Who else will protect you if I don't?" Hey, I thought to myself, I've just played the hero, saving the beauty. Shouldn't I get some benefits? Seizing the moment, I asked her for a pass that would allow me to enter the palace anytime, making future visits easier. She actually gave it to me, a shiny piece of gold that wasn't light at all. Once the matter was settled, I quickly slipped away. If I didn't go back soon, my senior sister would probably blow up. Sure enough, when I returned to the hotel, my goodness, my senior sister's face was as dark as the bottom of a pot. There was a flower pot nearby, and the leaves were almost pulled off by her. She crossed her arms and sarcastically said, "Oh, you came back so early? Why didn't you have a candlelight dinner with your little sister Schwerer before coming back?" Family, who understands? This jealousy was comparable to the Dragon King of the East Sea flooding Chintang Pass. I hurriedly explained that the blood beads were too difficult to purify, and she replied with 3 words, "Oh, right. At that moment, I realized, never argue with a jealous woman. As soon as I saw this, it didn't make sense, so I had to pull out all the stops. Like a hungry tiger pouncing on its prey, I directly pressed her down onto the chair. 3,000 words are omitted here. Anyway, after a fierce struggle of thoughts and physical exchanges, she finally calmed down. But at the last step, she stopped me and said, "No way, we have to wait until we get married." After we had been messing around for a long time, we were so hungry that our stomachs were touching our backs, so we quickly called for room service. When the door opened, it was that same waiter from last time. He looked at my disheveled appearance, then glanced around the room, and the look on his face was quite meaningful. As he handed me the food, he patted my shoulder with a serious expression. "Brother, let me give you some advice. Young people need to exercise restraint. You guys are going day and night. It's bad for your health." I was so embarrassed I could have used my toes to scratch out a 3-bedroom apartment. The next morning, I woke up to find her wrapped around me like an octopus. Just as I was getting into the mindset for my morning workout, she woke up with a look of disdain and went to brush her teeth first. I don't even know who it was yesterday. Never mind. I had a brilliant idea and picked her up in a princess carry, saying, "Let us wash up together." As a result, we ended up in the bathroom, turning what should have been a 10-minute shower into a 2-hour bubble bath battle. At lunch, that waiter came again, and his eyes were filled with sympathy and admiration. A very complicated look. He handed me a letter from Salis, saying that Yaya's brother had been found at a place called Shrek Academy in Soto City. As soon as I heard that name, my scalp tingled. Let me tell you, Shrek is just a beginner's village. But at the entrance lurks a version T0 big boss, Tang Hao, Tang San's father. If our identity as members of the Spirit Hall gets exposed, that old guy would definitely smash us into meat paste. So, I made a pact with my senior sister that this time we would go incognito. We must not reveal our identities. Just as we were about to set off, on the other side, in a mysterious cave, a blue-haired kid was holding a meeting with his subordinates. That guy is ruthless. He uses his own people as cannon fodder for his training without batting an eye. He has set his sights on me because I casually bought a broken wooden plaque before, and he had his subordinates investigated, discovering a pair known as the Peerless Couple. Good heavens, that cringy name is just us, isn't it? He has already ordered for me to be captured alive. Switching scenes to Soto City. Let me tell you, my little cat, Zhu is here too. She's accompanied by a veiled girl named Yi Lingling. The two of them walking together turns heads with a 300 return rate. Yi Lingling joked about the hairpin on her head being pretty. And when Zhu heard it was a gift from me, her icy demeanor instantly melted, and she smiled like a beauty that could topple kingdoms. Just her smile made someone walking nearby bump right into a tree. Goodness, if I don't go find her soon, the lilies back home will bloom. The two of them looked for a hotel and ended up in a couple's hotel, leaving the two girls completely stunned. When they came out, they bumped right into Tang San and Xiao Wu. As soon as Zhu saw Tang San's smiling face, she probably remembered what I told her about the smiling tiger law, and her expression immediately changed. Xiao Wu, with her quick tongue, started to bicker with her. My little cat is not someone to mess with. As soon as her spirit ring activated, she zipped behind Xiao Wu, nearly scaring her to death. Seeing they couldn't win, Tang San quickly admitted defeat. Just as they left, that brat Dai Mubai showed up, hugging two girls, and clashed with Tang San and the others over room reservations. TSK, what grand show? Zhu couldn't be bothered and dragged Yi Lingling away. At this moment, my senior sister and I were still flying in the sky. I was bragging to her about how I could help her evolve her spirit into a nine-tailed celestial fox. She didn't believe me and dared me, saying if I succeeded, she would listen to me for anything. I was waiting for that phrase. She knew exactly what I was thinking and immediately gave me a 360-degree spin kick to the waist. Ouch, that hurt. Anyway, after some playful bickering and rushing, we finally approached Soto City. I told my senior sister that this time there was something important to do. We needed to visit the Spirit Hall to inform our teacher that we needed a soul Douluo expert to help us in the Sunset Forest. Only then did she believe me and stopped insisting on hurrying. On the other side, Zhu and the others had just settled into a hotel called Lyson, which looked much more normal. The cheerful owner said there were only 2 rooms left, and they were lucky. Yi Lingling took the key and said to Zhu, I'm going back to the room to take a shower first. On the other side, let me tell you, my senior sister Hulaina and I were on a grand escape. Flying with a sword sounds cool, right? But it's a life-threatening endeavor. By the time we finally reached Soto City, I felt like I had lost half my life, weak as a piece of paper, completely relying on my senior sister to support me. After much effort, we found a hotel called Lyson, but guess what? It was fully booked. My senior sister was about to take me away when the hotel owner, a chubby middle-aged man, looked at me with concern and said to my senior sister, Miss, if I may say so, this is your husband, right? He looks pale. You should take him to the doctor quickly. Such things can wait. But I'm afraid for your husband's life if this continues. Family, who understands? I was dumbfounded. I was just exhausted from flying with the sword. My soul power was depleted. He thought I was drained by my senior sister. My senior sister turned as red as a monkey's, but unable to explain clearly because I was leaning on her and all my weight was on her, which was indeed very misleading. She was furious, cursing me in her heart as her nemesis, but I was innocent. It was her who forced me to fly overtime. Just as we turned to leave, we nearly brushed past a girl coming out of the shower who was wearing a veil and probably thought, oh, this man looks so pitiful, but his wife is really beautiful. Goodness, fate's gears just clicked together like that, missing each other, because just upstairs, Zhu had just finished her bath, suddenly feeling anxious, sensing she was about to lose something important, and rushed out wearing clothes with her hair still dripping. By the time she reached the hotel entrance, we had already turned the corner and disappeared. She stood there looking lost, seeing nothing. The real missed opportunity is that I was right downstairs, but you had no idea who I was. Later, we truly couldn't find a place to stay, so we could only proceed with our business. That Shrek Academy had no reputation at all. I had to inquire for a long time before discovering it was in a village outside the city. My senior sister wondered what kind of academy would be in a village. When we arrived at the village entrance, good heavens, there were 100 or more people lined up like they were queuing for concert tickets in 2025. I immediately spotted a few well-connected individuals in the crowd. The one dressed like a little princess is Ning Rongrong. Next to her is the lively rabbit spirit, Xiao Wu. The one beside Xiao Wu, who looks rather ordinary, No need to ask, it's Tang-san. And sitting next to the admissions teacher is that big golden-haired guy, Daimu Bai. My senior sister picked up a recruitment brochure from the ground. We leaned over to take a look and almost burst out laughing. Shrek Academy. And there was a green monster avatar in front of the name that looked a bit ugly yet cute. But the text below was outrageous, claiming it only accepts monsters, which I already knew. But then it said that graduates could become barons of the empire, acknowledged by the Spirit Hall. What the heck? This bragging is thicker than Flinder's skin, certified by the Spirit Hall? How come I, a direct disciple of the Pope, didn't know about this? We exchanged glances and thought the same thing. Scam Academy, identification complete. Sure enough, someone nearby was already arguing because they wouldn't refund the registration fee. My purpose for coming this time was to find Yaya's brother, Zhang Yuhao. I planned to finish my business and leave, not wanting to get involved with them. I directly used my soul power and shouted at the crowd. Is there anyone named Zhang Yuhao? I'm here on behalf of your sister to find you. The whole place instantly fell silent, and all eyes were suddenly focused on me. My senior sister held her forehead, probably thinking, so when you said find, you meant shouting here. A rather sturdy-looking boy with a simple demeanor ran over, eyeing me warily, saying he was Zhang Yuhao. I noticed that he was the one who had been arguing with the academy earlier. I stepped forward, told him about Yaya's unfortunate encounter, and handed him the rough wooden bracelet. The guy immediately broke down, kneeling on the ground and crying uncontrollably. I felt a mix of emotions and patted him on the shoulder before walking straight to the wooden box collecting registration fees, reaching out to take back the 10 gold soul coins he had. Suddenly, an old man grabbed my wrist and told me about the academy's rules. Once registered, no refunds or exchanges. In the next moment, bang, 6 soul rings lit up on him. 1 white, 1 yellow, 3 purple, 1 black. He was a soul emperor. Wow. Even a recruitment teacher is a soul emperor. Is he trying to intimidate me? If he's trying to intimidate me, then I can only show him an overwhelming counterattack. I suddenly twisted my left hand, unleashing my soul power. Yellow, purple, purple, black, black. 5 soul rings exploded open in an instant. The entire venue was stunned. Tang-san and the others were wide-eyed, probably wondering how such a soul ring configuration could exist. The old man's soul ring seemed like child's play compared to mine. I broke free and my left hand appeared in front of his neck, lifting him up completely. Just then, a figure rushed in. I narrowed my eyes and, without thinking, I threw the old man like a sandbag. The figure had no choice but to abandon the attack and catch the old man. Upon closer inspection, it was a man in his 50s, wearing black-rimmed glasses, looking somewhat like an owl, with a sly expression on his face. Four-eyed owl Flanders. As soon as he arrived, he started to put on airs, questioning me about why I had harmed his academy's teacher. I leaned my long sword against the ground, resting both hands on the hilt, and let out a cold laugh. He bullied my friend first. Not refunding the registration fee is the academy's rule. Rule? What rule wasn't made clear beforehand? Isn't it just taking advantage of having a bit of strength to bully the commoners? I started to vent my anger. All I know is that those who like to bully the weak are definitely not good people. Flander turned green with anger, just as he was about to explode. My senior sister stood by my side, ready to unleash her martial soul. I quickly grabbed her. Senior sister, don't interfere this time. Trust me. I don't want her to reveal her identity under Tang Hao's watchful eyes. Seeing us exchanging glances, Flander became even angrier and directly threatened. If you harm someone, you must apologize. Otherwise, I will have to teach you a lesson on behalf of your elders. I laughed at that moment. Teach me a lesson? You're not even worthy. I pointed at his nose and started to curse. Flander, I've heard of you, also from a poor background. Don't you know what these 10 soul coins mean to an ordinary family? My friend only gets 1 soul coin a month as allowance. These 10 are his entire income for a year. You've been caught in the rain, yet instead of helping others with an umbrella, you tear theirs apart. You write your admission requirements unclearly, scam money, and delay others' applications. And this is how you set an example as a teacher. Also, you say you only accept monsters? A monster is a genius anywhere. Why would they come to this broken place of yours? I see your Shrek has fallen to the point of scamming application fees, and you can't even provide a basic cultivation environment. Your actions really highlight the theme of companionship, right? Accompanying students in poverty? My outburst left Flander blushing and paling, and the parents and students waiting in line began to murmur among themselves. Before long, the line of hundreds had completely dispersed. Flander was utterly enraged and shouted, "Kid, to insult my Shrek Academy like this, do you really think I won't dare to take action against you?" He pointed at Daimu Bai, trying to show off his strength. Daimu Bai, 15 years old, rank 37 Soul Master. I glanced at Dai Mubai and directly mocked him. White Tiger Martial Soul. Is being level 37 at 15 considered fast? Your foundation is unstable, your steps are unsteady, and your complexion is dark. It's obvious that the time spent on cultivation is far less than the time spent on women, right? If this is your teaching method, it truly is unique. Dai Mubai was furious, and Ning Rongrong in the crowd couldn't help but laugh out loud. Flander could no longer hold back, directly summoning his martial soul. With huge wings extending from his back, yellow, yellow, purple, purple, black, 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 7 soul rings fell. Soul Sage. He was going to personally teach me a lesson. That pressure instantly rose. But I wasn't intimidated. I stepped into the Lingbo Weibo, directly arriving behind him, and started with Sword 19. Chi. Flander did not dodge, and a layer of yellow light exploded around him, his 6th soul skill, directly sending me flying. As I landed and steadied myself, his 1st soul skill, Eagle Strike, came at me, smashing into the golden bell barrier I had just raised. With a loud bang, the golden bell shattered, and I was sent back several meters, blood appearing at the corner of my mouth. Xiaolingzi, my senior sister, was anxious behind me. Flander still wanted to put on a show, saying that as long as I apologized, he would let me go. I spit. The battle isn't over yet. I stood up again and directly unleashed my ultimate move. 5th soul skill, Solar Corona. A gigantic flame sword, magnified countless times, took shape in the sky, dyeing the entire firmament red. Flander's expression changed drastically. He sensed danger and wanted to rush over to interrupt me. I flipped my left hand, and my 4th soul skill, Wild Barrier, instantly went up. Although it couldn't block him for long, those few seconds were enough. Slash! The giant sword fell with a roar. Flander could only bear it hard, using the protective golden light from his 6th soul skill to withstand it. As the dust settled, he looked like a beggar, his glasses shattered, his clothes torn. But he wasn't seriously injured. I sneered. If that's all you've got, I certainly wouldn't dare to fight you. But the next move, it can be taken or not. The Dean should be careful. I threw the Changhong sword into the air, and, as I spread my hands, the sword split into 4 parts, spinning rapidly around me. I charged upwards, the sword's momentum skyrocketing. Fire dance. Whirlwind. Flander's face turned pale. He wanted to dodge, but I had already locked onto his aura. At this life-and-death moment, he had no choice. 7th soul skill, True Spirit Manifestation. He instantly transformed into a gigantic owl, charging towards me with my sword. The result? The result was that his massive true spirit form was cleaved by my sword, leaving him bloodied and plummeting from the sky. I landed steadily. The tip of the Changhong sword pressed against his neck, coldly saying, "Arrogance requires skill, and I just happen to have it." I sheathed my sword, walked to the treasure chest, and took out the 10 gold soul coins. Then I picked up the entire box and placed it at Ning Rongrong's feet, saying, "Miss, please hand over the money in this box to the villagers." After that, I turned and left. At that moment, the immovable Ming Wang Zhao Wuji arrived, wanted to stop me, but was called back by Flander. He didn't dare to gamble whether I could draw that sword again. I directly summoned the Changhong sword, taking my senior sister and Zhang Yuhao with me as we soared into the sky at full speed. While flying in the air, my senior sister suddenly felt something dripping on her, and when she touched it, it was blood. She looked up at me sharply, her eyes reddening. I probably looked like I was in a horror movie at that moment, with blood flowing from all 7 orifices, my whole body trembling. I forced myself to tell her it was fine and to leave here first. This time, too many trump cards were exposed, and I had to be wary of Tang Hao's underhanded tactics. I took a huge detour before flying back near Soto City. As soon as the rainbow sword dissipated, I couldn't hold on any longer and spat out a mouthful of blood. My vision went dark. I passed out. When I regained consciousness, no, I hadn't actually woken up at all. I could feel my senior sister, Hulai Na, guarding my bedside, feeding me porridge bite by bite. The healer Meng Yin sent by the Spirit Hall had healed all my injuries, but I just couldn't wake up. Who understands what my family is going through? It's like the plant person simulator has started. 7 days passed like this, and Hulai Na was getting anxious. After thinking for a night, Meng Yin finally speculated that my condition was likely due to mental trauma. As a spirit master of her level, she couldn't treat it. Mental trauma? When my senior sister heard this, her mind buzzed, and she immediately realized it must be the title Douluo hiding near Shrek Academy. Who has a grudge against the Spirit Hall that did this? What a guy, if he can't win, he resorts to mental attacks, so underhanded. There were no medicines here to treat mental trauma, so Hulai Na decisively said to Meng Yin, "You go back now and have Bishop Fu Fan prepare carriage, water, and food as quickly as possible. If it's not possible here, we will return to Spirit City. Her eyes sharpened. She had to get me treated. As soon as she finished speaking, I tell you, there was a knock on the door. Hulaina thought it was the maid Meng Yun who had just gone out, and without looking up, she said, "Come in. There's no need to rush for the carriage." But before she could finish her sentence and raise her head, wow, she was stunned. The person who entered was not Meng Yun at all, but the bishop from Soto City, followed by a muscle-bound man like a tower, with dark skin, and a build that was simply astounding. The bishop quickly bowed. "Young master, the Pope has sent someone, and their identity has been verified." The muscular man also clasped his fists, his voice like a thunderclap. "Young master, I am Nu Zhan, sent by the Pope to protect you, two young masters. May I ask where young master Jiang Ling is?" When Hulaina heard that it was sent by her teacher, she understood. It was definitely a result of the message little Ling sent for help. She nodded. "I understand. Let's return to Spirit City together tomorrow." "Huh? Return to Spirit City?" Nu Zhan was dumbfounded on the spot. "I just arrived." He asked again, where is young master Jiang Ling?" Hulaina, seeing him ask twice, became suspicious. "Do you know Jiang Ling?" I know. Nu Zhan quickly said, "Back in the Star Luo Empire, I was responsible for protecting young master Jiang Ling." Upon hearing this, Hulaina's expression softened, and she turned to walk into the room, her voice lowering. "Little Ling was injured and is still unconscious. We're going back to Spirit City to treat his injuries." "What? Young master is injured?" Nu Zhan's eyes reddened upon hearing this, and he hurriedly followed inside. Seeing me lying on the bed, his anger surged, and he shouted at Hulaina, "Young master, who did this? Tell me, and I'll go destroy him." In his view, who among his peers could beat me like this? It must be some shameless old guy who ambushed me. Hulaina sighed. "Let's wait until little Ling wakes up to discuss this." She wanted revenge as well, but on the other side was a title Douluo, and her rationality told her that going now would just be sending someone to their death. She was not willing to give up and asked the bishop, "Bishop Fu, is there really no medicine in Soto City to treat mental trauma?" The bishop looked troubled. "Young master, such things are too rare. We really don't have any at our level." Hulaina's expression instantly dimmed. But then, I tell you, a miraculous turn of events happened. The muscular man Nu Zhan suddenly slapped his thigh. "Mental injury? I have medicine." He pulled out a jade box from his soul guide, opened it, and a huge, warm, and powerful wave of mental energy instantly filled the entire room. Inside was a palm-sized dragon-shaped blood ginseng. Hulaina's eyes lit up. She snatched the jade box. Her face flushed with excitement, tightly gripping the box until her knuckles turned white, staring at Nu Zhan, and said, "Name your price. I'll pay anything, or I'll trade for whatever you want." At that moment, I estimated that even if Nu Zhan disagreed, she was prepared to just snatch it. But Nu Zhan, with a hearty smile, said, "Young master, you are being too polite. This blood jade dragon ginseng was originally gifted to me by young master Jiang Ling. Now it's just returning to its rightful owner. We need to hurry and treat the young master's injuries." It turned out that this item was something I obtained in the Star Luo ancient realm, and later, knowing that Nu Zhan would definitely be punished for helping Zhu Zhuqing escape, I left it for him as compensation. "Thank you." Hulaina's eyes turned red after hearing this, and she deeply bowed to Nu Zhan. Nu Zhan was startled and quickly sidestepped. "Young master, no need for that." "No need." Hulaina took the medicine, walked to my bedside, touched my face, and whispered, "This time, you must wake up." Then Meng Yun exerted great effort to help me absorb the blood jade dragon ginseng, and she was exhausted and went back to rest. In the room, only Hulaina and Nu Zhan were left to guard me. Hulaina tucked me in, watching my pale face slowly regain its color, finally letting out a sigh of relief. Nu Zhan watched from the side, feeling quite emotional, thinking that the Pope is impressive. Not only did he teach an exceptionally talented disciple, but their feelings are also so strong. If this were any other sect, competitors wouldn't have survived long before they turned to ashes. Hulaina sat at the table, smiling at Nu Zhan. "Uncle Nu, my junior brother must have called you that in Star Luo too, right? You should sit down. You're my benefactor." This directly flattered Nu Zhan to the point of feeling dizzy, and he waved his hands repeatedly. Hulaina personally poured him a cup of tea and then casually asked, "Uncle Nu, I heard my junior brother has a confidant in Star Luo named Zhu Zhuqing. Do you know anything about this?" Good heavens, I was listening from the side and felt something was off. This was not just asking. This was like a formal inquiry about my junior brother's achievements. Nu Zhan broke into a sweat upon hearing this, stammering, "I know. Oh no. I don't know. I've heard of it." Hulaina took a sip of tea, her gaze fixed on him. Uncle knew. Why don't you tell me about it? After all, it's my junior brother's emotional matter, and as his senior sister, I should keep a close eye on it. You know, little Ling is going to inherit the teacher's position in the future. If his partner has an unclear background and ulterior motives, wouldn't that harm him? Once she said this, Nujan dared not hesitate any longer and quickly waved his hands. Young master has misunderstood. Miss Zhu Zhuqing is definitely not that kind of person. The next morning, I finally woke up. As soon as I opened my eyes, I wanted to curse. Tang Hao, you bastard. I think I've figured it out. That day when I coughed up blood and fainted at the city gate, it wasn't some backlash from swordsmanship. It was just that mental shock left in my body by that old six Tang, how that exploded. If I hadn't fused with the spiritual skull, I would have gone to meet Yin Wang on the spot. I tilted my head slightly and saw Hulaina leaning against the bed, dozing off, exhausted. I felt an overwhelming sense of guilt in my heart and quietly reached out my hand to hold hers. As soon as I touched her, her eyelashes fluttered, and she woke up. She blinked a few times, as if trying to confirm whether she was dreaming, then suddenly burst into tears, holding me tightly in her arms. It was so tight. I tell you, everything went dark in front of me. It was fragrant and soft, and then I could hardly breathe. Really, I almost passed out. After a long time, she finally let go, her eyes red, and very seriously said to me, I won't allow you to take such risks in the future. What else can I say? I can only laugh. I just listened to my senior sister. When she saw that I was awake, she said she would go get me something to eat and also mentioned that my friend had come and she would go call him. I was still wondering what friend. Then, after a while, that iron tower from Angry Battle came in. We both exclaimed in unison, Uncle knew. Young master, what brings you here? You've finally woken up. In the end, I let him speak first, and that's when I learned he was sent by the teacher. And this guy is now already a level 82 soul Douluo. I joked with him a bit and asked if he could take on Douluo. The atmosphere was just perfect. However, as we chatted, this guy suddenly leaned in with a look that said he had something sorted out, and in a low voice said, Ling, there's something I need to tell you. I felt a sudden jolt in my heart, sensing that something was amiss. I only heard him smugly say, Yesterday, your senior sister asked about you and Zhu Zhuqing. I covered for you. I told her that your love for Zhu Zhuqing is so profound that you drown your sorrows every day without her. And even when faced with the 8 beautiful maidens I found for you, you remained unmoved. I think your senior sister already believes it. She cares for you so much. And when she returns to the Wuhuan Hall, she will definitely help you ask the Pope to approve of your marriage. I have to say, when I heard this, I felt like the sky was about to collapse. This guy knows how to assist, with one step on the gas. He sent his teammate flying straight into the enemy's crystal. I felt a sweetness in my throat, and almost spat out a mouthful of old blood. I suddenly sat up from the bed, staring at him, just like that line. In the midst of a dying illness, I suddenly sat up, and the clown was actually me. I held it in for half a day, gritting my teeth and asking, Uncle knew, what is Aunt seeing you? He actually smiled foolishly with a happy face and said, She said she just likes my silly look. I'm at a loss for words. He noticed that my expression was off and wanted to comfort me. Ling, don't worry. Your senior sister treats you very well. She mainly focuses on companionship, feeding you porridge and helping you move your body. She hasn't slept for several days, so she definitely can't bear to see you suffer from longing. My face has turned a pig liver color. I growled, Anger uncle. Have you ever considered one possibility? My senior sister, she might be my fiancée. The smile on Anger Battle's face instantly froze, petrified in place. Really? Do I look like I'm joking? Ling, you rest first. I'll go check if Mingyun is done resting. Anger Battle's figure flashed, and he disappeared, leaving only the echo of his voice and the sound of the door closing late. Good guy, with General Anger Battle. Why should I worry about being single? After a while, the door opened again, and Hulaina came in with food. I was so scared at that moment that I quickly got off the bed, afraid of upsetting her. But I'd been lying down for too long, my soul power was empty, and my legs went weak, causing me to fall forward. Just as I was about to faceplant, I instead landed in a fragrant and soft embrace. It was my senior sister who caught me. During dinner, I was like a quail, but Hulaina didn't mention that matter at all, and, as usual, served me dishes. Only then did I breathe a sigh of relief. We chatted about Yaya's brother, and then she urged me to go rest. How can I make her busy again? I directly grabbed her hand, pushed her onto the bed, covered her with a blanket, and urged her to sleep quickly. Her dark circles under the eyes have become so serious these past few days. She is still worried that letting Angry Battle deal with the dishes will be a problem. I thought to myself, if this guy doesn't do some work to atone for his sins, I'll have to make him understand why the flowers are so red. I watched her so tired that she was almost falling asleep and leaned down to kiss her forehead. I walked out holding my bowl and chopsticks and just happened to bump into Angry War, who was peeking at the door. This guy even gave me a thumbs up and whispered, "Jiang Ling is awesome. The red flag at home doesn't fall, while the colorful flags fly outside." My face turned dark. Damn it, the colorful flags are flying. I took a deep breath and pleaded with him. "Uncle Nu, I beg you, please don't inquire too much about my affairs from now on. And don't spread rumors, okay?" 5 days later, we boarded the carriage, with Nu Zhan driving us to the Sunset Forest. Inside the carriage, Hulaina was sitting cross-legged, and I, thick-skinned, rested my head on her lap. I told her that after we finished our trip to the Sunset Forest, we would return to Soul Master City. I shared my incredible plan with her, which involved a metal called Gungjin, a dagger array capable of cutting through soul power, and combined with the 36 flying sword from the Spirit Hall-S library to create a powerful weapon that could definitely defeat enemies at a higher level. She asked where I got the Gungjin, and of course, I couldn't say it was from the star Luo secret realm. So I made up a story about buying it from a small treasure pavilion. Who understands family matters? This guy has a habit of lying, which is to scratch the back of his head and grin foolishly, practically writing "I have a secret" on his face. Hulaina, being exceptionally clever, saw right through it, but didn't expose me. She just sighed and agreed to help me supervise. We joked and played around, and the atmosphere was fantastic. Just 3 days after we left Swoto City, over at Shrek Academy, Yu Xiaojiang returned. He was furious after hearing from Tang San about the academy being attacked. Then, Tang Hao suddenly appeared in his room like a ghost. Yu Xiaojiang exaggeratedly recounted my situation, saying how my talent was extraordinary, that I was BB Dong's disciple, and that I would definitely be a great enemy of Tang San, hoping to get rid of me through Tang Hao. However, Tang Hao was incredibly arrogant, waving his hand and saying, "You don't need to worry about this. I've already left a mental attack in his body. That kid should be dead by now." Yu Xiaojiang wanted to persuade him to confirm it with his own eyes, but was so intimidated by a single glance from Tang Hao that he didn't dare to make a sound. Meanwhile, we were completely unaware of this. The carriage slowly came to a stop, and Nu Zhan's voice came from outside. "Xiaoling, Nana, we're almost at the Sunset Forest. We need to get off and walk from here." I climbed up from my senior sister's fragrant and soft thigh, feeling quite reluctant to leave. To be honest, after these few days on the road, resting my head on her thigh and eating the grapes she fed me, I almost forgot the first move of the long rainbow sword technique. Sigh, one can't be too comfortable in life. Just as I got up from her thigh, my whole body felt lazy, and all I wanted to do was lie down. It would be best if a rich woman could see through my pretenses and throw money in my face. My senior sister, hearing this, gave me a big eye roll and yanked my hair, pulling me down from the carriage. I have to tell you, the Sunset Forest is indeed a bit cold. As soon as my senior sister got out of the car, she shivered. Can I pamper her? Without hesitation, I took out a coat from my precious jade pendant and draped it over her. I have to be strong in my boyfriend role. Our goal this time is very clear: to go straight to the heart of the forest and find the legendary old poison master, Douluo. With our bodyguard, Uncle Nu, leading the way, it was like bulldozer mode, pushing through effortlessly. Before long, Uncle Nu suddenly raised his hand and said, "Stop. There's a poison formation ahead." As soon as I heard that, I was fired up. This was just a successful GPS positioning, right? Without saying a word, I channeled my true chi and reached my hand into that green, toxic mist. My senior sister turned pale with fear beside me and shouted, "Try to pull me back." Let me tell you, when that toxic mist touched my hand, it sizzled and smoked like sulfuric acid, but it couldn't break my defense. I grinned at my senior sister and said, "Don't be afraid, I've got this." In the next moment, I opened a red protective shield, pulling my fragrant and soft senior sister into my arms, and off we went. Just after entering the toxic formation, a thunderous voice exploded. "Who dares to trespass on my territory?" Immediately after, a green-skinned old man, as thin as a bamboo pole, teleported in front of us. He looked us up and down, his eyes filled with disdain, as if to say, "You little brats dare to come here?" I cleared my throat, stepped forward, and said in a not-so-loud but imposing voice, "Senior Douluo, I'm here to negotiate a deal with you." He laughed in anger, saying, "What could a young kid like me negotiate?" I didn't waste time arguing with him and revealed my identity directly. Spirit Hall, Pope BB Dong is my teacher. I took out the Pope's order with a snap. Smiling, I looked at him and asked, "So, old man, do I qualify to negotiate now?" The old man's eyelids twitched wildly, but he still put on a tough front. Trying to pressure me with the Pope? If you can't explain yourself, today you'll get a taste of my poison. I was just waiting for you to say that. I won't beat around the bush and will directly lay out the issues with your body. Do your ribs feel numb and itchy every time it rains? Do you experience sharp pain in your head and soles of your feet in the middle of the night, to the point that your whole body trembles? Every time I spoke, his green face turned even greener. Family members, who understands? The look in his eyes at that moment was filled with murderous intent, as if he could condense it into a knife and was ready to turn me to ashes the next second. But he didn't dare, because he knew that once this matter was exposed, his precious granddaughter would be in danger. Under the death stare of the titled duh, I still found a moment to turn back, wink at my senior sister, and squeeze her little hand. It was infuriating for Douluo, his beard almost standing on end. He gritted his teeth and asked me what I wanted to do. I said, I can cure you, and I can also cure your granddaughter. He thought I wanted him to sell himself to the spirit hall and be his servant for life. His face fell. But then I changed my tone. My conditions are simple. Just go to your backyard or garden and collect some herbs. Goodness, the old man was stunned on the spot, frozen there for a long time without reacting. In the end, he slapped his thigh. Deal? He led us inside, and we arrived at a valley. That place was incredible. Half fire and half ice. The legendary ice and fire yin-yang. I asked my senior sister and Uncle Nu to wait outside, as this place was too dangerous, and their foundations would be damaged if they went in. My senior sister was extremely worried. Her eyes turned red, and after biting my hand hard, she reluctantly agreed. I followed Douluo inside, and let me tell you, my eyes went wide. The ground was covered with fairy herbs, each one more vibrant than the last, glowing with light. Finally, this immense fortune had come my way. Douluo saw my foolish expression and patted me on the back of the head, saying, first treat the illness. Once you're healed, you can pick whatever herbs you want here. To show my sincerity, I took out my treasure, the Bodhi transformative saliva. I told him, let's focus on sincerity. This thing, paired with my unique technique, will definitely give you a complete transformation. Ready to get to work? I said to him, Senior, take off your clothes. His face turned green, and a murderous aura emanated from him. Kid, are you seeking death? I quickly explained, Big brother, you're overthinking it. Later, I'll use fire to treat your whole body. If you're wearing clothes, they'll just get burned too. Next came the moment of witnessing a miracle. I activated the innate fire of the candle spirit and began my operations, forcefully channeling the toxins in his body into that pearl of his, then injecting the Bodhi transformative saliva to repair his body. After working hard, I was exhausted and sat down on the ground. Looking at Douluo, well, not only was the poison resolved, but the bottleneck he had struggled with for years was also broken, and his soul power shot up, directly leveling up twice on the spot. Taking advantage of his breakthrough, I didn't hold back and directly entered a crazy shopping mode. This octagonal ice crystal grass for the teacher, that Chiluot tulip for the senior sister, this autumn water dew for myself, and that wondrous heaven-reaching chrysanthemum for Uncle Nu. I swiftly packed up all the fairy herbs I had my eye on. By the time I finished, Douluo had also completed his breakthrough, letting out a long howl that shook the entire valley. Outside, Uncle Nu heard the commotion and rushed in. As soon as he entered, he saw that the unruly poison Douluo was bowing to me with cupped fists, expressing his deep gratitude for the enormous favor he owed me. I heard Uncle Nu murmuring beside me, the charm of the young master really appeals to everyone, regardless of age or gender. When we left, Douluo was exceptionally polite and even gave me a VIP token that allowed me to enter and exit his poison formation at any time. Once we exited the forest, it was almost dark, so we simply set up camp right there. I took out the exquisite tulip and handed it to my senior sister, saying, Senior sister, remember our promise? Once your martial soul evolves, you have to agree to any condition I ask. She blushed, snatched the herb, and ran off to cultivate. Then I turned around and found Uncle Nu, who was keeping watch, and handed him the miraculous mushroom. I told him, Uncle Nu, this thing is a perfect match for your martial soul. We're all family here, so no need to be polite. Uncle Nu is a good guy. When there's something important, he's genuinely on it. When he saw the herb, he was so excited that his hands were trembling, and he immediately bowed deeply to me, his eyes filled with a look that seemed ready to go through fire and water for me. Sure enough, he quickly arranged everything. Uncle Nu waved his hand and said he would protect us while I and Nana quickly absorbed the herb. All right then, I wanted to be polite. I sat cross-legged and swallowed the water of autumn longing in one gulp. Wow. As soon as it hit my stomach, I felt like my entire head was glowing, with 2 streams of heat rushing straight to my eyes. After about 2 hours, when I opened my eyes, let me tell you, the whole world looked different. My broken illusion, I underwent an Ultimate Pro Max upgrade, and seeing things felt like I had opened a perspective hack. Before it was a red eye, but now it's a magma eye. Cool, right? I was done on my side, but for Nana, it was the main event. The big fox spirit behind her revealed its true form, its golden fur transforming into pure white. I took a look and thought, this is going to be interesting. I quickly called Uncle Nu to absorb it while I guarded the area. In the end, Uncle Nu, being a soul Douluo, finished it in an hour and even leveled up twice. It was incredible. We were like two gatekeepers, wide-eyed, staring at Nana. Suddenly, the white fox behind her soared into the air and began, how should I put it, absorbing the essence of the sun and moon? It spat out a sparkling golden orb, flew around the moon, and then sucked it back. My mind buzzed. Wasn't this the legendary fox spirit worshipping the moon? The moonlight poured onto the white fox as if it were free, while everything around was pitch black. This continued until dawn, and behind that fox, swish, 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 it grew a total of 9 tails. Then, an alert for high energy came. Folks, that white fox slowly floated down from the sky, transforming back into human form. But where were the clothes? Where were the shoes? I watched in shock as a pair of bare feet appeared first, followed by the calves. Oh no, my mind exploded at that moment, and I quickly threw a black robe to the stunned Uncle Nu, shouting at him, cover your head, turn around. Then I dashed over and cast a red barrier to shield me and Nana, emphasizing absolute privacy. I tell you, I really didn't mean to. I was just afraid she would fall and hurt herself. But, when those 9 fluffy white tails appeared on my wife, who understands, right? A beast girl, a living beast girl. Who could resist something fluffy? I couldn't help myself and reached out to touch. The softness was incredible. Just as I marveled, a voice filled with embarrassment and anger rang out. What are you doing? My mind was still processing, and I instinctively replied, touching the tail. When I looked up, there it was, my senior sister was awake. I got so excited that I gave her a bear hug, which made her even shyer, pushing me away and saying, let go of me. Then came a tug of war about how we were about to get married and what to be afraid of. But I was shy, and I would show her at home. In the end, I was captivated by her flirtatious glance and obediently turned around. By the time I came to my senses, she was already dressed. Those 9 big tails and that golden core were actually part of her spirit's evolution, able to be summoned and retracted, and could even be used as a weapon. One swipe created a large pit in the ground. I was completely enamored. After everything was settled, we quickly made our escape. On the way back in the carriage, I was exhausted and lay down on Nana's lap to catch some sleep. I told her I wanted to go to Tiano City to deliver a celestial herb to Qianrenxue, and Nana puffed up her cheeks, pinching my face and asking if I had a crush on her. After a round of explanation, I finally appeased this vinegar jar. However, that night, because I had flirted too much with her during the day, she ignored me. I sought advice from Uncle Nu, and his straight man comments almost drove me away. Just as I was racking my brain to woo my wife, the carriage suddenly jolted to a stop. A hoarse voice came from outside. This road ends here. My heart sank, and I rushed out to take a look, my pupils shaking. Goodness, a giant was standing there, holding a hammer bigger than me. Tang Hao. He was actually alive. Yellow, yellow, purple, purple, black, 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 red. 9 soul rings displayed, and the pressure almost knocked me down. Tang Hao got straight to the point, saying it was all instigated by that scoundrel Yu Jiang, wanting to kill me and demanding the Pope's order in return. I regretted it instantly. Had I known, I should have just taken care of that hypocrite in Tiano City. It was too late to say anything now. I quickly transmitted a message to Uncle Nu, telling him to take Nana and run. But Tang Hao, that old fox, didn't he play fair and swung his hammer at us. Just as I was ready to face him head on, Uncle Nu pushed us aside and confronted him alone, the real form of the Ape King. He roared at us, go quickly. I promised the Pope to protect you. My eyes turned red, but reason told me this was the only chance. I grabbed Nana, summoned my sword, and fled, while Tang Hao shouted behind us, loyal people often have short lives, followed by a loud crash. Uncle Nu, I swear, Tang Hao, one day I will kill you. I desperately urged the flying sword, wanting to rush into Tiando City as soon as possible. But that haunting voice rang out behind me again. I told you, you can't escape. A massive hammer that blocked out the sun came crashing down. I quickly dove down to evade it, but was still swept down by the fierce wind, leaving me dazed and confused. Holding on to Nana, I looked at Tang Hao in front of me, my heart turned to ice. This time we were really done for. I held Nana's hand tightly and said, Senior sister, if we survive this, I will never let you suffer like this again in my life. Then I drew my sword and charged forward. Let's fight. We gave it our all, using our sword techniques, 9 tails, and charm, all at once. Nana's innate skill was astonishingly superior, actually leaving the old monster Tang Hao momentarily dazed. Seizing the opportunity, I unleashed a fire dance whirlwind attack on him. We tried to escape on our swords again, but that old guy reacted quickly and threw the Hao-Ian hammer at us like a frisbee. There was no way to avoid it. Instinctively, I held Nana tightly in my arms, preparing to take the blow on my back. In a critical moment, Nana's 9 tails suddenly whipped out, producing a loud crash as they knocked the Hao-Ian hammer away. We were also shaken by that immense force, shooting towards Tiando City like cannonballs. I just breathed a sigh of relief and shouted, "Senior sister, we are safe." But when I looked down, I was completely stunned. I am covered in blood, and Nana's face is as white as paper, with blossoms of blood blooming all over her body. It was only then that I realized that Tang Hao's blow, which seemed like it was struck by 9 tails, had already shattered her internal organs with that force. Who among my family understands? She was holding on with just a breath, clinging to the obsession of not wanting to leave me. I was so scared that I felt my soul leaving my body. I quickly came down and frantically searched for medicine. I kept murmuring, "Sister, don't be afraid. I'll heal your wounds. You'll be fine." But when she opened her mouth, she suddenly coughed up a mouthful of blood clots. She grabbed my hand and smiled, saying, "Xiaolingzi, the medicine in your jade pendant was all bought by me. It can't heal my injury, so don't look for it anymore. Just keep me company and talk." Looking at her covered in blood, I was in so much pain that sweat was pouring down my forehead, and she still had to force a smile for me. My heart was breaking. She smiled foolishly and said, "If I had known it would be like this, I would have really given myself to you that night, becoming your true wife." I held her tightly, unable to hold back my tears any longer. I said, "You have always been my wife. Hulaina has always been Jiang Ling's wife. Don't leave me." She tried to reach out to wipe my tears, but her hand fell halfway. I quickly grabbed her hand and pressed it against my face, and I heard her say with her last breath, "I will turn into the wind and rain of this world, always staying by your side." Then, her body began to grow transparent, turning into specks of white light. I frantically tried to grab her, but I could only grasp air. I was done for. That was the only thought in my mind at that moment. I slapped myself hard and thought, "What are you even worth, Jiang Ling? You always say you want to become stronger to protect your loved ones, but what now? You don't even have the chance to fight for her." Just when Nana was about to completely disappear, suddenly, the jade pendant I had thrown aside began to shake violently. A white flower flew out from it, heading straight for Nana. I was stunned. Wasn't this the heartbreak red? How could I have forgotten about this magical item? It actually recognized its master without needing any effort from me. The flower merged directly into Nana's body, and her body, which was about to dissipate, instantly solidified. The bloodstains on her disappeared, and her face became rosy. I was overjoyed. My senior sister was saved, but the problem was, even though she looked like she was asleep, she just wouldn't wake up. I didn't dare to delay, so I rushed into the spirit hall of Tiando City while holding her. I found the best healing soul saint, but after examining her for a long time, that guy told me, "Young master, the patient's physical condition is excellent, and her spirit and soul power are abundant." I was immediately anxious. Then why can't she wake up? The soul saint stammered and said he couldn't diagnose it. Upon hearing the word useless, I cursed out loud and directly knocked the teacup next to me onto the ground. I quickly wrote a letter to the teacher, asking her to send someone over. At that moment, Qian Rinxue arrived. I explained the whole situation to her, and she was furious, scolding Tang Hao for being shameless. At that time, my killing intent was already boiling in my mind. I told her, "I want to go kill you Xiaojiang and Tang San. I can't deal with Tang Hao for now, so I'll make him lose his descendants and let him experience the pain of losing loved ones." Sister Shui quickly persuaded me, saying that Tang Hao would definitely be lying in wait at Shrek, and the most important thing right now was to safely escort my senior sister back to Wuhuan City. I calmed down. It was indeed my impulsiveness. I waited in Heavendo City for 5 days, and the people I sent to find Uncle Nu came back saying they only found signs of a fight, but no living person or dead body. No news might be the best news. It was at that moment that the people sent by the teacher arrived, and to my surprise, it was Elder Yueguan and Elder Ghost, Zhu Douluo and Gue Douluo. When they saw Nana's condition, they were also furious, and without saying a word, we immediately set off. I held Nana, stepped on the flying sword, and followed the 2 titled Douluos, rushing back at the fastest speed, without even drinking water. By the time I set foot on the floor of the Pope's palace again, my legs went weak, my vision darkened, and I fainted. I truly pushed myself to the limit. When I woke up again, I found myself lying in a long-lost room, and sitting by the bed was my teacher, Bibi Dong. whom I hadn't seen for over 2 years. In that moment, all the grievances, anger, and helplessness surged up, and I sat up abruptly, hugging her tightly, unable to say anything but 2 words, "Teacher." Tears immediately streamed down my face. The teacher gently patted my back, and when I had cried enough, she asked what had happened to my senior sister. I recounted everything, from Chilua Tulip to Xiangxi Duanchang Hong, in detail. After listening, the teacher remained silent for a long time, then told me a piece of news that made me feel as if I had fallen into an ice cave. She said Nana's life was saved, but due to the simultaneous consumption of 2 types of top-tier immortal herbs in a short period. The 2 huge medicinal powers formed a conflict within her body. Although it repaired her body, it also created an energy cage that trapped her soul and consciousness tightly inside. This cage, no one from the outside could help with. She could only rely on herself to break free. I started to tremble, and with a shaky voice I asked, "Is it that if senior sister can't break through, she will never wake up?" The teacher silently nodded. At that moment, the hand I was holding on her arm fell weakly. For the next 7 days, I was in a daze. Every day, I practiced swordsmanship in the yard like a madman, my moves fast and chaotic, filled with rage. Then I went to find the teacher, kneeling on both knees, begging her to send Juve Douluo and Gue Douluo with me to Shrek. As long as they could distract Tang Hao for a moment. I was confident I could go in and take down Tang San. The teacher flatly refused. She said that Yue Guan and Gue Mei together were definitely not Tang Hao's match. And with Nana in this state, she couldn't let me take any risks. My stubbornness flared up, and I knelt in front of the Pope's palace for a whole day and night, but the teacher still wouldn't relent. With no other choice, I returned to the courtyard. And that night, I tried to sneak away, only to be caught by the teacher and placed under house arrest. In those days, I couldn't go anywhere and could only stay in Nana's courtyard. I accompanied her every day, talking to her, helping her comb her hair, and moving her body, hoping she would open her eyes the next moment. I held her hand and told her stories. Once upon a time, there was a junior brother who was always practicing a skill called White Blade Enters Dream Slash. Senior sister asked him why he didn't play with her, and he said there was a girl who wouldn't wake from her dream, and he had to master this divine skill to shatter the dream with his blade to save her. As I spoke, I choked up and couldn't continue. Senior sister, the junior brother in the story can save people, but I can't. I can't save you. And now I can't even take revenge for you. I pressed her hand against my face and said, "Senior sister, in just 6 months it will be our wedding. If you don't wake up soon, you'll miss it. But it's okay, whenever you wake up. We'll hold the ceremony then." I didn't notice that the teacher had been standing behind the wall, gently sighing. The next day, right after I finished practicing my sword, Elder Yueguan and Elder Gue Mei came to find me. Elder Yueguan said to me, "Xiaoling, His Holiness, the Pope has agreed to let you go out and has ordered us to accompany you. His Holiness also said that if you want to leave, you can just go and don't need to see her." I felt a pang in my heart, knowing that the teacher had softened her heart but didn't want to admit it face to face. I immediately adjusted my mindset, and half an hour later, the 3 of us left the Soul Master City. This time, our goal was very clear: revenge. We rushed straight to Shrek Academy. However, when we arrived there, we found that there were only a few Soul Saints and Soul Emperors in the village, and Tang San and the others were not there at all. I quickly realized that Tang San was already at level 29 before, so he must have broken through to level 30 and gone to the Stardow Forest to hunt for his 3rd spirit ring. Elders, we are going to the Stardow Forest. In the Stardow Forest, the Shrek group was indeed there. Flander, Zhao Wujin, and that theoretical master Yu Xiaojing were with Tang San, Oscar, Ma Hongjun, and the others. That chubby guy was particularly sneaky, constantly glancing at Ning Rongrong and Xiao Wu. They were surrounding a 1,000-year-old phoenix-tailed chicken-crown snake, and Oscar was holding a knife, ready to make a move. Just then, a voice shouted, "Stop!" 5 figures appeared, and when I focused my eyes, I was shocked to see Long, Gongmeng Shu, Shi Pachao Tianxiang, and Meng Iran. What surprised me even more was that beside Meng Iran stood Zhu Zhuqing and Yi Lingling. Zhuqing's aura. My goodness, she was already a level 40 soul master. Long Gong said that they had discovered the snake first, but Oscar was still not convinced. Sheepa patiently explained for a long time, and Flander was originally going to give it up since they couldn't provoke a soul Douluo. However, Yu Xiaojing, that old stubborn man, stood up again, cleared his throat, and spoke in his typical tone of "I know best in the world. In this Stardow Forest, all soul beasts are unclaimed objects. Perhaps this snake was discovered by you first, but in the end, it will be us who catch it." I'm telling you, as soon as I said that, the old man across from me turned green instantly. His theory of unowned items sounded reasonable, but try to reason with someone who plays Contra? That's like playing the lute to a cow. As expected, the old man, let's call him Long Gong, got so angry that his beard bristled, snorted, and all 8 soul rings lit up with a bang. The pressure, oh my God, felt like Mount Tai pressing down on us. The few young ones on our side started to cramp up in their calves. Xiao Wu was so scared she hid directly in Tang San's arms, trembling like a sieve. Flinder's face turned dark, and just as he was about to speak softly, after all, we couldn't win this fight. What happened? Strange things started to unfold. That overwhelming pressure suddenly vanished, like Wi-Fi cutting out. Long Gong was stunned, his expression like he had seen a ghost. He clearly understood that a super expert had secretly come to relieve our pressure. Goodness, this old man reacted really quickly, seeing that hard tactics wouldn't work. He immediately changed his strategy. He cleared his throat and said that he wouldn't bully the young, according to the rules of the Soul Master world. Since both sides needed the soul ring, let the younger generation fight it out themselves. Whoever wins would get the phoenix tail, chicken crown snake. His wife, Snake Lady, was unhappy about this, clearly a winning situation. Why stir up trouble? But Long Gong patted her hand, signaling her not to rush. Flinder was shocked, thinking when did this legendary dragon and snake become so reasonable? But with a way to back down, of course, he had to take it. He quickly said, all right, but my student is a support type, and he is a cook. Can I let my other students fight for him? Long Gong waved his hand. Sure. Just as he finished speaking, that old 60 Xiaojing jumped out and directly called, Xiao San, you come? Oscar beside him was so moved he was teary-eyed, giving Tang San a thumbs up, meaning, good brother, my soul ring depends on you. Tang San was quite confident, patted his chest, and went up, announcing, Tang San, Martial Soul Blue Silvergrass, level 29 Battle Soul Master. 2 soul rings, 1 yellow and 1 purple, looked quite impressive. But on the other side, Long Gong smiled and said, wait, we also want to switch people. His granddaughter Mangaran was unhappy at that moment, acting cute. Long Gong comforted her and then turned to a cold girl who hadn't spoken. Zhu Qing, do you want to help your sister Iran in this match? The girl named Zhu Qing nodded and stepped out. I'm telling you, the main event is here. When Tang San saw a girl younger than him on the other side, he probably felt a bit smug. Oscar even cheered for Xiao San from the back, thinking this was in the bag. Then that girl spoke, her voice cold as ice. Zhu Qing, Martial Soul Nethercat, level 42, 4-ringed Soul Master. Buzz, buzz, yellow, yellow, purple, purple. For soul rings slowly descended. Everyone who understands. At that moment, we were all petrified, mouths agape enough to fit an egg. A 12-year-old Soul Master. This wasn't just a genius. This was like living a life from a chosen script. Tang San's face instantly dropped, and Oscar slumped to the ground, realizing his soul ring was completely gone. Dai Mubai even shouted in disbelief. How is this possible? When she left home a few years ago, Zhu Qing was only level 19. Yu Xiaojiang was also anxious, shouting at Long Gong. Senior, aren't you bullying people? Long Gong sneered. How is this bullying? You switch people, I switch people, the ages are similar, it's quite fair. If you think it's unfair, I can let you switch again. Flinder had no choice but to force Dai Mubai to go up since he was the highest level on our side. Dai Mubai hesitated as he walked over. Looking at Zhu Qing, wanted to say something. That girl didn't even look at him, coldly throwing out, if you want to fight, then fight. If not, admit defeat. Dai Mubai clenched his fist, and in the end, like a deflated balloon, he lowered his head and said 3 words. I admit defeat. We were all dumbfounded. These two definitely had a story. Since he admitted defeat, there was nothing more to say. The phoenix tail chicken crown snake was directly taken away. We totally humiliated ourselves. Once they walked far away, let me tell you, the real scene was about to begin. Behind the scenes, someone had been watching the whole time. A red-haired guy named Jiang Ling, accompanied by 2 titled Douluo, Zhu Huaguan and Gui Douluo. They had already discovered that Tang Hao was secretly protecting Tang San and noticed that Xiao Wu was a 100,000-year soul beast. Jiang Ling saw Zhu Qing and the others walk away and immediately ordered, attack. In an instant, Zhu Huaguan and Gui Douluo darted like 2 ghostly shadows towards Tang Hao's hiding place. The whole forest began to shake when titled Douluo fought. The noise was simply earth-shattering. The Shrek gang was all stunned, still not reacting, when Jiang Ling himself moved. His target had always been Tang San. He first unleashed several sword energies, attacking Ning Rongrong and Dai Mubai. This move was too crafty. Flinder and Zhao Wujia saw that one was the little princess of the 7-treasure glazed tile school, and the other was their precious disciple. If they didn't save them, these young ones would be sliced into pieces. As soon as they moved, The middle was left wide open. Jiang Ling stepped forward, as if teleporting, and in a flash arrived in front of Tang San, stabbing straight for his heart. Tang San was also tough, seeing he couldn't dodge. He actually reached out to grab the sword blade with his Xin Jade hand. Unfortunately, Jiang Ling's sword was on fire. With a sizzle, Tang San's hands were instantly crushed. Just when the sword tip was about to pierce his chest, suddenly a figure in a black robe appeared, grabbing Tang San and pulling him back, simultaneously forcing Jiang Ling back with a palm. Damn, this person had an aura of evil. He was actually an evil soul master. The black-clad person clearly didn't want to fight. After saving Tang San, he wanted to flee. Jiang Ling didn't chase. He shot 2 beams of red light that pierced through Yu Xiaojiang's shoulder blades, then grabbed the already fainted Xiao Wu and lifted Yu Xiaojiang like a chick, flying away on his sword. The whole process was as fast as lightning. Flender saved a student, furious and shouting, chasing after them while asking Jiang Ling who he was and why he kept targeting Shrek. Jiang Ling coldly replied from the sky, "I advise you not to meddle. My grudge with him runs deep. You take him as a friend, but he hasn't told you everything." Flender didn't care about that and was about to unleash his martial soul. As a result, Jiang Ling's eyes flashed red, and another beam of light shot over, directly knocking Flender down from the sky. On the other side, Tang Hao was already going crazy. As a level 96, he was clashing head-on with Zhu Huaguan, Gu Deluo, and a supporting Panlong Gun Deluo, and surprisingly, none of them could take him down. Just as they were in a fierce battle, a gigantic titan giant ape suddenly burst out from the ground, startling everyone. Tang Hao seized this opportunity, hammering the 3 back, then turned to rush towards Shrek. Meanwhile, Jiang Ling found a safe place, tossed Yu Xiaojiang on the ground, and began to interrogate him. I'm telling you, this interrogation was eye-opening. It turned out that this old scumbag Yu Xiaojiang had relied on something called the Charm God Pearl to pick up girls back in the day. He would soak the pearl in water for the girl to drink, and that girl would see him through an 800-layer filter, thinking he was perfect in every way. Both Bibi Dong and Lu Erlong were tricked into his grasp this way. He approached Bibi Dong not because of love, but to use her identity as the saintess of the spirit hall to promote his broken theory. It was simply the ceiling of mediocre men. After hearing this, Jiang Ling's face turned as dark as a pot bottom, stepping on his chest, asking how many girls he had harmed. Yu Xiaojiang said it was over, and then the bead became ineffective. After hearing this, Jiang Ling's eyes became terrifyingly calm. Since that's the case, then you should just die. A ball of flame rose in his hand, and he struck Yu Xiaojiang on the top of his head. In 1 second, Yu Xiaojiang turned to ash, not leaving a trace behind with just a gust of wind. After dealing with this, Jiang Ling turned to look at Xiao Wu, who was lying on the ground pretending to be dead, and sneered. When Xiao Wu realized she couldn't keep up the act, she immediately erupted in anger. But Jiang Ling easily grabbed her by the neck and lifted her up, casually throwing her against the stone wall. "Where's my brother?" Xiao Wu asked weakly. Jiang Ling began to attack her mentally, telling her that her soul beast identity had long been exposed, and that Tang San's father was the renowned Hao Yan Deluo, who had kept her alive to wait for her to grow to 100,000 years, only to kill her and use her as a soul ring for his son. A few words directly burned out Xiao Wu's CPU. She claimed not to believe it, but her eyes were already beginning to waver, seeing her still mumbling about her brother. Jiang Ling found it boring and casually lied to her. "Your brother has already been killed by me." Good heavens! Xiao Wu instantly exploded, her eyes turning red as she seemed on the verge of going berserk. Jiang Ling was quick to react, slapping her on the back of her heart, sealing her soul power. Just then, Zhu Huaguan and Ghost Deluo returned, both with significant injuries. Jiang Ling handed Xiao Wu over to them, instructing them to take her back to the spirit hall while he donned a disguise mask, saying he had personal matters to attend to. He was heading to Soto City to find Zhu Zhuqing. Meanwhile, Shrek Academy had become a complete mess. After returning, Flender was exhausted and nearly decided to close down the academy. Soon after, Tang Hao came knocking, and upon discovering his son was missing, he beat Flender without saying a word, leaving him in a terrible state. The entire academy was in a state of panic. Ma Hongjun ran off to fool around. Daimu Bai became withdrawn, and Ning Rongrong was preparing to write a letter home, as they looked on the verge of disbanding. The rescued Tang San was informed by a mysterious man in black that although his hands were ruined, as long as he was still useful, his master would naturally grant him another pair of hands. On the other side, the disguised Jiang Ling had already arrived in Soto City. His efficiency was truly high. He didn't rely on the spirit hall, but directly sought out the beggars in the city for information. After all, when it came to finding people, beggars were the professionals. In just half a day's time, he pinpointed the hotel where Zhu Zhuqing was staying. Jiang Ling looked at the hotel in front of him and stepped inside. Approaching the front desk, he discreetly pulled out a heavy bag of gold soul coins and handed it to the attendant, lowering his voice to ask, "Excuse me, I'd like to inquire about someone. Which room is Zhu Zhuqing in?" The attendant weighed the bag of coins in his hand, and his expression immediately lit up as if he had just applied a beauty filter, quickly checking. "Young master, she is in room Tianling09. I thought to myself, this is it. Then please give me a room that's closest to her. Oh dear sir, unfortunately, all the rooms next to her are gone. We only have one left across the hall. Across the hall is fine. Hurry up, and remember to keep it a secret." "Sure thing, sir." While the waiter was checking me in, he curiously asked, "May I ask, are you this young lady's?" I understand. He's afraid of taking responsibility after all. This money is quite a lot. I immediately got into character and smiled slightly. "I'm her fiancé. I just want to give her a surprise, you know." Got it. Got it. The waiter instantly showed a bro. "I'm with you" expression and secretly handed me a small bottle, lowering his voice and saying, "Young master, this is a folk remedy for my hometown, tested and effective. It can keep you going all night easily. I usually don't tell others about this." Wow. This waiter is reliable. He really knows how to handle things. I was speechless at that moment, dude. Where are you going with this? I just wanted to see her secretly for a moment. I didn't want those two old seniors, the great world snake, to find out. I took the room card and went upstairs, deliberately moving a chair by the window to wait. I watched as the sky gradually changed from bright to dark. My mind replaying memories like a movie, all about the times with Zhu Qing in the starry ancient realm. It's been almost 2 years. Just as I was lost in thought, I heard voices coming from the street below. I looked down and, hey, the main character is back. Meng Yiran was pulling Zhu Zhuqing and another girl wearing a veil, reluctantly saying goodbye. "Zhuqing, Ling, I'm really going to miss you. You have to come visit me when you have time." "We definitely will, Yiranjia." I heard Zhuqing's voice, rare and so gentle. Meng Yiran's little face turned red, and she added, "By the way, remember to bring Lu Ergu along." As soon as I heard it, I laughed. This girl still remembers my vest. When Zhuqing heard my name, her eyes clearly went blank for a moment, and I knew she was also thinking about me. After Gai Shilong and the others left, I watched Zhuqing and the girl named Yi Lingling enter the hotel. I quickly closed the window, feeling incredibly excited. I calculated the time and quietly slipped into her room. She was sitting cross-legged in meditation, probably trying to temporarily forget about me through her practice. I gently called out, "Zhuqing." She trembled slightly, slowly opened her eyes, and saw me standing in the light. She looked completely stunned, probably thinking she was hearing things again. I called out again, "Zhuqing." This time, she finally confirmed it. She stood up, and the smile on her face was even more beautiful than flowers, with tears glistening in her eyes. I walked over step by step, reached out my hand, and directly pulled her into my arms. At first, her body was a bit stiff, but soon she relaxed. "I thought you wouldn't come to find me," she said, her face buried in my chest, her voice tinged with tears. I felt so heartbroken that my arms tightened a bit more, and I whispered in her ear, "I'm sorry. I brought her out of the Starry Empire, but I didn't take good care of her, and I can't express how much it hurts me inside." She lifted her head from my embrace and forced a smile, asking, "Brother Jiang, how did you know I was here? Did Sister Hu come too?" You see, she is so understanding, and her grievances only last for a moment. I didn't answer. I just lowered my head and kissed her, tasting all the tears at the corners of her eyes. After a long time, I finally pulled her to sit on the edge of the bed and briefly told her about the troubles that happened after she left. "Zhuqing, come back to the spirit hall with me." I held her hand, my voice trembling, afraid that you might get into trouble because of me again. She was silent, and I knew what she was worried about. After a while, she quietly asked, "Can I just go to the spirit city and not to the spirit hall?" As soon as I heard there was a chance, I quickly said, "Of course. As long as we are in the spirit hall city, I can protect you." She then sighed in relief, and, as if she remembered something, she suddenly said, "By the way, Brother Jiang, I met a friend named Yi Lingling, whose martial soul is 9 hearts sea buttercup. I want to ask her to treat Sister Hu and see if it helps." I was shocked on the spot. Yi Lingling? Goxin Haidang. Is she the girl in the veil who was with her? Does anyone understand this, my family? What love for my Zhuqing? After being apart for a while, she directly brings back a one-of-a-kind top healing soul master from the entire continent. Of course, we have to try, I said excitedly. Then I'll tell Lingling tomorrow. Zhuqing nodded. Well, I looked at her beautiful face so close, and as my mood relaxed, my courage grew. Then let's take a rest. Her small face turned red all of a sudden as she softly said, "No bad deeds allowed." Hey, I immediately hugged her, blocking any further words. At that moment, words were unnecessary. Let me tell you, that night was the most restful sleep I've had in days. The next morning, Zhu Qing woke up first. She saw me still sleeping, secretly leaned over and gave me a kiss on the face. Then her own face turned as red as anything. This little girl, her shy appearance is simply deadly. She quietly got out of bed, wearing only a pair of wrinkled black shorts, and turned to go into the bathroom. Just then, her friend Yi Lingling, holding a spare key, directly opened the door and walked in. Yi Lingling was also a cultivation fanatic, coming to find Zhu Qing every day. She walked into the bedroom with ease. The door was slightly ajar, and without thinking, she pushed the door open. Then, she froze in place. Let me tell you, that scene was absolutely incredible. She immediately saw a man lying on the bed, although she couldn't see his face clearly. The messy clothes on the floor clearly indicated that there had been a fierce battle the night before. Yi Lingling was almost overheating at that moment, doubting whether she had entered the wrong room. Just then, the bathroom door opened, and Zhu Qing, wearing a bathrobe, walked out. Zhu Qing froze when she saw Yi Lingling at the door, her face instantly turning bright red. She quickly made a shushing gesture to me. If she woke me up, it would really be a major social disaster. She rushed over barefoot, grabbed Yi Lingling, and pulled her outside while also closing the door behind her. In the living room, Yi Lingling looked at Zhu Qing, who was still in her bathrobe with slightly wet hair, and exploded. Zhu Qing, what on earth is going on? Who is he? You too. He is Jiang Ling. Zhu Qing was so shy that she almost wanted to find a hole in the ground to hide in. This was just being caught in bed by her best friend. Wasn't he not here? How did you too? Yi Lingling was furious. In her eyes, I was just a scumbag sneaking into my best friend's room under the cover of night. You're only 13, and he could do that to you. Zhu Qing's face turned bright red, and she wanted to explain, but didn't know how. She couldn't just say that they just kissed and touched, but didn't do anything else, right? How could she say that? In the end, she could only squeeze out a sentence. In any case, Lingling, you have to believe me. Things are not what you think. Seeing her stubborn expression, Yi Lingling's heart sank, thinking, it's over. My best friend has been PUA'd by this scumbag. She grabbed Zhu Qing. Go put on some clothes first. Change right here. Zhu Qing had no choice but to take out her clothes, feeling a bit embarrassed. Lingling, can you turn around? Me. Yi Lingling laughed in anger. What does that mean? A guy can see it, but my best friend can't? The hometown lilies wilted on the spot. After changing clothes, Zhu Qing cautiously spoke, wanting to ask Yi Lingling for help to treat a sickness. Not helping. Yi Lingling was still angry. Lingling, Zhu Qing's pleading look was pitiful. Yi Lingling's heart softened, and she eventually agreed. But she asked one more question. Is he your friend or that Jiang Luer's friend? He's a friend of mine. Zhu Qing's eyes flickered. You're not good at lying. Yi Lingling sighed. In the end, Zhu Qing had no choice but to confess everything. When Yi Lingling heard that the person they needed to save was Hulaina, my fiancé, she was completely taken aback. Zhu Qing, are you okay? He asked you to save your love rival, and you agreed? Yi Lingling felt her worldview had been severely shaken. Zhu Qing could only awkwardly explain, sister who is really nice, and we are friends. Yi Lingling didn't want to say anything anymore. In her eyes, my Zhu Qing was just cursed by me. She directly issued an ultimatum. Okay, I'll help you, but I have one condition. You must sleep with me tonight. Zhu Qing had no choice but to agree. When she came back to tell me about this, I was also stunned. What about me? You can only rest in my room. Why should I? I was so angry like a child. You were my girlfriend. Why should you accompany her instead of me? Seeing me like this, Zhu Qing laughed instead. Maybe Sister Lingling is afraid you might do something bad to me. How could that be? I held back during that situation yesterday. Before I finished speaking, her small hand covered my mouth, and she scolded, no talking. I looked at her shy appearance and mischievously leaned closer, saying, not tonight. Isn't it only afternoon? Just as we were being all shameless. Yi Lingling had been waiting in her room for half an hour. Seeing that Zhu Qing still hadn't returned, she felt a pang of anxiety. It couldn't be. That bastard Jiang Ling. She immediately got up and rushed over, banging on my bedroom door. Bang, bang, bang. The urgent knocking startled Zhu Qing in my arms, and she blushed, pushing me away, and hurriedly started to pick up her clothes from the floor to put them on. I was quite angry at first, but seeing her flustered expression, I found it irresistibly cute. She saw me still lying on the bed with a relaxed demeanor, picked up my clothes, and threw them at me, angrily saying, "Hurry up and get dressed." "I won't," I replied, throwing the clothes back and covering myself with the blanket, leaving only my eyes exposed. If it weren't for her friend's sake, I wouldn't indulge her like this. Zhu Qing had no way to deal with me, glared at me, and finished getting dressed herself before leaving. She opened the door a crack, slipped out sideways, and then slammed the door shut. "Ling sis." Zhu Qing's face was still red, and her voice was as soft as a mosquito's buzz. Ling saw her messy clothes and hair, along with her flushed face, and immediately understood, labeling me as a lecherous monster in her mind. "Where's that guy?" Him. "Never mind, Ling sis, let's go back." Zhu Qing quickly took Ling's hand and left, feeling that ever since I arrived, her face had never returned to normal. Let me tell you, Ling was sighing so much that it felt like the air in the whole Soto city was sucked dry by her. She tightly grabbed Zhu Qing. Her posture was like she was guarding against a thief, as if I was going to kidnap her best friend any second. Family, who understands? From that day on, Ling was like a prison guard, monitoring us 24/7 without missing a corner. During meals, she sat in the middle. When going upstairs, she pulled Zhu Qing to rush ahead first. I just wanted to tell Zhu Qing to get up early tomorrow, and she shot back with a cold, I know, like an ice block. Then with a bang, the two disappeared around the corner of the stairs, not even giving me a chance for eye contact. Good heavens, I was completely dumbfounded. What's going on? Even if someone should be angry, it should be me, right? Why is this girl stealing the show? That night, I tossed and turned unable to sleep, so I simply sat up to practice. As soon as I started circulating my energy, a light bulb went off in my head. I remembered the immortal herbs. I forgot the immortal herbs I was supposed to give to the teacher and Sister Shui. Earlier, because of the Hulaina incident, my mind was in a daze. And amidst all the hustle and bustle, I actually forgot such an important thing. The 8-dimensional ice grass and the blazing fire apricot blossom were for the teacher. And I can talk about that when I return to the spirit hall. But the water fairy jade skin bone, I have to personally run to Heavendo City to deliver it to Sister Shui. This is a divine item. And last time when the 6th Elder acted, Sister Shui definitely had some influence, so I need to thank her in person. All right, it's settled then. I'll fly over with my sword. It won't take much time. Early the next morning, the three of us stood outside Soto City. Ling crossed her arms and looked at me with a mocking expression. Not even hiring a carriage. How are we getting there? Are we walking there on bus Route 11? I glanced at her and couldn't be bothered to respond. I thought to myself, this girl is nothing like the quiet and reserved character in the original story. They are completely unrelated. Later, I found out that she had secretly seen the leftover strawberry marks on Zhu Qing's body last night, and the location was particularly, well, you know, she was so angry that she couldn't sleep all night. No wonder she looked like she had swallowed gunpowder. I directly shouted, "Long rainbow sword," and the flying sword came out with a whoosh. Zhu Qing was quite familiar with this, standing right behind me, wrapping her arms around my waist, and shouted to Ling, "Sister Ling, Linger G's martial soul can fly. You stand behind me and hold on." Ling was stunned, watching Zhu Qing's intimate gesture. Her face turned green. She wanted to separate us, but if we were separated, would she be the one to hug me? That would be even more unbearable for her. In the end, she could only hold her breath and reluctantly stepped up. "All set, let's go," I shouted, completely unaware that Zhu Qing had started calling me Linger Gu instead of Brother Jiang. This little girl has a lot on her mind. She felt that Hulaina calling me Little Lingzi and Mengyuran calling me Luer Gu were more intimate, and she got jealous. She wanted to call me Ling Gu, but was shy, so she settled on Linger Gu. How would I know what the girl is secretly thinking? I'm just focused on my swordplay, and the more I think about it, the more it feels off. It's one thing for Ling to target me, but why is she so clingy to Zhu Qing? We're a couple. They slept together yesterday, and she even has a key to Zhu Qing's room. I think I don't look bad either. I'm no less handsome than Panin, so why does she act like she's seen a ghost? This situation is really confusing me. Suddenly, a lightning bolt struck my mind. Could it be that Ling likes girls? The more I think about it, the more I feel it's true. Flying to dusk, we found a forest to camp in. Just after finishing dinner, Ling came again. "Zhu Qing, have you eaten well? Let's go back and rest." My eyelid twitched. Wow, they really won't even give me a second alone? I'm setting up the tent, and she's dragging Zhu Qing to pick up branches. Now that we've finished eating, they want to take me away? Can I bear this? I gently hooked my toes, and a gust of wind blew by, causing a clump of black ash from the fire to puff up and land perfectly on Ling's face. She wiped it off, but it only made it worse, turning her into a little calico cat. I quickly held back my laughter and said, "Miss Yi, there's a stream over there. Hurry and wash up." She became anxious, stood up, and walked away, but after taking 2 steps, she turned back and said, Zhu Qing, come with me. You. I was giving Zhu Qing frantic signals, my eyes almost cramping. Zhu Qing was quick-witted and immediately said, Ling Ling, I need to go to the bathroom. You go ahead, I'll catch up with you later. Fine. Yi Lingling, with her big painted face, couldn't wait any longer and hurried off. As soon as she left, I sat down next to Zhu Qing with a serious face. Zhu Qing, I need to talk to you about something important. I suspect that Yi Lingling likes girls, and she likes you. Zhu Qing was completely taken aback. Huh. Just think about it. Isn't she particularly clingy to you? And with my looks, she not only ignores me, but also looks at me with disgust. Is it a normal reaction for a girl? I analyzed earnestly. Zhu Qing looked at my narcissistic expression and almost laughed out loud, but held it in and said, Ling Er, you're misunderstanding. Ling Ling, she just cares about me. As she spoke, she quickly got up, leaned down, and kissed me softly on the cheek. Her lips gentle. You've been put out these past few days. With that, she blushed and ran away. I touched the face that was kissed and sighed helplessly. Is this a consolation prize? All right, since Zhu Qing said it isn't, then it isn't. The journey was tedious, but the speed of flying with the sword was explosive. In the afternoon, we finally arrived at Tiando City. I said to the two of them, Zhu Qing, Miss Yi, you two find a place to settle down first. I have something to take care of. I'll be back later. Is it dangerous? Zhu Qing asked with concern. Don't worry. I'm just visiting a friend. I smiled and patted her head. Yi Lingling, watching from the side, frowned but ultimately didn't take action. I found a corner to put on my mask and headed straight for the palace. But to my surprise, Sister Shui wasn't there. What a waste of effort. I took off my disguise and turned to the spirit hall. I was quite familiar with Bishop Salas, so I directly asked, Bishop Salas, Sister Shui is here, right? Yes. Young master, I will take you to her. On the way, I casually asked about the situation with Rage Battle. Salas said the person had already been found, severely injured, but was hanging on to life with a mysterious power and had been sent back to Spirit City for treatment. Hearing this, the heavy stone in my heart finally dropped. That power must be the effect of the miraculous mushroom. As long as he was alive, that was good. Salas brought me to the door of a room and said, Young Master Shui instructed that you can go in directly. I was stunned. Does Sister Shui know I would come? I don't know about that. Salas bowed and took his leave. I pushed the door open, and to my surprise, I saw Snow's sister half reclining in a rocking chair, sound asleep. Her blonde hair was spread out, and her sleeping face was serene. The commanding and slightly aloof aura she usually had was completely gone, replaced by an indescribable sweetness. I was momentarily captivated. I couldn't bear to wake her up, so I took a black cloak from the soul communicator and gently covered her with it. Then I went to the balcony to enjoy the view. Her room was on the top floor, overlooking most of the Heaven-Do City. I stood there for over an hour, feeling the breeze from day until dusk. Finally, the eyelashes of the girl on the lounge chair, Shui Jia, fluttered, and she woke up. She looked around the dim room and sighed, fell asleep again. There was a sense of loneliness in her voice that is unique to waking up at dusk, which made my heart skip a beat. She sat up, and the black cloak I had covered her with slipped down. Shui Jia, you're awake. I hurried over and turned on the room's lights. The sudden brightness made her squint instinctively. Once she adjusted to the light, she looked at me, and a faint blush flashed across her face. Ling, when did you arrive? I just got here not long ago. I didn't want to disturb you while you were sleeping. I told a little white lie out of kindness. Strong women often don't want others to see their vulnerable sides. I understand that. The atmosphere was a bit quiet, so I quickly broke the silence, first thanking her for getting Lu Gong to help. She maintained her calm demeanor and said that Tang Hao was already an enemy of the Spirit Hall, so it was within her responsibilities. By the way, Shui Jia, I mainly came this time to give you something. I took out a jade box from the jade pendant, popped it open, and inside was a water fairy jade muscle bone. It was an extraordinary item that could nourish tendons and strengthen bones, greatly beneficial for cultivation. I explained how to use it and handed it to her. She looked at the jade box and asked, Is this considered my reward? No, I said very seriously. This is a gift from me to my sister, as your brother. I understand her very well. What she lacks is never resources, but emotions. If I say it's a reward, she would absolutely refuse. Sure enough, after hearing this, she was momentarily stunned and then broke into a smile. That smile was simply amazing. Sister accepted it. This was the first time she personally responded to me, calling her sister. At that moment, I was truly captivated. Is Sister beautiful? She even teased me. Beautiful. Oh no, it was just Ling losing composure. I quickly regained my senses, cupped my fists in apology. My face turned red. I didn't expect the usually serious Sister Shui to be so flirtatious. Seeing that it was getting late, I prepared to take my leave. She even asked me why I didn't stay at the spirit hall, insisting on going outside. I instinctively glanced at the only bed in her room, and she immediately reacted. A gentle soul power gathered and lightly tapped my forehead. What are you thinking? I was talking about the guest room in the spirit hall. I said that 2 other friends were waiting outside, and only then did she nod and let me go. I watched Snow Sister's disappearing figure, feeling warm inside. As a result, I followed the connection left for Zhu Qing, and the further I walked, the more strange my expression became. No way. The Kaiki Hotel. This again. It's a couple's hotel where I stayed with Ulaina last time. I really can't believe it. How could 2 girls choose such a place? I went in and asked, and the front desk guy said, a young man named Jiang Ling, right? I said yes. He said there are 2 girls in room 104, and told me to go find them directly. I knocked on the door, and Zhu Qing opened it. As soon as I touched her head, she grabbed my hand and hugged me, saying she wanted to take me to my room. Just a few seconds after my arm sank in, Yi Lingling rushed over, pulled Zhu Qing away, threw the key at me, and coldly said, the key is here. We're next door. You go by yourself. I'm speechless, and suddenly a voice that sends chills down my spine comes from behind. Young master, it's really you. Do you still remember me? I turned around and was instantly petrified. It was that bizarre waiter from last time. He was carrying something and passed by, instantly recognizing me. Then, that damned CPU assassin leaned in close and whispered, thinking his voice was low enough. Young master, have you changed women? She doesn't seem as mature as the last one, but she's very pretty. And there are 2 of them. Take care of yourself. Don't end up like last time. He was really going crazy. Before I could cover his mouth, Yi Lingling's face had already turned red with anger, and she shouted, scumbag. Bang! She slammed the door with all her might. The waiter looked completely dazed. They can hear me? My voice was so low. I said through gritted teeth, 3 seconds, disappear from my sight or else. I swear I will never step into this broken hotel again in my life. After finishing the matters in Tiando City, I hurried back to Wuhuan City with them. I didn't go directly to the Wuhuan Hall, but first bought a small courtyard with a bamboo forest in the name of Zhu Qing. I pushed Yi Lingling aside, hugged Zhu Qing, and whispered, Zhu Qing, I'll have to trouble you to stay here for now. I will explain our situation to the teacher as soon as possible. However, Zhu Qing shook her head, bit her lip, and said, no, let us wait until sister who wakes up before we talk. I don't want to put you in a difficult position. I felt a warmth in my heart, followed by a wave of guilt, and could only hold her tighter. After settling Zhu Qing, I took Yi Lingling to the Pope's palace. On the way, this girl started to speak sarcastically again. I really don't understand how some people can be so thick-skinned, having a marriage pact yet still flirting with other girls, and even being irresponsible after causing trouble. I glanced at her and said nothing. First, I didn't want to stoop to her level. Second, well, I really didn't know how to argue back. When we arrived at Hulaina's courtyard, I pushed the door open. Yi Lingling saw Hulaina lying quietly on the bed and seemed a bit dazed. She didn't waste any words and directly summoned her 9 hearts sea butterfly spirit. A pink begonia flower appeared, exuding an unparalleled aura of life. Countless petal-shaped white lights fell from the sky, enveloping Hulaina. A quarter of an hour later, Yi Lingling swayed, her soul power exhausted, and she could barely stand. I quickly supported her and anxiously asked, how is she? Can she be cured? She gasped and said, there are 2 extremely pure powers of immortal herbs clashing inside her. She can be cured, but it will take a long time. As long as she can be cured. As long as she can be cured. I was so excited that I was at a loss for words, repeatedly expressing my gratitude. Yi Lingling looked at my outburst with a hint of surprise in her eyes. I quickly called for someone to help her to the guest room to rest. While I squatted by Hulaina's bedside, my eyes already wet. Senior sister, you are saved. You will wake up soon. After saying that, I turned around and rushed to the Pope's hall to tell the teacher this good news. I ran to the back hall, and the teacher was indeed handling official business. Teacher, senior sister is saved. I rushed over and told her everything about the 9-heart sea tang. After listening, the teacher nodded. 9-heart sea tang. No wonder, I almost forgot about it. Let's go see Nana. The teacher got up, and I hurried to follow. On the way, I asked the teacher about absorbing the 100,000-year soul ring, and she said it would take more time because the physical burden was too great. I felt a stir in my heart, and it turned out to be just as I thought. I immediately took out the golden box containing the 8-pointed ice grass and the fiery apricot blossom and handed it over. Teacher, I have 2 things that can refine the body. I forgot to give them to you last time. Let me assist you in taking them later. The teacher opened the box and took a quick look. The terrifying chill instantly caused the temperature around us to drop several degrees. However, she closed the lid and returned it to me, saying, You can take these yourself. The teacher does not need them. I know. She wants to leave it to me. I looked at the golden box in my hand, paused for a moment, and stopped behind my teacher, watching her noble yet slightly lonely silhouette swaying gracefully. I quickly regained my composure and caught up with her. Teacher, I've already consumed one of the immortal herbs, and I can't use these two. If you don't use them, they'll go to waste. I ran up to her to explain. You really consumed it? She stopped and turned to look at me. Yes, I did. I replied confidently. She nodded, reached out to grasp my wrist, and a gentle soul power circulated through my body. After this power made a round in my body, my teacher spoke, saying that the power within me was decent, quite proper, and not in conflict with the two immortal herbs. I was really anxious at that moment. Could I say there was no conflict? I had to let the teacher have it. I immediately started to argue back, saying, there's a conflict. It's definitely a conflict. This thing called Xian Chao, immortal grass, can't be eaten carelessly. The two plants you have here can only be consumed together because they've been soaked in the eye of ice and fire. My teacher came right up to me, her face less than 10 centimeters away, staring at me with her eyes wide open, making me feel really uneasy. She smirked, and in a voice that was incredibly pleasant, said, you're lying. Don't think the teacher doesn't know anything. I've read the books in the library too. At that moment, I was a bit dazed. She knew I was lying to her, but she didn't seem angry at all. In fact, I felt like she was quite happy. After all, I was desperately trying to give her this treasure that was worth as much as 100,000 years of soul bones. How could she not be touched? Let me tell you, the way she looked at me softened in an instant, and she reached out her hand to gently stroke my face. Who understands this feeling? My family? In that moment, my mind went blank and I couldn't hear anything. I just watched her lips move, and a particularly pleasant fragrance wafted into my nose. At that time, I had only one thought in my mind. Oh no, it seems the teacher's charm is even stronger than the senior sister's. I quickly shook my head to throw out this rebellious thought and followed her to the senior sister's courtyard, keeping my head down the whole time, no longer daring to look at her back. When we arrived at the senior sister's place, the teacher checked and said that the 9-heart sea begonia healer named Jiang Ling indeed had some skills. The senior sister's condition was stabilized, but it would probably take 2 years for her to wake up. 2 years. My heart sank at that moment. The teacher instructed me to make sure to keep her and to satisfy any requests she made, and then she headed back to the Pope's hall. Can I let her go? The elixir hasn't been eaten yet. I rushed up to block her with a single step. Wait, teacher. She turned back to look at me, puzzled. I quickly made an excuse. Teacher, I have something to report to you. Let's talk in my courtyard so we don't disturb the senior sister's rest. The teacher didn't think much of it, nodded, and followed me. Once we got to my room, she was quite straightforward and immediately found a chair to sit down, as if to say she would sit if she could. I shut the door behind me and sat down across from her. Seeing me close the door and looking serious, she probably felt something was off. I didn't waste time and directly took out the golden and silver jade box from the jade pendant, getting straight to the point. Teacher, do you know what happens when the octagonal Xianbing grass meets the Liuhua Xingjiao Shushu? She thought for a moment and said, ice and fire conflict. They should cancel each other out. Exactly. I snapped open the box. When they come into contact, the medicinal effect will completely disappear within 10 seconds. And this 10 seconds is the only opportunity to consume them. Teacher, if you don't eat them soon, these 2 elixirs will be wasted. I pushed the box in front of her, anxious as anything. And guess what? My teacher looked at me and actually sighed, her eyes looking at me like I was a foolish son. I was puzzled, and then she gently waved her right hand, and the 2 elixirs flew up and zoomed towards me. I was completely stunned. I forgot that my teacher is the title Douluo. A surge of soul power pinned me in place, unable to move at all, as I saw the ice and fire about to smash into my face. I could only grit my teeth tightly. Open your mouth. My teacher urged me. I can't believe it. She actually reached out to force my mouth open. Family, who understands? Just as she was about to stuff the fairy grass into my mouth, I suddenly had a brainwave and bit down on her hand. I even licked it a bit. In that moment, my teacher froze, her soul power momentarily halted, and the 2 pieces of fairy grass fell from midair. Just that 1 second, I seized the opportunity, my right hand darting out like lightning, grabbing the fairy grass and directly stuffing it into her slightly open mouth due to shock. She instinctively tried to block it with her hand, but my other hand held her firmly. However, the power of tidal Douluo was something I couldn't compete with. I was directly pulled over by her, and, with a thud, knelt down, my face buried right into an astonishingly soft area. Fortunately, at the last moment, the fairy grass successfully made it into her mouth. The fairy grass melted instantly, and my teacher's brain went completely offline. She looked down at me in her arms, probably wondering if she had just been licked and attacked by her disciple again. When she finally reacted, her face turned bright red, and she gritted her teeth, spitting out 2 words, rebellious disciple. A surge of soul power erupted, and I was blasted away like a sandbag, crashing hard against the wall. She wanted to come over and hit me, but suddenly her body flushed red and white, clearly the effect of the medicine kicking in. Ignoring the pain, I quickly got up, pulled out the yin-yang qi bottle, and shouted at her, "Teacher, hurry! Absorb it in here. Don't resist with soul power." She knew it wasn't the time to deal with me, so, without hesitation, she jumped in. Watching her disappear, I finally breathed a sigh of relief, rubbing my aching chest, feeling quite miserable. It's over when the teacher comes out. I definitely won't have a good outcome. But my unreliable brain was still savoring the feeling from earlier. Good heavens, I was basically having a mental slip. Meanwhile, on the other side, let's take a look at another prominent figure, Tang San. He had been captured by a guy named Liang Shan and brought to a gloomy cave. At the back of the cave sat a handsome young man with an otherworldly aura, Lan Xingchen. Liang Shan kneeled on the ground and reported in detail that he had failed to catch me, but had caught Tang Hao's son, Tang San. After hearing this, Lan Xingchen seemed a bit interested in Tang San and had him brought in. However, Tang San, being stubborn, only slightly bowed when he saw the boss and didn't kneel. The young master, seeing this, coldly remarked, "Hey, you rookie have some spirit? Huh?" Your face just dropped immediately, saying you have no strength but still acting tough, which will only lead to your own demise. He couldn't be bothered to ask another word and directly tossed Tang San to Liang Shan to handle. Back to my side, I guarded that bottle all night long. The next morning, just as dawn broke, the bottle suddenly shook violently. I was overjoyed. My teacher must have finished absorbing it. I quickly opened the bottle with my soul power. I have to tell you, a flash of white light appeared, and I was dumbfounded at that moment. Really, all that was in my mind were 2 words, holy crap. A body perfect to the extreme just appeared in front of me. That skin, that figure. Wow. It was too stimulating, simply a work of art. I was so mesmerized that I nearly drooled. But the next second, I was blasted out the door by a tremendous force. My teacher's voice came from inside the room, both embarrassed and angry. "Jiang Ling, throw a set of clothes in here." I just realized that her storage ring was probably destroyed by the spring water. How could I dare to stay longer? I grabbed a black long skirt that I had previously bought for Zhu Qing from the Jade Pendant and tossed it inside. Then I made a run for it. I slipped away to the back mountain of the Spirit Hall. I absolutely cannot let the teacher see me at this critical moment. Lying on the grass, I sighed. What a situation this is. I have a headache, and suddenly a voice comes from behind. Why sigh? I was so furious at that moment that I flipped over and jumped up, only to see a handsome man in his 30s or 40s standing there. He introduced himself as an elder from the Elder Hall named Luyan. I was puzzled. I had never heard of this person before. However, he had a strong presence. So I started chatting with him. He asked me what I thought of the Spirit Hall now, and of course I said flattering things, like it being the #1 power on the continent and admired by all. He laughed and told me not to talk about those superficial things and to share my true thoughts. Seeing his demeanor, I boldly said the Spirit Hall looks strong, but it has a fatal flaw. My teacher and the Grand Priest Qian Douluo both say that a family cannot have 2 masters. As we talked, he suddenly asked me who the next pope would be and mentioned Qian Rinxue. My heart skipped a beat. Something was off with this guy. Sure enough, he accidentally let slip the secret about Qian Rinxue being an undercover agent in the Heaven Do Empire. Goodness. I stood up right away and cupped my hands toward him. "I am Jiang Ling, honored to meet the Grand Priest." He was taken aback for a moment, then chuckled and patted my head. "Good lad, you actually managed to get information out of me." That's right, this Lu Yun was none other than the invincible Qian Douluo. He said that Schwerer, Qian Rinxue, often mentioned me in her letters, so he came see me. He told me to treat Schwerer like a real sister and not to harm her. Finally, he patted my shoulder and said, "In youth, we often think we can do anything in the world, but as time passes, we realize that human strength has its limits." After saying that, he left. His words awakened me. I had always thought that wielding a sword meant being ruthless and heartless, cutting ties with everyone. Now I realized that my sword is meant to protect the ones I love, my family, my friends. I immediately sat cross-legged, with a long rainbow sword floating in front of me. I gripped the hilt with my right hand and swung the sword toward the sky. Let me tell you, that scene was magnificent. A vast sword aura shot up into the sky, illuminating everything. My teacher, and Qian Douluo in the distance were dumbfounded. They could see that I had touched the threshold of domain. By the time I finished my enlightenment, it was already afternoon. I returned to my senior sister's courtyard, and just as I reached the door, I heard arguing inside. When I went in, I saw Yi Lingling was throwing a fit at several guards. Jiang Ling, you finally decided to come out. Is this how you asked for help? Sending people to monitor me and not allowing me to leave the spirit hall. She started questioning me as soon as she saw me. I only found out when I asked that my teacher had sent someone to protect her. I quickly scolded the bodyguard away, then apologized to her and took out my papal decree, telling her that with this, she could walk sideways in the spirit hall. However, the young lady didn't appreciate it at all and returned the token to me, saying, "No need, I've already decided to leave. Your senior sister's illness will take 2 years to heal, and I can't stay here for 2 years." I was anxious at that moment. It was too dangerous for my senior sister to go to Tiando for treatment, especially with Tang Hao's sword still hanging over my head. I had to find a way to make her stay. With no other options, I could only take out a jade box and say, "I'm willing to offer this as a reward, and I hope Missy can stay." As soon as I opened the jade box, wow, a blooming 8-petaled fairy orchid, a celestial treasure. Let me tell you, when I took it out, my heart was bleeding, but there was no choice. For my senior sister, this little fortune was nothing. Yi Lingling's eyes went wide, and her mouth was agape, clearly recognizing its value. I quickly seized the moment and handed the jade box over, saying, "Missy, you know better than I do how valuable this is for support-type soul masters. As long as you're willing to keep it, it's yours." And guess what happened next? What she said almost left me speechless on the spot. She actually said, "All right, if you wanted to keep it, then you have to break up with Zhu Qing." I was furious at that moment. Who understands my family? I still had some anger left, and I was so humble asking you, yet you took it for granted? Playing this choice game with me? I directly shot back. "No way. You keep trying to stir up trouble between me and Zhu Qing. Do you think I'm easy to bully?" After saying that, I couldn't be bothered to argue with her anymore, turned around and left because I still had to go see my injured brother in battle. But she wouldn't let it go and shouted from behind, "I'm the one being excessive? You're the one playing both sides and still have the nerve to say that to me?" Then she really chased after me. I arrived at the battle site first. And let me tell you, my brother was in a terrible state, still unconscious. I asked the healing soul master, and they said the situation was not optimistic. I was feeling down when Yi Lingling rushed in, panting. She stood at the door, looking at the person on the hospital bed, then at me. She probably didn't expect me to be so loyal, and the words of scolding she intended to say got swallowed back. Then, something I didn't expect happened. Without saying a word, she activated her martial soul, 9-Heart Sea Peach. A beam of white light enveloped my brother. I tell you, the healing process lasted about 10 minutes, and when the white light dissipated, she suddenly collapsed, fainting from exhaustion. I quickly stepped in to support her, feeling a mix of emotions in my heart. What kind of character is this girl? She can let her guard down after colliding with her protector and even save my brother, whom she met for the first time, yet she chooses to target me alone? It's as if all the tenderness in the world is given to others, while she reserves the knife to stab at my heart. I can only take her back and settle her down first. Not long after, the most powerful healing soul saint from the spirit hall, an old man with the surname Fei, rushed over to find me, looking as excited as if he had won the lottery. He said my brother's heart was on the verge of shattering into a QR code, but thanks to Yi Lingling's care, it miraculously began to regain vitality. He said as long as Yi Lingling could continue the treatment, my brother would definitely be fully revived. Goodness, now I was in a bind. I had just given her a hard time, and now I had to go and ask her for help with my tail between my legs. Just as I was worrying about how to broach the subject, I saw my junior sister's maid, Qinger, carrying a lunchbox to deliver food to Yi Lingling. A light bulb went off in my head, and I snatched the lunchbox from her, saying I would deliver it. I arrived at her door and knocked for quite a while before a soft response came from inside. When I pushed the door open, I was taken aback. It was pitch dark and the girl was sitting on the bed, hugging her knees and looking emo. Once I turned on the light, I noticed her eyes were red. Clearly she had just been crying. I thought she was still mad about what happened in the afternoon, so I quickly apologized. But before I could finish my sentence, her stomach growled. The scene was just something else. The atmosphere became even more awkward. Her face turned as red as an apple. I hurried to set up the food and urged her to eat. She lowered her head and started eating, and as I looked at her frail little frame, I couldn't help but glance a couple more times. She exploded again, saying I was staring at her with ill intentions. I really couldn't clear my name even if I jumped into the Yellow River. In the end, I had no choice but to tell her about the situation with the angry battle and begged her to help once more. She coldly replied, "My saving him has nothing to do with you." The next day, I took her to meet Zhu Qing. Let me tell you, when it comes to critical moments, I really have to rely on my wife. The two girls closed the door and chatted away. Zhu Qing shared all the troubles at home and all the storms we had been through with Yi Lingling. It seemed both of their backgrounds were quite tragic, and they instantly empathized with each other. Yi Lingling agreed on the spot to stay, saying she would help my senior sister out of respect for Zhu Qing. Zhu Qing was so happy that she directly hugged Yi Lingling and gave her a peck on the cheek. Just my luck. I just bought something, and as I pushed the door open, I saw this scene. The copper pot in my hand clattered to the floor. I was completely stunned. What was going on? Once the misunderstanding was cleared up, I simply set up a hot pot in the yard. Let me tell you, the atmosphere relaxed right away. I cooked meat for Zhu Qing and fed it to her. Her little face turned red from the spice, and her lips were glistening, making her incredibly cute. Yi Lingling sat next to us, being fed dog food while quietly cooking her own vegetables, her little eyes filled with resentment. After dinner, the atmosphere was just right, so I took out my guitar and played a tune. But as I played, I started thinking about my senior sister, and my mood suddenly dipped. Zhu Qing, who understands me best, immediately came over and held my hand. I couldn't hold back anymore and pulled her into my embrace, inhaling the scent of her hair. The girl was so shy, her face buried in my chest. Yi Lingling, being perceptive, muttered something about being a lecher and slipped outside the yard, leaving us some space. I looked down at the person in my arms and kissed her directly. We were engrossed in each other until the sun was almost setting before we prepared to head back. Zhu Qing walked us to the door, her little mouth swollen and red from my kisses, looking at me with a mix of shyness and anger. On the way back to the spirit hall, Yi Lingling walked behind me and suddenly started acting all proud again, saying, "Hey, I agreed to stay for Zhu Qing's sake. It has nothing to do with you." I stopped in my tracks, turned around, and said to her, "No matter what, thank you. Rest assured, the reward I promised you won't be a cent less." As a result, after hearing this, she not only didn't feel happy, but got even angrier. She shot me a glare and said, "Who cares about your reward?" After saying that, she walked past me, fuming all by herself. I was stunned at the moment, a bit confused. This girl has such a short temper, like a firecracker. But after taking just a few steps, she turned back and glared at me, shouting impatiently, "What are you still standing there for? Aren't you going to help your friend?" As soon as I heard this, my eyes lit up. "Hey, it's here. I tell you, I knew it. This is definitely a sharp tongue, but a soft heart." Without saying another word, we hurried over to Old Fei's place. As soon as we entered, we saw Old Fei still fiddling with the herbal medicine. When he saw me, he asked, "Young master, has your friend woken up?" Yi Lingling behind me was stunned for a moment. Goodness, how did I arrange her behind me? I didn't have time to care about what she was thinking, so I directly pushed her forward and said, "Mr. Fei, this is the one, the Nine-Heart Sea Pearl Soul Master." I didn't notice it at first, but when I mentioned the Nine-Heart Begonia, there wasn't pride in her eyes. Instead, there was a deep sense of loneliness. Old Fei was extremely excited, rubbing his hands and saying that it was indeed the Nine-Heart Begonia. No wonder it could bring the dead back to life. It was like meeting an idol. Yi Lingling clearly didn't want to talk more about it, so she coldly said, "Let's start." The treatment scene was practically a lesson for Old Fei, the healing soul saint. However, the cost was that in just about 10 minutes, Yi Lingling directly exhausted her soul power and fainted. Great, I had to clean up the mess. I picked her up in a princess carry, you know what I mean. To be honest, this girl was really light, probably not even 90 pounds. As I carried her back, the big moon hung in the sky, and the moonlight cast a beautiful glow on her. But the problem was on an autumn night, the wind was really cold. I'm tough and not afraid of it. But she is a support type, still unconscious. Wasn't she bound to catch a cold? I hurriedly put her down to stand, with one hand around her waist to let her lean against me, while the other hand quickly pulled out my outer robe from the storage, soul guide, and draped it over her, then picked her up again. At that moment, I felt her body stiffen for a moment, no longer as soft as before. I was still wondering, is it because of the cold that her muscles contracted? Who understands? My family? She woke up. She actually woke up while I was dressing her, and then pretended to be asleep in my arms. I didn't notice anything at that time, and just carried a zombie back to her courtyard. Once inside, I turned on the light, placed her on the bed, casually took off her shoes, and covered her with a blanket, all in a smooth flow. Then I turned off the light and left, hiding my achievements and name. As soon as I left, I felt the atmosphere in the room instantly become chaotic. She was probably sitting there with her flushed face, questioning her life. The next day, while I was practicing swordsmanship in the courtyard, I realized I was in trouble. Someone from the cathedral came and said the teacher summoned me. My face instantly fell. Oh no, was I going to face the consequences for sneaking a look at the teacher yesterday? I wanted to stall a bit, But the messenger immediately bent at a 90-degree angle and said, "Young master, His Holiness the Pope requests your presence immediately. Please don't make it difficult for me." Well, there's no avoiding this. Let's go. As soon as I entered the Pope's chamber, I didn't even dare to lift my head and immediately bowed, saying, "Linger pays respects to the teacher." Bibi Dong probably found my cowardly appearance quite amusing, but she still maintained a serious expression and said there was an important matter today. The moment she spoke, it was like a bombshell. "I have decided to appoint you as the Holy Son of the Spirit Hall. The Elder Hall has already passed it unanimously, and the grand ceremony will be held in half a month." I was completely taken aback by the news. Wait, am I really becoming the prince? Am I the last one to know? I weakly asked, so I can't refuse, right? She shot me a cold glance and said, "You still want to refuse?" "I dare not, dare not. I'm happy, really happy." I quickly forced a smile. When you're under someone else's roof, you have to bow your head. After all, it's just a holy son, not like I'm being made pope. I'm just puzzled. How did that old guy, Qiandao Lu, agree to this? Seeing my awkwardness, a smirk finally appeared at the corner of Bai Dong's mouth. As soon as I saw the atmosphere relax, I quickly threw out my plan. "Teacher, I want to use Xiao Wu, that 10,000-year rabbit, as the champion prize for this Soul Master competition." "Oh, why?" "To fish." I told her that this rabbit is Tang San's childhood sweetheart, and I'm using her as bait. Not afraid that Tang San won't take the hook. If Tang San comes, his father Tang Hao won't be far behind, right? Last time he got away. This time I'll set a trap at the Spear Hall. This move is a precise deployment. Just waiting for the other side to come like the Calabash brothers saving their grandpa. I'll catch one if they send one. And I'll take out a pair if they send two. Bibi Dong was stunned after hearing this. Another soul beast? Does their family have this tradition? I silently complained. Isn't that right? The Tang family's ancestral teaching states that a man must marry a soul beast, starting from 100,000 years. What a pity. The myth of your Tang family should come to an end here. Bibi Dong thought for a moment and nodded. All right. A wave of killing intent flashed instantly, and she coldly said, "Anyone who harms my disciple must pay the price." After the serious talk, the atmosphere suddenly changed. "Kneel down." Bibi Dong's voice was I was stunned. How did the conversation turn hostile all of a sudden? But I still obediently knelt down. With a wave of her right hand, a black dress flew in front of me, the same one I had her with the day before yesterday. This dress definitely doesn't fit like Nana's. She sat on the Pope's chair, crossed her legs, her gaze sharp like a knife. I am sweating on my forehead. Maybe I bought the wrong one. You grew up together. How could you buy the wrong one? It's over. I can't hide it anymore. Gritting my teeth, I said, "Teacher, this piece of clothing is from a girl I met in the Xingluo Empire. Is it that girl from a city?" I suddenly looked up. "Teacher, you. Don't look at me like that. I didn't follow you," she explained. "I just sent someone to protect Jiang Ling, so I naturally knew where you took her yesterday." I couldn't help but smile wryly. Goodness, there were eyes everywhere around me, as if I was in a spy movie. I quickly bowed my head and said, "Teacher, this is my fault. Please don't blame Zhu Qing. I don't care about your personal matters." Her gaze flickered, but one thing, don't let Nana be upset. As soon as I heard this, my heart sank back into my stomach. Just as I was about to stand up, she shouted playfully, "Kneel down." "Who told you to get up?" My knees went weak and I knelt down again, feeling wronged. "The reason I made you kneel is because you disobeyed my orders and were disrespectful to me." As she spoke, her voice lowered a bit. "I told you before that I have my own ways to deal with the twin martial soul issue. Why didn't you listen and use those two immortal herbs for yourself?" So it was about this matter. The more she regretted it, the worse I felt inside. I replied, holding my neck, "Teacher, if you really had a solution, why would you still often endure pain? If I hadn't accidentally stumbled upon it, were you planning to keep it from us for a lifetime?" She turned away, her voice trembling slightly. "Just a bit of pain. It won't hurt the root. You don't care, but I do. I don't want to see you suffer like that." I insisted. She visibly shuddered, took a long time to turn back. Her expression had returned to its noble indifference, but her tone softened. "All right, this is the last time. Get up." I grinned and thought to myself, "I'll dare again next time." She told me to go back, but I stood still. I hesitated, wondering whether to reveal the matter about Yu Xiaojiang. After thinking for a long time, I decided that a short pain is better than a long one. Gritting my teeth, I took a deep breath. "Teacher, there's something I've been hiding from you." "What is it?" "I killed Yu Xiaojiang." As soon as the words left my mouth, the air in the entire Pope's hall froze. The next second, Bibi Dong snapped back to reality and shouted angrily, "What did you say?" A terrifying pressure instantly engulfed the entire room, and I was pushed to my knees, the floor cracking around me. I felt a sweetness in my throat and spat out a large mouthful of blood. The blood on the ground stimulated her, and she abruptly retracted her aura, wanting to come over to help me, but then stopped, her voice icy. I need an explanation. I propped myself up and simply sat down on the ground, taking out the papal decree of the Haotian sect. I recounted how Yu Xiaojiang discovered my identity and how he instigated Tang how to come and kill us. After listening, she weakly sat back down in the papal chair. I looked at her and directly took out the ultimate weapon, that black-red orb. Teacher, that scumbag Yu Xiaojiang is not worth your affection at all. He approached you back then just to use you. The reason you liked him is entirely because of this. I explained the function of the bead to her, telling her that it was a powerful illusion tool. Back in the day, Yu Xiaojiang had used it to deceive her feelings, and later he used the same method to deceive Lu Erlong. She immediately drew the bead into her hand, her eyes widening in shock. With her current strength, she could see through the trickery of the bead at a glance. I told you at that moment, I could feel her world collapsing. The only glimmer of light that kept her alive during the darkest times, that beautiful memory, turned out to be a complete deception. A meticulously crafted scheme. She tightened her grip slightly, and that bead instantly turned to dust. I watched her leaning against the back of the chair, eyes closed, knowing that she needed some quiet time alone. I forced myself to stand up and slowly exited the hall. I'm seriously injured. It feels like my internal organs are all displaced. I couldn't even walk back to the courtyard, and in the end, a guard had to help me back. Just as I reached the entrance of the courtyard, I saw Yu Ling sitting there. As soon as she saw my miserable state, she immediately jogged over. But halfway there, she felt it was inappropriate, slowed down, and pretended to ask casually, "How did you get hurt like this?" While asking, the healing green light from her hand was quite honest, directly landing on me. I smiled and said, "It's nothing, just a little injury from practice." She gave me a direct eye roll and said, "If you don't want to talk about it, fine." Then she turned and walked away, her hair whipping my face with a fragrant breeze. She's not stupid. This injury is clearly the result of being one-sidedly crushed by someone. I hurried to catch up and handed her the 8-petal fairy orchid. "Here, it's for you." She looked down at the jade box, and there was a hint of girlish shyness on her face. I couldn't help but tease her. "Do you know how to use it?" Upon hearing this, she got flustered and retorted, "Of course I do. Don't think you're so special. I've read about these fairy herbs in books." Seeing her pouting like that, I smiled and told her to hurry back inside and absorb it. I arranged for a maid to keep watch over her, and then spent some time with my senior sister before dragging my injured body back to my room. I sat cross-legged and began to comprehend the sword path. I sat there until deep into the night. In the Pope's palace, Bibi Dong also sat from day until night. She slowly opened her eyes, her gaze hollow, but the sadness had faded. When she saw the dried blood stain on the ground, a flash of panic crossed her eyes, and her figure instantly vanished. The next moment, she appeared in my bedroom. Under the moonlight, she looked at me sleeping soundly on the bed, let out a sigh of relief, and then silently walked to my bedside and sat down, reaching out to gently stroke my cheek. Her hand was cold and soft, and my fiery constitution instantly awakened her, which also woke me up. I groggily opened my eyes and saw a figure about to leave. Instinctively, I grabbed her hand and said, "Teacher, is that you?" With a casual wave of my hand, the room was brightly lit. She held my hand, feeling a bit awkward, and softly said, "It's me. I'm here to check on your injury." I quickly let go, feeling a bit awkward, and hurried to help her sit properly on the bed, pouring her a cup of hot tea. It was then that I noticed she was still wearing the Pope's robe from the morning, her face pale and haggard, clearly having not eaten or drunk anything all day. Who understands family, right? A beautiful teacher visits late at night to check on me. And this stroke of fortune finally came my way. I said to her, "Teacher, wait a moment." Then I turned and went to the kitchen, using my inner energy to ignite the stove, and in no time, I returned with a pot of lotus seed and longan porridge. I squatted in front of her and handed her the porridge. She looked at the steaming bowl, and her eyes turned red instantly. She picked up a spoon and took a sip, looking at me with a slightly bittersweet smile. "It's very sweet. I have to tell you, I've never seen her smile like that. So genuine, with a hint of playfulness, it left me stunned. The purple gold crown on her head was a bit of a hindrance, so she took it off herself, and her long hair instantly cascaded down like a waterfall. Seeing it a bit messy, I took out a purple jade hairpin from my pocket and walked over, naturally helping her twist her hair into a bun. She looked at me with a silly, cute expression, and once I finished, she seriously asked, "Can I continue now?" She finished that bowl of porridge completely clean. After eating, she wanted to leave, but when I saw it was already late at night, I stopped her. "It's too late, teacher. You should sleep here. I'll go to the outer room." Saying this, without waiting for her to refuse, I took the pot and bowl and went outside. At the door, I turned back and smiled at her. Teacher, no matter what happens, my senior sister and I will always be by your side. You are never alone. Closing the door, I could feel the cold atmosphere in the room finally warm up a bit. The next day, I got up early to practice swordplay, but when I sensed it, wow, the teacher's aura was still in my room, leaving me quite flustered. I thought to myself, my teacher is quite something. She even learned to sleep in? I laughed at that moment and didn't wake her up. I bounced into the kitchen to make her breakfast and even left a little note saying, Teacher, remember to eat breakfast, with a smiley face drawn at the end. I was really being a considerate little cotton-padded jacket, okay? Then I went out to practice swordplay myself. When I returned after practicing, she was already gone, but there was still half a bowl of porridge left on the table. Hey, can't waste that. So I directly went for a clean plate action, even reheating her leftover half bowl of porridge with my soul power and finishing it in one gulp. After tidying up, I planned to visit my senior sister. Jiang Ling should be about ready too. Just as I arrived at my senior sister's courtyard gate, wow, a guy as big as a bear came charging at me. Who is it? Yen. He asked back from his training too. I was about to greet him when, without saying a word, he threw a punch at my face. I was furious at that moment. Are you crazy? I grabbed his fist, but this guy went wild, directly using his soul power to push me away, attacking me with lethal moves. I dodged a few times, feeling a bit nervous. I pushed him away with a palm and angrily said, if you make another move, I won't hold back. He just sneered and replied, I want to see how you won't hold back. Spirit possession. When I saw he had even activated his spirit, I couldn't help but feel both angry and amused. Fine. Jiang Ling is still absorbing the celestial herb in the yard and must not be disturbed. I needed to finish this quickly. I charged at him with a move. Sunshine over the 9 provinces grabbed his shoulder and dispersed his soul power, coldly asking him, calm down. He struggled a couple of times, realized he was no match for me, and then gave up, gritting his teeth and shouting at me. Why is Nana seriously injured and unconscious while you are completely fine? Oh, I see. He must have heard about my senior sister and came to confront me. I fell silent at that moment, and the hand I had on his shoulder loosened. This matter was indeed my fault. He took the opportunity to break free and question me again. I was a bit angry too, and I said, I don't think I need to explain myself to you, do I? Just so you know, I am Nana's fiancé. Just as we were to stand still, another person arrived. If Yin had no qualifications, then I should at least have some, right? I turned around, and sure enough, Xiaoyu, my senior sister's older brother, had returned. Now things were getting serious. Facing Xiaoyu, I indeed felt at a disadvantage. So I took a deep breath and said, it's my fault for involving my senior sister. As soon as I finished speaking, Xiaoyu's moonblade was suddenly pointed at my face. At that critical moment, who could understand what family meant? A graceful figure swiftly blocked in front of me. It was Jiang Ling. She had finished absorbing the energy. She stared intently at Xiaoyu's blade and said she believed in me. Xiaoyu said I had admitted it, which made her anxious, and she turned back to me, urging me to explain quickly. What could I say? I could only tell her, you don't need to worry about this. This little girl was so angry that she started stamping her feet, just as it seemed a fight was about to break out. Jiang Ling had a sudden idea, pulled something out from her bosom, and revealed it in front of them. The papal order. It was given to her by my teacher. This immediately left Yin and Xiaoyu stunned. Holding the papal order meant she was an elder of the Spirit Hall, and did they dare to attack an elder? They could only obediently put away their weapons. Jiang Ling stood with her hands on her hips, exuding authority, and declared, I won't allow anyone to fight here. Then she shot me a glare and said she needed my help with the healing, pulling me away. She was quite protective of me, only allowing Xiaoyu, the older brother, to go in to see, directly blocking Yin outside, saying he was just an outsider. Yin, with his bad temper, couldn't take it and immediately released his aura, causing Jiang Ling to stagger back. Could I just stand by? In an instant, I moved over, grabbed him by the neck, and lifted him up. I then declared, if you have a problem, come at me. Jiang Ling is the only hope for saving my senior sister. Whoever dares to touch her, I will kill. Just after that, my teacher's messenger arrived and called them away. Later, I learned that my teacher had personally intervened to explain, saying that it was Tang Hao who had acted and that it had nothing to do with me, telling my big brother not to trouble me. Let me tell you the most outrageous part. Before leaving, Xiaoyu even gave Yin a parting shot. Yin, not satisfied, said that Xiaoyu had wanted to attack me earlier. Xiaoyu looked at him seriously and said, I'm different from you. I am his big brother. Ha! I bet Yin was so furious at that moment that he could have exploded, right there spouting elegant Chinese phrases. After sending the troublemakers away, I quickly looked for Jiang Ling, only to find that she was sulking again. When I asked, I found out that she was angry about my saying she was the only hope for saving my senior sister, feeling like I was treating her as a tool. My goodness, this girl's thoughts are so hard to guess. After finishing the treatment for my senior sister, I saw Jiang Ling was exhausted, sweating profusely, her little face flushed, and a few strands of hair stuck to her face. My obsessive-compulsive tendencies kicked in, and I reached out to help her smooth it down. As a result, she completely froze, her face turning as red as a tomato, and she couldn't speak properly. Just when it was awkward, Xiaoyu came again. Jiang Ling, like a protective mother hen, warned me not to hold back, and then shyly ran away. I didn't say a word to my brother-in-law and directly took the wine to the back mountain. He's not an unreasonable person. He knows it was Tang Hao who made the move, so he didn't blame me and even comforted me instead. But let me tell you, my alcohol tolerance is embarrassingly low. After just a couple of sips, I felt the world spinning, and I pointed at his nose and mocked him, saying he couldn't beat me and that my senior sister wouldn't listen to him. In the end, I don't even know how I got back. I just completely blacked out. I didn't know that I was sleeping like a dead pig, and that girl Jiang Ling actually came over in the middle of the night. She's especially afraid of the dark, scaring herself all the way, and rushed into my room with a small lantern. As soon as she came in and smelled the strong scent of alcohol, she was furious, definitely cursing me as a drunkard. But despite the scolding, she still felt sorry for me. Seeing that I hadn't even taken off my shoes, she squatted down to help me remove them. Then she wanted to cover me with a blanket, but it was pinned down by me, and she couldn't pull out no matter what. This stubborn girl, with gritted teeth, climbed onto my bed. Just when she finally managed to yank the blanket out, I, to my surprise, actually woke up. Of course, I was just talking nonsense due to the alcohol. With bleary eyes, I grabbed her hand and shouted, "Hey, you little rascal, why are you trying to harm me?" I pulled her down, then turned over and directly pressed down on her before falling back asleep. And then, it got awkward. I tell you, at that moment, I really had no awareness at all, just heavily pressing down on her. She was completely trapped under me, with her hand still in my grip, unable to escape. It said that at first she felt wronged and cried, but later she resigned herself to fate and desperately tried to move out from under me. As a result, when she moved, well, some physiological reactions are beyond the control of the brain. According to her later, she could clearly feel something standing up between her legs, and she was completely numb, feeling like she wanted to die. I have to tell you, she really used all her strength to move away from my human-shaped shackles at that moment. The action was like slow motion, inching away, afraid of waking me up. After finally breaking free, she didn't even bother to put on her shoes, jumping out of bed barefoot, looking as if there were ghosts on the bed. She was there, patting her chest and gasping for breath, while I, on the other hand, just turned over. With that movement, good heavens, it scared her to jump back 3 big steps, almost sending her away on the spot. Seeing that I didn't wake up, she finally breathed a sigh of relief, probably parched from fright, and grabbed the cold tea on the table to gulp down. Once the iced tea went down, she was awake enough to realize that this place wasn't suitable to linger. But this girl was too soft-hearted. Seeing my blanket on the floor, she hesitated for a long time, but still picked it up and threw it over to me from 800 meters away. As for whether I cover myself with it, that all depended on fate. Just as she picked up her shoes and was ready to run, I started to act up again. I mumbled sleepily, "Water. So thirsty. Want to drink water." The foot she had just stepped out with instantly froze. I can imagine her expression at that moment, absolutely gritting her teeth, wishing she could twist my head off. With her back to me, she encouraged herself, "I don't care about you." But then I added, "My throat feels so uncomfortable." That did it. She completely broke down. Frustrated, she turned around, picked up the teapot, and poured a cup of water, looking as if she was holding a cup of poison. She didn't dare to come close, negotiating with me from a distance. "I'll give you water, but you mustn't move." I estimate that I heard it at the time, and with my eyes closed, I replied, "Okay, give me water, I'll listen to whatever you say." Only then did she dare to come over. As soon as I heard the sound, I propped myself up halfway, my eyes couldn't open, and I just opened my mouth. Family, who understands? Her face turned dark. I guess she was thinking, how can this person, after drinking, act like a fool? But she still accepted her fate and brought the cup of water to my lips. I gulped down a few sips and finished it, and then the exciting part came. I suddenly started coughing violently, cough, cough, cough. She panicked and quickly sat by the bed to pat my back. "Did you choke? I fed you very slowly." Then I opened my eyes and smiled at her. Just kidding. My dear, you're really easy to trick. You. She was so angry that she stood up right away, not even reacting to me calling her my dear, and grabbed the bowl to leave. As soon as I realized I had messed up, I quickly reached out to grab her, and I caught the fabric around her waist. Let me tell you, I had drunk too much and wasn't gentle at all. I heard a ripping sound, and her skirt was torn open with a big hole. She gasped in surprise, and I pulled her back, causing the bowl in her hand to crash to the ground. Now I was completely ruined. I directly hugged her from behind, resting my chin on her shoulder, and started to act shameless. "My lady, don't go, I was wrong. I shouldn't have joked around. Can you sleep with me tonight?" She was almost scared to tears, her face instantly turning as red as a cooked shrimp. Desperately trying to pry my hands off. "You've got the wrong person. I'm not your lady." At that time, I couldn't listen at all. Just like a repeating machine. "You are my wife, why won't you admit it?" "Jiang Ling, wake up a bit. I am Yi Lingling." Before she could finish her sentence, she suddenly couldn't speak anymore, and her body couldn't move either. Yes, you guessed it right. My damn drunken brain actually still remembered how to pressure points. I picked her up, who was soft in my arms, and said with a silly smile, "You are my wife, we should go to sleep now." Then I laid her flat on the bed. Next, when I remembered what happened the next day, I almost slapped myself in the face. I looked at her complicated dress and frowned, muttering, "What is this? So troublesome." Then, I just tore it apart. That's right, simple and brutal. I ripped it to shreds. Then came the little top, the little pants. Anyway, in the end, a bare little lamb appeared in front of me. Her eyes widened in shock, tears streaming down her cheeks. It was genuine despair. As for me, I chuckled, looked down at myself, and quickly stripped down as well. I held her and started to nibble on her randomly, even biting her in some places. What was worse was that although she was acupressured and couldn't move her body, she surprisingly still had a reaction. This situation was simply a large-scale social death scene. Fortunately, I had drunk so much that I didn't remember much. After tossing and turning for a long time, it seemed I didn't find any specific place, and in the end, I just held her and fell into a deep sleep. When I woke up the next day, I was in a daze. My memories were fragmented, piecing together bit by bit. By the end, I felt like I was completely falling apart. I suddenly sat up, looking at the empty bed beside me and the mess of torn fabric on the floor, and my blood ran cold. What have I done? What the hell have I done? I stumbled out the door, and the first thing I did was go find Xiaoyu. I kicked open his door and yanked him out of bed, grabbing him by the collar and demanding, "What happened yesterday after I got drunk? What did you do after you brought me back?" Xiaoyu was startled by me, looking confused. "I just carried you back home and left. I didn't want to disturb Nana. With your drinking habits, would I dare to have someone take care of you?" He looked me up and down and asked, "What is wrong with you? Did something happen last night?" "Nothing happened. You're overthinking it." I coldly interrupted him and turned to leave. "It's over, all over." If it wasn't someone he arranged, then there was only one possibility. I returned to my place in a daze, took a cold shower, but my mind was filled with the chaotic images from last night. I didn't dare to go to my senior sister, nor could I face Yi Lingling. What could I do? I could only hide. I ran to the back mountain and practiced swordsmanship all day long, only daring to return after the sun had set. I felt like a thief, hiding behind the door, and called over the maid, Ching, who was cleaning the yard. In a low voice, I asked her, "Let me ask you, today, did Missy act unusually?" Ching thought for a moment and said, "Missy seems to have hardly gone out today, and she ate very little of the food that was sent to her. She seems to be in a low mood." "All right, it seems she's been taking a bath the whole time. Every time I went over, she was in the bathroom, always taking a bath." My heart sank. Does she think I'm dirty? I quickly asked a crucial question. "Did she treat my senior sister today?" "Yes, but it was later than usual. She went in the afternoon." "Phew, that's good." I breathed a sigh of relief. As long as she didn't vent her anger on my senior sister, it was fine. I instructed Ching to take good care of my senior sister and Yi Lingling, and then I slipped away. I looked at the light turning on in Yi Lingling's room, and one thought filled my mind. I have to run away quickly. I must avoid the spotlight. Early the next morning, I rushed into the Pope's palace. "Teacher," I said to Bibi Dong, who was handling official business, "I want to go to the Douluo forest. Yi Lingling is level 40 and needs a soul ring. I'll help her catch one." Bibi Dong didn't even look up. "This kind of thing can be handled by someone else. The sun ceremony is coming soon. You stay and prepare." No need to prepare. I got anxious and quickly ran behind her to massage her shoulders. "Teacher, let it be a training experience." I even invited Xiaoyu along to help him get his 5th ring. "How about it, my dearest Pope?" Bibi Dong, worn down by my persistence, finally relented. Fine, but you must come back before the ceremony." I promised to complete the task. I was overjoyed and excitedly hugged her neck. Once I ran out of the Pope's palace, I felt like I had come back to life. First, I had to run away and let everyone calm down. This matter, I would deal with it later. On the way, I happened to run into Xiaoyu, and I directly ordered, "Come with me to the Douluo forest tomorrow. It's the Pope's order." Xiaoyu looked reluctant, but did he dare to say no? Early the next morning, The two of us set off on dragon scale horses. Xiaoyu stared at the two of us in disbelief. Big brother, this is the 5th ring, a 10,000-year soul beast. Is it just the two of us? I patted him on the shoulder and bet him. If I help you sort it out, you owe me one favor. He thought for a moment and readily agreed. I told you I just didn't want to go back so quickly, so I dawdled along the way and turned a half-day journey into a full day. The next day, I slept until noon before being dragged into the forest by Xiaoyu. And guess what? As soon as we entered the inner circle, we ran into a 13,000-year-old night blade lion tiger, which was simply tailor-made for Xiaoyu. Xiaoyu leaned against a tree with her arms crossed. Watching the show, it's your turn. At that moment, I was really angry. Couldn't this beast have appeared a couple of days later? So eager to reincarnate? But there was no way around it. It had come. I immediately unleashed my ultimate move, the 5th soul skill, Radiant Sunlight. A massive crimson sword fell from the sky and directly cleaved the lion-tiger beast, severely injuring it. Xiaoyu was dumbfounded beside me, dragging the half-dead soul beast towards the outskirts. Once he absorbed the soul ring, he was all excited, with his new soul skill's attack power directly increased by 300%. He thanked me, and I waved my hand. No need to be polite. Just remember that you owe me a favor. Let's go. There's another task. Another task? Miss Ye's soul beast hasn't been settled yet, I said while walking forward, casually telling a lie that she needed the healer sister and couldn't come out. In fact, I was going to find her an extremely rare soul beast, the 7-colored elk. This creature had little attack power, but its healing ability was exceptional, perfectly complementing her martial soul. We squatted by the rainbow spring like two paparazzi for a full 4 days. Just when I was about to give up, the moose, radiating with colorful light, finally appeared. I held my breath, slowly approached, and seized the moment to catch it with a wild net. I put it into the Chinquan bag, feeling a bit more at ease. This bag can hold living things, but I rarely use it. I usually carry a jade pendant. It was given to me many years ago by a girl who smiled like a little fox, who sternly warned me, "Don't lose it, or I'll beat you to death." On my way back, I still felt uneasy. As we were approaching the spirit hall, I cleared my throat and said to the side, "Hey, Xiaoyu, could you deliver this spirit beast to Miss Yi later?" Xiaoyu looked puzzled and replied, "It's with you. Can't you just drop it off on your way?" I quickly thought of a perfect excuse. I have to report my itinerary to the teacher, otherwise. "You're going to see my teacher?" Xiaoyu's face darkened. He was silent for 3 seconds, then gritted his teeth and said, "Give me the Chinquan bag. What else can I say? Just hurry up and hand it to him." Let me tell you, I reminded him over and over to first beat that soul beast half to death before giving it to Miss Yi, and to make sure not to hurt her. Guess what happened? This guy got the item, kicked his horse, and vanished in an instant. I was still behind shouting, "Hey, remember to return the bag when you're done." Good grief, by the time we rushed back to the spirit hall, it was already dark. He went to find his sister, Laina, and I hurried to find my teacher, but ended up empty-handed. There was no one in the Pope's hall. I was puzzled at the time, wondering where my teacher could have gone. I didn't think too much about it, and turned around to go to the place where Uncle Nu was recovering. As soon as I arrived at the gate of the courtyard, Old Man Fei greeted me with a big smile, saying that I was really well informed, and that Uncle Nu had just woken up not long ago. I was surprised to hear this. Uncle Nu woke up? I thought it was Yi Lingling who told me, but Old Man Fei said it wasn't her. He said that someone else had been accompanying Miss Yi these past few days. Only then did I realize that while I was away these few days, the young lady had been consistently treating Uncle Nu, who understands the family's feelings. Thinking about this made me feel even worse, as if I owed her more and more. Old Man Fei stopped me, saying that Uncle Nu was still in the medicinal bath, absorbing the medicinal power to regain his strength, and that I should wait a bit. He mentioned that thanks to Miss Ye's 9-heart begonia, Uncle Nu's heart, which was almost beyond repair, had now recovered to about 90. And another treatment would be almost sufficient. I sat nearby, waiting, feeling a mix of emotions. Just then, a wave of spiritual energy suddenly surged from inside the room. "It's done." I stood up in a rush and dashed inside, excitedly shouting Uncle Nu, at the angry uncle still sitting in the bathtub. Seeing him alive and well felt incredible. He was equally excited to see me, his voice booming, completely unlike someone who had just woken up from serious injuries. After chatting for a bit, we heard that Laina was still in a coma. He exploded on the spot, slamming his palm down on the nearby table, shattering it to pieces. Then, this guy took responsibility, thumping his thigh and saying he hadn't protected her well enough and wanted to go to the Pope's palace to apologize. I quickly stopped him, saying it wasn't his fault. Who could have expected that old Tang how would play dirty and launch a sneak attack? To distract him, I pulled out my grand plan, a fist-sized piece of gongjin, a large chunk of meteorite iron, and a super complex design drawing with 36 swords. I told him, Uncle knew, once you recover, take these to Gungshin City and find the best blacksmith on the continent to forge them for me. A year from now, we'll use this to personally take revenge on Tang Hao. Upon hearing he could take revenge, Uncle Nu's eyes lit up, and without hesitation, he took the items. But then, the next second, he naturally reached out his hand toward me. I was momentarily stunned. What was he doing? He looked a bit embarrassed and said, I don't have any money. Good heavens, I was completely petrified. Had he handed all his salary over to his wife? Fine. I took a deep breath and pulled out a card from my pocket that had 5 million gold soul coins in it. I'm telling you, my hand was shaking when I handed it over, and I was holding tightly onto the other end. My heart was bleeding, folks. That was the card I got from my senior sister. In my heart, I could only silently plead, Senior sister, consider this your betrothal gift. Please don't blame me. After giving him the money, I told Uncle Nu that my ascension ceremony was in 7 days and asked him to stay a little longer. He immediately wanted to bow deeply in gratitude, but I quickly supported him up. I said, Uncle Nu, don't do that. No matter what my identity is, we will always be friends. Saying that, I gave him a big bear hug and shouted, Uncle Nu, it's really great that you're alive. Honestly, at that moment, my eyes were getting red, so I quickly let go and turned to leave, not wanting him to see me tear up. After leaving Uncle Nu, I ran into Qing, who said that Miss Yi was still absorbing her spirit rings and asked me to inform Old Fei that she wouldn't be able to attend tonight's treatment. I nodded and headed straight to my senior sister's courtyard. I hadn't seen her in several days, and I really missed her. I went to check on my senior sister, who was still unconscious, and then slipped over to the door of Jiang Ling's room. Thinking it was safe for her to absorb the spirit ring alone, I pushed the door open, ready to protect her. Aunt May was originally inside guarding her, but I told her to take a rest. With just the two of us left in the room, I looked at Jiang Ling, who was sitting cross-legged in meditation, and felt extremely conflicted. Seeing the paper and pen next to me, a thought struck me. Why not write her a letter of apology? The result was explosive. First version, I'm sorry, I blacked out. I'll take responsibility. Damn, no matter how I looked at it, it sounded like a scumbag, so I tore it up. Second version, Jiang Ling, I want to marry you. Wasn't that just asking for a beating? We didn't even have a foundation of feelings. Torn up. Third version, do whatever you want. What if she really killed me? Torn up. Fourth version, I wrote it like a domineering CEO novel. Whatever compensation you want, I'll give. If you get pregnant, just have the baby. I'll take care of it. I felt disgusted with myself and tore it up. I'm telling you, my mind was in turmoil at that moment. What if she really got pregnant? I couldn't just ignore it, right? But I already had a senior sister. What should I do? Let her marry someone else? Wouldn't that mean? Family, who understands? I'm a pure love warrior, and I have to grind the bull-headed man into the ground. Just as I was pulling my hair out in confusion, the soul power fluctuations from Jiang Ling suddenly intensified. She was about to wake up. I was so startled that my soul almost flew away. Grabbing a pile of scrap paper from the table, I planned to make a run for it. Who knew that as soon as I opened the door, a gust of wind blew in, and it blew one of the pieces of paper I was holding right into the room, floating perfectly under her vanity. I panicked and didn't even notice, closing the door behind me and running away. Just as I left, she opened her eyes, still clutching my Chinkoan bag, and let out a cold snort. I returned to my yard, my heart still racing, and burned all the leftover scraps of paper in my hand. While I pushed the door open to enter the house, I didn't even notice that there was an extremely thin thread of soul power behind the door that disappeared the moment I pushed it. I didn't think much of it at the time and walked straight into the bedroom. As soon as I lay down on the bed, I sat up abruptly. Something was off. The bed was warm. Someone had really been in my room. I was a bit confused at that moment. Who had the audacity to sleep in my bed? Then I leaned closer to the blanket and caught a whiff of a familiar fragrance. Oh no, it was my teacher's scent. My teacher had slept here? My brain went into overdrive and I crashed. The next day, I slept until the sun was high in the sky and had a particularly absurd dream where a sword and a staff fought all night, creating chaos. Upon waking, I kept muttering about my sins. After washing up, I reluctantly went to the Pope's hall. Let me tell you, when I saw my teacher sitting there, my mind was still preoccupied with the dream from last night, and I didn't even dare to lift my head. She, however, seemed unfazed, gently asking me when I had returned. I thought to myself, how could she not know? But I didn't dare to say anything and just reported back honestly, hoping she wouldn't punish Uncle Nu. My teacher said she had already sent Uncle Nu to find me for my punishment, which counted as a warning. I was overjoyed to hear this and hugged her arm, acting all spoiled. Later, My teacher told me that my Son of God ceremony would not be overly grand, only inviting the big shots from the spirit hall, keeping the standards high, mainly for my protection. She also said that becoming a title Douluo wouldn't be the end for me. I would at least achieve a god position. Wow, my expectations skyrocketed. After chatting with my teacher, I went to find Ciu to get my Chinquin bag, which was my lifeline. I had already lost 5 million. I couldn't afford to lose that bag again. As soon as I reached his door, I heard Yin shouting inside, asking why he still couldn't see Nana. Ciu was trying to persuade him, saying not to provoke Jiang Ling, who was now incredibly strong, stronger than he could imagine. I pushed the door open and said, "I'll wait until you become a soul king to fight me." Then I got straight to the point. "Ciu, where's my Chinquin bag?" He then told me that he had given the bag to Yi Lingling yesterday. My face turned pale. Family, that was like pushing me into a fire pit. I quickly made an excuse, saying my teacher needed me, and hurriedly ran away, ignoring him calling me from behind. Now I really didn't dare to face her. With nowhere to go, I decided to leave the spirit hall and ran to Zhuqing's little courtyard. It had been about a week since I last saw her. I sneaked in and saw her standing alone by the pond, wearing a black training outfit. That figure, those curves, wow. An old saying popped into my head. Saying this, cough, good for breeding. I quickly shook off that dangerous thought. The weather was getting cooler, so I grabbed a cloak and quietly walked over to drape it over her. When she turned around and saw me, her eyes instantly lit up like a little kitten. I wrapped my arms around her waist and couldn't help but tease her, saying I was just studying her from behind and that everyone said her figure was good for breeding. I asked, "How many could you give me in the future?" "Huh." Her face turned bright red instantly, and she punched me lightly. After the fun, we got to serious matters. I told her about the Son of God ceremony and wanted to take her to witness it. She was still a bit worried about my teacher, so I tapped her little head and told her, "Silly, my teacher already knows, and she won't interfere with my decisions. It's tacitly approved." You should have seen her surprised and happy expression. It was adorable. To reward her, I told her to quickly change into something pretty, saying I would take her to a lively city at night. When she came out after changing, I was completely stunned. She wore a long dress interwoven with moonlight white and pale pink, with a jade hairpin on her head and a light touch of makeup. My goodness, she looked like a fairy descending to earth. I had a premonition that a bunch of clueless people would come up to hit on her tonight, so I had to be a good protector. I held her hand as we walked through the streets of Spirit City, and she whispered to me, "I'm wearing this for you." Oh, my heart melted. I tightened my grip on her hand and said, "I won't let them disturb our world." She shyly nodded. Just as the atmosphere was just right between us, let me tell you, on the other side, it wasn't so beautiful. My brother-in-law, Ciu, for some reason, decided to go find Yi Lingling to mediate our conflict. Goodness, if I had been there, I would have begged him not to get involved. Guess how he tried to approach it? He went up and asked, "Miss Yi, do you have a conflict with Jiang Ling?" I was truly speechless. Was that even a subtle approach? It was like directly laying it all out in front of her. Talk about having no emotional intelligence. Yi Lingling's face immediately turned sour, and she shot back at him. "What did Jiang Ling say to you?" The look in her eyes suggested she was ready to unleash a storm. Unexpectedly, my brother-in-law, with a unique way of thinking, climbed further up the ladder, confidently saying, "Jiang Ling told me in detail that he was afraid to come and sent me to resolve this matter. He thought this clever tactic would get him information." Family, who understands? As soon as Yi Lingling heard this, she exploded. "He told you in detail? What a load of nonsense." In her mind, she had probably imagined me being ground to dust 100 times, thinking I had been blabbing about our private matters everywhere. Clenching her fists, she squeezed out one word through gritted teeth: "Get lost." Ciu was still there in shock, thinking the script was all wrong. Wasn't this supposed to be the part where they started negotiating? Seeing Yi Lingling's reaction, he thought I had caused too much trouble and was afraid it would implicate his sister, so he hurriedly added fuel to the fire. "Miss Yi, listen to me. Jiang Ling knows he was wrong and is willing to compensate, no matter how much." Well, that was the end of it. As soon as those words left his mouth, Yi Lingling completely lost it, grabbing a teacup from the table and throwing it at his face. "Get out." It was truly heart-wrenching. Ciu was so frightened that he jumped out of the courtyard, muttering about how big of a mess I had caused. "Brother, you were the one who stirred up trouble." Later, I heard that Yi Lingling went back to her room and cried her heart out, feeling that I had humiliated her with money. At that time, I was flying in the sky on my sword, holding Zhuqing, when suddenly I sneezed. I was puzzled, thinking, can I even catch a cold? Now that I think about it, it was all thanks to my lovely brother-in-law. Putting that troubling matter aside, I quickly took Zhuqing to our destination, the City of the Night. It sounded like a den of evil forces, but in reality, It was incredibly safe, managed directly by the Spirit Hall with a titled Douluo station there, making it feel very secure. I explained to her that this place was different from Spirit City. The latter was for soul masters to cultivate, while this was purely a large night market, a one-stop shop for eating, drinking, and having fun, complete with candied hawthorn and puppet shows, everything one could imagine. Why is it called the City of the Night? Zhu Zhuqing asked curiously. I told her that there was a divine tree in the city called the Jade Tree, which looked ordinary during the day but glowed at night, resembling a giant luminous pearl, stunningly beautiful. The city was built around this tree, making it 100 times livelier at night than during the day. When Zhu Zhuqing heard this, her eyes lit up, and her longing expression melted my heart. She immediately released my hand and hugged my arm with both hands, leaning in close, her head bowed, so low that I could see her neck turning red. As soon as we entered the city, my little kitten, usually so reclusive, was overwhelmed by the sea of people, her CPU practically overheating, her mouth agape in astonishment, taking in everything with wide eyes. I pulled her along, saying we should eat first to fill our stomachs, as we would be indulging in all sorts of snacks later. We casually found a noodle shop, but as soon as she walked in, her presence silenced the entire place. All eyes turned to her in an instant. Are you kidding me? My woman is someone you can gawk at? I asked the boss if there were any private rooms, and he said that with a small business, there weren't any. Just as I was about to leave, the boss, being quite clever, quickly pointed to a corner and said it was discreet there. Fine. I pulled Zhu Zhuqing over and had her sit inside. Then, I directly sat down opposite her, blocking her completely with my broad back, making sure those people couldn't see her at all. Want to see? Not a chance. Zhu Zhuqing watched my maneuver and covered her mouth, stifling a laugh, probably thinking I looked amusing when I was jealous. As the food came, the boss seemed a bit overwhelmed. I had clearly asked for it to be not spicy, but he added a ton of pepper. I ate quickly and didn't notice much, but after just a few bites, Zhu Zhuqing was already sweating, her lips red, pitifully asking me for water. I took a sip of the soup, and wow, my tongue went numb. She saw I was about to lose it and quickly grabbed my arm, saying, "Forget it. Let us go see Yu Shu." All right, I'll follow your lead. After leaving the noodle shop, we entered full-on eating mode. I bought her a bunch of little trinkets, candied hawthorn, milk tea, and fruit rice dumplings. Her little belly was full. This girl completely let loose, stopping at every stall, and after walking for over an hour, we still hadn't reached Yu Shu. My legs were about to cramp up. At a stall selling masks, she got excited again, picking out 2 half-face masks, a rugged one for me and a flashy flower mask for herself. She mischievously smiled at me and said, "You wear this." "All right, my lady, whatever you say." Wearing the mask was also good, as it kept her pretty face from causing any trouble. Along the way, quite a few guys got their ears twisted by their girlfriends for stealing glances at her. As we walked, the wind picked up and she shivered. I smiled and took out the red cloak I had just bought, carefully draping it over her. She was so focused on playing that she lost her previous shyness and graciously said thank you. I couldn't help but reach out and tease her little nose. With the cloak and masks, we were finally a bit more low-key. Ahead, there was a riddle booth, and she got drawn in again, pulling me along. The vendor posed a riddle. A little girl sits in the middle of the water, dressed in a pink coat, releasing waves of fragrance. Zhu Zhuqing furrowed her brow and thought for a long time. I already knew the answer and teased her from the side. "Want me to tell you?" She stubbornly replied. "No, I want to guess it myself." After struggling for a long time and still not figuring it out, she finally shook my arm and pouted. "Liver, give me a hint." "Oh, I can't resist that." So I hinted, "This girl doesn't have to be human." She still couldn't guess it. And in the end, she had no choice but to lean close to my ear and quietly say, "You say it." At that moment, I had a mischievous thought and leaned close to her ear, saying, "Little fool, I've changed my mind. If you kiss me, I'll help you answer." My breath brushed against her ear, and her ears turned bright red instantly. Guess what happened next? Seeing the look on my face, as if I had her figured out, she suddenly stomped her foot, tiptoed, and came in for a kiss. No, it was a bite. She left a row of teeth marks on my lower lip, and I let out a hiss. She seemed quite pleased with herself. "Humph, you didn't specify how to kiss." "Oh, you." I smiled helplessly and said to the stall owner, "It's a lotus flower." The stall owner nodded repeatedly and handed over a beautifully crafted crystal lotus lamp. Zhu Zhuqing was overjoyed, holding the lamp tightly, happier than anything else. The stall owner was quite the talker, wishing us a long-lasting relationship and early blessings of children, which made Zhu Zhuqing so happy that her shyness seemed to carry a hint of sweetness. After wandering around for a while, we were both tired, So we found a tea house to rest and watch a traditional opera. The play was about a scumbag man who deceived a woman into marriage and abused her, only to be saved by the heroine's sisters. A cliché story. I was dozing off, but Zhu Zhuqing was quite into it. After watching, she suddenly asked me softly, Ling will you end up like that Zhou Shi, not cherishing what you have once you get it? I was resting my head on the table and was taken aback by the question. What? Am I being shot at while lying down? I immediately sat up straight and said seriously, I don't know about others, but I, Jiang Ling, will love you for a lifetime. She chuckled and said I was teasing her. She just thought the righteous sister Zhao Pan'er in the play resembled Yi Lingling, who initially disapproved of us being together. However, she added, I'm not Song Yin Zhao, and you're not Zhou Shi. Then, she leaned closer and whispered, but I really like your answer. Tonight, you're allowed to do bad things. Mentioning Yi Lingling made me feel a bit uneasy. Seeing me silent, she asked what was wrong. I quickly changed the topic, saying, Don't say that. Missy isn't as clever as Zhao Pan'er. She is a bit simple. After all, in her impression, my relationship with Yi Lingling wasn't great. Zhu Zhuqing seemed displeased with my words and playfully scolded, You're not allowed to speak ill of Lingling. She started to say something, but paused halfway. As the opera ended, she grabbed my hand and said to go see the jade tree. I stood up and smiled, sure. But after we see the jade tree, don't forget what you just promised. She blushed and hurriedly pushed me to move on. Once we left the tea house, we didn't walk far before spotting the jade tree. Its shimmering white light was unmistakable from distance. But the crowd, oh my, it was no exaggeration to say it was a sea of people. Zhu Zhuqing looked discouraged, saying, How can we squeeze in with so many people? I patted her head and assured her, Don't worry, leave it to me. I'll make sure you get to the front to see. Just kidding. Flying on a sword is forbidden here. But who am I? I quickly assessed the strength of the crowd ahead, realizing most were Soul Sect and Soul Master, with hardly any Soul Kings. I adjusted Zhu Zhuqing's cloak and hat for her, told her to hold on my waist tightly, rested her head on my shoulder, then lifted her effortlessly. She gasped but didn't resist. I said to her, Let us go. I slightly released a bit of the Soul King's aura and pushed through the crowd while holding her. Those at the Soul Sect and Soul Master levels felt my presence and dared not speak. Their glares would have killed me if looks could kill. With my thick skin, who would dare stop me from taking my woman to see the sights? Holding the warm and soft beauty in my arms, listening to her rapid heartbeat. My own heart was also racing, like a chaotic mix of emotions, one after another. After a difficult struggle, we finally made it to the front, and I set her down. As soon as we saw that jade tree, we were both stunned. The soft and holy white light instantly calmed our hearts. Zhu Zhuqing watched for a moment, then suddenly closed her eyes, entering a mysterious state. I was shocked. Could she be on the verge of a breakthrough? To gain enlightenment just by looking at the tree? That seemed too outrageous. I quickly cast a spell to help her cover her soul power fluctuations. After half an hour, she finally opened her eyes. Wow, her soul power shot straight up to level 44, a 2-level jump. This is ridiculous. I was even envious. I quickly pulled her to a secluded place, and she excitedly told me. She said she felt particularly close to Yushu, possibly because of her martial spirit. I suggested that she move here to live for easier training. To my surprise, she rejected it without a second thought. I don't want to. I asked her why. Since there were many fun things here and she could level up. She turned away, and after a long while, she spoke in a voice as soft as a mosquito. I want to be a little closer to you. My heart softened. This little fool, the one who used to wholeheartedly pursue strength, has changed now. I rubbed her head and said, All right, I'll do as you say. When you reach a bottleneck in your cultivation later, we'll come back. Only then did she breathe a sigh of relief, and, taking advantage of the darkness, boldly pecked my lips quickly. I was just about to speak when I sensed someone coming from the depths of the alley, so I quickly pulled her against the wall. A man entered with a woman of the night, both of them eager and without a word, ready to get down to business. I thought to myself, what kind of situation is this? Zhu Zhuqing quickly turned around in embarrassment, but accidentally stepped on a twig, making a noise. The man, also a soul master, immediately became alert and asked, Who's there? There was no way to hide, and I wasn't interested in watching a live show, so I pulled Zhu Zhuqing to leave. The woman saw me. Her eyes lit up, and with her clothes partly open, she threw me a flirtatious glance, saying something about inviting me over for free hospitality. I ignored her and continued to lead Zhu Zhuqing away. The man was provoked, seeing the woman he paid for fawning over me. Combined with my good looks and Zhu Zhuqing's beauty, his jealousy flared up, and he reached out to grab Zhu Zhuqing. Did he really think he could act against a 20-something level soul master? Just as Zhu Zhuqing was about to retaliate, I'd already grabbed his wrist first, and with a slight force, he cried out in pain. I released him and warned him that we were here first, and he was the one disturbing us, advising him not to be ungrateful. As soon as I said this, Zhu Zhuqing's face turned bright red, probably thinking about what we had just done in the alley. The man was scared and quickly apologized, and we finally left. Once we exited the alley, Zhu Zhuqing kept her head down and didn't speak, probably still shocked by the earlier scene. I found a quiet place, sat her down, and took out the snacks I bought earlier to feed her. She held the hawthorn I handed her and mumbled, "Linger, brother, next time, please bring Lingling's sister along too." I was taken aback for a moment, but smiled and agreed. As she ate, she probably got too tired and her eyelids began to droop. "Let us go. We need to find a place to stay," Jiang Ling said, pressing his hand against his knee to push himself up and reached out to Zhu Zhuqing. "Oh," Zhu Zhuqing said, grasping Jiang Ling's hand to stand up, speaking softly. Seeing Jiang Ling was going to find a place to stay, Zhu Zhuqing couldn't help but feel a bit shy and a hint of anticipation. As the City of Night was a place that combined tourism, trade, and more, there was certainly no shortage of inns and hotels. Jiang Ling and Zhu Zhuqing walked a few hundred meters west before finding a luxurious hotel. "This one is fine," Jiang Ling said. "Okay," Zhu Zhuqing replied softly, her face growing even redder, clearly aware of what was about to happen shortly. Upon entering the lobby, there was a young couple in front of Jiang Ling, looking around 18 or 19. "Hello, I need 2 rooms," the young man said. "I'm sorry, we only have 1 luxury couple's room left," the lobby attendant smiled and replied. "Only 1. Couples." The young man seemed a bit shy and looked at the girl next to him, who confidently said, "It's fine. The bed is big enough. We can sleep separately." "All right, then let's book it," the young man said, paying and taking the key as he and the girl walked inside. Jiang Ling, who was a bit helpless, pulled Zhu Zhuqing and was about to leave. "Hey, are you 2 looking for a room?" The lobby attendant called out to Jiang Ling and Zhu Zhuqing. "Yes, but aren't there no rooms left?" Jiang Ling turned around and asked. "There is. We still have 1 luxury couple's room left," the attendant replied with a smile. Okay, then let us book that one." "All right, here is your key. Please take care of it," the attendant said, his service reaching its peak. As Jiang Ling and Zhu Zhuqing reached the stairs, the attendant's voice came again from behind. "Are you 2 looking for a room? Our hotel still has 1 luxury couple's room left." Jiang Ling and Zhu Zhuqing exchanged glances. Jiang Ling's eyes showed helplessness and admiration for the attendant, thinking it would be a loss not to promote him to lobby manager. Zhu Zhuqing, on the other hand, was filled with embarrassment and anger, wondering how there could be such a hotel attendant. Chapter 127. The Evil Soul Reappears. The hotel was indeed luxurious and deserved the couple's theme title, with an oversized heart-shaped bed surrounded by pink sheer curtains. The walls and furnishings of the room were also in varying shades of pink. What made both of them blush even more was the shower area, which was also separated by transparent sheer fabric, but didn't reach the floor, only being level with the top of the bathtub, exposing its shape. The enormous bathtub was transparent, meaning if Zhu Zhuqing sat in it, Jiang Ling could clearly see her perfect body. The entire room exuded an ambiguous and lavish atmosphere. Not only Zhu Zhuqing, even Jiang Ling felt a bit restless, his face reddening. "Zhuqing, you go wash first. I'm feeling a bit hot." "I'll go out to the balcony for some air," Jiang Ling said, noticing Zhu Zhuqing's discomfort, and he walked toward the balcony. The separation design for the balcony wasn't as extreme. Although it still had curtains, they were opaque, and the balcony was enclosed with transparent glass, providing enough sound insulation. Even though they had touched and looked at each other intimately before, it didn't mean they wouldn't feel shy, especially when one was watching the other bathe. Just like some people aren't afraid of getting hurt or dying, but are afraid of the dark, it's not the night they fear, but the unknown within that darkness. In a similar way, while Zhu Zhuqing bathed in the tub, Jiang Ling sat nearby. And Zhu Zhuqing couldn't help but guess Jiang Ling's thoughts, leading only to feelings of shyness. As for bathing together, don't joke. That probably only happens when emotions run deep and one cannot extricate themselves. When Zhu Zhuqing saw Jiang Ling walk towards the balcony, she felt a twinge of guilt but also sighed in relief, her tense body slowly relaxing. She took off her and hung it on the rack, then removed her silk dress, leaving only 2 pieces of intimate clothing, and she took out a replacement set of underwear, which was purple, recommended by the sales clerk when she bought the dress. Holding the purple underwear, her face flushed, she stepped into the almost transparent bathroom. The sound insulation in this luxurious hotel was quite good, but the room's insulation, was all sheer pink fabric, so don't expect any soundproofing. Originally, Jiang Ling had nothing to do, but the sound of Zhu Zhuqing splashing water made his heart itch. He wanted to block his hearing, but couldn't bear to, so he could only endure the pain and joy. Jiang Ling lay bored on the wrought-tan chair beside him, glancing slightly upward, and was taken aback. A couple was fighting on the balcony, but the woman had a graceful figure, clearly a beauty. The man, however, was quite unflattering, resembling a fat pig. Jiang Ling couldn't bear to watch any longer, thinking it was better to close his eyes and listen to Zhu Zhuqing's bathing sounds. "Linger brother, I'm done washing." Just as Jiang Ling was about to fall asleep on the chair, he suddenly heard Zhu Zhuqing's voice and was jolted awake. Zhu Zhuqing, wearing a bathrobe, walked towards the balcony. As Jiang Ling watched her pull aside the curtain, he turned to see the couple and couldn't help but complain, "Damn, how long is this going to last?" Jiang Ling thought to himself. He hurriedly got up and walked toward the part of the curtain that was pulled aside. Just as Zhu Zhuqing was about to step onto the balcony, she bumped into Jiang Ling's arms. Seeing Jiang Ling staring at her in a daze, her cheeks flushed, and she lowered her head. It was unclear whether the hotel designed it this way or not, but the robe couldn't cover her chest and barely concealed her hips. If she didn't wear it, she'd have to wear regular clothes. Was it inappropriate to wear regular clothes in this situation? In the end, Zhu Zhuqing still mustered the courage to put on the pink robe. This time, Zhu Zhuqing really wronged the hotel. The pajamas provided by the hotel were all normal sizes. If they didn't fit, it could only be blamed on Zhu Zhuqing being somewhat different from most people. "Linga, you go wash up. I'll stay on the balcony for a while." Zhu Zhuqing's words pulled the dazed Jiang Ling back to reality. There was no way, with purple, pink, and cream colors shimmering together, Jiang Ling couldn't stand it. Hearing that Zhu Zhuqing wanted to stay on the balcony, Jiang Ling hurriedly said, "No need. Just lie on the bed. The balcony is a bit cold, and it's transparent. What if someone spies on you?" After all, he had just peeked. Zhu Zhuqing couldn't help but feel conflicted. "There's nothing to be conflicted about. I'm not afraid of you looking." Jiang Ling saw Zhu Zhuqing's dilemma and teased her. He directly picked Zhu Zhuqing up in a princess carry, causing her to exclaim in surprise and hurriedly pull at her pajamas. The pajamas were already short, and when Zhu Zhuqing bent down, they couldn't cover her at all. As soon as Jiang Ling set Zhu Zhuqing on the bed, she pulled a nearby blanket over herself, leaving only her little head exposed. Seeing this, Jiang Ling smiled slightly and said, "I'm going to take a shower. Feel free to look. I want to look at you." Zhu Zhuqing replied, her face flushed as she spat back. "Ha!" Jiang Ling couldn't help but laugh at the adorable Zhu Zhuqing and turned to head to the bathroom. Zhu Zhuqing stole a glance before turning away, not daring to look again. Listening to the sound of water, she originally felt a little fluttering in her heart. But after practicing all day and having fun all night, even the Soul Clan was quite tired. A wave of sleepiness washed over her, and Zhu Zhuqing felt her eyelids growing heavier and gradually fell asleep. Jiang Ling's shower was quick. 10 minutes was enough to get clean. After drying off, he glanced at the pajamas but didn't like wearing them. Sleeping naked was more comfortable. Jiang Ling cheerfully ran to the bedside. "Xiao Qingqing, I'm here." His tone was light and playful, like a young master teasing a little girl. Seeing Zhu Zhuqing unresponsive, he climbed onto the bed, looking at her little face, and couldn't help but smile helplessly. At this moment, Zhu Zhuqing had already fallen asleep, with a sweet smile on her face, presumably having a beautiful dream. Looking at Zhu Zhuqing, Jiang Ling smiled indulgently, gently adjusting her body to a more comfortable position and tucking her in. After finishing these tasks, Jiang Ling lay down in the blanket, ready to sleep. As soon as he lay down, Zhu Zhuqing unconsciously snuggled up to him, holding him tightly, still looking like she was in deep sleep. Jiang Ling couldn't help but chuckle, then closed his eyes, preparing to fall asleep. Meanwhile, the battle between Beauty and the Beast had also come to an end. "Sister, tonight's harvest is really great. All the energy of Soul King. I'm so envious." A woman, her body completely heated, said with a delicate tone. "But that appearance is disgusting. If it were me, I definitely couldn't bring myself to do it." In the room, a woman known as a temptress said, if Zhu Zhuqing were here, she would definitely recognize that this was the woman who seduced her man. The woman referred to as sister was quite cold and elegant, her body seeming soft and boneless, especially her waist, which was definitely a deadly weapon for men. The cold woman threw the fat man, who resembled a pig, onto the floor and, without a stitch of clothing, looked like a peeled jelly, trembling. She picked up a piece of gauze from the ground and draped it over herself, ignoring the temptress's teasing, and walked straight toward the bathroom. The heated woman saw this and wasn't angry. She followed her into the bathroom, sitting beside her as she bathed, and helplessly said, "I said, sister, you can catch prey, but why come to the hotel so ostentatiously and even on the balcony? What if someone finds out? Don't forget, the Nightshade City has a tidal Douluo station here. What are you afraid of? Nightshade City has so many people coming and going, a few missing people are nothing. As long as it doesn't cause a big commotion. Even if the Wuhuan Hall has eyes everywhere, they won't be able to catch me. Staying in the hotel is comfortable, and being on the balcony is even more exciting," the cold woman said with a hint of madness in her eyes. "Besides, we became evil soul masters just for a bit of fun, right? Do you want me to be like you, only daring to hide in those dark, damp alleys?" The cold woman disdainfully glanced at the temptress. The temptress's face showed displeasure at such mockery, and she coldly retorted, "I just don't want you to get caught and drag me down with you. Luo Xing, mind your own business. Don't forget I'm your sister. Without me, you would have died back then." The cold woman glared at Luo Xing. She then stood up from the bath, with water droplets running down her smooth skin, looking as beautiful as ever. "Luo Hongyu." The woman called Luo Xing also stood up, looking at her naked sister, and wanted to get angry. After a moment of stalemate, she finally sighed. After a brief silence, she changed the subject, saying, "I've received news that Lan Xingchen has been promoted to title Douluo and is gathering the remnants of the holy church that were exterminated by the Wuhuan Hall." Upon hearing this, Luo Heng's expression stiffened, but she still mocked. "So what if he gathers them? With those weaklings, do they expect to counterattack the Wuhuan Hall? Don't say he just became a title Douluo. Even if he becomes a super Douluo, what can change? Evil soul masters are nothing but something that cannot see the light." Although she herself was an evil soul master, this woman showed no mercy when scolding them. Meanwhile, the woman named Luo Xing was not surprised at all, her voice still full of temptation as she said, "I don't know what Lan Xingchen wants to do, but I only know that he has already sent someone to find us. If we don't comply, all that awaits us is endless pursuit and ultimately death. At worst, we'll die together." Luo Heng's gaze turned icy and sharp. "Luo Heng." Luo Xing raised her tone slightly and called out, her eyes already filled with anger. Years of caution had turned her into a versatile person, but facing her sister, she was always breaking her defenses time and time again. Luo Xing then took a deep breath and said in a low voice, "I will handle things on Lan Xingchen's side. You just need to act low-key immediately. Also, I heard that Lan Xingchen has taken a new subordinate named Tang Yin, but with just a soul respect level, his status is even higher than Liang Shan, who has followed him for many years. This shows how much Lan Xingchen values him, and we will be under his command. This Tang Yin may come to see us soon, and then you and I will meet him once. Didn't you hear what I said? I said at worst, we'll die together. I won't go back, whether it's Lan Xingchen or Tang Yin, and also, I, Luo Heng, have nothing to do with you, Luo Xing. You go your way, and I'll go my way. If they want to kill me, let them come." Luo Heng's words were as cold as ice. As she reached for the clothes on the floor, preparing to put them on, she glanced at them, feeling sticky and wrinkled, then threw them back on the ground. She picked up a nearby pajama and put on, barely covering her hips. "And don't meddle in my business, especially mine." Luo Heng opened the door, looked back at Luo Xing, and then walked out wearing only a pajama. Luo Xing did not stop her, sitting silently for a long time, with a lingering sorrow in her brow. After a while, she sighed deeply, got up to dispose of the dead pig's body, and left the room. Today's morning was another day wasted on cultivation. It was unclear whether it was the hotel bed too soft or Zhu Zhuqing's body too soft. But Jiang Ling only woke up lazily around noon. Jiang Ling's sleepy eyes were dazed for a moment before slowly clearing up. He turned his head to see Zhu Zhuqing still sleeping on his arm, and her hot body under the blanket was wrapped around him like an octopus. The already ill-fitting pajamas had their buttons burst open after a night, revealing a purple bra, which made Jiang Ling feast his eyes. Jiang Ling simply turned to face Zhu Zhuqing, looking at her as she slept, unable to help but smile. Perhaps due to her sleeping position, a small gap formed in Zhu Zhuqing's lips, causing a glimmer to flow out, making her look exceptionally cute. If only there were a phone, Jiang Ling would have definitely captured this moment, the cold goddess drooling in her sleep, perhaps feeling someone staring at her in her dreams. Or maybe she had slept long enough. Zhu Zhuqing eventually woke up. Upon waking, she saw Jiang Ling staring intently at her, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment. "What are you doing?" Zhu Zhuqing shyly asked. "Oh, just thinking about someone who promised to do something naughty with me, but ended up sleeping alone. How do you think I should punish her, Xiao Qingqing?" Jiang Ling asked seriously. She shouldn't be punished," Zhu Zhuqing quietly replied, burrowing deeper into the blankets, soon leaving only her head visible. Jiang Ling, unwilling to let go of the little kitty in his grasp, lifted the blanket and crawled in beside her, turning over and pinning Zhu Zhuqing beneath him, the blanket falling over the two of them. Zhu Zhuqing's figure was curvy, the kind that could serve as a blanket on top or a mattress underneath. The two of them tussled for nearly an hour, with Zhu Zhuqing not only acting as a blanket, but also as a comforter, only stopping when she begged for mercy. By the time they finished washing up and bathing, it was already past 2 in the afternoon. Jiang Ling looked at the high, non-blazing sun and couldn't help but sigh. The spring night is short, and the day rises high. From now on, the king won't hold morning court. Zhu Zhuqing, her face still flushed, retorted, "You're the king. More like a wolf in sheep's clothing." "Xiao Qingqing, you're not being good," Jiang Ling said, pretending to be overly flirtatious, reaching towards her chest. This was in the middle of the street, which frightened Zhu Zhuqing, causing her to release Jiang Ling's hand and run ahead. "Xiao Qingqing, don't run," Jiang Ling called out. Zhu Zhuqing was embarrassed, not expecting Jiang Ling to shout those 3 words. She could feel the curious gazes of others on her. Pretending not to know Jiang Ling, she continued running ahead. Jiang Ling smiled and chased after her. What is most amusing is making a cold girl or a slightly mischievous girl shy, earning the trust of a capable girl who strategizes. The latter was temporarily unachievable, but the former was still worth pursuing. Just as the two were playing around, Jiang Ling accidentally bumped into a ball. More accurately, 2 balls. "I'm so sorry, are you okay?" Jiang Ling quickly apologized. His gaze fell on a woman who seemed to be in her 30s, with a stunning appearance. Her brows lightly painted, her lips a tempting shade of red. Especially her waist. If a woman's waist is a deadly knife, then this woman's waist was like Guan Yu's green dragon crescent blade. However, her outfit was quite bold, with 80% of her skin exposed to the air, unafraid of the cool autumn breeze. "Have you seen enough?" The woman shot Jiang Ling a cold glance, her voice icy. Jiang Ling was taken aback, unsure how to respond. The woman then ignored him and walked away. This woman, dressed so provocatively yet with such a cold demeanor, left Jiang Ling puzzled, and he felt there was something off about her. Zhu Zhuqing, who was ahead, noticed what had happened and quickly walked over to Jiang Ling, seeing him still staring at the woman's back. She couldn't help but feel jealous and said coldly, "She's already far away, and you're still looking." Zhuqing, I just feel she is a bit special," Jiang Ling explained. "In your eyes? Is everyone who's pretty special?" "I'm hungry," Zhu Zhuqing said again, genuinely feeling a bit hungry. Chapter 129. The fear of gain and loss. Jiang Ling was momentarily taken aback by Zhu Zhuqing's sudden change. It was like one moment the couple was arguing, and the next, the wife says, "I'm hungry. Go cook." But now, being out, Jiang Ling couldn't cook. So he took Zhu Zhuqing's small hand and said helplessly, "I'll take you to eat." This time, Jiang Ling was wise and found a restaurant that seemed to offer private rooms. After finishing their meal, which was a mix between lunch and dinner, the two didn't linger in the night city any longer. They left the city and flew their sword towards the martial Soul City. Xie was in a bad mood. Ever since he sensed Yi Lingling's hatred towards Jiang Ling, he had been worried that his sister would be implicated, but he couldn't stop Yi Lingling from treating Hulaina. This was because Yi Lingling was Hulaina's only chance of waking up, and she was acting on the Pope's orders, so he didn't dare to defy the Pope. Thus, he could only find Jiang Ling and force him to apologize to Yi Lingling. However, what drove Xie crazy was that Jiang Ling seemed to have vanished in a thin air. He searched all possible places but couldn't find him. Eventually, he heard from the guard on duty that Jiang Ling had left the Martial Soul Hall. Xie simply decided to wait at the entrance, wanted to bring Jiang Ling back as soon as he returned. Unlike Xie frustration, Yi Lingling was filled with a sense of grievance and humiliation. When Jiang Ling had given her the 8-petal fairy orchid, she had been so joyful, but now she felt equally heartbroken. If it weren't for the preciousness of the 8-petal fairy orchid she had absorbed and her promise to Zhuqing to heal Hulaina, she would have left yesterday and cut ties with that bastard Jiang Ling. Even now, she had made up her mind that when Jiang Ling came to find her, she would return the Pope's order to him, clarify things, and then leave. She didn't know why she felt the need to personally return the Pope's order to Jiang Ling. Perhaps deep down, she still longed for an explanation from him, though Yi Lingling dared not admit it. Yi Lingling sat in front of the dressing table, wearing a snow-white short jacket with a cross collar, paired with a begonia red pleated skirt, exuding youthful charm. However, the reflection in the mirror showed her looking quite haggard. Since that night, Yi Lingling had felt somewhat dazed, burdened by guilt towards her best friend and a sense of shame as a girl. After waiting for a long time without seeing Jiang Ling, she received news that he was trying to use money to dismiss her, which turned her shame and guilt into anger at being belittled. For nearly 10 days, she had not experienced a peaceful mood. While she didn't completely lose her appetite, her meals were tasteless. Her already frail body became even thinner, and her vibrant and beautiful appearance revealed a hint of exhaustion. It could be said that she was filled with sorrow and illness. Tears glistened in her eyes, and she breathed softly. Ling sighed slightly and stood up, wanting to go to the yard to see the sunset, hoping to ease her troubled heart. As soon as she stood up, the sleeve of her clothing knocked a wooden comb off the dressing table. Seeing this, Ling bent down to pick it up. Picking up the comb with her right hand, Ling also noticed a torn piece of paper under the dressing table. She picked up the paper, which clearly read 7 words. Ling, I want to marry you. Her hand trembled, and the paper slipped from her grasp, leaving Ling frozen in place. After a long while, she finally regained her senses and hurriedly ran out the door. Seeing Qing cleaning the courtyard, Ling hurriedly asked, Qing, have you seen anyone go to my room? Miss Yi, I haven't seen anyone, Qing replied softly. Ling's initially hopeful expression dimmed, but a glimmer of light flashed in her eyes as she asked, has Jiang Ling been here in the past few days? Replying to Miss Yi, Qing hasn't seen him. The young master hasn't come for several days, Qing said after a moment of contemplation. Upon hearing this, Ling felt a wave of disappointment. It might be a prank by someone. She turned to head back to her room. Miss Yi, Aunt May called out. What's wrong? Ling asked, turning to see Aunt May, who had appeared from somewhere. Miss Yi, are you looking for the young master for something? The day before yesterday, when you absorbed the 4th spirit ring, it was the young master who protected you, Aunt May said. With those words, Aunt May pulled Ling from despair to joy. It's nothing. Ling hurriedly replied and ran back to her room to pick up the papers that had fallen on the ground, holding them close to her chest. This wasn't a prank. Ling's previously dazed eyes now sparkled with brightness, and a hint of joy appeared between her brows. After the joy, however, Ling felt a bit apprehensive. Since he had written this, why did he let Xiaoyu say those words? Furthermore, even if Jiang Ling liked her, should she really choose him? He already had a fiancée, and there was still Zhu Qing. Ling's previously rosy cheeks began to pale. The joy had clouded her mind, and once she calmed down, the situation remained unresolved. Jiang Ling, you're so annoying. Ling buried herself in her blanket and muttered softly. Jiang Ling escorted Zhu Qing back to the verdant courtyard and lingered for a while before returning to the martial soul hall. Jiang Ling, Xiaoyu, what are you doing squatting here? Jiang Ling exclaimed, startled by Xiaoyu's sudden appearance as he stepped through the door. Waiting for you. Waiting for me? What are you talking about? I'm not a girl. Stop talking nonsense and come with me. Xiaoyu's face darkened as he grabbed Jiang Ling's arm, pulling him along. You need to clarify what this is about. Why are you in such a hurry to find me? Jiang Ling protested as he was half-dragged forward by Xiaoyu. What else? I want to ask if you offended Miss Yi. Xiaoyu demanded. No, where did you get that from? You're misinformed, Jiang Ling replied calmly. An ancient saying goes, one who has thunder in their heart, but a calm face can be appointed as a general. Still pretending? I've noticed something was off since we returned from hunting souls. I initially thought you just made Miss Yi angry, but I didn't expect you to offend her so severely. I offered to let Miss Yi set the price for compensation, hoping she would forgive you, but the moment I mentioned your name, Miss Yi kicked me out. If I hadn't found out early, how long were you planning to hide this from me? What if Miss Yi takes her anger out on Nana because of you? Even if Miss Yi is kind-hearted and doesn't take her anger out on Nana, would she still wholeheartedly treat Nana? Or perhaps Miss Yi is benevolent and distinguishes between kindness and resentment. She still treats Nana wholeheartedly, but don't you feel ashamed? Don't forget, Nana is your fiancée. Is there anything that can't be temporarily set aside, like your young master temperament, to resolve the only chance of waking Nana? After scolding Jiang Ling for so long, Xiaoyu felt a sense of satisfaction. Though some of what he said wasn't entirely accurate, for example. It wasn't Jiang Ling who allowed Miss Yi to set the price for compensation, but rather he planned for Jiang Ling to compensate himself. Chapter 130. Cherish the present. Xiaoyu. Jiang Ling's face changed dramatically upon hearing this. Me? What's wrong with me? Aren't you grateful to me? Xiaoyu raised an eyebrow coldly. Thank you. I really appreciate it. You're truly a good buddy. Jiang Ling gritted his teeth as he broke free from Xiaoyu's grip. Xiaoyu said a lot, but Jiang Ling didn't take much to heart. Although he thought that Ling had a somewhat quirky personality and often argued with him, he knew she wouldn't take her anger out on her senior sister. A kind person wouldn't take their hurt out on others. As for shame, Jiang Ling indeed felt it and had considered apologizing, but he wasn't ready yet. After all, the situation was somewhat special. What truly caught Jiang Ling's attention was the fact that Xie wanted to find Yi Lingling and attempted to use money to get her forgiveness. That statement lingered in Jiang Ling's mind, causing him to feel uneasy. Jiang Ling knew without thinking that Yi Lingling must now see him as a reckless and frivolous young master. Originally hesitant, Jiang Ling no longer had a struggle. Xie had already made the decision for him. If he didn't explain under such circumstances, there would be no future. No, there would be no future at all. Jiang Ling turned to find Yi Lingling, while Xie wanted to follow. Jiang Ling said, "What are you still doing here? I can handle this myself. Don't make things more complicated for me." "What do you mean complicate? I'm a mediator, okay?" Xie replied, displeased. "A mediator, huh? Then you go ahead. I'm not going." Jiang Ling sidestepped and made a gesture for Xie to leave. "Jiang Ling, you." Xie pointed at Jiang Ling, recalling how Yi Lingling had kicked him out yesterday, and reluctantly withdrew his hand. "Fine, if you don't want to go, just promise me that you'll resolve Miss Ye's resentment." "Got it, you can go back now." Jiang Ling turned and waved his hand. Xie stood there for a long time until Jiang Ling's figure disappeared. Feeling a bit uneasy, he thought, isn't there a possibility that I forgot to ask Jiang Ling how he offended Miss Yi? Forget it. As long as Miss Ye's resentment is resolved, his sister's safety is enough. As for the reasons, he wasn't a curious person. With that thought, he turned and left. He hadn't had dinner yet. Jiang Ling originally hurried back to the courtyard quickly, but as he got closer, his speed slowed. He still didn't know how to face Yi Lingling. He couldn't say he didn't like her. He definitely had feelings for her. It was precisely because of these feelings that he felt conflicted, although Yi Lingling often acted a bit willful and argued with him. Whether it was her standing in front of him with her fragile healing spirit master body to block the moonblade, or her concerned gaze when he was accidentally injured by his teacher, or her kind heart saving Nuazan, or even the night he got drunk, their relationship was no longer that of ordinary friends. However, his feelings for Yi Lingling were probably more about gratitude and guilt than love. Was that fair to her? Moreover, this was just Jiang Ling's perspective. He didn't know how Yi Lingling felt. From Jiang Ling's viewpoint, she probably hated him to death. The reason he had been avoiding her was because of this. If Yi Lingling decided to leave, should he try to keep her? And if so, in what capacity? The end goal remained unchanged. Even on a long journey, at a slow pace, there would come a day of arrival. When Jiang Ling stepped into the courtyard, he still had not found the answer to his inner turmoil, but he knew he could no longer avoid it and pushed the door open. The first thing he saw was Yi Lingling sitting on the bed in a daze. Even though she was wearing a short coat, she looked much thinner than before, and her cheeks had lost much color, making him feel a pang of heartache. In this moment, Jiang Ling, who had been hesitating, suddenly realized his true feelings. He wanted to keep this girl by his side. Some things, once missed, can never be regained. Some people, once lost, are hard to possess again. The moment Jiang Ling saw Yi Lingling, he knew that if they missed each other this time, it would be difficult for him to enter her heart again. Yi Lingling also saw Jiang Ling walk in, hurriedly hiding the paper behind her, lowering her head without speaking. This scene, if Yi Lingling were to put on a phoenix crown and a bridal gown, would resemble that of a bride, while Jiang Ling, who had just pushed the door open, was like a groom entering the bridal chamber. Yi Lingling's reaction was beyond Jiang Ling's expectations. He thought she would cry, or at least give him a cold face. What he didn't expect was that Yi Lingling only glanced at him before lowering her head again. Jiang Ling walked over, his lips trembling slightly as he managed to say, "Can I sit here?" Yi Lingling kept her head down without speaking, so Jiang Ling took it as her consent and sat down about 30 centimeters away from her. Yi Lingling remained silent, and Jiang Ling didn't know what to say, creating a slight awkwardness. You. After a long while, Jiang Ling felt the need to break the silence. Just as he spoke, Yi Lingling also chimed in. You go first. You go first." Yi Lingling's cheeks flushed slightly. Jiang Ling couldn't help but smile and said softly, "You go first. Did you tell Xie about that night?" When it came to that night, Yi Lingling found it hard to speak, her voice barely audible. "No, he must have guessed it himself." "Don't worry, Yi girl. He probably only guessed that I made you angry and doesn't know the truth," Jiang Ling quickly replied. Yi Lingling nodded. The heavy stone in her heart finally lifted. Jiang Ling not mentioning it meant that what Xie said that day was all false. And Jiang Ling did not use money to humiliate her. She couldn't help but feel a bit joyful, and her words became much lighter. "What were you going to say just now?" Yi Lingling asked softly. Well, on my way here, I was hesitant and worried, too concerned about the past and too worried about the future. I was afraid you wouldn't forgive me, that we could never go back to the way we were. And I was also worried you would forgive me, and we would really return to the past. After a long silence, Jiang Ling looked at Yi Lingling and said softly. For a moment, Yi Lingling did not understand the meaning of Jiang Ling's words and looked at him in confusion. I don't want to be just friends with you anymore, but I also don't want to lose you. Yesterday is history, tomorrow is a mystery, and today is a gift from heaven. I want to cherish you like a precious gift. After finishing, Jiang Ling supported Yi Lingling's shoulder and leaned down to kiss her. When Jiang Ling's lips touched hers, Yi Lingling finally understood that Jiang Ling seemed to be confessing to her. In an instant, Yi Lingling felt a mix of sourness, sweetness, and guilt in her heart. It was as if a bottle of mixed flavors had been overturned inside her, experiencing all kinds of emotions. Her body seemed to forget to resist, slightly parting her lips, allowing Jiang Ling's tongue to explore. Chapter 131. Preparing for you, for Jiang Ling. This was his first conscious kiss with Yi Lingling, as he had no memory of that night, only remembering the aftermath the next morning. Yi Lingling's lips were cool, perhaps due to not drinking enough water in the past few days, and they felt somewhat dry. It was only early autumn now, although the weather had turned cooler. It wasn't too cold yet. However, Yi Lingling had already put on a short jacket, which was a bit thin and not quite winter clothing, but also difficult to take off. After a while of struggling, Jiang Ling had only managed to unfasten half of it, pulling it down slightly to reveal a pair of delicate shoulders. The numbness of their lips and the sudden chill on her shoulders brought Yi Lingling back to reality, and she instantly realized what she was doing, her face turning red. It was the first time she had been so intimate with someone, and a feeling of shyness flooded her body. Unlike that night, where fear outweighed shyness, now she felt overwhelmed with embarrassment. The hands behind her back lightly pushed against Jiang Ling's chest, and the paper she was holding fell to the ground, but Yi Lingling didn't even notice. Her pretty face turned to the side, tried to escape Jiang Ling's lips, breathing heavily as she softly said, "No, you can't, don't." Hearing this, Jiang Ling stopped his actions. He didn't want to force Yi Lingling, but still asked, "Don't you like me?" Yi Lingling was also in a state of turmoil, tightly pursing her lips and not saying a word. Did she like him? The answer was definitely yes, but could she say it? This was the first time she had loved someone so passionately, integrating his life into hers, yet he was her sister's boyfriend. Jiang Ling noticed Yi Lingling was lowering her head to adjust her half-removed clothing, her long hair covering her face, making it difficult for him to see her expression. He didn't understand what Yi Lingling's silence meant. Was it liking or not liking? Just as he was about to ask, he caught sight of the paper on the ground out of the corner of his eye. He reached down to pick it up, and Yi Lingling, seeing the paper on the floor, was startled and leaned forward to grab it. However, after sitting for a long time, her legs had already gone numb, and she couldn't support her weight, letting out a startled cry as she was about to fall. "Are you okay?" Jiang Ling reacted quickly, wrapping his arms around Yi Lingling's slim waist and helping her back to the side of the bed. "I'm fine, you can let go of me now," Yi Lingling said, her face flushed, her voice barely above a whisper. Jiang Ling let go and bent down to pick up the paper. Yi Lingling tried to stop him, but the paper was already in Jiang Ling's hand. He looked at the 7 characters written on the paper, surprised. Didn't I destroy these? How could there still be one left? Could be fate? He had written dozens of different notes, yet only this one. Yi Lingling, "I want to marry you," had fallen out. Jiang Ling couldn't help but marvel at the wonders of fate. At the same time, he understood that Yi Lingling also liked him. Otherwise, she wouldn't have kept this paper, but would have destroyed it. The kiss earlier didn't make her angry either. "Give it back." Yi Lingling saw Jiang Ling staring at the paper. Her cheeks flushed even more, and she shouted. Jiang Ling smiled and sat down next to Yi Lingling. Seeing this, Yi Lingling moved towards the head of the bed, and Jiang Ling followed. For every inch Yi Lingling moved away, Jiang Ling followed her, staying close to her. In no time, Yi Lingling had retreated to the very edge. "What are you doing?" Yi Lingling said, annoyed and embarrassed. "Promise me, okay?" Jiang Ling raised the paper in his hand and said softly. Yi Lingling looked at the elegant characters on the paper, momentarily stunned. "I'm sorry." Although Yi Lingling really wanted to agree, the words that came out were still these 3 characters. She couldn't get past her own feelings. Jiang Ling's smiling face stiffened, and he asked in confusion why. "Don't say you don't like me. If you really didn't like me, you wouldn't have kept this paper but would have destroyed it. If you didn't like me, why didn't you reject me when I kissed you just now?" Jiang Ling looked at Yi Lingling with intense eyes and added, "I just rejected you," Yi Lingling said weakly. Jiang Ling really wanted to pull Yi Lingling into his arms and give her a good scolding, but she was missing the point. I'm not ready yet. In the end, Yi Lingling succumbed to Jiang Ling's gaze and said softly. Jiang Ling, for a moment, did not understand what Yi Lingling meant. Ready for what? Yi Lingling was quite upset with Jiang Ling's question. She was usually so smart, but how could she be so dull at this moment? Irritated, she said, anyway, I just wasn't prepared. You can go back now. I want to sleep. Yi Lingling kicked off her embroidered shoes, leaned back, and curled her legs up, using her small feet to push Jiang Ling away from the bed. There's a saying, half a word is like arsenic with rice. Yi Lingling not only left her words hanging, but also kicked him off the bed. How could he endure that? Knowing that Yi Lingling also had feelings for him, Jiang Ling felt less restrained and directly pounced on her. Changhong's sword. You just said you wouldn't force her. Jiang Ling, did I say that? Which ear did you hear that with? Am I forcing her? Isn't this just fun? Pinned beneath him, Yi Lingling was stunned. How could he be so rough? Clearly, when she struggled a little earlier, Jiang Ling let go. But what was happening now? Jiang Ling, what are you doing? Get up. Yi Lingling exclaimed in anger. You said you weren't prepared, so I'm helping you get ready, Jiang Ling replied, looking at her. You woo-woo. Yi Lingling wanted to say more, but her mouth was already covered by Jiang Ling. She tried to push him away, but as a healing soul master, how could she push Jiang Ling off? Yi Lingling had never thought Jiang Ling would be so forceful with her. Jiang Ling, however, believed that they both had feelings for each other and had already been intimate once. Having a little baby was also possible, so getting married was only a matter of time. He even thought that his approach to Yi Lingling was bolder than that of Zhu Zhuqing, his senior sister. If a couple has a disagreement, there's no kiss that can't resolve it. If one isn't enough, then just do it again. And if that doesn't work, have many more. Jiang Ling firmly believed in this saying and put it into practice. Yi Lingling's resistance gradually weakened with Jiang Ling's actions, and she even began to respond. The cotton clothes were really hard to take off. He had been unbuttoning her short jacket for half a day, and surprisingly, underneath her pleated skirt, there was another pair of fitted long pants that were slightly shorter than the skirt. After all, Yi Lingling was afraid of the cold. How could she only wear a skirt underneath her short jacket? Jiang Ling was too lazy to unbutton them one by one. A flame flickered from his fingertips, and with a gentle touch, the clothes on both of them instantly turned to nothingness. Jiang Ling's control over this innate fire had reached an extraordinary level. It only removed their clothing without harming their bodies in any way. He grabbed one side of the quilt and directly covered both of them. Suddenly, everything went dark. Yi Lingling, confused, regained a bit of clarity, feeling Jiang Ling's warm body. As if she knew what was about to happen. She desperately tried to push him away but was held down by Jiang Ling, who grasped her wrist. Yi Lingling cried out in pain, her beautiful dark brows furrowing, and she bit Jiang Ling's shoulder as if that would lessen the pain. Jiang Ling was also stunned, but not because of Yi Lingling's bite. He didn't even feel the pain in his shoulder. His mind was blank. How could this happen? Shouldn't he have been like this that night? What was going on? After a while, Jiang Ling came back to his senses, realizing he had made a terrible mistake. He wanted to get up, but as soon as he moved, he was scared to do so by Yi Lingling's cry. Don't move, it hurts. Chapter 132. The begonia blooms under the crushing force of the Changhong sword. The 9 Hearts begonia lost its luster. Yi Lingling cried out in pain, her beautiful dark brows furrowing, revealing a look of anguish. She then bit Jiang Ling's shoulder, hoping it would ease her pain. Jiang Ling was also stunned, even neglecting the pain in his shoulder, his mind blank. What was happening? It shouldn't have been like that day. Jiang Ling knew he had made a grave mistake and wanted to rise. But Yi Lingling's cry frightened him into stillness. I'm sorry, I didn't know. I thought that day, Jiang Ling stammered. Yi Lingling, who had bitten Jiang Ling's shoulder, finally released her grip, her shoulders trembling as she began to sob softly, like a pear blossom weeping in spring rain. Jiang Ling, possessing eye techniques and having taken the autumn water potion, could clearly see Yi Lingling's face even in the dark. A stream of tears flowed down her face, and in that moment, Jiang Ling felt he had committed an unforgivable crime, a heinous one. Her tears seemed to converge into a river, and Jiang Ling felt himself drowning in it. Jiang Ling held Yi Lingling tightly, turning her lying body onto her side and cradling her in his arms. Yi Lingling's cheek pressed against Jiang Ling's chest, and he could feel the heat of her tears. Each drop felt like a stab to Jiang Ling's heart. Perhaps exhausted from crying, Yi Lingling gradually fell asleep amidst her sobs, while Jiang Ling remained very clear-headed. Jiang Ling shifted his body to the side. and Yi Lingling's brow slightly furrowed in her sleep, only to relax again after a while. Seeing that Yi Lingling did not wake up, Jiang Ling breathed a sigh of relief, looking at her swollen eyes and the clear tear marks on her cheeks. He couldn't help but feel a pang of heartache and guilt. Wiping away the remaining tear stains from Yi Lingling's eyes, Jiang Ling gently got off the bed, covered her with the quilt again, picked up a jade pendant nearby, and took out a brand new set of clothes to wear before quietly stepping out of the room. Jiang Ling did not return to his own courtyard, but sat on the steps at the door. The night was very quiet. Only the sound of occasional insects chirping could be heard, and the bright moonlight bathed Jiang Ling. From the jade pendant, Jiang Ling took out a neatly folded sheet, with a glaring blood-red stain in the middle, which was the sheet he had put away a few days ago. Jiang Ling stared blankly at it, suddenly wanting to know what exactly had happened that night. Since the last step hadn't occurred, where did the blood come from? A cool autumn breeze brushed by, gently lifting Jiang Ling's clothes and dispersing his tangled thoughts. With a wave of his hand, the sheet disappeared. What was the point of thinking so much? Yi Lingling was already his woman. He had unintentionally hurt her, well, twice, so he should do his best to make up for it and cherish her. With this thought, Jiang Ling's mood improved, and he got up to return to Yi Lingling's room to sleep. However, as he reached the door, he paused again. Forget it. She must be very tired after crying for so long. Jiang Ling murmured to himself, afraid of waking Yi Lingling, and turned back to his own room. Time flies, and 100 years can pass in the blink of an eye, let alone just a single night. Jiang Ling still woke up very early, but instead of practicing swordsmanship, he spent some time with his senior sister, massaging her arms, legs, shoulders, and feet, as he had specially learned massage techniques to help Hu Liena. Looking out the window, Jiang Ling felt it was about time and got up to head to the kitchen. After a while, "Young Master Gu, you're here." The freshly woken Qing'er rubbed her sleepy eyes and looked at the handsome young man in the courtyard, uncertainly rubbing her eyes again. Once she confirmed it was Jiang Ling, her face turned red, and she ran over to greet him. Qing'er, good morning." Jiang Ling smiled and greeted her while continuing to pick through the red dates. Jiang Ling was already handsome, and he was very gentle with the maids. Any young girl who had come into contact with him, like Qing'er, had secretly developed feelings for him, while women in their 30s or 40s regarded him as a junior. Like anime. Seeing Jiang Ling smile, Qing'er felt very happy, and the lingering sleepiness vanished. "Young master, what are you picking?" "Let Qing'er help." She squatted beside him, watching him pick and choosing to offer her help. Okay." Jiang Ling pondered for a moment, then nodded and pushed the large bag of red dates forward, saying, "Qing'er, look, from this pile of red dates, pick out the ones that are purplish red, with smooth skin, no wrinkles, and the stem shouldn't have any hollows or deep brown powder. It should also have good elasticity. I'll leave these to you, and I'll go get something else." Qing'er felt a bit confused hearing about the color, skin, and stem. She wanted to ask more, but saw that Jiang Ling had already gone to the kitchen. However, Qing'er had her own way. She picked up the red dates that Jiang Ling had just used for comparison, compared them one by one, keeping the same ones and discarding the different ones. In fact, all the red dates in this bag were top-notch, but as long as there were more, there would be a handful that stood out, and what Jiang Ling wanted was the very best among them, so that the porridge made would have an exceptional taste. Jiang Ling returned to the kitchen and selected high-quality, glutinous rice and yam. After seeing Yi Lingling yesterday, Jiang Ling noticed that she had lost a lot of weight. Probably because she hadn't eaten much recently. Her spleen and stomach were weak, and on top of that, she had lost blood yesterday, leaving her with insufficient qi and blood. Drinking some red date yam glutinous rice porridge would be just right for her. When Qing'er brought over the selected red dates, Jiang Ling began to cook, boiling it on high heat and then simmering it on low heat, during which he also prepared some other dishes. While Jiang Ling was busy in the kitchen, Yi Lingling also woke up. As soon as she awoke, the sharp pain beneath her made her gasp, and her beautiful brows furrowed. After a moment of daze, as if recalling last night, she hurriedly lifted the quilt, only to see a splash of bright red on the sheets, like a blooming red flower. She had actually been forced twice last night, and Yi Lingling felt like crying, but there were no tears. Perhaps she had cried them all out yesterday. Yi Lingling took out a cotton outfit, wanted to get dressed and get out of bed, but while the short jacket was manageable, the pants posed a challenge. Just as Yi Lingling was feeling lost, the door was pushed open, and Jiang Ling entered with one hand holding a tray and the other carrying a steaming clay pot. Startled, Yi Lingling quickly covered her body. Jiang Ling closed the door with his foot, placed the food on the table, glanced at Yi Lingling, and smiled. "You're awake. Wait a moment, and you can eat soon." He lifted the lid of the clay pot, ready to serve the porridge. What other tricks are you playing? Are you not satisfied with how miserable I've been made? Yi Lingling, however, was not in the mood for gratitude, feeling her nose tingle. She grabbed the pillow behind her and threw it at Jiang Ling. Unfortunately, her strength was too little, and it fell to the ground a few meters away from him. Believe it or not, I didn't do it on purpose either time, but I will take responsibility, Jiang Ling said seriously as he walked over with the bowl of porridge, picking up the pillow and stuffing it back behind Yi Lingling. Who wants you to take responsibility? Yi Lingling was still upset. In a fit of pique, she tried to throw the pillow again, but Jiang Ling caught her wrist. Yi Lingling's you had barely escaped her lips when Jiang Ling kissed her softly. A strange scene unfolded in the room. A woman sat on the bed while a man stood beside it, bending down to kiss her lips, one hand holding a steaming bowl of porridge and the other firmly gripping her hands. Yi Lingling paused for a second before biting Jiang Ling's lower lip. Silly girl, you really bit me, Jiang Ling exclaimed in pain. Chapter 133. Next time, I'll bite off your tongue. Fortunately, Jiang Ling's grip was steady, and the bowl of porridge did not tip over. Humph, big pervert, come again, and I'll bite off your tongue next time, Yi Lingling said coldly. Jiang Ling was taken aback and asked in return, is there going to be a next time? Yi Lingling's cheeks flushed red, realizing she had misspoken, and angrily retorted, you big-headed ghost. She grabbed the pillow again and hurled it at Jiang Ling, but unfortunately, the large motion caused her wound to ache. The pain was not the worst part. It was the series of ailments in her body that erupted like complications. Yi Lingling, already weak, had lost blood the night before and had not eaten all night, leading to emotional highs and lows. Her playful scuffle with Jiang Ling made her dizzy, and the pillow slipped from her hand, her complexion turning pale as she weakly fell back. Jiang Ling was startled and quickly supported Yi Lingling's shoulder, letting her lean against him. Seeing her extremely poor complexion, he felt a wave of guilt wash over him. Jiang Ling, you know Lingling is weak, yet you tease her, making her angry. If it weren't for the fact that one hand was holding Yi Lingling and the other held the bowl, Jiang Ling would have wanted to slap himself. After a while, Yi Lingling slowly regained consciousness, recovering some strength, but still felt as weak as a sickly person. When she realized she was lying in Jiang Ling's arms, she wanted to get up but felt completely drained. You're awake, Jiang Ling said, looking at her with surprise. Come eat something. Jiang Ling adjusted Yi Lingling's position so she could lean against his chest, using his free hand to scoop some porridge, blowing on it before bringing it to her lips. Although some time had passed, Jiang Ling had kept the porridge warm, and it was still steaming. Yi Lingling looked down at the spoonful of porridge, tightly pursed her lips, and slightly turned her head away. Lingling, if you're mad at me, don't punish your body. Once you're feeling better, I'll let you hit and scold me. And I won't fight back, Jiang Ling quickly promised when he saw this. Upon hearing this, Yi Lingling, whether moved by Jiang Ling's words or unable to bear her hunger, slightly opened her tightly pressed lips. Jiang Ling immediately fed her a spoonful. He steadily fed Yi Lingling spoonful by spoonful, but unfortunately, the bowl was already small, and she could only eat half before she could eat no more. Jiang Ling did not insist. After being weak for so long, it was impossible for her to recover in just one meal. This was not an illness or an injury that could be treated, but rather something that could only be improved with care. Jiang Ling drank the remaining half bowl of porridge in one go and tossed the empty bowl into the air, which landed steadily on the table. You should rest well for a few days. I'll take care of you during this time, so you can experience the skills of the #1 chef in Douluo. I promise to make you plump and healthy, Jiang Ling said with a smile at the frail Yi Lingling. Perhaps because she had eaten some food, her energy had somewhat returned, and she softly replied, I don't want to get fat. After saying this, Yi Lingling slightly gasped. Jiang Ling, who had intended to tease her, quickly swallowed his words, supporting Yi Lingling's shoulders and helping her lie back down on the bed, gently whispering, I'll listen to you. I'll go out first. You rest well. Jiang Ling tucked the hair that had fallen on Yi Lingling's forehead behind her ear. Upon hearing this, Yi Lingling closed her eyes. Jiang Ling smiled slightly, turned around to clean up the food, and left the room. No need to waste. Let Qing and the others take care of it. Hearing the sound of the door closing, Yi Lingling opened her eyes again, struggling to sleep due to physical pain and a mind full of confusion and helplessness. Jiang Ling only left for an hour before returning. Yi Lingling quickly pretended to be asleep. Jiang Ling looked at the sleeping Yi Lingling and smiled, deciding not to go out again, but rather sat down beside her to practice. Yi Lingling was currently weak and unable to move, so Jiang Ling staying here would provide some care. Even if she wasn't sleepy, she could still fall asleep with her eyes closed. And Yi Lingling dozed off again in a daze, waking up near noon, not from natural sleep, but because she was desperate to relieve herself. Jiang Ling seemed to have forgotten the time and was still practicing beside her. Yi Lingling turned her head to look at Jiang Ling, wanting to call out to him, but found it hard to speak. Jiang Ling, Yi Lingling called out weakly. In the end, her physical needs overcame her shyness. Guzha, what's wrong? Jiang Ling finished his training and quickly asked. Seeing Yi Lingling hesitating and unable to speak for a long time, Jiang Ling looked out the window and suddenly realized, asking, Are you hungry? I'll go make dinner. Jiang Ling stood up and was about to leave when Yi Lingling became anxious, saying, What will I do if you leave? She quickly whispered, I want to go to the bathroom. As soon as she finished speaking, Yi Lingling's face turned red. It was too embarrassing. The level of shame was no less than if she had stripped naked in front of Jiang Ling. Jiang Ling also slapped his forehead, realizing that he had only been thinking about Yi Lingling's eating and sleeping, but forgot that it was difficult for her to even go to the bathroom now. I'll carry you. Jiang Ling bent down to lift the blanket and carry her. No, Yi Lingling said shyly. How could Yi Lingling agree? She wasn't wearing anything at the moment. What should we do then? Should I go call Qing'er from a courtyard? Jiang Ling suggested, not daring to be forceful. No way. If Qing'er comes while I look like this, won't everything be exposed? Then what do you suggest? Jiang Ling was also a bit helpless. You cover your eyes and carry me. I'll guide you. Yi Lingling said anxiously. She was starting to hold it in. There's no need to cover your eyes between us, right? I'll close my eyes and promise not to look. Jiang Ling assured. Hurry and cover them. Yi Lingling was about to cry, seeing Jiang Ling still joking with her. She became even more annoyed, her already dizzy head feeling heavier. Okay, I'll cover them. Don't be angry. Jiang Ling quickly said, taking out a black cloth to cover his eyes. Yi Lingling didn't even have the strength to lift the blanket, so she had to rely on Jiang Ling. At this moment, Yi Lingling was only wearing a small garment on her upper body. The blanket was easy to lift, but carrying her was difficult. His right hand reached the right position, but his left hand accidentally touched her hips. Yi Lingling felt in endless shame, unable to even scold him. How do we walk? Just go straight ahead. Yi Lingling said weakly. To the left. Stop. Yi Lingling looked at the doorknob that was so close, wanted to raise her arm to open it, but after trying for a long time, she could only rest her hand on it, unable to push it down. I can't open the door. The usually strong Yi Lingling, who often contradicted him, actually started to cry. Jiang Ling's heart suddenly panicked, quickly comforting her. I'll open it. It's okay. Jiang Ling carefully placed Yi Lingling's delicate feet on the floor, quickly opened the door with his free hand, and hurried inside while holding Yi Lingling. This time, Jiang Ling didn't wait for Yi Lingling to speak. He hugged her from behind and helped her with her legs. The sound of water splashing echoed clearly in the room, and Yi Lingling felt as if her whole body was on fire. If she could choose again, she would rather hold it in until she died. Jiang Ling seemed to feel Yi Lingling's burning body and softly comforted her. Lingling, you don't need to be shy in front of me. I will definitely marry you. We are already one. Yi Lingling listened to Jiang Ling's words, biting her lip without answering. Who is one with you? If it weren't for you, how would I be like this? You're just pretending to be kind. The need to go to the bathroom came up again that evening. But by then Yi Lingling had regained some strength and managed to put on a skirt, although she still couldn't walk properly. So she had Jiang Ling carry her to the door, and she was able to go to the bathroom by herself, with the clothes and the door as a barrier. Yi Lingling felt relieved and was no longer as shy as she had been at noon. Chapter 134, Golden Armored Warrior. For the next few days, Jiang Ling cooked every meal, preparing various nutritious dishes without repeating any, personally serving and feeding Yi Lingling. Her complexion improved significantly, and she ate much more than usual. Under Jiang Ling's meticulous care, Yi Lingling's grievances gradually dissipated. The mistake had been made, and she could only force herself not to think about Zhu Zhuqing in order to find peace of mind. In fact, on the second day, Yi Lingling could barely get out of bed, but her walking posture was somewhat awkward, and she couldn't stand for too long. On this day, while Jiang Ling was away, Yi Lingling took the opportunity to hide the blood-stained bedsheet. By the third day, the swelling of her wounds had gone down, and Yi Lingling was able to move normally, although her complexion was still a bit pale. That day, Jiang Ling brought food into the room. Lingling, it's time to eat, Jiang Ling called out. Actually, you don't have to cook for me every day. I'm feeling much better. You can go take care of your own things, Yi Lingling said softly as she walked over. However, the joy in her expression clearly showed that she appreciated Jiang Ling's care for her. How can that be? You just got a little better. I have to make sure you reach 120 pounds, Jiang Ling joked. Go away. I don't want to gain that much weight. When Yi Lingling heard Jiang Ling's words, a plump girl appeared in her mind, and she shivered, saying angrily, "What's wrong with gaining a little weight? I also want to drive a tank." Jiang Ling said as he walked over and hugged Yi Lingling's slim waist from behind, laughing. Today, Yi Lingling wore a cloud-patterned skirt with pink embroidered begonia flowers on it. Even though the clothes were a bit thick, her waist was still slender. Her beauty exuded a graceful aura. But Jiang Ling knew that this graceful beauty was not at all gentle. Tank? What tank? Yi Lingling didn't understand Jiang Ling's words and asked curiously. While asking, her hands were busy arranging the food that Jiang Ling had brought on the dining table. "It's nothing, nothing," Jiang Ling said, suppressing his laughter. "Sneaky. I can tell you have no good intentions. Tell me, are you talking bad about me again?" Yi Lingling turned her head and glared at Jiang Ling. And without waiting for him to explain, she smiled again and said, "Forget it. Today I'm in a good mood, so I won't argue with you. Let's eat." Yi Lingling swatted Jiang Ling's hand away from her waist. "All right. By the way, Lingling, tomorrow is my ceremony to succeed as the Holy Sun. Later, I'll go pick Zhuqing up to the Martial Soul Palace. You should come along too," Jiang Ling suddenly said. Yi Lingling paused in her actions of picking food, and even chewing her food slowed down as she fell silent for a moment. "I'll talk to Zhuqing about our situation. You don't have to worry." Jiang Ling seemed to sense Yi Lingling's concerns and reached out to gently touch her head to comfort her. "No, there's no need. I'll talk to her myself," Yi Lingling suddenly said. "Lingling you," Jiang Ling wanted to persuade her. "I've already made up my mind. This is my fault towards Zhuqing. And I also owe an apology to Miss Hu. I should clarify things with Zhuqing, regardless of whether she forgives me or not." Yi Lingling continued. Then she shot Jiang Ling a glare and gritted her teeth, saying, "It's all your fault." Jiang Ling awkwardly smiled. Although Yi Lingling had accepted Jiang Ling, it didn't mean she wasn't angry or felt wronged. Why did everyone else have sweet romances first, followed by weddings, and only then the bridal chamber? Yet for her, she first tasted the bitterness of unrequited love, then was forcefully taken, skipping the romance and wedding, and was directly pushed into the bridal chamber. "Young master, the Pope wants to see you." Just as Jiang Ling, feeling guilty, was trying to eat, a voice suddenly came from outside the door. "What does the Pope want with you at this time?" Yi Lingling suddenly asked. "It's probably about tomorrow's ceremony. I have to go." Jiang Ling quickly finished the rice in his bowl, answered vaguely, and prepared to leave. "By the way, Lingling, the teacher is looking for me, and it seems I won't be finished for a while. You could go find Zhuqing yourself and bring her here," Jiang Ling said as he turned around. "Okay, I understand." Yi Lingling nodded. "Kiss me." Jiang Ling suddenly leaned his cheek closer and said, "My mouth is all greasy. I'm not kissing." Yi Lingling stretched out her small hand to push Jiang Ling's cheek away, expressing her disgust. "Gulan, it's fine, I don't mind." "I do mind. Then I'll kiss you." Jiang Ling's lips instantly covered Yi Lingling's, sucking in a breath, and the grease on her lips was swept away. "I'm leaving." Jiang Ling's footsteps were swift, leaving behind a shadow as he disappeared from the room, directly using the wave step technique. By the time Yi Lingling regained her senses, Jiang Ling was already gone. She reached up to wipe her lips and huffed. "That damn guy." Jiang Ling hurriedly made his way and had not yet reached the Pope's hall when he first encountered Xiaoyu. However, at this moment, Xiaoyu did not look well. His custom-made outfit had several tears, and his originally fair and handsome face was covered in dust. "What happened to you? Where have you been?" Both of them scolded simultaneously. "I've been at Senior Sister's courtyard. By the way, what have you been doing these days? And why are you dressed like this?" "Digging a tunnel." Jiang Ling pointed at Xiaoyu's clothes and replied first. "You were the one digging a tunnel. We worked ourselves to death for your ceremony tomorrow. And you were at home enjoying yourself," Xiaoyu said, feeling like he could spit blood. "By the way, has Miss Yi forgiven you?" Xiaoyu didn't want to waste time talking with Jiang Ling and asked the question he had been pondering over the past few days. "She forgave me. Is that true?" "True. Really? Really?" Xiaoyu was about to say something else when Jiang Ling directly said, "The teacher wants to see me. I'm leaving." He bypassed Xiaoyu and walked toward the Pope's hall, not wanting to accompany this guy in singing Peking opera. In the Pope's hall, "Teacher, Linger is here." Jiang Ling entered the Pope's hall and bowed to Bibi Dong, who had her back turned. "I called you here because I have something for you." Bibi Dong turned around, looking at Jiang Ling with a softer expression. She waved her right hand gently, and a dazzling golden long sword flew towards Jiang Ling. Jiang Ling reached out to catch it. The sword was not heavy but rather light, with a slender and elegant blade that sparkled brilliantly, almost blinding to look at. The hilt and scabbard were embedded with 18 golden gemstones, which were priceless. In short, This sword was the epitome of prestige. This is a power sword I had specially made for you, a symbol of your status as a holy son. Remember to wear it tomorrow, Bibi Dong said lightly. Hearing this, Jiang Ling couldn't help but think it was a pity. If he sold it, it would be worth at least 10 million gold soul coins, but unfortunately, he couldn't sell it. Also, this is for you. Bibi Dong waved her hand again, and a set of golden attire flew towards Jiang Ling. This is your formal dress for tomorrow. Jiang Ling took a look and felt his face turn red, internally complaining that this was a formal dress. Teacher, could it be that you have some misunderstanding about formal attire? He quietly said, Teacher, isn't this a bit too flashy, too ostentatious? Tomorrow is your day of promotion to Holy Son, the day you officially step into the core of the Spear Hall's power. So why be low-key? Just wear what the teacher says, Bibi Dong said nonchalantly. Chapter 135, Social Death. The teacher was beautiful, but Jiang Ling really couldn't compliment her taste in this outfit. The golden sword was one thing, but this tight-fitting battle suit made entirely of dazzling gold, paired with an exceptionally flamboyant red cloak. What kind of situation was that? Jiang Ling's evaluation was tacky, utterly unbearable. He didn't even know which idiot designed this outfit. Teacher, I can't wear this out. Please give me something else. Jiang Ling's eyes flickered as he looked at Bibi Dong with a pleading expression. No way. This is what I personally picked out for you. Are you going to let down my good intentions? Bibi Dong's face showed displeasure, her voice stern, but a hint of a smile appeared at the corner of her mouth. If it were Jiang Ling 3 years ago, he would have just held his nose and accepted it since Bibi Dong was his teacher. But now, Jiang Ling had already matured and just wanted to say to Bibi Dong, Teacher, times have changed. Jiang Ling put the golden sword into his jade pendant, and with his other hand tightly gripping the set of golden clothing, he walked silently towards his teacher. Bibi Dong stood in place, her expression still calm, quietly watching Jiang Ling approach to see what tricks he might play. Jiang Ling stopped just a foot away from Bibi Dong, lowering his head to look at her, at a distance perfect for a kiss. Bibi Dong slightly raised her chin, looking at Jiang Ling, and did not get angry despite having to look up at him. A hint of nostalgia appeared in her beautiful eyes, recalling the baby from years ago, the shy and reserved little boy who was not even as tall as her legs, who had grown up. Teacher, I'm not wearing it. If you make me wear this tomorrow, it will be the end of me. Jiang Ling threw the clothes aside and squatted down, hugging Bibi Dong's legs and crying out sorrowfully. His voice was so heart-wrenching that it made listeners feel sad and spectators shed tears. Bibi Dong was momentarily stunned, carefully looking at Jiang Ling, confirming that he was indeed her disciple and not an imposter, but why? Looking at Jiang Ling shaking her legs, Bibi Dong regained her composure and said lightly, Crying won't help. You must wear the clothes. Let go. I won't let go unless you promise me. Jiang Ling tightened his grip upon hearing this, his arms digging into Bibi Dong's thighs. Let go. Bibi Dong scolded again, her face slightly reddening. It was one thing for Jiang Ling to hug her legs, but now his head was resting on her knees. The warmth of Jiang Ling's cheek clearly transmitted through the palace dress and long skirt into Bibi Dong's mind. How about this? Wear it for me to see. If it really doesn't look good, I'll let you change. Bibi Dong saw that Jiang Ling was unwilling to let go and reluctantly agreed. Hugging her legs, Jiang Ling thought for a moment and decided to agree, thinking, wearing it for one person to see is better than wearing it for a crowd. Okay. Jiang Ling gritted his teeth and said, Then let go of me. Bibi Dong said coldly as she noticed Jiang Ling still holding on. Oh, okay. I'll go change in the back. I'll wait for you here. Bibi Dong moved her legs, which were now free to move, and walked towards the Pope's chair. Teacher, will anyone else come? Jiang Ling hesitated for a moment, but still asked uneasily. No, Bibi Dong said coldly, pretending to be angry at Jiang Ling, but in a place Jiang Ling couldn't see. Her thin lips curved up, revealing a smile of triumph. Then fine, I'm going in. Jiang Ling reluctantly shuffled towards the back room. Once Jiang Ling's figure disappeared, the smile at the corner of Bibi Dong's mouth was no longer concealed. The methods were all ineffective, so Bibi Dong gave up, until she happened to see a set of clothes with a completely different style while picking a dress for Jiang Ling. She couldn't help but imagine how Jiang Ling would look in that outfit, and even laughed out loud, leaving the guard beside her stunned. Bibi Dong thought of the doctor's previous diagnosis and decided to give it a try. After all, Jiang Ling was at the Spirit Hall, and she couldn't sleep in his room. So after selecting the dress, Bibi Dong also took back the tight-fitting battle outfit, wanting Jiang Ling to wear it once for her. If it still didn't work, she would find another reason to arrange for Ling to go out for a while after the ceremony. Sitting on the Pope's chair, Bibi Dong supported her chin with her right hand, thinking, She missed Jiang Ling's bed a little. It was really comforting to sleep in. Jiang Ling, who was struggling to change clothes behind the scenes, would definitely be furious if he knew Bibi Dong's thoughts. He would question his teacher angrily. Am I just a tool to please you? My importance is even less than that of a bed. Teacher. Jiang Ling quietly walked out, softly calling out. He held the red cloak behind him, pulling it in front to cover himself. It was too embarrassing. Moreover, the clothes were very tight and highlighted his body shape, and Jiang Ling now suspected that this was a women's outfit. Bibi Dong turned her head to look at Jiang Ling, feeling somewhat disappointed. She couldn't tell if it was because Jiang Ling was too good-looking or if the outfit wasn't as funny as she imagined. Wearing it, Jiang Ling seemed somewhat beautiful. Why are you holding the cloak? Put it down and let me see, Bibi Dong urged, not willing to give up. Teacher, even this way, it's obvious that the outfit is inappropriate, so I won't let go of the cloak. Jiang Ling's face turned an unprecedented red. No, put it down. After putting in so much effort, how could she not gain anything? Moreover, she had even hugged him like a child. Fine, I'll let go. Jiang Ling put on a generous yet doomed look, flipping the cloak back and exposing his front to Bibi Dong. Bibi Dong was stunned. The more shy one was, the more likely they were to think of embarrassing things. And Jiang Ling was no exception. Seeing his teacher staring at him, mouth agape in shock, Jiang Ling couldn't help but move, as if declaring war against Bibi Dong. Jiang Ling felt like he died on the spot. Bibi Dong came back to her senses, her face slightly flushed, turning away to avoid looking at Jiang Ling, and try to speak calmly. This outfit is indeed not suitable for tomorrow. You should change back. Jiang Ling felt like he had been granted amnesty and hurried back to the changing room, finally understanding Yi Lingling's feelings. Upon seeing Jiang Ling return to change clothes, Bibi Dong quickly stood up, pressed her chest, and left the Pope's Hall in a hurry. By the time Jiang Ling came out, the Pope's Hall was empty, leaving only a disheveled Jiang Ling in the wind. Standing for a long time, Jiang Ling sighed and walked towards his courtyard. Not long after Jiang Ling arrived in the courtyard, Bibi Dong's people came shortly after, a stern-looking aunt. She handed Jiang Ling a package and left without saying a word. Chapter 136. The eve of the ceremony, Jiang Ling opened the package to find a brand new dress inside, white and gold in combination, with flame embroidery, exuding a luxurious and sharp aura, far superior to the tight-fitting battle outfit from earlier. Damn it, my teacher. She actually played a trick on me. As soon as Jiang Ling saw this outfit, he understood that the tight-fitting battle outfit was intentionally chosen by his teacher. But why? Jiang Ling really couldn't figure it out. His teacher wasn't that boring of a person. Yi Lingling stood outside the spear hall, hesitating at the entrance of the green courtyard. Several times wanted to push the door, but stopping her hand, showing a conflicted expression. Inside the courtyard, Zhu Zhuqing was holding her face with both hands, staring blankly at the pond, resembling a beautiful painting. The autumn breeze blew through a small bamboo grove nearby, making a rustling sound that added to the painting's ambience. You promised to take me to the ceremony. Why haven't you come yet? Zhu Zhuqing looked at the still courtyard door, feeling a bit disappointed. Her body softened, and she leaned on the stone table, her ample chest pressed as if about to burst out. Bang, bang, bang. Linger. Zhu Zhuqing's expression brightened, and she quickly got up to run to the door. With a creak, the courtyard door was pushed open. Lingling, why did you come today? Zhu Zhuqing was slightly disappointed to see that the visitor was not Jiang Ling, but she was still very happy to see Yi Lingling, though she couldn't help but glance behind her at Yi Lingling. What's wrong? Disappointed to see someone other than the person you were thinking of? Originally a bit nervous, Yi Lingling couldn't help but tease upon seeing Zhu Zhuqing's expression. No way. Zhu Zhuqing blushed and said, pulling Yi Lingling into the courtyard. After chatting for a while, Yi Lingling thought about how to mention her relationship with Jiang Ling, but every time the words reached her lips, they became difficult to say. Lingling, why hasn't Yi Ling come? Zhu Zhuqing couldn't help but ask since Yi Lingling hadn't mentioned Jiang Ling at all. Oh, that he was supposed to come? But the Pope called him away temporarily, so I came to take you to the spear hall. Yi Lingling recalled the purpose of her visit upon hearing Zhu Zhuqing's inquiry and temporarily set aside her apologies to speak. Really? Then let's hurry up. Zhu Zhuqing stood up excitedly and pulled Yi Lingling along. Okay, love can really change a person, Yi Lingling thought. As Zhu Zhuqing and Yi Lingling walked together towards the spirit hall, two lean men were closely watching them from 100 meters behind, with more attention focused on Yi Lingling. Zhu Zhuqing suddenly turned around, looking at the seemingly normal street, feeling a bit strange. What is wrong? Yi Lingling asked curiously. I feel like someone is watching us. Maybe I'm just imagining it, Zhu Zhuqing said calmly. Ling Ling, let us keep walking. At the street corner, one of the lean men said lewdly, "What an amazing girl. She can sense us from so far away. Her figure and face are both top-notch. If I could spend a night with her, I'd die without regrets." The man had a pale complexion and a disheveled look, as if he had indulged too much. Jiang Ling, the last person who thought like this, is now buried under 3 meters of grass. You're still thinking about this at a time like this? You should be thinking about how to explain this to the family head. The other lean man said gloomily, "What is there to be afraid of? Just find an opportunity to knock Yi Ling out and take her away. I want that girl too." The lewd man licked his lips. "This is Spirit City. Do you think you could just grab anyone?" The gloomy man couldn't stand his partner's attitude and shouted angrily. If it weren't for his lower strength, he would have wanted to teach this lewd man a lesson. "Then what do you want to do? If you hadn't sneaked home, we wouldn't have lost track of them." The lewd man said disdainfully, "I left after telling you." You agreed. "It's your infatuation with the pleasure house that made us lose track of them." The gloomy man said, his face flushed. "You could go tell the family head that, and see if he listens to your explanation." The lewd man said coldly, "I warn you, we're all in the same boat now. If you dare to cause internal strife, I'll deal with you first." Although the city of Soul Masters is heavily guarded, as long as we wait for Yi Ling to be alone and act quickly, there is still a glimmer of hope. The lecherous man reassured. The gloomy man did not speak further, as this was the only way. He dared not think about what would happen if they failed. A shiver ran down his spine. The two were assigned by the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon family to protect Yi Ling. Though they called it protection, it was merely surveillance. Monitoring a support soul master was incredibly easy for the two of them, and over time, it was inevitable that they would grow complacent. The gloomy man had married in spring this year, and over a month ago, a child was born. He wanted to go see his son and mentioned it to the lecherous man, asking him to keep an eye on things. The lecherous man readily agreed. However, who would have thought that a top-class performer had arrived at the Spring Breeze Tower in the land of fireworks, boasting a full 36E? The lecherous man had no other hobbies and was particularly fond of this. By the time the gloomy man returned, the lecherous man was almost dead from the woman's advances. Naturally, Yi Ling had also vanished. The two searched for a long time and finally found some clues, having been near the city of Soul Masters for nearly a week, only to discover Yi Ling today. "Follow her, let's see where she goes, but don't follow too closely. That girl in black is a bit strange," the lecherous man said. Although the gloomy man was angry, he had no choice but to follow. He had already made up his mind that after bringing Yi Ling back, he would ask the family head to replace him with someone else. A quarter of an hour later, not only was the gloomy man sullen, but the lecherous man's expression was also grim. This was because they had both seen Yi Ling enter the Hall of Souls with that girl in black. "What should we do now?" the frustrated, gloomy man shouted as he grabbed the lecherous man by the throat. "Wait until she comes out." The lecherous man pushed him away, his own face looking particularly bad. "Wait, we don't have that much time. It won't be long before the family head learns about our failure." The gloomy man glared. "Then what can you do? Go in and grab her," the lecherous man shouted impatiently. The gloomy man sat down on the ground, looking utterly defeated. Meanwhile, Yi Ling had brought Zhu Zhuqing into the Hall of Souls. It was Zhu Zhuqing's first time at the Hall of Souls, not the Sacred Hall, the main hall or the branch hall, but the Hall of Souls in the city of Soul Masters, where Jiang Ling had lived since childhood. Zhu Zhuqing couldn't help but curiously look around. Yi Ling hesitated all the way, still not daring to be honest with Zhu Zhuqing, constantly hinting that it wasn't the right time. But Zhu Zhuqing was sharp. After Yi Ling hesitated several times, how could she not notice? She softly said, "Sister Ling, do you have something to tell me?" "Zhuqing, I indeed have." Upon hearing Zhu Zhuqing bring it up, Yi Ling bit her lip, ready to spill everything. Unfortunately, fate did not favor her. "Miss Zhu, Miss Yi," from a distance. The furious battle was looking for Jiang Ling and saw one was a young master's confidant while the other was his lifesaver, so he happily greeted them. Chapter 137. The most unfeeling and carefree, Yi Ling looked at the newcomer and sighed inwardly. "Well, I'll find another opportunity to talk later." "Greetings, senior." Zhu Zhuqing greeted the furious battle with a bow, her voice cold. Zhu Zhuqing and the furious battle were not well acquainted. They had only seen each other a few times when Jiang Ling was around during the Star Luo period. Jiang Ling said he was a master, but she had never seen the furious battle make a move. What truly made her remember him was when Jiang Ling sought out 8 mature women in Star Luo City, and she heard from the third sister that it was arranged by this person beside Jiang Ling. However, since he was Jiang Ling's person, Jiang Ling later explained that nothing had happened, and Zhu Zhuqing held no resentment, knowing she had been at fault as well. If it weren't for her, how could Jiang Ling have sought solace in drinking? With this thought, she suddenly wanted to hurry and see Jiang Ling. No need to be so polite, Miss Zhu. The furious battle quickly waved his hand. Just kidding. How could I accept the courtesy of the future Pope's woman? Zhu Zhuqing wanted to see Jiang Ling quickly, but the furious battle showed no intention of letting her pass. Thank you, Miss Yi, for saving my life. I will never forget it, the furious battle said, looking at Yi Lingling and clasping his fists in gratitude. You're too kind. I didn't do much. If you want to thank someone, it should be Jiang Ling and Elder Fei. Yi Lingling shook her head and said, Miss Yi is being modest. In the future, I, the furious battle, will be at your service. He said this not only because Yi Lingling saved him, but also because she saved Hulayina. Do you two know each other? The furious battle asked, puzzled. He never expected the two would know each other. Yes, I've known Sister Lingling for a long time, Zhu Zhuqing said. Senior, we still have matters to attend to, so we'll take our leave. Are you also going to find the young master? Why not go together? I was just about to head there myself, the furious battle suddenly said. The two women exchanged glances and then nodded. For Zhu Zhuqing, it was fine as long as she could see Jiang Ling quickly. However, the furious battle soon regretted it. The once lively atmosphere became heavy as soon as he arrived. Zhu Zhuqing put on a cold expression again, facing unfamiliar people with her stunning face. Although Yi Lingling's expression was not as cold, she seemed preoccupied. Walking with the furious battle, Zhu Zhuqing and Yi Lingling felt like sitting on pins and needles, as if there were thorns in their backs. Fortunately, this stretch of road was not far, and the furious battle gritted his teeth and managed to endure it. Indeed, I still lack experience. Xiaoling can effortlessly handle relationships with multiple girls. Speaking of which, isn't Xiaoling too bold to let Miss Zhu come to the Hall of Souls? The furious battle thought to himself, feeling a wave of admiration for Jiang Ling. Wait, does Xiaoling not know Miss Zhu is here? This is bad. The furious battle's heart sank. Miss Zhu, the furious battle suddenly called out. What is it? Zhu Zhuqing asked, confused. Oh, well, I just remembered I have something to do, so I want to be going with you, the furious battle stammered. He originally wanted to ask Zhu Zhuqing if Jiang Ling knew she was here, but he didn't know how to phrase it. Asking as if he were worried about his young master being afraid of her coming to the Hall of Souls would certainly raise Zhu Zhuqing's suspicions. He was no longer the furious battle of the past. He was now as shrewd as his martial spirit. All right, then, senior, you go ahead. Zhu Zhuqing nodded, not trying to keep him. The furious battle nodded in response and walked back. Once he felt Zhu Zhuqing and the others were far away, he quickly dashed into the nearby woods that weren't exactly a path. He needed to see Jiang Ling first and inform him of the situation. In Jiang Ling's courtyard, Jiang Ling was standing in front of the mirror, trying on the dress his teacher had given him. Indeed, the saying goes, a Buddha relies on gold adornments, and a person relies on clothing. Jiang Ling looked at himself in the mirror and couldn't help but sigh. With a thought, he took out the golden sword from the jade pendant and examined it in the mirror again. Why does it feel like something is missing? Jiang Ling muttered to himself. Goo! Xiaoling! The furious battle burst in without knocking. Hey, Uncle Fury, can you help me see if I'm missing something? Jiang Ling asked without turning around, still looking at the mirror. Xiaoling, something big has happened, the furious battle said urgently without answering Jiang Ling's question. Seeing Jiang Ling still admiring himself in the mirror, the furious battle became anxious and quickly walked over to block Jiang Ling's view. Uncle Fury, what are you? Jiang Ling looked at the furious battle, who was covered in yellow leaves, and asked in astonishment. Don't worry about that for now, Nuzhan said hurriedly. The girl Zhu Qing is here. She is here? Jiang Ling's face brightened, and he turned to leave. Wait, you knew Zhu Qing was coming? Nuzhan exclaimed in surprise. Of course, I had Lingling go pick her up, Jiang Ling replied. Nuzhan was taken aback, and after a moment, he said solemnly, Jiang Ling, normally I shouldn't say this given my status, but since you don't treat me as a subordinate, I sincerely advise you. Go ahead. Seeing Nuzhan so serious, Jiang Ling also straightened up. It's well known that the Pope dotes on your senior sister. Before I even met you, I had heard her name. Her abilities are one thing, but the Pope's affection is another. You and Nana have a betrothal, and she has suffered injuries for you. Now you've brought Zhu Qing here. What will the Pope think? You can't seriously believe that because you've been promoted to the Son of God, you can disregard the Pope's feelings, Nuzhan advised. If it weren't for already having received his teacher's response, Jiang Ling might have been really conflicted. He was about to explain when Nuzhan interrupted him. Jiang Ling, wait until you become the Pope to bring Zhu Qing here. At that time, Who would dare oppose you? If you really feel stifled during this time, leave it to me. I can find you several top-notch girls, anything you want. Get lost. Do you think I'm that desperate? Jiang Ling scolded angrily. Anyway, I think bringing Zhu Qing to the Wuhuan Hall is a hasty decision, Nu Zhan said, straightening his neck. My teacher already knows, and she said she wouldn't interfere in my romantic matters. Now you can rest easy, Jiang Ling said irritably. Really? Nu Zhan exclaimed, surprised that his worries were unfounded, and he couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Then he said in a serious tone, however, I still think what you did with Zhu Qing is a bit unethical. What's the difference between you and someone who cheats on their wife while she's pregnant? Compared to Zhu Qing and Hulaina, Nu Zhan still favored Hulaina more. Jiang Ling's face darkened. Metaphors should be relatable, but not cross the line. What do you mean it's the same as cheating on a pregnant wife? The former is clearly just for sex, while mine is clearly love. Jiang Ling suddenly recalled a novel he read in his previous life where the protagonist had over 30 women as subordinates, and he wondered why he could only have 2. Oh no, 3, and was backstabbed by his good brother for being unethical. Indeed, being too sentimental is ostentatious, while being heartless is the most carefree. Jiang Ling's good mood was completely shattered by Nu Zhan, and he no longer paid attention to him, heading outside. Chapter 138. Night. When Zhu Qing saw the 2 adjacent courtyards come into view, she suddenly changed her mind and wanted to visit Hulaina first. Miss, please wait. May I ask who you are? Aunt May called out as Zhu Qing stepped into the courtyard. I am. Zhu Qing was momentarily unsure how to introduce herself. Am I Hulaina's friend? She hesitated to say it. Aunt May, this is Zhu Qing, my friend, and also a friend of Jiang Ling and Hulaina. She is here to visit Hulaina, Yi Lingling explained. Aunt May's expression softened. Since she's Miss Ye's friend, that's no problem. Please follow me. Aunt May maintained a distance of about 7 steps from Zhu Qing, a distance that allowed her to act instantly, if necessary. Even though Zhu Qing was brought by Yi Lingling, Aunt May dared not relax. What if someone used deceit against Yi Lingling with the aim of assassinating Hulaina? Zhu Qing noticed Aunt May's subtle movements, but said nothing, feeling admiration instead of displeasure. Yi Lingling, who was not knowledgeable about combat, remained unaware. By chance, the 3 women met in this manner. One was unconscious, another didn't know her best friend had stolen her fiancé, and the last one clutched her coat tightly. Zhu Qing looked at the quiet and peaceful Hulaina lying on the bed, her complexion rosy yet still unconscious, feeling a mix of envy and guilt. She envied Hulaina for being injured while protecting Jiang Ling, but felt guilty for coming to Jiang Ling's side at that moment of her injury, as if she had taken advantage of the situation. Yi Lingling, not knowing what was in her heart, didn't approach but stood at the doorway. As Jiang Ling entered the courtyard, he sensed the presence of several people in the room. He didn't go in but sat quietly in the courtyard, waiting for them to come out. At the doorway, Yi Lingling happened to see Jiang Ling and stepped outside, though her mood was somewhat low. Why are you out? Aren't you waiting for Zhu Qing? Jiang Ling asked. I suddenly feel that loving someone is exhausting. You and Zhu Qing are in love. Yet because of your senior sister in between, Zhu Qing finds it so painful and complicated to love. I don't know what will happen when she finds out about us. Zhu Qing is my only friend. I don't want to hurt her. I don't know what your senior sister is like, but Zhu Qing told me that you 2 are childhood sweethearts. She is definitely one of the people who loves you the most in the world, Yi Lingling said, sitting across from Jiang Ling, speaking in a daze. She didn't even know what she was saying. It was just what came to her mind. What are you talking about? Jiang Ling was a bit confused by Yi Lingling's sudden outpouring of words. Nothing, just a feeling. Maybe I don't really love you. It's just curiosity. What happened between us might just be a coincidence, Yi Lingling said, the corners of her lips pulling into a slight smile as she suddenly spoke. What nonsense are you saying? Are you burning up? Jiang Ling said, reaching out to touch Yi Lingling's forehead. Jiang Ling, let us break up and go back to being ordinary friends, Yi Lingling said, brushing Jiang Ling's hand away and, after a moment of silence, spoke dejectedly. Zhu Qing's earlier gaze at Hulaina was still fresh in Yi Lingling's mind. She thought that if Zhu Qing didn't like Jiang Ling to the core, she might have chosen to leave by now. She tried to forget that gaze, but the more she tried to forget, the clearer it became, making her feel increasingly guilty. Yi Lingling's words struck Jiang Ling like a bolt from the blue. My lady, what is wrong? We just got back together a few days ago, Jiang Ling asked helplessly. Is it that you can't tell Zhu Qing? I can go talk to her, Jiang Ling said upon seeing her expression. Don't go. Why can't you understand? Yi Lingling reproached in a low voice. What do you mean? You clearly want to have your cake and eat it too without taking any responsibility. Jiang Ling pretended to be sad. It's It's clearly I who am at a loss. What do you mean by no responsibility? You're just enjoying yourself without having to take responsibility, Yi Lingling retorted angrily. If you're at a loss, fine, I'm willing to take responsibility for you. Jiang Ling said with a smile. Listen to me seriously. Don't joke around, Yi Lingling said angrily, realizing she had been drawn into Jiang Ling's playful banter. Hearing this, Jiang Ling stopped smiling, stood up, and suddenly cupped Yi Lingling's face, kissing her fiercely. This time, Jiang Ling showed no mercy. And Yi Lingling felt pain on her lips, but dared not shout out, fearing it would disturb Zhu Qing. She could only hit Jiang Ling's arm desperately. When Yi Lingling was almost out of breath, Jiang Ling finally let go, and she gasped for air. Rascal! Bastard! Shameless! Yi Lingling's face turned red. Are you going to keep cursing? Jiang Ling threatened playfully, pretending to lean in for another kiss. Yi Lingling, startled, quickly covered her mouth. Whenever you tell me you don't like me at all, I'll let you go. Otherwise, I'll take responsibility for you to the end, Jiang Ling said domineeringly. Can you touch your heart and say it out loud? Jiang Ling pressed on. Jiang Ling, you're despicable, Yi Lingling said angrily, pushing him away and running back to her room. Jiang Ling was stunned for a moment, then sat back down on the stone bench, feeling a bit tired. He knew exactly what Yi Lingling was thinking, but it was painful no matter which side he chose, so he had to be unreasonable. Once the ceremony is over, I'll find a teacher for a task and go out for a while. I feel like I've hit a bottleneck in my swordsmanship, and there's no opportunity for a breakthrough in the spirit hall, Jiang Ling thought to himself. Brother Linger. A clear and melodious voice pulled Jiang Ling back to reality. Zhu Qing. Jiang Ling stood up instinctively and slightly opened his arms. Zhu Qing didn't rush into his embrace, but stopped in front of him. Brother Linger, let's maintain our status as ordinary friends here, just like you and Sister Lingling, Zhu Qing said softly. Okay. Jiang Ling understood that Zhu Qing was doing this for his senior sister, but just like Lingling. A scene involuntarily flashed in Jiang Ling's mind, and he felt guilty. Lingling was already 16, and Zhu Qing. Tonight's dinner was still cooked by Jiang Ling, and Zhu Qing didn't need mentioning. Even the angry Yi Lingling ate quite a bit. After dinner, Jiang Ling didn't linger. Tomorrow was the ceremony, and it was necessary to get a good night's rest. He didn't arrange a separate room for Zhu Qing, so she stayed with Yi Lingling. That night, Jiang Ling and Zhu Qing slept very well. While Yi Lingling looked at Zhu Qing in front of her and found it hard to fall asleep. Jiang Ling's teacher, Bibi Dong, also couldn't sleep, partly because she couldn't sleep anyway, and partly because every time she closed her eyes, she saw Jiang Ling in tight-fitting clothes, especially from the front. At midnight, she simply put on her clothes and went for a walk. The clear moonlight stretched Bibi Dong's silhouette long as she stepped outside, walking slowly in the back garden, with flowers and branches bathed in moonlight, cold and dewy, like a distant, serene dream. Seeing such beauty, the turmoil and restlessness in Bibi Dong's heart melted away in the moonlight, and she slowly fell asleep on a stone bench in the garden. In her dreams, Bibi Dong saw Jiang Ling and Hulaina getting married and having a lovely baby living together. At that time, Jiang Ling had already become the master of this continent, and she smiled, teasing the baby in her arms. The scene shifted, and a woman in her 20s appeared, with skin whiter than snow, a straight nose, and slightly delicate phoenix eyes, but the stunning woman wore a face full of hatred. Since you don't love me, why did you give birth to me? Bibi Dong suddenly woke up, beads of sweat the size of soybeans dripping from her forehead. Her insomnia was partly due to her own unwillingness to admit the reason, Qianren. Bibi Dong wiped the cold sweat from her forehead, took a few deep breaths to calm her emotions, and then returned to her room. She placed Qianren in a place devoid of maternal love and emotion, thinking that punishing Qian Xuanji was also punishing herself. She melted her feelings for Qianren in time, flowing endlessly like the Milky Way in the sky. Chapter 139. The Saint Sun. The autumn wind gently blew. Another quiet night passed, leaves falling, with only a few still stubbornly swaying on the branches. Inside the spirit hall, the ponds were as soft and beautiful as strings of green pearls embedded in the hall, the water clear as crystal. As dawn broke, Jiang Ling got up. Today was a significant day in his life. He had thought such a grand day would be when he wore a wedding dress, but unexpectedly, looking at the formal attire in his hands, Jiang Ling chuckled self-deprecatingly. For today, Jiang Ling was like a young girl sitting in a flower sedan for the first time, but he was not at all anxious, as he had a powerful teacher to rely on. Just as Jiang Ling was about to change his clothes and head to the Pope's hall, there was a knock at the door. Jiang Ling thought it was angry battle and casually shouted, "Come in." To his surprise, 8 maidservants dressed in finery entered in single file, bowing to Jiang Ling. "We greet the Saint's son. We are here under the command of the Pope to assist the Saint's son with bathing and dressing." Jiang Ling was stunned for a moment, but quickly understood. On such a day, how could his teacher not send someone to dress him up? Although he felt it was unnecessary. After the hands of these women transformed him, Jiang Ling's usual gentle and sunny image was replaced. He had sword-like brows and orange eyes that sparkled, wearing a gold and white outfit with flame patterns, looking like a sword drawn from its sheath, imposing and powerful. "Saint's son, it's ready. The Pope instructed us to have you tidy up and go to the Pope's hall immediately," the lead maidservant said, bowing her head. "What about my hair? Aren't you going to do anything with it?" Jiang Ling asked in surprise, pointing at his orange-red hair, which was tied with a red ribbon at the mid-lower part. Replying to the Saint's son, "The Pope only instructed us to do this much." The maidservant's head lowered even more. "I understand. You may leave now." Jiang Ling nodded. He knew his teacher wouldn't say much to them and wouldn't make things difficult for them. "Yes, Jin, let Qian Jun and Jiang Mo know they must not be absent and must attend," Qian Douluo said, brushing off non-existent dust from his clothes. Calmly instructing Jin behind him. "Palace Master, if we all go, the people below might think we are showing weakness to Bibi Dong, which would have a significant impact on you and the young lady," Jin said, showing a hint of hesitation on his rugged face. "So what? If I want the Spirit Hall to advance further, I must avoid internal strife." "But Palace Master," Jin was about to say more. "Enough. I have my judgment on this matter. Let's go. It's important to attend the ceremony today," Qian Douluo interrupted calmly, waving his hand. "Yes," Jin replied helplessly, bowing respectfully. Jiang Ling entered the Pope's hall, which was empty. He quickly proceeded to the inner chamber, where Bibi Dong was seated cross-legged on the bed, meditating. Jiang Ling lightened his steps, not wanting to disturb her. But how could he hide from Bibi Dong? "You're here," Bibi Dong said, opening her gentle eyes and smiling slightly. "Teacher," Jiang Ling greeted. "Follow me," Bibi Dong said, standing up. "Sit down." Bibi Dong approached the mirror and looked at Jiang Ling. "Teacher, this." Jiang Ling now understood why she didn't let the maidservants do her hair. The teacher was going to do it herself. "Sit," Bibi Dong said lightly, her tone leaving no room for refusal. "The headdress is far more important than the clothes. Today, I will personally crown you," Bibi Dong said as she removed Jiang Ling's hair tie and picked up a wooden comb to gently comb his hair, speaking softly. "Thank you, teacher." Jiang Ling felt a surge of joy, inhaling the fragrance emanating from Bibi Dong, even forgetting the teasing from the previous day. Bibi Dong smiled, and with a wave of her hand, a flawless, color-matching jade crown appeared, tying up Jiang Ling's hair. It didn't take long to wear the crown. "Let's go," Bibi Dong said, taking Jiang Ling's hand. As soon as Jiang Ling stepped out of the back room, he was stunned. The Pope's hall, which had been empty when he arrived, was now packed with people. If it weren't for his hand being held by Bibi Dong, he might have frozen in place. All the people inside were titled Douluo. With the strength of Yu Egwan's ghostly 95th level title Douluo, he could only stand among them. In the front, Jiang Ling recognized Qian Douluo. "Who else could it be? Kid, didn't you say you wouldn't become the Pope? How come you're the Holy Son now?" Qian Douluo smiled at Jiang Ling and transmitted his voice. Jiang Ling bitterly smiled in his heart and dared not respond, as he knew his teacher's hatred for the Qian family. He wasn't Qian Douluo, and Jiang Ling believed he couldn't hide his thoughts from his teacher. The person most delighted by Jiang Ling becoming the Holy Son was none other than Yu Egwan, whose joy was evident on his face. They were originally part of Bibi Dong's faction, and with Jiang Ling being Bibi Dong's disciple and becoming the Holy Son, their position became even more secure. Bibi Dong led Jiang Ling through the crowd towards the main entrance of the Pope's hall. The title Douluo followed closely behind Bibi Dong and Jiang Ling, including Jin, with only Qian Douluo remaining in place. Stepping out of the Pope's hall, Jiang Ling was once again shocked by the scene before him, as at least 3,000 people stood orderly below the high platform. At a glance, Jiang Ling couldn't recognize many of them. Ahem. Xiaoyu and Yin were also in the crowd, looking at Jiang Ling on the high platform, with Xiaoyu feeling a wave of emotion. Yin snorted coldly, still unconvinced, wanting to compete with Jiang Ling now that he had his 5th spirit ring. Nuizan also looked up excitedly at the scene above. Yi Lingling and Zhu Zhuqing were not part of the Wuhuan Palace and were not in the crowd. Instead, they were on a distant high platform, which was introduced to them by Aunt May. "Don't be nervous, I'm here." Bibi Dong seemed to be afraid Jiang Ling would be anxious. Squeezing his palm and transmitting her voice, Jiang Ling felt warmth in his heart and squeezed BB Dong's delicate hand back, indicating that he was fine. BB Dong scanned the crowd below, held Jiang Ling's wrist, raised it high, and lightly said, "From today onwards, Jiang Ling is the holy son of our Wuhuan palace." Her voice was infused with soul power, spreading out in all directions and lingering for a long time. All the people below knelt on one knee and shouted loudly, "We pay our respects to the holy son." The sound echoed like a great bell in the square. The many titled Douluo behind BB Dong and Jiang Ling also bowed in salute. Jiang Ling took out the golden sword his teacher had given him with his left hand. He drew the sword, and the sheath flew out with a clang, shooting into a nearby stone pillar. Jiang Ling stomped his right foot on the ground, instantly rising into the air, and the golden sword glowed a crimson hue. "Fire dance, whirlwind," Jiang Ling chanted softly. A massive fire dragon spiraled into the sky, then exploded with a loud bang, turning into a sky full of fireworks. Jiang Ling stood in midair, raising the golden sword high and shouting, "Wuhuan Palace! Wuhuan Palace! Wuhuan Palace! Wuhuan Palace!" The crowd below also shouted loudly. "They're putting on a show for him," Yin said angrily. "Huh, cheer up," Xiaoyu laughed, hugging Yin. Nuizan was also fervently shouting Wuhuan Palace. On the high platform, Yi Lingling and Zhu Zhuqing looked at the spirited Jiang Ling, momentarily lost in thought. Chapter 140. Old Residents. After announcing the Holy Sun, BB Dong showcased the powerful side of the Wuhuan Palace, which had been prepared over the past half-month. The grandeur of the scene reminded Jiang Ling of when his teacher became a pope. The two most important events had passed. Next was just the banquet, where the various bishops would come to curry favor with the new noble, Jiang Ling. As for the following activities, whether it was his teacher BB Dong or Qian Douluo and Jin Yi, they all left, leaving only Yuiguan and Guimei among the titled Douluo, and the upcoming ceremonies were hosted by the two of them. "Jiang Ling, I've been looking for you for ages. Why are you hiding here?" Just as Jiang Ling was gathering his somewhat cumbersome clothing, sitting on a somewhat worn stone bench, planning to take a short nap, a voice that was both playful and angry came from behind. Yi Lingling and Zhu Zhuqing entered a somewhat dilapidated garden, seeing Jiang Ling sitting ahead, and Yi Lingling couldn't help but shout. After the shocking scene, Jiang Ling had mysteriously disappeared, and she and Zhu Zhuqing had searched many places before finding him in this garden. "Zhuqing, Lingling, how did you find your way here?" Jiang Ling turned around, pleased to see them. "Congratulations, Brother Ling." Zhu Zhuqing quickly walked to Jiang Ling's side and whispered, then explained it was Lingling's Pope's order. Otherwise, we wouldn't be able to come and go freely in the Wuhuan Palace. "Thank you for your hard work," Jiang Ling said, ruffling Zhu Zhuqing's long hair and addressing Yi Lingling beside her. I thought you became the Holy Sun and forgot about us. That you didn't want to see us and hid away so far." Yi Lingling huffed coldly, clearly still unhappy about Jiang Ling's rudeness yesterday. Jiang Ling's face darkened. This silly girl, if it weren't for Zhuqing being here, he would have definitely dealt with her right then and there. However, Zhuqing's following words provided him with some comfort. "Sister Lingling, Brother Ling must have his reasons. It definitely wasn't intentional," Zhu Zhuqing said helplessly, as these two always quarreled when they met. "Zhuqing, why do you always side with him? This guy, I want to hear why he is hiding so sneakily, even avoiding telling us in advance." Yi Lingling said, her brows slightly furrowing as she pointed at Jiang Ling, her face flushed red, not daring to say it out loud. She could only change the subject. Jiang Ling was amused by Yi Lingling's adorable expression. Trying to irritate others only ended up irritating himself. "The main ceremony has ended, and the banquet is next. If I stay there, people will definitely come to curry favor with me and ask me to drink. I can't drink, as you all know." Jiang Ling paused for a moment, looking at Yi Lingling with a half-smile. Lingling knows, right? "You." Yi Lingling's cheeks instantly turned rosy. If her eyes could kill, Jiang Ling would have died 1,000 times under her captivating gaze. This guy actually teasing her in front of Zhu Zhuqing. Sister Lingling probably doesn't know. "I haven't told her." Zhu Zhuqing, unaware of the little game between the two, pondered and replied. Upon hearing Zhuqing's response, a hint of embarrassment crept onto Jiang Ling's face, and he cleared his throat before continuing. Instead of pushing back and forth, it's better to slip out secretly. There were too many people, and I was afraid of being exposed, so I didn't have time to find you. I'm sorry. It's fine. Didn't Sister Lingling and I find you? We even strolled around the Wuhuan Palace. It was pretty good. There were indeed too many people, which I didn't like. This place is quite nice," Zhu Zhuqing said with a smile as she held Jiang Ling's hand and sat back down on the stone bench. Seeing Jiang Ling and Zhu Zhuqing's intimate demeanor, Yi Lingling couldn't help but feel a bit jealous but didn't say anything, instead moving over to sit opposite them. The Wuhuan Palace is so prosperous. How could there be this abandoned courtyard? Yi Lingling looked around, asking in confusion. This used to be my teacher's residence. Later, when the teacher moved away, it became vacant. The teacher didn't allow anyone to clean it, so everything remains as it was. Although the teacher did not order this place to be sealed off, everyone else in the spirit hall treats it as a forbidden area. Even when my senior sister and I come here, we just sit in this garden and do not touch anything else, Jiang Ling explained. In fact, there was one more thing Jiang Ling didn't mention. This courtyard is buried with the teacher's most youthful memories. Back when she didn't know Yu Shaojiang and was still the innocent and carefree BB Dong. This is bad. If the Pope finds out that we trespassed here, will he be angry? Zhu Zhuqing's face turned pale as she said in a hoarse voice. Because of Jiang Ling, she was very concerned about Bibidong's opinion. Don't worry. The teacher is not that petty. Jiang Ling comforted her, then got up to move another stone stool to his side, connecting it with his seat and Zhu Zhuqing's seat. He softly said to Zhu Zhuqing, "After working for half a day, I'm going to sleep for a while." Saying this, he lay down, resting his head on Zhu Zhuqing's plump thigh, and closed his eyes, saying, "Zhuqing, call me when it's your time. I still need to go to the main hall once to see everyone." He originally wanted to say this with his eyes open, but it was too big to see her cheeks. If it were Lingling, she should see it clearly, Jiang Ling thought to himself. "All right, you sleep," Zhu Zhuqing said shyly. Her cheeks flushed. Being so intimate in front of her sister was still a bit uncomfortable. Zhu Zhuqing didn't dare to look at Yi Lingling, lowering her head to help Jiang Ling smooth out the hair that was resting on her thigh to prevent it from getting messy when he woke up. Seeing this, Yi Lingling felt a bit angry, not at Zhu Zhuqing, but at Jiang Ling. "What the heck? Knowing I'm right next to you, you still act so intimately with Zhuqing? Do you really not care about my feelings at all?" Yi Lingling couldn't help but clench her little fist. She was really conflicted. She wanted to give up and support Zhuqing, but when seeing them so close, she felt jealous. Just as Yi Lingling was lost in thought, she suddenly felt something reaching into her skirt. Looking down, her face turned beet red, not from embarrassment but from anger. That bastard Jiang Ling took off his left shoe and stuck his foot into her skirt. Yi Lingling was so angry that she was about to stand up. But if she did, how would she explain it to Zhuqing? With nowhere to vent her anger, Yi Lingling hugged Jiang Ling's foot, which was kicking her little belly, and pulled out a hairpin, poking it hard with the back of it. Jiang Ling's eyelids, which were tightly shut, twitched. This silly girl is really ruthless. Meanwhile, outside the hall, Yu Egwan and Gui Mei were busy searching for Jiang Ling and were almost going crazy. Other bishops, sold Douluos, and soul saints of the spirit hall all wanted to meet the saint's son. One or two of them could be dismissed, but a whole bunch of titled Douluos could not be ignored. Damn it, Jiang Ling is simply disregarding the rules. How can he just disappear like this? Yin punched a wall in frustration. Unfortunately, due to his relationship with Xie Yu and Jiang Ling, the task of finding him was assigned to them by the two elders, Yu Egwan and Gui Mei. "Yin, I thought of a place. Do you remember the place we accidentally entered with Nana when we were kids?" Xie Yu pondered. "You mean the Pope's old residence? How dare he?" Yin exclaimed in surprise. "What does he have to fear? Don't forget, Nana is someone who fears nothing," Xie Yu said with a wry smile. Hearing this, Yin fell silent for a moment and then said, "So are we going to look for him? Or report to Elder Ju and Elder Gui? Let's check nearby. It concerns the Pope. Do you think the two elders will care? We might even get scolded." Xie Yu stretched lazily. "All right, I really want to smash Jiang Ling's head," Yin said angrily. Until now, he hadn't seen Hulaina. Looking at his friend beside him, who had witnessed Jiang Ling's sharp sword skills, Xie Yu really wanted to advise him to give up this unrealistic idea, but was afraid of discouraging him. The two of them arrived at the Pope's old residence and observed the entrance, where there were signs of entry. After hesitating for a while, they chose to give up. The Pope's authority is deeply ingrained in people's hearts. They decided to wait nearby, waiting for Jiang Ling to come out so they could report back and consider it completing the task. An afternoon isn't long, and it passes even faster in sleep. At Yu time, Jiang Ling slowly opened his eyes, and what came into view were two large floating spheres, which looked a bit dazzling under the setting sun. Jiang Ling's eyes squinted slightly as he adjusted to the light and gently left Zhu Zhuqing's embrace. He stood up, stretched his body slightly, and looked at Zhu Zhuqing and Yi Lingling, who were sleeping on the stone table. Jiang Ling couldn't help but shake his head and chuckle, thinking, spring drowsiness, autumn fatigue, summer naps, and winter's 3 months of unawakened sleep. If I wait for you to call me, it will probably be evening. Let them sleep a bit longer. It's not too cold yet. After the ceremony, I'll come back to get them, Jiang Ling murmured, taking out a black robe from the jade pendant and draping it over Zhu Zhuqing. He then approached Yi Lingling, placed his hand on the jade pendant, and suddenly stiffened. The clothes his senior sister prepared for him were used up, just as he was about to wake them up. He looked down and saw the platinum-colored ceremonial robe on him, and was taken aback. The ceremony was almost over. It didn't matter if he didn't wear this outfit. Jiang Ling then took off the ceremonial robe and draped it over Yi Lingling, not wanting to delay any longer as he walked out of the courtyard. Jiang Ling. Oh, what a coincidence. I just ran into you guys. Quickly, lend me a piece of clothing first. As soon as Jiang Ling stepped out, he saw Xiaoyu and Yin and said happily. At this moment, he was quite disheveled. Xiaoyu. Yin, what a coincidence. We waited for you all afternoon. The Saint Sun ceremony is happening, and the Saint Sun is absent. What are you doing? Yin was not going to go easy on Jiang Ling, regardless of his status as the Saint Sun, and went straight to the point. It's all right. Hasn't it not ended yet? If I go back now, it doesn't count as being absent. Jiang Ling pointed to the sky nonchalantly. Does anyone have an extra piece of clothing? Quickly lend me one, Jiang Ling asked again. I don't have any, Xiaoyu said helplessly, shrugging his shoulders. What about your clothes? Yin retorted. Don't ask so many questions. If you don't have it, I'm going to find clothes. If we delay any longer, the ceremony will really be over, Jiang Ling said impatiently. I have, here you go. Yin took out a set of fiery red clothes and threw them to Jiang Ling. Jiang Ling quickly put them on, clicked his tongue, and commented, the fabric is far worse than the one I had before. I guess I'll have to make do. Also, you're a bit chubby. Yin, you should lose weight. Upon hearing this, Yan's forehead couldn't help but break out into several black lines. Of course, that previous set was personally prepared by the Pope for you, and this one is called Sturdy. If you don't wear it, get it back. Yin immediately reached out to grab Jiang Ling's clothes, but Xiaoyu quickly stopped him, saying helplessly, all right, let's hurry up. There's not much time left. Let's go. The important matters come first. After teasing the foolish Yin for a while, Jiang Ling felt much more relaxed in his heart. As they entered the main hall, Yu Guan and Gei Mei were standing on either side of the high platform. Below, there were not as many people as in the morning. Those who could come here were at least Soul Saint-level Soul Masters, as well as some special personnel, such as the teachers from the Spear Hall Academy who had taught Jiang Ling Old Ghost. Do you think those two kids found a Saint's son? Time is running out. Yu Guan communicated. You asked me, who should I ask? Gu Mei replied. Gu Yu's ghostly melody had just finished playing when Jiang Ling and the other two arrived late. The people in the hall quickly made way for them. When Jiang Ling reached the front, he nodded at the ghostly figure of Yu Guan and turned to face everyone in the hall. We pay our respects to the Holy Sun, everyone said in unison. There's no need for such formalities, Jiang Ling said loudly. If it weren't for the ceremony ending and Jiang Ling's obligation to be present, he really wouldn't want to come, but fortunately, it was about to conclude. Holy Sun, I raise a glass to you. Just as Jiang Ling thought it was about to end, a soft voice suddenly rang out. Jiang Ling's lips unconsciously stiffened. He could escape the first day of the month, but not the 15th. Looks like there's a good show to watch, Xiaoyu said with a smile, looking at Yan beside her. Jiang Ling followed the voice and saw a female soul master, appearing to be in her 30s or 40s. Despite being slightly tipsy, she was still stunningly beautiful, with sandalwood-colored lips, a faint touch of aureole yellow on her forehead, and elegantly arched eyebrows that shimmered with a unique luster under the light. Jiang Ling didn't have time to admire her beauty. He had intended to refuse the drink, but he couldn't say no to this person. This beautiful woman was none other than Zhang Rui, who had taught him about the continent when he first entered school. Teacher Zhang, I can't accept such an honor, Jiang Ling said, pouring a full cup of wine into a jade cup to toast the beautiful woman. One cup should be fine. Holy Sun, I also raise a glass to you. We haven't had a drink together yet, an elderly soul master called out. Holy Sun, I also toast to you. Holy Sun. The crowd below instantly raised their wine cups and shouted. Jiang Ling. In Bibidong's old residence, Bibi Dong, dressed in a palace gown, gracefully descended into the garden. She looked at the two women at the stone table, her gaze landing on the chinquan bag at Yi Lingling's waist and the white dress with golden flames. Her brows involuntarily furrowed slightly. Without any visible action from Bibi Dong, a sudden wind arose, waking the sleeping Yi Lingling and Zhu Zhuqing. Yi Lingling slowly raised her head, opened her eyes, and was startled to see Bibi Dong standing in front of her. She quickly stood up and greeted. Yi Lingling pays respects to your holiness. Jiang Ling's dress also slipped from his shoulder, and Yi Lingling saw it, her heart suddenly shaking. Why is this idiot's dress with me? Huh, where is he? Zhu Zhuqing. seeing this, quickly turned to look. She had seen Bibi Dong from a distance in the morning and would not forget that perfect beauty and noble, sacred aura. She quickly saluted. Zhu Zhuqing pays respects to your holiness. Get up, Bibi Dong said, looking at the two and remaining silent for a moment before speaking blandly. Thank you, your holiness, the two women replied as they stood up. Yi Lingling walked to Zhu Zhuqing's side, signaling her not to be nervous. Lingling, could you please excuse yourself for a moment? I need to talk to this young lady Zhuqing, Bibi Dong said softly. Your holiness, Yi Lingling wanted to speak, but was pulled back by Zhu Zhuqing. Sister Lingling, you should go back first. Your holiness won't make things difficult for me, Zhu Zhuqing whispered. But Zhuqing, Yi Lingling wanted to say more. Sister Lingling, just go back. After a moment of silence, Yi Lingling suddenly knelt on one knee, holding a papal decree, and said, Your holiness, it was my fault for trespassing here. It has nothing to do with Zhuqing, so please do not blame her. Chapter 142. Mei opens 3 times Sister Lingling. Zhu Zhuqing exclaimed anxiously. Bibi Dong looked at the papal decree in Yi Lingling's hand, becoming more curious. The dress, the papal decree, the Qingquan bag. It seems that Xiao Ling still has things hidden from me. However, I came here today just to see Zhu Zhuqing. Lingling, you don't need to worry. I have no ill intentions towards this young lady, Bibi Dong said, gently waving her hand, and Yi Lingling stood up. Then I take my leave. Yi Lingling glanced at Zhu Zhuqing and then bowed to Bibi Dong as she left. After hesitating for a moment, Yi Lingling turned around to pick up the dress and stored it away, her face as red as if it were about to bleed. Zhu Zhuqing also saw the dress at this time and couldn't help but feel puzzled, but it wasn't the right time to ask. As Yi Lingling left Bibi Dong's old residence, the autumn wind blew, dispersing the heat from her cheeks. I need to find Jiang Ling and quickly tell him about the Pope looking for Zhuqing. Yi Lingling glanced back at the courtyard and hurriedly headed out. I said, are you okay? Should we take you back? Xie looked at Jiang Ling, who was walking unsteadily and had a flushed face, and asked helplessly. Yin stood nearby, unable to hide his smile, revealing his enjoyment. I didn't expect Jiang Ling to be unable to drink. Don't joke, I'm not drunk. This is just a bit of wine. I could handle 2 more barrels easily, Jiang Ling insisted, shaking his head vigorously, feeling like the floor in front of him was twisting and spinning, but still stubbornly claimed. Forget it, I'll take you back, Xie said helplessly, stepping forward to support Jiang Ling. After all, he was her brother-in-law. No, don't touch me. I'm not drunk. I know the way home. Jiang Ling stumbled back a few steps. With a grunt, the long rainbow sword was drawn from the air, and Jiang Ling pointed it around. Muttering, west, west, west. Jiang Ling stopped, pointing his sword towards the west, and smiled. See? I found it. Let's go. The long rainbow sword flashed red, and Jiang Ling held the sword hilt and flew towards the west. However, he flew erratically, rising and falling, nearly causing himself to fall several times. No, I have to take him back. Xie frowned at the sight, hesitating before saying. Jiang Ling like this really made her uneasy. I don't think it's necessary. Even if you spend a night outside, with his physique, it won't be a big deal, Yin said indifferently. The Holy Sun sleeping by the roadside would be quite embarrassing if discovered by others. Stop talking nonsense and follow him, Xie said, patting Yin. He couldn't fly, so he could only channel his soul power throughout his body and rush in the direction Jiang Ling was leaving. Yin had no choice but to follow. A drunk person's sense of direction is extremely poor. Even though Jiang Ling was clearly flying west with his sword, he gradually deviated from his path. Jiang Ling struggled to suppress the effects of the alcohol, but his stomach was churning, his wrist was weak, and as his soul power dissipated, he suddenly fell straight down. With a splash, he fell directly into the pond. The icy water rushed into his mouth and nose, and Jiang Ling coughed weakly, choking on more pond water. At this moment, the sun had already set, and the moon was hanging high, with the moonlight sparse and silver rays shining, illuminating the pond water, making it glimmer. The rippling water surface caused Jiang Ling, who had just emerged, to involuntarily close his eyes slightly. The autumn pond water was already quite cold, and being soaked in water dissipated the heat from Jiang Ling's body. The pond water, choking him, also sobered him up a bit. How'd I end up here? I remember I was flying west, Jiang Ling said, holding his forehead and muttering to himself. Gu Xian reoriented himself, and his whole body soared into the air, rushing towards the Pope's Hall. Meanwhile, Xie and Yin also arrived at the courtyard. Aunt Mei, has Jiang Ling returned? Xie asked quickly, looking at the woman in the courtyard. No, why? Aunt Mei asked in confusion. Damn, I should have stopped him just now. Xie slapped his forehead, regretting. What to do now? Yin leaned against the doorframe and asked, "What else can we do? Let's search around and see if he dropped it somewhere," Xiaoyu said with a bit of a headache. As soon as Yi Lingling left Bibi Dong's old residence, she went to the main hall to find Jiang Ling. As a healing soul master, her speed was indeed a bit slow, and by the time she arrived, the banquet had already ended. Yi Lingling then turned back to the courtyard to look for Jiang Ling. As she passed by the Pope's palace, a figure suddenly dropped down, startling her to the point of crying out. "Jiang Ling, what are you doing here? I've been looking for you for ages." Fortunately, with the brightly lit Pope's palace, Yi Lingling recognized Jiang Ling and exclaimed in surprise. At this moment, Jiang Ling's clothes had already dried from the soul power, and aside from being a bit messy, he showed no signs of anything unusual. Just as Yi Lingling approached Jiang Ling, the joy on her face quickly faded, replaced by panic. She couldn't help but retreat, her legs shaking as she stammered. "Why you drank again?" She had a bad feeling. Ling, I didn't drink. I just tasted a little," Jiang Ling said, his face flushed and eyes a bit tipsy, reaching out his arms to hug Yi Lingling. It was unclear whether Jiang Ling was drunk from the wine or intoxicated by the sight of his beloved. Not good. Yi Lingling was startled and ran back like a frightened rabbit. But how could her speed escape Jiang Ling? Lingling, where are you going? It's getting late. We should sleep," Jiang Ling said, wrapping his arms around her waist in confusion. "You, let go of me. Why are you always like this?" Yi Lingling exclaimed anxiously, struggling violently. Yi Lingling let out a muffled sound, feeling as if her strength had been drained in an instant when she saw Jiang Ling biting her earlobe. "Where's the bed?" Jiang Ling looked around while holding Yi Lingling as if he saw something and smiled foolishly. "Found you." He picked Yi Lingling up in his arms, his steps slightly unsteady as he entered the Pope's palace, bypassing the solemn and sacred Pope's chair, heading towards the back room. "Lingling, let me help you take off your shoes," Jiang Ling said as he placed Yi Lingling on the bed and quickly pulled off her white short boots embroidered with begonia flowers. Perhaps due to excessive force, even her socks were pulled off, exposing her delicate little feet to the air. "Get away, Jiang Ling. I warn you, if you dare to do that to me again, I will never forgive you for the rest of my life." Yi Lingling quickly pulled her feet back, curling up in the corner of the bed, threatening him. However, her trembling body revealed her extreme nervousness. Drunken Jiang Ling didn't care about Yi Lingling's threats. He reached out and directly grabbed her feet, pulling her close. "My dear, don't make a fuss. Let's rest quickly," Jiang Ling said, fixing her struggling hands with his own, gazing at her pretty face up close, softly speaking. "You annoying MMM." Yi Lingling turned her head away, but was still found by Jiang Ling's lips. The originally resisting, Yi Lingling gradually gave up her struggle. Forget it. It's not the first time anyway. As the two shed more and more clothes, their breaths grew heavier. Chapter 143. This lady has had bad luck with you for 8 lifetimes. Tonight, the moonlight was exceptionally bright, like an icy disk, illuminating the world as clear as day. Under the twinkling stars, it appeared even more pure and clean, without a speck of dust. Xiaoyu and Yin were quietly searching for Jiang Ling under the moonlight. Meanwhile, in the back room of the Pope's palace, the scene was extremely sensual, completely unaware that some people were almost going mad searching for him. Bibi Dong's old residence. "Don't be formal. Sit down," Bibi Dong said as she gracefully moved to sit on a clean stone bench and slowly began to speak. "Thank you, Your Holiness." Zhu Zhuqing expressed her gratitude with a bow, not using words like "I dare not" or similar phrases. She had previously asked Jiang Ling how to behave in front of the Pope. Bibi Dong smiled slightly and comforted her. "No need to be nervous. I'm just here to chat." In fact, Zhu Zhuqing appeared relatively calm, but she couldn't hide it from Bibi Dong. "Yes," Zhu Zhuqing replied, her face turning red at the words. "Your talent is excellent. At just under 14 years old, you're already a soul master. Your talent is even better than Xiaoling's back then." Bibi Dong carefully observed Zhu Zhuqing and couldn't help but be surprised. Having consumed Xiangfei tears, Zhu Zhuqing had undergone a transformation. She truly had the beauty of ice and jade. Zhu Zhuqing initially had average talent, but now she had achieved such results thanks to Ling. "The Holy Sun," Zhu Zhuqing said softly. "Heavenly materials and earthly treasures are one part, but it also depends on the person who consumes them." Bibi Dong shook her head and said slowly, knowing that the girl in front of her was her disciple's confidant. How could she not investigate a bit? Zhu Zhuqing's talent was good, but her diligence was absolutely top-notch. After getting Zhu Zhuqing's information and not considering Nana's words, she still grew fond of Zhu Zhuqing. The two women chatted for a long time, with Bibi Dong asking and Zhu Zhuqing answering. She asked about her experiences with Jiang Ling, about the events in Douluo City, and so on. Bibi Dong seemed to ask everything casually without any ulterior motives. But each question was a process for her to understand Zhu Zhuqing. Regarding Jiang Ling, she needed to know if Zhu Zhuqing had other intentions. They talked for a whole hour. When I first heard about you and Xiao Ling, I was extremely angry, Bibi Dong suddenly said. Zhu Zhuqing's body tensed up. She knew the most important point of the day was coming, tightly biting her lip and listening carefully to Bibi Dong's next words. For Nana's sake, I should have driven you away and separated you too, Bibi Dong said slowly. Your Holiness, Zhu Zhuqing felt anxious. Xiao Ling is a person who values feelings. If I did that, he would definitely hate me for a lifetime, Bibi Dong said, her eyes as deep and serene as autumn waters, seemingly containing countless stars. He won't, Your Holiness. He once told me that you are the person he respects and loves the most, Zhu Zhuqing hurriedly explained. Bibi Dong smiled leisurely, her lips curving as she softly said, Perhaps. However, I've decided not to interfere in Xiao Ling's feelings and let him handle it himself. But I have one request. Never let Nana suffer any grievances. Bibi Dong stood up and said, Also, Zhuqing, live in the Wuhuan Palace from now on. Don't live outside anymore. Before her voice faded, Bibi Dong had already disappeared. After Bibi Dong left, Zhu Zhuqing's back was already soaked with sweat, but a hint of joy appeared at the corner of her mouth. They had talked for so long, and Bibi Dong really only wanted to convey two messages. First, to subtly inform Zhu Zhuqing that even if she wanted to enter the door, she had to line up behind Hulayina. Second, Bibi Dong did not dislike her. In fact, she felt a bit of pity for her. As for who was greater or lesser, Zhu Zhuqing did not care. She only cared about Jiang Ling. What made Zhu Zhuqing happy was that Bibi Dong did not dislike her. She knew the position Bibi Dong held in Jiang Ling's heart, and she had essentially received the approval of Jiang Ling's elder. After resting for a while and calming her emotions, Zhu Zhuqing also left, heading towards her residence. Although she was not familiar with the spirit hall, she still remembered the path clearly after walking it once. Guyan noticed that Bibi Dong did not leave, but instead watched Zhu Zhuqing depart from the shadows. A pretty good girl. Bibi Dong stood in place for a while, contemplating whether to return to her residence or go to the Pope's palace. Forget it. I'll go back to my residence and take a break. In the future, I could try to let Xiao Ling handle the matters of the spirit hall. Bibi Dong stretched lazily, her graceful figure outlined perfectly through her palace dress, appearing quite languid under the moonlight. In the Pope's palace, Jiang Ling cried for a long time that night, and Yi Lingling didn't know how many times she had thrown up. The sounds continued until dawn before slowly fading into silence, merging with the thick night. The sun rose again over the horizon, casting fiery light through the window. Jiang Ling's strong biological clock ensured that even though he had a splitting headache from a hangover, he still woke up. As Jiang Ling opened his eyes, the first thing that entered his view was Yi Lingling's cute face, perhaps due to just receiving the rain's grace. Yi Lingling's cheeks were still flushed. Jiang Ling didn't have time to admire the sleeping beauty before his gaze fell on the arrangement and layout of the room. This is the Pope's palace, the place where my teacher temporarily rests. Jiang Ling suddenly sat up, repeatedly looking at the things in the room, his pupils involuntarily widening. Damn! Jiang Ling cursed softly, quickly flipping off the bed, but his steps were unsteady, and he staggered before barely standing firm. A pain shooting through his waist. Jiang Ling couldn't help but smile bitterly. Even though he couldn't remember what happened yesterday, his body had already conveyed the information to him. This time was really different from the last. Lingling could really be pregnant. But now wasn't the time to think about that. His teacher could arrive at any moment. He hurriedly pushed Yi Lingling, saying, Lingling, wake up quickly. Yi Lingling couldn't help but groan softly, slowly opening her eyes. When she saw Jiang Ling, she hastily pulled the quilt to cover a patch of snow-white skin on her chest. Yi Lingling was about to scold Jiang Ling, but the sharp pain beneath her made her beautiful face twist slightly. Last night, it seemed Jiang Ling had endless energy, and even though Yi Lingling's body had improved recently, she could hardly withstand it. Lingling, whether you want to hit or scold me, you have to wait until we leave here. This is my teacher's office. Jiang Ling said with a bitter smile. What? Yi Lingling's face turned bright red, angrily saying, Jiang Ling, knowing you is truly the worst luck of my life. Turn around. Yi Lingling scolded. Okay. Yi Lingling endured the soreness in her body, put on a short jacket and cotton skirt, but couldn't wear her shorts and leggings. All right, but I can't walk. Yi Lingling said, her face flushed. That's fine, I'll carry you. Jiang Ling said eagerly, not waiting for Yi Lingling to protest before picking her up. Feeling just like an ant on a hot pan, as he carried Yi Lingling, Jiang Ling's eyes couldn't help but twitch at the sight of the disheveled sheets. Yi Lingling naturally saw it too, becoming even more shy, burying her head deep into Jiang Ling's chest. Jiang Ling flicked his fingers, and everything on the bed was sucked into his jade pendant. Better to not let the teacher think it was lost. It must not be discovered. Chapter 144. Confession. Jiang Ling concealed his figure and headed towards his residence. In fact, Jiang Ling didn't need to be so nervous. Whether it was because Jiang Ling had been promoted to Saint's son or not, Bibi Dong seemed to be quite happy, having had a rare good night's sleep last night, and had not awakened until now. Compared to Bibi Dong, Zhu Zhuqing had not slept a wink all night. Upon returning to her residence last night, Zhu Zhuqing sensed that something was wrong. Not only was Jiang Ling not back, but Yi Lingling was also missing from her room. After inquiring with Aunt Mei, she claimed she hadn't seen either of them. Zhu Zhuqing suddenly recalled that for the past few days, Lingling had seemed to have something on her mind. Whenever she asked her, Lingling would appear hesitant and evasive, and she remembered the dress that Lingling had in her hands last night. At this moment, Zhu Zhuqing felt that something was amiss, murmuring, "No way, Lingling and Jiang Ling. How could that be? It's impossible." Zhu Zhuqing shook her head vigorously, as if to shake off the unrealistic thoughts in her mind. But the more she tried not to speculate, the more images of Jiang Ling and Yi Lingling together surfaced in her mind. The autumn wind blew into the room, stirring the wind chime hanging by the bedside. The chimes suddenly clashed, ringing crisply like water striking ice, mirroring the tumultuous emotions within Zhu Zhuqing's heart. The clear and pleasant sound of the wind chimes fluctuated, tingling like a melody that stirred the soul. Zhu Zhuqing, disturbed by the ringing, reached out to grab the chimes, shouting, "Stop ringing." With a crack, the wind chimes fell to the floor, and the room fell silent. Zhu Zhuqing gradually calmed her mind. Tomorrow everything will be clear. Zhu Zhuqing sat like this, remaining still all night, and gradually fell asleep over her desk. Not able to sleep were Xie Yu and Yin, who searched until dawn but still couldn't find Jiang Ling. They couldn't possibly guess that Jiang Ling had returned to the Pope's palace. Even if they did think of it, they wouldn't dare step into the back bedroom. In the middle of the night, Xie Yu was about to continue searching when Yin stopped him. "Let's call it a night. We've searched everywhere we can. There's no point in continuing. He'll come back once he's sober tomorrow. We can check then. There's no danger at the Spirit Hall." Xie Yu knew Jiang Ling wouldn't run into trouble. He was more worried about others, especially since Jiang Ling's problems when drunk were quite serious. But having searched with no results, he could only pray in his heart that nothing would happen. "Jiang Ling, we can't go back to the courtyard directly. Zhu Qing must be there. In my current state." Yi Lingling, with her arms around Jiang Ling's neck, bit her lip and said softly, "Then let's go back to my room." Jiang Ling pondered for a moment and said, Yi Lingling lightly agreed. "Lingling, this can't go on. It's unfair to you and deceives Zhu Qing. I'll go explain to Zhu Qing. I'll make the decision you can't." Jiang Ling searched for a secluded path and suddenly said, Don't tell her. Give me some more time." Yi Lingling tightened her arms around Jiang Ling's neck, her tone pleading. Jiang Ling didn't respond. He had made up his mind. Yi Lingling seemed to have a strong will, but deep down, she was quite fragile. If Jiang Ling didn't help her make this decision, she might never be able to voice it. Soon, Jiang Ling sneaked back into his courtyard, finally feeling a sense of relief. He placed Yi Lingling on his bed and stretched his body, but after carrying Yi Lingling for a bit, his body couldn't take it anymore, and the headache from the hangover surged back. "Lingling, I need to take a shower. Do you want to wash?" Jiang Ling looked down at Yi Lingling and asked. "No." Yi Lingling grabbed the quilt and suddenly covered her flushed face. In fact, she also wanted to wash. She felt uncomfortable, especially with the dried fluids on her skin. But she didn't dare to wash with Jiang Ling. The pain from last night had left her with a psychological shadow regarding such matters. "Don't worry, I won't touch you. I'm just worried you won't feel well." Jiang Ling chuckled bitterly. Now, even if Yi Lingling were naked, he wouldn't think about that. "I'm fine, I won't wash. You go wash by yourself." Yi Lingling's crisp voice came through the quilt. "All right, I'll wash myself. We're already an old couple. Why be so shy?" Jiang Ling muttered to himself helplessly. "Who are you calling an old couple?" Yi Lingling said, lifting the quilt to reveal her pretty face, her beautiful eyes filled with anger. Jiang Ling smiled upon hearing her words. If she could get angry, it meant she wasn't truly upset. He playfully pinched her delicate nose and turned to walk towards the bathroom. At the entrance of Zhu Zhuqing's room, Jiang Ling was already dressed, having taken a hot shower that cleared the lingering smell of alcohol from his body. He took a deep breath, no longer hesitating, and pushed the door open. The sound of the door woke Zhu Zhuqing, who had been sleeping with her arms resting on the table. Her expression brightened upon seeing Jiang Ling, and she wanted to get up, but her face suddenly stiffened as she asked softly, "Ling, where's Ling?" Her gaze seemed to carry a hint of grievance. Jiang Ling, initially relaxed by Zhu Zhuqing's smile, felt his hands clench tightly at her question, and his expression became somewhat awkward. After struggling for a moment, he finally looked into Zhu Zhuqing's clear, dreamlike eyes and said hoarsely, "You guessed it. I guess some of it, but I want to hear you say it." Zhu Zhuqing lowered her eyes and spoke softly. Jiang Ling walked behind Zhu Zhuqing, gently placing his hands on her shoulders and letting her lean against him. In the past, Zhu Zhuqing would hold his hand, but now she made no move, as if waiting for Jiang Ling to speak. That day, the evil moon. My senior sister's brother came back. We drank on the back mountain, and I got drunk. Jiang Ling paused for a moment before continuing. I don't remember what happened that night, but when I woke up in the morning, we were sleeping together. Ling was hit on a pressure point by me. Jiang Ling explained somewhat sheepishly. Then what about last night? Zhu Zhuqing asked again. Last night, after the ceremony ended, I couldn't avoid drinking and got drunk. I should have run into Ling near the Pope's palace, and then. Jiang Ling explained, feeling sorry for Ling. Jiang Ling, you, promise me. Don't drink anymore, okay? Zhu Zhuqing stood up, looking into his eyes. She wanted to say something, but didn't know how to express it, and finally said dejectedly, "I swear I won't drink again." Jiang Ling immediately promised. "Linger, where's Ling now?" Zhu Zhuqing changed the subject and asked. "In my yard. I'll go see her." "You stay here," Zhu Zhuqing said, turning to go out. "I'll go with you." Jiang Ling quickly followed, fearing the two women might argue. "Where are you going for?" "After what you did, Ling definitely doesn't want to see you. I don't even know how to face her." Zhu Zhuqing frowned in anger. This was her first time getting angry at Jiang Ling. Chapter 145. Misunderstanding and plans. Jiang Ling was taken aback. From Zhu Zhuqing's tone, it seemed she wasn't angry at you Ling, but rather felt guilty. "Linger, it's not appropriate for you to go now. I'll go keep Ling company. You wait here. I'll let you know if there's any news." Seeing Jiang Ling frozen in place, Zhu Zhuqing thought her tone might have been too harsh and quickly spoke softly. "Oh, okay, then I'll wait here." Jiang Ling snapped back to reality and replied. As long as they didn't argue, anything was fine. After Zhu Zhuqing left, Jiang Ling went to the yard and sat on the swing that hadn't been used for a long time, his mood bright like the rising sun. Both women felt guilt toward each other. Although Zhu Zhuqing seemed to think he had hurt Ling and felt guilty towards her good friend, the effect was the same. There would definitely be no conflict now, and Jiang Ling felt relieved. Otherwise, he wouldn't know what to do. Hopefully, Ling wouldn't be too foolish. Creak. The bedroom in Jiang Ling's yard was pushed open. Ling, lying on the bed, thought Jiang Ling had come in again to tell her to take a shower and shouted, "Jiang Ling, go away. I said I won't wash." "Ling, it's me." Zhu Zhuqing's clear voice rang out. "Zhuqing." Ling suddenly turned her head and saw someone in white robes. With a beautiful face like snow, who else could it be but Zhu Zhuqing? In a moment of panic, Ling's face turned pale, and she tried to sit up, but the pain beneath her made her furrow her brows and bite her lip tightly. Seeing Ling's state, Zhu Zhuqing thought she had been wronged and felt a wave of heartache and guilt. "Ling, don't move, just lie down." Zhu Zhuqing quickly stepped forward, pressing down on Ling's shoulder and softly said, "Ling, Jiang Ling has already told me everything." Upon hearing this, Ling's already pale face lost even more color. But inside, she had cursed Jiang Ling 100 times. "Zhuqing, Ling wanted to apologize, but was interrupted by Zhu Zhuqing. "Ling, I'm sorry. I shouldn't have mentioned that person's name." Zhu Zhuqing saw Ling's face turn even whiter and thought mentioning Jiang Ling had upset her again, so she hurriedly apologized. No, it's fine." Ling felt something was off, but couldn't pinpoint it. "Ling, I know my request is excessive, and I know Jiang. He did something very wrong to you, but I still want to ask for your forgiveness on his behalf." Zhu Zhuqing said sincerely. Ling was taken aback, her expression strange. Was Zhu Zhuqing referring to Jiang Ling? Was she asking for forgiveness on Jiang Ling's behalf? Zhu Zhuqing, seeing Ling silent for a long time, thought she didn't want to forgive Jiang Ling and felt somewhat discouraged, her expression dimming as she said, "Ling, if you want to hate, then hate me. It was I who forgot to tell you that his personality changes drastically after drinking. I hope you won't blame him. It's okay, Zhuqing. I forgive him. Don't be sad." Ling reached out to hold Zhu Zhuqing's soft hand, speaking gently. "Ling, I'm sorry. You're someone I like, and he's my best friend. I don't want to lose either of you." Zhu Zhuqing felt her nose sour upon seeing Yi Lingling's kindness and bent down to hug Yi Lingling softly, fearing she might lose her. At this moment, Yi Lingling felt uncomfortable and embarrassed all over, inwardly cursing Jiang Ling. I don't know how he deceived Zhuqing. This guy really isn't a good person. He's great at charming and deceiving girls. Meanwhile, Jiang Ling, feeling playful and swinging on the swing, suddenly sneezed. Strange. Am I catching a cold too? Jiang Ling wondered. Zhuqing, you smell faintly of alcohol. Aren't you going to wash up? Zhu Zhuqing asked again as she sat up. It's a bit inconvenient. Yi Lingling's face turned bright red as she spoke in a tiny voice. All right then, Lingling, I'll have him apologize to you in person. Zhu Zhuqing hesitated but finally spoke up. No need, I don't want to see him right now. Yi Lingling's pretty face was filled with anger, but it wasn't an act. If it weren't for Jiang Ling, she wouldn't be in such a sorry state. Okay, we won't mention him. Lingling, please don't be angry. Zhu Zhuqing said anxiously, trying to comfort her. Zhu Zhuqing quickly changed the subject, chatting about many unrelated topics. Finally, she glanced out the window and said, Lingling, you should rest first. I'll bring you some food later. Zhuqing. Yi Lingling saw Zhu Zhuqing getting up and called out, Why don't you help me to the bathroom? Her voice got lower and lower until it was almost inaudible, and her face was getting redder. She was feeling too uncomfortable. If it were Jiang Ling, she could endure it, but since it was Zhuqing, she didn't want to hold back. They had slept together before, after all. Okay. Zhu Zhuqing didn't suspect anything. She bent down to help Yi Lingling get out of bed and walked toward the bathroom. Zhuqing originally thought that Yi Lingling was too weak to take a shower. But seeing the way Yi Lingling walked, she realized what was happening. Her face turned bright red, and even though she usually didn't curse, she couldn't help but mutter a curse at Jiang Ling in her heart. She was also a bit curious and puzzled. Would doing that hurt a lot? Yi Lingling only asked Zhu Zhuqing to help her into the bathroom and set the water for her. She sat on the edge of the bathtub, struggling to take off the only short cotton dress she had on. Yi Lingling's body was covered in bruises and red marks. Furrowing her brows, Yi Lingling raised her leg and placed it in the bathtub. Just getting her body into the water took several minutes. The sun rose in the east and set in the west, but the days grew shorter and the nights longer. Even Zhuqing had changed into a cotton coat, while Lingling had put on winter clothes. It had been over a month since Jiang Ling took on the position of the Holy Sun. The angry war had already gone to Gongxin City, taking Jiang Ling's 5 million. In the past month, aside from practicing swordsmanship and comprehending sword intent, Jiang Ling also took time to assist his teacher, Bibi Dong, in handling matters for the Spirit Hall. Although he didn't plan to take over the Spirit Hall, he was still willing to help his teacher with some tasks. Recently, the suppressed evil soul masters suddenly stirred again in the extreme north, and the Spirit Hall's control over that area wasn't very strong. Bibi Dong originally planned to send a title Douluo to investigate, but Jiang Ling volunteered for the task. Yesterday, in the Pope's Hall, Teacher, I've hit a bottleneck in my swordsmanship. Linger wants to go out and train for 3 months and will return before the new year. My sword is the ultimate fire. Perhaps under the extreme cold pressure of the extreme north, I can break through. I'll go for this reconnaissance mission in the extreme north. Jiang Ling said softly, looking at his stunning and ethereal teacher. No, the extreme north has too many variables, and there are no extra title Douluos available to accompany you. Bibi Dong replied after a moment's thought. Don't worry, the extreme north is sparsely populated. As long as I act low-key, it won't be a problem. Jiang Ling said as he walked to Bibi Dong's side, placing a hand on her fragrant shoulder and gently massaging it. Bibi Dong slightly closed her eyes, enjoying Jiang Ling's massage, and said slowly, I'll arrange for a title Douluo to accompany you. That should be acceptable. Teacher, if you refuse again, then you shouldn't go. Just pinch my shoulder in the meantime, Bibi Dong said. Understood. Chapter 146. Following at the entrance of the Spirit Hall, 2 people on horseback stood waiting, seemingly for someone. Both looked young. One had silver-gray short hair with slightly red tips, while the other had orange-red, long hair tied back with a hair tie. They were both tall and had sharp eyebrows and bright eyes, dressed in tight-fitting clothing. It was Jiang Ling and Xieyu. Don't be so unhappy. The extreme north is wonderful. It snows all year round, resembling a world of silver. The distant mountains and nearby houses are all pure white. Just imagine standing in that hexagonal snowflake-filled world. Doesn't it feel like the sky is high and the earth is vast, as if no one can bind her freedom? Jiang Ling said, wrapping one arm around Xieyu's neck while the other hand spread out to touch the sky, his tone slightly seductive. I don't know about freedom, but the journey will definitely be tiring. Xieyu replied, expressionless as she pulled Jiang Ling's arm away. Just to make it clear, once we return, whatever I promised you will be over, and you can't use this against me anymore. Got it? Don't make that a grieved expression, making it seem like I'm forcing you. Smile a bit, Jiang Ling said with a carefree smile. Xiaoyu frowned. Wasn't it exactly that he was forcing her? Are we not leaving yet? Xiaoyu asked, ignoring Jiang Ling's teasing. Waiting for someone. My teacher insisted on sending a titled Douluo with me. Why haven't they arrived yet? Their work attitude is lacking, Jiang Ling replied. Just as Jiang Ling finished speaking, a hoarse voice rang out. Holy Sun, I have arrived. Then, a figure appeared 3 meters in front of Jiang Ling. It was a woman, stunningly beautiful yet cold, with a slightly pale complexion, standing there like ancient ice, emanating a chilling aura. Seeing someone suddenly appear, Xiaoyu's expression changed drastically, and her moon blade was almost instinctively summoned. Jiang Ling was also startled, not because of her appearance and demeanor, but because she had appeared beside him without him noticing. His spiritual power was already comparable to that of a titled Douluo. Who are you? Jiang Ling asked. I am your subordinate. The woman replied, her tone neither flattering nor subservient, responding like a robot. Since you were here all along, why didn't you show yourself? Jiang Ling asked solemnly. You did not command me, Yi replied directly. That makes a lot of sense. Jiang Ling sighed, realizing that his teacher's background was indeed full of hidden talents. He decided not to argue further, sensing that continuing would only frustrate him with this cool woman. How will you proceed? Jiang Ling inquired. I will follow secretly, she replied. Good, Xiaoyu, let's set off. Jiang Ling mounted his horse and called out to Xiaoyu. At the same time, Jiang Ling felt fortunate that he had brought Xiaoyu along. Otherwise, he would have been bored to death on this journey. At a high point in the spirit hall, Zhu Zhuqing and Yi Lingling looked towards the entrance of the spirit hall. Although they couldn't see clearly, they knew Jiang Ling was there. Even though they had said their goodbyes last night, they still felt reluctant today. Lingling, let's go back. It's windy outside, Zhu Zhuqing said softly. She was a battle soul master and had taken Xiangfei tears. Although Xiangfei tears weren't specifically for enhancing vision, they were far from ordinary soul masters. She could see much clearer than Yi Lingling. At this moment, Jiang Ling had already mounted the dragon scale horse and left the spirit hall. Let's go. Yi Lingling nodded. Waiting for Yi to disappear again, the unyielding Jiang Ling expanded his spiritual power to search for her presence. Yi seemed to sense Jiang Ling's actions and held her breath, taking him seriously. The Holy Sun held a high position, but she didn't want to flatter him. Unfortunately, despite Jiang Ling's careful search, he still discovered Yi's position. If Jiang Ling hadn't known beforehand that Yi was nearby, he would have never found her unless she showed any killing intent. Jiang Ling took out a gold soul coin and threw it in Yi's direction. What are you doing? Is there money to burn? Xiaoyu asked when she saw Jiang Ling's action. Nothing. By the way, Xiaoyu, get ready. We might have to fight soon, Jiang Ling warned. If he could spot Yi, how could he miss those 2 little shrimp? Fight? What fight? Xiaoyu was confused. Someone is following us, a soul emperor and a soul king. Jiang Ling did not keep them in suspense and directly spoke out. What a bold move, daring to attack someone from the spirit hall. However, Xiaoyu was not afraid and coldly replied, then quietly asked, is that soul Douluo not going to intervene? Probably not. She will only act when we are in danger. Jiang Ling shook his head and said, that's perfect. We can have a good fight then. The soul emperor belongs to you, and the soul king belongs to me. Xiaoyu smiled coldly. Ever since he broke through to soul king, he had not fought against anyone at the same level, and now that he had the chance, he naturally would not let it slip away. After all, he was also a fighter. I have no desire to fight. Why don't I just give it all to you? Jiang Ling teased. Oomph. Xiaoyu snorted coldly upon hearing this, tightened the reins, and rushed ahead of Jiang Ling. In the shadows, Yi looked at the gold soul coin in his hand, calm as a well, before putting it back in his pocket. The dragon scale horse was fast, and soon they had left the city and traveled north for another 20 miles. During these 20 miles, Jiang Ling deliberately slowed his speed, fearing that they would lose the pursuers. You too, you've been following us for so long. Come out and talk. Jiang Ling turned his horse and stopped shouting. What's wrong? Afraid to come out? If you don't come out, I want to slow down and wait for you, Jiang Ling shouted again, directing his words towards the hiding place of the two. What should we do? It seems these two have some skills. Should we take action? Asked the dark-faced man with a gloomy expression. Take action? We've been following for so long and haven't seen their elder. 2 little punks, even if they have skills. How strong can they be? We've already dragged this out for a long time. The family head probably has received news by now. If we don't act, we might miss our chance, said the pale-faced man harshly. The two had come to Spirit City over a month ago to capture Yi Lingling. What frustrated them was that Yi Lingling had never left the Spirit Hall, and even the girl who was with her had not shown her face. After a month, they knew they could not sit idly by, so they planned to kidnap a Spirit Hall disciple to gather information about Yi Lingling. However, Spirit Hall disciples always traveled in groups of 3 or 5 and rarely left the city, making it difficult for them to capture them in a short time. If it weren't for the fact that they happened to encounter Jiang Ling and Xie Yu leaving the city today, they would have been planning to flee to escape the pursuit of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan. Seeing that there was still no response, Jiang Ling shook his head. If they didn't come out, he couldn't really leave, so he planned to get off the horse and drag them out. Just as Jiang Ling and Xie Yu dismounted, the two thin, middle-aged men also walked out, but they showed no intention of speaking and summoned their martial spirits to charge over. To Jiang Ling's surprise, both of them had weapon martial spirits. The Soul Emperor's martial spirit was a broadsword that was no smaller than a door panel, which contrasted sharply with his thin body, giving it a striking impact. The Soul King wielded a silver spear. Chapter 147. Battle, you take care of the one with the spear. Is that okay? Jiang Ling crossed his arms and looked at Xie Yu. No problem. Xie Yu glanced at the Soul King, estimating his soul power to be around 57 or 58 levels, although there was a gap of 5 or 6 levels. He didn't take it to heart and replied solemnly, "All right, then the one with the broadsword is mine." Jiang Ling stretched his arms, and the Changhong sword appeared with a flourish. Jiang Ling, the opponent, is a high-level Soul Emperor. Don't underestimate him. Be careful. Xie Yu kindly reminded him as he saw Jiang Ling's confidence. Don't worry. As soon as Jiang Ling's words fell, he charged forward, swinging his sword down. The two swords clashed like falling stars, sending countless sparks flying in all directions. My friend said you're a Soul Emperor and very powerful, but you don't look the part. You seem more like a lecherous ghost, Jiang Ling mocked. Whether I'm powerful or not, you'll find out when you try. The thin man shouted, striking Jiang Ling with his broadsword, sending him flying. Then, he gripped the sword's handle with both hands, dragging the sword along the ground and carving a deep trench. On the other side, Xie Yu had already engaged the man with the spear. The silver spear danced like a dragon, while the moon blade's cold light flashed. For a moment, the 52-level Xie Yu was evenly matched against the 58-level spear-wielding Soul Master. Hey, Xie Yu, are you done over there? Jiang Ling dodged a strike from the broadsword man and called out to the two fighting nearby. It's not that fast. Wait a moment. Xie Yu shouted back as he repelled the spear-wielding Soul Master and began to unleash his soul skills. All right, then I'll just play with this old guy for a while to warm up. Jiang Ling pointed the tip of his sword, causing the air to tremble slightly, and with a resonant hum, he precisely struck the sword body. The man seemed unable to maintain his grip on the sword as the broadsword collided with his chest. Hearing Jiang Ling's disdainful words, he couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of blood. Kid, you have guts, so arrogant. Then try this move of mine. The broadsword man said grimly, 6 soul skill, sweep the army. A massive blue crescent sword energy surged forward, appearing as if thunder rumbled, slashing towards Jiang Ling, raising dust and turning nearby rocks and trees to powder. Seeing this, Jiang Ling was taken aback. After all, he was a Soul Emperor. Even if his soul ring configuration was not the best, he was not someone Jiang Ling could easily dismiss. Jiang Ling swung his long sword, positioning it in front of him, and with a twist of his right hand, countless illusory long rainbow swords appeared behind him, suddenly releasing a dazzling red light, forcing the broadsword man to close his eyes. Sword 16, Long Rainbow Phantom, go. Countless long rainbow sword phantoms pointed towards the massive crescent sword energy. The crescent sword energy was powerful and domineering, while the long rainbow phantoms were endless. Just as the last long rainbow sword shadow shot out, the crescent sword energy dissipated into the void. The broadsword man's face changed dramatically, realizing he had misjudged Jiang Ling and began to entertain thoughts of retreat. Xie Yu, are you done yet? Jiang Ling called out again. I still need a little more time. Not yet. Xie Yu, you really need to train more. I'm not waiting for you. I'm going to end this battle now. Jiang Ling raised an eyebrow and said. Hearing this, the broadsword man felt anxious. His sword technique becoming chaotic as he hurriedly swung his sword, tried to use his 6 soul skill again to force Jiang Ling back and escape. However, Jiang Ling did not want to give him that opportunity. Sword 22, Piercing Clouds and Breaking Mist. This strike was incredibly fast, so fast that it was but a moment, and in an instant, Jiang Ling was behind the broadsword man. The broadsword man looked down at his chest, where a bloom of blood flower was spreading. growing larger. The broadsword man seemed to lose all his vitality, his gaze becoming vacant, and the giant sword fell from his grip, dissipating before it even hit the ground, and he collapsed. A sword through the heart, 22. Jiang Ling, who could defeat a top-level soul sage 6 months ago, found it effortless to deal with a soul emperor who didn't even have the best soul ring configuration now. On the other side, the battle was gradually tipping in favor of Xiaoyu. This was the advantage of being a disciple of a major sect. The training environment, soul ring choices, combat techniques, and fundamental skills were all far superior to those of ordinary soul masters. The soul ring configuration of the spear-wielding soul master was the same as that of the soul emperor Jiang Ling had just defeated, neither having the best soul ring configuration. Despite this, he could hold his ground against Xiaoyu for so long, relying solely on his higher soul power. The spear-wielding soul master, who was originally struggling against Xiaoyu's attacks, suddenly saw the broadsword man's death. The intense urge to survive allowed him to unleash a tremendous amount of power, momentarily suppressing Xiaoyu's moonblade, making it difficult for him to execute his skills. A desperate soldier is hard to defeat. Jiang Ling did not take action, just standing by to support him, which was a good battle experience for Xiaoyu. Xiaoyu responded to his opponent's moves and fought for a few rounds, seizing the opportunity to unleash his soul skill, cutting off the right arm of the man with a spear. A defeated soldier is bound to fall. Tell me, why are you following us? Xiaoyu demanded, with the moon blade pressed against his neck. I said, can you let me go? The man, having lost an arm, looked much paler and weakly asked. You don't have a right to negotiate with me now. Xiaoyu raised his right hand, and a line of blood appeared on the man's neck. No, I said, I will tell you. At this moment, Jiang Ling also approached and asked, what is your name? I am Lu Wenin, a vassal of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon family. Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon family? Jiang Ling's expression changed, as he had no interest in this family due to Yu Xiaojing, and asked, why are you following us? We just want to capture 1 or 2 ordinary Spirit Hall disciples to inquire about a girl named Yi Lingling. We did not intend to attack you. Lu Wenin, enduring the pain of his severed arm, replied with difficulty. Lingling? Why do you want to inquire about her? Jiang Ling's gaze turned cold as he questioned sternly. We were ordered by the family head to secretly protect Yi Lingling, but we lost track of her some time ago and learned she had come here, which is why we resorted to this desperate measure. Lu Wenin was betting that Yi Lingling was friends with the two in front of him. However, Jiang Ling did not want to play dumb with this person. He directly grabbed the other arm of Lu Wenin and said coldly, I want the truth. I am the holy son of the Spirit Hall, and I can easily find out about your other relatives and friends in this world. You wouldn't want anything to happen to them, would you? Lu Wenin's face turned pale. Speak, Jiang Ling shouted. It's surveillance. The family head sent us to monitor Yi Lingling. After saying this, it seemed to drain all of his courage. Why monitor her? Jiang Ling pressed further. I don't know. The family head's order was just to monitor her and report her situation regularly. I have told you everything I know. Please, let me go. Jiang Ling slowly shook his head. If the target was him, perhaps he would let him go, but they were targeting Yi Lingling, who had little combat power, which Jiang Ling could not tolerate. He struck towards Lu Wenin's chest, directly shattering his heart pulse. Chapter 148. And Xiaoyu was not surprised by this. A benevolent heart must vary by person. The world is treacherous, and human hearts are unpredictable. If it let him go now, the consequences of being betrayed in the future would have to be borne by themselves. This point, he had understood after 3 years of training. What do you think about what he said? Xiaoyu asked as he put away the moonblade. I will send a message to my teacher later, asking her to help investigate this matter and see what role the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon family is playing. Jiang Ling replied softly. What about Miss Yi? Should we inform her to be cautious? Xiaoyu quickly asked, as Yi Lingling was his sister's lifeline. Better not, to avoid making her overthink. In the Spirit Hall, Lingling's safety is not a problem at all. We can resolve these worries in secret. Jiang Ling paused for a moment and added, he always feels something is off. He has known Yi Lingling for so long, but she has never mentioned her parents or family. All right, let's continue on our journey. We need to return before the new year, and time is tight. Jiang Ling smiled and patted Xiaoyu's shoulder as he turned towards the dragon scale horse. Xiaoyu had no choice but to follow. In the shadows, Yi had also observed their battle. While she felt that the Holy Sun was exceptionally strong, his fighting style did not appeal to her. To her, Jiang Ling's behavior of playing with that Soul Emperor was quite foolish. However, she would not correct Jiang Ling. Her task was simply to ensure his safety along the way. Seeing the two mount and move forward, Yuki did not delay and quietly followed from the shadows. Xiaoyu, fighting against opponents of the same rank, It took you so long to defeat that Soul King. What does that say? You still need to practice. Jiang Ling teased as they rode at a gallop, looking at Xiaoyu beside him. I haven't used my full strength yet. If I did, he wouldn't last a single move. Xiaoyu retorted coldly, not backing down. He indeed had that strength. His strongest attack was his self-created soul skill full moon. However, the side effects were also significant. After using it, his soul power would be nearly exhausted, making it a life-or-death move. If it failed, he would be an easy target. Then when we have time, I'd like to experience your full moon. Jiang Ling naturally knew what Xiaoyu was referring to and smiled broadly, urging the horse to pick up speed. I must say, after riding for so long, riding a horse really has a unique flavor. Jiang Ling and Xiaoyu, along with the unseen Yu Yi since leaving the Spirit Hall, traveled north. At first, there were bustling big cities, but soon they encountered only small towns and then only villages. Now, as dusk approached, after a day of galloping, they had not seen a single person. They built a fire, set up a tent, and Jiang Ling threw a prepared portion to Xiaoyu and sat down on the ground. I'm starting to doubt if anyone really lives in such extreme northern lands, Xiaoyu said, chewing on the dried meat in his hand, feeling somewhat helpless. Of course there are. No matter how harsh the environment, there are always some stubborn people who refuse to leave the land that bore them. Moreover, such extreme weather must nurture treasures. The soul beasts in the extreme north have great allure for ice-type soul masters. The crowds coming and going shouldn't be few. In this sense, this extreme north can be considered a paradise. Jiang Ling comforted him. After all, he had brought him here. Then how come we have seen so few people along the way? Xiaoyu shot Jiang Ling a glance, clearly unconvinced. Probably maybe once we enter the borders of the extreme north, there will be more people. Jiang Ling explained awkwardly. By the way, Jiang Ling, have you learned anything about this Yu Yi? Xiaoyu was not really complaining, just venting a bit, and then changed the topic. Yu Yi? I haven't heard of her, but I know my teacher has a killer team called Yasha. I guess this Yu Yi is a member of that team. Jiang Ling glanced at a certain spot, where Yu Yi was located. Hearing this, Xiaoyu did not inquire further, knowing about this secretive team. The world is divided into black and white. Some things that cannot be seen must be handled in the shadows, and Yasha was such a team. As they got closer to the north, the weather gradually turned cold, and the entire world became a white expanse. Looking north, they could still see towering snow-capped mountains. It is said that looking at mountains can tire a horse. Jiang Ling and Xiaoyu had been traveling for most of the day and obviously could not reach the snow mountains. But they saw a tall flag erected in a place with smoke fluttering amidst the increasingly rapid falling snowflakes, the flag snapping loudly. Inscribed with 4 big characters in a flamboyant style. An inn. This in the extreme north was quite different from the hotels in the capital city. The main structure was a 2-story small building made of red flame wood, which appeared somewhat dilapidated, but it could accommodate dozens of people without any problem. The small building had 2 courtyards outside, suitable for storing miscellaneous items and horses. There was no luxurious grandeur of a hotel, just practicality and simplicity. Moreover, the red flame wood is not suitable for building houses, but it is just right to use in this icy, snowy weather. It really looks like a black shop. Xiaoyu looked at the inn with a strange expression and said, Indeed, with such a sudden appearance of a shop, anyone would inevitably have doubts. Regardless of whether it's a black shop or not, I just know that I can finally get a good night's sleep and have a hearty meal. If they really want to rob and kill, then I can only use my sword to distinguish between black and white. Jiang Ling stretched his body, which had been riding for a long time, and his joints cracked. Let go down. Jiang Ling pulled the reins and rushed towards the inn, with Xiaoyu closely following. The closer they got to the inn, the more Jiang Ling felt something was wrong. There was a smell of blood. What? Xiaoyu was taken aback and asked. Even though the air was extremely cold, Jiang Ling still caught a faint smell of blood. His eyes flashed red, and he took in the scene inside the inn. Jiang Ling cursed under his breath. It really is a black shop. Xiaoyu, hurry up. Jiang Ling shouted and leaped up, flying on his sword. Xiaoyu didn't have the keen eyes and nose like Jiang Ling, so he didn't know what was happening in the inn, but he still felt an unexplainable sense of urgency. He spurred the Longland horse to speed up. Inside the inn, a battle was taking place. There were many people in the inn, around 30, but most of them didn't seem to be customers. More than 20 strong men, dressed in coarse cotton clothes, were all soul masters, but their strengths varied greatly. The white soul rings were numerous, with the strongest being a soul emperor and 2 soul kings. At this time, apart from the 3 of them, the rest were attacking 6 women dressed in blue skirts. Among the 6 women, 2 were slightly older, looking to be in their 30s. Although their beauty could not be called extraordinary, they were well-maintained and still a charm. The other four looked much younger, all appearing like young girls. The two middle-aged beauties had 7 soul rings surrounding them, and were actually 2 soul saints, while the remaining 4 women included 1 soul master and 3 soul venerables, all with optimal soul ring configurations. All 6 had considerable soul power, but the situation was not optimistic. Chapter 149. The martial soul is good, but the people are lacking. The 6 women were all unsteady on their feet, with the 3 soul venerables even struggling to stand. The 2 soul saints and the soul master girl protected the other 3 behind them, working together to fend off the crowd's attacks. At this moment, all 3 were more or less covered in wounds, with 1 soul saint even stabbed in the abdomen, leaving a deep blood gash. For some lower-level or less effective soul masters, their attack power was far inferior to wielding a large machete or a spear. And among the crowd attacking the 6 women, more than half were armed. Big brother, this time we struck gold. It's been so long since we encountered such enticing women. Just look at their outfits. They must be wealthy young ladies, and they surely have plenty of valuable things on them. One of the 3 onlookers on the left stared intently at the soul master girl, his eyes gleaming with lewdness. The other 2, however, ignored this third brother whose thoughts were clouded by lust. As expected of a soul saint master from a powerful faction, even after drinking our homemade drug, they can still maintain such combat power. The second brother on the right observed the battle. They should be teachers from an academy. With too little experience in the world, they easily drank that drug. The higher the soul power, the stronger the effect of the drug. The more soul power used, the faster the drug takes effect. In a little while, they will be captured. Let's wait a bit longer to see if those 2 soul saints have any last moves. The middleman said coldly, showing no concern for his subordinates falling one after another. Another bandit fell, and another soul saint was once again cut and wounded, while the soul master girl was pierced in the shoulder by a spear. The third brother's eyelids twitched. If it weren't for the big brother being present, he would have killed that subordinate on the spot. Big brother, second brother, I see that those 2 soul saints are at their wits' end. Let third brother take action to end this fight. The third brother respectfully requested of the 2 beside him. Be careful, the one called Big Brother said. Yet his tone held no concern. Yes, the third brother said respectfully, then looked again at the several girls, licking his lips, appearing very lewd. The third brother summoned his martial soul, a smooth iron rod, and with one move, it struck down like a thunderbolt towards the 2 soul saints. The 2 soul saints could hardly maintain their martial soul state, and could not withstand a full blow from a soul king, being slammed against the wall and falling down weakly, completely losing their combat ability. Third brother is mighty. Third brother is mighty. The crowd shouted loudly. Their cheers pleased him, and then he turned his attention to the soul master girl, whose small face had turned pale from her shoulder injury, her eyes narrowing like a snake ready to strike as he leered. Look at your tempting little mouth. If you don't play a tune for me, it would be a waste. Saying this, he began to unfasten his belt, while the others around him showed no surprise. The other 2 brothers merely glanced at him before walking towards the 2 soul saints. Binger, the 2 beautiful women in the corner cried out in despair, wanting to struggle to get up, but their bodies felt like they were falling apart, and moving caused excruciating pain. Eldest sister, the 3 girls being restrained cried out in tears upon seeing this. At this moment, the girl named Binger, though pale, remained calm and staggered backward. The third brother finally unfastened his waist buckle, and his gaze towards the girl was filled with desire. Even thieves have principles. Killing is just a matter of striking the head. Don't be so despicable. Jiang Ling's voice suddenly rang out, filled with disdain and contempt. As soon as his voice fell, Jiang Ling had already appeared in front of the girl. With Jiang Ling's appearance, the entire inn fell silent. The 2 severely injured beauties thought they were saved upon seeing someone appear, but upon seeing how young Jiang Ling was, their expressions dimmed. The 2 brothers also stopped in their tracks, looking at Jiang Ling, especially the big brother, whose brows furrowed deeply. He actually didn't notice how Jiang Ling appeared. The girl named Binger looked at the young man suddenly appearing before her, feeling as if all her strength had been drained, the dagger she held behind her falling to the floor. She was too weak to sit on the ground, tears flowing silently. No matter how calm and composed she was only 16, and she was scared. If Jiang Ling hadn't appeared, that dagger would have ended her life. The third brother was also startled, shocked that Jiang Ling could appear silently before him, followed by anger at being interrupted from his lewd intentions. With a wave of his hand, the iron rod was drawn back into his hand. Soul power surged, and he unleashed his 5th soul skill, a silver light flashing out the rod descending like a giant peak. All show and no substance, Jiang Ling sneered. The long rainbow sword was drawn from the air, its crimson light bursting forth, stabbing upwards and accurately striking the rod. The heavy shadows of the rod dissipating without a trace. Jiang Ling twisted his right wrist, and the red sword light shot out from the tip of the sword, instantly shattering the iron rod, and then piercing through the third brother's chest. Instant kill. The martial soul is good, but the people are lacking. Jiang Ling dispersed the long rainbow sword, looking at the corpse on the ground, and coldly laughed. Who are you? The leader's expression darkened upon seeing the situation, and he opened his mouth to speak, but dared not take action. Just now, this young man had not even used his soul skills, and he couldn't gauge his true strength. The fact that he had survived in this extreme northern land for so many years relied on his ability to read people, knowing who he could offend and who he could not. Are you okay? Jiang Ling turned around to help the girl up and asked softly, ignoring the big man's inquiry. I'm fine, thank you. I hope you can help save my master and sisters, the girl said, regaining her composure, but her face remained pale and her voice was extremely weak. Jiang Ling did not respond, focusing on the blood hole in the girl's shoulder. He raised his left hand, and a purple flame surged up, covering her wound. Strands of purple flame entered the girl's shoulder to heal her, but the speed was truly unsatisfactory. The tingling sensation in her shoulder made the girl let out a soft sound. 2 minutes later, Jiang Ling's face turned slightly red. This broken skill, he cursed inwardly. He retracted his left hand and cleared his throat, saying, "The bleeding has stopped. You should apply this medicine." "Thank you." The girl, not thinking too much, took the medicine bottle and expressed her gratitude. "Please, benefactor, save my master and sisters. I, sir, is willing to serve you in return for your great kindness," the girl said, enduring the pain and attempting to bow to Jiang Ling, but was supported by him. Jiang Ling also had his troubles. He wanted to take action now, but the positions of the girls were too scattered. If he acted now, he could only save part of them, either the 2 soul saints or the 3 girls. He was waiting for Xie to arrive. "Young hero, don't worry about us. Just take Isur away and send her back to the Heavenly Water Academy. They will surely reward you greatly." The middle-aged beauty thought Jiang Ling's strength was limited and that he couldn't defeat so many people, forcing herself to shout, "Teacher!" The girl named Isur could no longer hold it in and cried out with tears in her eyes. At that moment, the door was opened, and Xie stepped into the inn. Chapter 150. Martial Soul Fusion. Earthdog Xie looked at the chaotic scene in the inn, his gaze sharpening. Blood was splattered everywhere, with a few severed limbs scattered about. The temperature in the wooden house built of red flames rose, giving off a nauseating smell. The people inside the inn also noticed Xie, unsure of his origins. Having learned from Jiang Ling's previous experience, the leader and the second-in-command would not underestimate Xie because of his youth. The leader signaled to the second-in-command to control the 2 incapacitated soul saints. Now that 5 hostages were in their hands, if the 2 in front were here to rescue them, he could use this as leverage. If not, there was still room for negotiation. If it came to a fight, he was not afraid. After all, although he was cautious, it did not mean he lacked strength. The leader's eyes narrowed slightly, taking up a posture ready to attack, deep in thought. "Hey, who are you?" the leader asked Xie in a deep voice. However, Xie merely glanced at him and then shifted his gaze away. Seeing Xie, Jiang Ling revealed a smile and said to the girl, "Don't worry. Your master and sisters will be fine." Jiang Ling looked at Xie, his lips moving slightly as he communicated telepathically. "Xie, you attack those 20 people, and try not to let those 3 girls get hurt. I'll handle the remaining 2. Xie subtly nodded, although he did not know who these women were. It was clear that this group of burly men was not good people. "Kid, you guys are too arrogant." After being ignored by the 2 juniors repeatedly, even someone as cunning as him could not help but show a grim expression. He directly grabbed the middle-aged beauty beside him. "Teacher!" the girl exclaimed, her face turning pale as she covered her mouth in shock. "Attack!" Xie moved, and 2 moonblades flew out. His first and third soul rings lit up as he charged into the crowd like a tiger entering a flock of sheep. The robbers' weapons shattered upon colliding with the moon blades, and in just one exchange, nearly a third of the 20 men were cut down by Xie, who then reached the 3 girls' side. The remaining men were terrified and completely outmatched, unable to stop themselves from retreating. As Xie prepared to strike again, the robbers fled in all directions like frightened birds. Jiang Ling's body also became somewhat illusory as he suddenly charged towards the leading robber, leaving behind a trail of afterimages. The long rainbow sword was thrown out, forcing the second-in-command back, while Jiang Ling sidestepped to the leader's side, twisting his wrist and causing the raised female soul saint to fall to the ground. The leader reacted quickly, throwing a left punch aimed directly at Jiang Ling's heart. Jiang Ling exchanged a few blows with him, firmly holding onto his limbs. The leader's face tightened as his soul power surged, intending to compete with Jiang Ling's soul power. But Jiang Ling did not want to entangle with him, especially since the Soul King nearby would soon regain consciousness. Jiang Ling's entire body surged with soul power, concentrating in one spot before suddenly blasting out, sending the leader flying against the wall. Big brother. The second-in-command broke free from the long rainbow sword and hurriedly flew over to help the leader up. Seeing him injured, his eyes turned furious. For the two were blood brothers. The leader stood up with some effort, his energy surging, and looked at Jiang Ling gloomily, saying, "How is this possible? You are just a soul king. How could you have such overwhelming soul power?" "Nothing is impossible. In terms of soul power, I have never lost to anyone of the same level," Jiang Ling replied, raising his right hand and gripping the long rainbow sword. "Teacher." "Aye, sir." The soul sect girl, seeing her teacher rescued, rushed over and threw herself into the middle-aged woman's embrace, her eyes still filled with fear and worry. "Deputy Dean, Teacher Lu Shuang, big sister." The three soul venerables saved by Xiaoyu also rushed over. Although they were not injured, they were in a daze, their faces pale, especially after seeing the severed bodies on the ground. Such scenes were unimaginable to them. "Shuewu, Hairo Ruo Shui, it's good that you're all okay." The woman referred to as the deputy dean looked at the girls before her, relieved that they were safe, her eyes becoming slightly moist. Xiaoyu also approached, standing beside Jiang Ling, on guard against the two in front to prevent them from becoming desperate. The expressions of the leader and the second-in-command darkened as they looked at the 6 girls who had been rescued. The previously advantageous situation had been disrupted by these 2 youths. "Bastard!" The second-in-command was about to act in anger, but was firmly held back by the leader. "Big brother!" The second-in-command shouted, but the leader ignored him, staring at Jiang Ling and Xiaoyu. "This time, consider it our brother's loss. We have made an enemy. Since we are enemies, do you think I will let you leave?" Jiang Ling suddenly spoke, raising his left hand to create a crimson shield that enveloped the entire inn. The leader naturally noticed Jiang Ling's actions and spoke gloomily, like a crow cawing at night. "Kid, do you really think I can't do anything to you? Don't let your arrogance bury your life." As soon as he finished speaking, 6 soul rings, 2 yellow, 2 purple, and 2 black, slowly descended, a perfect configuration. The leader stepped forward. Just one step. A suffocating and oppressive atmosphere suddenly spread through the air, as if one was caught in a summer downpour, struggling to breathe. Even the light from the oil lamps inside the inn began to shrink, as if it could extinguish at any moment. Jiang Ling was not afraid, but the 6 girls behind him, who had almost lost their soul power, found it hard to resist. Jiang Ling furrowed his brow slightly, pointing his sword at the leader. As 5 soul rings descended from his body, yellow, purple, purple, black, black. A combination of soul rings never seen before slowly fell, countering the pressure from the leader. He calmly stated, "I told you, you can't leave today." The people from Tianshui, protected by Jiang Ling, stared in shock at the soul rings of this handsome, celestial-like young man. The 3 soul respect girls couldn't help but cover their slightly open mouths. Someone had broken through the limit of soul ring absorption. Although they had seen it many times before, every time, Xiaoyu still wanted to curse. What a freak. The leader was momentarily stunned, but quickly regained composure. His expression was as cold as water. Now was not the time for him to be surprised. Jiang Ling's attitude made him realize that this battle was inevitable. Since it couldn't be avoided, he decided to end it quickly. "Second brother, martial soul fusion," the leader suddenly shouted, throwing something into his mouth. "Yes, big brother." The 2 clasped hands, and their martial souls transformed into a cloud of earthy yellow mist. As the mist dissipated, their figures vanished, leaving only a giant wolf, entirely earthy yellow with black stripes. It looked somewhat comical, like a muddy dog, but its long mouth filled with sharp white teeth showcased its ferocity. "Kid, heaven has no way in, hell has no door. Since you seek death, we brothers will fulfill your wish," the giant wolf roared at the crowd. Chapter 151. It turns out to be what Xiaoyu's expression was grave as he gripped the moon blade tightly. Being able to fuse his martial soul with his sister made him more aware that this martial soul fusion was definitely not as simple as 1 + 1 = 2, especially since a soul emperor was performing it now. Jiang Ling felt quite speechless. Even a bandit robbing a dilapidated inn could perform martial soul fusion. Was martial soul fusion really that worthless? Xiaoyu, the shield has been lifted. Take them and go, Jiang Ling said, with his sword across his chest, the blade igniting with innate fire, glancing at Xiaoyu. The strength of this giant earth wolf was at least comparable to a soul sage, and the threat it posed to Xiaoyu was minimal. Facing such a high-level expert, he also needed to exert all his strength and had no spare energy to care for Xiaoyu and the Tianshui crowd. Jiang Ling, it's enough at this point. Saving people is fine, but there's no need to put yourself in danger. We can leave easily with our strength, Xiaoyu quickly transmitted. Don't worry, I know what I'm doing. A mere mud dog can't stir up any waves, Jiang Ling replied through their connection. Xiaoyu was about to send another message, but the earth wolf had no intention of giving them a chance and swiped down with a paw. Be careful, Jiang Ling flipped his left hand, a gentle soul power blowing toward the crowd, pushing them out of the attack range. Seven Suns' divine ability, Golden Bell Shield. With the delay provided by the Golden Bell Shield, Jiang Ling dodged the wolf's claw and said to Xiaoyu, take them away. Don't be a hindrance here. Xiaoyu saw that Jiang Ling was determined to save these people and, with no choice, gritted his teeth and shouted to the crowd, follow me. Young hero, be careful. The girl named Binger looked at Jiang Ling with concern in her eyes and called out. Having been saved by him, she felt they should face danger together now. But with her teacher and sisters around, who had no fighting power, staying here would only be a burden to him. The usually calm and composed girl hesitated for a moment before making her choice. Although she felt guilty, reason told her this was not the time to be willful. She memorized the appearances of those two and muttered to herself, benefactor, I, Shui Binger, vow that if you encounter misfortune, I will kill those two. Shui Binger then struggled to get up and helped her teacher beside her. Deputy Dean, big sister, teacher Ruo Shuang, is too seriously injured to move. The girl named Ruo Shui said, sobbing. Ruo Shuang was the soul sage who had been injured in the abdomen. Although she had taken hemostatic medicine, she was still unconscious from excessive blood loss. Xiaoyu also saw the unconscious Ruo Shuang, bypassed the girl named Ruo Shui, and directly picked up Ruo Shuang, urging, don't delay, let's go. Once they had exited the inn, Jiang Ling let out a sigh of relief. He had just been blocking the Earth Wolf's attacks on the Tianshui crowd, which was quite tiring. Looking at the Earth Wolf that was baring its fangs, he raised his tone slightly. Mud dog, let's have some fun. It's a wolf, not a dog, you bastard. I'll tear you apart. The Earth Wolf roared, unleashing claw strikes. Jiang Ling dodged where he could, and where he couldn't, he simply cleaved with his sword, showing no signs of pressure. Taunting, not bad. Is that called a dog claw? Come on, bastard. The Earth Wolf's eyes turned red, and its breathing became heavy as it recklessly attacked Jiang Ling. There was indeed something wrong. These were some strange tricks. Jiang Ling frowned as he spoke softly. As soon as they clashed, Jiang Ling noticed that the martial soul fusion of the two seemed different from what he knew. After missing multiple attacks, it became extremely enraged, seemingly retaining the instincts of a beast. Provoked by Jiang Ling, the beastly side was completely triggered. Now, the giant wolf, was it being controlled by the Soul Emperor and Soul King, or had the two already degenerated into beasts? Xiaoyu led the group for about 7 or 8 miles before stopping. Everyone, I'll take you this far. This is some excellent healing medicine. I need to go find my friend. We part ways here, and I hope to see you again, Xiaoyu said, setting down Ruo Shuang and taking out several medicine bottles to hand to the crowd. Young hero, wait. The effects of the tranquilizer in our bodies are about to wear off. Once I recover my soul power, I will accompany you. Deputy Dean Yulinling spoke up. Thank you for your kindness, but once you recover, please take them away quickly. Those two can't do anything to my friend. Xiaoyu refused and turned to leave. Although Xiaoyu's tone was impolite, the Tianshui crowd was not angry. Their lives had been saved by him, so how could they be angry? Xiaoyu's statement was not because he believed Jiang Ling could deal with the Earth Wolf, but out of trust in Yu. No matter how cold and indifferent the personality of the Yasha was, protecting Jiang Ling was a direct order from the Pope, and Yasha could not defy it. Xiaoyu, what you just said, is it true that the young hero will not be in danger? Shui Binger hurriedly followed up to ask as Xiaoyu was leaving, and Xiao Ruo Shui also ran over. Xiaoyu's name had been mentioned earlier in the inn. She had heard it from the person who saved her. It's true. Xiaoyu did not want to waste time answering these questions, but seeing Shui Binger was beautiful and her concern seemed genuine, he hesitated for a moment before replying. Hearing this, Shui Binger's face lit up, and the stone in her heart fell. She gently asked, then, can you tell me his name? No other meaning. Just want to remember my benefactor's name. His name is Jiang Ling. Jiang from Jiang Water, Ling from Tomb, Xiaoyu replied. The calm and reserved Shui Binger couldn't help but want to scoff at this introduction. Was there anyone who introduced a name like that? But she still said, "Thank you." Xiaoyu nodded and was about to leave. "Xiaoyu, my name is Qiu Ruoshui. Thank you for saving me, and I hope we meet again." Qiu Ruoshui hesitated for a long time in place. Seeing Xiaoyu about to leave, her feelings eventually overcame her inner shyness. With a slightly flushed face, she hurriedly said, "Goodbye." Xiaoyu casually nodded in response and turned to leave. Qiu Ruoshui felt a bit dejected when she noticed that Xiaoyu had not taken her words to heart and had given such a perfunctory reply. Shui Binger, standing nearby, couldn't help but find it amusing and comforted her sister by wrapping her arms around her waist. "By the way, I see your face is red, like you have a fever. This medicine can treat a cold. I'll give it to you." Just as Qiu Ruoshui was feeling down, Xiaoyu returned and stuffed a porcelain bottle into Qiu Ruoshui's hand. After saying that, he didn't delay any longer and flew towards the inn. Qiu Ruoshui stared blankly at the porcelain bottle in her hand, and after a while, she came to her senses, her face turning even redder as she murmured, "Turns out he's a blockhead. Big sister, why are you staring at me?" Qiu Ruoshui turned her head to look at Shui Binger, feeling a bit guilty as she spoke. "It's nothing. Didn't you have a fever? I just want to see how serious it was." After experiencing a life-and-death crisis, her mood lightened, and she couldn't help but tease. "Big sister, you're making fun of me again." Qiu Ruoshui's embarrassment intensified as she reached out to grab Shui Binger. During their playful scuffle, she accidentally pulled on her shoulder wound, causing Shui Binger to gasp. "Big sister, it's nothing." Chapter 152, Avalanche at the Inn Roar. Jiang Ling dodged the sharp teeth of the wolf, but was hit by its claw, crashing through the wall and flying into the courtyard. The Changhong sword carved a long trench in the ground before Jiang Ling barely managed to stop his backward momentum. The wolf lost its human rationality, no longer under the control of the Soul Master, and although it lost the Soul Master's varied combat methods, it gained even greater power. Jiang Ling wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and looked at the fully exposed, beast-like aspect of the wolf spirit. The innate fire swirling around the Changhong sword grew even more intense, flowing like magma. The temperature around him rose sharply, melting the ice and snow into water, which evaporated rapidly. "A beast, huh? You're much easier to deal with than a Soul Master. If you like violence, then I'll give you the most violent attack." The Changhong sword stood before him, suddenly trembling, the crimson sword reflecting Jiang Ling in a fiery red glow. The green blade was only 3 feet long, but its sword energy was immeasurable, shooting straight up into the sky like a bolt of lightning. Even the wolf, with its bloodthirsty eyes, showed signs of fear, wanting to escape but was locked in place by the sword energy, which left deep scars on its body. "Fire dance, whirlwind." Jiang Ling grasped the Changhong sword and soared into the sky, softly chanting. As Xiaoyu and the others returned to the inn, they only saw a burst of red light rising from distance. Even though they didn't get too close, the sword energy that filled the air still sent chills down their spines. Xiaoyu saw the sky being shredded into pieces by the red light, which transformed into a huge, swirling vortex hanging down from the heavens. When everything settled, there was no trace of the inn left, only a deep pit surrounded by desolation. And even the 2 dragon-scaled horses had vanished without a trace. Xiaoyu stood there in shock, his eyes wide with disbelief. A snowflake from the branch fell on his head, but he seemed unaware. Not only Xiaoyu, but also Yu Yi, who was secretly protecting Jiang Ling, widened her eyes and muttered to herself, "Is this really an attack from a Soul King? Jiang Ling, are you okay? Was that attack really from you?" Xiaoyu quickly rushed to Jiang Ling's side, asking one question after another. However, Jiang Ling seemed oblivious, standing with his eyes closed. "Jiang Ling? Jiang Ling?" Seeing Jiang Ling not respond, Xiaoyu thought he was injured and reached out to push him. "Don't move him. He's in enlightenment." Yu Yi suddenly appeared, gripping Xiaoyu's shoulder and speaking coldly. "Enlightenment?" A day later, Xiaoyu and Jiang Ling continued walking north. Yesterday, a single sword strike had caused a phenomenon in the heavens, destroying the inn and their mounts. Fortunately, they had reached the extreme northern region, and their destination was not far away. Jiang Ling was once again in enlightenment, grasping that profound field but still unable to master it. Jiang Ling estimated that his strength was still insufficient to control it, and from now on he just needed to practice step by step. When he achieved the rank of Soul Emperor, perhaps the field would form naturally. This trip had already achieved one of its goals, and Jiang Ling couldn't help but feel a sense of relief. It was good that it hadn't snowed in the extreme north, but once it did, it would be heavy snow lasting for several months, the kind that could bury a person. Without their mounts, Jiang Ling didn't dare to ride his sword. All he could see was a vast expanse of white. Riding the sword into the air would easily lead to losing direction, and the cold winds up high were even worse, with denser snowflakes, all of which required soul power to resist. In a place where accidents could happen at any moment, every bit of soul power became particularly important. To avoid getting separated from Jiang Ling, Yue began to travel together with him. The further north they went, the colder the weather became. Jiang Ling frequently saw soul beasts frozen in ice, and there were also humans. The three of them changed into warm clothing, leaving only their eyes exposed while wrapping themselves tightly. This was not only to resist the cold and the biting winds mixed with frost and snow, but also to hide their identities. As they got closer to the extreme north, soul masters became more prevalent. Occasionally, they could see the smoke rising from local homes, adding some different scenery to the white world, causing Jiang Ling and Xie Yu to smile. This meant they could have a good meal, get some sleep, and perhaps even take a hot bath. Jiang Ling, we're only 300 miles away from Hanzhuang City. If we continue on this route, we'll encounter a sky river that we must fly over. Otherwise, we'll have to take a detour, which would add at least 200 miles. Xie Yu said after studying the map for a long time. How wide is the sky river? Jiang Ling asked. At least 100 zhang. It's fine. It's not easy to lose direction over a short distance on the sword. We'll go straight, Jiang Ling replied, his expression relaxing. Yue stood beside them, listening to their discussion without saying a word. If it weren't for her conspicuous figure, she seemed to blend into the wind and snow, proving her skills as an assassin. Then let's keep going. Xie Yu put away the map and stood up. Jiang Ling nodded, but suddenly felt the ground tremble beneath the snow. At first, it was weak, but then it grew more intense. Jiang Ling's expression changed as he said in a deep voice, "It's an avalanche." The Changhong sword appeared beneath his feet, and Jiang Ling quickly scooped up Xie Yu. Yue, seeing the situation, lightly jumped and stood behind Jiang Ling, raising the Changhong sword high. In an instant, the spot where the three had been standing was engulfed by the surging frost and snow, erasing all traces of their presence. If Jiang Ling had been even a second slower, he would have been buried beneath the heavy snow. Jiang Ling suddenly thought of the ice sculptures they had encountered along the way. They were probably buried by this avalanche. In the face of such a natural disaster, even soul masters appeared unusually small. Xie Yu's face turned pale as he said with lingering fear, Jiang Ling. Jiang Ling watched as what looked like a white dragon surged through the snowfield, devouring everything in its path, and he fell silent. Jiang Ling slowly flew forward on his sword, and when the avalanche began to calm down, he finally landed. The people from the Tianshui Academy heading to Hanzhuang City were quite lucky, as they managed to avoid this avalanche. Otherwise, the losses would have been severe. A few days ago, after the strength of the Tianshui Academy members had recovered, although there was the assurance from Xie Yu, Shui Binger still felt a bit worried and requested her teacher Yu Linling to check the inn again, also leaving some time for Ru Shuang to recover. Yu Linling, having been saved by Jiang Ling, naturally Wu Ti refused and arranged for Qiu Ruoshui and Shui Wu to stay behind to take care of Ru Shuang while she took Shui Binger to the inn. Looking at the flattened inn and the large pit left behind, Shui Binger was left in a daze. What on earth happened? It should be known that even if her teacher had made a move, it would be impossible to create such a large pit and flatten the inn in one strike. Binger, don't worry. Perhaps after we left, a powerful person intervened, Yu Linling said, seeing the distraught Shui Binger, knowing well what her kind-hearted disciple was thinking. Although she felt regret in her heart, she still comforted her. And just this delay allowed the people from Tianshui to perfectly avoid that avalanche. Chapter 153. Hanzhuang City. The journey ahead did not encounter any more unexpected situations like avalanches. After 3 days of trekking, they finally arrived at Hanzhuang City. The first impression of Hanzhuang City for Jiang Ling was that it was high, almost at the same elevation as the mountains. The second impression was that it was majestic, a grand city. If Xingluo City and Tiando City were compared to handsome, young scholars of the world, then Hanzhuang City was like a general who had been through many battles, still tall and imposing despite the hardships faced. The city was large, rivaling the capitals of the two great empires, and on both sides were two mountain ranges. The city rose abruptly from the ground, towering into the clouds, perfectly connecting the two originally unconnected mountain ranges. To the north of Hanzhuang City was the territory of soul beasts. The soul beasts in the extreme north were not comparable to those in the starred Do Great Forest. Not only were their numbers fewer, but their strength was generally formidable. However, it was a dreamland for water or ice attribute soul masters to obtain soul rings. To reach this place, one must pass through Hanzhuang City. If one wished to hunt souls in the extreme north without going through Hanzhuang City, they would have to cross the mountain ranges on either side, which was nearly impossible to survive without the strength of a soul sage. Standing at the foot of Hanzhuang City, Jiang Ling looked up at the weathered old city and the powerful characters Hanzhuang City, suddenly feeling a surge of heroism in his heart. He recalled a line from a poem he often heard in his past life and couldn't help but softly recite. Thousands of mountains cold and desolate. The road to the clouds. A lifetime of wildness with a sword accompanying the night. Yin Yi and Xieyu, standing next to Jiang Ling, looked puzzled. Although they did not understand what Jiang Ling was saying, it sounded quite impressive, no, rather profound. As soon as they entered the city, Yin Yi disappeared again. Jiang Ling, though helpless, did not stop her. What should we do next to investigate? Xieyu asked, as he knew very little about Hanzhuang City and even less about the extreme north. First, let's go to the Spirit Hall to understand the recent movements of the Evil Soul Masters and also get to know the situation in Hanzhuang City, Jiang Ling said, glancing at a group of people passing by on the street. Judging by their attire, they seemed to be members of other factions, causing him to frown slightly. Before coming here, Jiang Ling had asked his teacher for information about Hanzhuang City in the extreme north, but Bai Dong had not provided it, only giving him the information about the elder stationed at the Spirit Hall in Hanzhuang City. The rest was left for him to understand on his own. Whatever he needed to do, the members of the Spirit Hall in Hanzhuang City would listen to his commands. The entrance of the Spirit Hall, unlike the resplendent gold and jade he was accustomed to, exuded an ancient feel. Halt! The guards at the door crossed their spears, blocking the two. Call your captain of the guards. We are sent by the higher-ups, Jiang Ling said calmly. The two guards exchanged glances. Seeing Jiang Ling's extraordinary demeanor and sensing he was not lying, one of them hesitated for a moment and said, "Wait a moment." Before long, a burly man with a bushy beard that looked like grass approached, holding a chicken leg in his hand. If it weren't for the Spirit Hall guard captain uniform he was wearing, Jiang Ling would have believed he was a bandit. To Jiang Ling's surprise, such a scruffy-looking person actually had the strength of a soul sage. It was known that this level of strength was enough to be the master of a Spirit Hall. How could he still be just a small guard captain? You say you were sent by the higher-ups, but do you have any proof? The burly man asked directly. Jiang Ling took out the Pope's token and held it up in front of the man. Take me to see Elder Bai Li Bing. What do you want? The man reached out with his greasy hand to take the Pope's token, but Jiang Ling quickly retracted his right hand and scolded him. Oh well, I don't recognize the token in your hand. I just wanted to take it to show the elder, the burly man said, not angry, but rather embarrassed as he withdrew his hand. You, as the captain of the guards, don't even recognize the Pope's token, Jiang Ling said in surprise. In the end, Jiang Ling did not give the Pope's token to him. The burly man, instead feeling humiliated under Jiang Ling's reprimand, took the initiative to lead Jiang Ling and Xieyu to find Bai Li Bing. Elder Guchun, someone wants to see you. The burly man did not take Jiang Ling to the main hall, but instead brought him to a courtyard, respectfully greeting a middle-aged man who was arranging tea utensils. The middle-aged man looked somewhat different from Jiang Ling's expectations. He was dressed like a scholar, pale, and appeared somewhat frail. I am Jiang Ling. Jiang Ling raised the Pope's token and said, Bai Li Bing, I have met the Holy Sun. The middle-aged man stood up and nodded slightly before sitting back down. Instructing the burly man, Shao Dai, you may leave now. Shao Dai? Xieyu's eyes widened in surprise. Jiang Ling, however, did not pay attention to the burly man's name. Bai Li Bing's attitude puzzled Jiang Ling. Although the Holy Sun status was not much higher than that of an elder, Bai Li Bing's cold demeanor was excessive. Hadn't his teacher already arranged everything? Bai Li Bing, Martial Spirit Ice Sculpture, rank 92 Title Duo, Title Cold Ice, has been stationed in Hanzhuang City for 5 years. Jiang Ling said, sitting opposite Bai Li Bing. The Holy Sun knows quite a bit. It seems you have done a lot of research on Hanzhuang City before coming. Bai Li Bing said with a smile, pouring a cup of tea and pushing it toward Jiang Ling. I haven't learned much. My teacher only told me that all members of the Spirit Hall in Hanzhuang City will listen to my commands. Jiang Ling stated straightforwardly, reaching for the cup of tea, but his gaze did not leave Bai Li Bing for a moment. Of course, I have received the Pope's order and will naturally comply. Bai Li Bing replied naturally, showing no anger at having his power shared. Jiang Ling raised an eyebrow, feeling uncertain about Bai Li Bing's true thoughts, and asked, then please introduce the situation in Hanzhuang City and the chaos of the Evil Soul Masters. This, Holy Sun. First try the tea I personally brewed and see how it tastes. You must be tired and hungry after your journey. Let's discuss official matters later. First have a meal and rest well, and I will make arrangements, Bai Li Bing said, his embarrassment fleeting as he warmly invited. Jiang Ling was taken aback by Bai Li Bing's sudden enthusiasm, and by the time he came to his senses, the man had already disappeared without a trace. Jiang Ling couldn't help but frown deeply. Bai Li Bing had claimed he was greedy for power and unwilling to submit to him. Yet his previous response did not seem insincere. Now, however, he was stalling when asked to explain the situation in Hanzhuang City. Xieyu, what do you think of Bai Li Bing? Jiang Ling looked at the nearby Xieyu and asked. His speech and actions were completely unstructured, his behavior eccentric and inscrutable. Xieyu also shook his head. It seemed that this trip to the extreme north would not go smoothly. Jiang Ling looked at the tea in his cup, which was wafting a rich aroma, and sighed. On the other side, where are Xiao Dai and Chuan? Bai Li Bing, having left the courtyard, quickly found a big man and asked. Elder, Sister Chuan seems to have gone to buy food for this month. She said there are distinguished guests coming and that she needs to entertain them well. Xiao Dai scratched her head and said, the distinguished guests have already arrived. Hurry up and find that girl, quick, 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 Bai Li Bing urged. Ah, yes, Elder, I'm going right now. Chapter 154. A desolate place, Xieyu. Do you feel that the martial soul branch here is particularly, desolate? Jiang Ling's fingers came together, brushing against the wall of the conference hall, looking at the white-brown dust on his hand, his expression somewhat unusual. After Bai Li Bing left, there was not even anyone to receive the two of them. Jiang Ling drank up the tea in his cup and simply wandered around the martial soul hall in this frost city. The more he wandered, the more he felt that something was off. Along the way, they hadn't seen a single person. It seemed that this place hadn't been visited in a long time. Not only here, but many places they passed were also quite dilapidated. Some even collapsed due to the wind and snow, with no signs of repairs. If it weren't for the plaque of our martial soul hall hanging outside, I would definitely think this was just an ordinary abandoned residence. Xieyu sighed as well. He couldn't understand how a martial soul branch with a titled Douluo station here could be so desolate. Don't think about it. Bai Li Bing can't be avoided. It won't be long before you find out. Jiang Ling patted Xieyu on the shoulder and said, Xieyu nodded, his expression shifting, looking at Jiang Ling's hand that had just pulled back from the wall, his face darkening, and coldly said, if I'm not mistaken, that hand of yours just touched the wall, right? Just as Jiang Ling was contemplating how to smooth things over, a sudden shout came from outside, which sounded like music to his ears. Holy Sun! Although the person was calling out, their footsteps were hurriedly approaching the main hall, clearly knowing the two were here. Someone is looking for us. Let's go out first. Jiang Ling coughed lightly and said, without waiting for Xieyu to speak. He walked toward the entrance of the hall. As soon as Jiang Ling stepped out of the hall, he saw that the person calling him was a woman in her 20s. Her facial features were soft, and while she wasn't stunning at first glance, she was very pleasant to look at, especially those gem-like eyes, which were particularly enchanting in this world of pure white snow. Her skin could not be described as white, but it was also not dark. It was a very healthy, warm white color. You're the Holy Sun, Jiang Ling? I am Bai Li Chuan. Bai Li Bing is my teacher. It's almost noon, and I've come to find you both for a meal. The woman quickly ran up to Jiang Ling and bowed to him. Thank you, Miss Bai Li. This is Xieyu. Jiang Ling nodded and introduced Xieyu, who still had a serious face, to Bai Li Chuan. Hello. Bai Li Chuan smiled and greeted Xieyu. Looking at the bright smile of Bai Li Chuan, Jiang Ling thought to himself, she is still a spirited girl. Although she is not exactly young anymore, her energy remains. With a beautiful girl smiling to greet him, Xieyu couldn't respond with a grim face, so he slightly twitched the corners of his mouth, revealing a stiff smile. Jiang Ling couldn't help but laugh and said, Miss Bai Li, please lead the way. I'm quite hungry after the journey. Okay, Holy Sun. There is no need to be polite. You can call me Bai Li Chuan or Xiao Chuan. Bai Li Chuan replied respectfully. I see you are a few years older than me, so I will call you Sister Chuan. You don't have to call me Holy Sun. Just call me Jiang Ling or Xiao Ling, Jiang Ling said softly. Really? The Holy Sun won't hold it against me? Bai Li Chuan's eyes brightened in surprise. No, I won't. Jiang Ling smiled lightly. That is great. When you arrived, I was worried about not getting along. So I specially bought a lot of good wine and dishes, spending all of next month's living expenses, just afraid I wouldn't entertain you well. Bai Li Chuan said, seemingly relieved, as she placed a hand on Jiang Ling's shoulder, looking pained. The drastic difference in their attitudes left Jiang Ling and Xieyu momentarily stunned. Seeing the two of them like this, Bai Li Chuan's face turned red, and she quickly withdrew her hand from Jiang Ling's shoulder, muttering softly, "I'm just this kind of person. It's the Holy Sun who said he wouldn't hold it against me." Being in the extreme north and a disciple of the highest authority in the martial soul branch here, the martial soul hall's main temple couldn't manage it effectively. It was almost equivalent to a regional governor. With such an identity, how could Bai Li Chuan be accustomed to showing respect to someone younger than her? "I didn't mean to hold it against you. I just think Sister Chuan is quite genuine, unlike most women, right, Xiaoyu?" Jiang Ling quickly said to bring the conversation back. "Unlike most women," Xiaoyu repeated. "Thank you for the compliments, you two younger brothers." Bai Li Chuan grinned, revealing two adorable tiger teeth. Jiang Ling and Xiaoyu exchanged glances, both realizing that this woman was quite familiar. "Sister Chuan, can you tell me why the martial soul hall here is so desolate, and what is the situation in Frost City?" Jiang Ling, who was taken a dime by Bai Li Chuan, asked. Bai Li Chuan was not like Bai Li Bing, who was evasive. She spoke frankly. "The extreme north is not like the Central Plains capital. Not only is the environment harsh, but the resources are also pitifully scarce, and it is very far from Martial Soul City, making management difficult. Therefore, the disciples sent here to guard the Martial Soul Hall are very few, all newly recruited. As of now, there are only 3 people in the Frost City Martial Soul Hall, my teacher, Xiao Dai, and me." "Only 3 people?" Jiang Ling's expression stiffened as he asked. "Yes, there were originally a few more, but due to insufficient funds, I had to dismiss them." Originally, Xiao Dai was also going to resign, but since he was saved by my teacher, he volunteered to stay without pay. Bai Li Chuan said softly, feeling that the operation of this Martial Soul Hall was quite miserable. "But there are still 2 guards at the entrance, right?" Jiang Ling suddenly recalled the 2 people at the door. "Knowing you were coming, those 2 are just here to maintain appearances." In the Central Plains capital, even in the capitals of the 2 major empires, the Martial Soul Hall is a landmark building, and its strength is second to none. The highest authority in the Martial Soul Hall is only a platinum bishop, a soul Douluo's strength. Yet here in the Frost City Martial Soul Hall, the person in charge is still a title Douluo. How could it be managed like this? Jiang Ling's voice became solemn, his tone slightly angry. In the Central Plains, the Martial Soul City is a holy place in the hearts of all soul masters. With Martial Soul City as a backing, the martial soul branches in every capital are respected. But Frost City is different. The Martial Soul Hall's reputation has little influence on the soul masters here. And 2 major families dominate the local area, their influence far surpassing ours. My teacher, though a title Daw, is merely a strong dragon crossing a river and cannot suppress the local snakes. Bai Li Chuan explained with a wry smile as she saw Jiang Ling getting angry. "What do you mean? Do these 2 families also have titled Douluos?" Jiang Ling's expression changed slightly as he inquired. "A strong dragon, like a titled Douluo, cannot suppress the local snakes, which only has one explanation. These local snakes are also titled Douluos or have comparable strength to titled Douluos." "Yes. The 2 families are the Zhao family and the Lu family. The Lu family has a titled Douluo whose strength is above my teacher, while the Zhao family is slightly weaker, with only an 89th level soul Douluo." Bai Li Chuan nodded in response. "Are these 2 families working together to exclude our Martial Soul Hall?" Jiang Ling's eyes darkened slightly as he said coldly, "No. The strength of the Lu family is too great, and the Zhao family is afraid of being swallowed, so they chose to cooperate with us." Bai Li Chuan was silent for a while before speaking. Jiang Ling stopped in his tracks and looked at Bai Li Chuan. If the 2 major families teamed up to suppress the Spirit Hall, leading to the current bleak situation, Jiang Ling would reluctantly accept it. But now there was a local tyrant on his side, and managing things so poorly was somewhat unreasonable. Bai Li Chuan met Jiang Ling's gaze, feeling a bit guilty. No matter how magnanimous and calm Jiang Ling was, the aura of someone who had been in a high position for a long time could not be erased. When he smiled, it felt like a spring breeze. But when he lowered his face, it meant he was truly angry. Chapter 155. Movements from all directions when we first arrived at the Frost City. My teacher had a match with the head of the Lu family, Lu Qing, and lost. Bai Li Chuan seemed to finally be unable to bear Jiang Ling's gaze, turning around to throw his teacher under the bus. Bai Li Chuan was about to speak when Jiang Ling interrupted him, saying, "No need to say more, I understand. Your teacher has given up, right?" "Huh?" Bai Li Chuan did not understand what Jiang Ling meant by giving up. "It's nothing. Do you know the specific strength of this Lu Qing?" Jiang Ling took a deep breath and asked. "I asked afterward, but the teacher didn't say." Bai Li Chuan replied. Jiang Ling did not comment. Being able to defeat Bai Li Bing and apparently losing quite thoroughly meant he must have at least level 95 strength. This Douluo continent was truly filled with hidden talents. If one really thought that the few titled Douluos on the surface were all there was, they would probably drown in this continent. Then what's the deal with the evil soul masters? Jiang Ling took a step forward and continued walking. The matter of the evil soul masters was leaked to us by the Zhao family. Afterward, I also investigated, and there were indeed traces of their activities. The Pope had previously ordered that all matters regarding the evil soul masters be reported, so we dared not hide it and reported it as soon as we discovered it. Originally, Belituan thought that since his teacher was a titled Douluo with great strength, the Pope wouldn't send anyone and would let them handle it themselves. Who knew that not only did they send someone, but they sent the Holy Son. You investigated. What about Bailey Bing? Jiang Ling, unaware of his thoughts, continued to inquire. My teacher entrusted all matters of the Spirit Hall to me. Anyway, I've said everything that should and shouldn't be said, so I won't hide it anymore. Belituan said without any pretense. Huh, so you really gave up completely? Jiang Ling sneered. If Jiang Ling remembered correctly, this extreme North Territory was something Bailey Bing had applied for voluntarily. Because the Spirit Hall hadn't reached the point of luxury enough to send a titled Douluo to this bitterly cold place. Belituan looked at Jiang Ling's expression and could only silently pray for his teacher. Teacher, take care of yourself. Although the Spirit Hall in Frost City was desolate and dilapidated, it still had winding paths, but all the halls along the way were dark and gloomy. Only when they reached the furthest northern courtyard did they find a glimmer of light, no longer feeling the previous desolation, but instead giving off a hint of warmth. The world contains the 5 elements, with the northern direction corresponding to water, and in the extreme north, the water elements are even more abundant. Despite being in the extreme north, Bailey Bing had set her residence in the northern area, which showed that she had never slacked off in her own cultivation. Teacher, Jiang Ling is here. Belituan hurriedly walked a few steps to open the door and shouted into the courtyard, showing no shyness typical of ordinary girls, which made Jiang Ling have a good impression of her. How rude. You should address him as the Holy Son. Bailey Bing, lying on a reclining chair, got up and pretended to be angry. The recliner was placed at the entrance of the living room, offering a great view of the snow. Was it not tiresome to see heavy snow for several months? What? It's Jiang Ling's permission for me to call him that. Belituan pouted and said playfully, of course. A spoiled girl has the best fortune. Don't blame the Holy Son. This crazy girl just has this kind of personality. Bailey Bing looked at Jiang Ling apologetically. It's fine. I think Sister Chuan is quite genuine. Jiang Ling said blandly, leaving the rest unsaid, believing that Bailey Bing understood. Bailey Bing looked helplessly at the girl behind her. At this time, Belituan playfully stuck out her tongue, her gaze wandering, but she didn't look at Bailey Bing. Holy Son, I understand. I will organize some information and intelligence about Frost City and the evil soul masters later, and let Chuaner deliver it to you. Let us have a meal first. Bailey Bing helplessly bowed to Jiang Ling. Jiang Ling nodded, entered and sat down, glanced at the standing figures of Xie Yu and Belituan, and softly said, what are you standing there for? Sit down. Thank you. Jiang Ling. Belituan's face lit up with joy as she sat beside Jiang Ling, completely ignoring the darkened expression of Bailey Bing. Seeing Belituan sit down, Xie Yu also took a seat on the other side, as Jiang Ling had spoken. After several days of traveling, they had been eating cold and hard rations, though the food on the table could not be called delicacies. It was already quite rare in this extreme northern land. What surprised Jiang Ling was that Bailey Bing actually did not drink alcohol, while Belituan, the girl, had a remarkable capacity for liquor. Thus, an odd scene unfolded where the 2 highest-ranked individuals only ate vegetables, while the 2 companions were toasting each other. Just as Belituan and Xie Yu were getting tipsy, a fair and plump man walked in. Who is this? Jiang Ling asked in confusion. He remembered that Belituan had said there were only 3 official personnel here, and he had met them all. Who is this person? Return to the Holy Son. This is Sundai, the one who came to pick you up in the morning. I was afraid his appearance would frighten the Holy Son, so I ordered him to cut his hair and shave his beard. Bailey Bing put down her tea and explained. For a moment, not only was Jiang Ling stunned, but even Xie Yu, who was drinking, was shocked, and even Belituan did not notice when she clinked glasses with him. I've never heard that shaving one's beard could make one's skin turn white. If you said he had changed into a different person, I would believe it. Since you're here, sit together, Jiang Ling said with a warm smile. Sundai, however, was taken aback, looking somewhat panicked as he glanced at Bailey Bing, seemingly seeking her opinion. Jiang Ling could not help but feel curious. After all, he was a soul sage, and even if he needed to seek approval, He shouldn't show such a panicked expression upon hearing his words. After receiving Bailey Bing's nod, Sun Dai cautiously sat down beside Beilichuan, his eyes lighting up at the sight of the food on the table. Thus, the personnel of the Spirit Hall in Frost City were gathered, excluding the two outsiders, Jiang Ling and Xieyu. The remaining three were quite strange. The one with the most masculine name was a woman, while the two with the most feminine names were men. At the same time, the Liu family was hosting a distinguished guest. This guest was merely at the Soul Sect level, but he had a Soul Douluo level bodyguard. What caught the eye even more was his pair of hands, which were still wearing completely black gloves despite eating. Sitting opposite him was someone Jiang Ling did not know, but Bailey Bing certainly recognized him. It was Lu Qing, who had defeated her. This scene inevitably led to speculation about this young man's identity, as he could converse as an equal with someone of the Soul Sect level. On the other side, the Zhao family. Head of the family, the Liu family has been making frequent moves recently. They are intending to unify the entire Frost City. We need to make plans early. At a high position, a robust man who looked to be only in his 40s furrowed his brows and slowly said, "I'm already aware." After everyone had left, the man stood up and slowly walked towards the backyard. On the other side, at a theater, a patron watching the performance was leisurely enjoying the show on stage, dressed in blue men's clothing and looking even more beautiful than the women. If a man with a penchant for cross-dressing were to see this scene, he would probably lose his soul. 100 miles south of Frost City, several women wrapped in large cloaks were still on their way. At a brothel, a short, pudgy man with a mohawk and red hair was straining to sell his strength. At a tavern, a man in his 50s with a strong build, a hooked nose, and wearing black-framed crystal glasses that made him look quite cunning, was gathering information, accompanied by a gray-clothed youth with distinct features, handsome with peach blossom eyes, curiously surveying his surroundings. For a moment, it seemed that Frost City was buzzing with activity from all directions. Chapter 156. The Poison of Desire. As night fell, Jiang Ling and Xieyu settled into a newly cleaned room, flipping through the materials sent by Lichuan. After a while, Jiang Ling put down the documents and sighed. The Liu family holds a dominant position in Frost City, but to fully control such a large place is still lacking. Looking at their actions over the past few years, whether it was suppressing Bailey Bing or the Zhao family, they maintained a measured approach, taking their time. However, recently their style has changed dramatically. They are clinging tightly to the Zhao family without fear of them completely siding with our Spirit Hall. And this shift coincides with the sudden arrival of the evil Spirit Master in Frost City. You mean the Liu family is collaborating with the evil Spirit Master? Xieyu frowned, saying that shouldn't be the case. No matter how remote the extreme north is, the evil Spirit Master's notorious reputation is widespread. If this were to be exposed, the consequences would be unbearable for them. If the Liu family were to be mired in such a situation, with their survival hanging by a thread, it could be understood. But now, as the foremost family in Frost City, they have immense power and have no need to take such a huge risk by collaborating with someone infamous like the evil Spirit Master. No, it's entirely possible. Look at this. Jiang Ling tossed a book from his left hand to Xieyu. This book detailed the life of Lu Qing, from his childhood to his leadership of the entire family. Such impressive accomplishments. They've even compiled his biography. Xieyu said, somewhat speechless, glancing at the cover that read biography of Lu Qing. It's definitely not compiled by Bailey Bing. I suspect it's about 80% likely to have been organized by the Zhao family. But it should all be true. Bailey Bing wouldn't dare to fool me with fake information, Jiang Ling said softly. After that, the room fell into silence again. Only the howling wind and snow could be heard outside. Jiang Ling didn't rush him, picking up a nearby book titled Frost City Chronicle and quietly waiting for Xieyu to finish reading the biography. Lu Qing was born a bastard child and originally had no chance of inheriting the family. However, he was unwilling to be just a playboy. He was someone who aspired to be above others. To put it nicely, he had lofty ambitions, but to put it bluntly, he was ambitious. Under this ambition, those with the identity and strength to inherit the family head position either went missing or died under mysterious circumstances. As the Liu family remained unaware of what was truly happening, they found that Lu Qing was the only one left who could inherit the family and continue its glory. Xieyu closed the book and said, as for Lu Qing, he was born a bastard child and originally had no chance to inherit the family. However, he was unwilling to just be a playboy. He was someone who aspired to be above others. To put it nicely, he had lofty ambitions, but to put it bluntly, he was ambitious. Hearing this, Jiang Ling couldn't help but think of the breathtaking woman from Tiando City. However, The difference between the two was that Qianren Xue was driven by her own heart, while Lu Qing was driven by circumstances beyond his control. Ambition is a form of desire, and it grows little by little. No one is born with the ability to conquer the world. Lu Qing lived a hard life as a child, facing exclusion from his siblings. At that time, all he wanted was to eat well and sleep soundly, without being bullied, and he never imagined that he would one day become the head of the family. But when he awakened his martial soul and showed remarkable talent, he gradually gained attention and developed the strength to compete, allowing the thought of the family head position to arise within him. If he can sit there, why can't I? Once the thought arises, it becomes possible to act on it. Once acted upon, there's a chance for success. Desire is like a boulder rolling down a mountain. Once it starts, it cannot be stopped. With the ambition to control an entire city, Lu Qing saw the evil spirit master as a means to achieve that ambition and had no reason to refuse. Moreover, such people are very self-confident and often take great risks. Losing once can lead to ruin. Jiang Ling squinted his sharp eyes and sneered. Having ambition is fine, but one must not lose basic morals. Recently, there have been many inexplicable disappearances, including spirit masters, which are speculated to be the work of the evil spirit master. However, in Jiang Ling's view, the Lu family's role in this is far greater than that of the evil spirit master. The noise created is so large. If an evil spirit master hasn't been caught, then there must be someone protecting them. Or those who appear to be capturing evil spirit masters are actually the true evil spirit masters. Xiaoyu, illuminated by the lamp, looked at Jiang Ling and suddenly realized she couldn't see through him. Previously, she thought he was just a sword-obsessed person uninterested in power. But now she saw him analyzing human nature with such clarity, and he was also well-versed in the game of power. Unable to help herself, she spoke up. What about you? Now that you become the Holy Son, is your next goal the Pope? Impossible. I could never become the Pope, not in this lifetime. I even regret becoming the Holy Son. Jiang Ling seemed to recall the fear of being controlled by his teacher, shivering slightly, and hurriedly said. Seeing this, Xiaoyu smacked her forehead with the book, realizing that her earlier thoughts were indeed an illusion. Jiang Ling was still the same Jiang Ling, unchanged at all. As night completely darkened, Xiaoyu returned to her room, while Jiang Ling walked to the window and opened it, expecting the cold wind and snow to rush into the room. However, that scene did not occur. It was as if an invisible barrier blocked the wind and snow from entering. Under the moonlight, the outside appeared even brighter than inside Jiang Ling's room. However, the cold was bone-chilling. Even beautiful snow can become tiresome after too much of it, just like Jiang Ling. After only a month of viewing it, he couldn't say he was tired of it, but he certainly couldn't say he liked it either. Yet, some people, after decades of seeing it, never grow tired. Those are the assassins. When they kill, the blood splatters on the snow, leaving no scent, and all traces disappear with the falling snowflakes, leaving nothing behind. Even a corpse would be swallowed by the vast snow within moments. An hour ago, a group of masked individuals ambushed a team of spirit masters who had yet to enter the city, killing one to warn 100, instantly making everyone afraid to resist. The slain spirit master lay in the snow, and soon he was covered by the white blanket. Mourning after a continuous stretch of over 10 days without sleeping in a bed, Jiang Ling lingered in bed until the sun was high in the sky before getting dressed and washing up. The spirit hall was so dilapidated that there were naturally no maidservants to attend to him. Fortunately, the extreme north lacked many things, but it was never short of water. Bali Chuan, good morning. I thought the Holy Son was always diligent, but it turns out you can also be lazy. Bali Chuan, who was exercising in the courtyard, came out upon seeing Jiang Ling and teased him. Jiang Ling found the title of brother from Bai Li Chuan quite bothersome. Just as he was about to speak, Xiaoyu also came out, looking somewhat unwell. She had drunk quite a bit the previous evening and had been dragged by Jiang Ling to review materials late into the night. So it was no wonder her spirits were low. Perfect, you're both up. Let us go out for a meal. I'll take you. Bai Li Chuan's eyes lit up when he saw Xiaoyu had also come out. Going out to eat? Xiaoyu asked in surprise. What? Do you expect me to cook? Bai Li Chuan exaggeratedly pointed at himself and pouted. Jiang Ling's expression stiffened slightly. This woman had such a rich range of expressions. Whoever married her would undoubtedly be thoroughly dominated after marriage. Jiang Ling rubbed his cheeks, softening his stiff face back to its usual demeanor. Looking at the helplessly staring Xiaoyu, Bai Li Chuan said, Then let's go out to eat. Yay! Bai Li Chuan's figure swayed as she came to Jiang Ling's side, grabbing his wrist with a surprised expression, and said, Then let's hurry up. I'm starving. Wait, shouldn't we call Elder Bai Li and Sun Dai? Jiang Ling quickly asked as he was pulled along by Bai Li Chuan for a few steps. My teacher won't eat with me. He's fine with just tea. And Xiao Dai hasn't woken up yet. I'll bring it to her later. Come on, let's go. Bai Li Chuan tightened her grip on Jiang Ling's arm a little more and said playfully, Chuan Jia. Hey. Chapter 157. 1,000 Faces. A quarter of an hour later, Jiang Ling, let me tell you, this restaurant really has the best food. It's the best in Han Shuang City, no exceptions. Bai Li Chuan excitedly explained, pointing at the 4-story restaurant in front of them, her cheeks slightly flushed from excitement. Chuan Jia, it's just an ordinary breakfast. No need to be so extravagant. I think that wonton stall we passed by when we came here was pretty good. Jiang Ling, still a bit overwhelmed by Bai Li Chuan's enthusiasm, explained, besides, we still have other places to go after eating. We can't stay here too long. No way. You came from afar. My teacher instructed me to treat you well. If you refuse, my teacher will definitely punish me. Seeing Jiang Ling turn to leave, Bai Li Chuan quickly grabbed his arm and said in a soft, almost tearful voice. If bystanders who didn't know the truth saw this scene, they would surely think Jiang Ling had wronged this seemingly cute and weak girl. No, Chuan Jia. Then let's do what you say, let's go in. Jiang Ling calmly pulled his arm away from her soft embrace. Although it was comfortable, he had already made up his mind to keep his distance from Bai Li Chuan. For the first time, Jiang Ling found it difficult to deal with a woman. He couldn't see through Bai Li Chuan, so he decided to maintain distance. Excuse me, what would you like to order? As soon as they entered the hall, a waiter approached them. I'll have something simple. Jiang Ling started, but was interrupted by Bai Li Chuan. Bring us one of everything delicious you have in a private room. Sure. The waiter's eyes lit up at the sight of a big order. No, Chuan Jia, we still have things to do later. Jiang Ling said softly. Oh, it will be quick, Jiang Ling, please, or I won't be able to explain to my teacher. Bai Li Chuan clasped her hands together and pouted at Jiang Ling, all right. Jiang Ling nodded helplessly. The three of them walked into the reserved private room, and after a while, the dishes began to arrive one after another. Bai Li Chuan's way of eating was quite bold and carefree, even more so than Jiang Ling and Xie, which he had already seen yesterday. Come on, let's drink. Bai Li Chuan handed the wine jug to Xie, knowing Jiang Ling didn't drink. Not today. We have things to do later. Xie refused. It's fine. Just a little bit. Bai Li Chuan encouraged. Better not. Xie shook her head. Sai, you guys really? Fine, I'll drink by myself. Bai Li Chuan said, somewhat exasperated. It must be said that Bai Li Chuan's drinking was not much different from drinking water, which made Jiang Ling somewhat envious. As the sun set, they finished eating, though most of it had gone into Bai Li Chuan's stomach, while Jiang Ling and Xie hardly touched their food. Jiang Ling looked out the window and frowned, asking, Isn't it about time we leave? Yeah, okay. Bai Li Chuan finished her last sip of wine and wiped her mouth with her sleeve. Sai, sir, that will be a total of 100 gold soul coins. Who will pay? The standing waiter nodded and bowed, but his gaze fell on Xie and Jiang Ling. Seeing this, Jiang Ling was taken aback and looked at Bai Li Chuan, his face darkening. He saw Bai Li Chuan with her head down, pinching her clothing. A small foot in embroidered shoes gently kicking the table without making any sound, looking just like someone who had done something wrong. At this moment, Jiang Ling realized what was happening. The fear of being scolded by his teacher was all fake, but being tricked into eating and drinking was real. Jiang Ling's face darkened as he took out a bag of gold soul coins and threw it to the waiter, turning to Xie and saying, Let's go. He then stepped out, ignoring Bai Li Chuan. Xie followed suit. Bai Li Chuan quickly caught up. Jiang Ling walked down the street with a stern face. He was genuinely angry. Perhaps because of her guilty conscience, Bai Li Chuan lagged behind them by several steps, hanging back. I haven't had good food in a long time either. It's my birthday today, and I don't have money, so I wanted to drag you along. I didn't expect it to cost so much. Unable to bear the atmosphere, Bai Li Chuan quickly ran a few steps ahead, saying pitifully to Jiang Ling. Jiang Ling remained unmoved, walking past Bai Li Chuan. I figured out, this woman is not only quirky but also full of lies. I know I was wrong. I can pay you back for that money later. Please don't be so angry. Bai Li Chuan followed behind, Jiang Ling apologizing. Hearing this, Jiang Ling suddenly stopped, causing Bai Li Chuan to bump her forehead against his back. Jiang Ling turned to look at Bai Li Chuan, who was holding her forehead in pain, furrowing his brow and coldly saying, It's not about the 100 gold soul coins. Knowing we have things to do, you still acted recklessly and wasted time. If we solve the matter, I can treat you to 3 days and nights in a restaurant without any problem. Really? Bai Li Chuan's eyes lit up. You. Jiang Ling was furious, feeling that everything he said was in vain. He waved his sleeve and turned to leave, ignoring Bai Li Chuan. Sai, don't be angry. Wandering around on the street is useless. If you want to investigate, you need to contact the upper class. Bai Li Chuan grabbed Jiang Ling's arm and said, There is a gathering tonight. Young people with some status in Han Shuang City will be there, including Lu Qing's son, and I'm also on the invitation list. You knew about this gathering long ago. Why didn't you say anything sooner? Jiang Ling paused, his expression changing. I didn't know you were in such a hurry. You just arrived yesterday, and you're already starting to investigate. Bai Li Chuan said with a hint of reproach. But you mustn't lie to us again in the future. Jiang Ling coughed lightly and glanced at Xie. So, I don't have to pay back that 100 gold soul coins? No need. I'm not short on that little money. By the way, did you just say today is your birthday? Is that true? Don't lie. Jiang Ling emphasized again. Oh, it's fake. Bai Li Chuan quickly swallowed her words and said awkwardly. You very good. Jiang Ling pointed at Bai Li Chuan and took a long time to say. Originally feeling guilty for misunderstanding her and wanted to help her celebrate a birthday to make up for it. Now that guilt was completely gone. Jiang Ling broke free from Bai Li Chuan's arm and walked straight towards the Martial Soul Hall. Hey, you can consider this as an early birthday celebration. Bai Li Chuan shouted from behind. Where are you going now? Bai Li Chuan asked again when Jiang Ling didn't respond. Going home, but the Martial Soul Hall is to the north and you're going south now. I'm just confused because of you. Jiang Ling turned back to look at Bai Li Chuan, who was trying to hold back laughter, and said angrily, since there is a gathering of high-ranking individuals in the evening, we can postpone the shopping for now. Jiang Ling and the others returned directly to the Spirit Hall, and just as they were approaching the entrance, Jiang Ling suddenly thought, Chuan Jie, did you forget to pack food for Sun Dai? It seems I really forgot. I've eaten most of those dishes, so it's not good to pack them now, Bai Li Chuan said without feeling ashamed at all. Phew, go buy 2 more portions then. Jiang Ling rubbed his forehead, genuinely feeling exhausted. Okay, but I don't have any money. Bai Li Chuan shrugged her delicate white hands and said, Here, take it. Chapter 158. Strategies to enter the game. Looking at Bai Li Chuan's departing figure, Jiang Ling seemed to be speaking to Xie, but it also felt like he was talking to himself. Now that this matter is settled, let us change the people at the Spirit Hall in Frosty City. In the evening, Jiang Ling and the others went to the banquet, which was held at the Lu family's residence. On the way, Jiang Ling and Xie remained silent, while Bai Li Chuan chattered nonstop. As they neared the Lu family, Bai Li Chuan suddenly asked, Jiang Ling, how old are you this year, and what level is your soul power? Jiang Ling was taken aback and vaguely replied, almost 18, Soul King. He didn't mention his specific soul power. Bai Li Chuan was momentarily stunned, then looked at him with envy and said, Jiang Ling, you're really impressive. This wasn't a lie. She was 28 and only a level 62 Soul Emperor. However, Jiang Ling just smiled in response to Bai Li Chuan's compliment. He no longer believed her words and suspected she might have some ulterior motives. Upon arriving at the Lu family, Bai Li Chuan took out an invitation card. And the Lu family didn't arrange anyone to guide them, so Bai Li Chuan led Jiang Ling and Xie straight inside, indicating that it wasn't their first time there. Although this gathering was for the younger generation, people like Bai Li Bing and Lu Qing wouldn't be present. But there were still quite a few attendees in their 40s and 50s, making it a grand event. With half an hour left before the gathering started, Bai Li Chuan, due to her status, was assigned a guest room to rest, but she wasn't the type to sit idle. Since Jiang Ling wasn't just there for the banquet, they went directly to the main hall of the banquet. The hall was named Wind and Snow, supposedly named by Lu Qing himself. However, Jiang Ling thought the calligraphy was far from impressive, though it was powerful enough. Otherwise, it would have been worthless. Entering the main hall, many people had already gathered, both men and women, in various styles. Jiang Ling could understand the women holding portable heaters, but what was the point of a folding fan in heavy snow? Most people were in small groups, chatting and laughing, creating an invisible divide from the others, and Jiang Ling found himself in a similar situation. Most of the people there were close to the Lu family, while the rest were fence-sitters. The person on the east side was from the Li family, a vassal of the Zhao family, who was there for some unknown reason. Given the current situation, the Zhao family wouldn't be attending. Bai Li Chuan quietly explained the situation to Jiang Ling. Although she liked to be playful, she knew the importance of the occasion. What does it matter? The Zhao and Lu families are currently at odds. The Zhao family's businesses and influence are suppressed, so their vassals will surely seek new masters, Jiang Ling replied leisurely. Chuaner. Just as Jiang Ling was observing his surroundings, a voice suddenly came from the front. Jiang Ling saw a young man dressed in white jade clothing, holding a valuable folding fan, walking over amidst a group of admirers. This person was Lu Tian, the youngest son of Lu Qing. At 30, he was already a level 64 Soul Emperor, but he was just a useless person who couldn't beat me. Bai Li Chuan frowned slightly upon seeing him and whispered an explanation. Chuaner, the gathering won't start for a while. Why aren't you in the guest room? You made me wait in vain. Lu Tian narrowed his eyes and chuckled lightly. Humph, Lu Tian, where I stay is none of your business. Bai Li Chuan replied coldly, instinctively leaning closer to Jiang Ling and naturally wrapping her arms around his. Jiang Ling, unaware that Bai Li Chuan wanted to use him as a shield, tried to withdraw his arm, but was firmly held by Bai Li Chuan, making his round arm slightly flattened. Xie frowned, thinking it necessary to remind Jiang Ling that he was already engaged. With a snap, Lu Tian closed his folding fan, his gaze deepening. Although he smiled, his tone was cold. I am Lu Tian. Looking at your appearance, you must not be from around here, right? What difference does it make whether I'm local or not? Jiang Ling replied flatly. You might not know, but this extreme northern land is harsh with heavy snow. If you're not careful, you could be buried in the snow and never wake up. So, I just wanted to remind you to stay safe. Try to stay in Frosty City, don't go to places you shouldn't, and don't provoke people you shouldn't, or you might lose your life. Lu Tian said with a smile, as if Jiang Ling were an old friend he hadn't seen in years. Thank you for your kind advice, Brother Lu. I am very grateful, Jiang Ling said with a smile. Although they appeared amicable on the surface, everyone present was not foolish. They could sense the underlying tension. As the two exchanged sharp words, the entire wind and snow hall fell silent, with all eyes on them, as Lu Tian and Bai Li Chuan were the highest-ranking individuals present. Moreover, locals knew that Lu Tian had a crush on Bai Li Chuan from the Spirit Hall. For a moment, no one noticed Xie. At this time, the Wind and Snow Hall hosted many young ladies from prominent families, as this gathering attracted most of the talented youth from Frosty City. For these women, besides cultivating their own soul power, finding a suitable partner was also crucial. After all, what girl doesn't have a crush? It was likely that the most talked about topic among the women was various outstanding young men, such as Jiang Ling and Lu Tian, who were currently clashing in the hall, stealing the spotlight. The scene of two men vying for one woman was timeless. The distinguished young ladies whispered among themselves, commenting on the two young talents in the hall. The locals knew much about Lu Tian, praising his noble family background and calling him powerful and mature. Meanwhile, younger girls leaned towards Jiang Ling, the unfamiliar handsome youth, describing him as refreshing as the wind and as beautiful as jade. Without the frostiness typical of someone who had long lived in Frosty City, the women divided into two factions, debating fiercely. At that moment, a round-faced girl shyly said, I think that silver-haired man is better. The surrounding crowd suddenly turned to look at the round-faced girl, causing her face to flush like the sunset. Everyone followed her gaze, their eyes lighting up, resembling a pack of wolves eyeing their prey. Bai Li Chuan had taken the orange-haired youth, so they naturally wouldn't dare compete with her, especially since she had a titled Douluo teacher. However, the silver-haired youth was different, and the women instantly understood what the gathering was about to become. Xie, who had been leaning against a pillar and eating melon seeds, suddenly felt a chill run through him. He looked around but found nothing unusual, feeling puzzled and glancing at the group of whispering girls. As several noble ladies noticed Xie looking over, they intentionally or unintentionally exchanged glances with him, making him even more confused about what was happening. While the ladies whispered, the tension between Jiang Ling and Lu Tian was about to explode. Although Jiang Ling had been dragged in by Li Chuan to act as a shield, he was ultimately on the same side, and he didn't mind giving Lu Tian a sharp counterattack in response to his provocation. Even if Lu Tian doesn't provoke trouble, he will find an excuse to create chaos. After all, time is tight, and he doesn't have the luxury to investigate the Lu family bit by bit. The quickest way to expose the Lu family is to make them act against him. This is also a method that Jiang Ling can use to quickly enter the fray. Chapter 159. You're playing with fire. What he needs to do is block their path, forcing them to eliminate him. Just making an enemy of Lu Tian is not enough. This is just the beginning. With you, he's secretly protecting him. Unless Lu Qing personally intervenes, Jiang Ling won't be threatened. Moreover, in this Frost City, if Lu Qing acts personally, it won't escape Bai Li Bing's notice. While others in Frost City might not know about the Spirit Hall, Lu Qing has traveled beyond the continent and cannot be unaware that the Spirit Hall has the power to destroy the entire Frost City. After all, Frost City is not comparable to Sea God Island. Therefore, if the Lu family wants to eliminate Jiang Ling without provoking the Spirit Hall, they cannot act themselves or be discovered. The best method is to have a sinister soul master assassinate him. Whether it is a real sinister soul master or one impersonating a sinister soul master from the Lu family, Jiang Ling can achieve his goal. Additionally, Lu Qing allowing his son to pursue Bai Li Chuan might be an attempt to win over Bai Li Bing and the Spirit Hall. But unfortunately, Lu Qingsun is somewhat foolish and cannot see through his true intentions. Hearing that Lu Xiong is powerful and has already reached the six-ring Soul Emperor at a young age, Jiang Ling, who is not talented, wants to learn from Lu Xiong's skills. Jiang Ling smiled leisurely and spoke. Jiang Ling's younger brother, you. Bai Chuan exclaimed. She initially just wanted to use Jiang Ling to annoy the persistent Lu Tian, but never expected Jiang Ling to engage him in combat. After all, no matter how incompetent Lu Tian is, he is still a six-ring Soul Emperor. Bai Chuan's words were not finished when Jiang Ling's actions left her stunned. She saw Jiang Ling pull out the arm she was holding, suddenly wrapping his arms around her waist and pulling her close, while his other hand brought his index and middle fingers together, gently pressing them against her delicate lips, whispering, "Chuaner, don't worry, your man won't lose." Though his voice was soft, it reached Lu Tian's ears clearly. Having been repeatedly set up by Bai Chuan, if he didn't show her some color, she would really think he was easy to bully. However, one must not say that a 28-year-old woman, no matter how quirky her personality, has already fully developed physically. Usually hidden under a large cotton robe, it was not apparent, but being held in his arms, all her stature was known. Bai Chuan's cheeks turned crimson. Although she had repeatedly teased Jiang Ling and acted spoiled, she always saw Jiang Ling as serious. If Jiang Ling were a lecher, he would never dare to act this way beside her, but unexpectedly, having played with eagles all day, he was ultimately pecked in the eye by one. Bai Chuan hurriedly broke free from Jiang Ling's embrace, her delicate cheeks flushed, lowering her head and retreating behind Jiang Ling, her hands sometimes clenched tightly, sometimes gripping her clothing's hem, unsure where to place her slender fingers. Meanwhile, Lu Tian's expression darkened completely. He had known Bai Chuan for several years and had never seen her like this. He originally thought this well-groomed man was her shield, but now it seemed highly likely that he was indeed her true interest. Lu Tian had long regarded Bai Chuan as his private possession, viewing her as a forbidden fruit. Now, another suddenly appearing man was holding her in his arms, causing a surge of anger within him, directed not only at Jiang Ling, but also at Bai Chuan. Lu Tian's hands clenched, cracking with rage, his face revealing an undisguised cold killing intent. Since you want to die, then make your move. As he spoke, the Snow Domain Lion Spirit had already attached to him. 6 yellow, purple, and black soul rings slowly descending. Hey, how can we fight in the hall? It will disturb the other guests. Let's go outside. The heavy snow, as you said, will quickly erase any traces of our fighting, so it won't affect others' moods. Jiang Ling smiled, completely unconcerned about Lu Tian's killing intent. After speaking, he turned and walked toward the hall exit. Lu Tian suppressed his killing intent and followed him outside. The crowd in the hall also slowly walked out, standing at the entrance. At this moment, Bai Chuan also regained her senses, dispelling that fleeting allure. She couldn't help but feel a bit worried. After all, this was a situation she had caused herself. Jiang Ling's identity was noble, and if he were injured, not to mention herself, even her teacher might not be able to bear the wrath. Seeing the carefree and even sitting down evil moon beside her, Bai Chuan felt her head spin with anger, scolding. The Holy Sun is about to be beaten up, and you're not worried at all? She reached out to pull Evil Moon, trying to stop the fight outside or to take her place. Alas, don't. Evil Moon, being dragged away, looked helpless. The shocking sword from the inn had completely conquered him, not to mention a Soul Emperor. Even if Lu Tian were a Soul Saint, he wouldn't be worried. Outside the hall, Jiang Ling had already summoned the long rainbow sword, and the falling hexagonal snowflakes evaporated and disappeared before they could touch the long sword. Compared to Lu Tian, who had the Snow Domain Lion Spirit attached, Jiang Ling, wielding the sword, was truly majestic and spirited. Those women who had originally praised Lu Tian because of his status could no longer speak insincerely, looking at Jiang Ling with eyes full of admiration. Weapon spirit? Or is it fire attribute? If it were inside the hall, your chances would be slightly higher, but in this icy world, it will only make my weapon spirit stronger, while yours will be suppressed by the environment. Lu Tian said disdainfully, but then his expression changed, and he shouted fiercely, "Die!" 6th soul skill, Absolute Domain Lion. With a powerful stomp, a large amount of snow was splashed up, and as Lu Tian rushed toward Jiang Ling, his body began to change. Pieces of armor resembling ice crystals gradually adhering to him. By the time he reached Jiang Ling, the armor was fully attached, and he punched out, "I will completely crush you with absolute power." Jiang Ling's gaze sharpened. The sword energy was fierce, and he blocked with his sword. Jiang Ling's whole body moved with the sword, deflecting Lu Tian's punch to the side, then kicked against the armor transformed from Lu Tian's 6th soul skill. But it didn't budge at all, forcing him to retreat. In their first clash, Jiang Ling immediately understood why Bai Li Chuan called Lu Tian a fool. He had soul power, but no combat experience. His 6th soul skill was an all-attribute enhancement, and against someone with lower soul power, he could be invincible. But in Jiang Ling's eyes, every move Lu Tian made was full of flaws. He was even less threatening than when he fed moves to Zhu Qing, which left Jiang Ling quite disappointed. "You dare to underestimate me?" Jiang Ling saw I was just caught by Lu Tian, who shouted in anger. Jiang Ling no longer had the mood to continue playing, but he still couldn't hold back his strength. The long rainbow sword's red light flickered. Jiang Ling began with the 3rd form of the long rainbow sword technique. The sword energy surged like a great river, endlessly flowing. The entire sword body of the long rainbow was completely surrounded by the red sword energy, resembling a coiling dragon. Sword 3, Red Dragon Unleashed. A 5-zhang-long red dragon spiraled out, charging straight at Lu Tian. Jiang Ling looked at the dragon and couldn't help but feel a sense of nostalgia. Remembering that more than a decade ago, when he first learned this move, the dragon was only 2 or 3 meters long, and it was particularly weak, with power that could barely shatter stones. No. Jiang Ling was pulled back to reality by Lu Tian's terrified shout, only to see Lu Tian running away from the massive dragon in fright. However, his speed couldn't match that of the dragon, and in an instant, Lu Tian was engulfed in the sword energy, crashing through 3 walls in the blink of an eye. At that moment, an extremely powerful aura surged, directly knocking Jiang Ling back several steps, and a massive red dragon instantly collapsed, dissipating between heaven and earth. "Young man, a spar is just a spar. Going for the kill is a bit too much, right?" Chapter 160. The chambermaid. As the snow and debris scattered away, a tall man appeared, his features exceptionally rugged, with thick eyebrows, big eyes, full lips, a broad nose, and a dense beard. This image conjured the name Zhang Fei in Jiang Ling's mind. However, Jiang Ling knew that this man was the current head of the Lu family, Lu Qing. At this moment, Lu Qing held the unconscious Lu Tian in one hand, while the other hand was still in the posture of crushing a dragon. Although Lu Tian looked pitiful, he had not sustained severe injuries. If it weren't for his lack of combat experience, which led him to be frightened and lose his composure, he wouldn't have been unable to maintain his 6th soul skill. The release of the red dragon only knocked him back, leaving him somewhat disheveled. Lu Qing's gaze fell on Jiang Ling. The intimidating presence that worked on others was useless against Jiang Ling kid. "It was just a spar, but your strikes were a bit too heavy," Lu Qing said, surprised that Jiang Ling could maintain his composure in front of him, yet still questioned him in a deep voice. "Young master used his 6th soul skill right off the bat. If I'd held back, I would have been the one lying on the ground, wouldn't I? Besides, I didn't hold back. I didn't even use my soul skills. Everyone here can testify to that. Now I suspect that young master did it intentionally to frame me." Jiang Ling replied with a dark expression, feigning anger. Lu Qing's sudden appearance stunned everyone in the hall, and upon hearing Jiang Ling's words, they began to murmur among themselves. Some girls who had a good impression of Jiang Ling spoke up for him, while others trying to curry favor with the Lu family naturally sided with Lu Qing, accusing Jiang Ling of being too heavy-handed. Sharp-toned. Lu Qing snorted coldly, his voice echoing in everyone's hearts, instantly silencing the previously noisy wind and snow hall. Lu Qing reached out with his right hand, disregarding his reputation, and ruthlessly attacked Jiang Ling. He acted recklessly and was known for his ruthlessness, so he didn't care about others' opinions, striking first after injuring his own son. "Lord Lu, please show mercy," Bai Li Chuan shouted from the crowd, trying to step in front of Jiang Ling, but was brushed aside by Lu Qing with a frown. Seeing this, Jiang Ling was speechless. Was the Lu family really this reckless? They didn't even ask about his identity before attacking. It was pointless to think too much. He still had to get through this. Jiang Ling tightened his grip on the Changhong sword, holding it across his chest. At that moment, the winds changed. The powerful suction emanating from Lu Qing's palm that surrounded Jiang Ling suddenly dissipated. Jiang Ling's lips curled slightly as he directly dispersed his martial soul. "Lu Qing, why are you attacking a member of the Spirit Hall for no reason?" A middle-aged man dressed like a scholar appeared and asked loudly. "Bai Li, is this your new disciple?" Lu Qing did not answer Bai Li Bing's inquiry, but instead retorted, "I don't have the qualifications or status for that." Bai Li Bing replied calmly, unperturbed by Lu Qing's evasive answer. "What?" Lu Qing was taken aback. Bai Li Bing, as an elder of the Spirit Hall, didn't have the qualifications to take this young man as his disciple. Could be. Bai Li Bing's lips moved, and he directly used sound transmission, while Lu Qing's face shifted between black and white. After a long pause, Lu Qing slowly spoke. I understand the situation. It was Lu Tian who sought trouble first and disturbed everyone's enjoyment. I apologize on behalf of the old man here. Although Lu Qing did not show any signs of contrition, his face tightly tensed, and his tone was stiff, the crowd was still taken aback by his words. However, in reality, only Lu Qing, Bai Li Bing, and Jiang Ling knew that this apology was directed at Jiang Ling. As the head of a family and a title Douluo, Lu Qing naturally couldn't truly apologize to Jiang Ling face to face. Being able to do this was already the limit, and Jiang Ling didn't press him further, complimenting him. Thank you, Lord Lu, for your keen insight. Bai Li Bing then spoke up. Everyone, please continue with your gathering. We two old fellows won't interrupt your enjoyment any longer. Right, Brother Lu? Lu Qing nodded slightly, his expression somewhat unnatural, and said, What Brother Bai Li said is very true. He then quickly left the place, carrying the unconscious Lu Tian. Since taking over as head of the family, he had never suffered such a loss. Master. After Lu Qing left, Bai Li Chuan ran over, but kept his head down, acting like an ostrich. Xie Yu also walked over, and Jiang Ling patted her shoulder to indicate he was fine. You troublesome girl, causing trouble for the Holy Sun again. Bai Li Bing scolded with a stern face, having guessed the situation as soon as he saw Lu Tian. Seeing the situation resolved without any serious consequences, Bai Li Chuan's spirits lifted again, and she grabbed Bai Li Bing's arm and said sweetly, What does it have to do with me? It was Jiang Ling who wanted to fight that annoying Lu Tian. You. Bai Li Bing pretended to strike, and Bai Li Chuan quickly released his arm, hiding behind Jiang Ling while secretly watching her teacher. All right, Elder Bai Li, Chuan Jie is not wrong. I did provoke the trouble, Jiang Ling said helplessly, seeing these two, who together were over 100 years old, still so childlike. Did you hear that, old man? I didn't lie to you, Bai Li Chuan said, suddenly standing on her tiptoes, resting her chin on Jiang Ling's shoulder and teasing Bai Li Bing. Bai Li Chuan pressed her whole body against Jiang Ling's back. Although Jiang Ling felt a stir in his heart, he still discreetly took a small step forward. Bai Li Bing was too lazy to deal with his crazy apprentice and turned to Jiang Ling, saying softly, Holy Son, I cannot stay at this young people's gathering for long, so I will take my leave. Elder Bai Li, take care. Jiang Ling cupped his hands in respect. And Xie Yu followed with a bow. Take care, he. Bai Li Chuan smiled brightly. Bai Li Bing nodded at Jiang Ling and then looked at Bai Li Chuan with a stern expression before sweeping away. With the departures of Lu Qing and Bai Li Bing, the Wind and Snow Hall soon returned to its previous state, with groups of people engaging in lively discussions. However, unlike before, many girls approached Xie Yu, expressing their affections, as the northern lands lacked the gentle delicacy of the central plains and were more bold. Liking someone meant liking them, which made Xie Yu feel quite awkward throughout the gathering. Due to the earlier incident, everyone knew Jiang Ling's status was not low, and when he engaged in conversation, they had no reason to refuse him. During the 2-hour gathering, which was only halfway through, Jiang Ling managed to grasp a lot of information from this group. There were also a few who were not deterred by Jiang Ling's status and approaching despite Bai Li Chuan's glaring looks, chatting about names, ages, and hobbies. Chuan Jie, are you familiar with the Lu family? Why don't you take me out for a walk? Jiang Ling asked as he walked over to the sulking Bai Li Chuan. At that moment, Bai Li Chuan was standing on the platform, reaching out to catch the snowflakes falling outside. What is good about going out? Isn't it better to chat with those young girls? I just saw you all laughing and having a good time. Bai Li Chuan turned her head away and said sourly, I was just trying to extract information, okay? Jiang Ling was about to explain, but then jokingly said, Chuan Jie, you wouldn't really have fallen for me, would you? I should inform you in advance that I am already betrothed, so even if you like me, you can only be a chambermaid. Chapter 161, Tang Yin Phoenix. How Ian Hammer who would like you? I could be your mother since I'm older than you. Bai Li Chuan's face turned red with embarrassment from the word chambermaid, and she pouted angrily. Jiang Ling's face darkened with anger at Bai Li Chuan's words. This woman had a good figure and a pretty face, but her mouth and personality. What do you mean I could be your mom? Also, where am I small? Jiang Ling really wanted to pin Bai Li Chuan down and show her where she was small. Obviously, everything was just fine. Just tell me whether you're going or not. If you're not going, I'll go by myself, Jiang Ling said coldly. Oomph. Bai Li Chuan snorted coldly and directly sat down on the platform. Swinging her little feet in the air, her arms crossed, a wave of emotion surging. Jiang Ling's eyelids twitched. He really wanted to tell Bai Li Chuan, You're 28. Not 8, sister. Jiang Ling was not going to indulge her. He leaped lightly and floated down from the platform. You. Hey, if you don't coax me, I might die. Weren't you just happily making those girls laugh? Bai Li Chuan shouted angrily as she jumped down after him. Jiang Ling looked at Bai Li Chuan catching up to him, wanting to laugh, but knowing he absolutely couldn't. Otherwise, who knows what this woman would do. I'm not worried about you getting lost and being chewed up by the Liu family until there's nothing left. I just promised the teacher to protect your safety. Bai Li Chuan said, pouting her cheeks, following Jiang Ling's footsteps. When she said this, she felt a bit guilty because Jiang Ling had just defeated Liu Tian. But then she thought, wasn't he just a useless Liu Tian? I could defeat him too. Gaining back her confidence, she straightened her chest, making her puffy coat more noticeable. Then thank you, Sister Chuan, Jiang Ling said with a faint smile. Where exactly are you going? After aimlessly walking in circles a few times, Bai Li Chuan couldn't help but ask, although Jiang Ling said for her to lead the way and wander around. She had been following Jiang Ling's lead the whole time. Sister Chuan, don't talk. Just pretend to wander aimlessly like this, like a couple. Be more natural with your expressions, and don't let others see anything. Jiang Ling suddenly held Bai Li Chuan's hand and transmitted his voice. After leaving the snowstorm hall, Jiang Ling maximized his spiritual perception to see if he could find anything in the vast Liu family. With Bai Li Chuan by his side, if they were discovered, he had a reason to explain. Bai Li Chuan paused for a moment after hearing this, then knew what to do. She wrapped her arms around Jiang Ling's arm, looked up at him with a naive expression, and then gazed at the surrounding scenery with innocent wonder. Her acting was so good that Jiang Ling almost believed it was real. 100 gold soul coins. Bai Li Chuan's lips moved slightly, and a cunning voice echoed in Jiang Ling's mind. Deal. Although Jiang Ling was bankrupt, a few hundred gold soul coins were still manageable. Country bumpkin. Bai Li Chuan pouted inwardly, thinking she would lose out. In the Liu family, in Liu Qing's basement room. Are you crazy? Jiang Ling is the holy son of the Spirit Hall. If he dies here, the entire Frost City will be buried with him. Even if I take Frost City, what good will it do then? Liu Qing sat majestically on the stone chair, looking down with a sinister gaze at the plain-faced boy below. His most notable feature was the iron-like gloves on his hands. Why not just do it as an evil soul master? You do it, I'll take the blame. The matter of evil soul masters in Frost City has probably already reached the Spirit Hall. Jiang Ling coming here is probably for this reason. We capture him, and as long as we don't show our hand, we can push it on to the evil soul masters. I want to correct you. I don't want him dead. I want him to wish he were dead. The boy said flatly, but anyone could hear the hint of hatred in his voice. His calm demeanor didn't resemble that of a boy. He looked more like a middle-aged man who had lived for decades. Why should I agree to something that would lead to our ruin if it were exposed? Our contract doesn't include this matter, Liu Qing said. Didn't you just capture a soul master with a top-tier ice phoenix? I can help you extract the essence of her martial soul, which can allow your martial soul to evolve once again and help you break through the shackles of your martial soul. At the same time, it can increase your soul power by at least 2 levels. Do you really think you can advance any further in your lifetime on your own? The boy's tone remained cold. Liu Qing fell silent. He was 74 years old, a rank 95 title Douluo, a height he reached due to special circumstances in his youth. It was as difficult to advance further as ascending to the heavens. Why should I trust you? Liu Qing gently tapped the stone chair with his right hand, the crisp sound lingering in the secret room for a long time before he slowly spoke again. Choose a time. I can extract a portion for you first. After you take it, you can decide whether or not to trust me. Good. Liu Qing fell silent for a while before agreeing. Only then did the boy reveal a hint of a smile, though it was quite cold. So how do you plan to carry this out? You don't need to ask that. I can make a person disappear silently in this Frost City. That much I can do. Confidence is a good habit, but don't be too arrogant. A year ago, I could defeat a high-level soul sage head-on. I don't want to fail. Thank you for the reminder. Liu Qing's sharp and cold eyes darkened. If he underestimated him, it would be easy to alert the enemy. I'm curious. What deep hatred do you have with that holy son? Liu Qing asked with a smile. Notify me when you decide to absorb the Ice Phoenix's essence. The boy ignored Liu Qing's question, subconsciously touching his now cold hands, and then turned to leave. Liu Qing narrowed his eyes, his strong body like a black wind rushing toward the boy. The boy reacted quickly, releasing his soul power, and several vines instantly formed a defensive line. Blue-silver grass martial soul? Liu Qing frowned, then unleashed his soul power, instantly shattering the blue-silver grass, sending the boy flying out as well. But Liu Qing still did not hold back. He didn't believe this boy was so weak. The boy flipped up, a faint purple hue appeared in his eyes, and with a wave of his right hand, A completely black hammer suddenly enlarged and struck out. Haotian hammer, twin martial souls. Lu Qing's eyes widened in shock. 30 years ago, when the Haotian sect had not yet closed its doors, he had traveled across the continent and encountered disciples of the Haotian sect. That time was undoubtedly the most dangerous for him. Because of a heavenly treasure, he was chased to the ends of the earth, nearly losing his life. Although he managed to escape, he could never repay this great grudge. Bang! In an instant of distraction, the boy's hammer struck Lu Qing, the immense force only causing the cloak behind him to flutter, not injuring Lu Qing in the slightest. The boy quickly retreated, questioning, "Is this how you treat a partner? Since we are partners, of course, I should know you well. You know everything about me, but I know nothing about you, not even your name. Isn't that unfair?" Lu Qing laughed, not caring at all that he had been hit once. "My name is Tang Yin," the boy said and turned to leave. Lu Qing looked at Tang Yin's back, unable to stop smiling, murmuring to himself, even the once invincible Haotian sect would have disciples who become evil soul masters. His smile gradually turned into a wild laugh. He forgot that he was also collaborating with an evil soul master. It was just a case of the pot calling the kettle black. Chapter 162. The Extreme North Wolf captures Bing Air. Tang Yin walked out of the secret room, and Liang Shan was waiting silently outside the stone door, following Tang Yin as he left the Lu family through the back door. On the street, "Your actions have already exceeded the tasks assigned to you by the Lord, and the Lord has said that this person will come by himself." Liang Shan paused for a moment before speaking. Lu Qing and Tang Yin did not deliberately hide their conversation, with only a door separating them. It was impossible to conceal it from Liang Shan's ears. Faced with Liang Shan's questioning, Tang Yin remained silent and continued walking forward. "I will report this matter to the Lord," Liang Shan said again. Tang Yin finally stopped, calmly stating, "Do as you wish, but remember, your task is only to protect me, not to interfere with my rights." Just now, the confrontation between Jiang Ling and Lu Tian startled Lu Qing, and Tang Yin, who was hidden in the shadows, also saw the person who had struck him from the mortal realm into hell. He demanded that Liang Shan, who had just become a soul Douluo, take action against him, but was refused, which forced Tang Yin to cooperate with Lu Qing. The Ice Phoenix soul master that Lu Qing captured only had the cultivation of a soul master, and her martial soul was insufficient to help Lu Qing evolve his martial soul, let alone elevate his soul power by 2 levels. Liang Shan reminded him bluntly that if Lu Qing discovered that he had deceived him, not only would the mission fail, but he might also die. "I can't care about that anymore. I must make him regret everything he has done," Tang Yin said, unable to maintain his indifferent expression. His face contorted as he looked at Liang Shan, his voice cold as ice. Seeing this, Liang Shan fell silent. He had said what needed to be said, and whether Tang Yin listened was his own business. He just needed to do his job. After releasing his emotions, Tang Yin calmed down, taking a deep breath as flakes of snow accompanied the cold air that he inhaled. The two continued walking forward, gradually disappearing into the street. Jiang Ling and Bai Lichuan were still wandering aimlessly around the Lu residence, both searching for anomalies and memorizing the layout of the Lu family's estate. With their strong mental prowess, they had deliberately avoided detection by the guard for quite some time. "Hey, over there, something's odd." Jiang Ling turned to look north and saw a room resembling a storeroom with its door tightly closed. It was this ordinary door that blocked Jiang Ling's mental probe. "What's wrong?" Bai Lichuan asked as Jiang Ling suddenly stopped. Jiang Ling raised his hand to signal Bai Lichuan to be quiet and directly used his eye of perception. Just as the faint red hue appeared in his eyes, it suddenly dissipated. "Jiang Shengzi, Bai Li niece, what are you doing here?" A deep voice sounded from behind the two. It turned out to be the head of the Lu family, Lu Qing. "What a coincidence, this gathering is really dull. Sister Chuan said the scenery of the Lu family's courtyard is the best in Hanzhuang City, so she brought me out for a stroll. Today, as courtyard truly lives up to its name," Jiang Ling said as he looked around to praise. However, he secretly felt fortunate to have noticed Lu Qing's arrival in time to disperse his eye of perception. Otherwise, he would have been exposed. "Yes, these gatherings are always boring. It's better to come out for a walk and enjoy the scenery," Bai Lichuan quickly echoed. However, the stiffness he felt from the girl in his arms made Jiang Ling realize how tense Bai Lichuan was at the moment. Lu Qing, with a calm expression, fixed his gaze on Jiang Ling's hand wrapped around Bai Lichuan's waist and said in a deep voice, "The Lu family has many places to enjoy, but they are all in the larger gardens to the south. This area is for raising soul beasts, and in order to avoid accidental harm, it is forbidden to linger here. So, Bai Li niece and Shengzi, please go look at the scenery elsewhere." Head of the family, Just as Lu Qing finished speaking, the guard stationed there noticed something was amiss and quickly rushed over, respectfully greeting him. Lu Qing nodded and waved for the guards to retreat. I see. It's my fault for not knowing the rules. Sister Chuan and I will leave now. Jiang Ling smiled and nodded an apology. He then took Bai Li Chuan's hand and headed south. Lu Qing watched their retreating figures, his brow slightly furrowed, thinking, is Jiang Ling here for the Lu family? He then turned and stepped into the storeroom. The originally dark storeroom was illuminated by a beam of beautiful moonlight as the door opened, dispersing the heavy darkness. The storeroom was empty, except for a figure lying in the corner, seemingly unconscious. Lu Qing looked at the figure, a glimmer of eagerness flashing in his eyes. For this was an opportunity for him to advance his soul power. Lu Qing recalled Jiang Ling from earlier. Although he felt he hadn't revealed any flaws, logically, the spirit hall shouldn't suspect him. But just to be safe, he ordered someone take her to Jishui residence for confinement. Jishui residence was right next to his residence, Donghu residence, and no one could silently rescue someone from under his nose. Yes, head of the family. As for using this as bait to surround and kill Jiang Ling, Lu Qing absolutely would not do it. Although he appeared rough, he was a person with a delicate mind. He wanted Jiang Ling's disappearance to have nothing to do with him, not even the slightest suspicion. So he could never act against him at the Lu family. When Jiang Ling and Bai Li Chuan returned to the Wind and Snow Hall, the banquet was already nearing its end. At this moment, Xiaoyu was also drunkenly held by a beautiful girl in his arms. This scene made Jiang Ling feel furious. He had been fighting and using his wits against Lu Qing for investigation, while Xiaoyu seemed to treat this as a gathering. Miss, I need to take Xiaoyu away now. You can chat another day. Jiang Ling approached and gently patted the girl's shoulder. No, I'm here to take care of brother Xiaoyu tonight. The girl, having drunk quite a bit, giggled as she hugged Xiaoyu's neck. It seems Xiaoyu's charm is much greater than someone else's. Bai Li Chuan laughed heartily, looking at Jiang Ling mockingly. You solve her. Jiang Ling shot a glare at Bai Li Chuan and snorted. Fortunately, Xiaoyu still retained a bit of clarity and managed to push the girl away, but he was still carried back to the spirit hall by Jiang Ling. After sending Xiaoyu back to his room, Jiang Ling concealed himself again and left the spirit hall, seeking a secluded spot. He changed his clothes and put on a disguise mask, heading back to the Lu residence. Jiang Ling was determined to uncover what was hidden in that storeroom today. He feared that if he delayed any longer, Lu Qing would catch on. Having been there once, he easily navigated his way back to the storeroom's vicinity. As soon as Jiang Ling approached, he sensed something was off. What is going on? The barrier that blocked my mental power has vanished. Avoiding the guards, Jiang Ling entered the storeroom. Although it was pitch black, it was no different for Jiang Ling than during the day. Lu Qing, you are truly cautious. I underestimated you, Jiang Ling murmured as he surveyed the empty storeroom. Just as Jiang Ling was about to leave to investigate elsewhere, his gaze suddenly fixed on a corner, and he quickly walked over to pick up a porcelain bottle. Could it be her? Jiang Ling looked at the porcelain bottle in his hand, and a girl flashed through his mind. This porcelain bottle belonged to Jiang Ling, or rather, it used to belong to him, as he had given it to a girl named Shui Binger and he had destroyed with a single sword strike. Chapter 163. Difficulties in rescuing. Due to insufficient strength, Jiang Ling stored the porcelain bottle in his jade pendant and quickly exited the storeroom, pulling out a completely black short sword from the pendant. Tell me, where have you moved the girl from the storeroom? Jiang Ling held a guard hostage, pressing the short sword against his throat and asking in a low voice. Jiang Ling had condensed a soundproof barrier with his soul power, so he wasn't too worried about the guard shouting. No, don't kill me. I was just assigned here to guard. I don't know where the girl you mentioned has gone. The guard was scared to the point of turning pale, especially with the icy touch on his neck, which frightened him so much that he sat down on the ground, stuttering. Jiang Ling, hearing this, his expression darkened, and he immediately asked, what about the people who were guarding here before? Where were they transferred to? To Jishui residence. The guard trembled. Where is Jishui residence? East side. Please, don't kill me, the guard begged, covering his head. Listen, if you dare to reveal that you've seen me tonight, I will surely kill you, Jiang Ling said coldly. No, I absolutely won't leak a word about you. The guard quickly shook his head. At this moment, he was already scared out of his wits. He was just a first-ring soul master, afraid to go out hunting and selling furs, and had only gotten a guard job through a friend. He hadn't even been working a few days before he encountered Jiang Ling. Let's sleep for a while. Jiang Ling held the short sword and struck the guard with a hand strike, knocking him unconscious. Without further delay, he concealed his figure and headed east. It must be said that the Lu family was indeed large, with countless guards. It took Jiang Ling a good half hour before he finally saw the plaque of Jishui residence. The three characters of Jishui residence were in the same font as those of Fengshui Hall, apparently also written by Lu Qing. Clearly someone who was unaware of their own poor handwriting. Jiang Ling looked at the small courtyard ahead, let out a breath, and activated his breathing technique to the extreme. Just as he was about to take a step, his shoulder was suddenly grabbed by someone. Jiang Ling was startled, and his right hand wielded the short sword, sweeping towards the person behind him. "It's me." Yu Yi released Jiang Ling and stepped back to avoid the blade, speaking softly. "Yu Yi, what are you doing? You scare me to death." Realizing who it was, Jiang Ling also breathed a sigh of relief. He had been too focused on Jishui residence and hadn't noticed Yu Yi getting so close. "This isn't a place to talk. Follow me," Yu Yi said, concealing her figure and leading the way outside. "Hey you." Jiang Ling looked at Yu Yi's disappearing figure, feeling somewhat troubled. He wanted to save Shui Binger, but now Yu Yi had suddenly appeared, and it seemed she had something important to discuss. After weighing his options, he decided to follow her. He had already found out where Shui Binger was being held, so there was no need to rush. "Speak, what's going on?" Jiang Ling followed her, exiting the Lu family and arriving at a dark dead end. Asking Yu Yi's back, "You can't go to Jishui residence to rescue her." Yu Yi turned around and stated directly, "Why?" "Because Lu Qing lives right next door at Douluo residence. If you go to rescue her, you'll definitely be discovered." Yu Yi replied, her tone as emotionless as ever. Jiang Ling was left speechless by Yu Yi's answer, but at the same time, he felt a bit relieved. The power of the breathing technique had blinded him into thinking he could infiltrate anywhere. However, if he got too close and used even a bit of soul power, he would still be instantly discovered by the title. "You have been monitoring Lu Qing all along?" Jiang Ling suddenly asked. "No, I was ordered by the Holy Emperor to secretly protect you. Since you came to the Lu family, I naturally had to investigate the Lu family. So, during the gathering, when Bai Li Chuan and I went to the storeroom, you were nearby." "Yes, Lu Qing didn't discover you." Jiang Ling pressed. He suddenly had another plan in mind, if it was feasible. "Although Lu Qing is a super Douluo, his spiritual power isn't strong. As long as I stay 100 meters away from him, he won't be able to detect me." Yu Yi frowned slightly, faintly sensing the taste of a conspiracy, and asked, "What do you want to do? If you were discovered by Lu Qing, could you escape?" Jiang Ling didn't answer Yu Yi's question and continued, "I won't be discovered. I'm a professional assassin." Yu Yi's expression turned cold, and she said in a chilling voice. Jiang Ling was a bit confused about why she was suddenly angry, but still pressed. "I mean, hypothetically, if you were discovered, there's no if." Yu Yi's gaze was icy, suddenly pausing for a moment, and softly said, "You want me to intentionally expose myself to draw Lu Qing away?" "Yes, of course, if you can't shake off Lu Qing. Then this plan will have to be abandoned." Jiang Ling nodded. "As assassins, we are best at concealment and speed. I have a 70% chance of escaping, but I don't think this method is feasible. Besides Lu Qing, the Lu family has 2 soul Douluo and 9 soul saints. Even if I draw Lu Qing away, you still won't be able to save that girl." Yu Yi said coldly. "You can rest assured, I won't act recklessly. The biggest fish has already been dealt with. Why worry about these small fries? Moreover, we still have Bai Li Bing, a titled Douluo. I won't get into trouble," Jiang Ling said with a faint smile. "If Bai Li Bing takes action, Lu Qing will notice that our Wuhuan Hall is targeting him. If he becomes desperate, no one will be able to contend with him. The best course of action is to have the Holy Emperor send someone else, and we remain inactive." Yu Yi saw through it all, rebutting Jiang Ling without giving him any face. "No, the time wasted in going back and forth is too much, and I don't know how many people will suffer. There are always more solutions than difficulties. Give me some time to come up with a foolproof plan." Jiang Ling's expression darkened as he slowly said, "Why?" Yu Yi was silent for a moment before asking, "What? Why do you want to save this stranger?" Yu Yi repeated. Lu Qing moved Shui Binger from the storeroom to his residence, which shows that Shui Binger is very important to him. Perhaps she is the crucial evidence of Lu Qing colluding with evil soul masters, Jiang Ling explained. Upon hearing Jiang Ling's explanation, Yu Yi did not express her opinion. She felt that Jiang Ling was extremely hypocritical. His explanations were always so reasonable, but in reality, nothing was ever entirely reasonable. Just like the guard he had just captured, he could have killed him with a single blow to eliminate future troubles. Yet he chose to let him go. "What are you doing?" Yu Yi, deep in thought, suddenly grabbed Jiang Ling's right hand, which was reaching for her forehead, and questioned, "Don't move." Seeing Jiang Ling's pure eyes, Yu Yi slowly released her grip. Jiang Ling's right hand formed a gesture, leaving only the index and middle fingers together. tapping on her smooth forehead. This is the breathing technique. When it operates, you can't use soul power, which can help you better conceal your figure, Jiang Ling said softly. Yi curiously felt it. Although her expression did not change, the dimness in her eyes brightened a bit. Her lips moved slightly, as if she wanted to say thank you, but didn't know how to start. Finally, she clasped her fist and disappeared back into the darkness. Jiang Ling sighed, looking at the night sky that was about to brighten, and sat down beside it, quietly pondering. Without high-level combat power, he couldn't take down Lu Qing. Even if he found evidence, he couldn't eliminate him. Jiang Ling felt a headache. Chapter 164. Wanting to join forces to take risks in the fire. It wasn't until dawn that Jiang Ling slowly got up, shaking off the 3-foot-thick snow and ice on his body, and walked toward the Wuhuan Hall. The next day, Jiang Ling did not go out, but locked himself in his room, reviewing the mountain of information about the two major families, trying to find ways to break through the Lu family. About 3/4 of the data was about the Lu family, while the remaining quarter was the Zhao family's information collected by Li Bing. As a titled Douluo who had been in the extreme north for so many years, some basic information was still obtainable. As the day was about to end, Jiang Ling slowly closed the last piece of data on the Lu family, having found nothing. His gaze fell on a smaller pile of books beside him, which contained information about the Zhao family. At first, Jiang Ling had not taken the Zhao family seriously, as it was a family without even a titled Douluo. How much help could they provide in this struggle? Jiang Ling reached out to virtually capture the books recording the Zhao family, hoping that after so many years, there would be some heritage left. Time passed slowly, and before he knew it, it was deep into the night. The night grew darker, the wind and snow intensified, yet Jiang Ling's eyes grew brighter. Zhao Wanchuan, Jiang Ling whispered. Zhao Wanchuan? Who is this? Many people in Hanzhuang City might not know, not even Bailey Chuan or LV Tian. Perhaps only the older generation would understand what these 3 words represent. No one in the world remains forever young, but there are always those who are young. 70 years ago, the most powerful family in Hanzhuang City was not the LV family, but the Zhao family. There are no eternal fairy tales. The LV family was not always strong, and the Zhao family was not always weak. Zhao Wanchuan, the elder uncle of the current head of the Zhao family, Zhao Jiping, became a titled Douluo at the age of 62, overshadowing the LV family at that time, making the Zhao family the undisputed first family of Hanzhuang City. 20 years ago, the over 100-year-old Zhao Wanchuan suddenly disappeared, breaking the Zhao family's dominance in Hanzhuang City. Fortunately, the LV family had no titled Douluo, which brought some balance. Zhao Jiping succeeded as the head of the Zhao family, while the position of head of the LV family was taken by LV Qing. Zhao Jiping's talent was limited, stuck at level 89 for many years, while LV Qing surged forward, achieving the rank of Super Douluo. Gradually, people forgot the once glorious Zhao family and only remembered the powerful LV family. What rekindled Jiang Ling's hope was this Zhao Wanchuan. According to the records, Zhao Wanchuan was missing, not dead. The description of the disappearance was also very vague, leading Jiang Ling to suspect. Could it be that this person is still alive? Once this thought took root in Jiang Ling's mind, it grew rapidly. He began to speculate about the recent events and responses of the Zhao family. The family members had gathered, abandoning most of their business in Hanzhuang City, only maintaining the Zhao family estate, listening to reports from Bailey Bing that someone in the Zhao family had been assassinated. If the LV family was a fierce tiger wanting to swallow the Zhao family whole, then the spirit hall was like countless silkworms, slowly devouring the Zhao family's mulberry leaves. There is no free lunch in the world. The spirit hall helped you through the crisis, but it wouldn't let the Zhao family disembark immediately. Having reached this point, the Zhao family should understand that they are deep in the mire, and it is time to make a decision, whether to be swallowed by the LV family or eaten away by the spirit hall. Yet at this moment, they still hesitated. Did the Zhao family still want to turn the tables? Rely on whom? Zhao Jiping? No, it can only be Zhao Wanchuan. Yui. Jiang Ling raised his eyes and softly called out. Since teaching her the turtle breathing technique yesterday, Jiang Ling could no longer pinpoint her location accurately. But he knew Yu was right beside him. Yu silently revealed her form, walking towards Jiang Ling without making a sound. You go monitor the LV family. It would be best if you can find those who recently went missing and see where they are being held. When it's time to act, this will be the trend. Jiang Ling instructed softly. Yes. Yu cupped her fist and was about to retreat. Wait. Yu halted and looked at Jiang Ling, waiting for his next words. Be careful. If things go awry, prioritize your safety. Don't get killed. Jiang Ling was somewhat worried. After all, they were operating under the watchful eyes of a 95-level titled Douluo. Yue, however, wore a look of surprise. She suddenly felt Jiang Ling wasn't like the disciple of the Pope, nor like a ruler, because a ruler values the task more than the person executing it. Having unknowingly shed so much blood, her heart had long hardened like a stone, yet at this moment, it stirred slightly. But after years of being a killer, she still coldly said, Yasha does not accept failure. Yue then turned and left, leaving Jiang Ling standing there in astonishment. Having found a method, the next step was to verify its feasibility. After resting for half the night, as dawn broke, Jiang Ling got up and knocked on Bailey Bing's door. Elder Bailey, follow me to the Zhao family. We must go quietly. The fewer people who know, the better. We need to avoid the LV family's eyes and ears. Jiang Ling said straightforwardly. Bailey Bing was momentarily taken aback, but quickly replied, I'll arrange it. He actually did not know what Jiang Ling intended to do. After all, Jiang Ling had only been in Hanzhuang City for 3 days. What could be accomplished in 3 days? 3 days were enough for 9 meals. Zhao family. Zhao Jiping's residence. The visit from the Ice Crown truly brings glory to my humble abode. Zhao Jiping, dressed in casual home attire, smiled and greeted Bailey Bing. Although Zhao Jiping was slightly older than Bailey Bing, in the Douluo continent, strength was paramount, and the capable took precedence. Jiang Ling carefully observed Zhao Jiping. Unlike the imposing stature of LV Qing and the cultured demeanor of Bailey Bing, Zhao Jiping looked thin, yet his complexion was rosy. However, the fatigue etched on his brow suggested that this family head had indeed been through a tough time recently. Brother Zhao, you are being polite. Today I am not here for myself, but my holy son is looking for you, Bailey Bing said, nodding. Holy son? Zhao Jiping looked at Jiang Ling, who exuded an air of nobility. Hello, head of the Zhao family. I am here today to discuss a matter. Would you kindly invite us in to sit down? Jiang Ling said. Holy son, your excellency, please. Zhao Jiping gestured for them to enter and said solemnly. Once the three were seated, Jiang Ling got straight to the point. Head Zhao, we are here to discuss cooperation today. Jiang Ling's words puzzled Zhao Jiping, who asked in confusion. Cooperation? Yes, cooperation. The Spirit Hall has discovered that the LV family is connected to evil soul masters. The people and soul masters who have gone missing recently are all related to the LV family. I intend to eliminate the LV family and invite the Zhao family to join in. Jiang Ling paused before continuing. Moreover, your Zhao family has also been pressured severely by LV Qing lately. If this drags on, your entire family might face annihilation. Jiang Ling's words caused Zhao Jiping's expression to change slightly, and even Bailey Bing looked somewhat uneasy. When did we discover the LV family colluding with evil soul masters? Zhao Jiping was not surprised by the LV family's connection to evil soul masters. He had vaguely guessed this through the family's information network, but pretended not to know, as knowing would only hasten the Zhao family's demise. He had hinted at it by passing information to Bailey Bing, but the laid-back Douluo had never looked at those materials. Zhao Jiping's change in expression was not due to fear, but rather excitement. Yes, excitement, because the LV family could finally be eliminated. May I ask, Holy Son, how many people have you brought to Hanzhuang City? Zhao Jiping quickly asked. 2. Jiang Ling's answer made his face stiffen. 2. Only 2. What about the other person's strength? Zhao Jiping pressed on. The strength of a soul king. Zhao Jiping's expression darkened. He had just seen hope, only to watch it slip away before his eyes. The drastic rise and fall made him feel as if he had aged 10 years in an instant. But he still remembered he was the head of a family and forced a smile. Holy Son, are you joking with this old man? How can we possibly defeat LV Qing, a 95-level titled Douluo, with just us? With just us, it is naturally impossible, but if we add old man Zhao, it might not be. Jiang Ling fixed his gaze on Zhao Jiping, not wanting to miss any of his subtle expressions. Holy Son, you yist. I am merely a soul Douluo. How could I possibly be a match for LV Qing? Zhao Jiping's unnatural expression flashed away, and he slowly spoke. Bailey Bing looked at the two confused individuals, completely bewildered. Jiang Ling noticed that flicker of emotional fluctuation and thought to himself, as expected. He said softly, I was referring to Zhao Wanchuan, the old master Zhao. You. Zhao Jiping's steady expression finally changed drastically as he looked at Jiang Ling in disbelief. Bailey Bing was also in the dark. Zhao Wanchuan? After recalling for a moment, he could finally remember who this person was and couldn't help but ask, isn't this person already dead? You are mistaken, Elder Bailey. The old master Zhao is merely missing. Death is truly death, but there are many interpretations of being missing. Retreating from the world, going into seclusion, traveling, all can be termed as missing. Jiang Ling said with a relaxed smile, and he couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief that Zhao Wanchuan was indeed alive. Yes, my uncle is indeed still alive. He stepped down from the position of family head back, then due to a relapse of old injuries and his advanced age, using the excuse of being missing to recuperate. Why didn't he expect that after so many years, someone would still remember? Zhao Jiping sighed and said slowly. The old master Zhao was already a titled Douluo at level 95 20 years ago, even with injuries and old age. Teaming up with Elder Bailey to deal with Lu Qing shouldn't be a problem. Of course, if the Zhao family doesn't want to intervene, I won't force them, at worst. I can arrange for someone to come and eliminate the Lu family, but can the Zhao family afford to wait? Jiang Ling thought Zhao Jiping wanted to take advantage of the situation, half-threateningly said. The son has misunderstood. If it were just one Lu Qing, even if he didn't seek me out, I would actively contact the Spirit Hall to deal with Lu Qing. But Lu Qing has helpers. Zhao Jiping sighed dejectedly. Zhao Jiping's words stirred up a great commotion. Jiang Ling's expression also changed. Helpers? I believe both of you are aware that people from my Zhao family have been assassinated one after another. In fact, it was not the Lu family, but Bei Ming Linyuan who did it. Zhao Jiping sighed. Bei Ming Linyuan? Where did this come from? Jiang Ling frowned deeply. He knew Bei Ming Xue and glanced at Bailey Bing, his gaze revealing a question. Bei Ming Linyuan is an assassin active in the extreme north. He kills for money. But I remember he was just a soul Douluo, Bailey Bing explained. What you said under the cold ice crown is correct. But he has now successfully ascended to title Douluo. Bei Ming Linyuan's father was killed by my uncle, so this time he has come to take revenge on my family, which aligns him with Lu Qing. Their relationship is quite ambiguous. Zhao Jiping continued. He once threatened me that if I dared to side with the Spirit Hall, he would unleash a massacre on my family. Although my uncle is still alive, he would still struggle against two titled Douluos. There was one thing Zhao Jiping did not say. His uncle had long suffered from injuries and illnesses and had little time left. If he acted again, it might be the last time he could do so. What if I help you deal with this, Bei Ming Linyuan? Jiang Ling countered. Bei Ming Linyuan, as an assassin, is experienced. If he wants to rely on the cold ice crown and my uncle to set up an ambush, it would likely be difficult to succeed, and Lu Qing is still lurking in the shadows. If you don't kill the snake, it may harm you instead. Zhao Jiping thought Jiang Ling wanted to design an ambush and reminded him. I said, our Spirit Hall will independently eliminate this person for you. Jiang Ling repeated. Son. Bailey Bing said in surprise, opening his mouth. Before Zhao Jiping could speak, a powerful voice came from outside. If the sun can eliminate this Bei Ming Linyuan, I will do my utmost to resist Lu Qing. The three people in the room looked outside, only to see an elderly man with white hair and beard walking in, exuding an aura of authority without anger. Uncle. Zhao Jiping quickly stood up. The old man's expression softened upon seeing this. Senior Zhao Wanchuan. Jiang Ling cupped his hands and said, Son, I keep my word. If you eliminate Bei Ming Linyuan, I will risk my life and drag that young brat from the Lu family down to hell with me. Zhao Wanchuan said in a calm voice. Jiang Ling nodded silently upon hearing this and looked at Bailey Bing, saying, Elder Bailey, let us go. Zhao Jiping watched the two leave, turning his head to look at his uncle with concern. Uncle, your health. At this moment, Zhao Wanchuan appeared somewhat dispirited, waving his hand to indicate he was fine. I'm almost out of energy. If I can die fighting to protect the family, then that would be a worthy end. Uncle, Zhao Jiping cried out, unable to hold back his tears. After leaving the Zhao family, Jiang Ling sent Bailey Bing back to the Spirit Hall first, and then walked along the streets of Frost City. He finally understood that saying, behind a mountain is still a mountain, and behind a problem is still a problem. Passing by a theater, Jiang Ling looked up in surprise. After hesitating for a moment, he ultimately did not step inside. At the Lu family's Jishui residence. I hope you're not lying to me. Lu Qing looked at the young man in front of him with a half-smile. Tang Yin, however, was exceptionally cold. Once you absorb some of the Ice Phoenix's true source, you'd better hand Jiang Ling over to me as soon as possible. If he's useful, I will naturally keep my promise. Now hurry up and start, Lu Qing urged. Tang Yin did not respond and stepped into the room. Inside the room, a girl who had been in a daze suddenly stood up, looking warily at the newcomer. The girl's long, water-blue hair looked somewhat disheveled, and although her cheeks were dirty, her exquisite features could still be seen. Who else could it be but Xue Binger? Who are you people? Although she was in an unfamiliar environment, Shui Binger forced herself to calm down and asked coldly, "Are you going to release your martial soul yourself, or should I help you activate it?" Tang Yin ignored Shui Binger's question. To him, who this person was or what her name was no longer mattered. After all, she would be dead soon enough. Seeing this, Shui Binger secretly gathered her soul power. Although she was heavily injured, had not eaten for 2 days, and had little soul power left, she was not a girl who would surrender easily. As long as she had breath left, she would resist to the end. Chapter 166, Tortured to the Point of Death. Both were soul zone. If Shui Binger were not injured, she would still have the strength to fight. But now, Tang Yin's soul power struck Shui Bing, and the methods of an evil soul master were cruel and superb. If hidden weapons and sneak attacks target a person's body, then the methods of this evil soul master acted on the soul itself, even having the means to extract the true source of the martial soul. Using external force to trigger another's martial soul was as easy as pie, as his soul power penetrated several key points on Shui Bing. A high-pitched and mournful phoenix cry resounded through the sky. Next to him, Lu Qing waved his hand to seal off the entire Jishui residence, preventing any sound from escaping. When Tang Yin withdrew his soul power, Shui Binger collapsed weakly on the floor, and above her body, a water-blue ice phoenix circled and soared. The temperature in the room dropped several degrees again. Looking at the ice phoenix, Lu Qing's eyes were filled with undisguised greed. His martial soul was the snow domain lion. Powerful, but it was no match for the phoenix. Tang Yin's lips moved slightly as if chanting something. His eyes turned pitch black, and his palm shot out 2 streams of black energy, binding the circling ice phoenix. You are an evil soul master," Shui Binger exclaimed in horror. She wanted to resist, but her body had no strength left. Tang Yin frowned slightly. He didn't like being called an evil soul master. He then silently recited a mantra and began to extract the true source of the ice phoenix. Clang! It was both the phoenix's cry and Shui Binger's cry of pain. Shui Binger was the ice phoenix, and the ice phoenix was Shui Binger. Shui Binger felt as if millions of ants were gnawing at her bones, penetrating her marrow. This feeling was simply indescribable. Shui Binger's originally delicate and beautiful face was now quite hideous, her lips bitten until they bled. The strength that had previously faded returned due to pain, and her body felt like it was boiling, as if being fried or roasted. Her soul power was wildly crashing around, and her entire body was filled with a painful sensation akin to suffocation. Her 10 fingers were tightly gripping the ground, but the floor was extremely hard, making it impossible for her to hold on. Instead, her beautiful nails shattered and flipped up, blood gushing out, and Shui Binger could only resent herself for not fainting. Fortunately, it was only a partial extraction of the martial soul's essence and did not last too long. Once Tang Yin withdrew his soul power, Shui Binger suddenly loosened her grip, let out a howl towards the sky, and collapsed to the ground, her breath weak. Tang Yin did not look at the fallen Shui Binger, but reached out to catch the ice-blue water droplet, about the size of a thumb, that had been extracted and turned to walk towards Lu Qing. This is a part that has been extracted. You can absorb it now to see if it is useful for your own martial soul, Tang Yin said as he handed the ice droplet to Lu Qing. Lu Qing was already eager and did not fear Tang Yin playing tricks, especially since there was a soul Douluo guarding outside. If Tang Yin dared to play any tricks, he would be killed in an instant. Upon receiving the ice-blue water droplet, Lu Qing swallowed it directly without needing to meditate to absorb it. The essence of the ice phoenix martial soul immediately merged into his lion martial soul. After a while, Lu Qing slowly opened his eyes, a flash of ice blue passing by, and he frowned. Why is it so little? He indeed felt the change in his martial soul, but the droplet contained limited power, far from achieving a qualitative change. I said, this is just a deposit. If the martial soul essence is fully drained, that person will die. Once you hand over Jiang Ling to me, I will transfer all the ice phoenix's power within her body to you, Tang Yin said calmly. Can her power really help my martial soul evolve? Lu Qing still had some doubts. You can choose not to believe it. Tang Yin's expression turned cold as he spoke in a chilling voice. Haha, just kidding, my partner. Lu Qing laughed heartily, but then glanced at Shui Binger lying on the ground, the blood pooling around her like a small river, and he said, whether in admiration or sarcasm, the methods of you evil soul masters are indeed mysterious. I am truly inferior. Tang Yin didn't respond and turned to leave, hoping that Lu Qing could fulfill his promise soon and complete the transaction. Lu Qing watched Tang Yin leave. his smile fading as he coldly snorted and looked at Shui Binga, who was almost unconscious on the ground, before stepping out of the Jishui residence. Shortly after, 3 maidservants entered. The matter isn't over yet. You can't just let her die like this. In Douluo residence, Lu Qing's bedroom. Lin Yuan, big brother. I need your help. A new saint of the Martial Soul Hall has arrived in Han Shuang City, and I want you to secretly, he said, making a capturing gesture. Big brother, you are too polite. My life was saved by you, and I was able to break through to title Douluo thanks to your efforts. Just give me any orders. There's no need to say please. Beiming Lin Yuan replied with a stern expression. Beiming Lin Yuan's father was a bandit and assassin who died at Zhao Wanchuan's hands. It was Lu Qing who secretly hid him, allowing him to leave the Lu family after he had learned enough, inheriting his father's business. The Zhao family only believed the two had a cooperative relationship. Unaware of this deeper connection, then I won't be polite either, but this person's identity is extraordinary. You must not let it leak. Lu Qing handed a painting to Beiming Lin Yuan, which depicted Jiang Ling's appearance. Beiming Lin Yuan glanced at the painting, then tucked it away and respectfully cupped his fist to Lu Qing before walking out. I never expected the person I saved back then to have such great power now, even able to wipe out the main force of the Zhao family. Zhao family. Oh, Zhao family, this is what you call reaping what you sow? Lu Qing thought to himself with a smile on his lips. After Jiang Ling passed by the theater, he hurried back to the Martial Soul Hall. That aura felt familiar, as if he had encountered it somewhere before, but with so few titled Douluo, how could he not remember? Forcing himself to suppress the irritation in his heart. He thought about how to deal with Beiming Lin Yuan, but he had no idea. The enmity of killing his father could not be resolved with just a few words. The irritation he suppressed filled his chest, and Jiang Ling felt vexed. He decided to summon the Changhong sword and began practicing sword techniques. In an instant, the courtyard was filled with melting snow and ice. With the red sword light hanging in the sky for a long time, practicing for 2 hours until the sword moves had lost their shape, yet he remained unaware. It wasn't until Bai Lichuan and Xie interrupted him that Jiang Ling suddenly came to his senses, unable to help but smile wryly, recalling what his teacher had once said. If you want your sword to obey, your heart must be as calm as the bottom of the sea. Relying on practicing swordsmanship to calm your restless heart will only make it worse. Sometimes, it's better not to practice at all. What is wrong? Bai Lichuan asked, noticing something off about Jiang Ling. It's nothing, just a bit tired. I'll be fine after resting a bit. You go to your thing, Jiang Ling said softly, patting Bai Lichuan's shoulder and nodded at Xie before sheathing his long sword and returning to his room to meditate. He sat there until deep into the night when Yui brought news. Saint. The room was unlit, but fortunately, both of them were not ordinary soul masters and could see easily in the dark. You found out so quickly? Jiang Ling looked at Yui, who had suddenly appeared, somewhat astonished. It was really too fast. Yui shook his head and said, not yet, but I have some leads. I just haven't found the exact location where they're being held. Then why did you come to see me? Jiang Ling raised an eyebrow in confusion. Given his understanding, Yui wouldn't meet him without having fully investigated the matter. Hearing Jiang Ling's question, Yui wanted to answer but paused, not knowing how to explain. After a while, Yui finally spoke. I told you to stay calm and not be impulsive. What is worth my impulse here? Jiang Ling was momentarily taken aback. Am I being impulsive? Could it be that Xie was seriously injured? But I just saw him today. Yui, unaware of Jiang Ling's thoughts, said, while I was investigating the Lu family, I saw Lu Qing bring people into the Jishui residence. They stayed for about an hour, and after they left, 3 maidservants went in to serve. Taking advantage of their unawareness, I sneaked into the room and saw that girl from the Tian Shui Academy. Yui paused slightly at this point. What happened next? Jiang Ling, who was listening intently, asked in confusion as he noticed the sudden halt in Yui's voice. I saw her. She was tortured and very weak. You could say she was on the brink of death. It seems to be the work of the evil soul masters. Yui hesitated before saying, these beasts, and those evil soul masters. Jiang Ling's eyes suddenly turned sharp, filled with hatred. His hands clenched tightly, and his body tensed. After a moment, he slumped back down, realizing that now was not the time to confront them. Yui, continue investigating the Lu family, and be careful, Jiang Ling said with a gloomy expression after a long silence. Yui was taken aback and blurted out, what about that girl from the Tian Shui Academy? In her view, Jiang Ling had saved the beauty at the inn and had risked himself to save her again the other day. He must have feelings for her. And upon hearing this news, he would surely be furious and would want to save her at all costs. Faced with Yi's inquiry, Jiang Ling did not think much and replied, "As we understand more deeply, given our current strength, now is not the time to confront them. We will naturally rescue her. But for now, we can only hold off." Without the North Sea's approach, Jiang Ling would have overturned the table long ago. Yi, filled with doubt, respectfully bowed and concealed herself before leaving. Jiang Ling stood up, looked at the wind and snow outside the window, took out a porcelain bottle from his bosom, and sighed softly. "It seems that my arrival has unknowingly changed the fates of many people. I have only met Shui-Binger once, and naturally, there can be no feelings. I only feel a bit regretful for her. I have seen many methods of evil soul masters, each of which is chilling. What a disaster-prone girl she is. However, the matter of Shui-Binger has also led me to make a decision regarding the question I have been hesitating about all day." The next day, Jiang Ling stepped into the theater. Though it was called a theater, it was quite large, with both grand and small stages. Jiang Ling loved to listen to plays when he had nothing to do. He heard that a beautiful guest had been at the small playhouse for several days and really wanted to go in and have a look. Don't even think about it. That person has booked the whole theater. You should know that no matter which hall it is, whether quiet or bustling, the price to book the venue is the same and outrageously high. Jiang Ling watched two people walk past him and stepped left into the small playhouse they mentioned. "Young master, this place has already been booked by someone. Please come back another day." Two guards at the entrance stopped Jiang Ling, seeing his luxurious attire. They did not dare to offend him too much and softly advised him, "Let him in." A rather androgynous voice came from within. The two guards exchanged glances and made a gesture inviting him in, saying, "Please enter." "Thank you." Jiang Ling smiled and walked into the playhouse. The performance had already begun on stage, with a few people dressed in costumes. Below the stage was quite empty, with only one person sitting in the middle. A table full of sunflower seeds and pastries in front of them. Jiang Ling walked straight over and sat beside that person. "Would you like to have some?" The person turned their head and pushed the food on the table towards Jiang Ling. When Jiang Ling saw that face, which was both masculine and feminine and stunningly beautiful, his heart skipped a beat. The shock in his eyes was almost too quick to conceal, and after a long moment, he smiled and said, "Then thank you, Brother Lan." Yes, this person was known to Jiang Ling, Lan Xingchen, a name he remembered from his first travels across the continent. 3 years ago, when they first met, Jiang Ling could not see through him. He was handsome then, but one could still vaguely distinguish between male and female, whereas now, when I came, I was still wondering which senior it was, but I didn't expect it to be an old friend from 3 years ago. "Brother Lan, your strength has improved remarkably fast. It's truly unheard of to have reached the titled rank in just 3 years." Jiang Ling glanced at the stage and said, "Just a shortcut." Lan Xingchen replied with a slight smile. "A shortcut? Is it really just a shortcut?" Jiang Ling's lips curled slightly bitterly as he had an inkling of Lan Xingchen's identity. "Jiang Luo?" Lan Xingchen seemed to recall something and turned his head to ask, his eyes filled with teasing. "Yes, Jiang Luo is also my name. I have another name, Jiang Ling. I believe you know that too." Jiang Ling said, "I still prefer the name Jiang Luo. It's more poetic." Lan Xingchen picked up a piece of crisp pastry and put it in his mouth. "Do you know why I like the small plays? Small plays showcase only the most brilliant parts, usually without a beginning or an end, and without so much resentment or dissatisfaction." Jiang Ling pondered for a moment and said, "Yes, it is brilliant. Although incomplete, it is the most exciting part, and I want to live like a small play." Lan Xingchen's eyes lit up as he said. Jiang Ling fell silent. Small play? He couldn't help but recall the evils he encountered with evil soul masters during his 3 years of training on the continent. And he prepared to get up and leave, only to find himself unable to move. "I initially just wanted to retrieve the wooden token from you, but later, well, not later. It was about half a year ago, I found myself more interested in you." Lan Xingchen suddenly spoke. Jiang Ling's face darkened, and after a long moment, he managed to say, "I have no interest in men. Although you are more beautiful than a woman, you are ultimately a man." Lan Xingchen was also taken aback, and once he regained his composure, he shot Jiang Ling a cold glance with his deep dark eyes and said, "I have no interest either." Lan Xingchen calmed himself down before slowly speaking. "Half a year ago, I got a new subordinate named Tang San. The incident in Hanchuang City was orchestrated by him. Tang San has become an evil soul master." Jiang Ling's heart trembled, and then he said, "You want to control Hanchuang City? What you don't value in the spirit hall, I, Lan Xingchen, naturally don't value either," Lan Xingchen said proudly. "This time is merely a test of Tang San. His talent and cunning are top-notch, and that is what I need. To be honest, I don't like this person very much. Then why did you bring me here today? To kill me? Jiang Ling asked calmly. When I'm a fish on the chopping board, Jiang Ling was surprisingly calm. Of course not. As I just said, I am very interested in you. Lan Xingchen smiled. So, you want me to become an evil soul master too? Are you crazy, or am I crazy? Since you say you're very interested in me, you should understand that I kill every evil soul master I meet. Jiang Ling said coldly. Or do you plan to threaten me with my life? You think too lightly of me, and it also belittles your own identity. Lan Xingchen sighed lightly upon hearing this. Evil soul masters are also divided into types. Chapter 168. In the plot to kill the titled rank. Jiang Ling laughed coldly upon hearing this. Evil soul masters are divided into types. If there are one or two good people among robbers and bandits, I might believe it. But I don't believe there are any among evil soul masters. Lan Xingchen also noticed Jiang Ling's fleeting cold smile and did not explain further, saying flatly, I've been paying attention to what happened in Hanchuang City. You are indeed quite surprising. However, in 3 or 4 days, I have figured out the ins and outs of Hanchuang City, even digging up that old man from the Zhao family. Unfortunately, you only brought a soul Douluo, which cannot reverse the situation. You know I brought a soul Douluo? Jiang Ling's gaze turned cold as he asked in astonishment. After all, the existence of you had not even been detected by the long-standing Douluo by Li Bing. I specialize in spiritual power. Your guard, though well hidden, still cannot escape my perception, Lan Xingchen explained with a smile. Seeing Jiang Ling fall silent again, Lan Xingchen was not annoyed and said, I can help you. This matter was originally instigated by you, and now you say you want to help me? Jiang Ling was amused by Lan Xingchen's words. This matter was originally to test Tang San. I have seen his abilities, but he also disobeyed my orders. And most importantly, I do not like Lu Qing. Some people are only fit to be servants, and the most important thing for a servant is to be obedient. Lan Xingchen seemed to particularly enjoy the crisp pastry and picked up another piece. To call a 95th level titled Douluo a servant, you must be the first one to do so. Jiang Ling said coldly. Lan Xingchen's tone was undeniably bold. Mediocre talent is merely mediocre talent. So, how about it? Let me help you? Lan Xingchen smiled. I do not make deals with evil soul masters. A mere Lu family. My spirit hall can easily wipe them out. Upon hearing this, Lan Xingchen laughed lightly. I certainly know this, but how long will it take for your people to arrive? By then, the matter in Hanchuang City will have already been settled. Jiang Ling remained silent, and Lan Xingchen said, Let's find some time to meet Bei Ming Lin Yuan. After a moment of silence, Jiang Ling took a wooden plaque from his jade pendant and slowly placed it on the table. I don't like being in debt to others, but we are still enemies. I believe you will become my friend. Lan Xingchen confidently replied, By the way, aren't you curious about the secret of this wooden plaque? Jiang Ling did not answer and looked at him. This plaque is a road sign, a total of 4 pieces, said to be from a deity with a divine lineage. Lan Xingchen spoke to himself, What power and money? Nothing is more important than strength and lifespan. Power is just a tool to achieve these goals. At this moment, the performance ended, and the actors exited the stage one after another, as another group of performers took the stage. All right, the small talk is over. You can leave now. Lan Xingchen waved his hand. In an instant, Jiang Ling felt the power that had been restraining him disappear, and without further ado, he stood up to leave. By the way, Tang San will stop at nothing to deal with you, and I won't intervene in this. Lan Xingchen said, still looking at the stage without any warning. Aren't you afraid that the person you care about will die at my hands? Jiang Ling asked. What I value is you. If you kill Tang San, it will prove that I did not misjudge you. I have no ability, just a passion for good swords. And I'm a bit lecherous, Lan Xingchen said seriously. With a cold snort, Jiang Ling still asked the question that lingered in his mind. How old are you this year? Although I look like a young man, I'm already 30 years old. Is that satisfactory to you? Lan Xingchen turned to look at Jiang Ling with a half smile. Although Jiang Ling's face remained calm, he felt a sense of relief in his heart. If Lan Xingchen was truly his age, then he could be considered a prodigy. However, it also made him shudder. At 30, he had a title that buried the blood of countless innocent people beneath it. 3 minutes later, Jiang Ling left the opera house and had Bei Bing send a message to Zhao Jiping, asking him to arrange a meeting with Bei Ming Lin Yuan at midnight tonight, with the location up to him. After sending the message, Jiang Ling sat alone in the courtyard, letting the snowflakes fall on him. His heart was still in turmoil. Having witnessed the horrors caused by evil soul masters, he didn't know whether cooperating with them was right or wrong, and an inexplicable panic arose within him. With a gentle hum, the Changhong sword appeared in his hand, calming his heart slightly. What is wrong with you these past 2 days? You seem heavy-hearted. A sweet yet puzzled voice came from behind Jiang Ling, and an umbrella appeared, shielding him from the falling snow. It's nothing. Jiang Ling looked at Bailey Chuan, who was sitting beside him, and said softly, Sister Chuan, let me ask you something. If one is forced to cooperate with a villain, does that count as doing evil? If what you do isn't bad, it shouldn't count, right? Bailey Chuan pondered for a moment and replied, what if it's that kind of unforgivable villain? Still doesn't T count? Bailey Chuan answered firmly. Hearing this, Jiang Ling's mouth curled slightly, revealing a not-so-bad smile. Bailey Chuan's answer also somewhat relieved him. He only mentioned a villain without specifying evil soul masters, because he knew that no matter the reason, cooperating with evil soul masters was condemned. Thank you, Sister Chuan. I'm going back to my room now. Jiang Ling hugged Bailey Chuan and said. After exhaling a breath of turbid air, Jiang Ling decided to stop overthinking it, and instead carefully plan how to counterattack after Bei Ming Lin Yuan's death. Within Hanshuang City, 5 women dressed in blue skirts walked down the street with a forlorn expression. Among them, a young woman looked ahead, and her previously sad eyes suddenly brightened. Brother Xiaoyu. The clear call startled not only those beside her, but also made the silver-haired man in front turn around. You, are you Qiu Shui? Xiaoyu looked at the beautiful girl in front of him and asked after thinking for a while. What happened to you? Xiaoyu looked at the 5 people in distress with confusion. It's a long story. We didn't expect to run into acquaintances as soon as we entered the city. Yulin Ling forced a smile and said, if you have nowhere to go for now, why not come to my junior's residence to rest for a bit? Xiaoyu thought for a moment and looked at Yulin Ling and Ru Shuang, who were both soul saints. He knew Jiang Ling was planning how to eliminate the Lu family, but the strength of this martial soul branch was indeed ridiculously weak. If these 2 soul saints could help, it would be a significant boost. Okay. Without waiting for Yulin Ling to respond, Qiu Shui exclaimed happily. Ru Shui. Ru Shuang reached out and pulled the girl, scolding her. Teacher Ru Shuang. Qiu Shui realized she was being too proactive and felt her face flush. Then thank you very much, young hero Xiaoyu. After pondering for a while, Yulin Ling expressed her gratitude. You're too polite, senior. On the way back to the Martial Soul Hall, Xiaoyu asked, why don't I see Miss Binger? As soon as this was said, all 5 women showed a sad expression. Seeing this, Xiaoyu was startled, realizing he had misspoken. He apologized and fell silent, leading the way. Xiaoyu did not reveal his identity, and the people from Tianshui did not inquire. They only knew that Xiaoyu was also staying at the inn, and when they saw the plaque of the Martial Soul Hall, they were shocked. The Martial Soul Hall in Hanshuang City had few personnel, and no one obstructed their way. Xiaoyu led the group directly to Jiang Ling's room. Please wait a moment. Chapter 169. A Murder in the Wind and Snow Night. Xiaoyu did not knock, but pushed the door open and entered. Jiang Ling. I ran into people from Tianshui Academy on the street and brought them here. Those 2 soul saints might be able to help us. Hearing Tianshui Academy, Jiang Ling couldn't help but think of the report from about Shui Binger's situation. They were acting together, so why was she the only one captured? Let's go take a look. Jiang Ling threw down the map in his hand and stood up. Everyone, it's been a while. The wind and snow outside are heavy. Why not talk inside? Jiang Ling smiled at the group. When Yulin Ling saw Jiang Ling, her eyes showed disbelief, and then she let out a sigh of relief. She had forgotten to ask about Jiang Ling's situation when she first saw Xiaoyu. Now, seeing him in person, she couldn't help but feel overjoyed, knowing the tragic state of the inn she had witnessed later. Then thank you, young Master Jiang. I must also thank you for your timely help that day. Otherwise, we might. Yulin Ling curtsied gracefully in gratitude. You're too polite, senior. It's just my duty. Don't call me senior. You look not much older than my disciples. If you don't mind, you can call me and Ru Shuang in as well. Then I won't stand on ceremony, Aunt Ru Shuang. Aunt you? Just call me Jiang Ling or Xiao Ling. Seeing Jiang Ling, Shui Wu and Qiu Shui felt somewhat downcast. Recalling how Qiu Shui's obvious feelings for Xiaoyu after being rescued were ridiculed by the other girls. Qiu Shui was unwilling to lose, and she still had the medicine bottle Jiang Ling had given her. The few girls, who had just experienced a life-and-death crisis, no longer felt fear and discussed the 2 men, Jiang Ling and Xiaoyu, the most. Until the 4th day after the inn incident. Excuse me for being presumptuous, but I don't know if you encountered anything after we parted, ain't you? And why don't I see Miss Binger? Jiang Ling looked at the 5 women, whose clothes were torn and showing signs of having traveled for a long time, clearly just entering the city. Jiang Ling was very puzzled, wondering how it could be so slow. Binger. Yulin Feng's expression was sorrowful, and the others also lowered their heads. When we were still a day's journey away from Hanchuang City, we encountered a small avalanche. Although Ruoshang and I were injured, it wasn't a big problem to protect the disciples. However, after the avalanche, the road was completely buried, and Binger accidentally fell into a snow cave. Ruoshang and I searched for a long time, but the snow cave was a maze and filled with sharp ice shards. We searched for a long time and still found nothing. Was it really nothing? It was just that we were unwilling to admit it. Those sharp ice shards made even her shiver at the sight. No, it wasn't that the elder sister fell accidentally. It was me who should have fallen. The elder sister saved me. It was. Chiao Ruoshue beside her spoke softly, covering her face and crying. Ruoshue. Yulin Feng sighed softly, and Ruoshang gently held Chiao Ruoshue in her arms. Jiang Ling was silent, not expecting the reason to be like this. After hesitating for a moment, he decided to tell them, as he needed their strength and to spare them from crying. Ain't you? You don't need to be too sad. I found out about Miss Binger's whereabouts a couple of days ago, but she is in someone else's hands. I will soon launch a rescue. Jiang Ling placed the porcelain bottle he discovered that day on the table. This is my sister's porcelain bottle. Brother Jiang, my sister is really alive. Chiao Ruoshue suddenly grabbed the porcelain bottle, looking at Jiang Ling with sparkling eyes, trembling as she spoke. Although Jiang Ling wanted to say that this porcelain bottle was his, it seemed a bit out of place at the moment. Xiaoling, about this matter, Yulin Feng also asked. It's true. We shouldn't delay. Let's go save her now. The girl with short, gray-blue hair, looking somewhat handsome, said urgently. Shiwewu. Yulin Feng's tone was slightly raised as she scolded. She had already thought of it. The person who kidnapped Binger must be quite strong. Binger is in the hands of the Liu family. The Liu family is an old family in Hanchuang City. An aunt you should know their strength. Jiang Ling explained. Upon hearing this, Yulin Feng's face turned pale. The Liu family. But don't worry, everyone. I've made arrangements. If nothing unexpected happens, we will strike at the Liu family tomorrow. Jiang Ling said in a deep voice. The Liu family colludes with evil soul masters, capturing and killing innocent soul masters. Their crimes cannot be forgiven. At this point, Jiang Ling's heart felt a bit uneasy. Colluding with evil soul masters. Does that include himself? Yulin Feng's heart tightened. To destroy a family with the title Douluo? Jiang Ling's identity. Suddenly recalling that when they came to this extreme north, the dean had casually mentioned that the position of the holy son of the Wuhuan temple, which had been vacant for many years, suddenly had a candidate. Could it be this young man before her? Yulin Feng then felt relieved, stood up, and solemnly bowed to Jiang Ling, saying, I thank you, benefactor, for your righteous assistance. Regarding tomorrow's matter, Ruoshang and I will follow your lead and contribute our humble strength. I want to go too. Chiao Ruoshue said urgently. Ruoshang reached out and pulled her back, scolding, no adding to the chaos. Those are evil soul masters and the first family in Hanchuang City. Far more vicious than those bandits. When we attack the Liu family, we will have allies, and there won't be any mishaps. Jiang Ling comforted them. Ladies, rest assured, I will definitely rescue your elder sister. Let Beilichuan and Shiyue settle the people from Tianshui Academy. Zhao Jiping quickly sent a message that Baiming Lingyuan agreed to meet outside the city, 10 miles west. At midnight in the extreme north, it seemed there were no dark clouds. The moonlight every night was beautiful, and admiring the snow at night was even more beautiful than during the day. The 10-mile slope west of the city was merely an uphill path leading into the mountains. If lucky, one might see a few soul beasts. When Jiang Ling arrived, it was still empty, but he wasn't surprised. Assassins were very cautious, which was also why he had chosen this place. Perhaps he had already arrived, just lurking in the dark, watching for any ambushes. Jiang Ling wasn't worried that Lu Qing would appear because he had already sent Bailey Bing to hold him off. Before tearing the facade, Lu Qing wouldn't dare to lose face in front of the Wuhuan temple. It turns out it was not Zhao Jiping who wanted to see me, but the holy son of the Wuhuan temple who wanted to meet me, coming alone. Do you think that just because you have the identity of a holy son, no one would dare to kill you? A cold voice came from behind Jiang Ling. Jiang Ling guessed correctly. He was observing in the dark to see if there were any ambushes. After agreeing to Jiang Ling's request, he came to this 10-mile slope, always believing that only caution would allow one to live longer. He didn't wait for Zhao Jiping, but instead, he was pleasantly surprised to see Jiang Ling, as he had a portrait of Jiang Ling on him. I never thought so. Instead, I believe that because of this identity, many people would want me dead, and you are one of them, aren't you? Jiang Ling shook his head and smiled. Baiming Lingyuan was somewhat surprised how Jiang Ling knew, but he wasn't worried. He had already checked the surroundings and found no ambushes. Even Bailey Bing couldn't escape his search. I usually don't talk nonsense, but I can make an exception for you. I don't know why you want to see me, Bai Ming Lingyuan asked, tugging at the corner of his mouth. I want you to leave Hanchuang City for a while. You can set the conditions. Is that feasible? Jiang Ling said seriously. No. No negotiation? Yes. What do you want? Your head. As soon as the words fell, Bai Ming Lingyuan had already made his move. Jiang Ling could only smile helplessly, but his eyes were cold as ice. Chapter 170. The Destruction of the Liu Family with Thunderous Might. The full-force attack of a tidal Douluo could be described as thunderous might. Jiang Ling did not make any movements, just calmly watching Bai Ming Lingyuan's attack. Bai Ming Lingyuan looked puzzled at Jiang Ling's expression. He had killed many people and seen many expressions before death: unwillingness, anger, fear, surprise, confusion, but no one had faced death so calmly. However, he didn't think too much about it, because he saw with his own eyes that his hand pierced through Jiang Ling's heart. No one could survive such an injury. But suddenly, he felt a wave of heart palpitations, as if something was flowing out of his body. Jiang Ling looked at Bai Ming Lingyuan, who was frozen in place. His right hand was only 3 feet away, but could no longer advance. Suddenly, a pure white hand emerged from Bai Ming Lingyuan's chest, not stained with a drop of blood. No, it should be said that the blood had been absorbed by that hand. How could this be? The intense pain brought Bai Ming Lingyuan back to reality. He slowly looked down at the delicate fingers protruding from his chest, his face filled with disbelief. He had clearly checked the surroundings and found no ambush. Moreover, in this Hanchuang City, who would have such strange abilities? Bai Ming Lingyuan looked up at Jiang Ling, still trying to raise his right hand for one last move in the final moments of his life. Lan Xingqian frowned, and soul power surged within him, instantly draining all the blood from Bai Ming Lingyuan's body, causing his body to quickly shrivel. The wind and snow continued, and a bright moon hung high in the night sky. Jiang Ling looked at the once invincible tidal Douluo, now seemingly a dead corpse falling down, his heart shaken. He was shocked not only by Lan Xingqian's terrifying and strange power, but also by the cruel and vicious way of killing. The blood of a tidal Douluo was indeed remarkable. Lear, I promised you I would do it. Lan Xingqian looked at Jiang Ling and smiled, appearing even more beautiful than a stunning woman. I never asked you to do anything. Jiang Ling coldly replied without looking at her face. He was beginning to doubt whether as Lan Xingqian's strength increased, she would become more feminine, just like Dongfang Bubi. I have dealt with this person, and tomorrow I will wait to see the good show. Lan Xingqian is not angry either, disregarding his image as he squats down to search for valuable items on Bai Ming Lingyuan's body. Jiang Ling is somewhat speechless at this sight. He wants to speak, but ultimately holds back. Oh, what's this? Is it a portrait of this guy's little lover? Lan Xingqian takes out a scroll and says in surprise as he unfolds it. Initially, Jiang Ling pays no mind, but as the scroll opens, his expression changes, reaching out to snatch it, but he is no match for Lan Xingqian. Haha, it seems you have become a thorn in the eyes of some people. I have to say, the painting is quite similar, so I will keep it as a memento. Lan Xingqian smiles lightly and puts the scroll away. What does a grown man need it for? Jiang Ling can't help but feel a chill and asks in a serious tone. You don't need to worry about that. Lan Xingqian collects all of Bai Ming Lingyuan's belongings, as well as a piece of his skull and a piece of his right arm bone, then stands up and says, the body is yours. I'm leaving. Wait, leave me something that can prove his identity. Jiang Ling stops him. Isn't the body here? Do you think I can take such a corpse back? Jiang Ling looks at the corpse, which has turned into a dried corpse, and knows at a glance that it died at the hands of an evil soul master, feeling helpless. In the end, Lan Xingqian reluctantly leaves behind a jade pendant and also a waist badge representing Liu Qing. It seems that Liu Qing and Bai Ming Lingyuan are not just in a cooperative relationship, but Jiang Ling is not interested in delving deeper into it. Matters concerning the dead are meaningless. Jiang Ling watches Lan Xingqian gradually disappear and unleashes a ball of fire from his right hand, throwing it directly onto Bai Ming Lingyuan's corpse, which instantly turns to ashes. The east wind howls, mingling with snowflakes scattered on the snow-covered ground, as if this person had never existed. As dawn breaks, the streets are sparsely populated, while the Zhao family is urgently mobilizing personnel. The old master of the Zhao family, Zhao Wanchuan, holds a jade pendant in his hand, while the current head of the Zhao family, Zhao Jiping, stand beside him. A large group of soul masters has gathered in front of them, all with soul power above that of Soul King. In the Wuhuan Temple, Bailey Bing is startled by the sudden appearance of Yu, who has been lurking in the shadows for so long without his knowledge. Elder Bai Li, you will team up with Zhao Wanquan to jointly kill Yu Qing. Yu Yi, take the two teachers from Tianshui Academy, along with Xieyu, Bai Li Chuan, and Sun Dai to raid the prison and rescue those captured soul masters. Jiang Ling instructs flatly. And you, aren't you coming with us? Xieyu asks, puzzled. I have other matters to attend to. Let's move. The Zhao family should have gathered their personnel by now. Jiang Ling replies with a smile, feeling that it is finally coming to an end. Yu Yi understands in her heart that Jiang Ling is going to Jishueju. Xiao Ling being heir she. Yulin Ling says softly, Ain't you? Don't worry, I will rescue her safely. Jiang Ling reassures her. Yulin Ling nods heavily at his words. Once everyone disperses, Yu Yi, who has fallen a few steps behind, suddenly speaks up, I will go to Jishueju. You take people to the prison. No, besides Liu Qing. The Liu family has two soul Douluo. The soul masters imprisoned, there are important evidence of the Liu family's collusion with the evil soul masters. It must be foolproof. I won't feel at ease without a soul Douluo backing the rescue. Jiang Ling directly refuses. Then let those two soul saints from Tianshui Academy go with you. Yu Yi suggests again. I can use the turtle breathing technique to infiltrate Jishueju. They can't. Don't worry. I will wait until Bai Li Bing and Zhao Wanquan engage with Liu Qing before making a move to rescue her amidst the chaos. Be careful. Yu Yi sees that Jiang Ling has made up his mind and stops persuading him, softly saying, then chases after Xieyu and the others. A quarter of an hour later, a loud explosion rings out above the Liu family, with three powerful soul powers intertwining and colliding. Jiang Ling looks up at the Liu family, exhales lightly, conceals his aura, and heads toward Jishueju. At this moment, the Liu family is already in chaos, and Jiang Ling resolves a few along the way. Meanwhile, at Donghuju next to Jishueju, a seemingly ordinary-looking young man watches the fierce battle of the three titled Douluo in the distance with a somewhat unpleasant expression. Standing beside him is a black-clad man with an expressionless face. Today, Liu Qing invited him, saying that Jiang Ling would be captured today. Tang Yin naturally does not want to delay his revenge, so he rushed over as soon as he received the news. However, upon arriving at Donghuju, before seeing Liu Qing, he witnesses the battle of the three, knowing that it must be the Liu family's actions being exposed, which makes him extremely angry, as it represents the failure of his mission. He wonders how another titled Douluo has appeared in Hanzhuang City, although old and nearing the end of his life. With Bai Li Bing joining forces, Liu Qing cannot hold out unless Bai Ming Linyuan appears at this moment. But since the Zhao family dares to act, Bai Ming Linyuan is likely in grave danger. A gentleman does not stand beneath a dangerous wall. We should leave, Liang Shan slowly says from behind. Leave? Tang Yin replies hatefully, knowing that although he is unwilling, he understands that when Liu Qing is defeated, he will not be able to escape. Bai Li, why do you want to exterminate my Liu family today? Liu Qing's face is grim as he looks at Bai Li Bing in the air. The massive lion martial soul manifests, exuding extraordinary majesty. Your Liu family is colluding with evil soul masters. You deserve to die. Today is your death day. Zhao Wanquan coldly states, raising his soul power to attack. Chapter 171. The soul-slaying sword light source. So many people have died in the Zhao family. As the ancestor of the Zhao family, how can Zhao Wanquan not be furious? Since life is nearing its end, he attacks fiercely and mercilessly, using moves that trade life for life. It seems to remind him of 80 years ago when he was once a young hero wielding a sword. Old bastard. You really can live, Liu Qing shouts angrily, looking at his torn clothes. With a stomp of his right foot, the entire bluestone road shatters and flies apart. Liu Qing, with the might of a dragon, charges at Zhao Wanquan. Both Zhao Wanquan and Liu Qing are level 95 Super Douluo, and at this moment, both are unleashing their true strength. Although Zhao Wanquan is old, he seems to be rejuvenated, not losing ground against Liu Qing. Bai Li Bing, at level 92, does not dare to intervene, knowing that if he rushes into the battle circle now, he will surely suffer severe injuries first. He can only linger in the air, using long-range soul techniques to harass Liu Qing. In the Liu family's prison, Yu Yi looks at the soul Douluo in front of her, narrowing her eyes. She is an assassin, and such direct combat is extremely unfavorable for her. But she has no choice now. The Liu family's people have already begun killing and silencing others. And if she delays any longer, not a single soul master will be rescued. You deal with the others. This person is mine, Yu Yi coldly commands. Just as Tang Yin and Liang Shan were about to leave, They unfortunately encountered Zhao Jiping, who was leading people to capture the Liu family members. Upon engaging, Zhao Jiping, seeing Liangshan surrounded by a bloody aura, is surprised and exclaims, "So you're an evil soul master." One is Zhao Jiping, who has been a level 89 soul Douluo for many years, while the other is Liangshan, who has just become a soul Douluo. The outcome is obvious, and Liangshan is beaten without the ability to fight back. "I'll hold him off. You find a chance to escape," Liangshan says expressionlessly. "Neither of you can leave." "Stay," Zhao Jiping shouts, his 8th soul ring lighting up as he directly uses his strongest attack. Liangshan is unafraid, and his 8th ring also lights up, protecting Tang Yin behind him. In the distance, on a viewing platform, a beautiful figure, like a celestial being, lies with her eyes closed on a recliner. Beside her, a plump woman massages her shoulders, lightly exclaiming, "Those two have also gone. It's truly a good show. I hope they can come out alive. Why can't I sense Jiang Lure again? Luzin, where is your sister Luang? I remember it was you two who were brought here." Lan Xingqian suddenly spoke up. "Master, I haven't contacted my sister yet. I will reach out to her as soon as possible," Luzin said, his heart tightening. But his expression remained unchanged as he spoke softly. Lan Xingqian said nothing more, merely smiling with interest, causing Luzin to feel a pang of anxiety in his heart. Jiang Ling arrived at Jishui residence without incident, but his expression darkened at the sight outside. It was in such chaos, and there was even a soul Douluo stationed here. At that moment, the soul Douluo, Lu Lei, was pacing anxiously at the entrance of Jishui residence, his gaze fixed on the direction of the ongoing sonic booms. He had already sent his subordinates to check what was happening, but none had returned yet. However, the family head had given him a strict order. Even if the sky fell, he could not leave here for a moment and must keep a close watch on that girl. 1 soul Douluo, 2 soul saints, and 7 soul emperors. Jiang Ling was confident, but not confident enough to snatch someone from their hands. He could only take a gamble. Looking at the disguised mask and a waist token in his hand, Jiang Ling muttered to himself, "Second elder, something's wrong." Jiang Ling rushed to the entrance of Jishui residence. Panic-stricken, "What's wrong? What happened?" Lu Lei, already troubled, became even more annoyed at this outburst and shouted, "Second elder, the spirit hall has teamed up with the Zhao family and attacked. The family head was defeated and sent me to warn you to hurry and help." Jiang Ling pretended to be frightened, sitting down on the ground in a panic. "How is that possible? Zhao Jiping from the Zhao family is not a title Douluo, and the spirit hall only has 1 Bailing Bing at level 92. How could it be a match for my brother?" Lu Lei questioned. "It's absolutely true. That person is not Zhao Jiping. He's an old man with white hair and beard. I've never seen such a lowly person. But his strength is even stronger than that Bailing Bing." "An old man? Could it be?" Lu Lei, anxious, stepped forward to support Lu Qing. "You stay here and guard. Not even a fly is to be let in." He paused again, instructing several soul saints, then looked at Jiang Ling. "You lead the way, and come with me." "Second elder, the family head also instructed me to find the young master and take him to hide." Jiang Ling quickly replied. Lu Tian is the only son of Lu Qing, deeply favored by him. Hearing this, Lu Lei had to give up. He indeed had some doubts about Jiang Ling. But with thousands of people in the Lu family, this cowardly boy in front of him was just a great soul master, which was normal since he hadn't seen him before. Lu Lei dared not delay, soaring towards the center of battle. Jiang Ling discreetly glanced inside Jishui residence, inwardly lamenting, not expecting this leather-skinned man to come alone. "Why aren't you leaving yet?" Several soul saints scolded. I'm going. Jiang Ling bent down and whispered, "There are still 2 soul saints and 7 soul emperors." Jiang Ling removed the disguise mask, shed his Lu family disciple clothes, and changed back into his regular attire. Hiding behind a fake mountain, he took out the waist token. It might not intimidate Lu Lei, but it should be enough for the soul saints. Jiang Ling raised the waist token, looking at the 2 guarding soul saints, and said coldly, "I'm ordered to transfer the people inside. Step aside." The 2 soul saints exchanged glances, although they felt something was off. The waist token did not seem fake. "Sir, we are ordered to guard here. No one is allowed inside. If you want to take someone, please wait for the second elder to return," one of the soul saints said respectfully with cupped fists. "Is it disobeying the family head's orders if you obstruct me?" Jiang Ling's expression darkened as he stepped forward to charge inside. "I must enter today. Sir, please do not make it difficult for us." The 2 soul saints directly extended their arms to block Jiang Ling arrogant. Jiang Ling's soul power surged, ready to retaliate. However, from the corner of his eye, he spotted a familiar figure walking out of Jishui's residence, the woman who had accompanied Lu Tian at the banquet that day. Jiang Ling released his soul power and said flatly, "I was never here." After speaking, he turned to leave. Jiang Ling's words caused the two to be momentarily stunned. "Sir, it's you." The woman also recognized Jiang Ling, questioning in surprise. Before she finished speaking, a flash of sword light erupted, sword energy shot forth, and the Changhong sword appeared, cutting through the air, creating countless invisible rifts within a yard of Jiang Ling, instantly turning the two soul saints into minced meat before they could even unleash their martial souls. Sword 25, a rain of arrows. Jiang Ling's ability to instantly kill two soul saints was indeed luck. Who would have expected someone holding a token representing the family head would suddenly attack them? However, executing a sword move of this level in an instant also left Jiang Ling feeling somewhat drained. The woman screamed in horror at the gruesome scene before her. Nearby, several soul emperors reacted, quickly unleashing their martial souls to capture Jiang Ling. One after another, soul masters arrived for support, totaling at least 15, the weakest among them being at the soul zone level. Is that Shui Binger really that important to Lu Qing? The family is on the verge of collapse, yet they leave so many people to guard here. Jiang Ling steadied his fluctuating soul power and gripped his long sword tightly. Chapter 172, Proud Snow, Frosty Beauty. In a one-on-one fight, Jiang Ling was naturally unafraid, but two fists could not defeat four hands, especially when it was 1 against 15. Fortunately, the highest strength present was just a soul emperor. Jiang Ling's expression remained unchanged as he defended without attacking, managing to keep various martial souls at bay. A long defense must lead to a loss. Jiang Ling had just repelled a soul emperor with a wolf-toothed club martial soul when he was struck in the back by two B-soul masters. The force of their palms was fierce, and Jiang Ling staggered forward. In a hurry, he unleashed several sword energies to push back the two soul kings in front of him, inadvertently using their strength to break through the encirclement. The Changhong sword was reversed to prop him up, blood seeping from the corner of Jiang Ling's mouth as his expression turned somewhat gloomy. He did have ways to deal with the dozen or so people in front of him, whether it was the fifth soul skill, Daybreak Light, or Fire Dance Whirlwind. He could instantly clear those in front of him. But both of these moves were extremely intimidating, and Jiang Ling feared they would attract the returning Lu Lei. But now, there was no other choice. If he didn't use his full strength, he wouldn't be able to clear these people immediately. If this dragged on, it would only be more disadvantageous for him. I'll say it again, today the Lu family must be destroyed. There is still time to escape. Cultivation is not easy. Don't let the collapsing Lu family crush you to pieces. Jiang Ling slowly stood up, holding his sword at an angle, and said in a deep voice. Jiang Ling's words, along with the shouting and killing outside, caused everyone to feel a wave of panic. They were stationed here, but they had no idea what was happening outside. Don't be deceived. The family head soul power is unmatched. In the entire Frosty City, no one can match him. How could the Lu family be conquered? Everyone, let us take this guy down and hand him over to the family head. One soul emperor, seeing the crowd's morale wavering, shouted loudly, then added, "You all know the fate of traitors. Even if you escape with your life, what about your wives and children?" As soon as this was said, no one was confused anymore. Someone shouted, "Kill him." Instantly, the crowd surged forward. Jiang Ling's face was grim as he sighed inwardly. The fifth soul ring lit up, and the sky above Jiang Ling changed color as a giant sword slowly manifested, striking down towards the crowd below. The direction of Jishui's residence. Lu Lei, the second elder of the Lu family, who was rushing to support Lu Qing, stood dumbfounded at the sight above Jishui's residence. He suddenly remembered the person who reported to him that the family head was in danger. When facing him, although he was flustered, his words were clear, and he spoke in an orderly fashion. How could an ordinary soul zone have such courage when facing him? Bastard! Lu Lei roared in anger, turning to fly back towards Jishui's residence. At the same time, Lu Qing, who was fiercely battling Zhao Wanchuan, also glanced towards Jishui's residence, his pupils suddenly narrowing. Ever since he absorbed a portion of the Ice Phoenix martial soul's essence, he regarded Shui Binger as even more important than the Lu family. Otherwise, he wouldn't have arranged for Lu Lei to guard Jishui's residence, nor would he have urged Beiming Lingyuan to quickly deal with Jiang Ling. The Lu family could be destroyed, as long as he didn't die and absorb the essence of the Phoenix martial soul to further enhance his power. He could still rebuild the Lu family. Lu Qing let out a long howl to the sky, his eyes turning crimson as 9 soul rings emitted dazzling light, striking Zhao Wanchuan and causing him to stumble. crashing through several walls before spitting out a mouthful of blood, temporarily losing his combat ability. Bai Li Bing also suddenly soared 3 zhang high, barely avoiding Lu Qing's attack. Lu Qing did not take the opportunity to severely injure Zhao Wanchuan because he himself was also injured. The 9th soul skill combined with the blood explosion curse had led to his period of weakness, suppressing the side effects of the blood explosion curse. He aimed to dash towards Jishui residence, wanting to escape with Shui Bing. "Where do you think you're going?" Bai Li Bing shouted, his martial soul transforming into wings behind him, moving in front of Lu Qing. He had seen the situation at Jishui residence and knew Jiang Ling was there, feeling anxious and determined not to let Lu Qing return. "Get out of the way!" Lu Qing roared, his martial soul resembling a lion. As he punched towards Bai Li Bing, the fist shadow expanding like a mountain, as if a lion's claw was tearing through the sky. Bai Li Bing remained unafraid. He had noticed Lu Qing was seriously injured. Though the punch appeared formidable, it was merely a show of strength. Up until now, it had been Zhao Wanchuan battling Lu Qing, while he had not been injured and his soul power was still at its peak. 7th soul skill, Ice Sculpture True Body. Take advantage of his illness to take his life. Jiang Ling glanced at the soul masters lying in disarray before him. In the end, he held back, only seriously injuring those in front of him without delivering a fatal blow. He then wasted no time, turning to enter the house to find Shui Bing. Jishui residence was not small, but Jiang Ling's mental strength was formidable, allowing him to sense his way directly to where Shui Binger was being kept. He shattered the door, and the situation inside became clear. A girl lay on the bed, her breath faint, while in the corner, 2 maids huddled together. Jiang Ling ignored the maids and walked straight to the bedside, looking at Shui Binger, whose complexion was dark and haggard, her eyes staring blankly at him. He softly said, "Miss Binger, I have come to save you." "Benefactor, you hurry and leave. It's an evil soul master." Shui Binger was pulled back to reality by Jiang Ling's voice, realizing she was not dreaming. A flash of joy quickly faded, replaced by deep panic. The piercing pain in her fingers still reminded her of the evil soul master's cruel methods from that day. She feared that the person who had saved her and her mentor would also suffer such pain. "Miss Binger, don't worry. The person outside has been taken care of." "Can you still walk?" Jiang Ling gently asked, placing his hand on her delicate wrist, his brows furrowing deeply. He had heard from you, that Shui Binger had been tortured, but he had not expected it to be so severe. Her life seemed as fragile as a candle in the wind, ready to extinguish at any moment. Observing her external injuries, aside from the gunshot wound on her shoulder that Jiang Ling knew of, many parts of her body were also wrapped in bandages, likely from the injury she sustained after falling into the snow cave, as mentioned by Yulin Ling, including her hands wrapped like rice dumplings. Shui Binger attempted to force herself to stand, but Jiang Ling extended his hand to support her back, helping her sit up as he spoke. "Don't push yourself. I'll carry you." "Benefactor, I can do it." Shui Binger stubbornly wanted to stand up, not wanting to be a burden, but she simply couldn't get up. "There's no time. I'll carry you." Jiang Ling looked at his coat, stained with blood. Some of it was his, but more belonged to the enemy. He tore it off and tossed it aside, revealing a clean white shirt underneath. He then lifted Shui Binger onto his back, grabbing the bedsheet and using his soul power to tear it in half, securely binding Shui Binger to himself with a tight knot at his chest. Shui Binger was not a frail build, but being carried by Jiang Ling now felt like a feather, weighing him down not at all, which made Jiang Ling feel a surge of pity. "Miss Binger, hold on. Your teacher and sisters are waiting for you." Jiang Ling feared that the person behind him might fade away, giving her a reason to persevere. Shui Binger was tightly bound to Jiang Ling's back. Though the clothes separated them, her delicate, cold body still felt the warmth of his back. Initially, she felt a bit shy, but upon hearing him mention her teacher and sisters, her mind couldn't help but fill with longing. Chapter 173. The exquisite beauty of Shui Binger. This journey to the far north truly felt like a dream. They had come here originally to help Xue Wu obtain her 4th ring. The power of the martial soul fusion technique between herself and Xue Wu was immense, and Xue Wu's support abilities were also very strong. Even if they couldn't win the championship at this year's Continental Advanced Soul Master competition, they could still achieve a good ranking. To enhance the team's strength, they had come to this far north to find a suitable soul ring for Xue Wu. However, they first encountered a black shop, then were ambushed by mountain bandits, and she herself fell into the snow cave while trying to save Ruo Shui, narrowly escaping the sharp ice spikes that could pierce her at any moment. She used up all the healing powder Jiang Ling had given her for her external injuries, just managing to stop the bleeding. They encountered a merchant convoy escorted by soul masters, only to be attacked by an unknown force. Shui Binger's thoughts drifted as faces flashed through her mind. The dean, teacher Ru Shuang, Shuewu, Ruo Shui, Hairo, and even the evil soul master who tormented her, along with Jiang Ling who carried her. Suddenly, a cold wind swept in, disrupting her chaotic thoughts and waking her up, only to see Jiang Ling already stepping out of Jishui residence. Is it very cold? Jiang Ling asked, sensing the tremors in her body with concern. A warm soul power formed a circle, enveloping both of them. Not cold, Shui Binger replied with a forced smile. Then let us go. The long rainbow sword shot out, and Jiang Ling leaped onto the sword, preparing to rush towards the spirit hall. You brat, leave that girl behind. A furious roar came from behind, and Jiang Ling felt thunder rumbling above him as a lion's paw print slammed down, bringing destruction and obscuring the sky. Jiang Ling's expression darkened. He knew that sword would certainly attract Lu Lei, but he hadn't expected him to arrive so quickly. With the long rainbow sword beneath him, he had only one option. The golden sword symbolizing the identity of the successor Holy Sun, sent by Bai Bai Dong, appeared in his hand. Though this sword had no other use. It was hard enough. At least it didn't melt or shatter when he used the Fire Dance Whirlwind on the day of the ceremony. Fire Dance Whirlwind. The golden sword unleashed its power, and a blazing red light swept across, shattering the thunderous shadows in the sky. Jiang Ling did not dare to delay, soaring into the sky on his sword and heading towards the distance. However, Lu Lei continued to pursue relentlessly, his wings woven from thunder, keeping pace with Jiang Ling. Barely losing ground, Lu Lei was the one from the Lu family expected to become the next title Douluo. His martial soul had mutated upon awakening, no longer being the ice lion, but a thunder lion filled with lightning. His circumstances were also once in a lifetime. By chance, he had obtained an external soul bone, the wing of thunder, granting him flying abilities that even Lu Qing did not possess. Kid, put down the girl on your back, and I will spare your life. Lu Lei shouted urgently, realizing Jiang Ling's speed was so fast that even his wing of thunder couldn't keep up. He remembered what Lu Qing had instructed him a few days ago. This girl absolutely must not be lost. Dream on. If you want her, catch up to me first. Jiang Ling's cold voice echoed, his soul power surging forth as the long rainbow sword sped up even more. Shui Binger was firmly bound and unable to look back. But from the sounds, she knew the enemy was very close. She softly urged, Benefactor, put me down. You should leave first. They still have use for me and want to kill me. Afterward, we can think of a way to rescue me. There's no need to say more. I could never abandon you to escape alone. If it truly comes to that, we'll just have to fight, Jiang Ling said flatly, with a cold glint in his eyes. Benefactor, Shui Binger wanted to say more, but seeing that Jiang Ling no longer paid her any attention, she felt no resentment. Only a twinge of guilt and a subtle joy. The guilt stemmed from feeling she had dragged the benefactor down. But what was the source of her joy? Lu Lei saw that Jiang Ling was determined to save her and realized he couldn't hold him back for long. Worrying about his older brother Lu Qing, he steeled himself. Seventh soul skill, true body of the thunder lion. A lion covered in lightning, with thunderous wings, appeared, its speed increasing as it quickly closed the distance between itself and Jiang Ling. At this moment, the battle between Bai Li Bing and Lu Qing had completely reversed. Before, Bai Li Bing had desperately tried to stop Lu Qing from returning to the Jishui residence. But now it was Lu Qing who was desperately trying to prevent Bai Li Bing from leaving. The earlier clash between Jiang Ling and Lu Lei had also fallen into their sight. Bai Li Bing recognized Lu Lei, and it was precisely because she knew him that she felt worried. The destruction of the Lu family could be endured, but the Holy Sun absolutely could not die. Lu Qing, if the Holy Sun survives, your Lu family can still pass on and continue. But if the Holy Sun dies, not only will you suffer a fate worse than death, but none of your family members will survive either, Bai Li Bing said anxiously, her gaze burning fiercely. Huh, aren't you here today to destroy my Lu family? Family legacy? Colluding with evil soul masters to kill the soul masters of Hanzhuang City? Do you think Hanzhuang City will still allow the Lu family to exist? Lu Qing laughed maniacally, disregarding Bai Li Bing's threats. You're looking for death. Bai Li Bing's eyes glinted with cold murderous intent, knowing that if she didn't deal with Lu Qing, she wouldn't be able to rescue Shui Binger. In the dungeon, Yu Yi, injured and accompanied by Xie Yu and Yu Lin Ling, led the rescued soul masters out. In the confined space of the dungeon, her assassination skills were useless. and she could only fight head-on, suffering injuries but managing to hold on until others dealt with the enemies and rescued the trapped soul masters. Together with Ling, Ru Shuang, and others, they killed a long-standing titled Douluo of the Lu family. Just as they exited the dungeon, Yu noticed a huge burst of lightning coming from the direction of Ji Shui's residence, and her heart filled with worry. She took a step to check but felt the pain in her wounds and had to support herself against the wall to avoid collapsing. Gritting her teeth, she ordered Xie Yu and the others, Ling, Ru Shuang, come with me to support the Holy Sun. Xie Yu, take these people away. Yes. Xie Yu understood that with his soul king strength, he wouldn't be useful in this situation, and his desire to become stronger grew even more intense. The battle between Zhao Jiping and Liang Shantang continued, and Liang Shan was in a dire state, covered in blood, with his right arm ripped off. In 3 minutes, Zhao Jiping could take down both of them. The lightning you saw just now, the Zhao family head should recognize it, right? That red glow belongs to the Holy Sun of the Wuhuan Temple. If something happens, the Zhao family will likely be implicated. Are you sure you want to waste time here with us? Tang Yi mocked. Zhao Jiping's expression fluctuated, hesitating for only a moment before chasing after the direction Jiang Ling and Lu Lei had left. Poof! Liang Shan, wearing a black robe, spat out a mouthful of blood and collapsed. Zhao Jiping could not withstand another attack from him. Tang Yin's face also turned pale as he carried Liang Shan and headed outside the Lu residence. Bai Li Bing, you go on with your business. I'll handle the Lu brat. Just as Bai Li Bing was fighting for her life, Zhao Wanchuan emerged from the ruins. Though his face was ashen, he still could not hide the aura of a titled Daw. Chapter 174. The life and death chase of thunder and fire. Zhao Wanchuan tore apart his already tattered clothing, revealing a frail body that could hardly be called robust. Old man Zhao. Bai Li Bing stared at the elderly man in shock. Anyone could see he was on the brink of exhaustion. What are you dawdling for? Hurry up and go. Don't you trust this old man to handle this beast? Half of his body buried in the ground, Zhao Wanchuan faced life and death with a surprising calmness, jokingly speaking. Thank you, elder. Bai Li Bing clasped her fists in gratitude, then soared into the air, flapping her wings as she pursued the direction Jiang Ling had disappeared. Bai Li Bing, I will kill Lu Qing. After this matter is settled, I hope you can advise that little brat not to make a move against my Zhao family. If I die, no one in the Zhao family will be able to threaten you, and you can live peacefully as an ordinary family. Bai Li Bing shot into the sky, but those words still clearly reached her ears. You old fool, you're already dead and still trying to ruin my plans. Lu Qing was on the verge of madness. He no longer wished for survival, but only wanted to kill everyone in sight. This was certainly due to his irritable nature, but also a side effect of the blood curse. What a brute who relies on muscle rather than brains. Lan Xingqian sneered from a distance on a high platform. Next to him, Luo Exen couldn't see the situation of the Lu family and only heard her master occasionally muttering coldly, daring not to ask or respond. Quietly massaging his shoulders. Having struggled through the tumultuous world, she understood the importance of assessing the situation. It seemed that she had already grasped the essence of today as events, and Lan Xingqian no longer looked on. He opened his eyes and reached out to pull Luo Exen closer, resting his hand on her rounded, supple rear. He had no reservations about women. Jiang Ling continued to weave through the air on his sword, but his speed was slightly inferior to that of Lu Lei, who had transformed into his true martial spirit. Returning to the martial soul branch was useless now, so Jiang Ling continued to fly northward. The further north he went, the stronger the wind and snow became, obscuring his vision even more. At this moment, the harsher environment actually worked to Jiang Ling's advantage. The two chased each other without rest, losing track of time. Jiang Ling wasn't as fast as Lu Lei, so when Lu Lei caught up, he could only exchange a few blows with him, either using the force of impact or trading injuries for another chance to escape. Boom! Another thunderous roar echoed, and the thick snow and wind around them were violently distorted, a small snow mountain being flattened by the explosive force. Jiang Ling turned his body, using the massive momentum of the explosion to shoot backward like lightning. Lu Lei roared, "You little brat, if I catch you, I will turn you to ashes." He was genuinely furious. After exchanging a few moves with Jiang Ling, he couldn't catch him despite his overwhelming strength, and the time for his true martial spirit was running out. If it were before, Jiang Ling would have retorted fiercely, but now he couldn't utter a word, fearing that if he spoke, he would be unable to suppress the blood in his mouth. Behind Jiang Ling, Shui Binger had already shed tears. Was it guilt? Yet she didn't speak to disturb Jiang Ling. She had always been a calm and composed girl, understanding that speaking now would only disrupt him. She pressed her cheek tightly against Jiang Ling's back, the silent tears soaking his shirt. Jiang Ling remained oblivious to his wet clothes, but his gaze grew brighter as he waited for a long time, finally seizing the opportunity to break free. He tore apart the sheets that bound them together. Shui Bing'er felt her body suddenly lighten as she separated from the once fiery and hot figure. Is this moment really coming? Why is there disappointment? We are merely strangers who cross paths. The benefactor has already done more than enough. What qualifications do I have to feel disappointed? Or is it that I do not only see him as my benefactor? Shui Bing'er didn't think further, because when Jiang Ling broke the rope, he reached out and held her in his arms. What is wrong? Jiang Ling looked at Shui Bing'er, who had an odd expression, and asked in confusion. Nothing, it's fine. Shui Bing'er's voice was barely audible, and her face even showed signs of shyness. Jiang Ling didn't hear her words. He only heard the howling wind and snow around him. With his soul power severely depleted, Jiang Ling was also at the end of his strength. Having continuously unleashed powerful sword techniques and carrying Shui Bing'er while controlling the sword for so long, even with his abundant soul power, he was still struggling. He had already retracted the external soul power shield, using it only to protect Shui Bing'er from the wind and snow, while he relied solely on his physical strength to endure. Finally, we made it. Bing'er, we are saved. Jiang Ling looked at the snow-capped mountain ahead. His gaze relaxed, and spoke softly. Shui Bing'er did not understand, but seeing Jiang Ling's heart relax, she couldn't help but feel happy, her eyes reflecting a smile. Jiang Ling changed his princess carry of Shui Bing'er to one-handed, allowing her feet to rest on the swordess body. But all the strength was still in his left arm wrapped around her waist. The golden sword, representing the identity of the sun, appeared in his hand again. Taking a deep breath, he forcefully gathered the scattered soul power to use that fire dance whirlwind, which struck the snow mountain like a falling star with a tremendous crash. Behind them, the relentless pursuit of LA was shaken to the core. To be fair, even he couldn't bear such a sword strike. But why was Jiang Ling attacking the snow mountain? Suddenly, a thunderous sound echoed in the sky. An avalanche. Jiang Ling turned to LA, revealing a cold smile. His lips moving without sound, but LA clearly saw the words goodbye. The speed of the thunder wing increased again, but Jiang Ling suddenly dropped the sword, directly heading toward the avalanche. LA stopped in shock, truly astonished, thinking Jiang Ling was crazy. At this moment, his martial soul had long dissipated, and rushing all the way had consumed quite a bit of soul power. He felt a desire to retreat, but could not shake off the bitterness from earlier mockery. That kid had used such powerful soul techniques in succession and controlled the sword for so long. His soul power must be nearly exhausted. I have already reached a point of no return with him, and the Spirit Hall will definitely not let me go. Since he is the son of the Spirit Hall, he must have many treasures on him, perhaps even soul bones. If I kill him, I could then hide my identity. LA thought to himself, not even realizing that he had shifted from assisting his brother to robbing for himself. Indeed, who could refuse treasures from a soul king battling against the soul Douluo? Bing'er, take a deep breath. As they were about to fall into the snow, covered by the avalanche, Jiang Ling held the Changhong sword in his hand and reminded the delicate girl in his arms. In the snow, there were only two things to overcome: low temperature and lack of oxygen. With him there, the temperature was naturally not a concern. So what Jiang Ling needed to do was to hold his breath for a while longer to shake off LA. Once they hit the snow, Jiang Ling no longer reserved his soul power to protect Shui Bing'er. Finding the right direction, he struck the hilt of the Changhong sword with his right palm, and it immediately shot forth like a meteor, carving out a path. Jiang Ling quickly embraced Shui Bing'er and used his lightness skill to keep up. Above the snow, the thunder wings slowly flapped, and LA looked around in confusion, surrounded by a white expanse of wind and snow. He wanted to use spiritual perception, but after probing 3 zhang into the snow, it became difficult to extend further. Chapter 175. A lonely man and woman on the snowy mountain as time passed. Shui Bing'er's face changed from pale to a bit cyanotic, and the feeling of suffocation surged again, even her gaze becoming somewhat vacant. Jiang Ling noticed the poor condition of Shui Bing'er from the corner of his eye and inwardly felt guilty. He leaned down to kiss her, transferring the oxygen he had inhaled before entering the snow. He was good at holding his breath, so staying underwater for a short time was not a big deal. Shui Bing'er only felt her dry lips being met with a soft, warm, and moist kiss. With the influx of oxygen, Shui Bing gradually regained her consciousness. Their gazes meeting. Jiang Ling felt a bit awkward, but now was not the time to explain, while Shui Bing became extremely embarrassed. The blush just rising on her cheeks, not yet having time to feel shy before the feeling of suffocation hit her again. Seeing this, Jiang Ling had no choice but to burst out of the snow, take a few breaths of air, and hurriedly said, Bing, take a deep breath. He then dove back into the snow. As soon as Jiang Ling entered, just a moment later, the spot they had just occupied exploded with a thunderous bang. Snowflakes scattering everywhere. Immediately after, LA appeared, radiant with lightning from the thunderwing. Come out, get out here. LA seemed incredibly furious at Jiang Ling's hiding, unleashing soul techniques recklessly, creating countless large pits in the snow. But he didn't dare to dive into the snow to pursue. He was filled with fear of the unknown. At this moment, Jiang Ling, who had retreated far away, looked at Shui Bing's increasingly cyanotic face and had to use the same method again. Once, twice, 3 times. Even Jiang Ling lost count of how many times he had transferred oxygen to Shui Bing, only knowing that his mouth felt a bit numb and that it was getting dark. Tonight had no moon, and even the heavens gave Jiang Ling a chance to escape. The continuous running and heightened mental concentration also made LA, the soul, Douluo, suffer greatly, his vigilance diminishing. Knowing that this was not a solution, he had to temporarily stay nearby to rest and search again tomorrow. After all, this place had been completely sealed by the avalanche. Wanting to leave would require that kid to control the sword, and he would never escape his sight while doing so. Jiang Ling's mental strength was stronger than LA's, and with his breaking illusion eye, he sensed LA leaving and dashed out of the snow, flying in the opposite direction. At this point, he had very little soul power left, just enough to maintain Shui Bing's temperature to protect her from the harsh cold. Otherwise, with so many wounds on her body, the cold would surely be fatal. Bing, hold on a bit longer, don't sleep. Shui Bing only felt her eyelids becoming heavy, her body already extremely weak. And after such a day of turmoil, she just wanted to fall into a deep sleep. But hearing Jiang Ling's shout, she still gathered her strength, struggling to keep her eyes open, and murmured, I'm not sleeping. Although Jiang Ling's soul power was exhausted, his physique from years of martial training allowed him to move swiftly in the snow, quickly discovering a cave. Jiang Ling was overjoyed, quickening his speed, and upon entering the cave, the world instantly quieted down. There were no more howling cold winds, nor the frost and snow beating against his face, which had become sore. He took out a few moonlight stones and scattered them around the cave. The originally dark cave instantly became bright. Bing. Jiang Ling called a few times but got no response. His heart sank, and he hurriedly checked, relieved to find that she had merely fainted. Inside the cave were some dry grass, and Jiang Ling gathered them together to make a bed, placing Shui Bing on top, then took off his shirt to cover her. Jiang Ling's outer robe had been stained with blood during the day and had long been discarded. Now, with his shirt covering Shui Bing, he found himself in a situation where he had no upper garment. Shui Bing had always been cared for by the servants of the elf family in the Jishui residence, so she was not afraid of the cold. At this moment, she was only wearing a nightgown. If Jiang Ling's soul power were to fade, she would freeze to death within an hour. Jiang Ling struggled to summon the Changhong sword, which was now quite dim but still extremely hot. He inserted it beside Shui Bing to drive away the cold. He walked to the entrance of the cave, picked up stones from the side, and slowly blocked the entrance, sealing off the last gap through which the cold wind could enter. He then sat cross-legged beside the Changhong sword, starting to recover his soul power. At this moment, the battle against the Liu family was coming to an end. The Liu family had been completely captured, and Liu Qing and Zhao Wanchuan had perished together. However, the strange thing was that the person in charge was nowhere to be found. Jiang Ling, the planner, was absent. The head of the Zhao family was missing. An elder by leave from the spirit hall was not present either. For a moment, what should have been an immediate interrogation of the Liu family was put on hold. Meanwhile, Bai Li Bing, Zhao Jiping, Yu Yi, Yulin Ling, and Ru Shuang looked grimly at the vast white expanse, with not a trace left behind, wondering how they would find them. The heavy snow was the most ruthless, especially in the extreme north. Hunting for soul rings in the extreme north was always done on clear, snowless days, as entering during a heavy snowfall could easily lead to getting lost in this vastness. Let's go back first and discuss how to find a holy sun, Bai Li Bing said solemnly. Here his strength and status were the highest, so only he could issue commands. The large snowflakes fell like goose feathers, and the visibility was completely obscured. After just one night, the traces of Jiang Ling and Lu Lei's chase were completely erased, and everything returned to calm. Lu Lei woke up, staring blankly at the scene before him, unable to tell east from west, unsure of where he had come from yesterday, and not knowing where to search for Jiang Ling. For a moment, he felt a bit lost. In the cave, Jiang Ling slowly opened his eyes. His soul power had recovered, and his anxious heart had calmed down. He turned to look at Shui Bing-er, only to find that she had already woken up and was staring at him in a daze. Seeing Jiang Ling looking over, Shui Bing-er became somewhat flustered, a blush fleeting across her cheeks, and then she joyfully said, "Benefactor, you're awake. Don't call me Benefactor, just call me Jiang Ling." Jiang Ling said with a light smile, "The heavy snow has covered all traces. Lu Lei won't find us for a while, so we can take this opportunity to rest well." Shui Bing-er, however, did not catch the latter part of Jiang Ling's words. Her face turned red, and she lowered her head shyly, saying, "Jiang, big brother, your clothes." Saying this, she handed Jiang Ling his shirt. Jiang Ling's face showed a hint of embarrassment. He had almost forgotten that he was still bare-chested. He reached out to take it and quickly put it on. "All right, Miss Bing-er must be hungry. Let us eat something first." The feeling of hunger came over him, and Jiang Ling realized that he hadn't eaten in a day. He took out some dried meat he had brought from the Spirit City and handed a piece to Shui Bing-er. This is really tough." Jiang Ling bit into the dried meat. "Just call me Bing-er, Jiang big brother," Shui Bing-er said softly as she took the dried meat. She put it in her mouth and tried to bite it. Jiang Ling couldn't help but laugh at the sight of Shui Bing-er struggling with the tough meat. He stood up, took the piece of meat from her, and walked over to the stone door he had piled up, taking advantage of the gap. With a flick of his right hand, the snowflakes swirled like a white ribbon. Jiang Ling took a pot out of his jade pendant with his left hand and tossed it on the ground, letting the melted snow fall into the pot. Shui Bing-er's eyes widened in disbelief. She couldn't understand why a normal soul master would bring a pot when going out. After cooking the dried meat again and adding some seasonings, it actually tasted pretty good. Perhaps she was very hungry, but Shui Bing-er's appetite surprised Jiang Ling Bing-er. "I'll check outside to see if there's a chance to escape," Jiang Ling said as he stood up and took a couple of steps toward the exit. However, feeling uneasy, he turned back, condensed a sword talisman in his right hand, and placed it in Shui Bing-er's hand, saying, "If anything happens, crush it, and I will come back immediately." Upon hearing this, Shui Bing-er nodded lightly. "You don't need to worry about me. I'll take care of myself." "Jiang big brother, your sword," Shui Bing-er hurriedly reminded him, pointing to the Changhong sword stuck beside them as she saw Jiang Ling about to leave. "I'll use this one," Jiang Ling said, taking out the golden sword and raising it. Now that they were in the extreme north, the sun was completely obscured by the wind and snow, making it impossible to tell directions. The surrounding scenery was indistinguishable, so leaving the Changhong sword here would allow him to return by sensing it. Shui Bing-er wanted to say something, but Jiang Ling had already concealed his aura and left. He disguised the entrance of the cave, as long as the stones weren't broken. Nothing unusual could be seen from the outside. Jiang Ling tightened his grip on the dazzling golden sword, having left the Changhong sword in the cave. Besides guiding him back, it had another deeper meaning. Although there were branches nearby to make a fire, such ordinary flames could not dispel the bone-chilling cold. To keep the cave warm like spring, the Changhong sword was indispensable. The wind and snow outside continued, and the shallow footprints Jiang Mingling left while using the snow step to search for plum blossoms were quickly buried. So he was not worried about Lu Lei discovering any clues. Jiang Ling searched outside for a long time, just as Lu Lei had guessed. The avalanche had completely blocked the road. To leave, he could only fly on his sword. During this time, Jiang Ling spotted Lu Lei still searching for him and Shui Bing-er, and he couldn't help but feel speechless, thinking, he really is persistent. However, he wasn't worried. The snow valley was not small, and without being able to discern directions, Lu Lei would find it difficult to discover the cave's location in just a few days. Seeing that there was no chance of escape, Jiang Ling did not delay any longer, avoiding Lu Lei and concealing his aura as he headed back to the cave. Inside the cave, after Jiang Ling left, it returned to silence. Shui Bing-er couldn't help but recall the kiss they had shared beneath the snow the previous day. Her cheeks heating up. "What am I thinking? This is a life and death moment," Shui Bing-er exclaimed as if waking up from a dream, slapping her hot cheeks and muttering to herself. But although she told herself not to think about it, her thoughts were uncontrollable. She felt she should find something to do to distract herself. Her gaze fell on the Changhong sword. Is this his martial soul? She thought to herself, puzzled. Since it was a martial soul, how could it remain detached from its owner for so long without dissipating? Unable to resist, she leaned against a nearby stone and walked toward the long sword. Although Shui Bing air was weak, she was still able to slowly sit up and walk with the support of the wall. Approaching the Changhong sword, she found that it was not particularly beautiful, but it emitted a shimmering red light, making it appear stunning against the icy backdrop. Unable to resist, she reached out her delicate wrist to touch it. The moment she made contact with the hilt, a warm current flowed through her body, warm but not scorching, much like the cave itself. Suddenly, she understood why Jiang Ling had left this sword behind and only taken a weapon made of ordinary iron. It was indeed for her sake. Just as Shui Bing air was lost in her thoughts, Jiang Ling returned, moving the stones blocking the entrance and walking in, just in time to see Shui Bing air standing beside the Changhong sword. "You're seriously injured. Try not to move around too much. It's better to rest," Jiang Ling said with a slight frown, stepping forward to support her swaying body and leading her back to the makeshift bed covered with dry grass. Seeing Jiang Ling return, Shui Bing air was filled with mixed feelings of surprise and joy, not even noticing Jiang Ling's mildly reproachful tone as she held onto his arm. "I just checked the surroundings. Yesterday's avalanche saved us but also trapped us. Lu Lei is still looking for us, but he won't find this place for a while. I'll think of a way to draw him away in the next couple of days, so you don't need to worry," Jiang Ling explained the situation outside, trying to reassure Shui Bing air. "I'll listen to you," Shui Bing air replied, not as worried as he thought. After several near-death experiences, she had grown indifferent to their predicament. Most importantly, she had confidence in Jiang Ling. From the moment they met until now, it seemed there was nothing he couldn't solve. Seeing Shui Bing air have such faith in him, Jiang Ling couldn't help but smile wryly. He himself was still at a loss. "By the way, there are some wound treatment medicines here. You should apply some on your wound," Jiang Ling said as he took out a few bottles of medicine powder. He then wisely walked aside and lay down to rest. Even Jiang Ling couldn't help but admire himself for being such a gentleman, and also because he was really tired. After all, he hadn't slept for 2 days and 1 night. Shui Binger looked at the medicine bottles on the ground, then at her hands wrapped like zongzi, looking confused. Her external injuries indeed had not healed. Whether it was her fingers, the gunshot wound, or the cuts from the ice spikes, they were all still subtly painful. However, seeing Jiang Ling put down the medicine and walk aside without caring whether she could apply it herself, she felt a bit annoyed, but due to her modesty, she didn't have the courage to ask Jiang Ling to help her. Thus, she stared blankly at the medicine bottles and gradually fell asleep while hugging her knees. Outside the cave, the sky darkened unknowingly until night fell again. Jiang Ling also woke up from his sleep, stretched lazily, and forgot there was someone inside the cave. When he realized this, he had already woken Shui Binger up. Sorry for waking you up," Jiang Ling said apologetically. "It's okay, Brother Jiang. I have nothing to do and have already slept enough," Shui Binger smiled sweetly. "Did you not use the healing medicine?" Jiang Ling glanced down and saw that the 3 medicine bottles were still there with no signs of having been used, and he asked in confusion. Shui Binger heard Jiang Ling's words, lowered her head, and did not answer. "This place is simple. If the wound is not treated, it could get infected and become a big problem," Jiang Ling advised. Shui Binger felt pressured by Jiang Ling's urging. Her face reddened as she stretched out her hands wrapped like zongzi, shyly saying, "I can't apply it myself. How did I forget about this?" Jiang Ling held his forehead. Brother Jiang, please help me." Just as Jiang Ling was thinking about how to speak, Shui Binger boldly said, "Brother Jiang has saved my life several times, yet I'm still entangled in these matters, wanting to throw the problem to my savior. How can I do that?" Shui Binger thought to herself. Jiang Ling was taken aback by Shui Binger's bold words, thinking he misheard. "Brother Jiang, please come help me," she repeated boldly, looking directly into Jiang Ling's eyes. Seeing Shui Binger being so brave, Jiang Ling didn't pretend anymore and said, "I apologize," before stepping forward. Chapter 177. Romantic Healing in the Cave. Shui Binger's external injuries were most severe, with a long cut under her ribs. If it weren't for her quick reaction at the time, the ice spike would have pierced her body directly. Next were the wounds on her shoulder, arms, abdomen, back, thigh, and chest with various depths. Ironically, the most painful fingers were the least life-threatening. "Let me first take care of the wounds on your hands," Jiang Ling said softly as he squatted down and began to unwrap the gauze on Shui Binger's hands. As the gauze was removed, Shui Binger slightly furrowed her brows, letting out a low groan filled with pain that was hard to ignore. Jiang Ling's expression turned grim as he cursed under his breath, Bastard. At this moment, Shui Binger's fingers were already mixed with blood and the unevenly applied medicine powder, turning into a dark red color. The broken nails were not cleaned properly and were still stuck to the flesh. Is this girl really enduring the pain so calmly? Jiang Ling couldn't help but admire and pity her, and he blurted out, "Does it still hurt?" Shui Binger was slightly taken aback by Jiang Ling's sudden concern, and a bitter feeling emerged in her heart. The past few days had been like a nightmare for her. She hadn't cried in the face of despair or against the evil soul master. But Jiang Ling's one caring sentence made her eyes feel sore, wanting to pour out all her recent pain. Yet, after the bitterness, a hint of sweetness surged from her heart, even though she was lost in the snowy valley with an unknown future. "It doesn't hurt." Shui Binger slightly lifted her head, trying to hold back her tears, and turned her myriad thoughts into this soft response. Jiang Ling was unaware of Shui Binger's unusual feelings and took out some cotton cloth, pouring out the medicine for cleaning wounds from his jade pendant, slowly wiping the blood and medicine residue around the wound. "Next, I need to clean the nail fragments. It might hurt a bit, so bear with it," Jiang Ling reminded her. With fingers connected to the heart, as the fragments pierced into her flesh. Jiang Ling had to carefully remove them piece by piece. Sweat broke out on his forehead, no less than battling a soul saint. Throughout the process, Shui Binger held back her pain, fearing it would affect Jiang Ling, and didn't utter a single cry. Once he had cleaned the last finger, Jiang Ling let out a sigh of relief. Suddenly, a faint fragrance that had not yet masked the smell of blood wafted through. Shui Binger used her clean hands cuff to wipe the sweat off Jiang Ling's forehead. Jiang Ling looked up in surprise and saw Shui Binger blushing, retracting her arm, feeling awkward and not knowing what to say. So she turned her face away, not looking at Jiang Ling anymore. "What a gentle girl," Jiang Ling sighed, thinking that even though he was drenched in sweat from pain, she still cared about him. Clearing his throat, he said, "I'll wash the wound again and then apply the medicine." At this moment, her fingers were bloody again from cleaning the nail fragments, making them look terrifying against her white hands. After applying the medicine, even though Jiang Ling wasn't very skilled at bandaging, he didn't wrap her injured fingers like the Liu family, covering her whole hand and making it look like a zongzi. Jiang Ling looked at his simple bandaging, which was much better than before, but he was still somewhat dissatisfied, pondering whether he should systematically learn more about it after returning. He had learned cooking, massage, and medicine, so nursing shouldn't be a problem. Shui Binger watched Jiang Ling flip her little hands back and forth, knowing he was struggling with the bandaging. But she still felt a bit uneasy, not uncomfortable, just a little shy. She softly called out, "Brother Jiang, is it done?" "Oh, it's done." Jiang Ling startled awake and quickly nodded, "Let's treat the other wounds." When Shui Binger heard that Jiang Ling wanted to treat other wounds, her eyelashes trembled, and a hint of cherry blossom pink appeared on her neck. The other places were not like her fingers, and her clothes somewhat hindered the treatment. Yet, she still responded softly, "Okay." Jiang Ling wouldn't ask again to avoid making Shui Binger embarrassed. He reached out to untie her robe. With her underwear in the way, he managed to unbutton it without exposing too much. Jiang Ling let out a sigh of relief. He stood up and walked behind Shui Bing, looking at her alluring curves from the back. His breathing slightly quickened as he slowly took off her top and went to get the gauze for bandaging. Seeing the several intersecting wounds on her back, some still oozing blood, instantly extinguished the fleeting romantic thoughts Jiang Ling had just entertained. "Binger, the wounds are also beneath the underwear. I need to clean the wounds and apply medicine. I have to take it off." With her long water blue hair cascading down, Jiang Ling couldn't see Shui Binger's expression, but her flushed body revealed the shyness of a girl. Listening to Jiang Ling's words, even though she was mentally prepared, Shui Binger couldn't help but shiver and lowered her head, giving a soft Jiang Ling no longer hesitated and began to unbutton her underwear. Sometimes his fingers inevitably brushed against Shui Binger's body, and he could clearly feel her body tensing up suddenly. It seemed that her earlier boldness was just an act, as she was actually very scared deep down. Jiang Ling carefully unbuttoned the last button and slowly removed Shui Binger's underwear from her body. Despite his caution, the underwear had already stuck to her wound, and taking it off still made her gasp in pain. However, the feeling of shame outweighed the pain. Being bare-chested in front of a man was something Shui Binger had never imagined. Her skin had already turned a light pink, and her delicate body trembled slightly. Jiang Ling moved Shui Binger's long, water blue hair aside, fully exposing her back, and began to clean the wound. After applying medicine, Jiang Ling laid his recently removed shirt on the bed and placed the gauze for bandaging over the wound on the shirt. He placed the underwear on Shui Binger's chest and gently supported her shoulder, saying softly, "We can't bandage your back yet. After we clean the wounds on your chest and abdomen, I'll help you lie down." Shui Binger tightly closed her eyes, afraid to open them, but slowly lay down with Jiang Ling's assistance. Seeing this, Jiang Ling smiled slightly and began to treat the wounds. The areas on her abdomen, under her ribs, and shoulders were quickly cleaned and treated with powder. However, the wound on her chest posed a challenge for Jiang Ling. He cleared his throat, as if reminding Shui Binger, took a deep breath, and gently pulled the underwear down. Shui Binger's body suddenly stiffened, her lips pressed tightly together. She instinctively wanted to cover her chest and kick Jiang Ling away. But she couldn't. She turned her head away, squeezing her eyes shut even tighter. Jiang Ling understood Shui Binger's embarrassment and anger, forcing himself not to look at the large portion of her fair breast and the alluring valley that drove men crazy. He just wanted to quickly clean the wound and apply the medicine to end this suffocatingly erotic healing session. However, the more anxious he became, the slower he worked and the more mistakes he made. After finally finishing the medication, Jiang Ling's sweat dripped down his cheek onto Shui Binger's soft chest. Plop. The sound was not loud, but it was crisp. Jiang Ling clearly saw Shui Binger's delicate body tremble. This. Jiang Ling's eyes involuntarily twitched, and he hurriedly explained, "Miss Binger, this is sweat, not saliva." Shui Binger's cheeks were already flushed, and upon hearing this, her face turned even redder. She felt both embarrassed and angry. "You idiot, of course I know it's sweat. Why did you have to say it out loud?" "Brother Jiang, I know. Just hurry up and bandage me," Shui Binger said softly, her tone carrying a hint of pleading. "Do you really believe me? If not, you can open your eyes and take a look. My forehead is still covered in sweat," Jiang Ling asked, his emotional intelligence dropping. He felt that if this was mistaken for saliva, his reputation would be ruined. "I believe you." These three words were almost squeezed out from Shui Binger's teeth. Chapter 178. A Vacation and a Survival Game. Shui Binger resolutely refused to open her eyes, and Jiang Ling was helpless. Although he felt distressed, he began to bandage her wounds. After that, he helped Shui Binger sit up and fasten her underwear before putting on her clothes. At this moment, Shui Binger's tense heart finally relaxed a bit, and she dared to open her beautiful eyes, but still did not dare to look at Jiang Ling, only lowering her head. The wound on my leg hasn't been treated." After what had just happened, Jiang Ling had already lost hope that Shui Binger would let him treat the wound on her leg, but he asked symbolically. Shui Binger remained silent, only blushing as she bent her knee and lifted her skirt with her wrist, revealing the wound up to her thigh. Jiang Ling went to get the gauze, revealing a long wound above her left knee and another wound on the outer side of her right leg. However, this wound was longer and more curved, and at least for now, he couldn't see the end of it. The original bandaging had only covered half of it. Jiang Ling focused on treating the wound, not glancing sideways at the light blue underwear that was visible if he looked up. After treating the left leg's wound and evenly applying powder, Jiang Ling carefully wrapped the wound and looked at the last wound on the right leg. "Binger, could you pull your skirt up a bit? This wound isn't fully exposed." Jiang Ling frowned and reminded her because this wound hadn't been properly bandaged and was somewhat infected. "Jiang, big brother, let us just leave it at that for now. I can do it myself when my hand is better," Shui Binger said softly, her voice rough. She really couldn't get over this mental hurdle because this wound extended all the way to her buttocks, and applying medicine would require removing her underwear. "No, there's already a trend of infection. If we don't treat it now and it gets worse, it will be harder to heal, especially in this environment. Your body is already weak. If it gets infected, it could be life-threatening." Jiang Ling directly refused and reached out to pull her skirt up a bit. "No, don't." Sensing Jiang Ling's movement, Shui Binger quickly looked up and extended her wrist to stop him, but it was already too late. Jiang Ling then understood why she was so resistant to treating the wound on her leg after having treated her chest. Ahem. Jiang Ling cleared his throat and said, "I still think it's best to treat it." Shui Binger bit her lip, her mind in turmoil, took a deep breath, closed her beautiful eyes, slowly turned around, and lay down, burying her flushed cheeks in her arms, only managing to say a few trembling words. "Big brother Jiang, I'm sorry." Jiang Ling felt somewhat awkward. After all, removing her underwear was indeed. He shook his head helplessly. He pulled the fallen skirt back up and removed the light blue underwear. The wound slid from the outer thigh to above the buttocks. Jiang Ling was somewhat speechless. The location of the wound was really No wonder Shui Binger only used one side when sitting or sleeping. Treating the wound on her leg was fine, but when it came to her buttocks, it inevitably became awkward. After nearly an hour, Jiang Ling finally finished treating Shui Binger's wounds. Looking at the pitch-black night outside, he knew that the stimulation Shui Binger experienced from the treatment was indeed significant, so he didn't disturb her further. Thinking that Shui Binger had lost quite a bit of blood and probably had an empty stomach, Jiang Ling went to get some snow, melted it into water, and cooked some dried meat. At this moment, Shui Binger felt much more relaxed, no longer having that faint pain, knowing that it was the result of Jiang Ling's treatment. However, she still couldn't feel happy. Her lips had been kissed for an entire afternoon, and now her body had been seen and touched all over. Eat a little, replenish your strength, your body will recover faster. Just as Shui Binger was lost in thought, Jiang Ling had already cooked the meat and cut it into small pieces. Bringing it over, Shui Binger looked up at Jiang Ling's warm smile and seemed to recall the sensual treatment from earlier, causing her cheeks to blush again. She hurriedly lowered her head, her gaze falling on the food, extending her hands to take it. Let me feed you. It's a bit inconvenient for you to do it yourself. Jiang Ling picked up a piece of meat and held it to Shui Binger's mouth. Although Shui Binger felt it was somewhat ambiguous, she looked at her hands, recalled how awkward she had looked while eating yesterday, and today had been seen naked. So she unconsciously treated the meat as Jiang Ling and swallowed it in one bite. Jiang Ling had seen how elegant Shui Binger was when she ate slowly yesterday. And although it seemed a bit awkward due to her hands being inconvenient, it was nowhere near as ravenous as now. Watching Shui Binger's cheeks puff up adorably because of the food, Jiang Ling felt playful and, before she had finished swallowing, picked up another piece and held it to her mouth. Shui Binger didn't think much of it and swallowed again, her eyes slightly challenging, letting out a soft hum, seemingly treating the person who had just made her shy as if they were the meat she was biting into and swallowing. Jiang Ling couldn't help but laugh and picked up another piece. The girl's cherry-like mouth couldn't hold that many pieces of meat. When Shui Binger swallowed the third piece, her mouth was stuffed full, bulging, and she couldn't swallow it down. Shui Binger looked at Jiang Ling, who was trying to hold back laughter, and couldn't help but give him a glare, her beautiful eyes seemingly saying, "It's all your fault." In that moment, both of them forgot they were in a dangerous situation. Shui Binger also forgot that Jiang Ling was her benefactor, and they regarded each other as good friends. Shui Binger wanted to vomit, but the education she received since childhood prevented her from doing so, and if she did, it would surely leave a bad impression on Jiang Ling. Yet, she really couldn't swallow it, and for a moment, she found herself in a dilemma. Seeing Shui Binger's face turning a bit red, Jiang Ling stopped joking and took out a water pouch, twisting it open and handing it over. Shui Binger quickly took it, drank a few sips to wash down the food in her stomach, and the feeling of being able to breathe freely returned. Looking at Jiang Ling, she felt a bit angry, gritted her silver teeth, and slapped the water pouch against his chest, forgetting about her own injuries. Hiss! Shui Binger cried out in pain as the water pouch fell to the ground, and she quickly withdrew her hands, but the momentum of her body couldn't be stopped, bringing her face closer to Jiang Ling's chest. Jiang Ling reacted quickly and reached out with one hand to support her shoulder. But just as he was about to touch her shoulder, he suddenly remembered that the wound there was more serious. In a fluster, he placed his hand on his chest instead. The forward momentum was stopped by Jiang Ling, causing Shui Binger's charming face to flush red as she quickly sat up straight. "Cough, your wound hasn't healed yet. Be careful," Jiang Ling said, retracting the hand that had taken advantage and clearing his throat. "You're the one to talk. If it weren't for you teasing me, I wouldn't." Upon hearing Jiang Ling's words, the bashfulness faded, and her delicate brows furrowed as she scolded him. Unlike Jiang Ling, Shui Binger had a warm cave to stay in, cooked meat to eat, and could flirt and joke around. Lu Lei, on the other hand, was in a much worse situation, having only found a snow cave barely able to shield him from the wind and snow. And the food he found was a soul beast he had searched for a long time before discovering. In such an environment, he couldn't even start a fire and was so hungry that he directly ate it raw. "You little bastard, now that I've found you, I'll definitely grind you to dust and ashes to quell my hatred," Lu Lei said, taking a bite of snow to quench his thirst, draping the soul beast's fur over himself to fend off the cold, speaking hatefully. Chapter 179. Food is running out. 5 more days passed, and Shui Binger's external injuries gradually improved, and she could walk normally without any issues. "Binger, I'll go outside to see if I can hunt some soul beasts to change up her diet," Jiang Ling said, his gaze somewhat deep as he looked through the cracks in the stone. It's better not to go. Dried meat is fine too. Shui Binger hurriedly stood up, her eyes revealing worry. Just yesterday, Lu Lei had searched this area, and thanks to the concealment technique Jiang Ling had taught her in the past few days, the two of them were able to hide in the cave without being discovered. But now that Jiang Ling wanted to go out, she couldn't help but feel anxious about what would happen if he ran into Lu Lei. If he could, Jiang Ling wouldn't want to go out either, but unfortunately, their food couldn't hold out much longer. Being tired of dried meat was just an excuse to avoid worrying Shui Binger. Don't worry, I'll be careful. Jiang Ling patted Shui Binger's arm with a smile to reassure her. Then, take the Changhong sword with you. My soul power has recovered a bit, and I can withstand the cold. Shui Binger, seeing Jiang Ling was unmovable, ran to the Changhong sword, pulled it out, and handed it to Jiang Ling. Leave the Changhong sword here. I can use the golden sword, which is just as powerful. I'll be back soon, Jiang Ling said, not taking the Changhong sword, waving his hand as he walked out of the cave, sealing it with a stone. Shui Binger took a few steps toward the cave entrance, peering through the cracks in the stone at Jiang Ling, her worry lingering as she clutched the Changhong sword tightly. Jiang Ling was truly speechless at Lu Lei's relentless pursuit. Did he have such deep-seated hatred? Seeing Lu Lei from a distance yesterday startled Jiang Ling not because he was surprised he could find him, but because of Lu Lei's current state. His clothes were tattered, hair unkempt, and his face and clothes still stained with blood, completely lacking the imposing aura of a soul Douluo from that day. However, seeing the soul beast fur draped over him reminded Jiang Ling how to solve the food problem. The remaining food was only enough to sustain 2 people for 2 days if they wanted to maintain their daily strength. Jiang Ling had made up his mind. If he couldn't find any soul beast today, he would prepare to expose himself, looking for an opportunity to kill Lu Lei. It wasn't his style to sit and wait. Taking advantage of his peak strength to fight for a chance was more his way. Another reason was to save some food for Shui Binger. If he succeeded, she could wait for him to return, and if he failed, she could still live a few more days. Lu Lei was determined to fight him to the death. He wouldn't count on him to back down. And in the end, it would all come down to their true abilities. Jiang Ling searched around the valley for a long time, unsure if the avalanche had scared away the soul beasts in the area or if soul beasts were simply scarce in this extreme northern region. But it seemed there were none here. Regardless of the situation, it seemed Jiang Ling's plan to solve the food issue was going to fall through. It was not until nightfall that Jiang Ling returned to the cave. Meanwhile, Shui Binger was pacing back and forth at the entrance, her brows furrowed with anxiety. At that moment, Jiang Ling moved the stone and walked in. Seeing him, Shui Binger's charming face lit up with joy as she quickly grabbed Jiang Ling's arm and asked, "Big brother Jiang, are you okay?" She looked just like a little wife waiting for her husband to come home. "I'm fine, just didn't find any soul beasts," Jiang Ling said somewhat disappointedly. "It's okay, it's fine as it is now," Shui Binger comforted him. "That's true, I'll go cook," Jiang Ling forced a smile, not wanting to affect Shui Binger's mood. "All right," Shui Binger replied in a crisp voice, sitting on the stone slab covered with dry grass, resting her chin on her hand as she watched Jiang Ling busily, feeling a wave of relief in her heart. Unknowingly, this strong girl also had a day when she willingly depended on someone else. In the past few days, she had applied medicine again, but the wounds on her chest and buttocks were not touched by Jiang Ling. These 2 areas were not too serious, so Jiang Ling let Shui Binger be. Jiang Ling's medicine was very effective. Aside from the shoulder and rib injuries being too severe and needing a while to heal, the other areas had mostly healed. Even new nails had started to grow. At least she no longer needed Jiang Ling to feed her. "Big brother Jiang, why aren't you eating?" Shui Binger asked as she looked at Jiang Ling, who was sitting aside preparing to close his eyes and meditate. "Oh, I'm just really tired of this dried meat. I've been eating this from Wuhuan City to Hanshuang City, and I can't take it anymore. I'll wait a bit until I'm hungry enough to eat again," Jiang Ling explained nonchalantly as he opened his eyes. Shui Binger felt puzzled, but didn't suspect anything. After Shui Binger finished eating, Jiang Ling withdrew from his meditation, pondering for a while before looking at Shui Binger and softly saying, "Binger, I decided to lure Lu Lei away tomorrow. It's not a solution to keep doing this. I'm worried something might happen in Hanshuang City. After I shake off Lu Lei, I'll come back to get you." Jiang Ling tried to keep his tone calm so that Shui Binger wouldn't notice anything unusual. Hearing this, Shui Binger's heart trembled. Girls are naturally sensitive and observant creatures, and especially for a calm and steady girl like her, Recalling Jiang Ling's series of unusual actions today led her to guess the answer. Is it because food is running out? Shui Binger stared into Jiang Ling's eyes and asked softly. Jiang Ling's expression stiffened for a moment, his eyes flickering as he was about to speak. Shui Binger added, "Don't lie. I can tell when you're lying." That tone, that sentence, why is it so familiar? Seeing Shui Binger guess correctly, Jiang Ling helplessly shrugged. There's indeed not much left. Then we can reduce it a bit. Right now, we're eating 2 meals a day. Let us change it to 1 meal a day, and we can eat less. If the people outside can't find us, we can retreat ourselves. Shui Binger stood up, walked to Jiang Ling's side, and spoke firmly. Even if I starve to death, I won't let you go out. The ferocity of Lu Lei was still fresh in her memory. Although Jiang Ling was also strong, he was ultimately just a soul king. You're putting our lives in someone else's hands. I'm not used to that. Jiang Ling smiled, a hint of sarcasm in his expression. Life can only be fought for by oneself. While my strength is still at its peak, I naturally have to take a gamble. Entrusting one's life to others is the behavior of the weak. Jiang Ling looked at Shui Binger with disdain and added, "Moreover, without you as a burden, I might still be able to kill him." Shui Binger was shocked, her ears ringing with the words weak and burden. Her mind filled with Jiang Ling's cold gaze from just moments ago. She felt that Jiang Ling had suddenly become extremely unfamiliar. Her footsteps involuntarily retreated, and she fell onto the straw-covered stone slab, tears welling up in her eyes. Had she misjudged him? Jiang Ling's lies could easily be seen through, but his acting was complete with singing, speaking, and performing. Even with many plot holes, just a glance and 2 words shattered Shui Binger's psychological defenses. "Sorry, Bing. I knew you wouldn't agree, so I had to resort to this." Jiang Ling sighed internally. Even if he shook off Lu Lei, he wasn't very confident. The speed of the Thunder Wings was simply too fast. Shui Binger cried herself to sleep on the stone slab. Seeing this, Jiang Ling picked her up and placed her on the bed. He drew the Changhong sword and stabbed it into a stone pillar in the dark, embedding the hilt deeply inside. Jiang Ling then picked up a small stone from the ground to block the mouth of the sword. He placed 3 water bags filled with water next to her bed, along with the remaining dried meat. Chapter 180. Psychological game Jiang Ling cultivated through the night. His soul power abundant. By the time the sky began to brighten, he still had one thing to do before leaving. "What are you going to do?" As Jiang Ling approached Shui Binger, she woke up, hurriedly propping herself up. Jiang Ling's gaze deepened. After hesitating for a moment, he sealed Shui Binger's acupoints and laid her flat on the stone slab. He silently muttered an apology, then began to remove her clothes in the face of her embarrassed and angry gaze. He took off her top and skirt and directly stored them in the jade pendant. At this moment, Shui Binger was left wearing only a light blue top and shorts. Even during healing, she had intentionally covered herself. Unlike now, when so much skin was exposed to the air, Shui Binger was immobilized by the acupoint seal, unable to move or speak. However, her eyes, which seemed to be spewing fire, and her body, reddened like a boiled lobster, displayed endless anger, shame, and a rapidly spreading fear. It's about to reveal its true nature, Shui Binger thought with a bitter smile. Jiang Ling dared not look for long. He turned and exited the cave, rebuilding the entrance to create a disguise. He took out a piece of wood, about a person's height, from the jade pendant. This would have been specially sought out yesterday. Whether it could fool Lu Lei depended on her. Jiang Ling put Shui Binger's clothes on the wood and murmured, "Old bastard, today I'll have some fun with you." Saying this, he embraced the wood and used lightness skills to head away, far enough from the cave to stop concealing his soul power. Lu Lei, who was gnawing on raw meat, suddenly brightened his murky gaze. Behind him, the Thunder Wings appeared, and with a flash of lightning, he vanished from his original spot. At this moment, Jiang Ling infused his soul power into his feet and sped forward. Thunder whips intertwined into a net suddenly appeared, crashing down towards Jiang Ling's 5th soul skill, Drive Thunder and Pull Lightning. Sword 14. Divine Dragons, 9 transformations. Jiang Ling's golden sword swirled with a crimson hue, and 9 sword energies instantly tore through the thunder net. However, Jiang Ling's forward momentum was also momentarily halted. "Why aren't you dodging, little bastard?" Lu Lei lightly fanned his thunder wings, hovering in midair as he looked down at Jiang Ling. His gaze soon fell on a figure in Jiang Ling's arms, feeling that something was off. "Even if I don't dodge, you can kill me?" Jiang Ling's expression remained unchanged as he concealed Shui Binger behind him, his right hand swinging the sword to unleash sword energies aimed directly at Lu Lei's head. "Shameless. Today I'll take both your heads to vent the suffering I've endured these past few days. Liu Lei didn't delve deeper. Since both were here, he would kill them together. True form of the Thunder Lion. He aimed to destroy this arrogant son of the martial Soul Hall with absolute force. Jiang Ling naturally wouldn't engage Liu Lei in his strongest state. He swung his sword to cut out a snow cave and dove back under the snow. Bastard! Liu Lei, seeing Jiang Ling employing the same trick again, couldn't help but feel a surge of anger. But after several days of eating raw meat, his cautious nature had long been worn down. All he wanted now was to kill this dog couple and leave this cursed place. He had had enough. Now, it was a matter of who could hold out longer. In the cave, Jiang Ling had been gone for 2 days, and the food and water remained quietly where they were. At this moment, Shui Binger looked quite haggard, squatting on the stone bed with her knees hugged, staring blankly at the food by her feet, lost in thought. What had she overlooked? She must have missed something. Shui Binger's gaze fell on her body. Clothes, temperature. A glimmer of realization lit up her dazed eyes. Yes, the wind and snow outside were still falling, but the temperature in the cave had remained unchanged. Shui Binger staggered to her feet, touched the spot where the Changhong sword had been, and began searching around, seeming to prove that Jiang Ling had not abandoned her. Where is it? Where is it? Shui Binger meticulously searched the cave, not missing a single stone. Suddenly, she saw a faint, thin red light reflecting off a stone pillar. Shui Binger ran over unsteadily, regardless of whether her newly grown nails could withstand it, and pried the stone away. A dazzling red light shone forth, illuminating Shui Binger's tear-streaked face. Ignoring her bloodied hands, she pulled out the Changhong sword and held it tightly in her arms. I'm going to find him. He must be fighting Liu Lei now. He needs this sword. Shui Binger looked at the long sword in her hand and whispered, "You will definitely lead me to him, right?" The red glow of the Changhong sword flickered, and Shui Binger was overjoyed and wept, covering her lips. Her gaze turned to the dried meat by the bed, and she struggled to get up, grabbing a handful mixed with the blood on her hands and stuffing it into her mouth. She then picked up the water bag to wash down the meat, using it to replenish her strength, completely disregarding the pain in her throat from the dry food and the coughing from drinking too quickly. Gripping the Changhong sword, she broke open the cave door and ventured into the heavy snow towards Jiang Ling. As the night faded and daylight arrived, Jiang Ling had lost track of time, only knowing that the sun had risen 3 times, and he was already at the end of his strength. Got you. A hand like a lion's claw broke through the snow wall and grabbed at Jiang Ling's shoulder. If it caught him, not only would he be at the mercy of another, but one of his arms would be ruined. Jiang Ling forced every last bit of soul power from his body. The sun shone over the land. The 2 palms met, and Jiang Ling was directly blown out from under the snow by the shockwave, crashing heavily onto the ground. Chapter 181. Surviving a calamity, Liu Lei was not feeling well either. Jiang Ling's palm power shook his internal organs, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. At that moment, he had very little soul power left, unable to use any soul skills, barely maintaining the state of his martial soul attachment, but his injuries were much lighter than Jiang Ling's. Little brat, it's finally going to end. Where's that girl? Liu Lei's right hand crackled with electricity, his expression twisted and inhuman. Has she frozen to death? Haha, she died by your hands. In the end, you still couldn't save her. If you don't tell me, I'll search slowly. That girl is as beautiful as a flower. Even if she's dead, I won't mind. After I've had my fun, she can be food. Oh, right, you can be my food too. Jiang Ling merely stared at him coldly, dragging his body slowly backward. No need to waste words with a dead man. Let me see how many soul bones you have on you, and how many valuables you possess. Greed filled Liu Lei's eyes, and his steps quickened as he approached Jiang Ling. 3. Jiang Ling continued to drag his severely injured body backward, but internally he was counting. 2. Liu Lei was now less than 10 meters away from Jiang Ling. 1. Liu Lei stepped into empty space and fell directly into the snow pit, where Jiang Ling's golden sword lay horizontally. Liu Lei was horrified, reaching out to grab the snow wall, but it was unusually loose and offered no grip. With his soul power exhausted, even the thunder wings could not be used. His scream abruptly cut off. Jiang Ling felt a release of tension, lying flat in the snow, laughing heartily. Once he regained a bit of strength, Jiang Ling reached out with his right hand, retrieved the golden sword, pulled Liu Lei out, stripped away the external soul bone glowing with thunder, and collected all of his valuables. A cold wind blew, causing Jiang Ling to stumble, and he quickly planted his sword into the ground to stabilize himself, straining to focus his blurry vision as he slowly made his way toward the cave. Jiang Ling did not know how far or how long he had walked, feeling no sensation in his body. The massive blood loss also meant he had lost temperature. His numerous wounds were already frozen black. Bang! The sound was not loud, but Jiang Ling fell into the snow, large flakes still drifting down, gradually covering his knees, chest, and face. Before long, the crunching sound of footsteps approached, and a girl, dressed only in a small top and pants amidst the heavy snow, appeared, holding a bright red sword. Unfortunately, there were no soul beasts in sight, let alone any people, so this beautiful scene went unseen. Shui Binger passed by the snow where Jiang Ling was buried. After taking a few steps, her chest suddenly pained, and she turned to stare at the snow that looked just like the surrounding area. Pure white and flawless, something beneath the snow seemed to attract her, making her want to cry uncontrollably. Her feet moved on their own, rushing toward that patch of snow, desperately digging. The snow piled up under her fingers, mixed with her tears and blood. Suddenly, she dug out a corner of clothing, and after clearing the surrounding snow, a frozen purple hand was revealed. Brother Jiang. Shui Binger cried out in despair, clawing Jiang Ling's face free and desperately pulling him out, her right hand trembling as she checked for his breath. Her heart trembled. It was gone. Why is this happening? Shui Binger cradled Jiang Ling's face in her arms, murmuring in a daze. Suddenly, she recalled the moment when Jiang Ling had shared his energy with her in the snow. It seemed she had grasped at a final straw. She laid Jiang Ling flat, took a deep breath, kissed him on the lips, and slowly transferred her breath to him, repeating this over and over, not daring to stop. Cough. Jiang Ling coughed lightly and actually woke up. Brother Jiang, you finally woke up? I thought. Shui Binger hugged Jiang Ling tightly, tears falling onto his face, her voice gradually lowering. Jiang Ling's head felt heavy. He could only hear someone crying, his head nestled in warmth. And even though the cold wind was fierce, a faint fragrance still drifted into his nostrils. It's Binger. How? Did you come out? Jiang Ling asked softly. I came out to find you. You can't leave me behind anymore, Shui Binger said, wiping her tears with the back of her hand. Her voice choked. Jiang Ling smiled faintly, seeing Shui Binger's smooth shoulder. He seemed to remember something and controlled his numb hand to touch the jade pendant, revealing Shui Binger's clothes. Jiang Ling then fainted again. Brother Jiang. Jiang Ling's fainting startled Shui Binger again, and she quickly checked for his breath, relieved to find he still had some. Brother Jiang, I'll take you home. Shui Binger wrapped her clothes around Jiang Ling, and despite the pain in her shoulder, lifted him onto her back. The Changhong sword, which had been left in the snow, trembled slightly and began to rise, following Shui Binger. Thanks to Jiang Ling's sword talisman sensing Shui Binger, it finally returned to the cave as the sky darkened. Shui Binger laid Jiang Ling on the stone bed, seeing that various external injuries had already turned black from the frost. And for a moment, she didn't know what to do. Shui Binger recalled the scene of Jiang Ling treating her injuries and thought to disinfect first. Saying this, she went to retrieve Jiang Ling's jade pendant, taking out an object from the pendant space, a bone glowing with lightning. Not this. Shui Binger casually placed it aside and took out another item, which was a set of women's undergarments, not small in size, stained with blood and somewhat damaged. Shui Binger felt a rush of shame. How could he leave something like this for a girl? Angrily, she tossed it aside. After rummaging through a few more items, she found a jade box containing celestial herbs, several golden soul coin cards, rare metals, and even a bedsheet. Unable to resist, Shui Binger opened the sheet to find a splash of crimson in the center. Though she had never experienced it, she was already 16, so how could she not know what it was? An inexplicable frustration welled up in her, and she spat at the lecherous man, angrily tossing it aside. Fortunately, she soon found what she needed and did not pull out anything embarrassing again. She took out a medicine box, and Shui Binger stopped overthinking, carefully removing Jiang Ling's tattered clothing, some of which pulled away flesh, causing her heart to ache. Because the wounds were all over his body, she left Jiang Ling with only a pair of shorts. You saw me naked last time. This time it's even. Shui Binger blushed, though shy. She did not dare to slack off, taking out cotton cloth and medicinal powder, starting to clean the area around the wounds. Jiang Ling's injury was not like Shui Binger, which was cut by ice shards. It was a violent tear, a scratch that was very irregular and difficult to clean. Throughout the entire process of treating him, Shui Binger felt her heart clench tightly. It took an hour to finish applying the medicine, but Shui Binger's bandaging skills were quite poor, and Jiang Ling was almost wrapped up like a zongzi. Shui Binger's pretty face also showed a hint of embarrassment. She then cut the dried meat into minced meat and put it into the pot, adding some water. In the past, Jiang Ling would use soul power to heat it, but she couldn't. First, her soul power had not recovered, and second, even if it did, it could only cool down and not add heat. You will help me, right? Shui Binger's gaze fell on the Changhong sword as she took it and smiled while flicking the sore body. DD, the imperial concubine, silently gave a thumbs up. She truly was a tough woman, daring to face the fierce warrior Sister Chai. She would definitely not go wrong marrying into her in-laws. Sheng Hegi shook his head seriously at Yumimi. Although Yumimi didn't understand, it was clear from the current situation on Buju Star that things were different from what she had imagined. In an instant, Yumimi was a bit confused, but she also understood to assess the situation and promptly swallowed the words she wanted to say. At this moment, the last soul of the human emperor scattered into the heavens and earth, transforming into a phoenix and flying to the lower realm. At the same time, chaotic air currents stirred, and a crow and a mosquito rushed out, following the phoenix out of sight. Li Wudao leisurely took out a fully enclosed metal injection gun from the spatial ring, which was filled with a canister of blue spiral liquid. It turns out that those well-educated individuals with high status can lie without needing any basis. They say whatever they want, completely at their whim. Damn it. What piece of junk? The chain net is actually useless. Old 2, didn't you say that thing was a tomb-raiding treasure? Chui Yufeng, feeling helpless, could only swing his sword to scatter the spikes elsewhere. But there were too many, and relying on this alone was ineffective. In a moment, the wind ceased and the sky cleared, and a young man with a face like beautiful jade, sword eyebrows, and starry eyes stood proudly in the field. It was Feng Yaotian, who had come to the back mountain to relax and sort his thoughts. What a pity, just a little short. The tone of the ancient chivalrous man was very sincere, and the wounds on his body quickly faded away. The injuries he had suffered turned into nothingness and blew away with the wind. Just as he waved away Sheng Jintian's finger, not long after, the storage bag at Jin Yi's waist began to vibrate again. She frowned and opened her eyes, looking around, but Sheng Jintian was already gone. She was lying on the bedding in the room, covered with a blanket. You actually blocked this sword, how? How could you do that? Dugu Sword Saint did not believe that while he was being far outpaced by Dugu Sword Demon, another rising star had used a sword technique to block what he thought was an unsolvable sword technique. After all, when it came to spear techniques, he certainly wasn't as precise as others playing on a computer, even if he had accurate shooting. Are you chatting with Wu Xing? Song Guyan saw Su Jiu taking out his phone. To be able to take advantage of long outing was simply impressive. Some passing students cast envious glances at Chun Yi, openly taking advantage without any issue. Zhang San hated this unexpected change in plans. He had originally prepared a 3-year buffer. But now, halfway through the year, significant changes had occurred, and most of Zhang San's energy was now invested in the construction in Shandong and Hebei. As soon as he walked into the Fong Quan family's door, Gao Xing's expression changed and then became serious. As a representative of laziness, knowing how to cook does not mean one has to cook. Even if they do, it is just to make themselves comfortable. The impatient Bian Bian had already directly given up on his biological brother, Bian Yuanhang. Those high-level individuals would only use their peripheral vision to observe others, not even turning their eyes to look at you. Generally, it was fine, but in such situations, it could easily become the last straw that broke the camel's back. Facing such an opponent, how could they not be afraid? This terrifying feeling reminded them of the fear that Yun Tao instilled in them. Zhou Yu was being held back by Song Yu, asking questions, while only Song Jun, with a curious expression, looked in the direction where Zhu Jun had left, unable to shift his gaze for a long time. Then everyone saw his hand gestures while playing the zither. It was completely the gesture of a novice, lacking any sense of beauty or coordination. She suddenly looked up and saw a large black snake, as thick as a jar opening and over 10 zhang long, writhing and jumping in the air. The person from Inu looked puzzled. Even if you were released, it shouldn't be to the point of going mad with joy, right? Suddenly feeling a chill on her face, she touched it with her jade hand and looked down, seeing her fair hand stained with a bright red. It was a drop of blood. It was just that at some unknown time, many people had already disappeared from the larger round platform at the highest point. What Lu Chun meant by destroying the world was certainly not the flying sword he named, but simply the literal meaning. Soon after, San Shui withdrew his hand, revealing a coin lying on the back of his hand, with the flowered side facing up. Looking at Qin Yang, his eyes were filled with heat. He took out a manual from his storage ring and threw it out, allowing these people to practice freely. He then began to enter the internal base, trying to practice alchemy techniques. However, Qi Huan applied it to a magic array that contained absolute life. Absolute life, the absolute genius among 8th tier magic. Restore the speed of magical power for the cross/array, instantly compensating for this magic's shortcomings. As a result, Shang Fengnian, in an imperceptible way, tasted the terrifying aspects of the desert song. After Mo Tian's voice successfully entered the water tank, the surging water waves gradually calmed down and eventually disappeared. Even the deep-colored seawater during heavy rain began to turn transparent and light-colored. The beautiful fish-tailed merman finally appeared in front of everyone. Undoubtedly, the fact that you generously shared your experience every day also had the component of winning over Yi Tianming, but the reasons he gave made Yi Tianming feel very reasonable. Weighing the options, Yi Tianming ultimately chose to accept the experience that was offered for free. Why not take it? Outside the elevator door stood several people waiting for the elevator, and Li Yeqing and Feng Tang could not hold on in the elevator any longer. This was an elder he respected, so it was natural that he could not disregard this person's words. Anyway, the two were there, and they couldn't run away for the time being. Liang Yin buried his head down, and at this moment, he did not speak or raise his head, only shaking his head. Chapter 182, Healing Injuries. There are strange phenomena in the sky. There must be treasures here. Zhu Qing, let us hurry up and restore our soul power, and then we can go back to investigate again, Jiang Ling said. Okay. Zhu Qing obediently sat cross-legged and began to restore her soul power. Jiang Ling also sat cross-legged. His soul power had only recovered to 50%. After a while, Jiang Ling and Zhu Qing opened their eyes simultaneously, their gazes meeting. You notice too, here, soul power cannot be restored. Jiang Ling sighed. However, Jiang Ling found that his Changhong true qi was recovering extremely quickly here. Zhu Qing only. Zhu Qing followed Jiang Ling's gaze to the lake, and the blush on her cheeks that had just faded reappeared. It was one thing to fall into a coma earlier, but now that she had awakened, how could she face Jiang Ling honestly? I have a way. Wait for me a moment. Jiang Ling naturally understood Zhu Qing's concerns. Jiang Ling searched around and found an extremely sturdy tree. With his right hand in a virtual grip, the Changhong sword suddenly appeared in his hand. The shadow of the sword slashed down, and the tree broke into two halves. Rise! Jiang Ling picked up a thick piece and directly threw it into the middle of the lake. Zhu Qing, this is enough. You stay inside, and I'll be outside, Jiang Ling said, his tone still somewhat hesitant. Although it was still a bit awkward, there was nothing else to do. The two of them stripped off their clothes and sat back to back, separated by a tree trunk. Zhu Qing also forced herself into a state of meditation. On a crimson, ancient road, two shadows walked forward alone. Come on, Zhu Qing, give me your hand. There's still a long way ahead. Try to conserve your soul power, and I'll help you counteract this temperature. Jiang Ling extended his hand in front of Zhu Qing. But your soul power consumption. Zhu Qing wiped the fine beads of sweat from her forehead. She was only wearing a black robe, and her long hair, which reached her hips, was already tied up. As the two advanced, the temperature rose higher and higher, reaching a point where they had to use soul power to protect themselves. It's fine. My level is higher than yours, and I have much more soul power. Jiang Ling shook his head and said, Zhu Qing gently nodded and placed her delicate little hand into Jiang Ling's hand. Let's go. A gentle force enveloped Zhu Qing's whole body, isolating her from the terrifying temperature outside. For Jiang Ling, this soul power was merely a drop in the ocean. If it weren't for the strangeness of this place, which prevented the recovery of soul power, Jiang Ling would have already taken Zhu Qing and flown away on his sword. They didn't know how long they had been walking. Zhu Qing, look over there, that's where I found you. Jiang Ling pointed ahead and said, since we have reached here, I think we're not far from our goal. Zhu Qing also recognized the place. She had been forced by 3 people and had no choice but to jump off the cliff. During the fall, her clothes were damaged, and every time she felt like she was about to faint from the heat, a force surged within her. When she reached the bottom of the cliff, she walked for a while before she couldn't hold on any longer and fainted. If it weren't for Brother Jiang coming down to look for me, I might have become a pile of bones here. Zhu Qing thought to herself. Zhu Qing, what are you thinking about? Let's go. Jiang Ling saw Zhu Qing lost in thought and waved his hand in front of her eyes, saying, Oh, Brother Jiang, it's like this, the place where I jumped down is still ahead. I vaguely heard some roaring sounds there. Zhu Qing came back to her senses and said, Roaring sounds? That should be it. Let's hurry. Jiang Ling pulled Zhu Qing forward. Under Zhu Qing's lead, Jiang Ling also heard the roaring sound, which was unlike that of animals or any living beings. The two followed the sound and stood beside a deep well. The well was not large. only about 2 meters in diameter, and looking down from above, there was only endless red, accompanied by waves of heat and heart-pounding roars. Roar! It seems this is the place, Jiang Ling said. He hesitated a bit. This was clearly not a good place. If he were alone, he would have to take the risk. But now that Zhu Qing was by his side, if he lost the soul power containing the long rainbow, true qi, Zhu Qing would instantly turn to ashes. Let's go back, Jiang Ling said calmly. Why? Are you worried about me? With Zhu Qing's intelligence, how could she not know? Zhu Qing did not move her body and said in a firm tone, Since we've come this far, I'll accompany you through fire and water. Zhu Qing. All right, let's go down. Jiang Ling saw the determination in Zhu Qing's eyes, smiled broadly, and directly hugged Zhu Qing's waist, leaping down into the well. Inside the well, Jiang Ling directly used the gravity drop technique. He wanted to get to the bottom quickly. In this unknown place, everything had to be done quickly to conserve every bit of soul power. The space inside the well was not as large as the mouth of the well. It was boundless, with a sea of red in sight. In the fiery red world of the well, dark currents surged. Occasionally, a fierce plume of fiery dark current would burst forth from all directions. These flames contained an extremely terrifying temperature. If touched, even a Soul King would end up heavily injured. Jiang Ling gathered a layer of protective shield with long rainbow, true qi, to fend off these fiery dark currents. In this world, they didn't encounter any other creatures. It was no wonder, as the environment was so terrifying that even a 10,000-year soul beast could not survive here. The world inside the well seemed endless. As they continued to descend, even with the protection of long rainbow, true qi, Jiang Ling could vaguely feel that the temperature outside was rising almost exponentially. Jiang Ling looked at Zhu Qing, who was biting her lip, her cheeks covered in sweat, with sweat flowing down her beautiful neck and disappearing. Jiang Ling's true qi erupted again, thickening the protective shield. At the bottom of this increasingly deep well, any small mistake would lead to both Jiang Ling and Zhu Qing being buried here. He wanted to speak, but found his throat dry, unable to even open his mouth. After a long pause, he said, Zhu Qing, the water is in my jade pendant. Take it out and drink some. The spring water from the lake is truly magical. It doesn't evaporate or heat up, always remaining clear. The two of them checked the lake, but found nothing unusual. Zhu Qing took out a water bag and held it to Jiang Ling's mouth, signaling him to open up. Jiang Ling was a bit surprised, but didn't refuse. He was currently maintaining the protective shield with one hand and holding Zhu Qing with the other, which was quite inconvenient. After Jiang Ling drank, Zhu Qing took a few sips. After an unknown period, Jiang Ling felt somewhat numb, mechanically continuing to descend while maintaining the gravity drop. Jiang Ling's expression grew increasingly grim because his true qi and soul power were being consumed greatly. Half an hour more. If we haven't reached the bottom in half an hour, we'll go back, Jiang Ling said to Zhu Qing in a deep voice. He needed to reserve enough strength to be able to fly back on his sword. 15 minutes later, Jiang Ling looked at the still, endless red, the corners of his eyes twitching slightly. Another 10 minutes passed. Zhu Qing, let's go back. Jiang Ling felt very reluctant, extremely reluctant. If it weren't for Zhu Qing beside him, he would have cursed out loud. Wait, brother Jiang. It seems there's a change below, Zhu Qing said. Just as Zhu Qing finished speaking, Jiang Ling looked down and saw a patch of black slowly enlarging. Zhu Qing, close your eyes, Jiang Ling shouted loudly. Almost at the same time, Jiang Ling's pupils filled with a crimson color, the broken illusion eye. The two fell into darkness, the crimson color suddenly turning black. If Jiang Ling hadn't reminded her, Zhu Qing would have likely gone blind right then. Jiang Ling also released the gravity drop, and soon they landed on the ground. The ground was no longer hot or pitch black. Instead, there was a faint moonlight color, and a breeze, carrying a hint of coolness, blew from somewhere. Zhu Qing, you can open your eyes now, Jiang Ling said, shaking Zhu Qing's waist. The two looked ahead, and an extremely large stone door stood before them, with 3 ancient characters inscribed above it. Demon Suppression Well, Zhu Qing murmured softly. Chapter 183. Leaving Jiang Ling did not choose to visit directly, but instead waited until after dark to sneak into Zhu Qing's room. Jiang Ling arrived at the door, just about to push it open when he heard voices coming from inside the room. It was Zhu Qingting. Zhu Qing, are you still thinking about that Jiang Luo? Jiang Ling raised his hand to knock on the door, but slowly lowered it, standing at the entrance. I'm thinking about it. I've been thinking about it all along, but I know what I should do now. Zhu Qing finished her soul power training, stretched her body, and said, Zhu Zhuqing's calm response left Zhu Zhuqing a bit at a loss. In her memories, Zhu Zhuqing had always been shy when it came to feelings. If you miss him, go find him. What does it mean to stay in the room practicing? Although Zhu Zhuqing's behavior was somewhat unusual, Zhu Zhuqing did not forget the purpose of her visit. He has a fiancée, you know, that third sister. I don't want to make things difficult for him. Besides, he should have already left. Even if you like him, it doesn't necessarily mean you have to be together, Zhu Zhuqing said quietly after a moment of silence. His talent for cultivation is exceptional. I can feel it. He will definitely become an extraordinary person in the future, and he will have many enemies. I hope that by then I will have the strength to stand by his side and help him, instead of always being protected by him. Zhu Zhuqing took out the Xiangfei bamboo and carefully wiped it. This could be considered a gift from Jiang Ling. You, Zhuqing, need to understand that sensible girls are not cherished, while girls who act cute get pampered. I haven't seen his fiancée, but I am absolutely confident in your looks. If you just take the initiative, you definitely have a chance, Zhu Zhuqing said, sitting across from Zhu Zhuqing, feeling exasperated. Third sister, what are you talking about? How can you encourage your sister to steal someone else's man? Zhu Zhuqing was embarrassed and smiled bitterly. Besides, he wouldn't like me anyway. Zhu Zhuqing was somewhat speechless, secretly thinking it was hopeless. You can hold on to this memory forever, but he may not remember you in the future. A few days ago, I received a piece of news. Several beautiful women entered Jiang Luer's courtyard and only came out when the sun was high. Can you guess what they were doing inside? And that day happened to be the day you want to find him. This person clearly has a reputation for being a playboy. It's better to forget him. While you are missing him, he is living it up every night, having fun, and doesn't even want to come find you. Outside the door, Jiang Ling was cursing inwardly. Angry war, you have made me suffer. Zhu Zhuqing's original intention was to encourage Zhu Zhuqing to pursue her own happiness. But now Zhu Zhuqing was unyielding, so she could only tarnish Jiang Luer's image in her heart, hoping to make her forget him. He had already investigated this matter. It was done by Jiang Luer's housekeeper, and Jiang Luer was unaware and had even refused. However, Zhu Zhuqing didn't know this and took the opportunity to elaborate. This is impossible. Although he has a bit of a flirtatious side, he would never do something like that. Zhu Zhuqing immediately denied. If you don't believe me, there weren't many people who saw it, but there were a few, and those women too. I can have them tell you in person. Zhuqing, forget him. He may have had feelings for you, but to him, the ancient realm might just be a fragment of life, a dream. Zhu Zhuqing looked at Zhu Zhuqing, who seemed a bit lost, and although she felt a pang of sympathy, she still resolutely said, cutting off what should be cut leads to chaos. The pain of longing has tormented many. She didn't want her sister to fall into it as well. For him, this time might just be a dream, but for me, it is a lifetime. No matter what kind of person Jiang Luer is, I like him. I, Zhu Zhuqing, only like Jiang Luer. Zhu Zhuqing tightened her grip on the Xiangfei bamboo and spoke with determination. I know, third sister, you mean well, but I will not forget him. So please don't try to persuade me anymore. It's late, and I need a rest. You go back first, third sister. Zhu Zhuqing stood up, helped Zhu Zhuqing up, and pushed her toward the exit. Outside the door, Jiang Ling saw this and leaped onto the roof. Zhuqing, sigh. Zhu Zhuqing looked at the tightly closed door and sighed softly. This guy isn't even that handsome. How does he have such great appeal? Zhu Zhuqing leaned against the door for a long time, her eyes slightly red, self-mockingly saying, the tears I've shed during this time could equal those of the past 10 years. She walked slowly toward the bed. Creak. The door was opened again. Third sister, I said I've made up my mind about him. Please stop trying to persuade me. Zhu Zhuqing said helplessly. I have also made up my mind about you. To me, you are not just a dream, but a lifetime. A voice that Zhu Zhuqing was very familiar with sounded. Zhu Zhuqing turned in disbelief to see Jiang Ling suddenly appear behind her. This time, Jiang Ling did not wait for Zhu Zhuqing to run over. He swiftly appeared in front of her and removed his disguise mask. Jiang Ling did not give Zhu Zhuqing a chance to speak and kissed her instead. No matter how much you say or explain, actions speak louder. He heard all of Zhu Zhuqing's words and had no reason to let this girl lose. This time, he didn't forget to extend his tongue. As long as a boy is kissing, his hands are more accurate than Gauda map. Jiang Ling proved it to be true. After a long time, Zhu Zhuqing felt a suffocating sensation, struggling to break free from Jiang Ling's lips, gasping for breath beside him. Her face flushed and her body drenched in sweat. Jiang Ling picked up Zhu Zhuqing and walked toward the bed. No! Zhu Zhuqing exclaimed in a panic, gripping her already disheveled clothes tightly. What are you thinking? I'm just going to sit on the bed and rest for a while. Do you really think I'm that desperate? Jiang Ling's hands were occupied, so he just bumped Zhu Zhuqing's little head with his own. Third sister said that a few days ago, several women went to your courtyard and left very late. Zhu Zhuqing emphasized the word several heavily. The corners of Jiang Ling's eyes twitched slightly. This matter could not be glossed over, could it? That angry war was too careless, making it widely known. Then I will act like a beast today, Jiang Ling said with a wicked smile. Zhu Zhuqing exclaimed in shock. No, that could lead to pregnancy. Jiang Ling placed Zhu Zhuqing on the bed, stretched out his right hand to scratch her nose, and laughed. Just kidding, I have to wait until you're 16. Also, those women were wanted by angry war. I had no idea and didn't touch them. Don't tease me about this in the future, or I might really eat you, Jiang Ling said, gently biting Zhu Zhuqing's earlobe. With her sensitive spot being attacked, Zhu Zhuqing's half-sitting body softened, and she lay down on the bed. Jiang Ling lost the support of Zhu Zhuqing and directly pressed down on her. So this is your weakness. I remember it. Zhu Zhuqing's fingers relaxed around Jiang Ling's waist and coldly snorted. Zhu Zhuqing and Jiang Ling played around on the bed for a long time before lying down together in their clothes. Zhuqing, tomorrow we will go together to explore the continent. But, there aren't that many buts. Because you're Zhu Zhuqing, you have to come with me. P.S. Thank you D for the 2 monthly tickets. Chapter 184. The 2 big shots of the extreme north. Jiang Ling had a bad premonition and quickly looked at his waist, searching through his clothes elsewhere. Lost. Jiang Ling was a bit stunned. Putting aside the significance of the jade pendant itself, the things inside were worth a fortune, including celestial herbs, the yin-yang dual energy bottle, and the winged soul bone of thunder. Jiang Ling wanted to find it, but couldn't discern the direction, and there were tears in his eyes. Why are my eyes often filled with tears? Because I'm really bankrupt. In the core of the extreme north, a palace made of solid ice rose up, and the Ice Bear King limped inside. Xiaobai, did you fight with that snow demon again? Did you lose? As soon as the White Bear King entered the hall, a bright and cold voice rang out. A creature about 5 meters long, a frost emerald emperor scorpion, stood there, its body a mix of ice and emerald green. Its most obvious feature was its massive pincers, covered with hexagonal protrusions resembling diamonds, with the tips gleaming a mirror-like silver. Despite its small size, its imposing presence was far stronger than the towering Ice Bear King beside it. He found me trouble. If it weren't for the helper, I wouldn't have lost to him, the White Bear King muttered. Helper? A human suddenly appeared behind me silently, distracting me. And that guy, Itai, hit me. It continued. Do you want me to help you take revenge? The Frost Emerald Emperor Scorpion's yellow eyes flashed with killing intent. No need, my mom adjusted it. This time, didn't he go all out? Xiaobai quickly waved his forepaws. Isani, how's my mother? Xiaobai looked deep into the palace, filled with concern. Shui's yin-yang complementary soul core failed, causing her origin to be severely damaged, and she can't attempt to break through the 700-year bottleneck and heavenly might anymore. She is still healing, the Ice Emperor said, his tone heavy with sadness. Since her origin was damaged, there was nothing he could do. Hearing this, Xiaobai lowered his massive head, and a jade pendant slipped from his palm, landing in front of the Ice Emperor. What is this? A storage soul guide. Where did you get it? The Ice Emperor extended a meter-long pincer to pick it up and asked. I found it in the snow while fighting the Titan Snow Demon. Xiaobai explained hurriedly as he looked at the item that had suddenly moved from his hand to Isani's. The Ice Emperor fell silent. It was common for soul masters to hunt souls in the extreme north, and many had died here, so finding human items was not unusual. The Ice Emperor infused soul power into the pendant, and all the items inside spilled out. Healing porcelain bottles, cloth, cotton, jade boxes, a golden long sword. Scattered gold and silver soul coins, a few cards, and a distinct jade bottle. The Ice Emperor picked up one of the frost-covered jade boxes. 4-leaf frost crystal flower. Although the Frost Emerald Emperor Scorpion was highly intelligent, it was still a beast and didn't show many expressions. But the excitement in its voice revealed the feelings of this top soul beast. The 4-leaf frost crystal flower, a cold attribute celestial herb, might be average for increasing power and enhancing soul force, but it was the best remedy for repairing the origin and cold attribute body. Xiaobai, you've done a great service. The Ice Emperor closed the jade box and patted the White Bear King, speaking with slight joy before turning to enter the inner hall. What is the good news? Before the Ice Emperor could step inside, a figure emerged from the hall. The appearance was human-like. with pure white long hair cascading down to the ground, and sky-blue eyes that seemed to penetrate everything. The slender, flawless body wore a simple white long dress that made her appear noble and breathtaking. Meticulously composed, like a cold plum in winter, she stood out, proud and aloof. The woman was not human, but a being formed from the purest ice attribute elemental energy of the extreme north, having developed her own thoughts and wisdom after countless years of nurturing. She was the purest elemental body and the overlord of the soul beasts in the extreme north. The Snow Empress, Shuedi. However, at this moment, the Snow Empress's aura was somewhat weak. Of course, relatively speaking, she was still many times stronger than Jiang Ling. But compared to the Ice Emperor beside her, she was significantly weaker, even less so than the little boy beside her. Mom, the White Bear King crouched down, wanting to nuzzle the Snow Empress with his massive head, showing extreme dependence. The Snow Empress floated in midair, reaching out to stroke the white bear in front of her. Although the Ice Emperor couldn't show much expression, the human-like eyes revealed that he was extremely displeased at this moment. Injured so badly, why come out without proper healing? The Ice Emperor's cold voice interrupted the two. That kind of injury can't be healed just by resting. The Snow Empress flew down, landing in front of the Ice Emperor, noticing something. You're so happy. Shuei, your injury has hope. The Ice Emperor waved the jade box in his hand as the Snow Empress approached. There's actually a 4-leaf frost crystal flower here. With this, you won't need to use the Snow Lotus for self-origin sealing anymore. 4-leaf frost crystal flower? The Snow Empress was clearly surprised, taking the jade box with a moment of joy, but then her expression dimmed. It's useless. The injuries from this breakthrough are too severe, and my 700-year cultivation is nearly gone. Although the 4-leaf frost crystal flower is the best remedy for repairing the cold attribute origin, it's still far from enough for my injuries. Hearing this, the Ice Emperor's heart also sank, glancing at the pile of items, and solemnly said, I'll see if there's a second one. Such things are rare and hard to find. How could there be two at the same time? Don't bother, Ice Heir. She kept the Ice Emperor's actions and thoughts in mind. The Ice Emperor, however, didn't reply and rummaged through the assorted boxes. Coxcomb Phoenix, Sunflower, Snow-Colored Swan Kiss, Fragrant Kirin, Celestial Grade, but there were no more 4-leaf frost crystal flowers. His gaze fell on a nearby exquisite jade bottle. When he opened the bottle, a faint alternating feeling of cold and heat emerged. It was the ice and fire duality, ice spring water. Shuei, look at this. The Ice Emperor looked at the liquid inside the bottle, which was half red and half white, feeling a hint of threat from it. Though she didn't recognize the item, she knew it was anything but ordinary. The Yin-Yang Qi bottle slowly floated up into the Snow Empress's hands, and a hint of surprise flashed in her eyes. Being the embodiment of ice elements, she could naturally feel that the white spring water occupying half the bottle contained the ultimate ice attribute. The Snow Empress extended her pure, flawless right hand, drawing out a segment of the ice spring, which separated from the fire spring and rushed out of the bottle, landing in her palm. The Snow Empress slowly closed her eyes, and the ice spring in her palm began to roll gently. The Ice Emperor was somewhat anxious, while Xiao Bai looked confused, watching the Snow Empress with joy in his heart. After a long while, the Snow Empress slowly opened her eyes, tilting her right hand as the spring water fell onto the ice board, leaving only a pool of water stains. If Jiang Ling saw this, he would definitely exclaim in disbelief. But the truth was, what spilled on the ground was not the ice spring, but ordinary spring water after the Snow Empress extracted the ice elements. Chapter 185. Just for a meal. The overlord of the extreme north wants to hunt me down? Is it effective? The Ice Emperor, seeing her wake up, couldn't help but ask. The Snow Empress slowly nodded. Yes, with the 4-leaf frost crystal flower and enough of this unknown spring water, there might be a chance to return to peak condition. But, what is the but? What else is the problem? The Ice Emperor asked eagerly, seeing her hesitate to speak. Just relying on this spring water alone is definitely not enough. The Ice Emperor froze in place, after a while shouted, Xiao Bai, here, Ice Ani. The plump white bear quickly moved over. When did you find this jade pendant, and where did you find it? This. I found it yesterday while fighting the Titan Snow Demon at Snow Eagle Ridge, Xiao Bai answered honestly. Xiao Bai, you and I will take a trip to Chooses900-Year, Ice Emperor commanded. The white bear secretly glanced at Snow Emperor and, seeing no objection, nodded and said, okay. Watching the two leave, Snow Emperor gently sighed. She did not stop them because she knew it was futile. She understood Ice Emperor's character. Once determined, She would go all out and would not rest until she had seen it through. However, she herself did not hold much hope. Finding these items was already a huge stroke of luck. How could she expect too much? The near-death experience from breaking through the bottleneck of 700,000 years had made her see many things clearly. Jiang Ling is where I found this. Xiao Bai pointed to a patch of snow and said earnestly, "Was there anything unusual during your fight with the Titan Snow Demon King that day?" Ice Emperor inquired as she scanned the surroundings. "Unusual? I don't think so." Xiao Bai scratched his head, unsure. "Was there something you didn't notice?" Ice Emperor seemed to remember Xiao Bai's naive nature and changed her questioning method. "Can you tell me the details of that day?" "Oh, okay, it happened like this. That day." Ice Emperor patiently listened as Xiao Bai recounted the cause and process of his encounter with the Titan Snow Demon King. Xiao Bai described every move in great detail. Then, suddenly, a person appeared behind me, and I instinctively swiped back with my paw, but he was very agile, and my swipe missed. I only managed to send him flying with a gust of wind, and he escaped. "Wait, you said you sent that human flying?" "Yes," Xiao Bai replied, a bit aggrieved, immediately moving on to talk about his injuries. Ice Emperor, who usually disliked humans and considered them small and vile, was more concerned about the human than Xiao Bai's injuries. Unaware of the big guy's thoughts, Ice Emperor continued to ask, "Where exactly did you send him flying?" "Where?" "Oh." Xiao Bai's eyes lit up. "Right here where I found the jade pendant." "I understand now. We should head back." Ice Emperor thought a plan. Since they couldn't find that kind of spring water here, they would look for the person who possessed it. Based on Xiao Bai's account, that jade pendant was most likely left behind by that person. As long as the person had not left the extreme north, he wouldn't be able to escape her grasp. Shortly after Ice Emperor returned to the Ice Palace, a command was issued to all the soul beasts with some intelligence in the extreme north: find a human. And it had to be alive. Meanwhile, Jiang Ling was unaware that he had already been wanted by all the soul beasts in the extreme north. He was still pinching his nose to eat the smelly rhinoceros meat, suddenly reminiscing about the taste of the cured dried meat. While chewing on the meat, he occasionally glanced at Shui Binga, hoping she would wake up. He had already chopped the roasted meat into minced pieces and mixed it with hot water to feed Shui Binger. Interestingly, even in her coma, Shui Binger kept calling Jiang Ling's name. It wasn't until the sky began to darken that Shui Binger finally woke up. As soon as she awoke, she felt a wave of discomfort in her stomach and a bitter taste in her mouth. "Binger, you're awake," Jiang Ling, hearing the movement, hurried over. "Jiang Shui Binger looked at Jiang Ling, momentarily stunned, and after a while, she suddenly embraced him, her voice filled with tears. "Jiang, I thought I would never see you again. I had a long dream. It's okay. We'll live and walk out of here." Jiang Ling gently patted Shui Binger's back, softly comforting her. Even though he remained calm and steady, he was still just a 16-year-old boy, and standing on the edge of life and death could still lead to moments of breakdown. At that warm moment, however, Shui Binger's stomach growled. Instantly, a territory called emotions was occupied by shyness, while fear was utterly defeated. "I'll go get you something to eat." Jiang Ling suppressed his laughter and ruffled Shui Binger's hair. "This might not taste very good." Jiang Ling handed the roasted meat to Shui Binger. "I ran out of seasonings. I just cooked it." Shui Binger took a piece, put it in her mouth, and her brows slightly furrowed, but then she looked at Jiang Ling with a smile, her bright eyes curving into crescents, and said cheerfully, "It's really good, is it?" Jiang Ling was taken aback, took a bite himself, and fought the urge to spit it out, saying, "You must be hungry to think it's good." "Everything you make is delicious," Shui Binger said in a voice only she could hear, taking another bite of the roasted meat. The next day, since Shui Binger had awakened, Jiang Ling would not stay in one place for too long. Whether it was finding a way out or looking for food, they needed to get moving. That big piece of rhinoceros meat could last at most a week, so it was better to act sooner rather than later to avoid going hungry. "Binger, we're setting off," Jiang Ling said, holding the already tied-up food in his hand. Without a storage device, he could only carry it. "Okay, Jiang de go," Shui Binger replied cheerfully, her condition having improved after a night of rest. "Jiang de go, what is this?" Shui Binger looked at the items in Jiang Ling's hands. "Oh, this? The storage soul guide was full, so I couldn't fit any more food," Jiang Ling explained. He didn't want Shui Binger to know that he had lost the jade pendant. But what he didn't realize was that Shui Binger had used that jade pendant and knew very well how much space was left inside. Shui Binger's gaze fell on Jiang Ling's waist, which was empty, and her heart felt a jolt. "Jiang de go, can I see your jade pendant?" Even she didn't notice that her voice trembled slightly. "Why, look at it. Let's get going," Jiang Ling smiled, reaching out to take Shui Binger's hand. However, this time, Shui Binger did not obediently accept as before. She dodged Jiang Ling's hand and asked tearfully, "The jade pendant. Did you lose it because of me?" Jiang Ling was taken aback by Shui Binger's agitation and stepped forward to rub her head, saying irritably, "What are you thinking? The jade pendant is lost. But it has nothing to do with you. It was my own carelessness. There wasn't anything valuable inside, just some daily necessities. Don't take it to heart." But Shui Binger cried even harder, tightly hugging Jiang Ling, her heart bleeding. It was nothing valuable, just a piece that could fly, an external soul bone. Several well-packaged boxes exuding an extraordinary aura, a magnificently crafted golden long sword, and those gold soul coins. And all of this was because of her burden. Chapter 186. A final letter. Jiang Ling had no idea that Shui Binger had seen the items in his jade pendant space. He simply set the rhinoceros meat down and gently patted the back of the sobbing Shui Binger. "It's just a storage soul guide. If it's lost, it's lost. I actually think the seasonings in the pendant are more important. Now, we can only eat bland meat." Jiang Ling supported Shui Binger's shoulders and made a not-so-cold joke, helping her wipe away her tears, and lightly scratched her delicate nose, saying softly, "Once we get out, I'll take you to eat the best food in Hanshuang City. Let's go." Jiang Ling took the initiative to hold Shui Binger's hand. The area of the extreme north was indeed very vast, but the number of soul beasts was quite small, so they needed to plan early. Jiang de Ge, Shui Binger forced a smile, but behind that smile, there seemed to be a hidden determination. Jiang Ling originally thought today would be just another ordinary day without encountering any soul beasts, but unexpectedly, not long after leaving, he encountered a group of soul beasts. "What's going on today? Is there a beast tide?" Jiang Ling, riding his sword, looked at the densely packed soul beasts below and felt a chill run down his spine. "When looking for you, no one showed up. Now that I'm not looking for you, you all come out." After escaping danger, Shui Binger couldn't help but let out a sigh of relief. Looking at Jiang Ling, who was doing his best to protect her, her heart filled with bitterness. "I really want to stay by your side forever, but it's a pity it can't be. It should come to an end." Shui Binger buried her face tightly in Jiang Ling's chest, her arms wrapped around his waist. Jiang Ling, who was vigilantly watching the surroundings, paused when he saw Shui Binger in his arms. He could naturally feel the warmth on his chest. He sensed that Shui Binger was acting strangely today. Could it be that she's still troubled about the lost jade pendant? But time did not allow him to think too much, as several flying soul beasts appeared ahead. As the sky darkened, Jiang Ling only did one thing today: escape. Soul beasts were everywhere, and he had only just shaken them off a short while ago and found a place to rest. "It seems we can't wander around. We can only find a hiding place for now." However, the chaos of soul beasts was somewhat good. When food ran out, they could directly go hunting without worrying about starving. "Once the blizzard stops, we can go back." Jiang Ling looked at the swirling frost and snow outside. Seemingly comforting Shui Binger, and also giving himself hope, he forced a smile and said, "Everyone knows that if the soul beasts do not riot, they only face the crisis of hunger, but now it was a life-and-death crisis." Meanwhile, Shui Binger sat at the back, hugging her knees, her gaze directed outside the cave. But her attention was mostly on Jiang Ling. After a long while, she lowered her head and softly said, "Big brother Jiang, I need to go to the bathroom." Okay, don't go too far," Jiang Ling replied without suspicion, nodding. Seeing that Jiang Ling didn't suspect her, Shui Binger felt both relieved and a bit lost. Why should she feel lost? Wasn't she already a burden enough? Today, that 1,000-year ice sculpture soul beast claw almost caught Jiang Ling's shoulder. If it weren't for her, he would definitely not have had such a hard time. Without her, Jiang Ling would surely be able to leave this cursed place. As soon as she stepped out of the cave entrance, the cold wind swept over, adding a sense of loneliness. Shui Binger couldn't help but look back at Jiang Ling, then mustered her courage and dashed into his embrace, standing on tiptoe, pressing her thin lips against Jiang Ling's mouth, and her little tongue also ventured out. Jiang Ling was taken aback. He had been close to Shui Binger due to their daily interactions, and after 2 healing sessions where they had seen each other's bodies, they were no longer resistant to physical contact. However, he had never seen such an active Shui Binger before, and it seemed like he had been kissed forcefully. Jiang Ling was not someone who wouldn't fight back when attacked. As soon as his hand moved toward her waist, Shui Binger slipped away, floating back, her cheeks flushed. She herself didn't know why she was so bold. She just thought that since this might be their last goodbye, she wanted to indulge herself once. I'll go out first." Shui Binger wiped her mouth, lowered her head, and ran out. Jiang Ling felt a bit awkward as he watched her flee. And after a while, he sighed, "What is this all about?" Outside the cave, Shui Binger's clothes rustled in the cold wind. But her body was still burning with heat. For a moment, she didn't feel cold at all. After standing in the snow for a while and calming her agitated heart, she slowly tore a piece of cloth from her skirt, no matter how reluctant she was. This final decision had to be made. Biting her middle finger, she slowly drew on the cloth, and, after finishing the last character, Shui Binger couldn't help but tightly grip the cloth, covering it with her lips to keep herself from crying out loud, but tears had already fallen into the snow. She placed the cloth on the snow, took out the sword talisman Jiang Ling had given her, placed it on top of the cloth, glanced in Jiang Ling's direction one last time, and without hesitation, walked away into the thick night. Inside the cave, Jiang Ling felt restless for some reason. His spiritual sense detected that the sword talisman was still nearby and hadn't gone far. However, it had been too long. Jiang Ling felt uneasy, but as a girl, she couldn't go too close to the bathroom. After waiting patiently for a moment, Jiang Ling could no longer endure it. He rushed out of the cave, heading towards the location of the sword talisman. He only saw the discarded sword talisman and the piece of cloth filled with bloodied words. "Binger, Miss Binger," Jiang Ling shouted loudly, unafraid of being discovered by the soul beasts. After shouting a dozen times without a response, Jiang Ling sat down on the ground in despair, his gaze falling on the cloth in his hand, and hurriedly opened it to check. "Big brother Jiang, I'm leaving. You must live well. There is something I didn't tell you. My martial soul has a problem, and I can't even attach to it anymore. With me like this, I will only drag you down. If you take me with you, you won't be able to leave the extreme north. Please don't look for me. Conserve your strength." Although the past half-month living in the snowy land has been difficult, it has been the most unforgettable time of my life. At the same time, I'm sorry for making you lose so many precious treasures. You thought I didn't know what was in the jade pendant? Actually, when I was healing you, I opened the jade pendant space. Thank you for not blaming me, but I can't forgive myself. After you go out, please tell my teacher and companions not to be sad for me, because I was happy until the very end. In fact, in that small cave, I sincerely thought about spending my life with you. If there is a next life, I will definitely not forget you. Binger's final note. The cloth slowly slipped from Jiang Ling's hands, and he murmured, "Why? After enduring so many hardships, why give up? Binger, Miss Binger, Binger." Jiang Ling grabbed the cloth from the ground, looking around in confusion. After hesitating for a moment, he chose a direction and rushed out. Giving up would surely lead to failure. Trying still had a 50% chance. Now that the soul beasts were in chaos, he had to find her immediately. Plus, with the extreme northern weather, she couldn't hold out for long. Jiang Ling's expression was grim, and the Changhong sword moved almost along the ground. Chapter 187. Weak chick cold, a bone-chilling cold, as if it wanted to freeze all the blood. Shui Binger curled up in the snow, her consciousness starting to blur. In a daze, she seemed to feel the earth tremble. Inside the ice palace, the Ice Emperor looked at the returning giant white bear and asked, "Did the human get caught?" "No, but I found another human," the little white bear replied, rubbing its head with its right paw and spreading its left paw. A female figure slid down. "I don't know if this will be useful to Mom." The Ice Emperor flipped her over with its front claws, looking at her beautiful face. With her strength, she could naturally see at a glance that this girl was missing the core of her martial soul, whispering to herself, "It's actually the same condition as Schwer. During a blizzard, very few humans enter the extreme north. This girl might be a companion of that person. Let us see if she knows where he is now." The Ice Emperor extracted the cold energy that had invaded Shui Binger's body and infused a strand of soul power. After a while, Shui Binger slowly woke up. Shui Binger slowly opened her eyes, thinking she was bound to die, but she had actually survived. Looking at the beautifully stunning blue ice wall above, she felt an unreal sensation. Suddenly, a giant white bear head appeared in her view. Shui Binger was so scared that she sat up and retreated, also noticing the Ice Emperor beside her. "Is this the Ice Emperor Scorpion, the White Bear King?" Shui Binger was filled with shock. Students from the Tianshui Academy often came to hunt soul rings here, so how could they not understand the powerful soul beasts of the extreme north? The extreme north had three great kings: the Ice Empress, the Ice Blue Emperor Scorpion, and the Titan Snow Demon King. Their status was equivalent to those kings in the Stardew Forest. In this extremely cold environment, they were almost invincible. Soul beasts were rare in the extreme north, but those that grew in such an extreme environment were all incredibly strong, and fighting in the extreme north gave them the advantage of terrain. Overall, strength-wise, even a Stardow forest couldn't compare. The Ice Emperor looked down on Shui Binger's shock, thinking that humans were truly small and weak. He asked from a high position, "Is there a companion with you?" Shui Binger's heart tightened. They're looking for Brother Jiang, and her worry even made her forget her current fear. "I'm asking you a question." The Ice Emperor's tone turned severe as he leaned closer to Shui Binger and questioned her. "No, I'm alone," Shui Binger hurriedly replied. "Just you? Do you think I'm easy to deceive? I'll give you one more chance. Where is your companion?" The Ice Emperor's front claw pierced the hard floor right next to Shui Binger's cheek. "If you don't tell the truth, next time it will be your chest that gets crushed." Shui Binger's face turned pale, but she still stubbornly said, "I'm alone. If you want to kill me, then go ahead." The Ice Emperor hated the most those who were stubborn. He raised his front claw to smash down, saying, "Even if you don't tell me, my subordinates will find him, but you won't see him again." It turned out that the beast tide was initiated by the Ice Blue Emperor Scorpion right in front of them. Shui Binger's heart shook at the words, but she still tightly closed her eyes, believing that Brother Jiang's strength would allow him to escape safely. Oomph. The Ice Emperor saw that the person before him was so stubborn and decided to kill her immediately. "Binger!" A voice calling her name made both of them tremble. Or rather, one person and one scorpion. "Schwer!" The Ice Emperor looked at the Snow Empress who had stepped forward and called out. Shui Binger was stunned at the sudden appearance of the figure. No, she should say the humanoid soul beast, who was simply too beautiful, stunning, and noble. The Snow Empress nodded to the Ice Emperor, then looked at Shui Binger and spoke softly. "I have no ill intentions in seeking your friend. I just want to ask him for a favor. If you refuse to speak, I won't kill you, but your friend might suffer a bit." With a gentle wave of her hand, a jade pendant flew towards Shui Binger. Shui Binger looked at the jade pendant in her hand, astonished. "It's the pendant you stole." "My mom didn't steal it. I found it." The Snow Empress spoke before Shui Binger could respond, with Xiao Bai's deep voice from the side. Shui Binger looked at the giant white bear, over 10 meters tall, then glanced at the Snow Empress, who was of normal human stature. "Can you now tell me where he is?" The Snow Empress asked again, her tone less cold than the Ice Emperor's, but more proud. Upon hearing this, Shui Binger instinctively tightened her grip on the jade pendant and fell silent. The Ice Emperor frowned at this sight and was about to explode, but the Snow Empress waved her hand. "Xiao Bai, take her down." "Okay, Mama," the giant white bear replied cheerfully. "I'll personally go retrieve this person," the Ice Emperor said, secretly cursing his subordinate soul beasts for being useless. The Snow Empress watched the Ice Emperor leave, and an yin-yang bottle appeared in her hand. The ice spring inside had been completely absorbed, and she couldn't help but sigh. Is there still a chance to recover? Jiang Ling didn't know how long he had been traveling, 100 miles or 1,000. Along the way, he encountered several waves of soul beasts, but fortunately, none were particularly strong. Given that Jiang Ling was in a bad mood, they all became souls under his sword. Jiang Ling stopped flying on his sword because ahead lay a cliff, and he pulled out Shui Binger's farewell letter, feeling a pang in his heart. No matter how unwilling Jiang Ling was to admit it, the fact remained that Shui Binger was in grave danger. Even if he didn't encounter soul beasts, she could freeze to death. Jiang Ling didn't know how long he stood by the cliff's edge. When he came to his senses, he had already turned into a snowman. "Finally found you. Those guys are really useless, unable to capture even a soul king." A cold voice suddenly came from behind Jiang Ling. "You are the Ice Blue Emperor Scorpion, the Ice Emperor?" Jiang Ling turned around to see the Ice Blue Scorpion clan, which could speak. Who else could it be but the Ice Blue Emperor Scorpion? The Changhong sword appeared, vibrating with excitement. What is the use of being excited upon meeting such a top-tier powerhouse? Being killed in one hit looks good, right? Is my reputation so great that so many people know it? The Ice Emperor said with interest. The hidden might beneath the Ice Emperor's not-so-large body was enough to rank in the top 5 among those Jiang Ling had seen. "I didn't know this was your residence. I apologize for intruding. I'll take my leave now." Jiang Ling bowed deeply with a smile on his face, preparing to slip away. A true man can bend and stretch. It isn't too late to reclaim the factory after achieving a titled rank. The Ice Emperor looked down on Jiang Ling's lack of backbone and said coldly, I specifically came to find you. Don't you understand?" The Ice Emperor's words echoed like a decree from the underworld, directly sentencing Jiang Ling to death, pinning him in place. "I really didn't expect that the girl would rather face death than reveal your whereabouts. The person she protected with her life is actually someone as spineless as you. If you weren't useful, I would have killed you on the spot. The girl you mentioned, does she have long water blue hair?" Jiang Ling's expression tightened at the words. Yes. Jiang Ling's Changhong sword blazed with flames and lunged at the ice blue Emperor Scorpion. Fire Dance Whirlwind. Eternal, frozen domain. In front of the Ice Emperor, Jiang Ling was frozen completely, his Changhong sword and the swirling flames also encased in ice. Oomph. The Ice Emperor snorted coldly, scolding, weakling. Chapter 188. Reunion at the Ice Palace. Jiang Ling, frozen into an ice block, was thrown into the Great Hall by the Ice Emperor. The ice block collided with the floor, producing a crisp sound. Swear, I brought the person, the Ice Emperor said as he walked towards the back hall. Swear, is that the Snow Empress? Jiang Ling's eyes twitched within the ice block. Although he was encased in ice, he could still control his thoughts, even if his body couldn't move. Jiang Ling didn't know why the ruler of this extreme north captured him, but since he hadn't been killed immediately, there was still room for negotiation. Moreover, from the little scorpion's tone, it seemed she knew the whereabouts of Binger, which was a pleasant surprise. Before Jiang Ling could think further, a figure walked out from the back hall, alongside the ice blue Emperor Scorpion. Upon seeing the Snow Empress's appearance, Jiang Ling's breath momentarily slowed. She was a person who rivaled his teacher. Not only was her beauty extraordinary, but the cold aura she emanated was also profound. Unlike the Ice Emperor's subjective disdain, the Snow Empress seemed to embody coldness and solitude itself, pure and sacred. Jiang Ling didn't look for long before he was struck by the Ice Emperor and sent crashing into the ice wall, shattering the ice block, and he fell out. Look, if you keep staring, I'll gouge your eyes out. The Ice Emperor snapped, her cold and beautiful voice laced with anger. Jiang Ling felt a bit dazed, recalling what he had seen in his past life. The Ice Emperor truly liked the Snow Empress. The Snow Empress was indeed a rare flower of the extreme north. Not only did the Ice Emperor like her, but the Titan Snow Demon King also held her in great esteem and expressed his love boldly, only to be violently beaten by the Snow Empress. He ended up shattered all over, and it took him thousands of years to recover. Jiang Ling shivered at this thought, almost deceived by the beautiful appearance of the Snow Emperor, forgetting that this was a soul beast that had existed for 700,000 years. The overlord of all soul beasts in the extreme north. He quickly averted his gaze, not daring to look. The Ice Emperor was very satisfied with Jiang Ling's reaction and let out a soft hum. The Snow Emperor, without further ado, waved her hand, and the Yin-Yang Qi bottle appeared in midair. She slightly parted her lips and spoke clearly. Do you still have water from the spring inside? This is... Jiang Ling raised his sword-like eyebrows, and after a moment's thought, he understood in his heart that the jade pendant must have been picked up by that white bear, which should be the child the Snow Emperor had picked. Yes. Jiang Ling didn't know why the Snow Emperor asked about the spring water from the ice-fire duality eye. But this answer was definitely correct. Only valuable people could survive. How much is there? The Snow Emperor's heart trembled slightly, and her tone became somewhat urgent. Whatever you want. I have. Are you trying to deceive me? The sky blue eyes narrowed slightly. How could such a heavenly treasure be so readily available? How could I dare to deceive you? To be honest, there's a spring called the ice-fire duality eye, and this bottle contains just a tiny fraction of it, Jiang Ling explained with a bitter smile. Then where is the ice-fire duality eye now? Before the Snow Emperor could speak, the Ice Emperor pressed on. Jiang Ling remained silent, not revealing all his cards right away. Although he didn't know what use the ice-fire spring water had, judging by the Ice Emperor's demeanor, it must be very important. Perhaps it was his talisman. I'm asking you a question. The Ice Emperor saw Jiang Ling's silence and shouted. I want to know where that girl with the sky blue hair is. Jiang Ling clenched his right hand and then relaxed it, slowly asking. Right now, we're the ones asking questions. You have no right to ask. The Ice Emperor was annoyed that Jiang Ling did not answer his question and instead hinted at a threat. With a flick of his claws, a powerful force was unleashed, freezing the air around them. Long rainbow sword. Jiang Ling crossed his sword to block, but was forced back, his body unable to stop retreating. The long sword dug into the floor, carving a long trench before he steadied himself. But his right hand holding the sword was already covered in blood. The Snow Emperor, on the side, showed a hint of surprise. She knew how much strength the Ice Emperor had used, yet this Soul King was able to withstand it, which was somewhat impressive. Kid, I'm not trying to threaten you. I'm genuinely worried about my companion. Besides, we all know that if I reveal everything, can I really walk out of this extreme north alive? Jiang Ling suppressed the blood in his throat and said in a deep voice, I promise you, tell me where the ice-fire duality eye is, and I will let you leave the extreme north. The Snow Emperor spoke. Do you not trust my guarantee? I naturally trust the promise of the overlord of the extreme north, but I just don't like placing my life in someone else's hands. Although the words were beautiful, everyone present could tell that Jiang Ling did not trust the Snow Emperor. Kid, I could take your life right now. The Ice Emperor's tone turned harsh. Not hiding his killing intent towards Jiang Ling faced with the Ice Emperor's pressure, Jiang Ling bent his body down, and with a clang, the long sword deeply embedded in the floor, supporting him so he wouldn't fall. Yet he still gritted his teeth, showing no signs of speaking. Seeing this, the Snow Emperor slightly furrowed her brows and then waved her hand, stopping the Ice Emperor beside her. All right, Ben, I hope you don't go back on your word. The Ice Emperor glanced at Jiang Ling and said softly. Then her lips moved, but no sound came out. After a while, with a slight tremor of the floor, a giant ice bear walked in, and it was none other than the Ice Bear King Xiao Bai, who had fought against the Titan Snow Demon King that day. Xiao Bai stood in the hall, looking at the Snow Emperor, and, at her gesture, slowly opened his right palm to place Shui Bing'er on the floor. Bing'er, Bing'er. Jiang Ling rushed forward to pick her up, gently calling out, Brother Jiang? Shui Bing'er replied in a dreamlike manner, slowly waking up. Jiang Ling's face became clearer to her, and without hesitation, she tightly hugged the person in front of her, Brother Jiang. She thought she had already faced death, but when the bone-chilling cold swept over her body, her heart felt so unwilling. Brother Jiang, were you captured by them too? Shui Bing'er left Jiang Ling's embrace, looking at everyone in the hall, choking back tears. Don't worry, we will return alive. Jiang Ling took Shui Bing'er's delicate hand, signaling her to be at ease. By the way, Brother Jiang, the jade pendant. Shui Bing'er suddenly remembered and took out the human-faced pendant from her bosom to hand it to Jiang Ling. Jiang Ling's expression froze. The jade pendant shouldn't have been in the Snow Emperor's hands. However, he still accepted it. A hint of energy entered it, and aside from the missing yin-yang qi bottle and four-leaf ice crystal flower, everything else was intact. He naturally knew the effects of the four-leaf ice crystal flower. Four-leaf ice crystal flower, ice-fire duality, ice-spring water, ice-fire ice. Jiang Ling thought carefully, trying hard to figure out the relationship between the two. It seemed that the Snow Emperor had faced a heavenly tribulation for 700,000 years, suffered severe injuries, and was unable to recover her source. After that, she used a 100,000-year snow lotus to seal her source and began to transform into a human. But unfortunately, she was captured by humans during the embryonic stage. Could it be that she had just survived the heavenly tribulation and was now searching for a cure? I have brought the person to you. As you can see, I have even given her the storage jade pendant you lost. I never intended to harm you. So, can you now tell me the location of the ice-fire duality eye? The Snow Emperor's ethereal voice interrupted Jiang Ling's thoughts. Chapter 189. Negotiation. What? Do you want to go back on your word? The Ice Emperor, seeing Jiang Ling silent, thought he wanted to renege and said coldly. Jiang Ling protected Shui Bing'er behind him and said in a deep voice, Of course I wouldn't dare. But the location of the ice-fire duality eye is far in the Tiando Empire, and its south also the hiding place of a tidal Douluo. Although both of you are powerful, it would be quite difficult to venture deep into human territory, wouldn't it? This is our business. You only need to tell us where the ice-fire duality eye is. The Ice Emperor said coldly. I'm not talented, but I have an old relationship with this tidal Douluo and can freely enter his hiding place. Since the Snow Emperor looks just like a human, I can take the Snow Emperor there. Healing injuries at the ice-fire duality eye is much stronger than simply absorbing the energy from the spring water. Jiang Ling explained, partly testing, partly explaining. Kid, don't speak recklessly. Who told you that Snower is injured? The Ice Emperor's eyes narrowed slightly, questioning him. Just a guess. If she wasn't injured, how could the four-leaf ice crystal flower be missing from my jade pendant besides the yin-yang qi bottle? Jiang Ling raised the jade pendant in his hand, his tone slightly angry. The Ice Emperor was momentarily choked, and the Snow Emperor's face also became somewhat awkward. After all, it was one thing to take a little guy's belongings, but it was another to be pointed out like that. Clearing her throat, she changed the subject. Why should I trust you? Judging by your strength and talent, you must be from a top human power, right? If you're trying to lure me out of the extreme north to set a trap in the human world, what then? Hearing this, Jiang Ling breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed the Snow Emperor indeed had injuries. With the Snow Emperor's abilities, it should be easy to manipulate me. I wouldn't toy with my own life. Brother Jiang, no. Shui Bing'er, on the side, was shocked to hear this, grabbing Jiang Ling's arm anxiously. Why put yourself in danger? I've already promised to let you go. The Snow Emperor's expression remained unchanged as she asked. Let go. If you were truly that kind, you wouldn't be able to unify the extreme north. I think this way, but I can't say it out loud. What I am doing is out of gratitude for your life-saving grace. If it weren't for you, Binger and I would probably have become one of the many bones in this extreme north. Second, I hope that Lord Snow Empress can come to my Binger's aid. You should have noticed that Binger's martial soul has encountered problem. The four-leaf ice crystal flower was originally meant for Binger, but now. Jiang Ling pulled Shui Binger beside him. In the letter, Shui Binger mentioned the issue with her martial soul, and Jiang Ling guessed that it must have injured its origin. Now that the four-leaf ice crystal flower is gone, but the Snow Empress still has the 100-000-year snow lotus. Although the main effect of the 100-000-year snow lotus is not to replenish the origin, Shui Binger's strength is not that formidable. It can't heal the Snow Empress, but it is sufficient to heal Shui Binger. Moreover, the snow lotus possesses pure heaven and earth essence, which will greatly benefit Shui Binger's future strength. Brother Jiang, I don't need it. Please don't. Shui Binger became anxious. Is it for me again? Brother Jiang, I don't want you to put yourself in danger for me. Jiang Ling directly interrupted Shui Binger's words. It's too late today. We will talk again tomorrow. Xiaobai, take them down to rest. The Snow Empress turned and returned to the inner hall. Jiang Ling was somewhat dumbfounded. Did this mean she agreed or not? Lord Snow Empress, you two please follow me. Jiang Ling was about to ask again when a huge paw covered in white fur blocked him like a wall. In the Snow Empress's room, what do you think about that person's words? How much is true and how much is false? The Snow Empress stood by the window, gazing at the unchanging frost and snow, and asked lightly, that person? He lies a lot and is quite scheming, but he seems to treat that girl quite well. Hearing that she was injured, he even dared to approach me, which shows some innocence. The Snow Empress pondered for a moment and said, seemingly thinking of something, you're not really planning to go to the human world with him, are you? I don't agree. The Snow Empress did not respond, but instead revealed a faint smile. That boy is quite clever. He fears that if he reveals the location of the spring, I will kill him, so he desperately talks about how dangerous it is there, just to prove he is still useful. However, what I didn't expect was that he dared to make demands, asking me to heal that girl's injuries. So you mean that guy is lying? The Ice Emperor asked angrily upon hearing this. I don't know. He is an interesting human. I plan to follow him to the human world. My injuries are severe, and I may really need that ice spring. Humans are all timid and cherish their lives. I hold his life in my hands, so I don't believe you'll betray me. The Ice Emperor turned and left the window, speaking softly. No way, unless you take me with you. I will protect you, the Ice Emperor immediately retorted. How can I take you with me? Besides, even though my origin is severely damaged, dealing with ordinary tidal beings is still not a problem. The Snow Empress said somewhat helplessly. But I'm still worried, the Ice Emperor said, feeling a bit frustrated, then added, I will detain that girl. He wouldn't dare to pull any tricks. The Snow Empress did not refute or agree upon hearing this. The Ice Palace was vast, and Jiang Ling and Shui Binger were arranged by the big ice bear into an extremely spacious room. Binger, why are you suddenly angry? Aren't you happy to see me? Jiang Ling looked at Shui Binger, who was sitting silently at the foot of the bed, feeling somewhat helpless. The girl's expression changed several times in a day. Although Jiang Ling was puzzled by the Snow Empress leaving them aside, he was not anxious because it wouldn't help. They had already arranged accommodations. So things shouldn't be too bad. Not happy. Why did you say that? Entrusting your life to her. Aren't you the one who hates others controlling your life the most? Shui Binger's face was filled with anger, but her voice grew softer. My martial soul has encountered problems. I can just stop being a soul master in the future and live as an ordinary person. I don't want you. I don't want you to put yourself in danger for me. Jiang Ling sighed softly, walked over to Shui Binger, and held her in his arms. Her cheek pressed tightly against his abdomen. You said you wanted to spend your life with me. How can I feel at ease if I don't heal your injuries? Besides, what I said was just a delaying tactic. Those two are powerful people. If I don't show my usefulness, what if they get displeased and kill me? Jiang Ling comforted gently. Hearing this, Shui Binger believed about 70 to 80% of it, gently pushed Jiang Ling away. Her face flushed as she lowered her head and retorted, Who said I wanted to spend my life with you? Hey, you wrote this clearly in red on that white cloth. You're not going back on your word, are you? Jiang Ling took out the piece of cloth and waved it in front of Shui Binger. Give it back. The blush on Shui Binger's face extended to her neck as she reached out to grab it, but Jiang Ling quickly tucked it away. That day, I thought I was going to die and wrote many bold words, but now that we've reunited, it's too shy to face the information on the cloth. If you get it, I'll give it to you. Jiang Ling lifted the cloth, smiling brightly. Chapter 190, Xiao Bai, I heard the Ice Emperor likes your mother. You. I'm not talking to you anymore. Shui Binger turned her head away in anger. Hey, I was just joking. Jiang Ling thought Shui Binger was really angry and explained with his hands down. Shui Binger's eyes lit up, and she reached out to snatch the cloth Jiang Ling was holding. Jiang Ling's reaction was naturally much faster, and he quickly put the cloth behind him. Shui Binger, sitting on the bed, lost her balance and fell toward Jiang Ling. Jiang Ling smiled unabashedly, and didn't he help her, standing with his hands behind his back, looking at the ceiling at a 45-degree angle. Shui Binger let out a low cry, her cheeks flushed, and her hands only managed to grab Jiang Ling's waist in an attempt to steady herself. However, she overestimated her current strength and knelt on the ground. Her face pressed against it, making the pose quiet. The ambiguous atmosphere dispersed the shocks the two had faced in the past few days. Jiang Ling felt that the Snow Empress's decision to talk again tomorrow was quite good, just right to relieve the fatigue accumulated over the days. Although the temperature in the Ice Palace was very low, as soon as he placed the long rainbow sword aside, the room instantly became warm like spring. Jiang Ling was not afraid of melting the Ice Palace, in the place where the Snow Empress resided, with Jiang Ling's current strength. Breaking a piece of ice wall would be quite an achievement. This room was large, but it only had one bed. However, Jiang Ling and Shui Binger had lived together in caves for so long, so they didn't mind these things. Fortunately, the bed was not small, and they could sleep with a line drawn down the middle. Despite the long journey, even though this was the palace of the extreme North's ruler and his life was in her hands, he still slept very soundly. In the morning, Jiang Ling woke up from his deep sleep, looking at Shui Binger tightly holding on to him. He recalled how she had kept her distance from him yesterday, wanted to sleep at the very edge, and couldn't help but chuckle, turning his head to look at Shui Binger. Her long water-blue hair was somewhat messy against her cheek, her pink lips tightly pressed together. Because she was pressed closely against him, he could still feel her warm body. Her long curled eyelashes gently trembled, seemingly about to wake up. Jiang Ling didn't shy away, just watching Shui Binger wake up. Her watery, big eyes slowly opened, and then her pupils constricted. You're awake? Jiang Ling asked with a smile. Shui Binger hurriedly sat up, clutching the blanket and retreating to the side. Hey, just so, I didn't cross the line. It was someone who crawled in. Jiang Ling pointed to the boundary and quickly said, I. Shui Binger looked at her position and was at a loss for words, stammering for a long time, her face turning red. Don't worry, I'm not blaming you. Jiang Ling said seriously. Don't take advantage and act innocent, Shui Binger said angrily upon hearing this, throwing a pillow at him. Bang! While Jiang Ling and Shui Binger were playing around, the door was suddenly pushed open, and their mother called them over. Seeing that the Snow Empress did not attack these two humans, Xiao Bai was also very polite, even forgetting that Jiang Ling had once sneak attacked it. If it were anyone else who dared to kick Jiang Ling's door like that, he would definitely let them know why the flowers are so red. But if it was the Ice Bear King, better to let it go. The Ice Bear King, I heard that the Titan Snow Demon King pursued your mother? The gossip fire ignited, recalling the previous legend, wanting to confirm it. Shui Binger was startled. Jiang Ling actually dared to gossip about the master of this extreme Northland. It was reckless, as it had its bones shattered by my mother and had been nurtured for thousands of years. The Ice Bear King replied honestly, My name is Xiao Bai, not Ice Bear King. Clearly, it was not fond of the title Ice Bear King, preferring the name given by its mother. Jiang Ling knew the name Xiao Bai and was not surprised, but Shui Binger looked at its height of over 15 meters and its robust body, and really couldn't connect the delicate name Xiao Bai with it. Hey, did you know that the Ice Emperor also likes the Snow Empress? Jiang Ling suddenly thought of that proud, cold, and wild little scorpion and hurriedly asked, Ice and she. Jiang Ling was still waiting for Xiao Bai's answer when he felt a chill all over and looked ahead. The Ice Emperor was at the door. When they got closer, Jiang Ling awkwardly smiled and said, Good morning, Ice Emperor. You can ask me directly what you want to know. No need to pry words from Xiao Bai. The Ice Emperor spoke, her voice devoid of any emotion. However, the cold aura she emanated seemed to extinguish even the flames on the long rainbow sword. Jiang Ling's palm warmed, but Shui Binger tightly held onto herself. Jiang Ling was not worried that she would attack him. After all, he still needed her to obtain the ice and fire duality, Ice Spring Water. Before long, the two people and two beasts arrived at yesterday's Great Hall again. The Snow Empress lightly brushed her hand over a pearl, emitting a chilling aura, floating it towards Jiang Ling. This is the Ice Soul Pearl. After consuming it, I need to stabilize it once every half month, otherwise you will freeze to death. The Snow Empress said softly. I can eat it, but the conditions you promised me. Snow Empress. Jiang Ling received the pearl, which felt cool to the touch. Not as icy as he had imagined. Brother Jiang. Shui Binger's hand unconsciously pressed against Jiang Ling's arm, looking worried. Did you forget what you promised me yesterday? Jiang Ling held Shui Binger's hand back, pretending to be angry. Oomph. The Ice Emperor coldly snorted upon seeing this. This is a 10,000-year-old snow lotus, more precious than your 4-leaf ice crystal flower, and can heal her martial soul defect. The Snow Empress waved her delicate hand, and a beautifully pure white lotus appeared in her hand. Wait, I have another request. Shui must go to Tiando to heal until she returns to the extreme north. During this time, Shui Binger needs to stay here. The Ice Emperor interrupted, pausing for a moment to explain. She also has an Ice Phoenix martial soul. Staying in this extreme northland, especially in this core area, will only benefit her training, not harm it. No way, this matter has nothing to do with her. I can guarantee that after we go out, she won't speak recklessly, and as for leaving her here as a hostage, don't even think about it. Jiang Ling refused without listening to the latter part of the Ice Emperor's words. How could he accept letting Shui Binger stay alone in the extreme north for at least a few months? Moreover, what if the Ice Emperor broke her promise and attacked Shui Binger? I don't trust her. If you don't want to leave, let her eat this. And when Shui returns, I will give you the antidote. As soon as the Ice Emperor's words fell, a green pearl with black stripes appeared in front of her. I am the holy son of the Spirit Hall. Even if the Snow Empress is discovered and I am taken hostage, I can ensure her safe return to the extreme north. So please do not involve innocent people. Ice Emperor, Jiang Ling said in a deep voice. He was fed up with this little scorpion and would definitely roast her when he had the strength. The Ice Emperor was furious to see Jiang Ling not backing down. No insignificant human had dared to speak to her like this. Just as she was about to strike and teach this reckless kid a lesson, the green pearl was suddenly taken away by Shui Binger, who swallowed it in one bite. Jiang Ling and the Ice Emperor were both stunned. Chapter 191. Departure Binger you. Jiang Ling was startled, reaching out to press against her back, trying to force it out. But Shui Binger hugged Jiang Ling's hand and smiled brightly. Let me do something for you too. Ice Emperor, is this acceptable? Shui Binger looked at the Ice Emperor and said softly. I keep my word. Snow Empress, if I take you to the Ice and Fire duality, if your injury still hasn't healed. Before Jiang Ling could finish speaking, the Snow Empress interrupted. After going to the Ice and Fire duality, regardless of whether my injury heals or not, after returning to the extreme north, I will take out the Ice Soul Pearl and give you the antidote for the poison your companion is afflicted with. Poison? Isn't that the same as the Ice Soul Pearl? Of course not. That pearl has merged into her body the moment she swallowed it. The Ice Emperor sneered. Despicable. Jiang Ling said hatefully. What did you say? The Ice Emperor's eyes glared fiercely. Brother Jiang. Shui Binger quickly stopped him, not wanting Jiang Ling to clash with her. All right, Binger. The Snow Empress also stopped the Ice Emperor's nonsense and turned to Jiang Ling, saying, let's start healing now. I will help her release the medicinal power of the Snow Lotus. Then I'll leave. The Snow Empress waved her hand, and the Snow Lotus floated towards Shui Bing. Shui Binger hesitated for a moment, then carefully took the Snow Lotus at Jiang Ling's gesture. This is what Brother Jiang fought for her. Just as the Snow Empress was about to act, she was stopped by the Ice Emperor. Let me do it. Jiang Ling hesitated, wondering if this little scorpion would take the opportunity to retaliate. If the Ice Emperor knew what Jiang Ling was thinking, she would definitely beat him up. Time passed little by little, and with a phoenix cry, a smile finally appeared on Jiang Ling's face. Brother Jiang. Shui Binger excitedly pounced into Jiang Ling's arms, her soft lips lightly brushing against his. No one wants to be a waste, especially Shui Binger, who was originally a genius. Have you recovered? Jiang Ling also smiled, gently stroking Shui Binger's long hair and speaking softly. And my soul power has also risen to level 47. Shui Binger said with a rosy complexion and a faint smile. The Snow Empress looked at the embracing couple, feeling a bit perplexed and also somewhat envious. She was the Ice Maiden born of heaven and earth, and when she came to this world, she was all alone, having never experienced family or love. And it was this loneliness that made her temperament cold. All right, let's get ready to set off. The Snow Empress interrupted the two in front of her and instructed flatly. Binger, Xiaobai, the extreme Northland is up to you. Jiang Ling would not refute this 700-year old powerhouse, holding Shui Binger's hand and nodding. Looking at the place where the three departed, the Ice Emperor slowly asked, Xiao Bai, do you know where the Titan Snow Demon King is? I'm feeling a bit upset and want to fight. Xiao Bai, with the Snow Empress leading the way. They naturally did not fear the wind and snow, nor were they afraid of losing direction. Upon arriving in the human world, how should we address you? We can still call you Snow Empress, right? Jiang Ling, holding Shui Binger, barely kept up with the Snow Empress while asking. The Snow Empress also looked at Jiang Ling. Her sky blue, ethereal eyes calm and serene, not speaking because she didn't know what was wrong with the title Snow Empress. Jiang Ling looked at her innocent expression with some helplessness and cautiously said after a while, the title Snow Empress is quite famous in the human world. How about we call you Qing Shui from now on? In Jiang Ling's heart, he was much more wary of the Snow Empress than he was of the Ice Emperor, because he couldn't see through the master of this extreme northern land at all. Casual. The Snow Empress replied indifferently, it's just a title. Qing Shui is fine. Hearing this, Jiang Ling also breathed a sigh of relief. As long as she wasn't fixated on her title, everything could be discussed. The Snow Empress looked no different from a human, except for her strikingly long white hair that flowed down from the back of her head to her calves and her sky-blue eyes. Different colored pupils weren't uncommon in the human world. Jiang Ling's orange-red hair, Shui Binger's aqua-blue long hair, and Du Guyan's azure hair were all examples. The only thing that gave Jiang Ling a headache was that the Snow Empress had an ethereal quality about her, as if she were a celestial being. By the way, Snow Empress, will the title Douluo notice your identity as a soul beast? Jiang Ling asked a rather important question. After all, Bai Li Bing was a title Douluo, and if he discovered a huge bomb like the Holy Sun next to him, he would definitely report it to the Pope. If they don't take action, a title Douluo won't be able to see through my identity. The Snow Empress, aware of Jiang Ling's concerns, did not hide the truth. Jiang Ling felt relieved and quickly said, all right, Snow Empress, in the human world, just pretend to be an ordinary person without soul power. I will protect you. The Snow Empress looked at Jiang Ling with a somewhat strange expression. A soul king saying he will protect me? Isn't that just to prevent your identity from being exposed? No offense, but not many people on the continent dare to provoke me. Jiang Ling's confidence now came from the deterrent power of the Spirit Hall. In the future, the deterrent power of the Spirit Hall would come from Jiang Ling's strength. Seeing Jiang Ling and the Snow Empress chatting happily, Shui Binger couldn't help but feel a bit jealous. She pinched Jiang Ling's waist and said, you're so impressive. After flying with his sword for a day, Jiang Ling was about to exhaust his soul power and expressed a desire to rest, but the Snow Empress refused, pulling Jiang Ling and Shui Binger along to continue flying toward the Frost City. Jiang Ling felt like crying without tears and sternly, gently, asked the Snow Empress, since you can take us flying, why didn't you say so earlier? I had to struggle so much with my sword. The Snow Empress replied very blandly, you didn't ask. You're strong. You have your reasons. The next morning, Jiang Ling and the three of them arrived at the border between Frost City and the extreme north. In the half-month since Jiang Ling left, Frost City had undergone tremendous changes. The Liu family was destroyed, and the Zhao family had allied with the Spirit Hall. The once desolate Spirit Hall was suddenly bustling with activity. However, the Spirit Hall remained closed to guests, shrouded in silence. Inside the Spirit Hall, Bai Li Bing was frowning as he drank tea, while Bai Li Chuan looked dejected beside him. Xiaoyu sat on a stone bench under a pavilion, tapping his fingers on the blue stone slab, while Qiu Ruoxue from the Tianshui Academy sat next to him, her eyes slightly swollen, clearly having been crying for days. It had been 10 days since Jiang Ling went missing, and the news had likely reached the Spirit City by now. The Pope must be very angry. Xiaoyu's lips curled into a bitter smile. 10 days ago, he had sent a message to the Spirit City using the communication method between the Spirit Hall, narrating recent events. He wondered if the Pope could withstand the fury. As his gaze fell on the falling frost and snow, he became even more restless. If it weren't for this damned blizzard, how could searching have become a problem? They could only wait passively for a miracle to happen. As soon as the Snow Empress stepped into the streets of Frost City, she attracted the attention of many people. Not only because of her stunning beauty, but also because of her proud demeanor like the cold plum blossoms in the snow. Jiang Ling couldn't help but sweat a little, fearing that the Snow Empress might grow impatient and slap everyone to death. Chapter 192. Return. Shui Binger was very excited to soon see her teachers and classmates, her breath quickening. Jiang Ling looked at Shui Binger's clothes, which still had bloodstains on the top and a torn hem, and her aqua-blue long hair looked quite messy. He then looked at himself. After battling Liu Lei, his clothes were torn to shreds, making him look like a beggar. Binger, let's go change our clothes, our appearance. Jiang Ling turned his head to ask. Okay. Shui Binger glanced at herself in her somewhat damaged shoes that revealed her toes, her cheeks turning a bit red. She had never looked so disheveled in her life. However, Shui Binger's gaze shifted to the Snow Empress, and her meaning was clear. Snow cough. Qing Shui, we want to go buy some clothes first. You should come with us. After all, your outfit. Jiang Ling forced a smile, trying to show a gentle expression. The Snow Empress looked at Jiang Ling, then at the clothing of the surrounding crowd, and nodded. The group didn't want to waste time and went into a nearby shop. When they came out, they were all dressed in luxurious fur coats. And Jiang Ling even specially picked out a hat for the two girls. The Snow Empress's long white hair was also tied back to her waist, and she wore a hat as well. At that moment, she no longer resembled a celestial being, but instead had a touch of the mortal world's warmth. Looking almost like an ordinary person, albeit excessively beautiful. After changing clothes, Jiang Ling didn't delay any further and headed straight back to the Spear Hall branch. What's wrong? You don't recognize me after more than half a month? Jiang Ling teased Xiaoyu, who was staring blankly at the pavilion. Not listening to the dazed Xiaoyu, Qiu Ruoshui rushed out and threw herself into Shui Binger's arms. Sister, you finally came back. Sister, woo woo woo. Shui Binger looked at Qiu Ruoshui in her arms, her eyes also becoming a bit moist. The journey had been too difficult. You bastard, if you were fine, why didn't you come out earlier? Xiaoyu stepped forward and punched Jiang Ling in the chest, but his slightly reddened eyes betrayed his worried feelings. Jiang Ling did not conceal his aura, and Bai Li Bing, Yu Lingling, and others also sensed Jiang Ling and hurried over. Binger, teacher, you big liar. You promised that once the Liu family's matter was resolved, you would take me to the best restaurant in Frost City to eat for 3 days and nights. A woman dressed in coarse cloth rushed into Jiang Ling's arms, and he could even feel her ample figure. Chuanjia, I didn't go back on my word. I will do it. Although it felt comfortable, Jiang Ling couldn't help but glance at Shui Binger, and when he saw her expression was normal, he finally breathed a sigh of relief. Breaking free from Bai Li Chuan's embrace, he took out a bag of gold soul coins and hurriedly said, Is this enough to eat? Chuana, don't be rude. Bai Li Bing reprimanded, then solemnly bowed to Jiang Ling. My subordinate is incompetent. I put the Holy Sun in danger. Please punish me, Holy Sun. This matter has nothing to do with you. I underestimated Liu Lei's strength. By the way, where is Yue? Jiang Ling shook his head, glancing around and noticing someone was missing, and asked, In the battle against the Liu family, Yue was seriously injured and then forced herself to search for you in the extreme north. But thanks to Bai Li Zhang's timely discovery, she was rescued. However, her old injuries have relapsed, and she is still in a coma. Xiu hesitated for a moment and said, Yue sent news of her disappearance back to the Spirit City 10 days ago. It should have arrived by now. Elder Bailey, quickly draft a letter to report to the teacher that I'm fine. Jiang Ling sighed helplessly, feeling sorry for making the teacher worry again. Next, the people from Tianshui Academy expressed their gratitude to Jiang Ling, and the gloom over the Wuhuan Palace dissipated significantly with Jiang Ling's return. Saint Sun, who is this? Bailey Bing looked at the Snow Empress and asked Jiang Ling for clarification. Here, his strength is the highest, and this incredibly beautiful girl in front of him always gives him an unfathomable feeling. Oh, her? She's my savior, named Qingxue. You can call her Miss Qingxue. Jiang Ling explained vaguely. The Snow Empress ignored the gazes from others and simply stood quietly in place. Bailey Bing sensed Jiang Ling's reluctance to elaborate, and although he was puzzled, he didn't probe further. After arranging accommodation for the Snow Empress and checking on Yui's injuries, Jiang Ling relaxed and walked to a pavilion in the courtyard to sit down. You better come clean. What's your relationship with that white-haired girl? And that Shui Binger. Xiaoyu walked in, staring intently at Jiang Ling as he questioned him. What relationship could there be? We're just ordinary friends, Jiang Ling said nonchalantly, not showing any signs of embarrassment. Really? What do you mean by really? Xiaoyu, you're acting a bit strange today. And what's your relationship with that Qiu Ruoshui? The looks between you two seem a bit off. Jiang Ling pointed at the teapot on the stone table, and the tea inside began to boil again as he countered Xiaoyu. What relationship could we have? Just ordinary friends. Really? Jiang Ling handed Xiaoyu a cup of tea. You really are someone who doesn't lose out, Xiaoyu said, taking the tea with annoyance. Haha, if you like her, I'll teach you a trick. Just remember, hitting is affection, scolding is love. How could that be? Pursuing a girl should be about cherishing her, right? Xiaoyu retorted. Look, you're being stubborn. Let me ask you, does my senior sister love me? Xiaoyu nodded in response. Did my senior sister often bully me when we were young? Jiang Ling continued to mislead him. That's true. Then that's settled. Jiang Ling clapped his hands and said, Is it really like that? What should I do? Xie was momentarily taken aback. I'll tell you, when you see her later, just say her name is spoiled. She doesn't look that great. And her brain isn't very sharp, Jiang Ling said, hooking his arm around Xieyu's shoulder and whispering in his ear. Ha! After saying that, Jiang Ling couldn't help but laugh, thinking that he had been through a few relationships, and even without talent, he still had experience. Bullying a novice like Xieyu was easy. You're messing with me. Xieyu was stunned for a moment before splashing the tea in his cup at Jiang Ling. Inside the room, the Snow Empress was attracted by Jiang Ling's noise, pushed open the window, and looked at the two with some confusion, not understanding why they were so happy. She was also surprised by the significant changes in Jiang Ling. He was still a scheming human in the Ice Palace, but now he seemed completely devoid of schemes, just like the little white creature she raised. Humans are really complex animals, the Snow Empress slowly uttered. Don't run. While dodging Xieyu's attack, Jiang Ling caught a glimpse of the Snow Empress by the window and was startled, thinking that his noise had disturbed this great being's rest. At that moment, he was caught off guard and was knocked down by Xieyu's sweep. Jiang Ling flipped over and quickly subdued Xieyu. Don't move. Not only was the Snow Empress watching, but also the four girls from Tianshui. Chapter 193. The Letter from Lan Xingqian, Elder Sister. What happened between you and Jiang Ling during the past half-month alone? If you say nothing happened, I won't believe it. Yu Hiru's gossiping heart was burning. Yes. I want to know too. Qiu Ruoshui hurriedly added. Shui Binger's face turned slightly red. Then she sternly reprimanded. We almost died out there. Do you think it was a vacation? Brother Jiang saved me many times. Without him, I might not have come back. I'm sorry, elder sister. It's all because of me. Qiu Ruoshui said with guilt. It's not your fault. Since you all call me elder sister, I naturally have to protect you. Shui Binger comforted Qiu Ruoshui. By the way, elder sister, you need to be wary of that Bailey Chuan and that silent girl. What happened? Shui Binger looked at Yu Hiru in confusion. I feel like they might be interested in Jiang Ling. That Bailey Chuan may not be as pretty as you, elder sister, but she's quite proactive. And that silent girl came back with you all? I often see her looking at Jiang Ling, Yu Hiru whispered. Yes, I noticed that too. Why don't you take the initiative to flirt with him? With your looks, you'll definitely succeed. Qiu Ruoshui quickly chimed in. Hearing her two sisters, Shui Binger felt both angry and amused. She was angry that her sisters actually suggested she take the initiative to flirt with Jiang Ling, and amused that they considered the Snow Empress as a rival. She gave both of them a hard knock on the head and scolded. You two don't practice properly every day and only think about these trivial matters. Learn from Shui Wu. How can you be so gossipy? Shui Wu crossed her arms and looked at Qiu Ruoshui and Yu Hiru, who were rubbing their heads, and said coolly, I'm not as boring as them. Qiu and you. In the afternoon, Jiang Ling arrived at the theater alone, still going to the less popular shadow play theater, but unfortunately, Lan Xingqian had long since vanished. After standing for a long time, just as Jiang Ling was about to leave, a man who seemed to be a theater staff approached him, bowing and asking, Are you Jiang Ling, young Master Jiang? Yes, what is the matter? Jiang Ling looked at the pale, thin man with a sharp voice, which reminded him of a eunuch. Half a month ago, a young master with the surname Lan asked me to deliver this letter to you. The man presented the letter with both hands, his posture very low. Okay, thank you. Jiang Ling reached out to take the letter, but saw the man pull it back slightly. Jiang Ling frowned, and the letter was already in his hand. Young Master Lan said that when I hand over this letter, you would give me 10 gold soul coins as a commission, the man said, awkwardly rubbing his hands as he spoke in a low voice, seeing that the person in front of him was a master. Jiang Ling ultimately didn't make things difficult for him, tearing open the letter and reading, Luer, when you see this letter, I know you haven't disappointed me. A soul Douluo in the extreme northern region of a life, forbidden zone, can't stop you. Due to certain circumstances, I couldn't wait for you to come out, so I left first. What I want to tell you is that after the Advanced Soul Master competition in half a year, you will willingly join my side. We will meet in half a year. Jiang Ling originally intended to burn the letter, but hesitated for a moment and still put it away, his brows deeply furrowed. Lan Xingqian plans to take action at the Advanced Soul Master competition in a dilapidated and abandoned Inn in Frost City. Tang Yin and a one-armed Liang Shan were healing. Beside them were some leftover meals. Your companion is starting to suspect you. Should we kill him? After a moment of silence, Liang Shan asked. I understand him. He won't betray me. He's just an auxiliary soul master, not a threat to us. Let him live. Besides, we will leave tonight. Tang Yin did not open his eyes and continued to meditate and heal. "You lost again, lost to Jiang Ling," Liang Shan said, seemingly not expecting the young man opposite to respond. After a pause, he continued, "The master wrote to us, telling us not to trouble Jiang Ling anymore." "Why?" "The master doesn't need a reason to do things." Tang Yin fell silent again, and Liang Shan knew he wasn't listening. He, like Jiang Ling, was a genius, but unfortunately, he was out of luck. A short-haired boy in gray was walking down a rundown street, his most distinctive feature being his peach blossom eyes. It was Oscar. On the day the Liu family was destroyed, Tang Yin escaped and happened to run into Oscar. Oscar, remembering their school friendship, helped Tang Yin and, at Tang Yin's request, did not inform Ma Hongjun and Flender. But on the third day after the Liu family's destruction, a wanted notice for evil soul masters was posted, and Oscar saw it. The portrait was of Tang San, whom he had saved. He found it hard to believe and went to inquire with Tang San, ultimately believing his words. These past few days he had been restless, but Ma Hongjun was focused on the brothel. And Flender was busy searching for herbs that could counteract Ma Hongjun's martial soul flaw, hoping to quickly gather them after the snowstorm, and they had not noticed Oscar's abnormality. At night, just as Jiang Ling was about to rest, a figure suddenly appeared in the room. Turning around and seeing someone had suddenly appeared behind him, Jiang Ling was startled. Upon recognizing her, he said, "Qing Shui, what are you doing here?" He instinctively wrapped the half-removed clothing around his exposed chest. Reflecting back to the last time someone had quietly approached him was during the last incident. "When are we heading to the Sunset Forest?" The Snow Emperor disregarded Jiang Ling's little movements and spoke directly. "I have a companion whose injuries are not healed yet. It will probably take 10 days. Seeing the Snow Emperor's expression was not good, Jiang Ling quickly changed his words. "We leave tomorrow." The Snow Emperor seemed not to have heard Jiang Ling's words, issuing it like a command. "No, isn't tomorrow too hasty?" Jiang Ling wanted to argue, but he only saw the Snow Emperor slightly raise her right hand, emitting a wave of cold air, and Jiang Ling's body was instantly covered in frost. Jiang Ling desperately operated the flying rainbow heart technique, but it was to no avail. The Snow Emperor suddenly withdrew her soul power, and Jiang Ling slumped onto the bed. "We leave tomorrow," the Snow Emperor repeated. "Tomorrow, after I say goodbye to everyone, we will leave." The flying rainbow heart technique cycled through his body, completely dispelling the coldness. Only when the Snow Emperor acted did it feel like falling into an ice cave. When she withdrew her hand, the cold air was not as heavy. The Snow Emperor said nothing further and turned to leave, tacitly agreeing to Jiang Ling's words. Seeing this, Jiang Ling couldn't help but smile bitterly. Wearing human clothes for a moment, I really thought she was no different from an ordinary girl. But now, the Snow Emperor is still the Snow Emperor. Tomorrow, how should I say goodbye to Bing Air? With the Snow Emperor causing such a fuss, Jiang Ling lost his desire to sleep. He knew Yulin Ling would wait for the snow to stop before entering the extreme north to hunt for soul rings for Shuewu. And Shui Bing Air would naturally have to stay behind. She couldn't go with him. With this thought, Jiang Ling got dressed again and left the room. Ding ding ding. Zhang Chong and Wang Tianxiang were sitting nearby, both with their legs crossed, one of them holding a cigarette in his mouth. Wang Tianxiang was the medium-built man. If this wave of coldness could really freeze him for days or months, it would truly be nothing for Andy. It could even be considered a necessary trial for progress. The tickets for Park Chulung and Yin Pume were given by Lin Dong. Although they weren't in a box, they were still top-tier tickets at the Bernabeu Stadium, commonly known as VIP seats, from which one could almost overlook the entire Bernabeu. But integrating into the ranch in his own way was of no concern to Liu Li, who shrugged. As the sound echoed, the place where the two intersected was a complete mess. The already somewhat dilapidated contest stage became even more shattered, stones flying, and a figure was thrown out of the rubble, landing on the ground below with a heavy thud. If someone were to play the guitar, I would be willing to accompany with a harmonica. Justin was sitting on the other side of Liu Li, separated by Finley, and Liu Li and Cole's conversation was not deliberately lowered, so he heard immediately. Everyone was originally joking with Jiao Yin, and upon hearing this, they all revealed their true colors, laughing nonstop. With such speed, not to mention killing an opponent, it's a huge question whether one could even land a hit. Just this one simple action relaxed the tense muscles. Even the taut nerves unconsciously slackened a bit. Sukai was a human. He couldn't just eat and wait to die like an ordinary animal. As one who possessed a devouring system, he could completely surpass the limits of biological evolution and reach the top of the food chain. The 3 film was a level that many people in the mainland talked about, and later it became an indescribable category of third-rate films. In fact, it wasn't just adult films. Overly erotic or violent content was also unacceptable. After the old dean praised Liu Pian and the others for a few moments, he left with a beaming smile. Liu Pian and the others hurriedly slipped away and returned to their respective dormitories. Mo Xiaolin was a music teacher with a very good temperament. MOCU's features were largely inherited from Mo Xiaolin. If MOCU and Mo Xiaolin stood together, anyone would think that this mother didn't look like a mother, but rather a sister. Mo Xiaolin had taken very good care of herself. Awake? AI Chu sat on the ground beside her, stretching one leg straight and bending the other, his left arm lazily resting on the knee of the bent leg. Deep in thought, his expression serious. His gaze wandered over the fish-scale armor, almost instantly calculating its cost price. In the living room, Ning Jiang, the bald-headed Quan, Chun Long, and Bao Hui sat quietly on the surrounding sofas, waiting for Jiang Shan to finish reading the materials as the meeting was about to begin. Asuna had just seen clearly that the other party had directly appeared from Aincrad's unique teleportation magic circle. Come on, try again. In the future, not even a shoe insole is needed. Let's see if it can be stretched. She pulled her to try on shoes, while Li Civilian squatted on the ground, holding back her anger. Are you going on a business trip again? Tang Yu looked at Meng Siyu's reluctant expression and thought he was going on another business trip. Dong Feng Hao activated his spirit to drill into the waist of Jing Yuzhu, entering her soul's eye. Jiang Qingce's heart sank at the sight. He knew that the U-disc Zheng Kellen handed to He Zai must contain the perfect design drawings of the art museum. Under the moonlight, Yiling's stunning beauty truly captivated people. Her skin was like, her eyes like autumn waters. Her graceful figure standing by the pool was as fresh and beautiful as a flower tree piled with snow. Jiang Qingce sighed deeply, frowning as he patted Zhang Mengxi's fragrant shoulder, his eyes revealing a hint of reluctance. Even a bit of regret for tempting and using Zhang Mengxi to ultimately regain custody of Yuna. However, Jiang Qingce had no other choice at the moment but to resort to this desperate measure. Thinking about it, he felt relieved. Supreme geniuses were all extremely proud. Making them submit was not easy. It seemed that this title of emperor was not so easily attained. He held her hand and walked out of the door. They hadn't had breakfast yet. He Qing Fan thought it would be good to go to Ban Ruoshui's place to have a free meal and casually strengthen their bond. After all, both sides were allies, and feelings were still very important. Qi Shuani, what do you mean? I'm talking to senior sister Chun. Who do you think you are? Su Laowu suddenly turned his gaze towards Qi Shuani, his eyes filled with provocation. The two powers clashed, and in an instant, everyone was thrown back, stabilizing themselves only after flying several dozen meters. Everyone's blood was boiling. The sword's aura just now was truly terrifying. At that moment, Yi Fan suddenly soared from the water pool, the splashing droplets turning into specks of golden light under the moonlight, creating a magnificent sight. Two middle-aged men, one in a beige trench coat and the other in a black one, walked along the palace street, seemingly aimlessly. The cold wind howled, yet even their scarves seemed unaffected by it. At this time, many people still didn't know what had happened, which was why there was such a question. Merrick really didn't have the strength to explain anything to everyone and weakly said, "No need, just convey it to our own people." After saying that, Merrick weakly closed his eyes. The direction of his finger was this way, but his gloomy eyes, coldly staring at me, clearly indicated he was referring to me. But where was the old woman on the scene? We have to go. We must go to that place no matter what we say. Even if it costs us our lives, we must go, Mei Lu said excitedly. This place was far from the town, a good hiding spot. The most important thing was to find a place to settle down and get some soup for the sickly Lu Yi. Sa Wen and Eliza held hands and slowly swam towards the sea, while Desades and others gradually disappeared into the dark depths of the ocean. The two exchanged a knowing smile. Taking leave. Something happened at home. I need to go back to my hometown, and I should be absent for a while. Sorry. Chapter 194, Night Knock, Knock, Knock. Just as Shui Binger was about to sleep, she heard a knock at the door. Who is it? It's so late. I don't understand who would come. It's me, Jiang Ling Creek. Brother Jiang, it's so late. Is there something wrong? Shui Binger put on an outer garment. Her face slightly red because her teacher and classmates were next door, unlike when they were in the cave without any reservations. Shui Binger hesitated for a moment before pulling Jiang Ling into the room. It would be more awkward if someone saw them outside. Once inside, Jiang Ling's words dispelled Shui Binger's shyness. Binger, I'm leaving the extreme north tomorrow. Why the rush? Her shyness was replaced by reluctance, and Shui Binger tightly grasped her dress. It's the Snow Emperor's request, Jiang Ling said with a bitter smile. Upon hearing this, Shui Binger fell silent. It was very hard to refuse the request of the extreme North's Emperor, especially since both she and Jiang Ling had the poison he planted within them. Seeing Shui Binger standing there with her head down, Jiang Ling felt a deep sense of reluctance. He stepped forward and gently embraced her. After a while, he said, "I'll head back first. You should rest early." As Jiang Ling released his embrace and prepared to leave, Shui Binger pulled on his sleeve softly and said, "Brother Jiang, can you accompany me to stroll around Frosty City tonight? I've been here for so long, and I haven't had a chance to relax and have fun." Jiang Ling looked at Shui Binger, her eyes shimmering in the light. He reached out to touch her soft, water blue long hair, smiling, "I couldn't ask for more." "Then wait for me at the door." Shui Binger, blushing from Jiang Ling's affectionate gesture, released his sleeve and whispered, "Okay." Jiang Ling didn't linger in the room to watch her change clothes, as her teacher was next door. "Wait a moment. What is it?" Jiang Ling turned back with a teasing tone. "Are you afraid I'll freeze out here? I knew you wouldn't be that cruel. Don't worry. I want to peek at you changing clothes. You're dreaming. Give me your jade pendant." Shui Binger pouted. "This?" Jiang Ling took off the jade pendant from his waist. "What do you need this for?" Although he was puzzled, he still handed it over. "Don't worry about that." Shui Binger, blushing, took the jade pendant and then pushed Jiang Ling out of the room. Leaning against the door, Shui Binger let out a long breath and glanced at the jade pendant in her hand. She then walked to the dressing table, wrote a few words, carefully folded the note, took a neatly folded blue garment from the bed, placed it with the note, and put them together into the jade pendant space. After finishing all this, Shui Binger's cheeks became even redder. Outside, Jiang Ling stood quietly in the snow. Having been in the extreme north for so long, he had never felt so relaxed until now. Even the snow that had been falling since he arrived didn't seem so annoying anymore. Half an hour later, Jiang Ling shook his soul power, shaking off the 3-foot-thick frost and snow on him. He turned back to glance at the tightly closed door, a hint of helplessness appearing on his face. Although he felt helpless, there was no sign of impatience. After a while, the door opened and Shui Binger finally came out. She wore a short jacket of cloud brocade with a blue flowing cloud-patterned pleated skirt, perfectly highlighting her outstanding figure, stunningly beautiful. Her exquisite face was lightly adorned with makeup, and her long, beautiful, smooth water blue hair cascaded down her back, creating a playful look rather than a messy one. Her slender hands rested in front of her, her exposed skin as white as frost and snow, with a hint of pink showing through. "Have you had enough of looking? We should set off." Shui Binger felt a bit shy under Jiang Ling's unabashed gaze and turned her eyes to the side, softly saying, "Oh, let's go." Jiang Ling came back to his senses, turned to leave, then felt it was inappropriate, walked up to Shui Binger and took her delicate hand, saying, "Let's go." MHM. Shui Binger did not resist and nodded obediently. A girl shouldn't stay too long. The rain bell, meditating next door, sighed. She didn't think the son of the spirit hall was a good match for her disciple. For some reason, the originally feather-like heavy snow gradually lessened. After leaving the spirit hall, the wide streets of Frosty City did not appear dark under the moonlight. Rather, they emitted a faint white light, reflecting off the snow. There were no other people on the street, and the two held hands, walking on the snow, making a rustling sound, like a beautiful painting. "Binger, there aren't many people at night. Why are you dressed like this? Aren't you cold?" Jiang Ling secretly circulated his soul power, transmitting warmth through his hands to Shui Binger. "Well, I'm also from the Soul Sect. I can handle this bit of cold. Besides, I'm not dressing like this for anyone else," Shui Binger said quietly, her voice trailing off. "What? Nothing, Brother Jiang, where are we going now?" Shui Binger looked at Jiang Ling, her cheeks beaming with a smile. The dazed look in Jiang Ling's eyes when she walked out of the door proved that his half-hour of effort was not wasted. "Let's go to the center of Frosty City. There's an ice spike tower there, the tallest building in Frosty City. Standing there, you can see the entire Frosty City," Jiang Ling suggested, looking at the diminishing snowflakes. "Shall I take you there on my sword?" Jiang Ling asked with a questioning tone. I want to walk there." Shui Binger looked at their tightly clasped hands, thought for a moment, and smiled. "Okay." Jiang Ling smiled brightly. "On a long journey, there is always an end. Not to mention that the Ice Crystal Tower is not far from the Spirit Hall." The Ice Crystal Tower had already closed for the night, but in the end, Jiang Ling used his sword and arrived at the top of the tower. The Ice Crystal Tower is made entirely of profound ice, carved by nature. Standing over 200 meters tall, it's a bit cold. Jiang Ling looked at the shivering Shui Binger and handed her the Changhong sword, saying, "You hold this." Upon hearing this, Shui Bing'er took it, and the chill in her body quickly faded, just like during the half-month spent in the snow valley. At the moment the two reached the top of the tower, the heavy snow that had fallen for several months finally stopped. At the top of the tower, under the clouds and stepping on the wind, it felt as if they had reached the highest peak in the world. Looking around, the entire Frost City seemed like a capital built of ice and snow, pure and pristine. Brother Jiang, I'll return this to you. Shui Bing'er took out a jade pendant. Her face slightly flushed. I put something inside, but you can only see it tomorrow when you leave. What is it? So mysterious? Jiang Ling asked curiously, looking at the shy Shui Bing'er, pretending to reach for the pendant. No. Shui Bing'er hurriedly pressed down Jiang Ling's hand, angrily shy. If you look now, I won't talk to you again. Silly, I'm just teasing you. Jiang Ling chuckled, scratching Shui Bing'er's nose. You said to look tomorrow. So I'll look tomorrow. That's more like it. Shui Bing'er sighed in relief. If Jiang Ling had looked now, she would have been too embarrassed. Chapter 195. Sherlock Water, look over there. Jiang Ling quickly pulled Shui Bing'er to look at the sky. A shooting star streaked across the horizon, creating a beautiful arc that illuminated Jiang Ling and Shui Bing'er's eyes. They say you should make a wish when you see a shooting star. Hurry, make a wish, Bing'er. Jiang Ling urged with a smile. Okay. Shui Bing'er quickly clasped her hands in front of her chest, slightly raised her forehead, closed her eyes, and a serene smile appeared on her lips. When she opened her eyes and looked at Jiang Ling, she found him staring at her, making her feel shy and softly asked, Aren't you going to make a wish? No. Jiang Ling shook his head, looking at the slowly falling shooting star. Burning its final beauty, I heard that shooting stars fall because they carry too many wishes, so if I don't make a wish, your wish has a better chance of coming true. Shui Bing'er stared at Jiang Ling's warm face, feeling a bit dazed, her body unconsciously leaning closer to him, wrapping her arms around his waist. Jiang Ling smiled down at her, pulling Shui Bing'er into his embrace, resting his chin on her forehead, and gently asked, What did you wish for? Can you tell me? I can't. If I say it, it won't come true. Shui Bing'er refused without thinking, but her cheeks turned rosy. Fair enough, then I want to ask. Jiang Ling looked at Shui Bing'er and leaned in to touch her lips. Shui Bing'er watched as his face came closer, her hands instinctively clenched, her long eyelashes slightly trembling, and in the end, she closed her eyes, waiting for the moment to arrive. Moist, cool, soft, and fragrant. That was Jiang Ling's first sensation. This wasn't their first kiss, but it was their first kiss driven by feelings. A kiss from the highest building in Frost City. The road may be long, but it will come to an end. The night may be long, but dawn will eventually come. Jiang Ling sat at the ice crystal tower, Shui Bing'er on his lap, watching the moon, the shooting stars, and the sunrise. We should head back. Jiang Ling gently squeezed Shui Bing'er's soft little hand in his embrace. Shui Bing'er, however, didn't reply, only pulled up Jiang Ling's outer coat that was covering her, hiding her cheeks. Jiang Ling was somewhat dumbfounded. He didn't expect the usually calm and collected Shui Bing'er to have such a girlish side. He didn't urge her, simply holding her quietly, knowing she wouldn't really delay him. Let's go. After a moment, Shui Bing'er stood up from Jiang Ling's embrace and quietly said, adjusting her clothes. Pull me up. I've been sitting for a whole night, my legs are numb, and my butt is freezing. Jiang Ling extended his hand to Shui Bing'er. After all, he had also been sitting on the profound ice for a whole night. Upon hearing this, Shui Bing'er felt a bit embarrassed and pulled Jiang Ling up with both hands. Changhong's sword, the sword that was inserted aside, trembled and fell in front of the two. Brother Jiang, when can we see each other again? Shui Bing'er hesitated for a moment before asking. Once I resolve the Snow Emperor's matter, if I have the chance, I will go to the Tianshui Academy to see you. If not, the latest will be the Continental Advanced Soul Master Competition in 6 months. Will Brother Jiang participate in the Advanced Soul Master Competition? I should, but the chances of me going on stage will be few. Jiang Ling nodded, stating the truth. Given the strength of the Spirit Hall Academy, winning first place shouldn't be too easy. Oh, besides Brother Jiang and Brother Xiaoyu, are there other outstanding competitors in the Spirit Hall Academy? Of course, and Jiang Ling suddenly paused, looking down at Shui Bing'er, and couldn't help but chuckle, reaching out and giving her a playful slap on her bottom. You're not being good. You've learned to use my words. Shui Bing'er quickly pressed down Jiang Ling's mischievous hand, her cheeks turning bright red as she softly said, I just want to understand the strength of the Spirit Hall Academy's team. I know that with you around, I won't be able to get first place, but I still want to see our gap. Jiang Ling fell helpless toward the strong-willed Shui Bing'er, ruffling her water blue hair until it became a mess, and explained, "In 6 months, I should be able to break through to Soul Emperor. Also, Xiaoyu and another student from the academy should be able to reach level 55 Soul King, while the other team members are at least level 48 Soul Master or above. So strong." Shui Binger was shocked by Jiang Ling's description of the Spirit Hall Academy's team strength and took the opportunity to use Jiang Ling's distraction. "You don't need to feel disheartened. You took the 100-000-Year Snow Lotus, and it has many benefits. I think you should also be able to reach Soul King within 6 months, and getting second place in the Advanced Soul Master competition should be possible." Jiang Ling comforted her. He wouldn't say he would let her have first place. Not to mention whether Shui Binger would accept it. If he really did that, his teacher would definitely scold him. When Jiang Ling mentioned the 100-000-Year Snow Lotus, Shui Binger's expression dimmed a bit. If it weren't for her, Brother Jiang wouldn't have to. "Don't think too much. Getting the Snow Lotus was a good deal for us." Jiang Ling noticed Shui Binger suddenly stopped talking and knew what she was thinking, reaching out to pinch her delicate nose and gently scolded her. Shui Binger lightly nodded in response. While the two were chatting, they also arrived at the Spirit Hall, and Shui Binger jumped off the Changlong sword, quickly distancing herself from Jiang Ling. She took off Jiang Ling's outer coat to return it to him. She hadn't mentioned her relationship with Jiang Ling to her teacher yet, so it was better to avoid any suspicion. "Brother Jiang, sister Jiang, no sister. You too." Just as they landed, they bumped into Qiu Ruoshui, who was coming out. "Ruoshui, you." Shui Binger was also startled. Qiu Ruoshui's eyes darted between Jiang Ling and Shui Binger, landing on the men's outer coat in Shui Binger's hand, as well as her slightly disheveled short coat and somewhat wrinkled pleated skirt. And her hair looked more disheveled than after a battle. The hair was just tousled, the short coat was messed up from yesterday's kiss, and the skirt was crumpled from sitting in Brother Jiang's arms all night. "Brother Jiang, you must take care of my sister." "Whoa." Shui Binger stuffed her clothes to Jiang Ling, then ran in front of Qiu Ruoshui and quickly covered her mouth. "Brother Jiang, I'm going back first," Shui Binger said with a flushed face, not waiting for Jiang Ling's response, and pulled Qiu Ruoshui away. Looking like a little cat caught in a trap. In a secluded spot, Shui Binger let go of Qiu Ruoshui and explained, "Ruoshui, things are not as you think. I know, big sister, you wouldn't want to kill me to silence me, right? I promise to keep your secret and absolutely won't tell Vice Dinu about you and Brother Jiang like that," Qiu Ruoshui said, retreating to the corner with a terrified expression, quickly assuring her. "Ruoshui, what do you mean by like that? We didn't do anything. It was just a normal moon gazing." Shui Binger was startled by Qiu Ruoshui's sensational words. "You were the last to leave my room yesterday, and you weren't wearing this outfit or any makeup. You were clearly dressed up. If it was just moon gazing, how could your clothes be so disheveled? How could your makeup be gone? How could your hair be messed up like this?" Shui Binger was a bit speechless and looked at her own clothes, which were only slightly disheveled. How could they be considered a mess? "I'm so disappointed in you, big sister. You could deceive Xiu Wu and the others, but to deceive me as well? Yesterday, you were righteous in saying that you and Brother Jiang were just ordinary friends, and today you. What if you're pregnant?" Qiu Ruoshui said with great distress. "New chapter tomorrow. Just do it." Chapter 196. "It's over. Big sister has been abandoned after being used." "What are you talking about? What do you mean pregnant?" Shui Binger found it somewhat laughable and crying. "Things really aren't as you think. Didn't happen anything. So don't say reckless things. Otherwise, you know the consequences." Shui Binger threatened. "It should be considered nothing happened, right? We just kissed, touched, and hugged. We didn't do anything else." Shui Binger thought, her cheeks slightly flushed, feeling a bit shy. "I know. I promise not to say anything reckless," Qiu Ruoshui quickly assured, then paused and hesitated for a moment. "Big sister, your face is so red." Jiang Ling returned to his room, took a shower, and changed clothes. Everyone else was easy to deal with, but he needed to explain things to Xiaoyu alone. He couldn't let Xiaoyu and them be together. What if she unintentionally discovered the Snow Empress's identity? What if the Snow Empress decided to silence her, even though he hadn't slept all night? Jiang Ling was still full of energy as he went to knock on Xiaoyu's door next door. "What's wrong? So early in the morning?" Xiaoyu was still in her innerwear, clearly not fully awake. "Oh, has the heavy snow stopped?" Xiaoyu noticed the scene outside and walked past Jiang Ling to go outside. "It really has stopped," Jiang Ling nodded, taking a few steps outside. "I'm planning to go back today, and we'll set off soon." "So urgent?" "Yuyi's injury isn't healed yet," Xiaoyu said in confusion, "but if you insist on going back, she can stay here to recover. I'll go pack my things." After saying that, She turned to go back to her room. Hey, what I meant was, I'm leaving first. You stay here until Yi gets better, and then go back to the Martial Soul Hall directly. I have other matters to attend to, and I might be a bit late. Tell my master that I will definitely rush back before the new year, Jiang Ling said, pulling Xiaoyu, who was about to return to her room, with a helpless expression. Are you kidding? The Pope told me to stay with Yi and you. You want to ditch us and run off? I can't afford to provoke the Pope's anger. This won't work, Xiaoyu said, her eyes widening as she shook off Jiang Ling's hand angrily. Jiang Ling casually brushed off non-existent snowflakes from his clothes and said flatly, You can do whatever you want. I'm just here to inform you, not to negotiate. Besides, Yi's injury isn't healed yet. Can you stop me? You have to tell me something, right? If the Pope asks, I need to have an explanation. Xiaoyu took a deep breath to calm her desire to hit the person in front of her. Miss Qingxue saved my life. I promised to take her home, Jiang Ling explained half seriously. You're not leaving alone? You're taking that girl with you? Of course. To take her home. I have to bring her, Jiang Ling replied. Anyone can take her home. Why do you have to go personally? Let me ask you, is it because she's pretty that you're having improper thoughts? Xiaoyu pressed. Don't talk nonsense. I'm just repaying a debt of gratitude. This matter ends here. I've already decided to leave shortly, Jiang Ling said, startled, as he thought about the Snow Empress's immense power. Who knows if she might overhear their conversation? If Xiaoyu said something offensive, it would be bad. What do you mean it ends here? Don't forget, you have a marriage contract, Xiaoyu continued. Jiang Ling interrupted her incessant chatter, pointing at her clothes. You can't leave the courtyard dressed like that. Look at your clothes. If you don't want those girls from Tinshui Academy to think you're an exhibitionist, you should go back and change. After saying that, he left gracefully. Xiaoyu looked down at herself, face-palming, then turned around and walked back. Seeing Xiaoyu at a loss, Jiang Ling felt quite pleased, a smile creeping onto his lips. Time to go. A voice suddenly came from behind, and Jiang Ling's smile instantly froze. Can you not appear out of nowhere? You're just an ordinary person now, not the Snow Empress. What if someone with ulterior motives notices something? Jiang Ling telepathically conveyed. No one will discover it. We should head to the Sunset Forest now. The Snow Empress's cold and lonely voice echoed again, still not using telepathy. Jiang Ling felt a bit helpless. Powerful people often had this flaw of arrogance. Let's leave quickly. I need to inform Bailey Bing and have him prepare 2 ice wool for transportation. No need for mounts. The Snow Empress frowned, unable to understand why they needed such slow transportation. We need to act discreetly. Once we leave the extreme north, I'll use my sword to take you to the Sunset Forest. In short, you can't make a move along the way. Just act like an ordinary girl and follow me. Jiang Ling said seriously. The Snow Empress tilted her head slightly, calmly looking into Jiang Ling's eyes. Jiang Ling's expression shifted from serious and stern to a bit guilty, then to a wandering gaze. The Snow Empress remained as indifferent and calm as ever. Hurry up and finish your business. I'll be waiting for you at the door. The Snow Empress moved lightly, stepping past Jiang Ling and stopping a few steps ahead, turning her head slightly, her white hair covering half of her cheek, half reminding, half threatening as she said, Don't make me wait too long. Don't worry, it will be quick. The Snow Empress nodded, not lingering, and walked towards the door of the Martial Soul Hall. Phew! Jiang Ling let out a big sigh of relief. He finally understood how Xiaoyu felt when facing the Pope. 10 minutes later, 2 strong, muscular, pure white wolves left the Martial Soul Hall. So boring. The only interesting person has left. Up high, Bailey Chuan lay on the railing without any image, watching the 2 leave. But you don't seem sad at all, Bailey Bing said, glancing at her disciple with a flat expression. Of course not. I'm very sad. For this, I want to have a good meal. Belichuan said sadly. Help me get one too. Don't say you have no money. The Holy Sun gave you several bags of gold soul coins. I saw it. Bailey Bing expressionlessly cut off his disciple's excuse. Yes, master. Belichuan gritted his teeth and said angrily. Once Belichuan walked far away, Bailey Bing looked at the pure white world and sighed. I don't know how much longer I can stay in this place. Big sister, something's wrong. Brother-in-law has abandoned you. Xiao Ruoshui rushed into Shui Binger's room, looking at her big sister who was staring blankly by the window, shaking her shoulder and saying, Just now. As usual, she went to find Xiaoyu, and after chatting for a while, she heard him say that Jiang Ling had left, so she hurried over. Ruoshui, what nonsense are you talking about? What abandonment? Shui Binger reprimanded. She was sitting by the window, looking at the scenery, thinking about someone, and the words that girl said upon entering made her blush. I'm not talking nonsense. Brother-in-law. Ah, no, it's Jiang Ling. Xiao Ruoshui wanted to call him brother-in-law, but quickly changed her words after being swept by Shui Binger's sharp gaze. Jiang Ling has left Han Huang's city. I already know about that. He even took that vixen named Qing Xue with him, Qiu Ruoxue said excitedly. Binger was speechless, calling the famous Snow Empress a vixen. Sister, you really are something. Chapter 197. Dream Shui Binger's brief silence was interpreted by Qiu Ruoxue as her big sister being unaware of the situation, thinking Jiang Ling had deceived her. I knew long ago he was just a fickle, lecherous person. He saw that Qing Xue was pretty and approached her willingly. A person like big sister isn't worth your sadness. Qiu Ruoxue comforted, taking her hand. Didn't you say yesterday that Brother Jiang was a modest gentleman, gentle and strong? Shui Binger found her contradictory words somewhat amusing. If he were devoted to you, of course, he would be a modest gentleman, gentle and strong. But now that he has fallen for someone else, he is just a scumbag, a lecher, Qiu Ruoxue said as a matter of course. Seeing this, Shui Binger laughed silently, while her heart felt warm, explaining, Brother Jiang isn't that kind of person. He is someone who values feelings and loyalty. Being with him is very comfortable and reassuring. There's no need to think about anything. Just being with him, even in life and death crises, I wouldn't feel scared. Shui Binger recalled the days in the snow cave. Her eyes shimmering, her cheeks involuntarily glowing with a happy smile, along with undeniable shyness. Qiu Ruoxue was stunned for a moment before reacting, looking at the shy smile on Shui Binger's cheeks that she had never seen before, and her heart sank. Could be that last night, really. She knew her big sister liked Jiang Ling, but there was one thing she was joking about. That was the two of them breaking through the last barrier. She knew Shui Binger valued her first time and wanted to wait until marriage, but now she began to waver in her judgment. She felt it necessary to remind her big sister not to fall too deep into the mire. Cough! Qiu Ruoxue lightly coughed, interrupting Shui Binger's thoughts. But he really did leave with that Qing Xue, and even Brother Xie didn't let her accompany him, a lonely man and woman. Miss Qing Xue is our savior, and sending her away from the extreme north is a promise we made to her, Shui Binger explained. Then why can't it be you to send her? We're all women. It would be more convenient to get along, Qiu Ruoxue questioned. Ruoxue, you don't need to ask about this matter. Just remember that Brother Jiang isn't that kind of person, and he is our savior. To save me, he even... In short, we shouldn't speak ill of him, Shui Binger said sternly. In the past, she used to have this expression to teach her team members. It was inconvenient to talk more about the Snow Empress, so she could only leave it at that. Seeing this, Qiu Ruoxue sighed inwardly. It's over, big sister has completely fallen. I know, Brother Jiang is our great benefactor, but there are many ways to repay him, Qiu Ruoxue said softly. Big sister, last night, did you take any precautions? What? Shui Binger didn't hear clearly. I mean, did you two take any precautions yesterday? If you get pregnant and he doesn't marry you, big sister, your life will be ruined. Qiu Ruoxue's voice grew smaller, until it became as soft as a mosquito's buzz. But this time, Shui Binger heard it clearly and was instantly infuriated, her face turning red. Qiu Ruoxue, what are you thinking all day? Shui Binger couldn't help but knock her on the head, angrily saying, That's exactly it. You can break up in a relationship, but once a child is born, you can't just put it back, Qiu Ruoxue said. Don't worry, I won't get pregnant. Shui Binger was completely defeated by her, explaining. Oh, as long as you took precautions, that's fine. Qiu Ruoxue breathed a sigh of relief, carefully patting her chest. What do you mean by taking precautions? I didn't even. Shui Binger felt a blockage in her chest, explaining halfway before impatiently waving her hand, weakly saying, Think whatever you want. After saying this, she no longer paid attention to Qiu Ruoxue and laid down on the bed. Big sister. That night, Shui Binger, who hadn't slept long, quickly fell into a dream. She dreamed of herself and Jiang Ling in a courtyard where it was snowing heavily. He looked as handsome as ever, with a bright smile, and she was as beautiful as usual, the only change being her slightly rounded belly. She ran to the center of the courtyard, laughing loudly at the falling snowflakes. Jiang Ling ran out from the house, shouting at her to hurry inside. She playfully stuck out her tongue at Jiang Ling and smiled, inviting Brother Jiang. Let's build a snowman together. She saw Jiang Ling bringing out a cloak and carefully draping it over her, saying, You're already pregnant and still playing so much. Though his tone was reproachful, his expression was full of affection. I am a top-tier ice phoenix martial soul. How could I be afraid of such trivial snowflakes? She argued, hugging Jiang Ling's arm. Jiang Ling embraced her, stroking her belly. My martial soul is the long rainbow sword. What if the child inherits my martial soul? Then I wouldn't be afraid at all. Your sword is so hot, I wouldn't care about these snowflakes. Her eyes curved into crescent moons. You. Jiang Ling helplessly pinched her nose. So let's build a snowman. The child wants to play too, she said, holding the snow and smiling. Jiang Ling looked at her childish appearance and replied, okay. Not long after, a pair of large snowmen was built. She saw Jiang Ling squatting beside and still building small snowmen, placing the small ones next to the big ones, and before long, there were as many as 8. What are these? She watched for a while and couldn't help but ask. These are 3 sons and 5 daughters. They are my expectations for you, but Jiang Ling said proudly. 8 children? Do you think I'm a pig? She blushed and threw the snowball in her hand at Jiang Ling dreamwoke. Shui Binger sat up in shock, her face red, placing her hands on her cheeks, which felt very hot. How could I have such a dream? Shui Binger was filled with shyness. Surely it was that girl Ruo Shui, always bringing up pregnancy and children, causing her to have a nightmare. Thinking about it, Shui Binger's hand fell, unconsciously touching her lower abdomen, reflecting on the scenes in her dream. 8 children. Shui Binger felt a tremor in her heart, her cheeks reddening even more. Elder sister, a voice called from outside the door, and soon it was pushed open. Xiu Ruo Shui, Yu Heru, and Shuewu walked in. Elder sister, are you running a fever? Why is your face so red and hot? Yu Heru asked with concern, noticing something was off with Shui Binger. I'm fine. Hi Ro, did you come for something? Shui Binger tried to calm her chaotic heart and asked. It's nothing much. The vice president said that since the snow has stopped, we will head to the extreme north tomorrow to hunt for soul rings, and we're here to find you to buy some necessary items. Okay, you all wait for me outside for a bit. I'll change my clothes. Upon hearing it was a task assigned by her teacher, Shui Binger quickly calmed down. Why aren't you going out? Shui Binger asked, puzzled, looking at the few who were standing still. It's cold outside. We'll wait in here. It's not like we haven't seen it before. Elder sister, hurry up and change, Xiu Ruo Shui said with a smile. I won't change anymore. Let's go. She actually wanted to change her underwear, but now, there was no chance. Chapter 198. The country girl enters the city, although the Snow Empress greatly disliked the speed of the Icefield Wolf. That was from her perspective. In Jiang Ling's eyes, the Icefield Wolf was indeed the sole beast best suited for running in the snow. However, after just a few days, they gradually moved away from the extreme north, and the weather was no longer so cold. This was probably the first time the Snow Empress left the center of the extreme north. Looking at the scenery, which was no longer the familiar white expanse, even someone as indifferent as her revealed a hint of curiosity in her eyes, no longer urging Jiang Ling to quicken his pace. Snow, Qing Shui, if we go any further, we will be leaving the extreme north. The Icefield Wolf can only live in cold places. Let's release them here, Jiang Ling said, stopping the white wolf and looking at the woman beside him, who resembled a snow spirit. Unlike Jiang Ling, who straddled the Icefield Wolf's back, the Snow Empress sat gracefully to the side, gazing ahead. At this angle, Jiang Ling could only see her profile, but she was still breathtakingly beautiful. All right, the Snow Empress nodded. Without needing her to do anything, the Icefield Wolf seemed to understand and willingly lay down. The wolf Jiang Ling rode was not as humble. It remained standing tall. Jiang Ling, feeling helpless, jumped off. Long rainbow sword. A red glow flashed in Jiang Ling's right hand, and a completely red long sword floated in the air, emitting a series of vibrating sounds as if it was very happy. The longer the long rainbow, sword stayed with the candle spirit inside. It seemed as if the innate fire had reforged the sword, not only increasing its power, but also seemingly giving it a form of intelligence. Strange martial soul. The Snow Empress quietly observed Jiang Ling's martial soul and commented lightly. Even someone as powerful as her felt a sense of threat from this sword. Of course, it was just the sword's threat, not Jiang Ling. Jiang Ling's strength was still beneath her notice. In response to the Snow Empress's evaluation, he merely smiled slightly, leaped onto the sword, and said, there are few people here. To avoid sleeping on the streets, let's move quickly. The Snow Empress lightly tapped the ground with her jade foot and also landed on the sword. The area where the long rainbow sword landed was not large, and while the two stood on the flying sword, they were close enough that Jiang Ling could smell a faint fragrance emanating from the woman behind him. Strange. Isn't she supposed to be a being formed purely from ice attribute elemental power? Could it be that this ice attribute elemental power also smells good? What are you dazed about? We should get going. She frowned as she noticed Jiang Ling standing still for a while. This human was quite strange, often getting lost in thought. Oh, right. Jiang Ling quickly formed a hand sign and took flight on the sword. They sped along, and by evening, they finally arrived at a small city. After flying for most of the day, Jiang Ling was already exhausted and did not even bother to walk through the city gate, directly entering the city on his sword. "We'll stay here for the night and continue our journey tomorrow," Jiang Ling said, looking at a reasonably nice hotel. The Snow Empress merely nodded and stepped inside. Their check-in went relatively smoothly, but the Snow Empress's alluring figure and her exceptionally elegant face made the staff stutter in their speech, leaving Jiang Ling feeling quite helpless as he pondered whether to buy her a veil. "Good night. If anything happens, call me, and I'll handle it. Just don't take action yourself," Jiang Ling reminded her at the door of their room. The Snow Empress merely glanced at him before pushing the door open and walking in. "Sigh, being weak means no power," Jiang Ling shrugged and complained, then walked into the adjacent room. Unlike Jiang Ling, who lay on the bed and fell asleep immediately, the Snow Empress walked to the window, gazing at the red clouds and the wisps of smoke rising outside, lost in thought. This was a scene she had never seen before, quite different from Frost City. Even in Frost City, she had only been there a few times. Most of her time had been spent in the center of the extreme north. In an instant, she disappeared from the room. "Morning, knock, knock, knock. Qing Shui, it's time to set off." Jiang Ling waited at the door for a moment before the door finally opened. "We'll walk out of the city first, then use the sword to fly." Jiang Ling didn't expect her to speak and said to himself. The morning city was bustling again, the streets already filled with people, and the sounds of vendors calling out were continuous. The Snow Empress looked a bit surprised, as it had not been like this the night before. Jiang Ling found it somewhat amusing to see the Snow Empress, who seemed puzzled and fascinated by everything, looking like a country girl. Only this country girl was a bit more beautiful. "Buns." Jiang Ling caught a whiff of the aroma, and his eyes brightened. His stomach protested since he hadn't eaten since last night. "Qing Shui, wait for me here for a moment. I'll go buy some breakfast." Jiang Ling instructed the Snow Empress, who was ahead of him, and walked toward a nearby bun stall. The Snow Empress glanced at Jiang Ling, and suddenly a vendor carrying a sugar-coated hawthorn skewers passed by her. Her gaze was instantly drawn to the bright red sugar hawthorns, and she reached out to take a skewer. "Hey, miss, do you want to buy some sugar hawthorns?" 2 copper soul coins. The vendor asked as he saw the Snow Empress taking them without asking. The Snow Empress was looking at the sugar hawthorn in her hand when she heard the vendor's words and shook her head. "I don't have copper soul coins." "Well, silver soul coins are fine too. I don't have silver soul coins either. But I can't break a gold soul coin." "I don't have gold soul coins either." "Then, why are you taking my sugar hawthorns if you have no money? You're quite a pretty girl. Why aren't you paying for your food?" the vendor said angrily. Many people had already been secretly watching the Snow Empress, and now they were surrounding her tightly. "Thank you, boss," Jiang Ling said as he handed money to the vendor for the 2 bags of buns. When he turned around, he saw that the area where the Snow Empress had been standing was now full of people. "What the? Did something happen while I was buying buns?" Jiang Ling quickly stored the buns in his jade pendant and rushed towards the crowd. If these ordinary people angered her, it would be a disaster. The Snow Empress looked at the crowd surrounding her. The noise was chaotic, and some gazes were openly scrutinizing her, making her feel quite disgusted. Just as she was about to take action to clear the surroundings, she recalled Jiang Ling's instructions, and her clenched hand relaxed. "If you don't have money, then don't eat. Give it back to me," the vendor said as he reached to snatch the sugar hawthorn from the Snow Empress's hand. The Snow Empress's gaze turned cold, and everyone present felt a chill rising from their hearts. "Who said there was no money? Isn't it just candied hawthorn? I'll take them all. Disperse, disperse." Jiang Ling stood between the Snow Empress and the vendor, separating the two. "Give me a gold soul coin, and I'll take all the candied hawthorn." Thank you, young master. Thank you, young master." The vendor looked at the gold soul coin in his hand and hurriedly handed the candied hawthorn rack to Jiang Ling, gratefully saying. Jiang Ling ignored him, turned around, and asked, "Are you okay? If you had come a little later, they would have been dead." The Snow Empress replied coldly, dispersing the soul power in her hand. She raised her hand and placed the candied hawthorn on the rack, walking towards the city gates, her interest greatly diminished by the interference of these mortals. "Ah!" Jiang Ling, carrying the candied hawthorn, hurriedly followed, explaining, "They're just small vendors trying to make a living. They mean no harm." Seeing that the Snow Empress still ignored him, Jiang Ling seemed to think of something and took out a bag of gold soul coins from his jade pendant. "Here, this is for you. In the human world, you need to pay for things. Keep this money on you and buy whatever you want, if it's not enough. I have more." The Snow Empress finally stopped, looked at the bag of money in his hand, hesitated for a moment, and took it. She opened it and took a glance. "Is this gold soul coin? Do you recognize it? I used to find many things belonging to soul masters in the extreme north, and inside there were these golden things. I observed that they had no spirituality and weren't rare metals, so I just tossed them in the palace. The Snow Empress put the bag away and said, I will return it to you when I go back to the extreme north. How many of these things have you collected? Jiang Ling asked curiously. About as much as in 2 rooms, but later I felt they were of no use. So I stopped collecting them. Perhaps because she had taken Jiang Ling's money, the Snow Empress answered his question. 2 rooms. Jiang Ling knew how large the Snow Empress's palace rooms were. Can you give me some? Jiang Ling tentatively asked, although he appeared glamorous on the outside. It was the most impoverished moment of his life. He and T returned the 500,000 he stole from his senior sister. And if she woke up and found out, the Snow Empress was taken aback, thought about the bag of gold soul coins she had just received, and then considered the mountains of gold soul coins piled up in her palace, asking, are you really short on gold soul coins? Yes. If this trip goes smoothly, you could take as many gold soul coins from the palace as you want. The Snow Empress nodded and took a string of candied hawthorn from Jiang Ling's arms, holding it in her hand. So red, it's not often seen in the extreme north. Qing Xue, this thing isn't for looking, it's for eating. Jiang Ling kindly reminded her. Eating? Yes, eating. Just peel off the layer of transparent paper wrapped around it, and then you can eat it. Jiang Ling took down a string and demonstrated for the Snow Empress. He didn't dare to snatch the string from her hand. Aside from her strength, Jiang Ling felt a bit sad. After living for hundreds of thousands of years, she had never eaten candied hawthorn. The Snow Empress imitated Jiang Ling's actions and took a small bite of a hawthorn. So sweet. The Snow Empress revealed a hint of surprise and happily looked at Jiang Ling. The sudden smile of the Snow Empress made Jiang Ling a bit dazed. The cold and lonely master of the extreme north actually smiled because she tasted candied hawthorn. The Snow Empress also realized she seemed to have lost her composure and quickly restrained her smile, clearing her throat. Let's hurry. We need to reach the Sunset Forest as soon as possible. Saying that, she walked ahead alone. Okay, by the way, do you want to eat a bun? Gun. What is that? A bun is, it's a kind of food. You'll know when you try it. Jiang Ling took out a still steaming bun. Not tasty, it's an indescribable feeling, greasy. The Snow Empress frowned and swallowed the food in her mouth, returning the half-eaten bun to Jiang Ling meat bun. Jiang Ling stuffed the bun, which still had some of her saliva on it, into his mouth. Not greasy at all. It's quite delicious. Not tasty. I'll stick with the candied hawthorn. Candied hawthorn can't replace a meal. It will ruin your teeth. Do you think such a thing could happen to me? The Snow Empress glanced at Jiang Ling and took another bite of the candied hawthorn. You're strong. You have your reasons. By the way, what kind of food do you eat in the extreme north? I don't eat. I just absorb the elemental power of heaven and earth. Then now, Jiang Ling's question was interrupted by the Snow Empress. We've already left the city. You should fly on your sword. The extreme north is pure and white. The Snow Empress, who emerged from there, looked like a celestial being, but the mundane world is a realm of dust. Anyone who walks here cannot avoid getting a bit tainted. Unknowingly, she has already begun to change subtly. Tiando, City Prince's mansion uncle. Why did you call me here? The young man looked at the serious-faced Prince Xueshing in the main seat, puzzled. Xuebeng, according to my recent investigation, it seems your elder brother, the Crown Prince of Tiando, has set his sights on you. The young man's face instantly turned pale. How could this be? I've been hiding my talents as you instructed, acting like a complete wastrel. Why would he target me? I don't know either. In recent years, Yu Haven T threatened the Crown Prince, and he hasn't shown any signs of attacking you. But in the past few months, the Crown Prince has begun to secretly investigate and monitor your every move, Prince Xueshing said, furrowing his brows and shaking his head. Uncle, what should we do then? We can't just sit and wait for death, Xuebeng said, feeling a bit helpless. He had seen enough of Xueqing's cunning and schemes over the years. By the way, Uncle, didn't you save Douluo? Can you have him protect me closely? A sudden thought struck Xuebeng, and he quickly asked. No. Douluo is a person who yearns for freedom. It's impossible to have him protect you closely. Besides, staying in one place for too long is bound to lead to loss. Rather than sitting here waiting for death, it's better to take a risky move. Prince Xueshing said with determination in his heart. What kind of risky move? Xuebeng asked in a low voice. Strike first. You want Douluo to assassinate Xueqing? Of course not. Xueqing is Ning Fengzhi's disciple, and Douluo would never take such a risk for us. Moreover, the person who acts cannot be from the Tiando Empire. You mean? Prince Xueshing nodded, dipped his finger in some tea, and wrote the word Xing Luo on the table. But this is treason, Xuebeng said in a low voice. It's a matter of necessity. I have a feeling that Xueqing is problematic. When you were young, You didn't know this, but your elder brother didn't have such outstanding abilities before. His cultivation talent is not as high as yours, and his intelligence is not comparable to your third brother's. Yet in the end, he reaped the benefits. And there must be some scheme behind it. Perhaps Shueqing is no longer Shueqing. Prince Shueqing said with a gloomy expression. Uncle Yu. Shuebing was horrified. I can be sure that your two elder brothers' deaths are closely related to him, and now he's going to target you. He wants to wipe out our Tiandou royal family. In extraordinary times, extraordinary measures must be taken. I've already established a connection with Luo, and a titled Douluo will lie in ambush outside Tiandou City. This time, he must die. After being suppressed for so many years, being forced to a desperate situation feels quite good. Shueqing hardly leaves the crown prince's mansion. How can we lure him out of the city? Shuebing asked. Prince Shueqing had not yet responded when a name suddenly flashed through Xiefeng's mind, and he blurted out, Shueku. Chapter 199, Lord of the Extreme North? Just a shopaholic. As time quietly passed, Jiang Ling and the others had already entered the territory of the Tiandou Empire. Ahead was Haishi City, a fairly large city in the Tiandou Empire, not far from the Sunset Forest. Jiang Ling did not intend to stay. At the current speed, they could reach the Sunset Forest in 2 days. Let's stay in that city for a day, Shuedi suddenly said behind him. Isn't it a bit early to find lodging now? It's still early in the day. Jiang Ling asked, somewhat puzzled as he turned back. It's not about lodging. This city looks very prosperous. I want to buy some clothes. Haven't you noticed that others' clothing is a bit different from ours? Shuedi answered indifferently. Besides, your clothes have been worn for a long time and smell really bad. Saying this, she even covered her nose. It can't be that bad. I don't smell anything, Jiang Ling said as he sniffed himself, and then looked at Shuedi. Your clothes also. Looking at Shuedi's cold gaze, Jiang Ling swallowed the rest of his words. I mean, you're right. I'll land immediately, Jiang Ling said with a dry laugh. The clothes they were wearing were still from the extreme north. Although the Tiandou Empire had also entered winter, the temperature was still far less severe than in the extreme north, and their clothing indeed felt a bit out of place. As for Shuedi's comment about the smell, Jiang Ling just sniffed and seemed to notice it a bit. He had run out of clean clothes since his senior sister hadn't bought him any, when they were still 10 zhang above the ground. Shuedi leaped down with her long sword and quickly landed. A pleasant fragrance wafted into Jiang Ling's nose. Strange. Why does she still smell so good after not changing clothes for several days? The ice goddess, untainted by dust. Shuedi landed and did not wait for Jiang Ling. Striding toward Haishi City. Wait. Jiang Ling retracted his martial soul and helplessly called out to her. He took out a white veil from the jade pendant. Cough. Haishi City is not like the small towns we encountered before. To avoid unnecessary trouble, you should wear this. Shuedi glanced at the veil, took it from his hand, and covered her peerless beauty. Looking at Shuedi's ethereal eyes and the slightly exposed, jade-like, alluring skin, he couldn't help but exclaim. The light veil cannot conceal the beautiful face, ethereal like a ghost orchid. Shuedi shot him a cold glance and said, If you dare to say such things again, I will turn you into an ice sculpture. What's wrong with that? I'm just complimenting your looks. Is that not okay? Jiang Ling wanted to argue, but did not dare to speak. Watching the unpredictable Shuedi's back, Jiang Ling couldn't help but miss the understanding Shuebinger. Oh right, Binger left me a gift. I almost forgot. Jiang Ling placed his hand on the jade pendant. These past few days, he had been focused on traveling by sword and had forgotten all about what Shuebinger had left him. A neatly folded set of blue underwear, along with a note. The note read, Although I don't know why you have a habit of collecting underwear, please accept it. Jiang Ling was a bit dazed. Did she misunderstand something? It couldn't be. Jiang Ling suddenly remembered that Shuebinger had said she had seen what was in his jade pendant. And there was a set from Zhu Zhuqing, as well as a set from his senior sister. Jiang Ling was speechless. Although he had women's intimate clothing on him, he really didn't have that kind of habit. Hurry up and catch up. What are you dawdling for? Shuedi turned back and urged. Jiang Ling was startled. The light in his hand flashed and disappeared, and he quickly tucked away Shuebi's intimate clothing. But the note fell to the ground. Jiang Ling hurriedly sucked it back into his hand and gripped it tightly. All right, let us go into the city. Jiang Ling replied somewhat sheepishly. Stay away from me. Shuedi glanced at him with some disdain. She not only saw the clothing in his hand, but also the note, and she could not understand Jiang Ling's peculiar habit. As the two leisurely walked into the city, there was no obstruction along the way. However, the soldiers guarding the city couldn't help but keep glancing at Shuedi's perfect figure. making Jiang Ling a bit worried that Di might get angry and slap them to death. Perhaps it was due to Di's long-standing imposing presence that the few soldiers who were a bit restless did not dare to approach and question them. Once inside the city, Jiang Ling directly took Di to the largest clothing store in the city. In the women's clothing section, the shop staff were taken aback when a young couple walked in, especially the white-haired woman, whose temperament was simply unparalleled. Although her beauty was obscured by a veil, based on her experience, she could tell that the woman was extremely beautiful. Being a woman herself, she admired her greatly. Even if they didn't buy clothes, she was willing to attend to them. Moreover, although their attire was strange, it was clear that both were made of high-quality materials, definitely not ordinary people. Are you here to buy clothes for your girlfriend? She is truly beautiful. The staff complimented Di sincerely. Don't say that. We're just friends. Jiang Ling broke out in a cold sweat at these words. Glancing nervously at Di, and seeing that she wasn't angry, he sighed in relief. I'm really sorry. The staff quickly apologized. What styles are you looking for? It's fine. You go ahead and do your work. We'll choose by ourselves, Jiang Ling said, seeing that Di had no intention of speaking. All right, if you need anything, just call me. I'll be nearby. Saying this, the staff looked at Di again before reluctantly leaving. Jiang Ling felt a bit defeated. You're a girl. Shouldn't you be admiring this handsome guy instead? What's wrong? Don't you like it? This is the largest shop. If you don't like this, the others will be even. Di slowly shook her head and pointed to a long dress in a palace style ahead, softly saying, I want all of these. Cough, cough. Jiang Ling, who had just taken a sip of tea brought by the staff, choked. Is there a problem? Di frowned and asked when she saw Jiang Ling's behavior. No problem. It's just, I've never seen anyone buy clothes like this before. Jiang Ling wiped his mouth, somewhat amused. Are you mocking me? How could that be? I'm complimenting you. Jiang Ling felt a chill down his back and quickly replied. What I don't understand is, you would wear this bright red skirt. Jiang Ling asked in a somewhat helpless whisper. What did you say? Di asked. We can't just buy skirts. Let me pick out some long pants and jackets for you, okay? Sure, Di nodded. Jiang Ling wiped the non-existent sweat from his forehead. He realized that this was her shopping attribute awakening. Without saying much, he began to carefully select clothes. Since he met Di, she had always worn long skirts, and he had never seen her legs, so he thought they should be long and straight. He picked out 2 pairs of fitted long pants and 2 loose fleece jackets. How about these? Di nodded. After all, whether she wore them or not was her choice, and if she didn't like them, she wouldn't wear them. What kind of shoes do you want? Jiang Ling saw that Di was just about to raise her hand and said, Got it. You want them all, right? Di's hand, which had not yet been raised, froze, and then she nodded. Jiang Ling couldn't care less about the heartache, as it was of no use. She had already invested for the future, and once everything was settled, all the money in her palace would belong to him. Young master, have you chosen your clothes? Seeing Jiang Ling wave his hand, the shop assistant hurried over and praised. Your taste is truly excellent. These 2 pieces would look stunning on your girlfriend. I'll wrap them up for you. Sure. Jiang Ling handed the clothes to the assistant and added, Also, I want 2 sets of each from the shoes and the palace dress. Young master, are you serious? Yes. Hurry up and wrap them. Jiang Ling nodded. All right. The assistant nodded repeatedly, unable to contain her joy. She felt she was going to make a fortune. This couple definitely had a boyfriend-girlfriend relationship. Otherwise, how could he be so indulgent? She envied the beautiful white-haired woman even more, with such good looks and a boyfriend who seemed wealthy. Young master, our store is having a discount. After the discount, it's 100,000 gold soul coins. What discount is that? 90% off. Can it be 30% off? I was joking. Jiang Ling handed over the card. When it was time to pay, Jiang Ling couldn't help but feel a pang of pain. Times were different now. He had fallen from grace. Why are you paying? You can just use the card. Di asked as they left the counter. For someone who didn't understand, Di was quite thorough. The card has gold soul coins stored in it. Jiang Ling briefly explained. Oh, I see. I have many of these cards in my palace with several styles. Really? Could you give me one? Depends on your performance. Di revealed a barely perceptible smile. Her mood was quite good after shopping. Here, she hadn't noticed her surroundings before. But now she saw that Jiang Ling seemed to have brought her to a place selling women's intimate apparel. You've bought dresses and shoes. Are you really planning to go in without any underwear? Of course, he wouldn't dare say that, fearing Di might slap him. Ahem. Well, I can still choose dresses. But for this, you have to go in yourself, Jiang Ling said with a light cough. Di recalled Jiang Ling holding that blue outfit outside the city and shot him a cold glance. This guy wouldn't he be having ideas about me, would he? Under Shwedi's hostile gaze, Jiang Ling looked confused. What's wrong? I didn't he do anything. I'll go in myself. You wait outside. Jiang Ling was speechless. He didn't plan to go in anyway. All right, I got it. Standing alone in a shop selling women's intimate apparel, Jiang Ling attracted a lot of attention. But for someone who had seen many big scenes, these small ones were nothing. He focused on waiting for Shwedi to come out. 10 minutes later, "Coming to pay." A voice reached Jiang Ling's ear. "How much?" Jiang Ling pushed open the door and saw that Shwedi had already collected the purchased clothes. The shop assistant greeted him. "Hello, young master. It's a total of 50,000 gold soul coins." "Huh? Is your underwear made of diamonds?" The assistant looked embarrassed. Although she didn't know what diamonds were, the tone of the customer seemed to imply it was expensive. "Well, your girlfriend bought the highest quality materials in our store, and she bought a lot. Did you get everything?" Jiang Ling asked softly as he looked at Shwedi's profile. "No, hurry up and pay. I'm tired." She indeed didn't get everything. There were a few particularly revealing ones that would make anyone blush. All right, since Shwedi had spoken, he could only comply. He knew even if she didn't get everything, it would still be quite a lot. The assistant was somewhat stunned watching Jiang Ling pay so readily, as the lingerie sold in this store had prices starting from 50 gold soul coins, which was unaffordable for most people. She had prepared a lengthy explanation in her mind to clarify that they hadn't overcharged and that it was indeed the normal price. She even thought about the possible scenario that might unfold next. The guy scolding the girl for spending too much. The girl angrily accusing the guy of not loving her anymore, and finally parting ways unhappily, leaving the packaged items behind. She had seen this happen many times. It occurred at least once or twice a week. But this time, with just a simple sentence from the girl, the guy paid obediently, which was hard for her to accept. "Hey, hurry up. Didn't you hear the queen is tired?" Jiang Ling urged the dazed assistant, waving the card. "Oh, okay." Hearing Jiang Ling call her queen, Shwedi shot him a glare. 50,000 gold soul coins for a glare. That's expensive. "Young master, here's your card. Please keep it safe." Gold soul coins minus 50,000. Jiang Ling one heartache. "Let us go find a place to stay. We'll set off tomorrow," Jiang Ling said as they exited the shop. "No." Shwedi slowly shook her head. "No, what else do you want to buy?" Jiang Ling asked, feeling a bit guilty. At this rate, he would have to go to the pawn shop. "It's not me buying, it's you buying." Shwedi glanced at Jiang Ling's clothes, wrinkling her delicate nose. "Let us find a place to stay first. I'll buy my own clothes," Jiang Ling suggested. He just didn't want to buy here. It was too damn expensive. He felt that clothes costing a few copper soul coins were quite comfortable to wear. "No way. Your clothes will be chosen by me." Shwedi looked at him, her tone pausing. "What you bought doesn't suit my taste. It hurts my eyes." In the end, Jiang Ling still couldn't win against Shwedi. After all, the arm couldn't twist the thigh, and the Soul King couldn't defeat the title once. "You don't know how precious food and oil are until you're in charge. You better not fall into my hands, or I'll make you suffer," Jiang Ling muttered to himself, watching Shwedi walk ahead. "Are you cursing me in your heart?" Shwedi suddenly turned around, looking at him with a dangerous tone. Jiang Ling was startled and quickly denied. "Don't wrongfully accuse me. I didn't I was just guessing before, but now I can be sure you're cursing me," Shwedi said calmly. "How can you be so sure?" Jiang Ling regretted the question as soon as he asked it. Wasn't that just admitting it? The difference between you lying and not lying is too obvious. "Hasn't anyone told you?" "No need to remind me again." Jiang Ling felt a bit overwhelmed. His teacher had mentioned lying, Zhu Qing had mentioned it, and even his senior sister had said it. Now even the relatively new Shwedi had noticed it. Perhaps there are indeed things that even the angry warriors cannot discover. Seeing Jiang Ling's darkened face, Shwedi smiled. "But I'm in a good mood today, so I won't punish you." A beauty's smile brings eternal spring. A beauty's cry brings eternal sorrow. Beep beep. Although the previous blitzfire was fierce, it had many restrictions. Encheng Xin obtaining Qinming was equivalent to gaining the capital to hunt for the world. The two directly went out, with Hong Tai and Li Bahuan already there. The latter still looked lazy, clearly not fully awake, while Hong Tai's red face resembled a tomato, his eyes bulging like bowling balls with bloodshot veins beneath. Just as Jiang Ani had anticipated, Li Lai Gao and others went to check the official fields in places like Shirtai, and over time, Li Lai Gao and Si Chun developed feelings for each other. Watching Li Lai Gao and Si Chun exchanging glances, Pan Hai and Si Qing were naturally influenced and unknowingly came together, turning this trip to clear the official fields into a sweet journey. Just as the rocket hit Fan Xiang, A raging fire erupted on him, startling the somewhat weary audience below, many instinctively retreating to a distance. Du Yuan smiled slightly and said, "We encountered many refugees along the way." Du Yuan and Chu Jifeng then shared everything they had seen and heard along the route. Chun Lin was neither humble nor arrogant, addressing 500 people with confidence, showing no signs of stage fright, which made everyone think that his words might not be unfounded. Li Sheng headed towards the kite, using flames to counterwood, while Muzian no longer showed any form, either as fire or lightning, engaging in battle with Ziyi. "Could I trouble a gentleman to go and announce? Just say that Minister of Rights Tian Shilu requests an audience with Lord Wei." Lord Tian bowed to the fore. His relationship with Jiang Ani was merely one of moral friendship, with not much private interaction. Jiang Ani was far away in Huazhou. So what could prompt Tian Shilu to come specifically to deliver a message? Wei Yuqing opened the letter with suspicion, accidentally touching the protective talisman on his chest. Jiang Ani decided that from now on, every time he left the capital, he would first visit Mingpu Temple to ask Master Guangming for fortune, firmly believing in the divination of withered wood meeting spring. "No way. Song Yi is my good brother. You cannot interfere." Although the old pope said this, he was actually thinking, what if Song Yi is captured by this beggar? Who will stop the new pope then? He was indeed the earth spirit immortal Guyu, one of Yunjun's disciples. I stopped the car and entered the Phoenix Club. Since I often picked on my cousin, the security at the entrance recognized me. When I reached the second-floor lobby, I found my cousin sitting there on the phone, so I sat down across from her without disturbing her. This magic sound bath, hanging upside down, was nearly 2 meters long. When its wings spread, the wingspan would exceed 6 meters. Larger than Yang was Giant Eagle. The 10-headed fire phoenix screeched. A terrifying force surged, and behind it, a 10-headed fire phoenix phantom charged out, carrying terrifying power that directly broke through the god-slaying blade. At this moment, the soul-devouring goo had crawled halfway up the earthen jar, but since Lin Tian moved, the soul-devouring goo stopped. Li Qingyun once said that immature soul-devouring goo cannot be away from the host for too long, or will die and lose its value for alchemy. It could only stay in the black earthen jar to be preserved for a while. After descending the mountain, I wandered around several towns, all peaceful. Unexpectedly, just upon arriving at the spring city, I saw a purple cloth strip tied to a bamboo pole near the city gate, knotted in a cross, pointing forward. From the color of the fabric, it was clearly the same as the purple clothing often worn by Chu Minglin. "What are you talking about?" Jing Lei spat and then agreed to Song Yi's request. Song Yi almost cheered and then began to think about how to arrange Fushi elsewhere. This saved many players running around the vast Black Rock City a lot of unnecessary time. Like us full-time players now, aside from eating, drinking, and sleeping, most of our time is spent in the game, fighting for this goal, enduring some grievances, or enjoying some worldly comforts. Guijing believes is only natural. In fact, Lung Junling didn't really intend to break this magic shield. She just couldn't grasp the intricacies of the gods in this world. If she rashly engaged and got herself caught, wouldn't that mean the mission would fail directly? I certainly believe you will kill me, but even if I die and turn into a ghost, I will still stare at you until you're killed by her, Zhang Qifeng shouted sharply. The most crucial point was that these spiders were different from the monsters encountered before. This type of spider had extremely high attack power and was poisonous, and the key was their overwhelming numbers. One misstep could lead to trouble. Skill, frenzied explosion strike. A shadow of a blood spirit giant appeared above the blood rift breaker, unleashing its power to swing the battle axe with all its might, causing the power of blood to erupt and strike the enemy's body with a crushing force, dealing massive physical damage with a damage value of 400, cooldown time, 10 minutes. A saintly powerhouse discovered and confirmed the ice-cold body, which was also a type of furnace body, and insisted on forcibly marrying Ruan Yushan. Sima Sun indeed trembled slightly upon arrival, cunningly and carefully observing the 3 directions. Quickly realizing that Xiao Yi was using his doubts to buy time, his mind raced, and he suddenly thought that Xiao Yi's journey was headed west. He might go west. So he immediately leapt westward in pursuit. A postnatal martial artist was not worth his attention. He had chased all the way from Shijing, seeking the presence of that corpse Qi, which, guided by his ancestors, eventually appeared at Mount Hua. So he also appeared at Mount Hua. Gu Wei felt somewhat troubled. His gaze was indecisive. Although he had a low price in mind, he didn't dare to quote it. He could skip the vegetables, the fruits, but not the rice. The spirit rice was the most crucial. Chapter 200, Long Time No See. Hulaina looked ahead at the greatly changed Qian Rinchue and smiled. saying yes. They had met a few times when they were young. Long time no see. Qian Renxue also came down and stood next to Hulaina. Hulaina looked at Qian Renxue, who was silent in confusion. Actually, there's nothing much. I just wanted to chat with someone familiar since it's been a long time. Anything is fine. Sensing Hulaina's gaze, Qian Renxue spoke, her tone losing some indifference, gaining a bit of calmness. Oh, I see. No problem. I thought you had completely changed. This part hasn't changed, Hulaina said, her tone easing. I have changed. I have a heart of iron and stone. An interest come first. Qian Renxue sat on the chair beside her, self-deprecatingly said. Just now, please don't blame Jiang Ling. He had a friend who died at the hands of the evil soul master and is quite vengeful, so his words were a bit. You're still the same as before, always talking about your junior brother, Hulaina said, reassuringly. Don't worry, I understand, Qian Renxue nodded. But your junior brother is not like that woman taught him, Qian Renxue said, looking at Hulaina beside her. Xiao Ling had a strong opinion when he was young. The teacher raised him freely. He isn't merciful. He just easily feels compassion for the innocent, has a big picture view, is clear about right and wrong, decisive in killing, and extremely protective of those around him. Isn't mercy not a derogatory term? As for praising him as if he were a flower, Qian Renxue said speechlessly. Hulaina's tone faltered. By the way, is there really no way to resolve the matter of the evil soul master? There's a way, but it's unnecessary. Although it's not as serious as mentioned earlier, it truly offers me no benefits. Qian Renxue leaned slightly against the chair back, speaking lazily. Just consider it a favor I'm asking of you. Hulaina suddenly grabbed Qian Renxue's arm, speaking earnestly. Qian Renxue looked at Hulaina in surprise, pondering for a moment before saying, okay, but you owe me a favor. Jiang Ling's talent was indeed strong, and since Hulaina asked, it wouldn't hurt to help once. Although Qian Renxue had left the Spirit Hall for 13 years, Qian Douluo still regularly passed on news from the Spirit Hall to her. She was aware of a few talented individuals from the Spirit Hall, but only Hulaina and Jiang Ling caught her eye. Jiang Ling waited outside for a long time before Hulaina finally came out. Salas had already left. After all, a platinum bishop was quite busy. Let's go, Hulaina said naturally as she linked her arm with Jiang Ling's. Do you know each other? Jiang Ling asked, puzzled. Of course. We've met a few times when we were kids. By the way, she agreed to deal with the Tianxue nobility's obstruction of the Spirit Hall. How will you thank me? Hulaina looked at Jiang Ling, the curve of her mouth perfectly crescent-shaped. Jiang Ling felt a bit overwhelmed. As fellow disciples of the Pope living in the same spirit city, how could their social circles be so different? While others were strong men and weak women, he felt the opposite. Jiang Ling, I don't care about outside matters. All I love is the Changhong sword. Hulaina, who in the world doesn't know you? Thank you? Carry you back to the hotel? Jiang Ling said reluctantly. Hulaina released Jiang Ling's arm, ran a few steps forward, and teased, You're ugly. But your thoughts are quite beautiful. Jiang Ling was taken aback, then quickly reacted, I'm ugly? I'm a talented person and a handsome young master. How can you say I'm ugly? Stop, don't run. Jiang Ling stepped forward to chase her, just as his hand was about to touch her shoulder. Hulaina's figure swayed and appeared 3 meters away. No trace in the snow? If you can catch me, I'll let you carry me back, Hulaina said playfully, flicking her long hair. You said it. Don't go back on your word. Jiang Ling's figure flashed and suddenly disappeared from his spot. On a secluded street in Tianxue City, the sun was setting, casting a golden glow in the sky and reflecting a fiery red color on the street. Jiang Ling walked slowly with Hulaina on his back, who wrapped her arms around his neck, her eyes half closed, her body gently swaying with Jiang Ling's steps. Jiang Ling supported her extremely elastic legs with both hands, while Hulaina's steady breathing brushed against his neck. In such an ambiguous position, Jiang Ling felt no wicked thoughts, only satisfaction. Was he trying to cheer himself up because he was afraid of feeling lost? What a silly girl. Qian Renxue left Spirit City at a very young age, and even if Hulaina knew her, their friendship wouldn't be deep. To get Qian Renxue's help, she must have agreed to some conditions. What virtue or ability do I have to make such a proud girl so infatuated with me? Sister, I asked Salas, and the spirit branch hasn't relayed the whereabouts of my friend's brother yet. We might have to stay here for a few more days. Tomorrow, I'll accompany you to explore Tianxue City. Jiang Ling turned his head and just caught a glimpse of Hulaina's cute look as she pretended to be asleep. Okay. Hulaina suddenly opened her eyes, sitting up excitedly. With Hulaina's movement, Jiang Ling's back suddenly felt empty. Hulaina's entire weight pressed down on Jiang Ling's hands, which were supporting her thighs. Jiang Ling didn't react in time, and Hulaina began to slide down. He quickly exerted force to stop her descent, but his hands, which were originally supporting her thighs, were now pressing heavily against Hulaina's full, rounded bottom. Jiang Ling instantly felt awkward and hurriedly lifted Hulaina up a bit. With her bottom under attack, Hulaina's face turned red, and she quickly leaned down, not daring to move, her body tensing up, her cheeks buried in Jiang Ling's orange-red hair. The air suddenly became quiet again, leaving only the sound of Jiang Ling's footsteps. After Hulaina and Jiang Ling left, Qianrenxue sat for a while before preparing to leave, returning to the place she hated. Hulaina had miscalculated. Bibidong's order had arrived a day early. Young master, a letter from the Pope for you to deal with the evil soul master. Just as Qianrenxue was about to leave, Salas walked in with a letter. Qianrenxue was taken aback, took the letter, and after reading it, said, "I understand. You can go now." Once Salas left, a thread of golden power directly crushed the letter to pieces. He really cares for his disciple. Knowing it's of no benefit to the spirit hall, he still lets his daughter take risks for his apprentice. Do you really like adopted children that much? Qianrenxue looked at the spirit hall's emblem, her body trembling slightly, clearly in an extremely angry state. She didn't hate Hulaina or Jiang Ling. She only hated Bibidong. It took her a long time to calm down. The next day, sister, I might not be able to accompany you shopping today. Jiang Ling rushed to Hulaina's room early in the morning, looking at her just out of the shower, wearing a bathrobe and preparing to change clothes. What's wrong? Do you have something to do? Hulaina turned around, puzzled, her wet hair still dripping. I just remembered. I killed an evil soul master earlier and obtained a blood pearl. It's made from human blood and soul, full of resentment. It needs to be purified before it can be destroyed. The only one I can think of who can purify it is Qianrenxue. Jiang Ling pushed Hulaina down onto a chair and picked up a towel nearby to carefully dry her hair. He accidentally glanced at the loose neckline of her bathrobe, revealing a patch of snow-white skin. Through the gap in the middle, he could see something. See a border. Jiang Ling quickly averted his gaze, slightly adjusting his standing posture. Do you need me to go with you? Hulaina slightly closed her eyes, allowing him to mess with her hair, feeling quite comfortable, completely unaware of Jiang Ling's unusual reaction behind her. No need. I'm planning to use a disguise to find her in the palace. Yesterday, we entered the spirit hall openly. If someone with ulterior motives finds out that Qianrenxue is related to the spirit hall, it would be bad. Jiang Ling tried hard to keep his gaze away. Sigh. Well then, you've broken your promise again. I'll remember it and make you bring it back next time. I'm going to sleep in. Hulaina sighed, stretching her limbs, causing her originally loose bathrobe to tighten instantly, outlining her perfect curves. The obvious Tookie was visible. Jiang Ling really wanted to say, "Don't tempt me. I really can't hold on. Another year is really long. Just looking and not being able to eat." Well then, sister. I'll head out first. Jiang Ling took a deep breath. Okay, the earlier you go, the earlier you return. Hulaina stood up, slightly tiptoed, and kissed Jiang Ling on the cheek and licked it. Woman, you're a vixen. On the bustling street leading to the spirit hall, Jiang Ling walked briskly. Although he thought Qianrenxue was likely in the palace, Jiang Ling decided to search the spirit hall first to avoid coming up empty in the palace. Half an hour later, an ordinary-looking young man headed towards the palace. Qianrenxue was indeed not in the spirit hall. After Jiang Ling donned a disguise mask and changed his clothes, he left. Although it was a wasted trip, Jiang Ling learned from Salas that the teacher's order had arrived last night. Upon learning the content, Jiang Ling couldn't help but feel a warmth in his heart and also felt a bit sorry for Qianrenxue. It was all Qianxuanji's fault. He was no longer the indignant youth from before. He understood that Bibidong was doing this for himself. Not long after, Jiang Ling finally arrived at the palace. The palace was a restricted area, and all unauthorized personnel were quickly asked to leave. Two elder brothers. I've heard that the Crown Prince of Tiando is actively recruiting talents, so I specially came here to try my luck. My name is Jiang Luer, and I kindly ask you to inform the Crown Prince, Jiang Ling said, taking out 2 bags of gold soul coins and handing them to the 2 men in front of him. The guard hesitated, looking at the gold soul coins in his hand, and said, I can only relay this to the guards of the Crown Prince's residence, but I can't guarantee the outcome. After finishing his sentence, he slightly tightened his grip on the gold soul coins, fearing Jiang Ling might ask for them back. It's fine. Just say there's a soul master named Jiang Luer here to visit His Highness the Crown Prince. Whether he sees me or not, the money is yours. Jiang Ling said with a cheerful smile. Please wait a moment, young master. The guard replied with a fist salute and turned to enter the palace. Watching the departing guard, Jiang Ling thought to himself, let's see if I can get Qian Rinxue to make me a plaque later. I've already spent 40 gold soul coins just to enter the palace. Jiang Ling was now completely broke. The 2 million gold soul coins he extorted from Davis had all been given to his little cat, Zhu Zhuqing. How could he let his girlfriend be without money? The 1 million gold soul coins given to him by Hu Laina had also been spent quite a bit during the past 2 years of training. At the Crown Prince's residence, Your Highness, a guard from outside the palace just reported that a soul master wants to see you, named Jiang Luer, an old servant said. Bowing his head, while practicing calligraphy, Xue Qinghe paused, pondering, Jiang Luer Jiang. Bring him in, Xue Qinghe said, his right hand pausing for a moment before continuing to write. Jiang Ling followed the servant of the Crown Prince's residence to Xue Qinghe's study and saw Xue Qinghe, who was actually Qian Rinxue for the first time. He appeared to be around 27 or 28 years old, handsome, and dressed in a clean, fitted long robe, giving a refreshing impression. You may leave, Xue Qinghe said to the servant. After seeing the servant leave, Jiang Ling waved his hands and sealed the study. He removed his disguise and returned to his handsome and suave appearance. It's me. I know. Didn't I already agree to your request? Why are you here again? Qian Rinxue said, with an indifferent expression upon seeing Jiang Ling remove his mask. There is one more thing I need to ask for. Jiang Ling felt a bit embarrassed. Qian Rinxue frowned slightly at his words. Jiang Ling pretended not to notice Qian Rinxue's impatient expression. He took out a blood pearl. As soon as the seal was lifted, a rush of negative emotions such as resentment, hatred, fear, and sadness filled the study. This is... Qian Rinxue's complexion changed. This is an evil object refined by an evil soul master from civilians. The resentment is too great for me to destroy it. I know angels have the ability to purify. I would like to ask for your help. Qian Rinxue took the blood pearl and could feel the extent of harm it had caused to so many people. She whispered, evil soul masters really deserve to be punished. Although she prioritized her own interests, she could not remain indifferent in the face of so many wronged souls. The energy of the blood pearl is too great. I can only try my best to purify it. Whether I succeed or not, I cannot guarantee. Qian Rinxue released the blood pearl, causing it to float in midair, as a rich golden soul power continuously flowed into the blood pearl. At this moment, Qian Rinxue's appearance also transformed from Xue Qinghe back to her original self, with the phantom of a six-winged angel spirit flickering behind her. Fortunately, this area was sealed off, otherwise it would have been a big trouble. Time passed slowly, and Qian Rinxue's body began to tremble slightly, her cheeks glistening with sweat, and her clothes were somewhat damp, clinging tightly to her skin. At this time, 1/3 of the blood pearl remained unpurified. Jiang Ling was a bit worried. Can you stop and take a break before continuing? No, if I stop now, I will suffer a backlash, Qian Rinxue replied breathlessly. Ultimately, her soul power was low. If it weren't for her being undercover, her soul power wouldn't have increased so slowly. Born with full level 20 soul power, Qian Rinxue, at the age of 22, had just reached the 6th ring soul emperor. Jiang Ling was very anxious beside her. If Qian Rinxue died because of him, not only would he feel guilty for life, but he also wouldn't know how to explain it to his teacher. By the way, my martial spirit is of the fire attribute. If I transfer my soul power to you, can you use it? Jiang Ling seemed to have thought of something and asked anxiously. Jiang Ling remembered that the god of the six-winged angel had both sacred and fire attributes. So could Qian Rinxue also convert his fire attribute into a sacred attribute? Chapter 201. The balding is imminent cough. This is what I brought back for you. You definitely haven't seen it in the extreme north. It's, something you can hug while you sleep at night. Isn't it cute? Jiang Ling's voice grew softer because the cold air emanating from the Snow Empress made him feel chilly. Do you take me for a little girl? The Snow Empress expressionlessly took the plush toy, which gradually became covered in a layer of ice crystals. Crack! A very faint sound echoed, but it hit Jiang Ling's chest like a heavy hammer. The plush toy shattered into countless ice shards, scattering in the air without leaving a trace. Jiang Ling swallowed hard. Cough. Please don't be angry. I must not have seen it clearly just now. I'll go buy you another one. Just give me a little more time. Jiang Ling inadvertently took a step back, wanting to turn and leave. The sky is getting dark. I'll go with you to see the nightlife of the human city, the Snow Empress said in a clear and pleasant voice, already stepping out of the room and closing the door behind her. No need. I'll be quick. I have to travel tomorrow. You should rest early. To be honest, Jiang Ling really didn't want to go out with her. It felt like he was accompanying an ancestor. I said I want to see how humans live at night. I'm not in a hurry about going to the Sunset Forest. If the city is interesting, I might stay a couple more days, the Snow Empress said, her hands in her coat pockets, exuding a youthful and beautiful girl-esque charm, aside from her striking white hair. Well, fine, Jiang Ling said, somewhat helpless. By the way, can I make a suggestion? Just a suggestion, no other meaning. Go ahead. If it's reasonable, I'll agree, the Snow Empress nodded. Can you change your clothes? Jiang Ling glanced at her long legs again as he said this. Reason? You're too beautiful. There are many people at night with unclean hands and feet, which could cause some trouble. Sizzle, a strand of orange-red hair in front of Jiang Ling's forehead, turned into ice shards and scattered in the air. Being beautiful is not a word for teasing. It's a word for complimenting, Jiang Ling angrily said, looking at his vanished hair. Powerless rage, I didn't say that. Then why did you freeze my hair? Your eyes are not honest. The Snow Empress glanced at Jiang Ling and said flatly. So, do you agree with my suggestion? Jiang Ling shifted the topic. He didn't want to argue with her anymore. She always had a reason, even if it was unreasonable, but she was powerful, and power made reason. I don't agree. This answer surprised Jiang Ling so much that he was stunned for a moment before replying. Why? I like this outfit very much, so I want to wear it, the Snow Empress said matter-of-factly. At first, wearing pants was indeed uncomfortable, just like how it felt strange when he first started wearing fitted clothes, but after wearing them for 2 days, it felt much better. In fact, not wearing them felt a bit awkward. It's my fault. I shouldn't have impulsively picked fitted pants back then, Jiang Ling secretly cursed. Just like when we entered the city, wearing a veil should be fine, Jiang Ling said, settling for a compromise. Sure, the Snow Empress nodded, taking out the thin veil she had brought and putting it over her cheeks. Is there anything else? She asked, looking at the verbose man. No. Let's go. Jiang Ling sighed as he looked at the veil on the Snow Empress's face, trying to comfort himself that this was better than nothing. Winter nights always come quickly. But fortunately, Blackstone City is a large city, and the streets are brightly lit with various shops. As Jiang Ling and the Snow Empress exited the hotel, a cold wind blew, gently lifting their hair like a couple stepping out a comic. I felt the evening breeze you felt. Does this count as embracing? Jiang Ling suddenly recalled a line from a song in his past life and hummed it softly. The Snow Empress paused slightly, falling half a step behind Jiang Ling, looking at him. TCH. A strand of orange-red hair turned into ice flakes and dissipated in front of Jiang Ling's snow. Ew. Jiang Ling suddenly turned to look at the white-haired girl, almost shouting Snow Empress. What's wrong with me? Don't say those vulgar lines in front of me, she said, stepping past Jiang Ling and continuing forward. After a while, she added, keep up. Jiang Ling covered his forehead and muttered to himself, she really is cool. And me, I'm going bald soon. As Jiang Ling expected, the Snow Empress's outfit certainly attracted attention. After he knocked down a soul master who tried to touch the Snow Empress, he said somewhat dissatisfied, are you satisfied now? I didn't ask you to step in. I can handle these small matters myself. Jiang Ling felt even more helpless upon hearing this. Handle it? Are you going to make him permanently disappear from this continent? Let's keep a low profile. I'm currently hiding my whereabouts and identity. If my teacher finds out, he will definitely drag me back, and then no one will take you to the Sunset Forest. Jiang Ling sat down helplessly. After a long time without a response, he thought he had persuaded the Snow Empress, feeling relieved, and looked up again. But there was no sign of her. Qingxue. After a long time, relying on his strong mental power, Jiang Ling finally found the Snow Empress in a self-service dessert shop where she was surrounded by various sweets. Rose cakes, osmanthus cakes, crispy fruits. She really has a sweet tooth, Jiang Ling thought, somewhat speechless. Sometimes, she really didn't seem like the master of the extreme north, but rather like a dessert-loving foodie. The dessert shop wasn't crowded, with only a few couples, and it seemed that only the Snow Empress was genuinely enjoying the food. Jiang Ling stepped inside. Welcome. The blushing counter staff greeted. Wow, this person is so handsome, but he has a bit too little hair. Jiang Ling smiled and nodded, placing a few gold soul coins on the counter, and said, I'm waiting for someone here. Sir, you don't have to pay to wait for someone, the female staff said shyly. It's fine. I'm paying for that person. Jiang Ling secretly pointed to the white-haired girl and told the female staff. Oh, I see. The staff said. She looked at the stunning girl with a hint of disappointment and curiously asked, is she your girlfriend? No. Jiang Ling quickly denied. Who knows if she is eavesdropping? I'm just her wallet. The female staff thought for a moment and whispered, wallet? Isn't that the same as being in a boyfriend-girlfriend relationship? The Snow Empress, engrossed in her desserts, paused slightly but then continued eating the assorted pastries in front of her. Jiang Ling sat at the counter, slowly eating a plate of not-too-sweet crispy fruits. Not wanting to seek trouble with the Snow Empress, instead chatting casually with the female staff. Soon, the few remaining couples in the dessert shop started to leave one by one, with two expressions, the men reluctant and the women angry. The reason was that the white-haired lady had taken off her veil to eat, and the other men with companions who could see the Snow Empress often stole glances at her, their minds completely off their girlfriends. Those who were farther away from the Snow Empress used the excuse of frequently going to the counter for desserts just to sneak a peek at her. Even if they took only one plate, the sheer number of times added up, soon piling up into a small mountain on the table, which naturally made the girls angry. Meanwhile, the Snow Empress was focused on her desserts and didn't notice anything happening around her. Of course, even if she did, with her personality, she wouldn't care. I'm going outside for some fresh air. The sweet sin inside made him a bit uncomfortable. He glanced at the Snow Empress, who was still eating, and silently took out some gold soul coins to leave on the counter. Sir, you don't need this much. The staff quickly called out to Jiang Ling. Jiang Ling made a silencing gesture, glancing at the Snow Empress, who seemed unaware of the commotion, and breathed a sigh of relief. No need to get change. Seeing Jiang Ling being so cautious, she dared not speak, just nodded, confusion filling her mind. Did she guess wrong? Were they really not in a boyfriend-girlfriend relationship? Jiang Ling, of course, was unaware of the female staff's thoughts as he stepped out of the dessert shop, enjoying the winter cold wind. He would rather the Snow Empress stay here and eat all night than run around again. Sir, out here alone at night? A frail, middle-parted, mustached man said sneakily. Jiang Ling ignored him, continuing to enjoy the wind and moonlight. The man didn't give up and continued. Sir, the Spring Breeze Pavilion in D.C. District just opened, and I heard the main attraction is a cat girl who failed to awaken her martial soul. He handed Jiang Ling a flyer and added, My name is Chen Xiaoxi. If you go, you could get a 10 discount with this flyer. The night is short, so make the most of it, and since it's newly opened, the discounts are great, don't miss out. With that, he slipped away without a trace. Jiang Ling was somewhat speechless. He could roughly guess that this Spring Breeze Pavilion was some kind of organization related to pleasure. However, he was quite curious about the cat girl, as the probability of martial soul mutation was already low, let alone something like that. His gaze fell on the flyer. The drawing was indeed very explicit, but when it came to the cat girl section, it turned into a black and white ink painting, with cat ears and a tail vaguely visible. Who was that just now? A voice suddenly came from behind. Jiang Ling instinctively reacted, his palm igniting with flames, and the flyer instantly turned to ash. Nothing, just a beggar asking for money, Jiang Ling said, his expression unchanged. Then what were you burning? The Snow Empress looked at him suspiciously. Haha, just some leaves. I played with them for a bit and then burned them, Jiang Ling said with an awkward smile. The Snow Empress looked around at the bare trees, her meaning clear. What did I just hear about Spring Breeze Pavilion? What kind of place is that? Is it fun? The Snow Empress no longer pursued what Jiang Ling had burned and asked. Spring Breeze Pavilion is. Suddenly, a gust of wind blew, causing the roots of her hair, which had been turned into ice flakes by the Snow Empress, to feel slightly cold. Spring Breeze Pavilion is where we soul masters fight. It's a place for soul masters and great soul masters to compete. Nothing much to see, Jiang Ling said affirmatively. Soul masters fighting? I haven't seen that before. Let's go there. Shuadi nodded and looked at Jiang Ling, leading the way. It's just some low-level soul masters fighting randomly. Not worth your attention. It's not fun anymore. You've eaten and drunk enough. How about we head back to the hotel to rest? Jiang Ling suggested. Whether it's interesting or not is not for you to decide. I need to see it for myself. Lead the way. As you command. Blackstone Arena. Didn't you say it was called Spring Breeze Crossing? Shuadi tilted her head and looked at Jiang Ling with a questioning gaze. Cough. It's also known as Spring Breeze Crossing, but its official name is Blackstone Arena, Jiang Ling said somewhat sheepishly. His gaze fell on the corner of Shuadi's mouth, and he was momentarily stunned, as there were crumbs from pastries stuck there, adding a touch of cuteness to her otherwise aloof and proud face. You. Just as Jiang Ling wanted to remind her, he noticed Shuadi's unfriendly gaze and her right hand slowly raising, surrounded by white mist. Jiang Ling quickly covered his hair and said anxiously, No, let's go inside first. Next time, if your gaze is not honest, it won't just be your hair that gets frozen, but your eyeballs. Shuadi coldly snorted and stepped inside. So unfriendly. Let the pastry crumbs stay on your face. After all, it's not me who will be embarrassed later, Jiang Ling thought angrily as he watched her back. Upon entering the grand hall, Jiang Ling walked towards the service desk. Hello, would you like to register for a duo battle? The receptionist saw the two of them, The man was handsome and confident, though a bit bald, and the woman was cold and beautiful, with some crumbs on her face resembling breadcrumbs. Naturally, she assumed they were there for a duo battle. The receptionist was dressed in a bunny girl outfit, and Jiang Ling glanced at her appreciatively, while Shuidi's expression turned cold. "We're not here for a battle. Please give us a viewing box with a good view." "Sure, please pay the fee." "No problem." Jiang Ling handed over his card. "Please follow me." After paying the fee, another bunny girl staff member approached, slightly bowing and speaking gently to the two. "Let's go," Jiang Ling said to Shuidi, following the bunny girl. The bunny girl walked very seductively, clearly well-trained. Jiang Ling showed no unusual reaction, but Shuidi's expression grew colder. It was evident that the staff at the arena had received very strict training, even though they could see the crumbs at the corner of Shuidi's mouth. None of them mentioned it, which made Jiang Ling feel somewhat lamentful. Once they entered the viewing box, everything for eating and drinking was available. There were 2 viewing seats, and there was a bed in the back. If guests who booked a private room had needs, the bunny girl who brought them could stay. With Shuidi sitting right next to him, Jiang Ling naturally didn't dare to think about such matters. He had noticed earlier that this white-haired woman was not happy. So, adhering to the principle of not overstepping, he didn't let the bunny girl enter. Shuidi naturally sat in the viewing seat, and, after thinking for a moment, Jiang Ling decided to sit on the bed in the back. Seeing that Shuidi was not angry, he relaxed and gradually shifted from sitting to lying down, eventually falling asleep. The battles were indeed uninteresting. They were all fights between soul masters and soul kings, which Jiang Ling saw as flaws, let alone Shuidi watching. Initially, there was a novelty, but after watching 2 matches, it became somewhat tedious, and he thought about leaving. However, he felt awkward to voice it after all. He had just sat down not long ago. His gaze involuntarily turned to Jiang Ling, only to find him fast asleep, which made Shuidi a bit angry. Almost without thinking, she raised her right hand. Suddenly, the bed under Jiang Ling turned into an ice sculpture, and he woke up instantly from the cold. Chapter 202. Catering to preferences, the icy sensation on his back stimulated Jiang Ling's nerves, and he instinctively jumped off the bed. At the moment Jiang Ling left the bed, it shattered into ice flakes. The drowsiness receded like a tide, and Jiang Ling stared at the scene in the room for a moment before angrily saying, "What are you doing? I asked you to accompany me to watch the matches, not to come here and sleep." Shuidi ignored Jiang Ling's anger and slowly dissipated the cold air from her hand. "Sit next to me and explain the battles in the arena. It's just a fight between soul masters and soul kings. Do you really need a commentary?" Jiang Ling replied speechlessly, thinking Shuidi was being unreasonable. "Whether I understand or not is my business. What you need to do is listen to me," Shuidi said coldly, clearly displeased with Jiang Ling's repeated defiance. Seeing her aloof and proud demeanor, Jiang Ling felt frustrated, but he knew he was at a disadvantage. "Fine, if you want to listen, I'll explain it to you," Jiang Ling said, sitting down next to her with a cold smile. Shuidi let out a soft hum. Jiang Ling ignored her and began explaining the battles while watching the action below. Shuidi glanced at the fight below for a moment before closing her eyes, gently resting her left hand on her chin, tilting her head slightly towards Jiang Ling. Although the scene was beautiful, Jiang Ling was quite angry. It was late at night, and instead of sleeping, she had come out to play. If she wanted to play, fine, he could sleep while she watched the matches, and they wouldn't interfere with each other. But now, she wouldn't let him sleep, and had instead pretended to doze off. His mood affected his actions, and Jiang Ling's commentary on the match also stopped. "Who told you to stop? Keep going." Just as Jiang Ling stopped, Shuidi, who had been resting with her eyes closed, reprimanded him. "Continue? I see you don't want to watch the battles either. Rather than this, we might as well head back to the hotel to rest." Jiang Ling retorted unhappily. Shuidi raised an eyebrow, opened her eyes, and looked at Jiang Ling. "I never said I don't like watching. However, since you mentioned it, considering how obedient you are, I'll agree to your request to return to the hotel." "Oh, me?" Jiang Ling was taken aback, realizing that Shuidi had already stood up and then responded helplessly, "Yes, that's right, I wanted to go back." "Thank you for agreeing. That's more like it." Shuidi nodded in satisfaction and turned to walk towards the door. As soon as she opened the door, the bunny girl dressed in a bunny outfit was standing not far away. Upon seeing them come out, she quickly walked over. It was clear that Shuidi disliked her outfit. Shuidi, possessing the strength to stand at the top of the continent, had never been exposed to the complexities of human society, so she didn't understand the struggles of lower-class individuals trying to survive. "Hello." The bunny girl bowed gracefully. She could also tell that this female guest did not like her, so aside from the necessary courtesies, she preferred to engage with the male guest. "The bed is broken. You can check it," and I will compensate you accordingly," Jiang Ling said, nodding. The bunny girl was taken aback. She hadn't expected this to happen. How could a perfectly fine bed be broken? Especially since this was a VIP room, where everything was top-notch? Yes. The bunny girl smiled and nodded, then turned to walk inside. The professional smile on her face stiffened. It was clear that it wasn't broken, but rather lost. 10 minutes later, Jiang Ling paid the fee at the counter and finally exited the arena. Looking up at the moon hanging high in the sky, he felt a wave of relief wash over him. He could finally rest. "Shuedi, you're so exhausting. Are you unhappy coming out with me?" Shuedi said softly, looking at the relaxed Jiang Ling. "Not at all. You're just—" Jiang Ling instinctively blurted out a perfunctory response, only to see the cold air return. "What about my looks?" "And no, it's nothing, just a slip of the tongue. What I meant to say is, it's my honor to accompany you. How could I be unhappy?" Jiang Ling touched his head and found it was still there. Feeling a bit annoyed. Hypocritical. If you're not happy, just say you're not happy. No need for all this fuss." The Snow Empress snorted coldly, stepped forward, and said, "Whether you're happy or not, you have to follow me. The poison in you hasn't been resolved yet." Jiang Ling shrugged helplessly. To be fair, aside from being a bit of a hassle, the Snow Empress wasn't too bad. She was much easier to deal with than some deep schemers. Sigh. I seriously suspect that strong guy lost the match on purpose. How could he lose to such a petite girl? I lost so much money because of him. Someone who had just come out of the fighting spirit arena said nearby. "You're just an outsider, aren't you? In a match, it's not about size, but about soul power and the combat ability of soul rings. I watched that girl's match. Her soul ring combination was the best. That big guy soul ring combination wasn't as good as hers, and their soul power was comparable, so naturally, the girl won." Another person analyzed. "It's my fault. I was too impatient and should have trusted you," the one who lost sighed. "All right, today, my brother will treat you. Let's go have some fun at the newly opened Spring Breeze Crossing. I heard there's a big event tonight," the one who made money said, patting the other on the shoulder, revealing a smile that was hard to describe. "Then I'll respectfully accept your invitation," the other replied with a smile. "Let's go. The timing is just right." The conversation of these two was heard by the Snow Empress, marking the second time she heard the name Spring Breeze Crossing. The Snow Empress suddenly stopped, and Jiang Ling, quick to react, followed closely but didn't dare to bump into her. "Why did you stop suddenly?" Jiang Ling asked, puzzled. "I suddenly don't want to go back." "What's wrong now?" Jiang Ling felt a bit exhausted. "I want to go see Spring Breeze Crossing." "It better be the real Spring Breeze Crossing. Don't deceive me like before, where you know the consequences," the Snow Empress said threateningly. "Ahem. Well, you did promise me. Changing your mind like this isn't very dignified," Jiang Ling replied. "I didn't promise you. I just thought your suggestion had some merit, so I temporarily agreed. Now that there's a better option, I have to abandon the less suitable suggestion," the Snow Empress said plainly as she turned to look at Jiang Ling. "Qingxue, you're being a bit of a bully. Besides, Spring Breeze Crossing isn't a suitable place for fun, especially not for a woman like you." "Why?" The Snow Empress looked at him with curiosity. "Let me be clear. I'm just stating facts, so you can't get angry. Even if you do, you can't vent it on me." "Okay," the Snow Empress nodded. "Spring Breeze Crossing, to put it elegantly, is a place to listen to music and watch dances. But to put it bluntly, it's a brothel, a place for flesh trade," Jiang Ling said softly. The Snow Empress didn't show the disgust Jiang Ling expected. Instead, she pondered for a moment before asking, "Flesh trade? What kind of trade is that?" Jiang Ling didn't know how to describe it, organized his words to avoid being too blunt, and after much effort, he finally made her understand, which also dispelled her desire to go to Spring Breeze Crossing. However, the price Jiang Ling paid was that half of his long hair, which was tied behind his back, disappeared. "Didn't you say you wouldn't vent your anger on me?" Jiang Ling shouted, touching the cold tips of his hair. "Gone? Who told you to describe such filthy things to me?" "You deserve it," the Snow Empress said, her pretty face slightly cold. "But you asked me. I just asked what kind of place Spring Breeze Crossing is. You were simply unreasonable." Cold air surged again, and his hair got shorter by another segment. The Snow Empress withdrew her hand and coldly glared at him. "If you're cursing, keep it up and you might just end up bald." Jiang Ling looked at the Snow Empress's haughty expression and felt anger rise. He really wanted to jump up. Once you're done cursing, lead the way." "I'm tired," the Snow Empress ordered, arms crossed. "Where to?" Jiang Ling asked, dissatisfied. "To the hotel." "Got it." Jiang Ling waved his right hand, and the long rainbow sword appeared. Walking under the moonlight at midnight was indeed romantic, but it depended on the person, and he didn't want to stay with this woman any longer. Perhaps feeling a bit guilty, the Snow Empress merely snorted and obediently walked up. The flying sword was incredibly fast, and they returned to the hotel in no time. Lying on the bed, Jiang Ling took a bronze mirror and looked at his uneven hair, growing angrier by the moment. I won't rest until I take revenge. Jiang Ling slammed the bronze mirror down on the bed. In the adjacent room, the Snow Empress took a stool and sat by the window, resting her head on her arms, looking quite adorable. Her eyes gazed outside at the wide, flat street, where some water stains glimmered under the bright moonlight. There was indeed a significant difference from the extreme north. Those pastries were sweeter than the rain and dew, and the candied hawthorn was more sour than the dew. They were all very delicious. The clothes were also diverse and beautiful. The Snow Empress stood up, touched her outfit, and walked to the mirror. Knock, knock, knock. Is Qingshu asleep? The Snow Empress had sharp hearing. Even though the voice outside was deliberately lowered, she still heard it clearly. She was a bit puzzled as to why Jiang Ling would come. She thought she was the last person he wanted to see right now. Although confused, she still wanted to open the door. What do you want? You were crying and making a fuss to come back outside, and now that you're back, why are you here instead of resting? The Snow Empress stood at the door, not intending to let Jiang Ling in. Jiang Ling was speechless at the Snow Empress's blatant defamation of his character in front of him and retorted, "Yes, I was crying and making a fuss. But that's better than a girl who loves sweets, crying, and shouting to go to a brothel. You." The Snow Empress's eyebrows rose, ready to reprimand the reckless boy, but Jiang Ling spoke up first. "You can freeze me all you want. I'm still handsome even if I'm bald." After saying something reckless, Jiang Ling felt a bit regretful. He wasn't there to argue, and if the Snow Empress got angry and beat him up, wouldn't he be at a disadvantage? He silently cursed himself for ruining things. Sorry, I spoke too loudly just now. I was just joking." Jiang Ling coughed lightly, trying to salvage the situation. The Snow Empress, who had intended to teach Jiang Ling a lesson, saw him backpedaling so decisively and snorted dismissively, not intending to pay him any mind, and began to close the door. "Hey, don't close it." Jiang Ling quickly reached out to block the door. It made a dull sound, but Jiang Ling was fine. He was just worried about the door getting damaged. "What are you doing?" The Snow Empress frowned. Just as Jiang Ling was about to speak, a dissatisfied shout came from the adjacent room. "Hey, can you two lovebirds solve your quarrel in your room instead of out in the hallway? Isn't that a bit inappropriate? Lovebirds?" The Snow Empress looked at Jiang Ling and asked. It just means friends," Jiang Ling said off the cuff, not giving the Snow Empress a chance to ask further, and quickly added, "I need to talk to you about something. Can I come in first?" The Snow Empress gave Jiang Ling a deep look, another lie, but she still moved aside, confident in her own strength, thinking Jiang Ling wouldn't come up with anything surprising. One day, he knocked on the door 3 or 4 times before finally being let in. It wasn't that Jiang Ling particularly wanted to come in. Hotels are all laid out the same way. It was just a bit regretful that he had knocked 4 times without being let in. "What is the matter?" Snow Empress asked, sitting in a chair in the living room. Although he wasn't invited to sit, Jiang Ling casually took a seat opposite her and pulled out 2 pots of wine from his jade pendant. To be precise, 1.5 pots of wine and half a pot of water. One of the pots had half wine and half water separated. "What is this?" Snow Empress glanced at the items Jiang Ling took out and asked. "Drink, it's really good. Sweet wine, very sweet." Jiang Ling pushed 1 pot over. "I especially want to buy it just now." It wasn't just a casual purchase. He had extracted the essence of 30 pots of wine into 1 pot, combined it with his special sugar, so this wine only had sweetness, no alcohol flavor. A single drop could get an ordinary person drunk, and for him, it was even less presentable. "I've summarized that tonight was indeed my fault, and I came to apologize," Jiang Ling said sincerely. "With 30 pots of that quantity, even if you're the Ice Princess, you would get drunk, right? If not, I'll admit defeat." Snow Empress ignored Jiang Ling. She found him to be full of lies and didn't want to engage. She took the wine Jiang Ling handed over, lightly sniffed it, then took a sip. Sweet. That was her first impression, and then she felt a warmth in her abdomen, which was quite pleasant. "How is it? Not bad, right?" Jiang Ling asked with a smile. "It's okay." Snow Empress nodded, then looked at the one in Jiang Ling's hand and asked, "Is yours the same?" "These two are different. This one is a bit spicy. You probably won't like it," Jiang Ling explained. "Give it to me." "All right, then you can try it." Jiang Ling flicked his finger, and the contents of the pot changed. Snow Empress first sniffed it, frowned slightly, then took a sip. Her frown deepened, and she took the cup beside her to spit it out, then drank a few more sips of the so-called sweet wine to feel a bit better. "You like drinking this unpleasant stuff?" Snow Empress threw the wine pot back to Jiang Ling, puzzled. "I'm okay with it," Jiang Ling smiled, unobtrusively adjusting the mechanism of the wine pot back to water. If the person opposite him wasn't T Snow Empress, but a human who often drank, they could easily recognize this little trick. Unfortunately, there was no if. I've received the items. You can go back now. Snow Empress nodded. Jiang Ling's drinking habits had nothing to do with her. Don't. Drinking alone is so boring. Let me keep you company. Jiang Ling was unwilling. He had come to retaliate, and what good would it do to leave? Saying that, he took a sip of water. No need, I want to be by myself. Snow Empress was about to refuse, but saw Jiang Ling taking out many dishes, including her favorite pastries. Jiang Ling indicated he was relaxed and under no pressure. Didi and the black and white duo had left with Yi Xiang and Han Feng, while Tsang Tianlong did not take any apprentices. Tian Sitao took the opportunity to leap like a carp to the stairway of the dungeon. His back was slashed deeply by the blade of the Brahma sound, and he summoned his ancient divine beast, fleeing in embarrassment. This all happened in an instant. Nian Pingchong and Long Qian couldn't stop him in time. Some people don't need words. They exude a melancholic aura from their bones. Even if she often smiles, that S. Cheng Xiao, the spirit emperor, was meditating, feeling quite troubled these past few days, not expecting there would be thieves eyeing him under the emperor's feet. Hearing He Jin say they caught the leader of the rebel thieves in the capital, he couldn't help but feel energized. Go to sleep. I'm tired too. Lan Zitian propped up his slightly dizzy head. He couldn't find Aunt Pei and hadn't clarified matters regarding his mother, and things were just getting worse. Su Qian's morning sickness had already started to become apparent. Xinjiang couldn't help but laugh and cry, but Qi Hui had almost begun a busy life, and the empress no longer needed to rush to court early to listen to politics. Xiang didn't need to hide behind her to strategize. Now, Prince Shuo was managing the state on her behalf, and they even handed over the imperial seal to him. In B City, real estate tycoon Chai Gu was being investigated for alleged involvement in the suicide of world-renowned painter Dennis. Xiang Yi had long gotten used to the ginger tea he delivered to her every day, so she never asked too much and obediently drank it. Xingyi Meizi was self-aware, knowing her talent was only mediocre among the elite of Yuanyu. That day, she had relied on her sister's connections from working in Yunnan Tower to barely manage to become a disciple, or else such a good thing would never have come her way. This place amazed me. It was all metal all around. I couldn't help but mutter that no wonder it was called the Iron Giant. The living conditions were different from others because it was surrounded by iron. In ancient times, lead existed early on, and lead and zinc often coexisted. But before the Ming Dynasty, the ancients only refined lead and not zinc for this reason. Zinc escaped during the smelting process. Then it disappeared. I touched my head, realizing I hadn't asked any questions, and felt quite unlucky. Lingxi and I summoned the Fire Dragon and Golden Dragon, canceling the dragon's summoning skill since there were only a few seconds left. The two of them immediately attacked with all their strength. Jun Xian, the Demon Lord, directly released his domain space and then summoned his semi-holy artifact Xianmo I Chi sword, which turned into a giant in the void, releasing sword beams to attack the opposite side. As time passed, more and more people arrived at the venue. They were all prominent figures from Yinzhou. Leaders from various industries gathered. Even some popular film and television stars attended the engagement banquet, though they were obviously much less significant than before. Those originally undervalued in the Yuan Hanzhong army naturally enjoyed their meals and had fun, especially since there were many familiar faces from the original military who were treating each other to banquets and seeking pleasure. Facing the tense Pei Donglai, Chenning did not stop her steps but continued walking towards him. As soon as Ming Yu Heart's sutra began to operate, Luo Ping noticed the speed of the true energy circulation had increased, and the amount of true energy produced was also greater than before. Feeling the fullness of true energy throughout his body was like a hungry beggar suddenly having a full meal, very satisfying and comfortable. Next, Xiao Yu walked towards the third nest. The wind was stronger and colder. As soon as Xiao Yu entered, his clothes were torn by the wind, and red marks appeared on his body. Xiao Yu still sat down cross-legged, using the wind to temper his body. Although Lin Qiya had guessed the outcome, she still wanted to ask, wanted to hear Yi Dongsheng say it himself. This was the truth. When people are bored, many negative thoughts arise, and only when busy can one be strong. Fu Lin nodded and dismissed him. Due to this incident, Fu Lin decided to observe the changes instead of leaving first. If the Jiang family had trouble, he would help resolve it. Madam, your mother is here to call you to eat. Aunt Mei was worried when she saw Ling Baolu's state was different from usual. Zhang Jing noticed his serious expression and stopped his actions, quietly waiting for the other party. Uncle Feng smiled as he handed the peachwood sword and the Maoshan jade pendant to Chun Feng, patted Chen Feng on the shoulder, and said with great satisfaction. In the center of the grand hall, there were several crystal stone chairs carved with swimming dragons and a crystal stone table, surrounded by 2 rows of colorful pearl shells, each releasing fist-sized bubbles slowly from the gaps between them. The ghost of the post must report back to you to say that on the 6th, we need to surround the entire mountain. We must be well concealed and not expose ourselves, Wang Dong said to a sheriff. Lu Zuolan was not an idiot. She would never touch Cheng Yanhui. After all, Cheng Yanhui's reputation from the last banquet had spread far and wide. No, Ling Baolu quickly interjected, looking down at the rose in his hand, a slight smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. Those phantom snowflakes might also know the power of the phoenix fire, instantly scattering with a loud cry to avoid her flames. The men and children at home were clamoring for her to cook Shun Xian's dishes. However, everything from the Shun family's wilderness had been given away last time, and they couldn't even bring it up. Chapter 203. Outside Heaven Do City Long Rainbow Sword. Sister, let's go, Jiang Ling said, holding Hulaina's delicate hand. All right. Hulaina looked back at Heaven Do City with reluctance. She felt that her days with Jiang Ling passed by really quickly. Up. Jiang Ling embraced Hulaina's slender waist and stood on the sore body, chanting a spell and shouting. In the Heaven Do Imperial Palace, Qian Renxua paused, her gaze seemingly penetrating layers of obstruction, landing on Jiang Ling and Hulaina. Go and train well. I hope you understand that this is a world of the survival of the fittest, where only the strong can survive. You must let go of pity. One cannot stabilize their position with a compassionate heart. Your Highness, a servant beside her saluted. What is it? The leader Ning has arrived. Let's go. Qian Renxua nodded and turned to walk into the distance. In a cave whose location was unknown, my lord. Recently, the Spirit Hall has been intensifying its crackdown on spirit masters. Excluding the cannon fodder, there have been deaths among the black-robed leaders in Heaven Do, as well as 2 leaders who died in Star Luo, and 1 protector was also killed by a spirit Douluo from the Spirit Hall. A burly man in a blood-red robe respectfully spoke to a blue-haired youth sitting cross-legged in front of him. It's fine. These people have never submitted to me since my father died. If they die, then they die. Don't they like to make a fuss? The louder the noise, the better, to divert some of the Spirit Hall's attention from us. How was the preparation for what I want going? The blue-haired youth kept his eyes closed, speaking in a flat tone. My lord, it's almost ready, but the remaining part is quite difficult and easily attracts the Spirit Hall's attention. Take the spring water from the Star Luo ancient realm, find some spirit masters to feed it to them, and have them attract the Spirit Hall. Also, send some to the other leaders and protectors. Yes, my lord. The blood-robed man's tone remained respectful, but it was tinged with a hint of sorrow and regret. He knew how dangerous that spring water was. He didn't care about the cannon fodder spirit masters, but he couldn't help but feel some reluctance towards his former colleagues. If these people suffered heavy casualties, would the Holy Church still exist? Blood clothes. Remember that what can decide the survival of the Holy Church is only the high-level combat power. If I achieve title Douluo through this method, who in the world would be my opponent? The Holy Church wouldn't have to hide and lurk underground as it does now. Even devouring human blood must be done secretly. The blue-haired youth seemed to detect the blood-robed man's reluctance, opening his eyes and saying, Yes, my lord, I will go down. Bloodclothes cupped his fist in salute and then retreated. Liangshan, follow him. If he doesn't do as I say, then deal with it. By the way, has there been any news about that wooden tablet? The blue-haired youth said to the departing blood-robed man, his tone flat, as if killing a person was as simple as crushing an ant. As you command, my lord. There is still no news about the tablet, but the person who bought the tablet has some information. There is a man and a woman who specialize in hunting our spirit masters, known as the unmatched couple. The man resembles the one who bought the tablet. We are currently investigating. Liang Shan hid in the shadows of the cave, his appearance unclear. Investigate quickly. If it's true, then capture him and bring him here. Yes, my lord. Soon, the cave returned to silence. In the Heaven Do Empire, Soto City. On the bustling street, 2 girls attracted countless gazes. One girl had long, smooth black hair, secured by a light green jade hairpin. It was her only accessory. She was quite tall, extremely beautiful, but very cold. Yet, one could still clearly see the youthful innocence on her face. She didn't seem very old, but her figure was quite ample. Even though she was wearing relatively loose clothing at the moment, it was still hard to conceal. It was Zhu Zhuqing, who had left at that time. The other girl appeared much slimmer in comparison, slightly shorter, though her chest was not as ample as Zhu Zhuqing's. She had her own charm. Her long blue hair, cascaded down her back, and her deep blue eyes were mysterious, as she wore a black outfit with a veil covering her face. However, from her exposed eyes, it was clear that she was a gentle girl. Yet her gentleness was mixed with deep loneliness and desolation. Ling Ling, aren't you going back to school? Why are you in Soto City? Zhu Zhuqing asked the girl beside her. This semester is practical classes. Teacher Qin from the academy said that we will be coming to Soto City for training soon, so I don't need to rush back to the academy. Zhu Qing, when Teacher Qin and my classmates arrive, I'll introduce you to them. A 12-year-old, 36th level soul master. They've definitely never seen anyone like that. The girl named Yi Lingling said, her voice like the chirping of orioles. No need. I can't stay long. Once you settle down, I'll leave here for other places. Zhu Zhuqing shook her head upon hearing this. But where will you go? For so many days. I can see that there's south no place you want to go. Your jade hairpin is really pretty. Where did you buy it? Yi Lingling, noticing Zhu Zhuqing in a daze, shifted the topic. It was given to me by someone, she said, a slight smile curving her lips, revealing a stunningly beautiful smile. Bang, clank, thud. Hey, can you watch where you're walking? If you break something, you'll have to pay. One smile indirectly triggered several accidents, crashing into pillars, stalls, and so on. Seeing the once icy beauty, now full of warmth in her eyes, Yi Lingling realized that she had fallen in love. The acquaintance between Yi Lingling and Zhu Zhuqing was quite dramatic. To put it simply, Zhu Zhuqing saved Yi Lingling, a support spirit master, and accompanied her to Soto City. Ling sang, if you don't come back soon, the lilies in our hometown will bloom. In the sky above a certain place in the Fastno province, Jiang Ling and Hulaina were flying on their sword. With Jiang Ling's current soul power, carrying Hulaina at full speed could only last half a day. Therefore, their plan was to fly for half a day, find a hotel to rest, and continue their journey the next day. No shortage of money, just a bit taxing on the kidneys. Ever since the Jigging Hotel in Heavendoe opened the Forbidden Gate, it had never been closed again. Jiang Ling strongly insisted on opening only one room, under the pretext of being frugal. Sister, there's a decent-sized city below. Let us stay here for a day, Jiang Ling said, squeezing Hulaina in his arms. We just set off, and you want to rest again. Don't rest, just keep going. Even if you land, I won't bite you. Hulaina said angrily upon hearing this. It's not that, senior sister. There really is something this time. I need to go to the Wuhuan Hall. Jiang Ling quickly explained. Really? Hulaina, who was hugging Jiang Ling's waist with her head resting on his shoulder, looked up and asked. Really? I was supposed to take care of it in Tiando City earlier, but I got too busy and forgot. Jiang Ling said, looking down at Hulaina. Hulaina's pretty face flushed. She naturally knew what Jiang Ling meant by being busy, and she placed her finger on Jiang Ling's waist, pretending to twist it. Hey no, senior sister, I was wrong. Jiang Ling quickly grabbed her small hand at his waist. As Jiang Ling released his grip, the sword became a bit unstable. All right, I won't twist you anymore. Just focus on controlling the sword. Hulaina tightened her hug around Jiang Ling, tried her best to keep her tone calm. Seeing this, Jiang Ling's lips curled up slightly. Senior sister, hold steady. We're going down. Jiang Ling tightened his left hand around Hulaina's waist, and the sword suddenly dropped sharply. Let's find a place to stay first, Zhu Zhuqing said on the street. Sure, that Rose Hotel looks nice. Yi Lingling pointed ahead at a rather unique hotel. Rose Hotel. Why does it feel strange? Zhu Zhuqing looked at the hotel, puzzled. What's strange about the hotel? You're overthinking it. Saying this, Yi Lingling pulled Zhu Zhuqing inside. It's not surprising that the two of them felt this way. Jiang Ling had never taken Zhu Zhuqing to such a hotel. Although Yi Lingling had many admirers, she was still single and had never encountered such hotels before, and just looking at the exterior, one couldn't tell anything. Upon entering the lobby, the decorations and colors inside made both of them frown. It really feels strange, Yi Lingling said. Since we're already in, we should definitely ask. Hello, could we get 2 rooms, please? Zhu Zhuqing spoke up. The waiter, who had been leaning on the counter, quickly sat up. Seeing Zhu Zhuqing in front of him, a hint of amazement flashed across his face. Turning to Yi Lingling beside her, his eyes showed a moment of surprise as he said, Are you too sure you want to stay here? Is there a problem? Zhu Zhuqing asked. No problem, but there's only 1 room left. And our hotel is a couple's hotel. The waiter looked at Zhu Zhuqing and then at Yi Lingling, speaking in a low voice. Zhu Zhuqing and Yi Lingling exchanged glances, both seeing the fleeting awkwardness in each other's eyes. Just then, a gentle voice came from behind them. Could we get 2 rooms, please? Zhu Zhuqing and Yi Lingling turned to look and saw a very ordinary-looking boy and a sweet-looking girl, Tang San and Xiao Wu. Tang San was dressed simply, with a faint smile on his face, and nodded at Zhu Zhuqing and Yi Lingling ahead. Zhu Zhuqing frowned slightly. She remembered Jiang Ling saying that a person who always appeared gentle and had a smile was a standard hypocrite and had deep thoughts. She had even crossed her arms and asked Jiang Ling at the time, "What about you? Don't you always have a smile on your face?" "That's just because I care about you. And don't you think my smile is very sunny and bright?" Jiang Ling had replied that way. Zhu Zhuqing could even recall the tone and gestures Jiang Ling used when he said this, her eyes showing a nostalgic expression, and a slight smile unconsciously appeared on her lips. Zhu Zhuqing's reaction puzzled Tang San. She had initially seemed somewhat averse to him, and then suddenly displayed a smile, which left him taken aback. Yi Lingling noticed Tang, since staring at her sister, and, with a frosty expression, stood in front of Zhu Zhuqing and said, "Isn't it too rude to stare at a girl like that? My brother wasn't staring at her. Don't get too self-important. She was the one smiling at my brother. I even said she was trying to attract him." Xiao Wu retorted before Tang San could say anything. Although she was somewhat annoyed that Tang San was staring at others, she defended him when someone spoke against him. "You are simply unreasonable." Yi Lingling's voice pulled Zhu Zhuqing back. "What did you just say?" Zhu Zhuqing's expression turned cold as 3 yellow and purple soul rings descended. Using the wave step, she directly appeared behind Xiao Wu. She didn't care about others' gazes. But if someone spoke disrespectfully, Zhu Zhuqing was not someone to be trifled with. "How fast? A soul master, yet younger than me. There are indeed hidden talents in the world." This was Tang San's instantaneous reaction. Facing the strange movement technique, Xiao Wu's body stiffened, but she was unwilling to back down. She wanted to retort, but was interrupted by Tang San, who said, "I was wrong earlier. I apologize for making the young lady laugh." Zhu Zhuqing glanced at Tang San, but ignored him, grabbing Yi Lingling's hand and said, "Lingling, let's go." She didn't want to have too much interaction with these two. "Okay." Yi Lingling also stopped looking at Tang San and Xiao Wu. "Brother." Xiao Wu playfully tugged on Tang San's hand. "She's a soul master. It seems she has also cultivated some special techniques. We might not be her match, and the girl beside her should also be a soul master. We don't have the advantage in numbers, so it's not wise to engage." Tang San explained. "But what if that girl really attacks me? Then I have a 70% chance of taking her down with me." The waiter looked at Zhu Zhuqing and Yi Lingling, who were about to leave the lobby, filled with envy. Not only were they beautiful, but their strength was also formidable. "Excuse me, are you still going to stay?" The waiter interrupted Tang San's words and said flatly, "Now you're just pretending. Why didn't you act earlier? You're just fooling naive girls. Let's stay." I said, "That room should belong to me." 3 figures walked into the lobby, heading towards the counter, just passing by Yi Lingling and Zhu Zhuqing. Zhu Zhuqing stopped in her tracks and turned to look back. The 3 were 1 boy and 2 girls. The 2 girls were dressed flamboyantly and revealingly, with exposed backs and tall figures. Because they were behind them, she couldn't see the girls' faces. Of course, her focus was not on the 2 girls, but on the tall boy, Dai Mubai. Zhu Zhuqing's eyes showed disgust, mixed with a hint of relief for having encountered Jiang Ling. "I'm sorry, ladies. That room has been reserved by young Master Dai for a long time. It's his exclusive room. Let me arrange another room for you." "No, we won't let it go." Xiao Wu, who had just been embarrassed, was unwilling to lose out. While Yi Lingling was watching the show, Zhu Zhuqing was recalling Jiang Ling, Tang San, and Xiao Wu had also become hostile towards Dai Mubai. However, Zhu Zhuqing had no interest in watching. Dai Mubai had completely become a passerby in her life. "Lingling, let's go." "Hey, aren't you going to watch? It's just right to see these 2 annoying guys get taught a lesson." "No, finding a place to stay is more important." Zhu Zhuqing pulled Yi Lingling's hand and said. Dai Mubai didn't notice Zhu Zhuqing and Yi Lingling, still thinking about teaching those 2 reckless guys a lesson before enjoying a double date with his twin. Hulaina and Jiang Ling went to the Wuhuan Hall, wrote a letter for their teacher, and then continued towards Suodo City. If all went well, they would arrive by evening. Jiang Ling initially wanted to take a day off, but Hulaina, knowing Jiang Ling's heart, resolutely refused. "Xiaolingzi, what do you need to see the teacher about?" In the sky, Hulaina tried her best not to look down, tightly holding onto Jiang Ling as she asked. "Didi." Now Xinhua is in a panic. Looking at this situation, although the Yalu River Changbai mountain defense line is steep, whether it can withstand the Tang army's offensive is really hard to say. Outside the venue, shouts rang out one after another. The stimulation of blood drove everyone mad. They shouted loudly, howling wildly, and the scene was exceptionally chaotic. Almost cursed themselves into becoming useless, but it's a bit difficult for you, the gap between people. No way. If you are so kind, Lu Shuang will definitely repay you well in the future. Gee, brother, why bother? This girl was discovered by us first. How about this? We can come to you one by one. How does that sound? One lewd-looking man shamelessly said. Yinyu Sanren showed a smile on his face. He seemed to see a younger version of himself in the young people. So curious, having a heart full of curiosity and exploration towards everything in the cultivation path. Cough, cough, cough. An eye zone directly shot a glance at Hua Ming, knowing that dragging this guy along would eventually drive him crazy. So he simply got straight to the point and told Hua Ming that he needed him to protect Chief Number 1 to attend a meeting in the United States. Now that he had the pill as a cheating method, he explained that it was a miraculous pill developed by his mentor that could cure all diseases. Thinking that these country folks would only care about the efficacy and wouldn't suspect anything. I'm not bullying the weak with more people. And I don't have that many people either. This matter is inherently your fault. Shouldn't you apologize? Ouyang Feifei said sternly. She hated this self-righteous, rich young master very much. What's so great about having money? Who is wealthier than the Ouyang family? Also, she said, what if that trap can't control the criminal police officer? Your identity will inevitably be exposed. This statement was made by Xu Shui in an affirmative tone, meaning that now, in Xie Yuming's heart, who exactly was Yan Muhing back then? At least there was already a direction for speculation. It was this not-so-old boss who gathered these lonely wanderers together, making them understand the preciousness of brotherhood. When she was just locked up, Xiao Jingyi shared everything she had left with her younger siblings, intending to get along well with them. But these younger siblings didn't have a good attitude towards her. When Xiao Jingyi wanted to escape, it was these younger siblings who kept a close watch on her. Quan Mo's gaze was cold as he stared at Louis Chen, who was being pushed into the car, looking disheveled and defeated, having long lost the handsome and refined appearance he once had. On what basis do you punish them? How do you know they didn't advise me or stop me? Xiang Xiaodian stepped forward dissatisfied, looking at the kneeling and bowing figures in the courtyard, despite still standing alone. She felt as if her waist was being pressed down by an invisible force, which made her feel very uncomfortable, as if it was indicating that she too had to bow to him. He knew that his two sons had always been at odds. The arrival of the third prince relieved him quite a bit. At least the first prince wouldn't dare to act against him in front of the third prince. Thinking of this, Xiao Emo suddenly lay down, fearing being discovered, and remained motionless, quietly waiting for the people below to approach. His soul perception spread out like a tide, sweeping across the snowy field below, trying to clarify the identities of the two. However, now Father In's attitude was clearly strange, but what was really going on? Lin Jingyi had no idea. Yes, the mentor is right. It's all over. It can't come back. Lu Haoyin said emotionally. In January, she became a regular at the internet CAF. Moreover, she always visited late at night, finding a corner to sit alone. Even though the village chief deliberately increased Lin Jingyi's workload for Chu Jiao, Lin Jingyi was still able to complete it in the shortest time. Upon hearing such words from the other party, Lin Jingyi indeed felt an impulse to kill the other party directly, but she still held back. Mr. Zhang, this is the appraisal from the expert evaluation team. Why do they say this collection is fake? Let's hear the expert evaluation team's comments. Wang Gang said gently. Is it that the etiquette between the Hamlin Academy is not well understood? You sit down, old man will have a word with you. Does the Hamlin Academy have its own set of rules? Sun Yuanqi couldn't help but be a little curious. Just at the moment when his left palm collided with the gray-clothed man, countless patterns suddenly blossomed in his left palm, and amidst the dazzling black light. It directly engulfed the gray-clothed man's right hand. Looking around, Mace felt a bit tired, closed his eyes, and rubbed the corners of his eyes with his hand, while the other hand reached out to the other side to touch the table, only to grasp empty air. That's right, it's surrender. I am the governor of Fengning. And after surrendering to me, you will become a Han army officer. The buildings here looked very simple and even a bit shabby. The only thing that could be called luxurious was one thing, which was the statue of the deity. This side is my uncle, and that side is also my uncle. But I don't know how many layers of relatives separate us. Their grievances from decades ago, how could they possibly affect the marriages and funerals of their nephews and grandnephews? Li Mu stood up, smiled, and said, it's successful. The building under my feet has also stopped shaking. Before this building completely collapses, there should be enough time for the people inside to escape. At that moment, the images in Li Mu's eyes began to change. No longer the blood-red veins and the pitch-black night, nor the towering white peaks, but a blood-red crack. Chapter 204. When there are strange phenomena in the sky, there must be treasures here. Zhu Qing, Let's hurry up and recover our soul power, then we can go back and investigate again, Jiang Ling said. Okay. Zhu Zhuqing obediently sat cross-legged and began to recover her soul power. Jiang Ling also sat cross-legged. His soul power had only recovered by 50%. After a while, Jiang Ling and Zhu Zhuqing opened their eyes simultaneously, their gazes meeting. You noticed it too. Here, soul power cannot be restored. Jiang Ling sighed. However, Jiang Ling discovered that his Longhong true qi was recovering extremely quickly here. Zhu Zhuqing followed Jiang Ling's gaze to the lake, and the blush that had just faded on her cheeks reappeared. It was one thing to fall into a coma just now, but now that she had awakened, how could she face Jiang Ling honestly? I have a way. Wait for me a moment. Jiang Ling naturally knew Zhu Zhuqing's concerns. Jiang Ling searched around for an exceptionally sturdy tree. With his right hand grasping the air, the Longhong sword suddenly appeared in his hand. The shadow of the sword slashed down, and the tree was cut in half. Up! Jiang Ling grabbed the thick section and directly threw it into the middle of the lake. Zhuqing, this will be fine. You stay inside, and I'll be outside, Jiang Ling said, his tone still a bit hesitant. Although it was still a bit awkward, it had to be done this way. The two of them shed their clothes, sitting back to back with a tree trunk between them. Zhu Zhuqing forced herself into a state of cultivation. On a crimson, ancient road, two figures walked alone. Come on, Zhuqing, give me your hand. There's still a long way ahead. Try to conserve your soul power. I'll help you offset this temperature. Jiang Ling extended his hand in front of Zhu Zhuqing. But your soul power consumption. Zhu Zhuqing wiped the fine beads of sweat from her forehead, wearing only a black robe, and her long hair had already been tied up. As the two advanced, the temperature rose higher and higher, reaching a point where they had to use soul power to protect themselves. It's fine. My level is higher than yours, and I have much more soul power, Jiang Ling said, shaking his head. Zhu Zhuqing gently nodded, placing her delicate hand into Jiang Ling's. Let's go. A soft power enveloped Zhu Zhuqing, isolating her from the terrifying temperature of the outside world. For Jiang Ling, this soul power was just a drop in the bucket. If it weren't for the strangeness of this place, preventing him from recovering his soul power, he would have already taken Zhu Zhuqing flying on his sword. They walked for an unknown amount of time. Zhuqing, look over there. That's where I found you. Jiang Ling pointed ahead, saying, since we've come this far, I believe we're not far from our goal. Zhu Zhuqing recognized the place. She had been forced by 3 people to jump off a cliff, and during her fall, her clothes were torn. Whenever she felt close to fainting from the heat, a power surged within her. When she reached the bottom of the cliff, she still walked for a while before she couldn't hold on and fainted. If it weren't for Brother Jiang coming down to find me, I would have become a pile of bones here, Zhu Zhuqing thought to herself. Zhuqing, what are you thinking about? Let's go, Jiang Ling said, waving his hand in front of her face. Oh, Brother Jiang, the place where I jumped down is still ahead. At that time, I vaguely heard some roaring sounds there. Zhu Zhuqing returned to her senses. Roaring sounds? That must be it. Let's hurry, Jiang Ling said, pulling Zhu Zhuqing forward. Under Zhu Zhuqing's guidance, Jiang Ling also heard the roars, which didn't sound like an animal or any living creature. The two followed the sound and stood by a deep well. The well was not large, with a diameter of only about 2 meters. Looking down from above, there was nothing but endless red, accompanied by waves of heat and heart-pounding roars. Roar! It seems this is the place, Jiang Ling said. He hesitated a bit. It was clear that this place was dangerous. If he were alone, he would have taken a risk, but with Zhu Zhuqing by his side, if he lost his soul power containing the true qi of the long rainbow, she would instantly turn to ashes. Let's go back, Jiang Ling said calmly. Why? Are you worried about me? Zhu Zhuqing, being clever, naturally understood. Zhu Zhuqing remained still, her tone resolute. We've come this far. I'll accompany you through fire and water. Zhuqing. All right, let's go down, Jiang Ling said, seeing the determination in Zhu Zhuqing's eyes. He smiled, wrapped one arm around her waist, and jumped down. In the well, Jiang Ling directly used the 1,000 gene drop technique, aiming to reach the bottom quickly. In this unknown place, everything had to be fast to conserve every bit of soul power. The space inside the well was not as small as the wellhead. It was boundless, filled with a fiery red hue. In the fiery world of the well, dark currents surged, and occasionally, extremely fierce flames would violently erupt from all directions. These flames contained terrifying temperatures. If touched, even a Soul King would end up severely injured. Jiang Ling formed a protective shield using the true qi of the long rainbow to fend off these fiery dark currents. There were no other creatures in this world. which was not surprising given the terrifying environment. Even a 100,000-year-old beast would likely not survive here. The world and the well seemed endless, as they descended continuously. Even with the protection of the true qi of the long rainbow, Jiang Ling could vaguely feel the external temperature increasing exponentially. Jiang Ling looked at Zhu Zhuqing, who was biting her lip, sweat pouring down her cheeks and disappearing towards her jade neck. Jiang Ling's true qi erupted again, thickening the protective shield. At the bottom of the increasingly deep well, any slight mistake would lead to their demise. He wanted to speak, but found his throat dry, unable to even open his mouth. After a long pause, he said, "Zhuqing, the water is in my jade pendant. Take it out and drink some." The spring water from the lake was truly magical, neither evaporating nor heating up, always refreshing. The two checked the lake, but found nothing unusual. Zhu Zhuqing took out a water bag and placed it by Jiang Ling's mouth, signaling him to open up. Jiang Ling was a bit surprised, but did not refuse. He was currently using one hand to maintain the protective shield and holding Zhu Zhuqing with the other, making it inconvenient. After Jiang Ling drank, Zhu Zhuqing took a few sips herself. After an unknown amount of time, Jiang Ling felt a bit numb, mechanically continuing to descend while maintaining the 1,000-gene drop technique. Jiang Ling's expression grew increasingly grim as his true qi and soul power were severely depleted. "In half an hour, if we haven't reached the bottom, we'll head back," Jiang Ling said in a low voice to Zhu Zhuqing. He needed to conserve enough strength to be able to fly back up on his sword. 15 minutes later, Jiang Ling looked at the still endless red, his eyes twitching slightly. After another 10 minutes, he sighed, "Zhuqing, let's go back." Jiang Ling felt incredibly reluctant. If it weren't for Zhu Zhuqing by his side, he would have cursed out loud. "Wait, brother Jiang, it seems there's a change below," Zhu Zhuqing said. "HM?" Just as Zhu Zhuqing's voice fell, Jiang Ling looked down and saw a patch of black slowly enlarging. "Zhuqing, close your eyes," Jiang Ling shouted loudly. Almost simultaneously, Jiang Ling's pupils filled with a crimson color, the eye of breaking illusions. The two fell into darkness, the crimson turning to black. If Jiang Ling hadn't reminded her, Zhu Zhuqing might have gone blind right then and there. Jiang Ling released the 1,000-gene drop, and soon they landed on the ground. The ground was no longer hot or pitch black. Instead, it was bathed in a faint moonlight, with a breeze carrying a hint of coolness. "Zhuqing, you can open your eyes now," Jiang Ling said, gently shaking Zhu Zhuqing's waist. The two looked ahead and saw an extremely massive stone door standing before them, with 3 ancient characters inscribed above. "Demon Suppression Well." Zhu Zhuqing softly chanted, "Demon Suppression Well." Hearing Zhu Zhuqing's voice, Jiang Ling began to recall the texts he had browsed through at the Spirit Hall, but ultimately shook his head in disappointment. Jiang Ling licked his dry lips, looking at the enormous stone door ahead, and said, "Zhuqing, stay behind me. Let's go take a look." After arriving at this place, her soul power and mental power were no longer suppressed. Jiang Ling remained vigilant, knowing he had to be cautious. The name Demon Suppression clearly indicated it was not a good place. Zhu Zhuqing understood it wasn't the time to show off her strength, so she focused her energy and followed closely behind Jiang Ling. The area was very spacious. Apart from stones, there was only spring water, and the entire space was filled with a cool, tranquil atmosphere. When they reached the stone door, they discovered that it was covered in intricate murals. This is... Jiang Ling was so shocked he couldn't speak. How could there be such things in Douluo continent? "Brother Jiang, what's wrong? Do you recognize these murals?" Zhu Zhuqing noticed Jiang Ling's strange expression and asked in confusion. "I recognize them. How could I not? They are divine beasts. In this place, I doubt anyone doesn't know of them. They exist in legends, powerful and revered by all. When they close their eyes, the world turns to night. When they open their eyes, the world becomes day. They do not eat, sleep, or breathe, can summon winds and rains, and illuminate the underworld. Their name is the Candle Dragon." Jiang Ling touched the mural depicting a monster with a human-like face, a snake-like body, all in red, with vertically elongated eyes, holding a ball of flame in its mouth, and said in a somewhat deep voice, "If this really is the place where the Candle Dragon is suppressed, Jiang Ling would turn around and leave without a second thought." Divine beast? Candle Dragon? Zhu Zhuqing was even more confused. She had never heard of it before. Although Zhu Zhuqing was puzzled in her heart, she did not disturb Jiang Ling, who was seriously studying the mural. After a while, a smile gradually appeared on Jiang Ling's face. "Haha, Zhuqing, we are lucky." Jiang Ling excitedly picked up Zhu Zhuqing, who was standing beside him, and spun her around a few times before putting her down. Zhu Zhuqing's face instantly turned red. She was only wearing a loose black robe, and being hugged like that by Jiang Ling made her years of cold expression skills completely ineffective after meeting him. Did you understand the story on the mural? Zhu Zhuqing tidied her slightly wrinkled clothes, trying to calm her flushed cheeks. This mural mainly tells the story of a very powerful divine beast, the Candle Dragon, which went missing after being injured in a great battle and lost the innate fire essence it was holding in its mouth. Jiang Ling took Zhu Zhuqing's hand and walked over, pointing at several parts of the mural on the left, where the Candle Dragon fought, killed enemies, got injured, lost the innate fire essence, left, and fell asleep, explaining to Zhu Zhuqing. The innate fire essence is also a divine object. After the Candle Dragon's suppression was gone, countless years passed, and it developed intelligence, but it caused chaos everywhere, leading to great unrest in the world. Jiang Ling continued to walk right while holding Zhu Zhuqing's hand. At that time, the ruler sent his two daughters, the water goddess of Xiaoxiang, to subdue the innate fire essence and seal it. The two goddesses opened a small world and suppressed it in the demon suppression well, leaving behind a powerful formation to wash away the innate fire essence's demonic aura and violence. Jiang Ling pointed at the two extremely beautiful goddesses in the mural. Looking at the women in the mural, Zhu Zhuqing was also somewhat dazed. She had never seen such beautiful women, not just in appearance, but also in their indescribable aura. So this starry ancient realm is the small world opened by the water goddess of Xiaoxiang. For some unknown reason, it has a connection with Douluo, which should be similar to the collision and merging of the Sun and Moon continent with Douluo continent in the future. However, there should also be differences. According to Zhu Zhuqing, when it was first discovered, Soul Douluo could enter, but as time passed, it became increasingly repulsive to stronger individuals. It might not be long before it becomes completely closed off and has no further interaction with Douluo continent. Jiang Ling thought. How do you know the characters above? Zhu Zhuqing, coming back to her senses, asked. Oh, this? I saw it in a rare book at the Spirit Hall. This small world should not belong to the Douluo continent. It should only appear every few years. Jiang Ling scratched his head, smiling as he explained. Zhu Zhuqing nodded slightly, not saying anything further. Hey, we discovered such a divine miracle. There must be countless treasures inside. How can you be so calm? Aren't you happy? Jiang Ling said, stretching his arm over Zhu Zhuqing's shoulder, looking at her gloomy expression. I'm happy. Zhu Zhuqing's expression was slightly unnatural as she felt the pressure on her shoulder and wanted to distance herself from Jiang Ling. But her arm was grabbed by his other hand. Look at you. You don't have the slightest bit of happiness at all. You should learn to laugh like me. Ha ha ha, Jiang Ling said, wrapping his arm around Zhu Zhuqing's shoulder. Every time Jiang Ling chatted with Zhu Zhuqing, the atmosphere would become awkward. Today, he was determined to change her aloof demeanor. Zhu Zhuqing's fair and smooth forehead showed several black lines. She never expected the usually serious Jiang Ling would have such an unserious side. Zhu Zhuqing slightly struggled, realizing it was of no use. She sighed and said, I don't know how long we've been down here. We should go in as soon as possible, settle things here, and leave. Do you want to stay here forever? Jiang Ling thought for a moment and had no choice but to let go of Zhu Zhuqing. As Jiang Ling's breath left, Zhu Zhuqing let out a slight sigh. Smack! Jiang Ling lightly slapped the arm that had slid down from her shoulder. The sound was not loud, but very crisp. You! Zhu Zhuqing's cheeks turned red, looking at Jiang Ling in disbelief. I'll let you off this time, Jiang Ling said lightly, not looking at the embarrassed Zhu Zhuqing as he went to find the mechanism to open the door. Jiang Ling himself did not know how he made such a bold move. His brain did not process it, and his hand just slapped down. Zhu Zhuqing was now in a state of confusion. She remembered that Jiang Ling had not been so frivolous before, and aside from those misunderstandings, he had been quite proper towards her. When did he change? It seemed to be after that confession by the lake, but hadn't Shi rejected him? Did he not hear it? Beep beep. However, this technique was quite tricky. Zhao Tianqing knew that Li Yunfeng's physical body was strong and directly used the divine shield spike, making the other party dare not attack him directly with their physical body. Mao Lian did not know this part of the story. He had originally come for the prestige of the ancient prime minister, but did not expect to have bet right. Mao Lian suppressed the sourness in his heart. It couldn't be her, because, as Grandpa said earlier, he and she could hardly achieve anything in this life. Since they couldn't achieve anything, what fruit could there be? Come on, let me see where your so-called confidence comes from. And how much? Wang Kai said with an indifferent expression, folding his arms behind his back and glancing at him with disdain. However, because the energy contained in the bloodline was too great, If one's cultivation was not sufficient to absorb it, they might explode and die. That was why the ancestor set a power limit in the formation. Only descendants of the flying tiger who reached the Qi training realm could enter. Feeling the situation and looking around, it was already a grayish blur inside, and one could not see their fingers in front of them. Lung went to recruit chefs, cleaners, and security personnel today, and due to necessity, Wang Yu had to cook himself. Hey, what is that character? I've never seen it before. Although the room was silent, the guards outside were still somewhat noisy. Lan Yao, far from the emperor, lowered her voice to ask Long Jinyu. Yes, Yina knows. Ning Fei's eyes flashed with a sharp glint as she glanced at the princess and Mao Lian. No matter how long the stairs were, they always had an end. He held Mu Ningyo and rolled to the end of the stairs before stopping. Kong Mo Ju sighed deeply, took out a folding fan from his body, and handed it to Enqi Xia, who immediately opened it, causing sparks to fly. Are you saying someone is using you to deliberately attract us here? Xin Yuan Yujie narrowed his eyes, his deep voice carrying a hint of danger. Yuan Mingdai did not see this scene, but Chu Yanru had noticed the Empress Dowager's expression and couldn't help but smile. The room instantly fell silent. Feng Qing raised her hand gently, her slender fingers slightly cool, brushed against Chu Lianru's wrist, causing her to tremble. The result was just as Ma Jingjian had thought. Most people chose to explore the so-called underground palace with Ma Jingjian, and the few remaining, although hesitant, could only follow along with Ma Jingjian, as staying behind would probably lead to a dead end. Although Yun was somewhat proud, he was also brave and resourceful and could be well cultivated. That's enough, if you don't say it this way. How could you cover our food and lodging and even host a welcome back party for us? Wang Yunlong smiled and turned to Zhang Long. You adults know nothing. Knowing that he had to walk home in the scorching sun during summer, Xiao Jin shouted angrily. I'll go over to see it that night, I said firmly. Ren Qinsong looked at me like that, hesitated for a moment before nodding. Ling Tianlai couldn't help but feel that the master was indeed formidable, even more ruthless than her. When someone was in pain, they wouldn't even let them call out twice. General Li was also drooling. There weren't any good dishes in the rural countryside, and everyone had eaten wild vegetables and tofu for lunch, but after being spoiled by the big fish and meat in Nanjing City, they hadn't eaten well. Su Yang drowsily opened his eyes, touched his slightly painful head, and his voice was a bit hoarse. Wei Xinxin was about to chase after him, but her cousin's steps were hurried, as if he was going to take care of something. The 7 people who had just awakened gathered at the wooden table, and then they discovered that the items on the table were a pile of cold weapons, and besides a crossbow, the rest were all melee weapons like knives and axes. They had just arrived at the Ma residence when they reported their names, and suddenly the family servant at the door had a vigilant expression. At this moment, the situation was very favorable for them. If they maintained their rhythm, they might be able to kill this tiger demon without injury and end this mission. Immediately, Lin Ziyuan called Zhang Jingdao's office to inform him that he was hosting investor Lin from Huiguang Pharmaceutical and asked Zhang Jingdao to come over. Su Yang told Charles that every employee of the company coming here would receive a bonus of 1,000. Hearing his father's analysis, Yang Jingxing's previously grim expression finally eased. No way, really by who? You actually called Xiao. There's no need to feel like your worldview has shattered, leaving the giant amphibian and check room behind. Lin Xiao left the Fanyuan area for the northeast that day. Uncle Shun, hello, what can I do for you? Shuyan walked in, greeting politely. The dinner was rich, with small portions of each dish, only about 3 or 4 bites, but there were many kinds of dishes, especially seafood, which were all things Ling Baolu liked to eat, making her mouth water. This amount of money could be considered paying back Du Yujiao and the others. After all, this company was mostly funded by them. Michelle, who had initially wanted to struggle, was stunned, with tears glistening on her face as she looked at Lin Xiao, feeling his breath. Chapter 205. We should be able to reach the center of this world, the land of cloud rise, by following this road. According to previous records, it is very rich there, and the map also marks the teleportation array. I think Zhu Zhiyun and the others will be there too. Zhu Zhuqing spread out the map and studied it carefully. Oh, so we don't need to go back to Liang Gorge. That's great. That cliff is so high. It would be too tiring to carry you up. Jiang Ling said happily upon hearing this. Zhu Zhuqing gave Jiang Ling a white glance. What do you mean? Is this girl very heavy? Of course, Zhu Zhuqing couldn't say such a spoiled thing out loud. She could only think about it in her heart. During their journey, they passed by the lake where they had been naked before, and the tree trunk Jiang Ling had cut down was still lying there, but there was no water left. How could this be? Zhu Zhuqing looked incredulously at the dried-up lake. It should be due to the formation. We broke the formation, took the Xiangfei bamboo. and absorbed the water essence inside. So this lake has turned into ordinary water and evaporated. Jiang Ling gently patted Zhu Zhuqing's shoulder and said, "Let's go." Zhu Zhuqing nodded lightly. This lake, and the life inside the demon-suppressing well, she would probably never forget. Without the strange weather, Jiang Ling and Zhu Zhuqing could also discern the passage of time. After 2 full days, they finally arrived at their destination, the land of Cloudrise. "We really are fated to meet again. What's up? After hiding for 20 days, you finally decided to show yourself?" A tall, blond man laughed loudly in front of Jiang Ling and Zhu Zhuqing. If it weren't for the harshness of his words, one might have thought they were good friends reuniting. It was Davis speaking. Next to him was Zhu Zhuyan, and behind them were 8 others, among whom 3 were the ones Jiang Ling had saved from the frost 3-headed flood dragon, their eyes filled with shock. The fact that he and Zhu Zhuqing appeared here, while the 3 who had been chasing Zhu Zhuqing had not shown up for a long time, meant that Jiang Ling had killed those 3 people. But those 3 were from the Soul Sect. Facing Jiang Ling's gaze, the 3 lowered their heads simultaneously, not daring to look up, much less engage in conversation with Jiang Ling in front of Davis. Jiang Ling glanced at them and ignored them. As nobles, they understood how to protect themselves, and Jiang Ling was too lazy to argue with them. He looked at Davis, who was leaning against a wall with his arms crossed, and said lazily, "I don't think it's a case of being fated to meet again, because with your strength, you're not worthy of that. At most, you're just a jumping clown. As for hiding, that's even more absurd. How bold. Do you know who this is?" Davis waved his hand, interrupting the person behind him, and looked at Jiang Ling. "Kid, what status do I have, and what position do you hold? How dare you insult me as a jumping clown? Do you know the price of speaking out of turn?" Davis had been mocking Zhu Zhuqing and always regarded Jiang Ling as a bodyguard. Seeing a bodyguard jump out to insult him made his expression darken instantly, and he threatened displeasedly. "Price? I can't be bothered with any price. I only do what I like to do, and what I want to do right now is to beat you up." Jiang Ling raised his hand, and the Changhong sword appeared in an instant, a streak of crimson sword energy slashing out directly. "How bold. You dare to attack the Grand Prince." Martial Soul Manifestation. Xuanjia Shield. The one who attacked was the Soul Sect member who had just spoken, clearly eager to show off in front of Davis. "As you wish." Jiang Ling slashed out another crescent-shaped sword energy, arriving first, and the 2 sword energies struck the Xuanjia Shield formed by the Soul Sect member's arms almost simultaneously. The Xuanjia Shield shattered instantly, and the flames swirling around the sword energy landed on the Soul Sect member's right arm. My hand, Your Highness, save me. Help me." The young Soul Sect member hurriedly tried to extinguish the flames on his arm, but the more he struggled, the fiercer the fire became. Zhu Zhuqing, standing to the side, was slightly surprised because she recognized that the flames were lingers. Davis's eyelid twitched, and he manifested a knife from his soul power, directly chopping off the right arm of the Soul Sect member. "Your methods are truly ruthless. You want to take someone's arm with just one move." Watching the severed arm turn to ashes, Davis was furious. "Don't say it like that. It was your arm that I chopped off. What does it have to do with me?" Jiang Ling leaned his sword on the ground and said, "All right, then let me experience your skills." Davis laughed in anger. Second soul skill, White Tiger Blazing Light Wave. A powerful golden beam shot towards Jiang Ling. A mere trick, 7 Suns Divine Ability, Golden Bell Shield. The golden light stopped just 3 feet away from Jiang Ling, unable to advance an inch. Davis's eyes narrowed, blazing light cutter line. "Oh, self-created soul skill? Not bad. It looks like it has some substance." Jiang Ling looked at the dimmed golden bell shield and teased. "I'll let you have 2 moves. Next, it's my turn." Changhong Striking Waves. The sword light of the Changhong sword surged, stabbing straight at Davis. White Tiger Protection Barrier. The sword tip stopped an inch away from Davis's neck. It wasn't Davis's soul skill that blocked Jiang Ling's sword, but Jiang Ling was contemplating whether to stab down Davis. Second soul skill, Nether Hunter Claws. Zhu Zhuyan saw Davis in danger and hurriedly made her move. Jiang Ling took the opportunity to retreat. Jiang Ling thought, forget it. Killing the Grand Prince of the Star Luo Empire at the peak of his power would undoubtedly cause some trouble. A lesson is enough. Standing side by side, Zhu Zhuyan and Davis, Jiang Ling mocked. Although I like fair duels, I'm not afraid of being outnumbered. Besides, calling for help when you can't win is very fitting for a weakling like you. Davis clenched his fists in anger. Although Davis was furious, he was not a fool. He could see that the person in front of him was much stronger and had yet to use his soul skills. Zhu Zhuyan, your opponent is me. Zhu Zhuqing also stepped to Jiang Ling's side and said coldly. Just now, Zhu Zhuyan had ambushed Jiang Ling, and she hadn't been able to stop it in time, feeling both guilty and angry. Zhu Zhuyan looked back at the crowd behind her and gestured slightly. Turning to Zhu Zhuqing, she said, "Then fine, let's have a match first." Zhu Zhuyan stepped aside and provocatively lifted her head towards Zhu Zhuqing. Zhu Zhuqing glanced at Jiang Ling, who was watching her, and nodded. "Trust me, be careful. The fierce beasts here do not have soul rings. After Zhu Zhuqing leaves this place and absorbs her third soul ring, it will be the safest to fight Zhu Zhuyan then." Now lacking a soul skill, even though her body and soul power had undergone transformation, defeating the already level 37 Zhu Zhuyan would still be very difficult. It was not wise to confront her now. However, Jiang Ling would not advise against it because he knew Zhu Zhuqing had been waiting for this day for a long time. "Zhu Zhuyan, the harm you have caused me, as well as the second sister and third sister, I will return to you today." "Heh, my good sister, that is too much. Can you handle it?" Zhu Zhuyan smiled charmingly at Zhu Zhuqing, mocking her. Zhu Zhuqing did not waste any more words, and her soul rings slowly lit up, revealing all her strength. This fluctuation of soul power, level 30, how is that possible? Zhu Zhuyan's expression changed. "Your second soul ring was just absorbed not long ago. How could you possibly reach level 30? Zhu Zhuyan's face became very ugly as she felt a sense of crisis. Moreover, she sensed a trace of dangerous aura from Zhu Zhuqing. Zhu Zhuyan found her sudden thoughts absurd. So what if she was level 30? She hadn't absorbed a soul ring yet. How could she be my opponent? A glimmer of killing intent flashed in Zhu Zhuyan's eyes as she looked at Zhu Zhuqing. Today, Zhu Zhuqing must die here, for dead people pose no threat. Zhu Zhuyan turned her head to glance at the two auxiliary soul masters in the team. This small action did not escape Jiang Ling's notice. The sword in his hand glowed brightly, pointing at everyone as he shouted, "Everyone, do not act rashly. I will say it plainly. If anyone interferes with their battle, you will all die. Note, if one person acts, all will die." This was directed at Davis to prevent him from acting out of desperation. "You, don't be too arrogant. There's so many of us. Are you really not afraid?" A level 46 soul master behind Davis shouted angrily. "All right then, make your move." Jiang Ling pointed his sword at the speaking soul master, speaking in a calm tone. "You." Seeing Jiang Ling's provocation, the soul master looked like he wanted to spit fire, but ultimately did not dare to act because he would truly die. With Davis having lost an arm and being held at sore point, everyone could only swallow their anger. After all, this seemingly ordinary man, who was still wearing a disguise mask, had yet to show his full strength. "We naturally won't intervene. This is a family matter of their Yuming Spirit Cat clan, and I believe you won't intervene either, right?" Davis spoke up. Davis's words represented agreement with Jiang Ling, and everyone else fell silent. Jiang Ling was slightly surprised. Davis held considerable prestige among this group, which could not solely be attributed to his status as a prince. After all, while these people seemed like nothing to Jiang Ling, they were considered geniuses outside. In response to Davis's words, Jiang Ling sneered and ignored him. The strong set the rules, and the weak abide by them. Jiang Ling was now the strongest here. How he acted was not for others to interfere. If Zhu Zhuqing truly could not defeat Zhu Zhuyan, he would definitely intervene. "You." Seeing Jiang Ling so disdainful towards their master, everyone was once again filled with anger. No matter, do not act impulsively. Although Davis's expression was also not good, he still stopped his subordinates. Jiang Ling nodded at Zhu Zhuqing, signaling her to be at ease. Zhu Zhuqing also nodded in response. "Huh, you really found a good partner. You usually present a cold and pure demeanor, keeping everyone at arm's length, yet your skills in seducing men are not weak at all." Zhu Zhuyan looked at everyone being threatened by Jiang Ling and laughed in anger, mocking. "There's no point in talking more. Let's fight, Zhu Zhuyan." As soon as she finished speaking, Zhu Zhuqing stepped forward using her Lingbo Weibo technique to attack. Although Zhu Zhuqing had practiced the Lingbo Weibo technique for a short time, she had made rapid progress under Jiang Ling's direct guidance. Seeing Zhu Zhuqing's strange movement technique, Zhu Zhuyan took a defensive posture, preparing to guard rather than attack. Zhu Zhuqing's figure appeared to flutter like willow catkins in everyone's eyes. No one knew where she would appear next. Although Zhu Zhuyan had high soul power, after several rounds of this unpredictable offensive, her arm had been scratched. Zhu Zhuyan seized the opportunity to create some distance and examined her injured arm. "Be careful next." Zhu Zhuqing ignored her and flashed to Zhu Zhuyan's side, preparing to continue the attack. Third soul skill, Yuming Springfall. Zhu Zhuyan's third soul ring lit up. Zhu Zhuqing's eyes instantly became somewhat hazy. "My heart so tired." Zhu Zhuyan's lips curled into a seductive arc, appearing very charming, unaware that this was actually a death smile. Zhu Zhuyun's counterattack began. With her spirits somewhat off, Zhu Zhuqing found herself struggling against the counterattack, and soon had multiple injuries on her body. Illusion? Zhuqing, wake up! Jiang Ling felt a bit anxious inside. First soul skill, Yuming thrust. Zhu Zhuyun's first soul ring lit up, her claws suddenly extending, and her speed doubled as she lunged at Zhu Zhuqing. Jiang Ling tightened his grip on the sword. If it were the previous Zhu Zhuqing, she would not have been able to dodge, but having taken the essence of water, she had already undergone a transformation. Now, although she was under the influence of an illusion, her body's instincts allowed her to evade this deadly strike, only suffering some scratches on her shoulder. Seeing Zhu Zhuqing turn danger into safety, Jiang Ling also let out a long sigh of relief. Jiang Ling did not want to intervene unless absolutely necessary. How could it be? Having been hit by my Yuming Springfall, you could still dodge my Yuming Thrust. Come again. Second soul skill, Yuming Hunter Claws. Jiang Ling had seen this move and knew that in Zhu Zhuqing's current state, she absolutely could not dodge it. He was about to act. Golden Bell Shield. A purple bell-shaped shield formed from Zhu Zhuqing's soul power appeared. What is this? Jiang Ling looked again into Zhu Zhuqing's eyes, and there was no longer any trace of haze or confusion. Self-created soul skill? Davis exclaimed. She actually broke free from my Yuming Springfall. Then she must die. Zhu Zhuyun was now on the offensive and had no choice but to strike. Yuming 100 claws slashed at the aura shield surrounding Zhu Zhuqing. The difference in their soul power was too great. Zhu Zhuqing's golden bell shield could not fully withstand it. Fortunately, she only suffered some minor injuries. Zhu Zhuyun's soul power was significantly depleted, and she was already somewhat unsteady on her feet. How could you break free from my third soul skill? You clearly are only level 30. Zhu Zhuyun found it hard to accept the reality of her failure. Indeed, she had lost. Her soul power was exhausted, and she no longer had the strength to fight. Your third soul skill's effectiveness is related to your own soul power, right? You attacked me continuously, consuming a lot of soul power, and with the successive release of your first and second soul skills, you no longer have enough soul power left to trap me. If you hadn't been so anxious, perhaps you could have killed me, Zhu Zhuqing said weakly. She had suffered far more external injuries than Zhu Zhuyun, and her soul power was also nearly depleted. Every time she felt herself about to faint, a force would emerge within her, permeating her limbs and gradually repairing her body and restoring her soul power. What about you? How much soul power do you have left? Can you kill me? Zhu Zhuyun shouted. She was also afraid of death. That's enough. Zhu Zhuqing's right claw manifested, reaching for Zhu Zhuyun's neck. Facing the claw, slicing through the air, Zhu Zhuyun tightly closed her eyes. For the first time, she felt that death was so near. Zhuyun. Davis, seeing this, wanted to step forward. Stop or you'll die. In an instant, the Changhong sword was already at Davis's neck. Zhu Zhuqing's claw came to a halt just before Zhu Zhuyun's neck. Jiang Ling, seeing this, lowered his head and chuckled. Indeed, this is you, Zhuqing. Tough on the outside, soft on the inside. After all, the current refiner sect, including the money merchants, has as many as 14 golden core cultivators, while among the 48 second-rate sects in the Wujia, the Danding sect, which has the most golden core members, only has 8. Other so-called powerful second-rate sects only have 5 or 6 golden core cultivators. Muscles tougher than steel, bones as strong as iron, skin like a baby ass, flesh like hard stone. His current state is nothing but the legendary post-heavenly stage realm, right? When Jian didn't even know how long he had been wandering in a daze. He had dug several caves blocked by snow, but inside, apart from some rubble, there was nothing. Shang Wanhai looked back, sweating profusely, knowing that this calamity was not friendly and there was nowhere to escape. You are right. I am nameless, and I call myself nameless. Feng Zui Wu Ti straightforwardly reveal his name. Anyway, his real name was Dugu Wuming, so it was somewhat truthful. Most of those inspectors are at the quasi-emperor level. They are subordinates of former achievers, tasked with guarding restricted areas and monitoring changes in the universe. Li Gu approached the He Sure Bai, but as he got closer, he found that the true energy within him was gradually becoming agitated. Feng Yan Wujia was also a smart person, and like Suru Wu and others, he guessed Li Ji's thoughts. When she saw the fireworks explode brightly in the sky. He slightly observed the number of reinforcements and instantly felt a sense of helplessness, as if asking the heavens. It seems that even the highly esteemed Commander Li Ping of the Longqing Guard, who revered him, did not dare to place all bets on him. In fact, The court was also acting according to Emperor Hongji Zhu Yozhan's orders, making a good show for Shenxi. Rui Mengmeng stayed on the city wall. Among the many soldiers stationed there, preparing to open the ether gate to bomb the giants attracted by humans. This Li Yi is also a well-known general in Jiangdong, on par with Xie Jing, reputed to have the courage of 10,000 men. During the Battle of Yiling, he had fought Zhang Bao for 20 rounds without a winner. Xie Qian felt angry and wanted to teach Shun Shi a lesson. If Zhu Hozhao were present, he would prepare to scold the emperor as well. According to the information provided by Lin Feng, Li Feifei's super gene had never been activated, likely due to a psychological shadow. If not resolved, Li Feifei might never become a super soldier. Albert felt that one of his arms holding the gun had lost sensation, and the entire arm was swelling up immensely, almost a circle larger. Yu Shintian originally had a look of disdain at the corner of his mouth, but when Su Ming's gun momentum rushed down, he suddenly changed color. Bastard, who dares to intrude into my annihilated insect territory? Ineruz's expression suddenly darkened as he stood up, releasing a 7th-level aura filled with undisguised hostility. The Lithuanian team's outside player loudly reminded Olgauskas, but it was already too late. Long Jingyang's ambush was very risky and completely unexpected for Olgauskas. The moment Olgauskas raised the ball to pass, the basketball in his hand was stolen by Long Jingyang. However, Wuxin gathered spiritual energy not for cultivation. Now Wuxin's cultivation had reached a bottleneck, and absorbing spiritual energy was merely a drop in the bucket. For this reason, the spiritual energy of heaven and earth gathered in Wuxin's hands, forming a huge light ball that then began to slowly rotate. Lin Dong looked at Lin Pingji's eyes, unable to hide his despair and a hint of hatred, and couldn't help but shake his head. After taking a sip from his teacup, he patted Lin Pingji's shoulder to remind him. After all, Lin Pingji had been serving him diligently these days, and Lin Dong was not completely indifferent. Captain, Chief Buck, let's south go check that place. Perhaps there are survivors, so O suggested. Qin Yu helped Shang Jiai into a wheelchair with great effort, and then Shang Jiai looked at her fixedly, her gaze completely unlike someone who had just undergone surgery and was still under anesthesia. Yi Tamu sat in the car, one hand on the steering wheel, having clearly heard Luo Chima's words. Zhong Liu had been feeling a bit troubled lately, first with Su Zijian and Li Mayan, then with Lu Ji and Qin Wan. So she had returned to Li Mayan's villa for a few days and had been staying peacefully at school. Aside from attending classes, spending her leisure time busying herself with Yao Yao in the publicity department. The true energy within him could circulate and then condense on his hands, instantly wrapping his hands in golden light. At this moment, his hands were no longer human hands, but had transformed into true golden hands. However, Uchiha Tianjima also knew very well that if the Uchiha clan wanted to eliminate the Senju clan now, it was unrealistic. Although the Senju clan had not yet dealt with the power of the Mangeki Sharingan, the high-level power was at a disadvantage. After receiving the injection, Yen Luer showed no other reactions and remained obediently asleep. Zhang Yi still couldn't manage it and could only strengthen training in various skills, mental and psychological, continuously educating the soldiers. Zhang Yi's troops occupied the north gate of the county town, killing 23 Japanese soldiers on the spot, 16 puppet soldiers, and more than 10 innocent civilians who were accidentally killed, with Zhang Yi's troop losses being 2 infantrymen sacrificed and 1 injured. After waiting for about a cup of tea's time, Yi Haoshuan returned, a smile on his face, seemingly very happy. Speaking of which, compared to the Berlin Film Festival in early February, the American Oscars at the end of February, and the Cannes Film Festival in mid-May, the Venice Film Festival this month was the most comfortable. After unloading, the entire ammunition boxes and canning boxes, grenade boxes, some gas masks, and a bunch of miscellaneous items were piled up, and the guerrilla fighters and villagers were jumping with joy. The second shadow person struggled under Lin Hao, floundering a couple of times before losing the will to resist. At this moment, Gan Jing's performance in the yard couldn't be called master level, but was definitely qualified. Completely enough to hold the stage. Seeing these people being so oblivious to the situation, Yi Haoshuan really wanted to order the 9-tailed fox to kill them directly, but after thinking it over, he ultimately held back. Chapter 206. The change in Tiando late at night. Zhu Zhuqing's room. Zhu Zhuqing sealed a letter, staring blankly for a long time before placing it on the table. She opened the door and walked out. On the empty streets of the small town, Zhu Zhuqing stopped and looked up at the night sky, with a bright moon hung high and only a few stars were visible. She recalled the night she watched the stars with Jiang Ling in the starry ancient realm, the night she stole a kiss and lay in his arms. After a moment, she did not linger and stepped away. The next day, Jiang Ling woke up to find Hulaina's figure was already gone. Senior sister? Senior sister? Jiang Ling called out several times, but received no response. He quickly dressed and went downstairs to ask the waiter, "Did you see the girl who was with me yesterday?" "I saw her, young master. That girl went out to buy something. She told me to let you eat first if you woke up and not to wait for her." The waiter replied, "What about the other girl who came with me? The one who looked cold but very beautiful. I haven't seen her come down. Is there anything else you wish to ask, guest?" "She hasn't come down?" Jiang Ling muttered to himself. "Oh, that's all. You can go about your business now. Thank you." "Waiter." Jiang Ling went upstairs and knocked on Zhu Zhuqing's door. "Zhuqing? Zhuqing?" Creak. Seeing there was no answer, Jiang Ling tried pushing the door and found it was unlocked. He walked in and immediately saw a letter on the table. Quickly opening it, "Brother Jiang, by the time you read this letter, I will have already left. I'm sorry. Please forgive me for being so willful. Remember how I didn't want to leave with you at first? I thought I was afraid you couldn't face your fiancé. But it wasn't until yesterday that I realized it was me who was afraid to face Sister Hu. I once thought I was the girl who loved you the most in this world, at least not less than Sister Hu, but yesterday I discovered I was wrong. A dragon should hide in the clouds, and you should be hidden in my heart. Sister Hu has hidden you in her heart, but the eyes are the windows to the soul. When I look into Sister Hu's eyes, I see you. She loves you purely, without a trace of impurity. The nearly 2 years I've spent with you have been the happiest time of my life. It's time for me to leave, having occupied you for 2 years. I should return you to Sister Hu. Brother Jiang, let's give each other some time to gather the courage to face Sister Hu. During this time, I will cherish our past moments. Brother Jiang, I like you, so I hope you are surrounded by admiration. So the path you walk should be full of flowers and bustling with people. Don't be sad because of my departure. Leaving is my own choice. I won't accompany you on the road to Tiandou." Zhu Qing left. "Zhu, did you leave because of my concealment yesterday?" Jiang Ling sat down on the bench in despair. The sun was high in the sky when Hulaina slowly returned. "I bought you a lot of clothes again. The ones I prepared for you last time are almost all used up, right?" Hulaina took out a pile of things from her jade pendant, including clothes and shoes. Jiang Ling looked at the busy Hulaina, feeling an overwhelming sense of guilt. He walked over and embraced her tightly from behind. After a while, he softly said, "I'm sorry." Hulaina was taken aback, her small hands resting on the arms Jiang Ling had wrapped around her waist. She didn't speak. In fact, she had already noticed. If she had to trace back to when, it would probably be when Jiang Ling introduced Zhu Zhuqing. Hulaina, who had liked Jiang Ling since childhood, was very familiar with his habits. That was why she asked to share a room with Jiang Ling yesterday, and even sleep in the same bed. She didn't know if she was declaring her sovereignty over Zhu Zhuqing or if she was afraid. Up to this point, Hulaina was only suspicious. As a result, Jiang Ling, being so naive, used the excuse "I had a friend" to test her, completely shattering her last bit of fantasy. At that moment, it felt as if her heart had shattered, and she didn't know what to do. With such an incident, Hulaina felt she should be angry, slap Jiang Ling a few times, scold him for being a scumbag, and break up with him. But she couldn't bring herself to do it, couldn't speak up, and couldn't bear to let go. As expected, the one who falls in love first is the loser. Jiang Ling turned Hulaina's body and kissed her directly. This kiss left Hulaina stunned. "Bastard, I haven't forgiven you yet, and you're taking advantage." Hulaina struggled violently, but Jiang Ling's arms held her tightly. Hulaina was stunned for a few seconds before biting down. A piercing scream echoed throughout the entire tavern. In the blue sky, a few white clouds drifted. Upon closer inspection, 2 figures were weaving among them. "Wet season, Zanyo for a day. Uncle has arrived at Tiandou Poison City." Jiang Ling, tongue-tied, said to Hulaina in his arms. Hulaina's bite was so fierce that Jiang Ling's mouth hadn't healed in 3 days. Seeing Jiang Ling like this, Hulaina couldn't help but laugh. "Smack! What are you laughing at?" Jiang Ling slapped Hulaina's perky bottom angrily. "You, oomph." Hulaina's face instantly turned crimson from the unexpected attack. "If it weren't in the sky, would you dare to be so arrogant?" "Smack! Well, there's no choice. In the sky, I can do whatever I want." Jiang Ling slapped again, laughing. "You, I bite." Unable to endure any longer, Hulaina bit Jiang Ling's arm. "Hey no, senior sister, let go, or we're going to crash." In the sky, a flying sword wobbled as it flew. "At the Pope's Hall in the Spirit Hall, Your Holiness. Has something happened?" Moonguan asked, noticing Bibi Dong's troubled expression. Linger sent a letter saying the Tiandou Empire is blocking the Spirit Hall from exterminating the evil soul masters. And as the Platinum Bishop of the Tiandou Spirit Hall, Salas has taken no action in this matter. He also sent a vial of medicine obtained from the evil soul masters, which greatly increases soul power but may lead to confusion. Linger's intention is for us to investigate from the perspective of the medicine. After speaking, Bibi Dong raised her hand, and the letter landed in front of Moon Guan. After a while, Moon Guan spoke. From the description in the letter, Salus's actions seem intended to make the royal family lose more public support. The noble spirit of the Tiando Empire is already strong. If they further obstruct the eradication of the evil soul masters, while the Tiando Empire may not fall into chaos, the royal family's reputation will surely decline again. Bibi Dong pondered for a moment and said, "Send a message to let Salus resolve this matter as soon as possible. Everything is secondary to exterminating the evil soul masters." "But, Your Holiness," Moon Guan disagreed, wanting to persuade her further. "Send the order down." "Yes, Your Holiness." Seeing Bibi Dong's firm attitude, Moon Guan had no choice but to agree. "Is this satisfactory for you? The Tiando Empire was born in this country, where everything is about identity and status. Even if you are a waste, as long as you are born into nobility, you can enter the Tiando Royal Academy. However, commoners, no matter how gifted, cannot enter without a noble title. The Tiando Empire is essentially a noble rule, with large sects standing independently and small forces banding together for warmth. It is exceedingly difficult for grassroots individuals to rise up. Senior sister, that should be the Tiando Royal Academy." Jiang Ling looked at a large mountain below and sighed. As dusk approached, the afterglow of the setting sun bathed the mountain where the Tiando Royal Academy stood, the lake, and the forest, as if draped in a layer of golden twilight. The academy is quite good, but it's a pity that it's filled with a bunch of self-righteous and arrogant people, and there aren't many decent students. Hulina coldly snorted as she followed Jiang Ling's gaze. "Has the senior sister been here?" Jiang Ling asked in confusion. "Not long after you left, I also went out to train. When I left, the teacher told me you went to the Douluo Empire. I thought the teacher was lying to me, so I went in the opposite direction to Heaven-Do first." Upon hearing this, Hulina's face turned slightly red, feeling a bit embarrassed. "I guess the teacher accurately predicted your thoughts," Jiang Ling chuckled. "We're almost at the city gate. Let us get down." Jiang Ling controlled the long rainbow sword and slowly descended. As soon as they entered Heaven-Do City, Jiang Ling felt an atmosphere completely different from that of the Douluo Empire. Although both were equally prosperous, Heaven-Do had an additional air of extravagance. What should we do next? Go directly to the Spirit Hall, or wait for the teacher's letter? According to the timeline, the teacher's orders will reach the Spirit Hall the day after tomorrow. Hulina turned to Jiang Ling and asked softly. While on the road, Jiang Ling had already told Hulina about the Empire's obstacles against the Spirit Hall's extermination of evil soul masters and the matter regarding Iya. "It's too late today. Let us find a hotel to stay in first and go to the Spirit Hall tomorrow," Jiang Ling decided after pondering for a moment. "Okay, that works. My legs are sore from standing for so long." Hulina stretched, revealing her perfect body curve. "Should we book a room?" Jiang Ling felt a bit tempted. "You're so charming." 2 rooms. Hulina rolled her eyes at Jiang Ling and walked ahead lightly. Heaven-Do City was bustling, with hotels blooming everywhere, especially couple hotels. As they walked, they saw lavender, violet, and so on. There were at least 8 out of 10 hotels of this type. "Senior sister, if the next one is still a couple hotel, let us go in. We can just book 2 rooms, Jiang Ling said, feeling overwhelmed by the similar walking experience to shopping. "All right," Hulina replied somewhat speechlessly. "There weren't this many couple hotels when I came last year." After a while, Jiang Ling and Hulina stood in front of a hotel with the words Bellflower Hotel prominently displayed. Compared to the previous ones, it was much simpler, but it could still be identified as a couple hotel because Bellflower symbolizes eternal and regretless love. "After you, senior sister." Jiang Ling smiled and gestured for her to enter. As for what was behind the smile, "If we're going in, we're going in," Hulina said, following through. As soon as they entered, they saw a man and a woman walking out, looking affectionate and satisfied. Upon seeing Hulina, the man's eyes lit up, then turned to Jiang Ling with envy, saying, "Brother, you're quite lucky. Enjoy it." Jiang Ling was taken aback, and since both he and Hulina were soul masters, Hulina naturally heard it too, getting angry and turning around to kick the person. "Enjoy what?" Jiang Ling quickly stopped her, thinking that a kick like that could easily take down an ordinary person. "Book 2 rooms." Hulina angrily approached the front desk and knocked on the table in front of the attendant. "All right." The attendant looked up and was momentarily stunned by Hulina's beauty. Hulina frowned, and seeing this, Jiang Ling quickly coughed and said, "Please hurry." Okay." The attendant quickly responded. Are you sure it's 2 rooms and not 1? The attendant looked at the handsome pair with confusion. Jiang Ling smiled at Hulina. What are you talking about? It's 2 rooms. Hulina felt a bit shy under his gaze. Okay, please register your names. Jiang Ling, Hulina. All right, you two. Please go to the 3rd floor. The attendant handed the room key to Jiang Ling. Let us go, senior sister. Jiang Ling naturally took Hulina's hand as they walked towards the stairs. Just a short distance away, Jiang Ling heard a man's voice. Please book a room. Name? Yu Xiaojiang. Jiang Ling's footsteps paused, and the smile on his face vanished as he turned to look. He saw a middle-aged man in his 40s or 50s, wearing a blue robe, exuding an air of dejection. What is wrong? Hulina followed Jiang Ling's gaze and saw nothing special. It's nothing. Let us go upstairs. Jiang Ling turned his head and smiled. After having dinner in Hulina's room and staying until midnight, Jiang Ling left without going back to sleep. Instead, he followed the spiritual mark he left on Yu Xiaojiang at dusk. His eyes were cold, a flash of killing intent momentarily appearing. Jiang Ling clearly disliked Yu Xiaojiang. In Jiang Ling's view, Yu Xiaojiang was a coward who refused to acknowledge his ordinariness and accept his mediocrity. Cowards are of no value. If Yu Xiaojiang didn't want to be ordinary, he should achieve results that others recognize instead of plagiarizing others' wisdom, summarizing a set of theories, and feeling self-satisfied. When others questioned him, he put on a disgusting self-deceiving act of being the only one sober among the drunken crowd. In the many years of history on the Douluo continent, the understanding of martial souls and the selection of spirit rings had matured significantly. Any family with a bit of background knew about the selection of spirit ring years. There were even theories that plant-type soul masters could absorb animal spirit rings, and beast martial souls could absorb plant spirit rings. Jiang Ling scoffed. The soul master world was not short of madmen, and many had already practiced this long before Yu Xiaojiang proposed it. According to the records in the Spirit Hall's library, there were over 1,000 types of beast martial souls absorbing plant spirit rings. Most of the time, most soul masters didn't have the strength to choose spirit rings. They often exhausted themselves just to obtain one. Whether it was a beast or a plant, did it matter? As for the correlation between innate soul power and martial soul strength, that seemed to be a universally accepted notion on the continent. In short, Yu Xiaojiang's theory, or rather, the theory Yu Xiaojiang copied, was looked down upon by powerful soul masters and was unnecessary for common soul masters. Only a novice soul master like Tang San would worship him as a teacher. If it weren't for Tang San's protagonist halo being too bright, he would have long been ruined by Yu Xiaojiang. Even with so many encounters, the blue-silver grass would eventually become extremely weak. Evenly matched battles still relied on brute strength. If it weren't for the protagonist halo awakening the blue-silver emperor bloodline, he would have been exposed right away. All of this only indicated that Yu Xiaojiang's character was lacking. Jiang Ling could only scoff. He wouldn't even spare a glance at such a person if he saw him on the road. What truly ignited Jiang Ling's killing intent was an event that occurred 2 years later during the Advanced Soul Master Tournament held across the continent. Didi. The faces of the arrogant group were full of regret. They hadn't expected that in the final moment, the opponent still broke through. Well, let us just stay here for now. If the old man has any ulterior motives, it won't be too late to kick him out. The 100 ghosts and beasts on the Ghost Master raised their voices in a melodious howl, momentarily halting the heated discussions in the venue. Qin Yang felt a sudden jolt. He hadn't expected that his path of destruction would attract the attention of the heavenly Tao. Especially after their unexpected encounter in Luoyang City, the atmosphere became completely different. Even though they were right next to each other, it felt as if they were speechless, and there was always a strange barrier preventing them from returning to the past. As for her capricious emotions, Yixian was already indifferent, and the 3 of them had arrived at the foot of the tall tower. Seeing Yixian, Song Rue Bo was utterly confused. When Yixian met a familiar face, he hurriedly recounted the whole story, making Song Rue Bo both angry and amused. After awakening the guard and confirming Yixian's words were true, he severely punished the guard before lifting the alert. After Ma Lu Dan and Yang Bian took turns apologizing, they also made the remaining bandits apologize one by one until Yang Bian nodded in satisfaction. Zhang Wei had been following Li Chui Hai, whose tall stature almost completely overshadowed him in the shadows. The famous mountains no longer spoke, as the Piamiao Villa was undoubtedly much stronger, and its master was at the late stage of Golden Core, not a match at all. Hong Zhuang shyly glared at him, turning her head and bashfully said, "Then I forgive you." Her shy demeanor was as captivating as a lotus flower trembling in the cool breeze, making hearts flutter. Arriving in haste, the the flags were left behind. Fortunately, they made it in time to help the general attack the city. Otherwise, I would have no military merit. Haha. Ma Chao laughed heartily. He walked up to a large rock in the yard, steadied his breath, and then raised his voice, straining to lift the massive stone. I really have a wife, and she treats me well. To save me, she left alone, and I must find her, Li Fei said. He saw 7 or 8 black-clad men surrounding Zhang Yunze, who was being beaten badly, with blood all over half his face and a fractured brow. Of course, those black-clad men were not doing well either, with 2 of them knocked to the ground by him, struggling to get back up. So touching, baby loves you to death. Yu Lin made a cute expression at her before unhesitatingly stuffing the scroll into her own bag. Cheng Yinzhong wasn't hiding anything. He wanted William to understand his thoughts because this was a big fish, and William would definitely bite, just waiting for him to propose conditions. The Japanese were both angry and furious, but no one spoke. The few strong Japanese men suppressed their anger. Luo Wuxian? Yi Qingjue's retort this time lacked the previous deliberation and was genuinely surprised, as he only knew she was called Hua Wuliu and sang a song at Mingyue Tianyagu every day. As for the rest, he had not found any clues. Huh? No way. I want to go back to my own body. Long Fei naturally refused. He had nearly died during the last few crossings. Just as the shockwave reached the city, it was easily blocked by a protective shield that suddenly appeared at the city's edge. For some reason, he felt very sleepy. He reached into his pocket and pulled out a refreshing pill made by Changbai. This thing would wake anyone up immediately. After chewing it a couple of times, a cool sensation shot straight to his forehead, making him tear up and his tongue numb. Just as he was puzzled, Scar pulled him and ran again, which was really frustrating. Scar kept looking back, and so did he, but there was nothing. Visibility was very low, only about 100 meters. June Mo Lee found it amusing, thinking she would never guess how he knew about the red mole on her chest. Mo furrowed her brows, thinking it was bad. She saw the person's eyes suddenly widen, filled with sharp green, true energy, making one feel horrified. Could he be her opponent if a white skeleton casually pushed and threw her into the ground? Lu Yi understood this gap very well. Xueting was full of questions. And Li Shuai glanced at Xueting and said, "There will be opportunities, but don't fall in love with her, or you'll find no place to bury yourself." This wasn't a threat. It was a joke. Who would dare compete with a lone star? The 5 elements sword spirit returned to the sword, and an immense sword intent exploded forth. Boundless sword energy shot out from the 5 spiritual swords, surging towards He Yunjian like a tidal wave. Yu Qin smiled, helping Yulan, but her heart was very concerned for Chu Xiao. Although she didn't understand martial arts, she could see that Chu Ran's every move was vicious and lethal, while Chu Xiao was retreating and dodging. One was focused on offense, the other on defense. If this continued, Chu Xiao would be in danger. I'm sorry, this chapter made me break out in a cold sweat. I suddenly realized the problem and immediately switched the content. Ge Qianyan was the first to step into the black light, which swirled around her like a living thing. Zhao Ruoji and Lu Shui exchanged glances and nodded to each other, even holding hands as they stepped into the black light together. Qi Longhan and Shenzhong Tian followed Zhao Ruoji into the black light, with the Guqian clan members coming last. However, the black silk living corpses had lost their self-awareness, and the 2 guarding them wouldn't explain the situation or identify anyone who broke in. Thus, it ended without incident. The 3 felt relieved, thankful that the black silk living corpses had no consciousness and couldn't speak. Otherwise, it would have been problematic. Chapter 207. You look really good today. Is this outfit new? It doesn't look like the one I gave you before, but it's much prettier than the ones I bought. This was bought by third sister. Yours are pretty too. I like them. Oh, really? And the makeup you did today suits you very well. It was also done by third sister. Then I'll learn to do it for you in the future. Okay. On the roof, Nu Zhan perked up his ears, carefully watching the 2 in the yard, feeling anxious and scratching his head. After understanding Jiang Ling's personality, Nu Zhan relaxed. My young master, your conversation is so awkward that I could dig out a 3-room 1-hall from it. The young master seems clever. But how come he talks to a girlfriend worse than I do, this big rough guy? Why bother with words at this time? It's obvious that Miss Zhuqing likes you too. Just hug her and kiss her. Nu Zhan muttered to himself, frustrated. No, I have to help the young master. Nu Zhan slowly gathered a mass of soul energy in his right hand. Just as he was about to throw it at Jiang Ling, his hand paused, thinking, no, the young master is too alert. I might not hit him. Better to target Miss Zhuqing. Young master, forgive my intrusion. I'm just doing this for your lifelong happiness. Nu Zhan said to himself. The soul energy mass was suddenly thrown out, and as it approached Zhu Qing from behind, it exploded. Zhu Qing, who had her head down, suddenly felt a great force coming from behind, pushing her towards Jiang Ling. Ah! Zhu Qing exclaimed softly. Zhu Qing. Jiang Ling quickly wrapped his arms around Zhu Qing's slender waist. His gaze instantly caught sight of the still exposed Nu Zhan. Uncle Nu. Jiang Ling understood Nu Zhan's intentions, but felt a bit speechless, realizing he had been watching all along. Although somewhat helpless, since Nu Zhan had helped him break the ice, he wouldn't miss the chance. Zhu Qing, are you okay? Jiang Ling asked, his left hand around her waist and his right hand on her shoulder. I'm fine, just feeling weak, Zhu Qing replied softly, trying to break free from Jiang Ling's embrace but feeling powerless. Feeling weak. Jiang Ling immediately suspected it was Nu Zhan's doing. Then let's take a break for a while. Okay. Saying this, Jiang Ling was about to help Zhu Qing sit down. A glance caught sight of Nu Zhan peeking out. Still trying to sneak a look, you shameless old man. Zhu Qing, it's windy outside. Let's go back to the room. Jiang Ling lifted the weak Zhu Qing in a princess carry. Wind? Isn't the sun nice today? Zhu Qing thought to herself, but didn't refuse. Nu Zhan watched Jiang Ling leave with Zhu Qing in his arms, feeling furious. It's still me who created the opportunity for you. And you just turn around and abandon me, not even letting me have a look? Young master, you can't act like this. Back in the room, Jiang Ling helped Zhu Qing sit on the bed, placing his palm on the back of her heart, a surge of power flowing through her body. Are you feeling better? Jiang Ling asked. Zhu Qing clenched her fists, the strength returning. She nodded gently. Jiang Ling felt relieved and sat on the bed, leaning back. But his hand did not leave her, instead sliding from her waist to her thigh. What just happened? Why do I suddenly feel so weak all over? Zhu Qing thought about removing Jiang Ling's hand, but did not act. It might be a side effect of the essence of water, Jiang Ling said confidently. But isn't that a divine object? Would it still have side effects? Zhu Qing asked, puzzled. Yes, it's a divine object with enormous energy. Your body couldn't fully bear it, so you feel weak occasionally. But don't worry, once your body adapts, it will be fine, Jiang Ling fabricated. Oh, I see. By the way, Zhu Qing, I plan to leave Xinglua City. Come with me, Jiang Ling said. Zhu Qing's heart tightened. What was meant to come would eventually come. I won't go with you. I plan to stay with my family and work hard to change the family. When you have time, just remember to come see me, Zhu Qing said, gripping her skirt tightly, falling into silence for a long time before forcing a smile. In Xinglua, she could always stay with Jiang Ling. But what about after leaving? She would inevitably encounter Jiang Ling's fiancé, Yi. Rather than face awkwardness and put Jiang Ling in a difficult position later, it was better to stay here. Why? Jiang Ling remained silent for a while before asking, though he had already guessed part of the answer. Have you thought about how to introduce me to your fiancé? If he said Hulaina wouldn't mind, Jiang Ling wouldn't believe it at all. The space fell silent for a long time. Zhu Qing seemed to be expecting something. At that moment, she would believe whatever Jiang Ling said. Even if he said nothing and simply rolled over to pin her down, she might not refuse. But Jiang Ling remained silent, which might also be a sign of love, proving he wasn't just after her beauty, but it wasn't what Zhu Qing wanted at that moment. Zhu Qing removed Jiang Ling's hand from her thigh, stood up, and said, Big brother Jiang, I'll head back first. With a creak, the door closed, and the room fell silent again. Jiang Ling remained on the bed, unmoving. As Zhu Qing left the room, she ran into Nu Zhan in the courtyard. Miss Zhu Qing, have you finished talking with our young master? Would you like to stay for dinner? I've already ordered, Nu Zhan said with a warm smile. No need, I'll head back first, Zhu Qing replied flatly, though her eyes were already red. Nu Zhan watched Zhu Qing leave quickly and wondered what happened. Did Miss Zhu Qing just cry? Did the young master force himself on her and anger her? Young master, chasing girls isn't done like this. How can you be so impatient? Nu Zhan shook his head and sighed at the closed door. Miss Zhu Qing is so beautiful, and the young master is young and impulsive. It's normal to lose control. Leaving the courtyard, Zhu Qing walked faster, hurrying back to her family, a single tear sliding down her cheek. If I had met you first, would we not be like this? That night, Jiang Ling picked up a jar of wine and drank heavily, holding a sword in his hand. It was his first time drinking. Young master, that's not how you drink, Nu Uncle said. Uncle Nu, just leave me alone today. Jiang Ling took another big gulp of wine, pointing the sword forward. Life is a dream. In dreams, enjoy the joys and sorrows. After drinking, sing loudly and sharpen the sword. Jiang Ling danced with the sword, Finishing a set of sword moves, the iron sword shattered with a bang, and the wine jar was empty. Jiang Ling then fell backward. Nu Zhan quickly caught him, looking at the drunken Jiang Ling, and said, "Don't worry, young master. It's not just Zhu Zhuqing who's beautiful with big breasts and a nice figure. You can sleep soundly. I'll find you 10 or 8 more tomorrow." The next day, just as dawn broke, Nu Zhan left the small courtyard quietly and arrived at the spirit hall without making a sound. Inside the hall, Nu Zhan, "Why aren't you staying by the young master's side? What are you doing here? You should know that the young master's injury from the other day has already been reported to His Holiness the Pope. If anything goes wrong, we both won't be able to handle it," Mao Qin said, sitting in the chair of the spirit hall. "Ah, the young master's injury isn't serious. Why report it?" Nu Zhan said with a bitter face. "There's no way around it. His Holiness instructed that everything concerning the young master must be reported to her. Those who dare to conceal it. But you don't need to worry too much. I've explained the situation clearly, and His Holiness shouldn't hold it against you. Now tell me, why are you here?" Mao Qin comforted. "Oh, it's like this, Bishop Ma. The young master has had a breakup and is feeling low. I want you to arrange for 10 or 8 beauties to help the young master move on from the heartbreak. They must be beautiful, well-endowed, with nice figures, slim waists, and fair skin," Nu Zhan said eagerly, not forgetting the main point. "Is this what the young master wants?" "Yes. Are you sure it's not what you want?" "Nonsense. Nu Zhan, love my wife the most. How could I be unfaithful?" Nu Zhan said, his face turning red with anger. "All right, I understand. You can go back and protect the young master." Mao Qin waved his hand. "Yes." Watching Nu Zhan leave, Mao Qin stroked his short beard. Troubled. How should I explain this to His Holiness? In the morning, not long after Nu Zhan returned to the courtyard, 8 people were sent over, just right. Even Nu Zhan couldn't help but marvel at the speed and quality. All of them met his requirements, and it was obvious they weren't from a brothel. "Follow me. The young master you will serve is inside. He hasn't woken up yet, so be careful not to disturb him. Wait for him to wake up and do whatever he asks," Nu Zhan instructed as he arrived at Jiang Ling's door. "Yes, sir," replied the leading woman. They already knew their fate. Wealthy people's maids, to put it bluntly, were playthings. They just hoped their master wouldn't be too ugly and would have a reasonable temper. They found it a bit strange why someone would need 8 people to serve him. The women pushed the door open and entered, quietly approaching Jiang Ling's bedside. So handsome. At that moment, Jiang Ling wasn't wearing a disguise, with a straight nose and thin lips, looking fresh and handsome. Jiang Ling felt a terrible headache. He didn't use soul power to sober up, and the hangover felt too uncomfortable. In a haze, he sensed someone walking into his room. It might be Uncle Nu, but why did it smell so good around? Never mind, back to sleep for a bit. When the sun was high, Jiang Ling slowly opened his eyes, only to see pure white, which was a bit blinding. He turned his head and saw a delicate face. He felt his arm wrapped in something soft, and something was pressing on his abdomen. After a moment of shock, he exclaimed, "What the hell?" Jiang Ling suddenly flipped off the bed and leaped to the door. "Who are you?" He saw several beauties lying on the bed, all disheveled and exposed. The person in his arms suddenly gone. The women also woke up. Among them, a slightly older woman stood up and made a deep bow, respectfully replying to the young master, "We are here to serve you on the orders of Lord Nu Zhan." This woman was already disheveled, and making a bow in front of Jiang Ling was undoubtedly revealing. Jiang Ling quickly averted his gaze. "Nu Zhan? Nu Zhan!" Jiang Ling rushed out of the door and shouted, "Nu Zhan, come out here." The women in the room were at a loss, wondering if they had done something wrong. "Young master, I'm here. You came out so quickly. Damn you. I asked you what's going on in my room. Did you arrange this?" Jiang Ling looked angrily at the naive-looking Nu Zhan. Jiang Ling rarely got angry. "Young master, didn't Miss Zhu Qing refuse you yesterday? I saw you looking gloomy and drowning your sorrows in alcohol, so I was a bit worried about you, which is why I thought of this method. Don't worry, they're all pure, and they were chosen according to Miss Zhu Qing's standards, all the same." Nu Zhan quickly explained when he saw Jiang Ling's mood was off. "It's the same damn thing. My relationship with Zhu Qing is love. Do you understand what love is?" "Young master, I'm already married. Hurry up and send them away. Don't skimp on the money." Jiang Ling felt somewhat powerless and was too lazy to argue with Nu Zhan. Young master really wants to send them away? Those girls are all top-notch. They are not inferior to Miss Zhu Qing. Nu Zhan still wanted to persuade him. "Nu Zhan, this matter is not to be mentioned again. Zhu Zhuqing is Zhu Zhuqing, one of kind. Remember that," Jiang Ling said coldly. Nu Zhan's heart tightened. The young master was really angry. "Yes, young master. I will do it right away." Half an hour later, the small courtyard returned to tranquility. 5 days passed like this, and during these 5 days, Jiang Ling stayed in the courtyard all day, drinking and practicing swordsmanship. At the same time, after Zhu Zhuqing returned from Jiang Ling's place, she sat on her bed, hugging her knees for a whole night. In the following days, she practiced hard and absorbed her third spirit ring. In the spirit hall, Bibi Dong looked at the letter in her hand, her beautiful brows furrowing. Heartbroken? Found 8 maids? How could Linger be heartbroken? During this time, Linger couldn't even contact Nana and wouldn't be causing any conflicts. Could it be? A few days ago, Jiang Ling got injured. Bibi Dong felt distressed, but didn't say anything. In training, who doesn't get hurt? But now this Mao Qin is actually slandering Jiang Ling for cheating and messing around. Bibi Dong was very angry. Jiang Ling was raised by her. How could she not know his character? Yuguan, Your Holiness the Pope. Yuguan stepped out from the side and slightly bowed. You go to Xingluo and verify this matter. Bibi Dong handed the letter to Yuguan and instructed. After reading the letter, Yuguan was slightly stunned and replied, Understood. Yuguan exited the hall, feeling a headache. Jiang Ling, you're about to get married, and your wife is still your childhood sweetheart and your senior sister. Don't you know that the Pope dotes on your senior sister the most? You actually mess around outside during the training period, and with 8 of them. Unexpectedly, little Jiang Ling, you look like a celibate in the spirit city, but you play so wildly outside. TSK, you went and got around to the Pope's ears. Pour me this title Douluo. I'm about to become your full-time babysitter, managing your spirit rings and your love life. Despite complaining, the task still had to be completed. In the Xingluo Imperial City, Jiang Ling felt that he could not go on like this. Avoiding problems wouldn't solve them. Continuing like this would only hurt himself. Jiang Ling decided to find Zhu Zhuqing that night. Regardless of the outcome, he had to leave tomorrow. The next day, Jiang Ling and Zhu Zhuqing had little to worry about in Xingluo. They only packed some simple clothing and, before dawn, flew out on their swords. Zhu Zhuqing left a letter for her third sister, and she could even imagine her sister's expression upon seeing it. After all, the night before, Zhu Zhuqing had still been in a mutual support attitude, but the next day before dawn, she eloped with her young lover. Jiang Ling also left a letter for Nu Zhan. Although this guy had caused him trouble, his intentions were good, and Jiang Ling felt a bit reluctant if Nu Zhan were to be punished because of him. He also took the time to visit In Bukui's home, knowing that his sister was blind, which is why he worked so hard to earn money. Jiang Ling secretly left a portion of gold soul coins for him. Outside the Xingluo Imperial City, Jiang Ling took Zhu Zhuqing on a flying sword, unaware that their sudden departure disrupted some people's plans. Zhu Zhuqing's leap of 10 levels was astonishing and caught her father's attention, knowing that directly asking Zhu Zhuqing would yield no answers. He turned to inquire about Zhu Zhuqing from Zhu Zhuyan. He received news that might be related to Jiang Luer and was about to investigate. But little did he know that Zhu Zhuqing and Jiang Ling had already quietly left. While Zhu Zhuqing's father was concerned about the secret of her leap of 10 levels, another blue-haired boy from the ancient realm who had been lurking around Jiang Ling remained in the Xingluo Imperial City for the piece of wood in Jiang Ling's hand. However, everything in Xingluo was temporarily irrelevant to Jiang Ling, as he was now traveling the continent with his beloved. Fearing that Nu Zhan and the others might be chasing after them, Jiang Ling decided to fly away from Xingluo for a distance before changing to walking. Jiang Ling held Zhu Zhuqing's waist with his left hand while controlling the sword with his right. Zhu Zhuqing wrapped her arms around Jiang Ling, resting her small head against his chest, slightly lowering her head to look at the scenery passing below, as if she were dreaming. Where are we going next? Jiang Ling looked down at Zhu Zhuqing and asked, I don't know where to go, you decide. I've never left the Xingluo Imperial City in my life. Anywhere is fine. Zhu Zhuqing shook her head when she heard this. All right, I will take you to every corner of the continent. We will eat and play together until we grow old. Jiang Ling said with a smile, adding in his heart, to make up for your unfortunate childhood. Zhu Zhuqing smiled faintly at his words. Let's go. Jiang Ling made a hand sign with his right hand, increasing their speed sharply. Ah. The startled Zhu Zhuqing quickly hugged Jiang Ling tightly. Ha! On the third day after Jiang Ling and Zhu Zhuqing left, titled Douluo, Guan also quietly entered the Xingluo Imperial City, leaving again the next morning. In the Pope's Hall of the Spirit City, a melodious female voice echoed, filled with authority and coldness, giving it a unique charm. Have the matters been clarified? Replying to your Holiness the Pope, it has been clarified. The young master finding 8 maids was not of his own volition, but rather a misunderstanding. You once said respectfully, oh, that's good. Upon hearing this, Bibi Dong's expression softened a bit, and her tone became much gentler. However, what do you mean, however? Bibi Dong looked at the hesitant Yu Guan, frowning slightly. Speak. Replying to your holiness the Pope, according to my investigation, the young master has indeed fallen for a girl in Xinghua. She is the fourth miss of the Yuming spirit cat family, Zhu Zhuqing, and by the time I arrived, the young master had already left the Xinghua Empire with Zhu Zhuqing for several days. Yu Guan said quickly while slightly bowing. How absurd. Bibi Dong's staff shook, releasing an unmatched aura that intimidated Yu Guan below, making him involuntarily avoid its sharpness. His heart tightened, secretly thinking, the Pope's strength has grown even more powerful. Your Holiness, do you want me to bring the young master back? No need. Let's talk after the training is over. You can go now. Bibi Dong slowly said after a moment of contemplation. Yes, Nana, Linger, you really disappoint me too much. Bibi Dong sat back on the Pope's chair, resting her forehead with one hand, and sighed. Achu, on a lively street, Jiang Ling, holding several skewers of candied hawthorn, rubbed his nose and said, Strange, who is thinking of me? What's wrong? Zhu Zhuqing, who had put down the accessory she was selecting, hurriedly walked over and asked, Sigh, beautiful lady, have you given up after picking for so long? It's nothing. Just some willow fluff tickle my nose. Look, candied hawthorn. Jiang Ling brought the candied hawthorn close to Zhu Zhuqing's mouth. Zhu Zhuqing turned her face away, pulled Jiang Ling's sleeve, and whispered, Let's go first. Just take a bite. Jiang Ling leaned forward again. Zhu Zhuqing had no choice. How could someone older than her be so cute? She took a small bite. Is that enough? Let's go. Zhu Zhuqing exerted a little strength, pulling Jiang Ling away from the bustling street. She had had enough of the way others looked at them, as if they were giant pandas. An old man selling goods nearby looked at the departing couple kindly and said to the person beside him, Seeing this young couple reminds me of my youth. When I was with my wife, it was just like this. Sigh, you can't chase the past. Come on, take a look at how you and your wife look, and compare it to that girl's gentle temperament. Your wife? That's a wolf paired with a tiger. Hey, who still wants to chat with you? The conversation of the two men fell clearly into Zhu Zhuqing's ears, causing her face to turn slightly red. Zhu Zhuqing was already extremely beautiful, and her figure was eye-catching. She had long gotten used to the lustful gazes of others and automatically ignored them. However, with Jiang Ling, who wasn't wearing a disguise, standing next to her, the way others looked at them changed. It was a kind and matching gaze, becoming more benevolent with age, often making Zhu Zhuqing's face flush. Looking at Jiang Ling, who was smugly enjoying the attention, she playfully said, You still laugh. Put on your disguise mask. I won't, it's too ugly. Then give it to me. I'll wear it. No way. I want to see your beautiful face. You're driving me crazy. Zhu Zhuqing snatched the candied hawthorn from Jiang Ling's hand and took a bite. 1 year later, during this year, Zhu Zhuqing and Jiang Ling not only tasted all the delicacies of the places they visited and saw all the scenery, but they also encountered evil soul masters for the first time. They destroyed several layers of evil soul masters and saved many people, including the granddaughter of the Dragon King and the Snake Lady, Meng Iran. The story of the unparalleled couple, Zhu Zhuqing and Jiang Ling, began to spread across the Douluo continent. When Jiang Ling first encountered an evil soul master, he was shocked. Evil soul masters? Perhaps they couldn't even be called human. Moreover, the places where evil soul masters gathered were all within the two great empires. In the blink of an eye, half of their 3-year training had passed, and Jiang Ling was planning to go to the Sunset Forest to collect the immortal herbs. Within the Heaven-Do Empire, the sky was dark, and a light drizzle was falling. 2 figures were walking slowly in the rain, and if one looked closely, they would find that the raindrops falling within a foot of the two were evaporated by an invisible force. Let's stay here for the night and leave tomorrow, said a man with orange-red hair, looking ahead at a few houses with lights still on. Okay. The black-haired beauty beside him nodded, her voice ethereal and tranquil, with a slightly lowly tone. The two were none other than Jiang Ling and Zhu Zhuqing, who were traveling across the continent. After a year of training, especially after their life and death battles with evil soul masters and witnessing many separations and deaths, they had both become much steadier. Knock, knock, knock. Jiang Ling lightly tapped on the wooden door. Do you have any business? The door slowly opened a crack, revealing a little girl with a vigilant look in her eyes. Little sister, where are your adults? It's late, and we have nowhere to go. Can we stay for the night? Jiang Ling squatted down, smiling as he spoke. My brother is out, and I'm the only one at home. Are you soul masters? The little girl asked, her eyes darting. We are soul masters. How did you know? Jiang Ling and Zhu Zhuqing exchanged surprised glances and asked. Because it's raining outside, and you aren't wet at all. Only soul masters can do that. My brother is one. When it rains, my clothes don't get wet when I'm next to him. The little girl looked very admiring of her brother. Your name is Yaya, right? Can you let us stay for the night? Jiang Ling smiled warmly and patted Yaya's head. He missed Linger, who was still asleep. Oh, of course. Soul Masters are all good people. Yaya is not afraid. Yaya quickly opened the door and said, Have you seen many Soul Masters? Zhu Zhuqing couldn't help but ask. Wow, this sister is so pretty. Yaya wants to be as pretty as her in the future. Zhu Zhuqing smiled gently, touched Yaya's little face, and said, In the future, you'll be even prettier than me. But you haven't answered my question yet. I've only seen 2 Soul Masters. One is my brother, and the other is Grandpa Zhongwan. Grandpa Zhongwan looks fierce, but is actually very nice. He is responsible for the spirit awakening in the nearby villages. My brother's spirit was awakened by Grandpa Zhongwan. Next year, Yaya will awaken her spirit too. When I become a Soul Master and receive my subsidy, I will buy a lot of things for my brother and Grandpa Zhongwan. The little girl said excitedly, dancing around. Then you have to work hard, Jiang Ling said with a smile. By the way, big brother and big sister, you can sleep in Yaya's room, and I'll sleep in my brother's room. The night was quiet, with only the sound of raindrops hitting the ground. Jiang Ling's hand slowly climbed up, but it was stopped by 2 slightly cold little hands. Don't make noise, don't wake the little girl. Jiang Ling had no choice but to hold Zhu Zhuqing's waist and slowly fell asleep. The next day, the sun rose slowly, dispelling the gloom accumulated from the night of rain. Zhu Zhuqing glanced at the still sleeping Yaya and took out some gold soul coins, planning to place them by her bed. Seeing this, Jiang Ling stopped her and shook his head. After thinking for a while, he took out some candied hawthorn and snacks from his jade pendant and placed them on the bedside. Let's go, Jiang Ling whispered to Zhu Zhuqing. Not long after Jiang Ling and Zhu Zhuqing left the village, 3 strange people arrived. While Jiang Ling was on the road, he suddenly paused and turned back, only to see the village they had just left engulfed in flames. That is... Zhu Zhuqing's pupils constricted as she trembled and said, Long rainbow sword. Jiang Ling lifted Zhu Zhuqing and flew toward the village on his sword. Sigh, the blood of ordinary people is refined too slowly. I say we should directly look for those low-level soul masters. Those from the academies are pretty good, young, and energetic, and they don't have much combat power. A middle-aged man with long red hair, looking extremely thin, licked his lips and smiled pervertedly. If you want to die, go ahead, don't drag us along. Another tall man with a scar coldly snorted. I was just joking. The thin man coughed awkwardly, appearing somewhat fearful. All right, hurry up and finish up. Let's move to the next place quickly. Don't let the spear hall catch us. Another man in a black robe said in a hoarse voice. Yes, Hall Master. The other 2 replied respectfully. Be careful. The man in the black robe struck 2 people away with a palm and quickly withdrew. 3 crescent-shaped sword energies shot towards the 3. The 3 sword energies suddenly transformed into 9, and the previously thought to be escaped skinny man was instantly dismembered, while the tall man had his arms severed. 1 move, 3 forms, 1 form, 9 changes. The black-robed man's expression darkened. This attack was initially aimed at those 2. Jiang Ling and Zhu Zhuqing slowly descended. Looking at the situation, their faces dark with a brooding intensity. A thin layer of blood, mist permeated the air, slowly flowing into the blood bead in the black-robed man's hand, with 2/3 being red and 1/3 white. Jiang Ling's Changhong sword flared with fire. In the tense style of the Changhong sword technique, Buddha's light illuminates, instantly dispersed the blood mist. The unmatched heroic couple? The black-robed man chuckled lightly. Do you really think that killing a few insignificant ones and receiving some compliments makes you invincible? Today, I will test the power of my blood bead on you too. The black-robed man instantly activated the blood bead in his hand, and the blood-red mist rose again, but it was much denser than before, accompanied by a heavy, bloody smell. Ugh! Zhu Zhuqing frowned, covering her mouth and nose, feeling a bit nauseous. Seeing this, Jiang Ling once again unleashed the Buddha's light illuminates, but it had lost its previous effect. The dispersed blood mist quickly reassembled. Haha, useless. Let me show you its true power. The glow of the blood bead intensified. Warhol Master, no. I'm still here. The tall man with a severed arm frantically tried to escape. Zhu Zhuqing flew after him. Jiang Ling also sensed something was wrong and rushed towards the black-robed man with his sword. Almost as soon as Jiang Ling made his move, he felt his blood boiling uncontrollably, as if it were about to leave his body, leading to a catastrophic explosion. Jiang Ling's soul power surged, suppressing the restless blood. At the same time, the tall man exploded. Zhuqing, are you all right? Jiang Ling flashed to Zhu Zhuqing's side. I'm fine, but what's wrong with him? If Zhu Zhuqing hadn't dodged quickly just now, she would have been splattered with blood. Really fine? No other sensations in your body? Jiang Ling asked with concern. No, that's good. Zhuqing, go check on the villagers. I'll handle this scum. Hearing that Zhu Zhuqing was fine, Jiang Ling felt relieved. Be careful. A flash of worry crossed Zhu Zhuqing's eyes. After more than a year of companionship, the two had become quite taciturn. Impossible, impossible. How could you be fine? In my blood domain, why didn't you explode? This is impossible. The black-robed man raved as he looked at the two who were unharmed. Domain? You even think you are worthy. When the blood mist dissipated, the sunlight would shine upon your corpse. Jiang Ling's left hand pointed the sword, flames once again swirling around it. I will kill you. The black-robed man, with soul rings descending, had 6 rings of yellow, purple, and black, a soul emperor. Of course, such a person is also the easiest to betray. You can buy them with silver, and others can too, so they cannot be trusted and can only be used as spies. Because I tasted a total of 13 ingredients in this 3-delicacy shark fin soup you made, which differs from the 11 ingredients you mentioned. Zhao Zilong took a deep breath and slowly spoke. Oomph. Those matters were brought upon by himself. You should solve them. What does it have to do with me? Luo Shang said as she finished putting on her clothes and stood up. As she thought about this, an expression of helplessness appeared on her face. Yes, although she didn't want to admit it, the current situation was quite clear. I see. Chun Fei instantly understood, and he secretly resolved to study the bureaucratic structure of the Tang dynasty well. Otherwise, he wouldn't know the ranks of officials and would end up making a fool of himself in the future. With the powerful forces accompanying Lu Dong, they filled Yun Hao's body, while Shun Bai and Zhou De were also pressured by this force. Since the night of the Beast Arena, the Black Pearl had locked herself in the Heartbreak residence. She needed to empty her mind and reflect on herself. At that time, he believed the world was unified, with the north subdued and stable, and the south centered around Shosha, which could also be considered peaceful, coupled with the Kunlun Mountains and the Qin army stationed. The world was carefree. Since you believe you are innocent, then I believe you are not afraid of being sent to a military court. Qing Lian said and left without further delay. It seems these country bumpkins really have some spare cash. When the autumn harvest comes, I will raise the rent by 10%. The grain merchant, dressed in fine silk, played with the jade ring on his thumb and said. Su Jinchuan raised his right foot and stomped on the seabed, instantly shaking the entire ground. It's fine. Anyway, the other coaches are just as unwilling to teach you. Su Jinchuan shrugged nonchalantly. This is the 2 great beast martial spirits title, soaring through the sky, the magic bear surging, as if an ancient deity reappeared in the universe. The phantom solidified, and the true form of the martial spirit was instantly completed. Although they had broken all feudal superstitions at that time, everyone still believed. Bai Lian was buried under that ancient locust tree, just like that. At night, she didn't know what dream she had, but she was startled awake by the scenes in the dream. However, after waking up, she couldn't remember anything from the dream. There were not many people here. Even though part of the lakeside had been developed, the main facilities were still on the island. Thinking of this, the shaman laughed heartily, and the chief praised. While the 4 hunting team leaders also laughed, their faces filled with joy. Only beings that can create a universe can be considered on the same level as Hongmeng. When there was a Lin Meng, Hongmeng was very pleased, and at this moment, the white-clothed young man before him was still unsure if he could create a universe. But his power was so great that even Hongmeng had to take notice. In his peak cultivation period, he wandered through the starry sky, with many planets more attractive than Earth. Emotions surged within him, and as he roared to the sky, his aura shook, a mysterious yellow energy instantly filling the world. The Xingtian battle armor covering his entire body, and the supreme figure appeared, the ancient war gods fighting spirit raging. At this moment, looking at Zhang Wei, they were deeply grateful, deeply remorseful for how they had treated Zhang Wei before. The bright Ming bird giggled as it pounced forward, while the CNMO Xian was taken aback but said nothing more, dodging out to entangle the other 2 experts, preventing them from freeing their hands to attack Zhang Zhen. Logically speaking, if his grandson bought a house, he should be happy, but Ling Alfing couldn't feel any joy at all. Upon hearing this, Yishao Tian couldn't help but show a smile. He believed Yang Xian would keep his word and was also happy for Yang Xian's call father-in-law. No one drank alcohol. Only Old Wei had a drink. This meal was completely different from the last. My relationship with Chang Xiaoming was now public, and Shui Kai couldn't flatter anymore. He didn't understand the background of this martial art deeply, or even could say he knew nothing at all. The only thing he knew was the cultivation method. After leaving a word, Yang Xian didn't linger, directly following Zhou Manshan, along with Wu Lingyan and Xia Yufeng, all the way to the top floor of the Sky Tower. The giant ship had already reached the border of the Dian dynasty, and the customs on both sides had changed significantly. The Dian dynasty people favored red peonies. So when passing by the two banks, one could often see the fiery red peonies. Everyone entered the building and climbed up to the third floor along the stairs. Well, they saw a lot of rebar piled at the edge of the floor, and due to the wind and rain, many of them had grown mold. At the moment when these bloodthirsty puppets were destroyed, Feng Hui's destructive power surprisingly did not dissipate, but instead, with a loud bang, it was contained in the ground. Hearing this, Xiao Xian immediately felt a sense of admiration for the ancient ancestors of the demon clan whom he had never met. The third elder turned pale with pain, but quickly shouted towards the leader, seemingly afraid that Wang Lang would strike again. The chain reaction caused by the first domino falling stirred the nerves of everyone in the prison. 90% of the people believed that it was impossible for anyone to survive and leave this place. Weapons broke, and the fifth elder let out a desperate scream, only to be instantly engulfed by the blade's light. This situation was indeed like an infectious disease, spreading from 1 to 10, 10 to 100, and eventually hundreds of thousands would become hosts. This million-strong army was truly not an exaggeration. Chapter 209. After dinner, Hulaina and Jiang Ling walked side by side. You. Both spoke at the same time. You go first, they said in unison again. Jiang Ling grinned and reached out to touch Hulaina's cheek, saying, this time you must work hard to cultivate. Hulaina's face turned red, and she said softly, I'm already at level 42. Breaking through to Soul King in 3 years is certainly not a problem, but you have to work hard too. If you don't reach level 55 in 3 years. What if I don't? Why are you so eager to marry me? Jiang Ling teased, looking at Hulaina's adorable expression. You. Hulaina glared at Jiang Ling, feeling both angry and amused, her right hand directly grabbing Jiang Ling's soft waist, spinning around 360 degrees. 3 years from now, if you don't reach level 55, I'll definitely beat you to death. Hiss. The pain in his waist made Jiang Ling gasp, and he quickly assured her, don't worry, senior sister. Reaching level 55 in 3 years is completely pressure-free. Breaking through to Soul Emperor is even possible. That's more like it. Hulaina let go of her hand, crossed her arms in front of her chest, and smiled at the pain Jiang Ling grabbing the waist. Indeed, is a skill that women master without a teacher, regardless of region. Even across galaxies, Jiang Ling thought to himself, let's go back. Hulaina took the initiative to hold Jiang Ling's hand. Is this considered comfort? Of course. Can I refuse? Of course not. The next day, in the Pope's Hall. Teacher, why did you call for me? The time has been set. We will depart in 3 days to obtain the 4th soul ring, accompanied by Douluo. So, during the remaining time, Jiang Ling stayed with Hulaina. Linger, I called you here to give you something. With a wave of Bibi Dong's staff, a soul bone glowing with blue light appeared in front of Jiang Ling. Teacher, this is for me? After all, soul bones are quite valuable, especially a head soul bone. Even though Jiang Ling has outstanding talent and is a leading figure among the younger generation of the Spirit Hall is not the only authority. There's also the Elder Hall. If the teacher gives me this soul bone, the pressure must be considerable. That's right, this is the wisdom skull of mental condensation. Coming from a sacred illusion demon ape nearly 60,000 years old. It's very beneficial for enhancing mental strength and developing wisdom, Bibi Dong explained. Wisdom skull of mental condensation? Isn't that the reward for the champion of the Continental Advanced Soul Master Competition 4 years later? I didn't expect to receive it directly now, Jiang Ling thought. Teacher, why not give this to senior sister? My mental strength is not weak, and senior sister specializes in charm, which also has high demands for mental strength. Jiang Ling suggested after some thought. I have my own plans for Nana. The illusion-type skull is still the most suitable for her. This one should still be absorbed by you, Bibi Dong said gently, feeling gratified to see Jiang Ling care so much for Nana. Although your mental strength is not weak, you will inevitably suffer when facing soul masters who excel in illusions. Can you resist Hulaina's charm now? Jiang Ling fell silent. Bibi Dong was right. When he was young, with his mental strength from 2 lifetimes, he could easily resist Hulaina, who had just become a soul master. However, after breaking through level 30, he found it a bit challenging to resist her charm. After Hulaina broke through to Soul Scholar, Jiang Ling could only hold his long rainbow sword. becoming one with the sword, and concentrate fully to exert his strength. It seems that mental strength is indeed my current weakness. In the future, I will also have to face Tang San, whose mental strength is also formidable. Thank you for your guidance, teacher, Jiang Ling said as he took the soul bone in front of him. Bibi Dong smiled and said, "Go to the back hall to absorb it. I will protect you." "All right, teacher." Jiang Ling followed closely behind Bibi Dong, keeping his eyes fixed on the floor, resisting the urge to look up. In Bibi Dong's office, there was only a set of desks and chairs in sight, and the rest was a smooth floor. It was his first time in the back hall, and he didn't expect it to be so simply arranged. Jiang Ling twitched the corner of his mouth and was about to sit cross-legged on the floor. "What are you doing?" Bibi Dong turned around and saw Jiang Ling sitting cross-legged on the ground and asked. "I'm absorbing the soul bone." Bibi Dong was taken aback for a moment, then quickly reacted, her lips curling into a beautiful arc as she smiled, captivating. "Not here, go over there." Bibi Dong pointed to a partition nearby. Bibi Dong's voice pulled Jiang Ling, who was lost in the smile, back to reality. "Oh." Jiang Ling quickly got up and walked over. It turned out there was a bed behind the partition. This bed is made of special materials, which are effective for condensing spirit and relieving stress. When I get tired from work, I usually take a rest here. It's perfect for you to absorb this soul bone here, as it will help you fully absorb it, Bibi Dong explained. "Get on it," Bibi Dong urged Jiang Ling, who was still stunned in place. Okay." Jiang Ling sat somewhat stiffly on Bibi Dong's bed, and at the same time, a special fragrance wafted into his nose. Jiang Ling quickly focused, not daring to think too much. "Teacher, I will begin to absorb it now," Jiang Ling said. He was now as restless as a cat on a hot tin roof, just wanted to enter the cultivation mode quickly. "Okay, I will protect you here." Although absorbing a soul bone is not very dangerous, Bibi Dong still took it seriously when it came to her disciple. The blue skull slowly sank into Jiang Ling's head, and a powerful mental strength spread out. Bibi Dong raised her hand, and the mental strength instantly disappeared. "Linger, use your own thoughts to control and master it." Bibi Dong's voice echoed in Jiang Ling's mind. "Control?" Jiang Ling silently operated the Fei Hong heart method. The soul bone flickered in and out of visibility, with each flicker slowly changing from a deep blue to a crimson red. This absorption lasted 3 days, during which Ulaina also came and stayed here. The head soul bone completely turned crimson, gradually merging into Jiang Ling's head. Jiang Ling slowly opened his eyes, a flash of red light flickering in his gaze. He didn't expect that his long rainbow, true qi, could actually change the quality and attributes of the soul bone, making it more suitable for him. Long rainbow, true qi, truly a universal oil. Jiang Ling opened his eyes to find Bibi Dong and Ulaina. He didn't know when Ulaina had arrived. She was sitting on his right side and had already fallen asleep leaning against the bedpost. Bibi Dong sat on his left side. After all, sitting was definitely more comfortable than standing. "You're awake," Bibi Dong said as soon as Jiang Ling opened his eyes, a testament to her status as a titled Douluo. "Let's go outside," she said softly, glancing at the still sleeping Ulaina. "Okay, teacher." Jiang Ling gently picked up Ulaina and placed her back on the bed, tucking her in before following Bibi Dong outside. After following Bibi Dong to the other side of the partition, Jiang Ling noticed that she had already changed out of her pope robes and was now wearing a white palace-style long dress, looking less like a queen and more like an ethereal fairy, gentle and serene. "How much has the soul bone enhanced you? What is its soul skill?" Bibi Dong asked as she sat down and looked at Jiang Ling, replying to teacher. "After absorbing this soul bone, my spiritual power has increased more than 100-fold. The soul skill it comes with is a type of eye technique. This technique can see through illusions and falsehoods, and it can also shoot a divine light that can damage both the enemy's mind and body. I named it Eye of Breaking Illusions. Oh, it also has physical attack capabilities? That was unexpected," Bibi Dong said in surprise. "Use your soul skill from the soul bone to attack me with all your strength. I want to see how powerful it is," she said, looking at Jiang Ling, who had a strange expression frozen on his face. Oh, I have breaking illusions." Jiang Ling's eyes suddenly turned red, and 2 beams of red light shot straight at Bibi Dong. Bibi Dong raised her hand, and the red light barely advanced an inch. After closing her eyes to sense it for a moment, she curled her fingers and shattered the red light. Both the mental and physical attacks are not weak. It should withstand the soul shock of a 10,000-year soul beast, Bibi Dong said with a faint smile. Teacher, how did you know I was planning to absorb a 10,000-year soul ring?" Jiang Ling asked, feeling a bit embarrassed. You took a risk to absorb a 900-year soul ring for your first, and then 1,000-year for your second and third. How could you settle for just 1,000 for your fourth? Bibi Dong clearly expressed her concern and anger over Jiang Ling's risky absorption. The 10,000-year soul ring is different from the 1,000-year ones. The soul shock during absorption is extremely intense. But don't worry, now that your spiritual power has skyrocketed, absorbing a 10,000-year one will at most be a bit dangerous. Bibi Dong's tone softened, showing her inner conflict as she faced her disciple, wanting them to become stronger while also not wanting them to take risks. By the way, this skull is said to be the wisdom skull. Has her body changed in any other way? Bibi Dong suddenly asked. Of course, my thinking has become much sharper. The contradictions and confusions I had during my cultivation are now clear as day when I think back on them, Jiang Ling replied. Not bad, Bibi Dong nodded. All right, Ling, you should go back now. I'm also tired. Tomorrow, let Yuguan take you to obtain the soul ring. I won't see you off. Looking at the calm Bibi Dong in front of him, Jiang Ling still sensed a trace of reluctance in her tone. Teacher, see you in 3 years. He suddenly stepped forward and hugged Bibi Dong, who was sitting in the chair. Her delicate body fell into his embrace, but there was no hint of intimacy. Bibi Dong's body stiffened for a moment and then relaxed. Linger, you're my disciple. She gently patted Jiang Ling's back. Be careful while training outside. Don't trust everything. Okay, teacher, I remember, but I will miss you all, Jiang Ling said softly, resting his cheek on Bibi Dong's shoulder. After a long while, they parted. Teacher, I will take my senior sister back now. Go on, Bibi Dong said, lightly patting Jiang Ling's arm. It seemed that senior sister had been keeping watch over him for quite some time. Jiang Ling carried Hulaina back home from the Pope's Hall, and she was still sound asleep. He placed Hulaina on the bed and looked at her for a while, suddenly realizing that she would definitely be hungry when she woke up. It wasn't until 8 p.m. that Hulaina finally woke up. Huh, where am I? She said, sitting up and looking around in confusion. Senior sister, you're awake. Come eat. The food is ready. Jiang Ling's voice interrupted her thoughts. Ling, did you finish absorbing it? Are you okay? Hulaina ran over excitedly, grabbing Jiang Ling's arm and asking eagerly. Of course. Seeing Hulaina's anxiousness, Jiang Ling decided to tease her and pretended to look sad. I'm fine. Seeing this, Hulaina stepped on Jiang Ling's foot. Ouch, ouch, I was wrong. I was wrong, senior sister. Don't be angry, senior sister. Look at what I made for you. You must be hungry. Come try it, Jiang Ling said, pulling Hulaina to the dining table. Since the last time, he spent a long time making a bowl of clear soup noodles. Jiang Ling had put in a lot of effort into his cooking skills. Gurgle, gurgle, looking at the table full of dishes. Hulaina's stomach betrayed her with a loud growl. Her face turned red as she picked up her chopsticks and started eating. Jiang Ling sat beside her, serving her food while admiring her adorable appearance. Girls really do have a small appetite. Even though her stomach was growling, she didn't eat much. Senior sister, I'm leaving for the Douluo Great Forest tomorrow. Hulaina paused her hand that was eating, falling silent. Usually chatty, they suddenly found themselves at a loss for words when it came to parting. Jiang Ling watched Hulaina eat her rice grain by grain, and suddenly remembered a saying from his past life. When couples suddenly fall silent or have a disagreement, just kiss. Jiang Ling planned to put this into practice. Thinking that practice makes perfect, he suddenly held Hulaina's shoulders. What are you doing? Hulaina was startled by Jiang Ling's action, dropping her bowl on the table like a frightened little rabbit. Jiang Ling did not answer her question. His lips and hand were busy, and soon Hulaina had no strength left, being half-held by Jiang Ling as they slowly leaned towards the bed, lost in a whirlwind of emotions. Hulaina began to counter Jiang Ling's advances. Jiang Ling removed Hulaina's obstructive black clothing, and then there was nothing after that, as he was pushed away by Hulaina. Jiang Ling slapped his right hand hard. It's all your fault. Inside the room, Hulaina buried herself under the blanket, covering her burning cheeks with her hands. What did I just do? The next day, Bibi Dong did not come to see him off, but Jiang Ling knew that his teacher was surely watching him from somewhere. And indeed, that was the case. No one likes the scene of parting, and the Pope was no exception. However, Hulaina not coming made Jiang Ling a bit worried. Yesterday, she wouldn't be angry. Would she? Ling, let's go. Elder Yuguan, wait a moment. After a while, sigh, Elder, let's go. Jiang Ling sighed, realizing that senior sister would not be coming. Ling, wait a moment. Just as Jiang Ling took a few steps, a clear and pure voice came from behind. Senior sister. Jiang Ling turned around and ran towards Hulaina. Mutual efforts have meaning. Cherishing each other leads to longevity. looking at Hulayina in his arms. Jiang Ling smiled and said, I thought you were angry and wouldn't come to see me. If I am angry. You went too far yesterday. Hulayina said angrily, her brows furrowing, but with her slightly flushed cheeks, it added a unique charm. Summary. In this world, everything revolves around the sword. Practice the strongest sword, kill the strongest enemies, and protect the ones closest to you. During a large-scale attack in the Divine Realm, Jiang Ling, holding the Changhong sword, saved the boy behind him and said, live on with a smile behind me.